Chapter 1. A life occupation blacksmith? But I'm a god-level forger. Linjiang number 1 High School, the arena. Lin Hao was sent flying by a violent blast of fiery wind and landed outside the ring. Too weak, Lin Hao. There's simply no comparison between combat professions and life occupations. I advise you to face reality. On the stage, Su Hui coldly stared at Lin Hao, feeling a wave of disappointment in his heart. He had originally thought that this genius, whom he once aspired to surpass, would be much stronger. However, once the battle began, he realized the other was far weaker than he had imagined. Su Hui, a rare combat profession, flame demon. Lin Hao, on the other hand, was a life occupation, a blacksmith. Now, Lin Hao could only look up at his former self. The once genius was nothing more than this. A voice sounded from the podium. Su Hui wins. Upon hearing the news, the students below the stage immediately began discussing among themselves. That's Lin Hao? I heard he was the top genius at Linjiang number 1 High School for 3 years straight. How did he lose so easily? You didn't know? He awakened a life occupation. He wasn't even supposed to participate in the arena battles, he insisted on joining himself. Ah, a life occupation? Isn't that useless? Exactly. Such a talented guy, I heard he ranked first in all practical and theoretical courses only to end up with a life occupation, just like everyone else. Lin Hao stood up, brushed off his clothes and sighed helplessly. As expected, life occupations still can't compete with combat professions. Lin Hao felt a slight sense of disappointment. He had thought that with his professional combat skills, he might be able to compete with battle-oriented professions. But in the very first match, he encountered Su Hui and was utterly crushed. Lin Hao had always been the top student in the entire school, with Su Hui ranking right behind him. But now, after just saying a single sentence, Su Hui turned and walked away without giving Lin Hao another glance. It seemed he no longer considered Lin Hao a target to chase after all. The two of them were no longer in the same world. Yes, Lin Hao also knew that he could never fight Su Hui again. After all, he was a life occupation, a blacksmith. It's just that his blacksmithing seemed a little different. As Lin Hao was pondering how to proceed, his teacher Su Qilan hurried over. Classmate Lin Hao, are you okay? Lin Hao shook his head. Su Qilan seemed to notice Lin Hao's disappointment and quickly comforted him. I know this might be hard for you to accept, but there's simply no comparison between life occupations and combat professions. We are all fighting for the survival of humanity in this world. As long as you diligently and earnestly utilize the characteristics of your profession to provide equipment support for the warriors on the battlefield, your achievements will not be low. Lin Hao's expression turned contemplative. Only then did he remember that this world was not as peaceful as the one he had transmigrated from. Lin Hao was a transmigrator who had crossed into this world 3 years ago. From high school textbooks, he had already learned about the overall structure of this world. On a macro level, it wasn't much different from his original world. But surprisingly, this world had been invaded by games, with various in-game monsters sweeping across the globe. Fortunately, humans also have their own panel attributes and can enter dungeons to level up, which is how they've managed to survive. However, all around, even within the cities, various magical beasts constantly harass them. Every day, fellow humans perish. After pondering for a while, Lin Hao suddenly thought of a path he could take. Teacher, what if my enhancement success rate was 100% with random additional attributes, could I surpass combat professions? After Lin Hao finished speaking, Su Qilan froze momentarily. Seeing the earnest expression on her student's face, she couldn't help but shake her head. Lin Hao, I know awakening as a life profession was a heavy blow for you, but being a blacksmith isn't that simple either. I've never heard of anyone achieving a 100% success rate in enhancement. Perhaps learning more knowledge can increase the enhancement probability, but one shouldn't expect a guaranteed 100% success rate. Even if you've awakened as a blacksmith, many schools would still admit you. After all, Jingjin University accepts students with the blacksmith profession. Lin Hao immediately understood that Su Qilan thought he was feeling discouraged and was trying hard to improve his success rate. But when Lin Hao looked at his own stats, he realized he didn't need to work hard at all, because the cheat was already in effect. Lin Hao, Level 1, 0-100, Blacksmith, HP 100, Tac 5, Tac Speed 1, Movement Speed 1, Energy 100, Skills, Enhancement, Forging. Enhancement has a chance to increase an equipment's enhancement level by 1 or destroy it, with a possibility of granting additional attributes. Forging Uses forging blueprints and materials, with a chance to successfully forge equipment or waste materials, and a possibility of granting attributes. Special attribute, God-level forging. God-level forging. All equipment you enhance and forge is guaranteed to succeed, and will always provide additional attributes and extra affixes. There is a chance to upgrade the equipment's level, as well as a chance to obtain special attributes and unique affixes. Lin Hao's stat panel appeared no different from that of an ordinary blacksmith at first glance. But when the final special attribute of God-level forging was revealed, everything changed. The mere fact of guaranteed success already surpasses all blacksmiths. Other blacksmiths have to worry about whether their enhancements and forging processes might result in melting or destruction, but he doesn't need to. He can even provide additional attributes and affixes. Teacher, I'm just hypothesizing if I could guarantee success. Could I surpass combat professions? Seeing Lin Hao still pressing for answers, Su Qilan felt she shouldn't be too discouraging, so she could only say, if you could guarantee success every time, why would you need to compete with combat professions? Just by revealing your abilities, the nation would have countless combat professions at your disposal. All you'd need to do is ask, and they'd even be willing to risk their lives for you. Lin Hao was stunned. That's right. I can forge with 100% success rate, so why bother fighting myself? I could easily build an entire army and have them fight for me. However, organizing it all by myself would take too much time and effort, which just isn't worth it. Lin Hao came up with a brilliant idea. Instead of relying on himself, why not rely on the nation? Teacher, what if what I'm saying is true? I can guarantee success in both enhancement and forging. Moreover, my enhancements and forgeries can also add special attributes and unique effects. Do you think the government would take me in? Su Qilan gave a bitter laugh, thinking Lin Hao was too overwhelmed and talking nonsense. She could only reply consolingly, if you really have such an ability, the nation would fight to have you, and all combat professions across Great Xia would follow your orders. Perhaps we could even reclaim the lands occupied by the demon race. At this thought, Su Qilan also felt somewhat disheartened. Those occupied lands would likely never be reclaimed within her lifetime. Yet after hearing Su Qilan's words, Lin Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. Teacher, do you have any equipment? Any equipment will do, I need it now, it's urgent. Chapter 2. Shocked, the heaven-defying ability. What are you going to do? Looking at Lin Hao's excited eyes, Su Qilan was stunned. I can really enhance it with 100% success rate, and even add special attributes, Lin Hao said earnestly. Don't joke around. Su Qilan naturally didn't believe it, feeling both amused and exasperated. You should focus on studying professional forging knowledge seriously. Perhaps in the future you can increase your chances of success a bit. As for special attributes, those are things you can't seek but may encounter by chance. Lin Hao became serious. Teacher, you know me well. I never lie, trust me. Seeing Lin Hao's earnestness, Su Qilan also recalled that this student before her had never told a lie. All along, Lin Hao had been recognized by all teachers as an outstanding student, ranking first in every subject across all disciplines, with every metric meeting or even exceeding top-tier standards. If he hadn't awakened a life occupation, even with just an ordinary combat profession, he could likely have gained admission to the most elite group of academies. At this thought, she suddenly became excited. Right, would a student who has always been outstanding only awaken as an ordinary blacksmith? Perhaps. Su Qilan hesitated no longer and directly handed a piece of equipment to Lin Hao, though she felt a twinge of hesitation at the very moment of handing it over. Never mind, let's try something else. She had just thought that if Lin Hao was telling the truth, perhaps he could help enhance her best equipment with special attributes. But what if it was a lie? What if Lin Hao was just speaking nonsense out of unwillingness to accept defeat? Lin Hao, teacher, trust me. Su Qilan, seeing Lin Hao's confidence, also made up her mind. It's just a piece of equipment. As long as it can restore her best student's confidence, it's worth destroying. Thus, Su Qilan directly handed the equipment to Lin Hao. Can you enhance this piece of equipment? Lin Hao took the equipment and glanced at its attributes, finally understanding why Teacher Su was so conflicted. Paralysis ring silver grade. Required level 10. Enhancement +1. Attack +10. Magic +50. Skill paralysis. Paralysis. Each attack has a 1% chance to inflict paralysis on the target. The effect weakens as the level gap between the two parties increases. Paralysis effect, reaction and movement speed slowed. This piece of equipment isn't particularly strong in terms of stats, but the paralysis effect can work wonders in battle. Seeing teacher Su place such trust in him, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel a quiet sense of anticipation. He hoped his god-level forging ability wouldn't disappoint and would instead give teacher Su a pleasant surprise. All right. With that, Lin Hao picked up the ring, silently recited Enhance, and after a faint glow, the ring entered his forging space. He then pulled out some materials from his pocket. Any enhancement requires material support, even the simplest one. However, Lin Hao didn't have any high-quality enhancement materials on him, only the most basic pieces of ironstone for strengthening. After a few minutes of waiting, the upgrade appeared. The enhancement was successful. Lin Hao quickly took it out. Looking again, he was shocked. Venomous Ring Gold Grade. Wearing level 10. Enhancement +2. Attack +100. Magic +500. Skill. Paralysis Toxin. Paralysis Toxin. Each attack has a 2% chance to inflict paralysis and venom effects on the target. The effect diminishes as the level gap between the two parties increases. Paralysis effect slows reaction and movement speed. Venom reduces the target's HP by 2% per second. The effect diminishes as the level gap between the two parties increases. A noble percentage-based HP drain. Although it only has a 2% chance to trigger, it's important to note that many combat professions have high resistances, and some even possess special abilities to resist. Ordinary attacks might not even be enough to break their shields. This directly reduces health by a percentage, utterly terrifying. Even just the increase in panel attributes alone is already frightening. Just by enhancing it to +1, the panel attributes directly increase tenfold. Although this bit of attack power might be insignificant for high-tier equipment, one must remember that this was just an ordinary piece of gear before. Lin Hao's dazed expression caught Su Qilan's attention, who mistakenly thought he had failed the enhancement and quickly comforted him. Lin Hao, it's okay. Failing an enhancement is normal. This is your first time enhancing, and the item didn't get destroyed. That's already very good, showing you have great talent. Lin Hao shook his head. Teacher, it's a success. Really, it's fine. Su Qilan quickly waved her hand, then suddenly realized, what did you say? It's a success? Lin Hao nodded, and Su Qilan hurriedly took the ring, immediately stunned. Compared to Lin Hao, who didn't understand enhancement, she, as a teacher, knew a bit more. When he heard that his most precious piece of equipment had been successfully enhanced, he was already thrilled enough, but upon seeing the changes in its stats, he was completely stunned. Is this really my paralysis ring? You didn't swap it out for another piece of equipment, did you? This was Su Qilan's first thought. Seeing Lin Hao's smiling face, she immediately realized it was true. Come with me to see the principal right now. Principal's office. Principal Shang was holding a meeting in his office, with several department heads listening attentively. First, second, then, the principal is absolutely right. As the meeting concluded, the principal smiled at the group. This time, Linjiang No. 1 High School has produced 3 students with special professions, so our admission results are sure to surpass those of our sister schools. By the way, what profession did Lin Hao awaken? I remember he was always the top student in the school. As long as he awakened a combat profession, even an ordinary one, he should still get into a good university. That would further boost our admission rate. Hearing this, several department heads shook their heads. He awakened a life profession, a blacksmith. What? Principal Shang was stunned for a moment, then shook his head regretfully. What a pity, he's such a promising talent. However, as a blacksmith, he should still have many schools to choose from. I've heard frontline equipment is in high demand too. The group nodded in agreement, then each prepared to leave. At this moment, the office door was kicked open. Teacher Su, what are you doing? What's so urgent that you need to find me? Principal Shang frowned, and upon seeing Su Qilan pulling Lin Hao behind her, seemed to understand something. Teacher Su, are you trying to secure a recommendation spot for student Lin? Linjiang No. 1 High School produces several outstanding students every year, so for some ordinary universities, the school can directly apply for guaranteed admission. Perhaps Teacher Su came for this very reason. Su Qilan shook her head. Principal, I have an urgent matter to discuss with you. Go ahead. Principal Shang also thought Lin Hao was a promising student, so it was understandable that Teacher Su was in a hurry. He didn't dwell on her kicking the door either. We need to have them all step out for a moment. The others were puzzled by this. What matter required them to be excluded? Principal Shang understood that Teacher Su couldn't openly mention the guaranteed admission spot, so he nodded to signal the others to leave. Su Qilan turned around, closed and locked the door, then peered through the window to ensure no one was outside before drawing the curtains shut. After some maneuvering, Principal Shang was getting a bit annoyed. Isn't it just about the guaranteed admission? Why all the secrecy? Principal, what I'm about to say is very important. You'd better activate the shielding device. Chapter 3. Major moves from the Ministry of Education. A divine skill emerges. Principal Shang shook his head helplessly, took out a device resembling a globe from the cabinet, and then activated the switch. A wave of light enveloped the room. That should do it now. Su Qilan nodded and then looked at Lin Hao. Student Lin, tell the principal about your occupational abilities. Principal Shang was puzzled and looked at Lin Hao, who had no choice but to explain his ability once again. Upon hearing about the 100% success rate in enhancement, Principal Shang was so startled that he nearly couldn't stay seated. This talent could truly be called a divine skill. Comparing Lin Hao and Su Qilan, while both might know a bit about blacksmithing, they clearly didn't understand the national situation. Principal Shang, as the head of the school, has old classmates who are fighting demonic beasts at the border. He is well aware of how scarce equipment is on the front lines. Ordinary equipment is manageable, as it can be obtained in bulk from demonic beasts. But high-level equipment, especially those with higher enhancement levels, is simply unattainable. Just take 1 point, for example, equipment enhanced to +10. If the attributes were to increase even slightly, warriors with noble percentage enhancing skills would see a significant boost in their combat power. If all the equipment carried on the body were enhanced, it would mean a substantial overall improvement in strength. And after Lin Hao mentioned that he could add extra entries and additional attributes after enhancement, Principal Shang was utterly shocked. He stood up directly. Are you serious? Lin Hao nodded. I can demonstrate right now. Without the slightest hesitation, Principal Shang reached to his belt and pulled out a staff imbued with fiery energy. Flames could be seen flickering above it, with inscriptions engraved on its surface. At a glance, it was clear that this was a precious magical artifact of no ordinary grade. Even so, Principal Shang still handed it to Lin Hao. Can you enhance any type of equipment? Low-level blacksmiths often cannot enhance higher-level equipment. If not, I have other equipment here. Lin Hao shook his head. I don't know either. I'll give it a try. Lin Hao actually didn't fully understand the upper limit of his enhancement ability either. The skill description doesn't specify whether high-level equipment can be enhanced or not. So Lin Hao took the staff and looked at its panel. Blazing Scepter Platinum Grade. Required level 25. Enhancement +6. Attack +5. Magic +1600. Cast speed +36%. Skill Ember. Ember. Increases all fire attribute attacks and skills by 16% damage. This piece of equipment is already quite high level, requiring a minimum level of 25 just to equip, making it a rare item. It seems Principal Shang is at least around level 30. You should know that the current level of the strongest human is only 79. Linjiang City is neither a border city nor a strategic stronghold. It's just a small town within Jiangnan province. Who would have thought that Principal Shang's level is actually so high? Lin Hao looked at Principal Shang, who was puzzled. Enhance it. I'm out of enhancement stones and materials. After Lin Hao became a blacksmith, he had bought 1 enhancement stone and some enhancement materials, but they were all used on Teacher Su's equipment. Now that they're gone, he couldn't perform any enhancements. Principal Shang was stunned for a moment, then silently patted the bag at his waist, and a few items appeared in his hand again. There are high-grade strengthening stones and several ores that look extraordinary at first glance. I've been saving these for years. Are these materials enough? Lin Hao nodded, took the materials, then held the staff and silently chanted, strengthen. Instantly, both the materials and the staff entered the forging space. After waiting for 10 minutes, the enhancement still hadn't been completed. Principal Shang was growing impatient. This piece of equipment was also the most valuable one in his possession. Although its attributes might seem ordinary at first glance, the 16% increase in fire attribute damage was extremely rare. He couldn't afford to let Lin Hao ruin it during the forging process. How is it? Principal Shang asked nervously. Lin Hao shook his head. The enhancement still needs time. After waiting another 10 minutes, a ding sound indicated the enhancement was successful on the panel. Done. Take a look. Lin Hao took it out, but before he could even look at it, Principal Shang snatched it away. With just one glance, he was utterly stunned. Prison Flame Scepter Diamond Grade. Equip level, level 25. Enhancement +7. Attack +1. Magic +2600. Casting speed +72%. Skill. Hellfire Seed. Hellfire Seed increases damage of all fire-based attacks and skills by 26% and adds Hell Attribute to all attacks and skills. Hell Attribute ignores ordinary magical defense. Seems to have been snatched from a hellhound's mouth, still dripping with its saliva. Principal Shang's hands were trembling. Was this still his staff? 26% damage increase? This damn enhancement must be +16. But Lin Hao had only enhanced it once. Moreover, the materials he provided Lin Hao were insufficient. It's worth noting that when he inquired with other blacksmiths, they demanded conditions 5 times more than his meager offering, with commissions alone nearing $1 million. Lin Hao succeeded just like that, and the enhanced attributes and entries are even more outrageous. What the hell is this hell trait? He had never heard of it before. Ignore ordinary magic defense? What exactly constitutes ordinary magic defense? Even Principal Shang isn't entirely clear, only speculating that it might refer to defensive attributes with special entries whose names and properties must be equivalent to or surpass those of hell to qualify as special defense, while all others fall under ordinary defense. If even he hasn't heard of such an attribute, it's likely that ordinary people are completely unaware of it. This means the defenses of regular individuals can be entirely ignored, allowing for full force attacks. He swallowed hard, his hands trembling as he picked up the phone. After several failed attempts, he realized the signal jammer was still on. Turning it off, he finally dialed the Academic Affairs office. Notify all teachers immediately to come to my office, all of them. Notify the security department. The school is now on high alert. All students return to your classrooms immediately, and everyone else return to your workstations at once. Due to the presence of magical beasts, even in cities located deep within Jiangnan province's rear areas, occasional disturbances caused by these creatures still occur. In every school under the Great Xia system for nurturing future generations, security is a fundamental priority, with each institution having its own security department. In just an instant, the entire school sprang into action. Students who were still engaged in combat exams on the playground arena were called back. The school gates were tightly shut, and even the magic barrier was activated. After making several serious phone calls, Principal Shang turned back with an immediate smile. Student Lin, I happen to have another piece of equipment here. Would you mind demonstrating your skills once more? I'll record this and send it to the Ministry of Education for them to see. Lin Hao nodded indifferently. It seems the path he chose was the right one. Both the teacher and the principal took it very seriously. I just don't know what the Ministry of Education will say about this. Half an hour later, the Deputy Minister of Education of Jiangnan Province received a message. Then the entire Provincial Education Department sprang into action. In 1 hour, have all bureau chiefs and above report to my office for a meeting, every single one of them. Even those on duty outside must return. If he doesn't come back, he need never step foot in my office again. Within moments, the Ministry of Education made countless phone calls, but after an hour, they activated signal blocking devices, plunging everything into instant silence. Chapter 4. Principals don't matter. What matters is him. At the Provincial Department of Education, almost all the senior officials had arrived. Who else hasn't come? Asked Hishan, the head of the Provincial Department of Education. Su Min hasn't returned yet, replied a deputy director. Him. Hishanshuan snorted coldly. The Ministry of Education wasn't a monolithic entity either. Su Min had repeatedly clashed with him over various opinions. Moreover, Su Min had influential backing, making it impossible for him to take any action against her. Su Min often skipped many meetings outright, even ignoring the notices he issued. This time it was his mistake. Hishanshuan sneered coldly, then asked again, Has the provincial governor been notified? The subordinate nodded. Already notified. Good. Then I'll speak with the provincial governor alone later. For now, let's discuss this student's matter first. Everyone sign this agreement first. None of the attendees at the meeting actually knew what was happening. It wasn't until Hishanshuan ordered the activation of the shielding device that they realized the gravity of the situation. When they received the agreement, they were even more shocked. What could possibly be so important that the minister would resort to using the Sacred Demon Protocol? The Sacred Demon Protocol violators would face judgment from the sacred and demonic forces, suffering terrifying debuffs, with lower-level individuals even facing direct execution. The production of these sacred demon contracts is extremely low, with very few existing in the entire Jiangnan province. The contract had only one requirement. The contents of today must not be disclosed to anyone. Without hesitation, everyone imprinted their aura on it and signed their names. Then the sacred demon contract dissolved into a mist of light, carrying both sacred and dark energies as it dissipated. Next, watch this video. Half an hour later, they had all watched the video content. It was Lin Hao who revealed his god-level forging ability and demonstrated it on the spot. Then, He Shanshuan took out 2 bracelets. This is the most common magic bracelet on the market. One is unenhanced, the other is enhanced. See the difference for yourselves. The first ordinary bracelet has nothing special about it. Magic bracelet black iron tier.
Akib level 1.
Attack +1. Magic +10. The second one carries a hint of gloom. Blinding bracelet bronze grade. Wear level? Level 1. Enhancement +1. Attack +1. Magic +50. Skill. Blind. Shadow Dark. All attacks have a 1% chance to blind the enemy. The effect weakens as the level gap between both sides increases. Blinding effect reduces visibility in the field of vision. The blinding bracelet isn't actually that great. But the issue is, this is the effect from enhancing the most basic black iron tier magic bracelet just once. It even added an extra attribute. Wearing level 1 indicates this is the most basic beginner equipment possible. Its market price would barely reach $100. Yet with the added effects, just the +50 magic alone rivals some level 10 gear. Not to mention the 1% chance to blind this could honestly be considered decent mid-tier equipment. Everyone who took the 2 bracelets to examine them was stunned. Just watching the video, they didn't realize how monstrous Lin Hao's talent truly was, although the claim of guaranteed success was quite convincing. But when it comes to forging and enhancement alone, success didn't seem too difficult. Of course, that was only for low-level forging and enhancement. Instead, it was the additional entries and extra attributes mentioned by Lin Hao that piqued their curiosity. It wasn't until they witnessed the equipment enhanced by Lin Hao with their own eyes that they could truly grasp the terrifying nature of his talent. Is this really the equipment enhanced by that student Lin? A high-ranking official from the education department exclaimed in shock. A single enhancement made the equipment feel like it had been replaced with a higher-tier version. Could this really be the same original equipment? That's correct. Through contact with Principal Monk, we learned that student Lin has already enhanced 3 pieces of equipment, each with significant improvements. He Shanshuan nodded. In other words, as long as materials are sufficient, he could equip an entire army. And, most importantly, he's only level 1. A level 1 blacksmith. What if he reaches level 10, level 20, or even level 60? What will his enhancement effects turn out to be? Even now, his abilities are already sufficient to join the military and provide enhancements for frontline soldiers. He Shanshuan pondered more deeply, realizing Lin Hao's importance the moment he received the video. Everyone present who has reached their current positions is no fool. With just a little thought, they can understand how valuable Lin Hao truly is. They all nodded in agreement. Minister He, tell us, how should we handle this matter? Should the student Lin be sent directly to the military, or handed over to the state? He Shanshuan shook his head. We still don't know the full extent of student Lin's capabilities, and he still needs to grow, and we don't yet understand his temperament. The military can be a bit hasty in their approach, so it's best for him to enter university for further education first. If possible, during this time, gradually provide some equipment for the nation's highest-ranking individuals before discussing anything else. Everyone found He Shanshuan's considerations reasonable. Primarily, such a promising talent must not be mishandled. This could be humanity's hope to triumph over the magical beasts. I'll make the arrangements next, He Shanshuan declared decisively. Let the Holy Demon University admit Lin Hao. Holy Demon University. A deputy minister hesitated. But Holy Demon University doesn't accept students with life professions. That old eccentric at the university isn't exactly easy to talk to. Rules are meant to be changed. He Shanshuan directly issued the order. I will personally explain the situation to the provincial governor and then report it to the National Ministry of Education. As for that old monster, I'll talk to him. Handing him such a promising seedling, would he really refuse? If he doesn't want it, plenty of others will. The others exchanged glances and eventually nodded in agreement. In their eyes, this student named Lin Hao might very well change the entire landscape of Great Xia. A few hours later, the Ministry of Education's shielding device was turned off. Then, the office of the Holy Demon University's president received a phone call. What? You want me to admit a student with a life occupation? Special arrangements? Meet all his demands as long as they don't violate principles? What the hell? I have to assign someone to train and level up with him? Who does he think he is? What? He wants my rebirth stone first? Why doesn't he just rob me? Oh, the government will compensate me with another one. Never mind then. Who is this guy? The son of the provincial governor? Not even the king of heaven is as big as him. Alright, I get it. Shi Yunmin, the principal of Sacred Demon University, hung up the phone, stroked his beard, and gazed sharply out the window. Interesting. Not allowed to disclose any information, and even activating the Sacred Demon Agreement I created to make all relevant parties sign it all for one student. Priority allocation for strategic level resources like the Rebirth Stone. This person is no ordinary individual. Let me see just how important you really are. Chapter 5. The only direct admission slot in a decade. Within the Provincial Department of Education, several high-ranking officials hurried toward the capital. Compared to delivering messages by phone, for matters of higher importance, they still opted to send personnel directly to inform. In the following days, they also received a response. Everything proceeded according to He Shanchuan's method, and all conditions were agreed upon without exception. The Provincial Department of Education sealed all the documents related to Lin Hao and then transported them to the capital. In a particularly remote secret base within Shangjing, inside the third office on the 46th underground floor, this document was stamped with a large seal. National Level SSS Class Confidential Material. Lin Hao had no idea that his simple display of ability had startled half of the nation's highest-ranking officials. However, compared to news that could shake the entire nation, his information was immediately classified as soon as it reached the top. They only gave a brief response, stating that no one was allowed to reveal anything until Lin Hao grew stronger. After Lin Hao demonstrated his abilities, Principal Shang waited several hours for a reply. He then instructed Lin Hao to return home and await further news, as someone would personally visit him the next day to explain. Even Principal Shang couldn't learn the full details. All he knew was that Lin Hao had already been exceptionally admitted to the Tianhai City St. Demon University. Principal Shang informed Su Qilan that Lin Hao wouldn't need to come tomorrow, as he would be transferred to Tianhai City the next day. It's important to note that all students had just awakened their professions recently. The arena Lin Hao participated in was merely an internal school exam, and top-performing students would qualify for direct admission to ordinary universities after the test. Life professions had separate assessment criteria. Those unsatisfied with the direct admission offers after passing the school-level selection could participate in independent entrance exams held by certain universities. The entrance exams are the method by which the top universities recruit students. The next day, Linjiang No. 1 High School determined the students with the best combat performance. The top scorer was Su Hui, who had previously fought against Lin Hao. In class, Su Hui was carefully reviewing the brochures of several universities. This was the choice offered by the school. As the top student at Linjiang No. 1 High School, he had the privilege of selecting his preferred institution. However, none of these options appealed to him, as the best choice in his mind was naturally one of the country's top-tier universities, among which Sacred Demon University stood out. Su Hui, are you free tonight? A sweet-looking girl asked shyly. The surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter. That's Zhou Bixuan, isn't it? I remember she asked Lin Hao out before too. How can Lin Hao even compare to my brother Su? He's just a life occupation, while my brother Su is a combat occupation and a special one at that. There's no comparison. Hearing the chatter around him and glancing at the girl in front of him, Su Hui shook his head. Not interested. I have training tonight. Zhou Bixuan nodded in disappointment. Let's make another date when you're free. Su Hui sneered. Although he already looked down on Lin Hao, he certainly wouldn't pick up scraps a woman even Lin Hao wasn't interested in. But why should he think about him? They were no longer from the same world. Pity that he no longer had any rivals at Linjiang No. 1 High School. Invincible, yet lonely. Perhaps only at a higher institution could he find a true rival. Lin Hao was just a thing of the past. Suddenly, Su Hui looked toward Lin Hao's spot. Where was Lin Hao? Someone noticed Su Hui's gaze and followed it, only to realize Lin Hao hadn't even shown up today. Where has Lin Hao gone? Someone asked. The others started talking again. I think he's too scared to come. After all, the former genius of Linjiang number 1 high school only awakened a life occupation. If I were him, I wouldn't have the face to attend class either. Don't say that. No one can guarantee what they awaken. I believe even if Lin Hao only awakened as a blacksmith, he'll still shine in the future. Though I'm a combat occupation, maybe he can forge equipment for me someday. Ha ha ha, you're right. He's only fit to forge equipment for us. As for going to the battlefield, that's not his place. That depends on whether he's even qualified to forge for me. After all, my goal is to attend Tianhai Magic University. My future achievements will definitely surpass level 40. For a life occupation, leveling up is really tough. As they spoke, someone turned to Su Hui and asked, Su Hui, which university are you aiming for? Brother Su's goal must be a top-tier school like Sacred Magic University. With your abilities, getting into those elite institutions is no problem at all. We'll probably only be able to look up to you in the future. Su Hui shook his head. His goal was indeed the Holy Demon University, but his abilities still fell a bit short. Holy Demon University, that was a place where true geniuses gathered. As the class buzzed with discussion, Su Qilan knocked on the classroom door, signaling everyone to quiet down. The class meeting was about to begin. A smile graced her face. This year, her class had Su Hui, the top student in the entire school, along with several others who performed well. The school recruitment prospects seemed promising. What made her happiest was mentoring a student like Lin Hao, whose achievements even astonished the Ministry of Education. The principal had already promised her a promotion to department head next semester, and the Ministry of Education would award her the title of Outstanding Teacher, along with a piece of gold-tier equipment as a reward. Though she already possessed one such item, that piece of equipment had also been enhanced for her by Lin Hao. However, after today, she feared she might only be able to catch glimpses of him on television in the future. After gathering her thoughts, Su Qilan stepped onto the podium. Classmates, the school exams are over, and the recommendation quotas have already been assigned to you. You can make your own choices. Those preparing for university entrance exams should also note that some universities require a letter of introduction from the school for registration. You can come to me later to sign up. Before this, I have one more piece of good news to announce. Our school has received a recommendation quota for Sacred Demon University. This year, one student will be admitted to Sacred Demon University. Upon hearing the last sentence, the entire class erupted with excitement. Sacred Demon University is one of the top 3 universities in the entire Great Xia region. Linjiang number 1 high school is just a small town school, yet it actually got an admission spot, and it's a guaranteed enrollment slot. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned toward Su Hui. After all, he was the top student at Linjiang number 1 high school. If there was only one guaranteed enrollment spot, it would undoubtedly be him. Su Hui, congratulations. Su Hui, don't forget us old classmates in the future. Su Hui also stood up excitedly. He had been wondering how to get into the Saint Demon University, never expecting the school to have a direct admission spot. This wasn't the case before. Could it be that my talent has caught the attention of Sacred Demon University? Perhaps I've been overestimating how extraordinary those people from Sacred Demon University are. From the looks of it now, they should be about the same as him. Thank you, Teacher Su. Su Hui expressed his gratitude to Su Qilan. Why are you thanking me? Su Qilan looked puzzled. Su Hui froze. Wasn't I the one recommended for direct admission? Isn't it normal to thank the teacher? Without giving it much thought, Su Qilan continued her announcement. Let's cheer for Lin Hao. Although he's no longer here, he is the first student from our school in 10 years to enter Sacred Demon University, and the first to be directly admitted. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Su Qilan looked at her dumbfounded classmates with great confusion. Teacher, are you sure you're talking about Lin Hao? Someone asked in disbelief. That's correct. Lin Hao was admitted early yesterday. I hope you'll all take him as your role model and strive to match his achievements, Su Qilan said. But isn't Lin Hao a life occupation? Someone still didn't understand. Su Qilan also sighed. Yes, Lin Hao is a life occupation. But life occupations have their own uses too. Those of you who awaken life occupations shouldn't be discouraged. Even as a life occupation, if utilized well, you won't be inferior to combat occupations. Impossible. There's foul play here. Suddenly, Su Hui shouted loudly, unable to accept this outcome. How could Lin Hao get a direct admission? There must be something shady going on. I'm the top student in the whole school, and I didn't qualify for direct admission. What makes him so special? I demand an explanation from the school. Su Hui grew agitated. Su Qilan frowned. This isn't a recommendation quota. The school received its Lin Hao's own recommendation qualification. The document was issued by the Provincial Department of Education. If you have doubts, you can take it up with them. Hearing that the document came directly from the Provincial Department of Education, Su Hui froze on the spot. He's just a nobody from a small place. He might have some reputation in Linjiang City, but in the entire Jiangnan province, he doesn't even make the list. Su Hui clenched his fists tightly. Lin Hao, I will definitely come for you. Chapter 6. Never offend Lin Hao. Back at home, Su Hui trained frantically, venting all his resentment on the spell training wooden dummy his family had bought for him. Lin Hao, I don't know what background you have, but I'll make you understand that in this world, strength is what truly matters. Su Hui also came to a realization Lin Hao was merely a life occupation holder. How could he possibly compare to him? He must have relied on his parents' connections to secure that guaranteed admission spot. Someone like him, sooner or later, he would surpass him. Suddenly, the door of the training room opened. Su Hui turned around in surprise and said, Dad, why are you back? The person who came was his father, Su Jianyong. Su Jianyong rarely came home. As the director of the Municipal Education Bureau, he had many social engagements and seldom returned. Even when he did come back, he was usually drunk and would collapse into bed as soon as he got home. His sudden return and the fact that he came looking for Su Hui left the young man puzzled. Su Jianyong suddenly asked with a beaming smile, Son, how did your exams go these past few days? Su Hui was utterly speechless. His own son had taken exams. Yet his father, who worked in the Education Bureau, didn't even know how he had performed. Su Hui suspected his father probably didn't even know what profession he had awakened to. But since his father was at least showing concern, Su Hui casually replied, Just barely managed to get first place in the whole school. First in the whole school? Just barely? Su Jianyong was surprised, as he had never really paid attention to his son's academic performance. However, he did know that his son had awakened a special profession. He thought that no matter what, his son wouldn't perform too poorly in exams. Besides, being part of the Education Bureau himself, he could easily secure a school for his son. Now that his son had achieved first place in the entire school, perhaps he could introduce him to the best universities, such as the Holy Magic Academy. Thinking of the Saint Demon Academy, he finally remembered the main reason he came to see his son today. As expected of my son, effortlessly taking first place in the entire school. But wait, I remember your school recently produced a genius. Wasn't that person said to be the strongest in our city? Su Jianyong was somewhat puzzled. A genius? Su Hui grew even more confused. He's already the top student in the whole school. Who could be more talented than him? Could the rumors outside actually be about me? Su Jianyong asked, Do you know a student named Lin Hao? Hearing it was Lin Hao, Su Hui frowned. Lin Hao? He's the genius you were talking about. Su Hui snorted coldly. Su Jianyong said matter-of-factly, Of course. He's the one personally selected by the Provincial Education Bureau for direct admission to the Holy Demon Academy. If he weren't a genius, would he have gotten such a recommendation? Son, you must seize this opportunity. If you recognize his potential now and build a good relationship with him, he might be able to help you in the future. Su Hui scoffed. Him? Just a life occupation and a blacksmith at that. Have you ever heard of any genius awakening with a life occupation? A blacksmith? Really? Su Jianyong was stunned. Otherwise, how could he get into Sacred Demon Academy? Probably has connections, just shady dealings. I'll get in through my own abilities, fair and square. Su Hui still refused to believe Lin Hao was any kind of genius. In his eyes, a blacksmith was just a blacksmith, utterly incomparable to a combat profession. But as Su Jianyong from the Education Bureau knew all too well, since the game invaded reality, the admission process for all awakened individuals had become extremely strict. Even for someone like him, getting his son into a good university was quite difficult. For the Provincial Education Bureau to specially approve a spot for Lin Hao to enter university, this Lin Hao was definitely no ordinary person. Not to mention that was the Holy Demon University, which never accepted life occupation students. Even if Lin Hao wasn't a genius himself, whoever was behind him to make this happen certainly wasn't simple. Su Jianyong noticed his son seemed to harbor some resentment toward that student named Lin Hao and quickly said, Son, you shouldn't think about competing with Lin Hao or anything like that. If you know him, try to build a good relationship with him. If you don't, you could always get to know him. Try to make as many friends as possible. Su Huiman nodded indifferently. All right. Su Jianyong patted Su Hui on the head and, recalling that he had ranked first in the entire school, said joyfully, "My son got first place in the school. That's worth celebrating. Let's have a good drink together today." Su Hui was speechless. "I think it's you who wants to drink, isn't it?" "Nonsense. How could that be?" Su Jianyong laughed awkwardly. "How about this? I'll buy you a set of gold-tier equipment. Didn't you say you were lacking gear? Perfect timing. You can take it with you when you go leveling up in a few days." Su Hui finally nodded, while Su Jianyong whistled leisurely as he headed to the kitchen to start cooking. Su Hui clenched his fists. "A genius? Lin Hao, I'll expose your true face to the world." At the same time, officials from the Provincial Education Bureau also arrived in Linjiang City. Originally, their first stop should have been Lin Hao's home. However, they heard that Lin Hao had also crafted equipment for 2 other people. Given that Lin Hao's security clearance is classified as SSS, starting from yesterday, all matters related to Lin Hao must be elevated to this level of confidentiality. Not to mention, if those 2 pieces of equipment crafted by Lin Hao were discovered by someone with ulterior motives and examined, they would immediately realize just how absurdly talented Lin Hao is. So the first thing they did upon arrival was to retrieve the equipment. However, when they saw the paralysis ring in Su Qilan's hands at her home, they were instantly stunned. These attributes, the members of the Confidential Bureau exchanged glances, immediately sensing something extraordinary. Su Qilan didn't understand what was so special about these attributes. As members of the Provincial Confidentiality Bureau, they didn't elaborate further. They simply said calmly to Su Qilan, "First, sign this agreement. From today onward, you must not disclose any information about this ring or Lin Hao. The state will compensate you. By the way, how well do you know Lin Hao?" The next day, while at home, Lin Hao received a message instructing him to go to the dungeon entrance in Linjiang City the following day. Lin Hao didn't think much of it, as the message was sent by none other than Principal Shang of Linjiang No. 1 High School. At the dungeon entrance, he curiously watched the people coming in and out of the dungeon entrance, wondering if Principal Shang had asked him to come today to personally take him through the dungeon. The dungeons in Linjiang City are for levels below 30. As a small city, it naturally didn't have any particularly powerful dungeons. Basically, most city dungeons are designed for players below level 30. Because level 30 is a significant threshold once reached, players can undergo a profession upgrade. Accordingly, dungeons are divided into 2 types. One for players below level 30, and another for those between levels 30 and 60. Players within these level ranges cannot enter dungeons outside their designated tier. This system has given rise to another strategy. Players stuck at level 29 can power level 1 players. Based on Lin Hao's previous judgment, Principal Shang was at least level 25 or above. Could he be the one stuck at level 29? However, what Lin Hao didn't expect was that the person who arrived wasn't Principal Shang, but someone he knew very well, Teacher Su. Chapter 7. Rapid Leveling Up. Teacher Su, why are you here? Seeing it was Teacher Su, Lin Hao was somewhat puzzled. Su Qilan, however, was unusually excited, gazing at the dungeon entrance with a sense of longing. Since becoming a teacher, she hadn't set foot in a dungeon entrance for who knows how many years. Not only because she had no time for classes, but also because she had already hit a bottleneck. Entering a dungeon to level up isn't as simple as just going in and killing monsters. Although dungeons are areas that have already been conquered, there are many strategies available. The problem is, people can die inside. This isn't the world of movies and TV shows, where death seems insignificant. When it comes to each individual, the thought that they might die if they enter creates fear. Everyone thinks this way unless they're extremely confident no one would seek death. As for her coming here now, naturally, she has a relatively high certainty of surviving. "I'm here, of course, to help you level up," Su Qilan said with a smile. In truth, Teacher Su is also quite attractive, but to maintain authority at school, she always wears professional attire. At this moment, Lin Hao noticed something different about Teacher Su. Compared to usual, the equipment Teacher Su was wearing seemed much more vibrant. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Teacher Su was wearing professional gear rather than ordinary clothes. "Teacher, your family must be quite wealthy? This set must have cost a fortune," Lin Hao exclaimed in surprise, recalling the ring Teacher Su had taken out earlier. He had guessed that her family wasn't particularly wealthy. After all, the ring was just an ordinary silver-grade item. If he hadn't enhanced it for her, it probably wouldn't even have reached gold grade. Yet now, Teacher Su was wearing a full set of equipment, which must have cost a fortune. Thanks to you, it was issued by the higher-ups, Suqilan said, looking at her student with emotion. That day, the people from the Confidential Bureau approached her. Originally, they were just going to give him a piece of equipment as a reward. When they saw the effect of the paralysis ring, their expression suddenly changed, and they said they would compensate him with more equipment. Then they asked about her relationship with Lin Hao, seemingly intending to have her take him leveling up. As a result, the higher-ups issued a set of equipment to her, which is the set she's wearing now. Just seeing the equipment's level, he was startled. It was a full set of gold. In dungeons around level 10, this was already top-tier set gear. This was also the reason she had the confidence to level up Lin Hao. Really? That's great. Lin Hao had actually already guessed someone would help him level up. But if it's someone unfamiliar, it would be too dull. Fortunately, it was Teacher Su, whom he knew well, so they had plenty to chat about while leveling up along the way. 5 hours later, Teacher Su pulled the Tang Hungdao out of the ironback wolf, the blade carrying the scent of blood. A faint glow emanated from the wolf's body, and both Lin Hao and Teacher Su were illuminated by the cursor indicating an experience point bonus. Teacher Su looked at the monster he had slain, barely suppressing a wave of nausea, though he quickly steadied himself. Lin Hao, meanwhile, covered his nose and mouth, surrounded by the corpses of the wolf pack. Dungeons weren't as appealing as they seemed in written descriptions. Simple entries, monster slaying, and leveling up. The reality was far less glamorous. This dungeon is called the Wolf Pack Dungeon, a level 10 instance. Upon entering, there is a forest on one side, surrounded by some towering mountains. At first glance, it's almost impossible to tell if this is a real world or not. If not for the swirling vortex of dark light in the sky, he would have thought this was just an ordinary forest in the original world. Killing an ironback wolf isn't as simple as landing a single strike to deplete its health bar. Rather than calling it a game invading reality, it's more accurate to describe it as another world devouring this one. After dungeons appeared, some bizarre creatures emerged, but they were all flesh and blood beings. They dodge attacks, withstand blows, and won't die instantly even from fatal strikes, fighting back until their last breath. The corpses piled up after death, along with the squirming flesh and foul stench, revealed the extraordinary nature of this world. The wolf packs would attack in groups, and Teacher Su had to constantly look after Lin Hao, who had no combat abilities whatsoever, using the skills embedded in their equipment to protect themselves. Without the overwhelming power of being level 15 and a full set of gold-tier equipment, even an ordinary level 10 warrior would find it extremely difficult to clear this stage. The golden grade Tang Hungdao in Teacher Su's hand already had notches on it. Is golden grade equipment this fragile? Teacher Su also felt somewhat helpless. In truth, she was well aware that equipment is ultimately consumable. Otherwise, frontline equipment wouldn't be in such short supply. However, after clearing the entire level 10 dungeon, this blade only has a single chip that's already quite good. Teacher Su, you were so quiet and reserved at school. I thought you'd have a profession like a mage or a healer. Never expected you to be a warrior. Su Qilan smiled faintly, wiping the blood off her blade, exuding the demeanor of a heroic swordswoman in that moment. Rare profession, ancient blade master. My ability is to increase sword damage and enhance reaction speed, but this profession not only requires good equipment but also physical training. My family always says, "What's a girl doing on the battlefield?" So after I reached level 15, I stopped progressing. Lin Hao was shocked his teacher actually had a rare profession. He glanced at his own level 3. 5 hours later, Su Qilan led the charge as they cleared this level 10 dungeon. Enjoying the additional boosts, he gained 2 levels in the process. Indeed, leveling up wasn't as simple as he had imagined. If he were truly just an ordinary blacksmith, convincing a level 15 rare class professional decked out in full gold tier equipment to power level him would be no easy feat. And that's not even considering the potential life-threatening risks involved. No one would agree without at least 1,000,000. Thank you, Teacher Su, Lin Hao said gratefully. But Su Qilan shook her head. It's not you who should thank me, but I who should thank you. If it weren't for you, this set of golden equipment probably wouldn't have fallen into my hands. Anyone would be willing to take you to level 10 in exchange for a set of golden equipment. That's it for today. Same time tomorrow, come back. It seems there's something going on up there these days. They want me to get you to level 10 first, then you can go to the Holy Demon University. That way you'll have some security. Lin Hao nodded. For the next week, Lin Hao basically spent his time in the dungeons. 7 days later, in the afternoon. How much more experience is needed to reach level 10? Lin Hao looked at his level and attribute panel. He had already reached level 9, but the panel remained largely unchanged, with only minor attribute variations. It seemed that only upon reaching level 10 would a true qualitative transformation occur. It was said that after reaching level 10, everyone could learn their first skill. Combat professions naturally involve combat skills. I just wonder what kind of abilities my blacksmith profession will awaken. Lin Hao, level 9, 5621000, blacksmith, health points, 900, attack power, 45, attack speed 1, movement speed 1, energy, 900, skills, enhancement, forging. Enhancement has a chance to increase an equipment's enhancement level by 1 or destroy it, with a possibility of granting additional attributes. Forging uses forging blueprints and materials with a chance to successfully forge equipment or cause it to be lost, and a possibility of granting attributes. Special attribute, God-level forging. God-level forging. All equipment you enhance and forge is guaranteed to succeed, and will always provide additional attributes and extra affixes. There is a chance to upgrade the equipment's level, as well as a chance to obtain special attributes and special affixes. It won't be long now. I might reach level 10 tomorrow, Lin Hao said casually, looking forward to seeing what would happen when he hit level 10. Chapter 8. Your report is valid, but not a violation. After a day of battle, Lin Hao and teacher Su clicked to exit the dungeon. Entering settlement. Congratulations, Lin Hao and Su Qilan, for completing the Wolf Pack dungeon. Comprehensive evaluation. Grade D. Not the first clear of the dungeon. No rewards obtained. Among the pack of wolves, something seems to be hidden. After a flash of light, the figures of the two appeared in the dungeon hall. The dungeon hall is an extremely magnificent structure, with a series of swirling vortexes above it. Once a dungeon is selected, the corresponding vortex overhead will draw the challenger inside. The hall wasn't particularly crowded nor empty. After all, this was just the small city of Linjiang, with few dungeons available and even fewer people willing to risk their lives to level up. If it weren't for the fact that this was the high school graduation period, with most people having just undergone their class transitions and preparing to enter higher education, there might not have been many level seekers at all. Unfortunately, as soon as Lin Hao and teacher Su stepped out, they ran into an acquaintance. Boss, my armor was broken yesterday. Even at 100,000. I'm taking a loss. A man who looked every bit the warrior was haggling with a young man. The young man was none other than Su Hui, who had previously competed with Lin Hao. Su Hui grew impatient. All this talk, you just want more money, don't you? That armor you're wearing is just disposable gear. Don't think I can't tell you're not using your usual equipment. That armor can't be worth more than 10,000 at most. How precious could a silver tier item really be? Now that's not fair. The warrior instantly grew flustered and began defending himself. However, Su Hui wasn't really listening. He suddenly felt someone's gaze and looked over, only to discover Lin Hao and teacher Su actually standing together. Lin Hao, teacher Su. Su Hui exclaimed in surprise. Recognizing his own student, teacher Su sheathed his knife and walked over with a smile. Su, are you leveling up here too? Su Hui nodded. Teacher, you're here. I'm helping Lin Hao level up. He's the only one in our class guaranteed admission to the Holy Demon Academy, so of course we should allocate more resources to him. Su Hui, however, didn't believe it. After all, teachers assisting students in leveling up was explicitly prohibited by the Ministry of Education. Teacher Su was actually daring to violate the rules. What made him even more jealous was why teacher Su wasn't mentoring him instead. After all, he was clearly the top student in the entire school. Was it just because of Lin Hao's connections that even teacher Su had to suck up to him? He refused to believe teacher Su's explanation that it was simply because Lin Hao was the first to receive a guaranteed admission. Teacher Su didn't elaborate further, as she was bound by a confidentiality agreement and couldn't reveal too much. Alright, goodbye Su. Lin Hao, come again tomorrow. You might reach level 10 tomorrow. What? Hearing that Lin Hao was about to reach level 10, Su Hui was shocked. After all, he had spent 100,000 to have this level 15 warrior beside him help him level up. Took me a whole week to reach level 4. Mainly because this guy next to me is afraid of death. Initially, we chose a level 5 dungeon. Actually, this is the most normal situation. Taking a level 1 player is enough for a level 5 dungeon. Moreover, the way warriors level up Su Hui is different. It's basically a slow grind of attrition. After all, he's not a rare class, and the equipment he wears is all priced according to Su Hui's standards. He wouldn't dream of using his own gear for this. It often takes a full day just to clear a single dungeon. The next day might even require rest. That's why it took him 7 days just to reach level 4. How could Lin Hao possibly have teacher Su carry him through leveling and level up so quickly? Why? Su Hui clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at Lin Hao. Lin Hao merely gave Su Hui a slight nod in acknowledgement. The two weren't actually familiar with each other. Su Hui had always mistakenly considered Lin Hao his rival. It's just that Lin Hao, who had crossed over, knew more clearly what he wanted and was full of curiosity about the new world, which drove him to study relentlessly. Yet, those around him were all unfamiliar, including Su Hui. Seeing Lin Hao's indifferent expression, Su Hui grew even angrier. What was going on? He had already considered Lin Hao his main rival, yet Lin Hao wouldn't even give him a proper glance. After the two left, the soldiers nearby were still haggling. Su Hui then took out his phone and directly made a call. Hello, I want to report something. Hey, bro, forget about reporting this. I was just thinking the price could be raised a bit more. The warrior was startled at first when he heard about the report, but then realized he hadn't broken any laws. Power leveling is pretty normal, it's just that the price is a bit inflated, but that's just the market rate. I want to report that there's a teacher helping students level up. The names are Lin Hao and Suchilon. After reporting, Su Hui coldly stared in the direction where Lin Hao had left. If the higher-ups discovered the incident of the teacher helping Lin Hao level up, and an investigation ensued, Lin Hao's guaranteed admission to the Holy Demon University might very well be revoked. Perhaps he could take that spot instead. A jealous smile flickered across Su Hui's face, but it quickly faded, because he saw the instant reply on his phone. Hello, the situation you reported regarding Lin Hao and Suchilon teachers leveling up with students has been verified as true. This leveling activity is conducted under a document issued by the Ministry of Education and is in compliance with regulations. Thank you for your report. We hope you can rate our service, with 5 stars being the highest rating. Su Hui was so angry he almost smashed his phone. I'll give you stars. Su Hui was even more jealous now. A document personally issued by the Ministry of Education? Lin Hao, you really deserve to die. Lin Hao was unaware of Su Hui's situation, just as he remained perpetually curious about the world and indifferent to others. To him, Su Hui was just an ordinary classmate. After returning home, Lin Hao noticed an extra pair of shoes at the doorstep and smiled faintly. He knew someone was home. Opening the door, I spotted a cute figure bustling around in the kitchen. It was my younger sister, Lin Nen. Brother, you're back? I thought you weren't coming, so I only made a bowl of noodles. Should I make some more for you? Gazing at the familiar figure, Lin Hao also felt a sense of relaxation. Even while being carried to level up, Lin Hao didn't dare to relax for a moment inside the dungeon, because he had genuinely seen subtitles broadcasting in the dungeon hall so-and-so, such and such profession, confirmed dead in the dungeon. For an entire week, as a complete novice entering the dungeon for the first time, he continuously witnessed the deaths of creatures without pause. This left him feeling somewhat tense. However, this is exciting enough. The appearance of his sister just broke the tension. Lin Hao's family is quite perfect, except that his parents work in another city and rarely come home. Only his sister is about the same age as him, living and studying at a boarding school nearby. He suddenly remembered that his younger sister seemed to have awakened as well. By the way, sis, what profession did you awaken? His sister turned her head with a smile. Classmate Lin, you finally asked. Ha ha ha. I awakened a rare combat profession, weapon master. Chapter 9. Give him the legendary equipment. Ha! Lin Hao froze. Weapon master? Was this the kind of profession a little girl should awaken? Lin Hao suddenly remembered that despite teacher Su's quiet and gentle appearance, she had awakened the special profession of ancient blade master. My younger sister, I wonder which path she will take. Logically speaking, I should be happy that my sister awakened a rare profession. But recalling the week I spent in the dungeon, suddenly I couldn't bring myself to smile anymore. If I didn't have the divine level blacksmith ability and were just an ordinary blacksmith, I might not be able to protect my sister. Perhaps her strength could bring improvements to our family. But his talent has already caught the attention of the nation, and he could fully rely on state support. His sister's formidable talent means she might end up on the battlefield. Lin Hao had never seen the battlefield, but he could imagine it perhaps even more terrifying than dungeons. After all, dungeons have been thoroughly studied, while on the battlefield, weapons are blind to mercy, especially in this world of extraordinary powers. Bro, how about it? A weapon master, huh? My description states that all my weapons can deal additional damage, and the more weapons I equip, the more powerful I become. And I can wield more weapons, with all weapon proficiencies doubled. Perhaps I can get accepted into the legendary Holy Magic University. Lin was full of anticipation. She could already imagine herself dominating the battlefield. As Lin Hao listened to his sister describe her profession, his eyes suddenly lit up. Weapon master? The more weapons and equipment, the stronger one becomes. Perhaps he couldn't stop his sister from going to the battlefield, but if he could forge more weapons and equip her with a dozen divine artifacts, wouldn't she have the ability to protect herself? Little sister, guess what profession your brother awakened? Lin Hao suddenly smiled. At the same time, inside the Provincial Education Department, He Shanshuan was once again gathering a group of officials for a meeting. He Shanshuan solemnly turned on the shielding device, while the others sat upright, understanding that something significant was about to happen. Today's topic is still about student Lin. The higher-ups believe that the protective measures for student Lin need to be further enhanced. What? Even more? This is already the highest level of protection. Someone expressed confusion again. You must understand, there are currently over a dozen combat professionals above level 30 around student Lin. In Linjiang City, the number of people who could pose a threat to him can be counted on one hand. When he arrives in Tianhai City, we'll need to arrange protection from someone above level 60. If we weren't worried about disturbing Lin, we'd probably assign a personal bodyguard directly. All the powerful fighters are at the front lines. Where would we find so many people to dispatch for his protection? Both level 30 and level 60 are major thresholds. Combat professions above level 30 rarely stay in small towns, because to level up, they need to go to places with higher level dungeons. For example, in Tianhai City, there are ocean dungeons. As for Linjiang City, the dungeons there are capped at level 30 at most, so only level 30 combat professions were arranged to secretly protect Linhao. This is based on the consideration that assigning higher level individuals might attract special attention. Otherwise, level 60 personnel would have been sent long ago. He Shanshuan shook his head. Take a look at this document. He had several copies of the document distributed to everyone. It read, Nanyun Province, level 3060 Witchcraft Dungeon, first clear completed, and the first clear rewards have been distributed to the soldiers of Great Xia. This dungeon, wasn't it uncleared before? I remember there was a dispute with the Nam over it. Whoever conquers this dungeon gains territorial rights to the area, and the dungeon also yields a special potion that can neutralize many toxins. The level 3060 copies have a copy protection mechanism, so those above level 60 can no longer enter. And people below level 60 can't beat it, so this is the copy that hasn't been conquered yet. There was a special reward for the first pass of a copy, and you could also get the ownership of the copy, which was the zone where some big countries fought amongst themselves. Daxia can get the ownership of the copy, which means that a series of outputs inside will be attributed to Daxia, which is a proper great thing to build a career. The few people from the Education Bureau looked at each other in dismay. Good job. But what does this have to do with Linhao? He Shanshuan smiled mysteriously. Previously, Linhao's classmates had upgraded 3 equipments, 2 of which we haven't seen. Due to confidentiality, I won't introduce the other one. One of them is called a paralyzing ring, gold grade, and can be worn at level 10. This is its information. Soon everyone saw the effects of the paralyzing ring. Everything else was nothing, although the attributes were a bit explosive. It was normal to think that it was produced by Lin Hao. However, when they saw the Khan's poison phrase at the back, they were instantly stunned. Differing from Teacher Su's understanding of the Khan's poison, she felt that her level was so low that although she was able to conquer many low-level copies with the Khan's poison ring, it was just like that. But while she didn't know the horror of percentage blood deduction, the people in the Ministry of Education understood even more about how perverse it was. He Shanshuan then introduced, the Khan's poison ring. Khan's poison can percentage deduct blood, although it is a 2% chance that can only be generated by each attack. But there is someone amongst us with the equipment, plus that person's profession is special. The attack speed can reach 100 chop per second. Stiffly utilizing this ring's ability to the extreme, he directly used the chance to grind that monster to death. That monster in the middle of the witchcraft replica had a compulsion blood return effect present. The correct way to pass the level should be to kill all the surrounding compotes. It had already been proven that this way was difficult but doable. But no one had expected that now it was actually using this way to kill that monster in a strong way. The military side has already replied back, telling us to make sure we protect student Lin. So the security level has been raised once again. They investigated the 3 pieces of reinforced equipment and thought that there was randomness in student Lin's reinforcement, and that they might be able to create some very special equipment that they need. From this moment on, student Lin is under the tripartite protection of the military, the Secret Service, and our Education Bureau. Also, the military wants to test what the upper limit of Lin's student's strengthening ability is, so they have specially arranged for some equipment for Lin's student to strengthen. Saying that, he Shanshuan touched the ring and a row of equipment was set out on the desktop. There were everything from gold level to legend level. Especially the legendary equipment, which was an armor. When it was taken out, even the people within the Ministry of Education stood up and looked at the legendary equipment. Each of their eyes were filled with desire. The equipment was divided into black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, obsidian, king, legend, and divine weapon. Apart from divine weapons, legendary equipment was already the highest grade. Divine weapon, this equipment level do not know how to come out anyway, even to their position have not heard of, it seems that the country are not. Legendary equipment was basically the highest grade equipment that the entire country could take out. Really, even the legendary equipment is going to be taken to him to try? What if it's refined and ruined? Someone asked. Chapter 10 Advancement Preparation. It's just a piece of legendary equipment, so if it's ruined, Lin Hao's reinforced consuming poison ring has already gotten us a critical first pass to the duplicate. The reward for the first pass of that copy has a legendary equipment in it. Isn't that enough? The others were thrilled to hear it. A piece of equipment that caused the first pass of the copy and a piece of legendary equipment? That's just unheard of. But that was them thinking simply, without that combat profession with an attack speed of 100 per second, he was carrying a meat suit all over his body to resist damage. There's another team working for him, and there's no way it's going to get through. But the key lay in the fact that without Lin Hao's consuming poison ring, the rest didn't hold up at all, and there was no telling how long it would take for that copy to get through. The crowd calmed down at the thought. As for materials, I've heard that when student Lin strengthened those 3 pieces of equipment, he used ordinary strengthening stones and ordinary materials. So, we took out a whole set of strengthening materials and let student Lin pick them out for himself, and as for the extra ones, let's leave them all for him. What occupation? At Lin Hao's home, his younger sister Lin Anan asked curiously. She knew that her oldest brother had always been number 1 in the school, so she thought that the awakened profession wouldn't be any worse. Forge Master, Lin Hao said casually. After hearing that it was a Forge Master, Lin Anan froze. What? Forge Master? Lin Anan was also clear that Forge Masters and combat professions couldn't be compared at all. One look at his oldest brother and a smile. Lin Anan sighed. Fortunately, he had awakened a special combat profession, so he might be able to protect his old brother. It's okay, student Lin Hao, I'll cover you from now on. I'll help you get revenge for being bullied outside. Inverted Big Dipper. I still need your protection? Old brother? Lin Hao no longer hid either. Brother, I'm no ordinary forger. So Lin Hao told his sister about his abilities. He was trying to show his sister that he would be able to protect her in the future, and that she didn't need to work all that hard. Is that strong? Unexpectedly, Lin Anan suddenly said this. Huh? Not strong. Lin Hao froze. He was directly protected by the state after he reported his abilities. But that's the country, and they know what this ability can bring to Daxia. And Lin Anan knew only one thing. What's the point? Can you fight? Lin Hao almost didn't spit out blood. This struck him in his most vulnerable place. His god-tier forge was perverse, but it wasn't capable of fighting at all. King. T. Lin Hao said through gritted teeth. Lin Anan touched Lin Hao's head. So in the future, I'll cover you. Follow sis and make sure that you'll be able to rise to level 10. I think you're going up to your room after not beating you for 3 days. Lin Hao directly brought up Lin Anan. Although Lin Anan was a combat profession, she had only just awakened and her level was still at level 1. And he was already level 9, his base attributes were still higher than hers. Brother, don't. After cleaning up Lin Anan, Lin Hao also sighed, even though he was already perverted. But it's still hard to not be able to fight this thing. Perhaps, when he was level 10, he would be able to awaken something different and see if he could fight. If you can't, just reinforce a whole set of equipment yourself. Who says that living professions can't fight? As long as the values and mechanisms of the equipment are sufficient, living professions are also able to smooth out the skill attributes of fighting professions. The next day, Lin Hao came to the copy as usual. Once again, after a day of trial by replica, when Lin Hao walked out of the copy, he looked at his level and had reached level 10. Linhao, level 10, 1000, to be advanced. Forger, life value, 1000, attack power, 50, attack speed, 1, movement speed, 1, energy, 1000, skills, strengthening, forging. Enhancement. There is a chance to increase the enhancement level of a piece of equipment by 1 or dissolve it. And there is a chance to provide additional attributes. Forging. Using forging books and materials, there is a chance to forge a piece of equipment into shape or attrition, and there is a chance to provide attributes. Special attribute. Divine forging. Divine forging, all the equipment you strengthen and forge will be successful, and will provide extra attributes and extra phrases, have a chance to upgrade the equipment level, and have a chance to obtain special attributes and special phrases. The wordings haven't changed too much, except that there's a pending advancement tagline after the level. This meant that Lin Hao needed to advance to become a higher-level Forge Master. Each career progression is divided into several types. The same goes for the Forge advancement, which includes, among other things, the Equipment Forger who later switches to forging equipment, and the Weapon Forger who specializes in forging weapons. In fact, as long as you have awakened the profession of Forger, both equipment and weapons can be strengthened as well as forged. Only the Forge Master can add additional words if they are advanced. For example, a weapon forger is able to add extra words to a weapon if the equipment he forges or enhances is a weapon, and conversely if he goes to forge and enhance the equipment, it's no different from a normal one. And on top of that, Forge Masters have one more special thing, and that's drawings. Every Forge Master, every time they advanced, which was every 10th level, they were able to obtain a set of drawings, used to forge equipment or weapons. The levels of this drawing are all randomized. It is possible to get black iron drawings or king drawings. So there was another way out for the forger, and that was to go and gamble on drawings to a level and gamble on a drawing. Of course, drawing levels generally increase in probability with the level of the forger. As for the legendary drawings and the never-before-seen artifact drawings, that would be completely unprecedented, and perhaps also unheard of by Lin Hao. Having risen to level 10, Lin Hao was very much looking forward to what his first drawing would be. Mr. Su, who was next to him, looked at Lin Hao and was also very satisfied. In just 10 days, it had reached level 10, and the average son of a worldly family letting his family take him to practice leveling was almost at this speed. Lin Hao almost got the fastest way to cultivate. Let's go see the principal, and when you reach level 10, you should also depart for the Holy Magic Academy. And you'll need advancement materials after level 10. So let's see if the principal has arranged that for you. Lin Hao nodded. Advancement requires not only reaching level 10, but also learning the relevant advancement knowledge. This is the most important one, or the weapon forger and equipment forger for that matter. These two are the most basic. And Lin Hao had heard that within the forges, there were special magic pattern forgers. That's a forge advancement profession that can add extra magic patterns to all weapons and equipment. These are often only available in large countries. The only people who possessed this ability today were the Great Xia and a few powerful countries. As for the smaller countries, they tend to only have alternative career progression knowledge in a particular career. If Lin Hao had lived in a small country, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even have a way out as a forger. It was also Daxia that possessed perfect knowledge of the advancement of life professions. Lin Hao was very much looking forward to it. After arriving at the principal's office, Principal Shang had been waiting for a long time. Reached level 10 so quickly? Student Lin worked hard. Everything you need for your advancement is ready. Chapter 11 Resurrection Stone arrives. Nationally prepared transfer direction. Principal Shang stroked over the storage ring. He touched a bunch of materials and equipment and laid them out on the table. Lin Hao was shocked. Before Principal Shang's storage equipment was still a pouch around his waist. How come it had become a ring now? Although the game had invaded reality afterward, no one else had the ability to store things except for awakened people with spatial professions. There were also only some props that could store things. The ring was more beautiful and convenient compared to the bag, plus it was a storage function. The price of a storage ring was tens of times more expensive than a storage bag. The average person simply couldn't afford it. Even Principal Shang had only used a storage bag before, and now he actually had the money to buy a ring. Principal Shang looked at Lin Hao's gaze and coughed twice. This ring, it's also thanks to Mr. Lin, who was specially rewarded by the above for praising our school's improved level of education. And you have it too. Lin Hao froze. He also had it? The price of a storage ring was basically over $10 million, and it increased with the size of the space. Only to see Principal Shang once again take out an exquisite ring from his storage ring. The things that were allocated to you from above are all here. The other materials are for you to use to advance, and there are some equipment for you to use. Lin Hao was shocked, picking up the ring and seeing that there was actually a space the size of a basketball court inside. It was important to realize that even the size of a cabinet outside would cost 10 million. The size of a basketball court, I'm afraid it would have to be hundreds of millions. The country was the atmosphere. Lin Hao also realized that the entire space was empty, but there was an ancient stone in the middle of the corner. There was no breath on it, as if it was a gravel that could be seen by the side of the road as you casually walked by. Lin Hao took it out and was once again shocked. Resurrection Stone Consumables. Locating Anchor Point. Located. User, unbound. Effect. When the bearer dies, resurrect at the positioning anchor point. Ineffective on characters above God level. Mysterious origin. Once appeared as a complete monolith that created a dynasty. Apocalyptic empire. Lin Hao simply didn't expect that the country would actually have such a powerful prop. Resurrecting directly, and even having to locate an anchor point instead of resurrecting in place. However, this was normal if it was an in situ resurrection prop. Basically, as long as you are guarded by someone you can't fight in the first place, and you have to be killed once when you come back to life, it's too useless. And the location of the resurrection anchor point, Lin Hao didn't know. The anchor point location had been activated above. Lin Hao thought that it should be that the country had already positioned him, and as long as he was resurrected, he would definitely be in an absolutely safe place. Unless the entire country was smashed. Of course, then his own resurrection would be useless. Thinking of this, Lin Hao no longer hesitated, gripped the stone tightly, and silently chanted binding. The user on the stone then bound himself. There was no feeling whatsoever, and if Lin Hao hadn't seen the panel display, I'm afraid he would have thought that the stone was ineffective. However, it had already been used, so Lin Hao threw the resurrection stone into his storage ring. Then he looked at the materials and equipment in front of him. He had originally wanted to advance as quickly as possible. But seeing the equipment in front of him, he wanted to see what else the country had given him. Lin Hao directly picked up a hammer. Obviously, this was the equipment that the country had given him accordingly for his Forgemaster ability. Forging Fire Hammer Obsidian level. Wear level 10. Reinforcement plus 10. Life value plus 1100. Attack plus 1100. Skills. Fire Forging, Fire Hammer. Fire Forging. Increase the success rate of all forged and strengthened equipment by 11%, with a chance to add extra attributes, and reduce the consumption of forged and strengthened materials by 11%. Fire Hammer. When attacking, increase fire magic damage by 11% of life value. My hammer will only hit armor, whether it's on a forge or a person. Dwarves. Even Lin Hao, who always had a smooth personality, couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth. It was really that the attributes of this equipment were too perverse. As a forger, Lin Hao could probably tell that the original attributes of this thing shouldn't be high. It was mainly that reinforcement plus 10 that had caused this hammer to have a qualitative change. Not to mention the increase in life value, it was also directly linked to produce an 11% life value attack ability, or a magic attack. Both physical and magical attribute attacks were pulled full circle. Just this alone couldn't make Lin Hao explode. The main thing was that this weapon also gave Lin Hao a thought. Right, when he played online games in his previous life, the most annoying thing was the ones that were meaty and had output. When the country gave himself a weapon like this, it was obvious that it didn't expect to let him output. At most, it was to keep him alive, especially with the attribute of adding life value on it. But since there was such a weapon, was he able to output? If he went for those other equipment that added life value, wouldn't this weapon be even more perverse? However, it also occurred to Lin Hao that this equipment was only at the obsidian level. Perhaps in the future, he would take more than just obsidian level equipment, and there would be king level and legend level on it. There were even artifact level equipment. Of course, I'm afraid that this was the country taking special care of themselves, mainly because the wear level was only level 10. And since he just happened to be level 10, it was already good enough to find an obsidian level weapon at this level. Lin Hao once again looked at the other equipment. The other equipment was going to be quite inferior. As expected, Lin Hao picked them up and looked at them one by one, from the helmet to the shoes. A whole set of equipment, all of which were diamond level. After all, the wearing level could only go up to level 10. Diamond level was basically the highest, obsidian level was unattainable. Only after reaching level 30, it is basically gold level or above. And at level 60, only then did they begin to have legendary equipment. However, the other attributes of these equipments were average, but all of them turned out to add life value. After a whole set, Lin Hao's life value had come to a terrifying plus 7,500, together with his own original life value of 1,000. Now his life value was approaching 10,000. With attributes like this, there were people who would believe it if they went out and said that he was a level 30 warrior. Even those who were rich and had mines at home were able to put together a set of diamond equipment at level 10, which was not bad at all. Not to mention that the attributes were all built according to the profession, and were also specially found for the life value. The whole set of equipment down less than 1 billion. To be able to find yourself a set of billion-dollar equipment in the early days, the country must have gone through a lot of trouble. Was this what it felt like to have the country on your back? Lin Hao didn't even think it was too much. Shaking his head, Lin Hao didn't think much more about it. Anyway, the country had given it to him, so he would just use it himself, and in the future he would definitely bring more than that to Daxia. Only then did he look at his advancement materials. The forger's book. There were other materials that he hadn't even seen before. Lin Hao picked them up one by one and looked at the direction of the transfer that the country had prepared for him. At first glance, he was shocked again. Chapter 12, Forge Master of the Apocalyptic Empire. Giant God Forge Master Advancement Knowledge. Forging experience from the Giant God's clan. After learning, you will receive the Giant God's blessing. The progression of a Forge Master is basically learning a direction. It is not irrevocable after choosing a direction. For every 10 levels, a class of advanced knowledge can be learned, but the advanced knowledge learned needs to be increased for each stage. That is to say, if one chooses the Giant God Advance at level 10, and then learns the other advancement at level 20, it is likely that both advancement knowledge will only exist in the first stage. But the advancement knowledge of the Giant God Forge Master given by the state meant that the subsequent advancement knowledge was available to them. As expected, among the pages attached to the advancement knowledge, it was written that the country possessed the Giant God Forge Master advancement knowledge of reaching level 70. As for after level 70, that's a no-go. After all, the strongest professional in Daxia was only at level 70 right now. I'm afraid that after I reach level 70, I'll have to find the advancement knowledge on my own. Of course, the state doesn't just give a piece of advanced knowledge to itself. There are 3 more books of advanced knowledge laid out on the table. Lin Hao picked them up separately to check them out. Dwarf Forge Master Advanced Knowledge. Forging experience from the Dwarf Clan. After learning, gain Dwarf Blessing. The dwarves could basically be said to be the most experienced forges. In fact, most of the forges that advanced would basically choose the dwarves. It doesn't look like there's any comparison at all between the dwarves and the giant gods. In reality, however, most of the Megazord's forges are specifically chosen to produce only a few effects. The dwarves were different, they forged so many weapons and equipment. Forge enhancements in all directions have been made, so they have a large store of advanced knowledge. Just from the thickness of the 2 books, Lin Hao was able to see the difference. In particular, the book accompanying the Dwarven Advancement of Knowledge states, this advanced knowledge goes straight to level 99. That is to say, the state actually possesses the knowledge of the dwarves' 99 levels of progression. Until level 100, one didn't need to worry at all. Still, Lin Hao didn't really want to choose this one. And then there was a look at the other 2 books. Hell's Demon Forge Master Advanced Knowledge. Forging experience from the demon race. After learning it, obtain the blessing of the demon god of hell. Is this something you can learn on your own? The country was actually even giving itself the knowledge of the Hell Devil's Forge advancement? That's more or less a violation. It wasn't until Lin Hao saw the instructions on the attached page that he realized why the state had given it to himself. The Hellraiser's advancement knowledge state is also only level 60. But the blessing of the demon god is specifically stated. It was written that basically, regarding the Hell Demon advancement knowledge of other professions, there would be an extremely exaggerated bonus after obtaining the blessing from the demon god. If Lin Hao chose this item, he might be able to obtain even stronger abilities. Based on this consideration, so the state also gave itself. It was only supposed to be advanced knowledge, and it wasn't transforming itself into a demon, so it wasn't anything special. Coupled with the horrible additions, one might have a choice. Just as Lin Hao was considering whether he should choose the Hell Demon race or the Giant God race, he flipped through the 4th book of Advanced Knowledge. Dying Empire Forge Master Advanced Knowledge. All the forging experience from a Forge Master of the Fading Empire. After learning, you will receive this Forge Master's blessing. Each Advanced Knowledge book actually had inscriptions engraved on top of it, something that would be absorbed only after studying it, and the inscriptions of those books shone brightly, including the Dwarf race's Advanced Knowledge inscriptions, which emitted a fiery red lava-like glow. In contrast, the inscriptions on this book of the Forge Master of the Apocalyptic Empire were so dull that they didn't seem to be rare. However, Lin Hao knew that for the state to bring this book of advanced knowledge to him, the contents would never be simple. Fittingly, turn to the accompanying page and the state is labeled as well. With regards to the Withering Empire, Lin Hao only simply knew that the Resurrection Stone came from this empire, or at least was related to it. The country, however, has carefully investigated and understood that this empire is very powerful. At its peak, it had even gone head-to-head with the most powerful races such as the Demon race and the God race. All the things from the Apocalyptic Empire, after being passed down to this moment, were basically pervert-level items. Including the Resurrection Stone, there are dozens of other items, all of which are national treasures without exception. And at this moment, a Forge Master's advancement book of the Withering Empire was placed in front of him. Eventually, the state also annotated to the only point of badness, which is that there is no follow-up to this book, and who knows what you will gain from studying it, only this one book. Even after studying it, it was only an experience left behind by one of the Forge Masters of the Withering Empire, and they did not know which Forge Master it originated from. The history of the Withering Empire could only be judged from mere words, and even the king hadn't left his name behind, let alone an unknown forger. Lin Hao can choose to study carefully. Seeing this, Lin Hao was a bit hesitant. This book seems awesome. After all, the Apocalyptic Empire, a legendary empire, left nothing bad behind. Of course, being able to leave behind a book of forging techniques meant that the level of whichever forger was not bad. But the problem was that there was only this one book and there was no other advancement knowledge to follow, which meant that he would need to learn the advancement knowledge of the other forging clans later on, and he would start off a beat slower and there was no guarantee of what was even inside. For choices were laid out in front of Lin Hao. Lin Hao hesitated for a moment before finally placing his hand on top of the advanced knowledge of this Forge Master of the Withering Empire. I'll take it. Principal Shang didn't actually know the level of this advanced knowledge because he wasn't able to watch it at his level. After seeing only Lin Hao's choice, he nodded his head as well. Then you can study. The materials are all here. Learning about advancement is not just a book that is enough, but also with different materials such as some magic stones, tonics. For example, when a combat profession learns to be a fire mage, they need fire magic stones to mobilize their own fire elements. And they also need tonics to transform their blood, making them more pro-fire magic. So did Lin Hao. The advancement was just the advancement materials marked above, which the country had collected for him. Lin Hao touched the book with one hand while using the material with the other. A flash of inscriptions followed, and the entire room was plunged into darkness. Lin Hao seemed to see a back figure who viewed him and nodded silently. Lin Hao completed his advancement. Linhao, level 10, 1000. Sacred Forge. Life value, 1000. Attack power, 50. Attack speed, 1. Movement speed, 1. Energy, 500. Skills. Strengthening, forging, drawing, Scythe of Death. Enhancement. There is a chance to increase the enhancement level of a piece of equipment by 1 or dissolve it. And there is a chance to provide additional attributes. Forging. Using forging books and materials, there is a chance to forge a piece of equipment into shape or attrition. And there is a chance to provide attributes. Special attributes. Divine Forging, Sacred Forging. Divine Forging, all the equipment you strengthen and forge will be successful, and will provide extra attributes and extra phrases, have a chance to upgrade the equipment level, and have a chance to obtain special attributes and special phrases. Sacred Forging. All equipment you strengthen and forge has a chance to gain a sacred blessing. Are you also open? From the Unknown Forge Master. Lin Hao was shocked. Chapter 13 and the Hanging Wall? Horror of the Sacred Forge. When Lin Hao had doubts, it wasn't him who had problems, but this forger. The glance that the man from the midst of the shadowy darkness exchanged. The two seemed to be on a space. and he was actually able to say a sentence on his panel, which disappeared in moments, but Lin Hao truly saw it. In other words, the other person talked to himself. Although it was just a simple sentence, it made Lin Hao even more speechless. This? How's it going? Did the attributes increase? What's the difference? Principal Shang asked. He had also learned about advancement, which basically meant that there were suddenly many more abilities inside his head. Lin Hao also felt this way. His head was itchy and he seemed to have grown something. But it quickly adapted to the fact that it was from whichever forger had forged the weaponry. But there was some confusion, just remembering which forger had forged something that he never seemed to have heard of. It just seems a bit outrageous. Dragon Hunter set, Divine Race set, Demon God set. Is this something I can forge? Unlike other people's transfers. Lin Hao seemed to have received all the forging experience from whichever forging master he had come from all at once. And logically speaking, Lin Hao simply couldn't receive such a high and powerful level of advanced knowledge to learn. This is because a level 10 professional, at the time of learning, the various abilities have not yet reached the attributes that higher level abilities have. So they were only able to learn part of it. But Lin Hao seemed to think that he had learned all of that Forge Master's knowledge in one go. But associate it with that Forge Master's simple words. Lin Hao released. Naya. There's not going to be a hanging wall. Lin Hao didn't know what any forger looked like thousands or even 10,000 years ago. And since his knowledge of advancement had been preserved until now, I was afraid that it was also a big hanging wall. He looked back at his panel. Not much else has changed. Principal Shang, in his experience, said that the panel attributes are changed after learning advanced knowledge. Lin Hao, on the other hand, didn't, so he shook his head. Nothing has changed, just added an attribute. What attribute? Principal Shang wondered. Just one attribute added? Sacred Forge. Lin Hao spoke the words directly, but the phrase was so vague that neither Principal Shang nor Mr. Su understood it. Principal Shang could only bring out an equipment and a strengthening stone. Try it. I'll record a video and find out. Lin Hao picked up a longsword, an ordinary black iron grade longsword. Warrior's long sword black iron. Wear level 1. Attack +5. Lin Hao directly picked it up and threw it into the forging space. The panel suddenly beeps. The current item level is too low. Sacred forging will consume a large amount of energy. Is it going to enter enhancement? Lin Hao frowned. Tons of energy? He remembered that when he was strengthened before, his energy hadn't changed a bit at all. And now it wants energy? Lin Hao curiously clicked continue, only to see his energy instantly emptied. The current energy can only sustain a complete Sacred Forge effect. Whether or not you choose to be ready to go, or continue to keep the enhancement. Lin Hao didn't order to continue this time, it was just a test piece and took it out directly. Demon Hunter's Sword Silver Grade. Wear level 1. Attack +50. Reinforcement +1. Skill. Demon Hunting. Demon Hunt. Deals 1% extra damage to demon creatures. Sacred Forge Effect. Sacred Demon Hunter. Sacred Demon Hunter. Damage dealt to a demonic creature puts the demonic creature in a life-reducing effect of 10 life points, which can never be restored by a special effect not of the same sacred level. Holding this long sword, Lin Hao felt terrified himself. What do you mean by sustained damage? Never recoverable? After roughly comprehending it, he understood, which meant that as long as a demonic creature was cut by this sword, it would keep reducing its blood. And a special effect that is not of the same level as the divine rank and can never be recovered? The divine rank effect, presumably similar to the staff enchanted to Headmaster Shang earlier, requires the ability to have a special word for inferno, divine, etc. to recover from this injury. If it was an ordinary demonic creature, it was equivalent to a direct blood reduction if you touched it, and it was a constant reduction until you died. This sword could be said to be nothing short of a killer for demonic creatures. What was even more exaggerated was that Lin Hao recalled the panel's hint that this was still a case where he didn't have enough energy to forge the full divine forging effect. How sick would it be if it was complete? Merely that, after Lin Hao handed the Demon Hunter's sword to Principal Shang, he was shocked when he looked at it. This sacred reinforcement is so powerful? He didn't understand it before, but now it seemed as terrifying as it was. As for the demon hunting phrase added to it, that was presumably something Lin Hao could have accomplished before he even advanced. And after the progression, it's the addition of that phrase below. Thinking of this, he immediately put away his long sword, then said towards Teacher Su, "Teacher Su, you protect Student Lin, you'll follow him for the next few days, and you don't go home either, Student Lin, just stay inside the school." I'll go to the province now and ask what the opinion is up there. Su Qilan nodded. He hadn't seen what effect the sword had. But he thought that to be able to make Principal Shang so solemn, he was afraid that Lin Hao's advancement was not ordinary. Lin Hao agreed he didn't have much to do these days anyway. Yesterday my sister went back inside the school again. My parents are not at home and my sister is basically staying in the dormitory. Moreover, Lin Ainen also needed to take the exam. I don't know where she would take it. Should I talk to the top myself and arrange for Lin Ainen to be placed in the Holy Devil University as well? I just don't know if the top will agree. I guess so. A few hours later, Principal Shang took the video and Lin Hao's enhanced demon hunter's sword to the province. After reading it, Hasana sought to meet again. Then a reply was given to Principal Shang. In a few days, a big shot would come to inspect, and this time it would be decided exactly what kind of training Lin Hao needed. Lin Hao wasn't idle at this time either. He was placed in the middle of the school's teacher's dormitory. Teachers' dormitories are basically places for teachers to rest at school. And there are various sections that only teachers can use. For example, martial arts fighting room, alchemy research room, magic research room. And, of course, there is the Forge research laboratory. Teacher Su couldn't leave the school either because she needed to keep Lin Hao close, so she simply took him for a stroll. With that, they walked into the Forge research room. Inside, there were all sorts of forger's materials as well as a huge bookshelf with all sorts of forging-related books in all shapes and sizes. And Lin Hao suddenly remembered that there was one thing he hadn't looked at after his advancement. That's the first drawing you get when you advance. So Lin Hao opened the panel again, then looked at the attributes of that Death Scythe's drawing. Chapter 14. If he wants it, then give it. Reaper's Scythe drawing King's grade. Wear level 10. Attack plus 1000. Penetration plus 10%. Skill Reaper. Reaper causes a decapitation effect on creatures with a life value of less than 10% of the divine level or lower Reaper. Required materials: Stone of Darkness, Stone of Magicalization, Level 10 Creature Blood X 1000, Petals of the Other Side. Lin Hao was shocked. What kind of heaven-defying attribute was this? Lin Hao had risen to level 10 and his panel attack power was only 50, and this directly added 1000. And he also had a piece of equipment that forged fire hammers. That piece of equipment was also plus 1100 attack power. However, Lin Hao could tell at a glance that it was only provided by reinforcement plus 10. The original attribute was estimated to be only plus 100 attack power. How many materials would it take to upgrade a piece of equipment to enhancement plus 10? It could be seen from the staff that Principal Shang had given himself earlier. Just the strengthening materials alone, Principal Shang had saved up for several years before he could gather them together. And that's just strengthening plus 7. At plus 10, the amount of materials needed would increase geometrically. This was also the reason why very few people would go for high reinforcement. What was even more exaggerated was that the weapon's only one skill was decimation. Creatures below 10% directly caused a decapitation effect. Of course, it said except for creatures below God level. But wanting to go and encounter God level creatures at level 10 was, I'm afraid, overthinking it. Up until now, Lin Hao had never heard of any creatures that were God level. Including that strongest person in Desya at level 79, he hadn't heard of him reaching God level either. According to Lin Hao's estimation, I'm afraid that he would only be able to see what it meant to be a God level creature if he reached level 100. That is to say, all the creatures that Lin Hao was cognizant of right now could basically be killed in a single slash as long as their life value reached less than 10%. It was worthy of being a weapon that was accustomed to the title of death. This drawing that he had gambled on was so terrifying that it was estimated that the drawings alone could go up to hundreds of millions of dollars if they were sold. Things like drawings could only be built out a handful of times. After it was built, the drawing would simply disappear, which was why Forge Master drawings were expensive. It was equivalent to a consumable item. Of course, just building this one weapon would be enough to shock everyone. It was just that the material requirements on it were a little hard for Lin Hao to understand. Stone of Darkness, Stone of Magicalization. What were these two things? Level 10 Creature Blood X 1000. It was estimated that you had to kill 1000 creatures to get it together. This was easy, killing chickens should be fine. Big deal, buy 1000 chicken blood and use it. What was the petal of the other side again? So Lin Hao asked Teacher Su, Teacher, have you heard of the Stone of Darkness? What do you want this for? Teacher Su froze, then looked at Lin Hao with a wary expression. Lin Hao actually didn't hold out much hope. However, Teacher Su said so as if he knew something. Forging masters get a drawing when they advance, and I got a weapon drawing that has the forging materials on it inside. Teacher Su nodded after hearing this. This darkness stone, it's a bit troublesome. It comes from a copy which is actually available in the outside world, from a place in the Western world that was infested by demons. The copy is a level 30 darkness castle, and along with that place infested by the Western world, which is the darkness demon zone, is mostly level 30 plus creatures as well. And this kind of stone, which is considered a rare item inside, is hard to obtain. Lin Hao realized that it was actually so troublesome. He suddenly thought, "You said, if I apply, will the country issue it?" Teacher Su also brightened up. "Maybe." Lin Hao also wanted to try, although he had strengthened several pieces of equipment. He didn't even have a single piece of equipment that he had forged himself. The main reason was that the materials needed to forge equipment were usually a lot, including this one, and those materials were troublesome even for Teacher Su, not to mention himself. But now Lin Hao had the support of the country behind him, so as long as the country had the materials, he could basically bring them. So Lin Hao picked up Principal Shang's phone, who was still in a meeting over there. Hearing that Lin Hao wanted materials, presumably to strengthen something, Principal Shang agreed straight away. It wasn't until he heard the name of what Lin Hao needed that he, who was drinking water, directly spat it out, embarrassed that sitting in front of him was the Provincial Minister of Education, He Shanshuan. He Shanshuan wiped the tea stains off his face, the corners of his mouth twitching as he said, "Principal Shang, what is it that makes you so unsteady?" "It's Lin Hao, Mr. Lin. He needs a few materials. Can you see if you can give him approval?" He Shanshuan heard that it was Lin Hao who wanted it, and didn't hesitate to agree directly. "Isn't it just a few materials? Just approve it directly. I'll give you an approval slip." So Principal Shang spoke out the names of the materials. "What? The Dark Night Stone? Do you know how much that copy produces? It's only 100 or so a year, and there's quite a bit of equipment that needs it. And these other ones of yours, petals of the other side? That's only produced inside a level 60 death copy." He Shansun was shocked. What kind of equipment was this to strengthen? It actually required this level of material. That's what Lin Hao wants. Principal Shang's words calmed He Shanshuan down. It's not impossible if Mr. Lin wants it. After thinking about it for a while, He Shanshuan still agreed. "I'll grant it now, but the things he's going to build will have to be brought to us subsequently." He Shanshuan was also curious, with so many precious materials, what kind of equipment was Lin Hao going to build? The next day, Lin Hao received 2 boxes, both of which had confidential materials written on them, and were also specially sent by the postal commissioner. Inside one of the large boxes were 100 copies of the blood of different creatures. The smaller box was those special materials. Picking up the blood of those different creatures, Lin Hao felt different. The blood wasn't the blood of ordinary creatures as he thought, and Lin Hao looked at the markings on the reagent bag. Purgatory Dog Fresh Blood. Other logos also had the names of blood samples from different magical creatures written on them. The country seems to have considered that the blood might affect the quality of the equipment and specially got high-level creature blood. Lin Hao muttered to himself. This was something that even he hadn't thought of, and he had previously considered just using 100 portions of chicken blood directly. It seemed like this stuff wasn't simple either. After the materials were complete, Lin Hao directly started forging. The first time he forged, Lin Hao was more or less nervous. Teacher Su was also watching from the side, and she didn't leave for the rest of the day. After all, she had to protect student Lin now. Only what she didn't know was that around the school, there were a bunch of secret guards protecting him. "Start forging," Lin Hao recited silently in his heart. After Lin Hao threw the materials into the forging space. After half a day, there was no movement at all inside. It was only when he looked closely that he realized that the death god's scythe was only halfway formed. That was when he realized that it was estimated that the more advanced the equipment, the longer it took to forge and strengthen it. And the death god's scythe was estimated to take a day to succeed, so he went straight to sleep, waiting until the next day. The first moment he was awake, he looked inside the forging space. He only saw the words "Forging Successful" appear on the panel, and then he took it out to take a look. He immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 15. Night Specter's Scythe. Legendary Weapon. Terrifying Attributes. Night Specter's Scythe Drawing Legendary Grade. Wear Level 10. Attack plus 1000. Penetration plus 10%. Skill. Reaper. Night Specter Lord. Reaper. Inflicts a decapitation effect on creatures with less than 10% of their life value below God level. Dark Lord of the Night. Adds 10% to attack power when in the night, and 20% to attack power when in the Night Spectre state under moonlight. Sacred Forge effect. Night Spectre. Night Spectre. For every 60 seconds while in the Night Spectre state, this weapon's base attack power increases by 1%. Perversion. The ultimate pervert. Lin Hao actually probably expected that the weapon he forged would add additional effects. After all, it was only a basic drawing before at the king level. He didn't expect that after forging it, it would directly add a rank level and become legendary. He had yet to hear of a legendary grade artifact with a wear level of 10. Including the forge hammer that the country had given himself was only obsidian grade. Wasn't it a bit too buggy to take out a legendary grade directly on his own? However, Lin Hao himself was quite happy, even floating a bit. The harder he hung on, the more comfortable he was. But Lin Hao still warned himself that he couldn't float too much. No matter what, he wasn't a combat profession. This weapon of his increased his combat power a little bit at most, whereas other professions could directly increase their combat power with their skills. Looking again at the Night Spectre's scythe that had just been forged, the more he looked at it, the better he felt. Especially the sacred forging effect, being under the moonlight, actually increased attack power by 1% every 60 seconds. What a concept. After an hour, he could increase his attack power by 60%. A little over an hour and a half, the attack power doubled. If one were to hide on the side and wait for a few hours while fighting others, wouldn't he be doubling his combat power a few times to fight others? This was simply too good. Moreover, this was still the Night Spectre's scythe that hadn't been strengthened. If it was strengthened, there was no telling what effect it would become. When Lin Hao looked at the Night Spectre's scythe's strengthening materials, he realized that this thing didn't seem to be that easy to strengthen. The strengthening materials were actually twice as much as the forging materials. And for subsequent enhancements, the materials required were increasing exponentially. That is to say, by the time he had strengthened it 10 times, the materials required would directly come to 1024 times. Just forging this weapon alone, he couldn't manage to get the materials, and he still needed the country to transfer them to him. If he were to strengthen it plus 10, he didn't know if the country could afford it. But that wouldn't be a problem he needed to consider. Lin Hao briefly talked to Teacher Su, and she didn't know how much material the country would have. But come to think of it, even Teacher Su felt that the original materials were precious, so I'm afraid that they weren't so good to come by. So Lin Hao directly dialed Principal Shang's number. This time, when the call connected, it was answered by He Shanshuan. Hello? Student Lin? How's the weapon you forged going? If it didn't work, we support you to do it again. We also prepared a material. He Shanshuan was still in a meeting with Principal Shang. The day before yesterday, he heard that Lin Hao wanted to forge a weapon of his own. He also understood that it was a drawing that Lin Hao had gambled out, and He Shanshuan didn't bother asking about the specifics. After all, every forger gambled out a drawing that belonged to them. Just through the materials Lin Hao needed, He Shanshuan felt that Lin Hao's drawing should not be of a low grade, and was afraid that it was an obsidian-level weapon. He Shanshuan guessed high, king level. He did not even think about it. Even He Shanshuan thought that Lin Hao might fail his first forging, which was why he talked about how they had also prepared a material. Lin Hao was very touched that He Shanshuan had actually prepared even a second copy of the material for himself early on. It worked. The finished product is already out, and the results are okay. Lin Hao said directly. Not bad. Successful on the first forging. Lin student's talent is truly extraordinary. He Shanshuan didn't mince words as he praised. How is the result? Is it obsidian-grade equipment? He was somewhat looking forward to it. Obsidian-level equipment with a wear level of 10 was basically produced from duplicates, so he didn't know if Lin Hao would directly forge one. If he could even forge obsidian-level weapons, he might be able to directly forge king-level or even legend-level in the future. No. Lin Hao looked at the equipment in his hand and directly denied it. This Night Spectre scythe was indeed not obsidian-grade. He Shanshuan sighed. Sure enough, he was the one expecting too much. However, he wasn't discouraged, and said decisively, actually, being able to forge a diamond gold-grade equipment for the first time is already impressive. Although your talent phrase has 100% forging success in it, it hasn't been tested to see if it can directly take effect on high-grade equipment. You can actually take it slowly one at a time. Don't be too anxious, you can't chew on greed. He Shanshuan's tone was very soothing, completely taking care of Lin Hao's emotions. But Lin Hao didn't feel a single ounce of pressure. This drawing is king level, but it became a legend after I forged it. Oh, legend, is already quite good. He Shanshuan also continued his placating words, not realizing in the slightest that something was wrong. Principal Shang, who was next to him, however, directly stood up. Wait, what did you say? Legendary grade equipment. He Shanshuan, who had just reacted, also suddenly got up, the corners of his mouth twitching. He was all the way up to guessing that Lin Hao was an obsidian-level weapon. King level he didn't even dare to think about, because there was simply no precedent for it. He didn't expect Lin Hao's drawings to really be king level. What was even more exaggerated was that Lin Hao had risen a level after forging it, turning it into a legendary level. He made a swallowing motion and inquired somewhat cautiously, "Can you tell us about the words of that equipment?" Basically, the drawings that forged masters gambled on for their advancement would be used by themselves. Of course, those professionals who specifically went to advance just for the sake of betting on the drawings didn't count. Because there was only one drawing, it would dissipate directly after forging, and basically all the drawings forged by forge masters were the ones that best fit them. That's right, forgers don't have combat abilities. But the drawings they forge will all match themselves, which makes it very smooth. Moreover, the forger's own drawings all matched their own level. That was why He Shanshuan knew that Lin Hao's drawing was worn at level 10 without even asking. The forger's own equipment will basically become their heirloom, the kind that won't be sold out, unless gifted to the person with the best relationship. That was why He Shanshuan was careful to ask about this taboo, even though all the materials were given to Lin Hao with his approval. Lin Hao didn't really care, and directly spoke of the effects of the Night Specter's scythe. He Shanshuan's body shook for a moment, thinking he'd misheard, and his exclamation of shock practically toppled the roof of the room. What did you say? Are you sure? A 10% decapitation effect. Chapter 16, What Perversion? The corners of He Shanshuan's mouth were twitching. He was already imagining how exaggerated this weapon was. Lin Hao hadn't experienced frontline combat and had no idea how perverted this phrase was. It was because of having delved into high-level copies. He Shanshuan knew that many replica bosses at 30% 1% blood level would have a burst. In many cases, the country's replica attack team was not able to cope with the opponent's burst. Especially those bosses with less than 10% blood were the most disgusting. It was conceivable that the people in the attacking team had worked hard to cope with all the means of a boss. Then they pushed the other party to 10% blood, and when they saw that victory was just around the corner, the other party suddenly exploded and had that ability to return to full blood directly. All of a sudden become full strength, all the previous attacks are invalid, who will not collapse. For example, the boss that Lin Hao had given the Khan's poison ring to attack was the one that possessed the effect of compulsion to return blood. If it wasn't for the poison ring directly deducting a percentage of blood, it wouldn't necessarily have been able to be attacked. There were even some bosses that were even more disgusting, being able to return to full blood at 1%. That's the real heartbreak. Not to mention bosses inside high-level copies, even elite monsters had the ability to return blood. That's why after hearing Lin Hao's decapitation phrase, He Shanshuan couldn't even sit still. In fact, it wasn't as if the country didn't have weapons with decapitating phrases. After all, most people in the world had professions, and there were always those lucky ones who could pop out a weapon with a chopping word entry. But those weapons had restrictions, such as one's own level had to exceed that of the opponent, or under specific conditions in order to be able to decapitate. And it was often 1% to 5% of blood or less to have the ability to decapitate. But if the professional's own level could exceed the boss, it was all abuse. After reaching a high level, the level 30-60 replicas, the replica bosses in them were all level 60 and up, and the highest level of the professional who could enter them was only level 60, so how could they be triggered? Now with Lin Hao's Night Specter's scythe, the effect was completely different. He Shanshuan couldn't wait to go to Lin Hao and take away the Night Specter's scythe, but he thought about it and calmed down. He Shanshuan then calmed down and inquired more cautiously, "Lin student, I wonder if you can lend us this weapon of yours. Of course, we won't use it for nothing. Whatever you need, feel free to say, we'll fulfill it." Compared to this weapon, He Shanshuan valued Lin Hao more as a person. The first drawing was so perverted, he didn't know what drawings Lin Hao would produce after level 20, or even after he reached level 60. Even he didn't dare to think about it further. Was it possible, a divine weapon? Lin Hao didn't know how much He Shanshuan longed for it. He also knew that his weapon was somewhat strong, but he had no concept of how strong it was. Who let Lin Hao had never experienced a real battle at all, and didn't understand Dashia's data. But He Shanshuan was only talking about borrowing it, so he didn't care. Borrowing it is of course fine as long as it's returned. But I also want to strengthen this equipment, need a little material. For the point of strengthening the equipment, He Shanshuan would of course fulfill it. A weapon with a decapitation effect couldn't be strengthened anymore. When he thought about Lin Hao's strengthening effect, maybe this weapon could be even a little more perverse. Reinforcement. It must be strengthened. Why don't we just go straight to a +10 strengthening effect? The material requirements might be a bit much, but I'll explain it to the top. He Shanshuan also understood. Compared to that little bit of material, borrowing this weapon was more important. With this weapon, I don't know how many copies of the first victory can be conquered, maybe those old copies of the old, now you can go in batches to brush the first victory. Just in He Shanshuan's imagination, the strengthening materials grew exponentially he was aware of. Most of the weapon reinforcement is this reason. This is also why low-level weapons will not be strengthened because there is no need. And the exponential strengthening material growth also depended on what and how much of the required material was needed. In his imagination, there was no way that the materials for the first strengthening could be more than the materials for forging a weapon. It was basically only at the 5th strengthening that it would equal the forging materials. That was to say, it would be enough for Lin Hao to ask for a few dozen forging materials at most. When he thought about the materials Lin Hao had demanded earlier, although they were precious, it wasn't like he couldn't afford a few dozen of them. It was just that he hadn't expected that Lin Hao would ask for so much. What? You want twice as many materials for the first reinforcement? You're not kidding? Twice as much for the first time? Wouldn't it cost nearly 2,000 copies when you waited until reinforcement +10? If it wasn't based on his trust in Principal Shang's trust in Lin Hao, and the fact that Lin Hao was accompanied by Teacher Su, and the odds were that he wouldn't be lying, He Shanshuan almost wondered if Lin Hao was trying to use this opportunity to pit more materials. I checked the weapon enhancement requirements, and that's indeed the case. If the materials are scaled down, the effect might not be as good. Lin Hao recalled the previous tip of strengthening the Demon Hunter's sword, and that piece of equipment hadn't been strengthened completely. For the weapon he had forged from his first drawing, he still wanted to be as perfect as possible. He Shanshuan gritted his teeth. All right, I'll ask up there if there are that many materials. But even if there is, there's no way to get it all together in a short period of time. It might take a bit of time to dispatch. You can use the Night Spectre Scythe first. We'll borrow it again when the materials come and you finish strengthening it. Okay. Lin Hao agreed and hung up. There shouldn't be a shortage of materials now. He had also expected that the materials he wanted were a bit too much. Even the country had to go to dispatch to get it. This time Lin Hao also had a bit of a headache. He was only at level 10, and the first drawing he got out for reinforcement was so laborious. I wonder how horrible the materials required would be at level 20. I didn't dare to think about it, but it had nothing to do with myself. If Lin Hao were to get the materials himself, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to get it all together within his lifetime just for the first drawing. At this moment, he was also very thankful that he had chosen the path of the country. The benefits of having a country at his back were still very obvious. Next, Lin Hao had nothing to do. The weapons were forged. He was bonded and didn't need to refer to the exam at all. The reinforcement materials were still coming together. For a while, he didn't know what to do. Suddenly, he thought of the Night Spectre's scythe in his hand, and his hands itched a bit. After all, it was the first weapon he had ever forged, and it was still very smooth. It reminded him of his battle with Su Hui. As a forger, he had a fighting heart. Teacher Su, why don't we go around to the copies? No, Principal Shang asked me to protect you and not run around. Teacher Su refused without even thinking about it. But Lin Hao was curious at the moment, so where could he hold back? It's fine. Just say that I was the one who ran first and you couldn't keep up. The copy might be a bit fake. Let's just go straight out of the city. At that time, you'll just say that I ran out of the city and you chased after me to protect me. Teacher Su still didn't agree. Lin Hao, however, enticed. Teacher Su, aren't you curious about how effective this weapon is? Why don't you take a look? Teacher Su hadn't checked out Lin Hao's weapon yet, and now that she had to sign a non-disclosure agreement for anything regarding Lin Hao, she was curious but had been holding back. Seeing Lin Hao handing it up himself, she couldn't help herself. Just now he had also heard Lin Hao talk about the attributes of it. She hadn't listened carefully. She had only heard that it was legendary grade, and that it seemed to have a decapitation effect, and she also knew that it was feared to be an unbeatable weapon, and as an ancient blade runner, she had no resistance at all to knives, and a scythe was a knife too. Just by receiving it and taking a look at it, Teacher Su was also shocked. What kind of perverted attribute is this? Chapter 17, Terrifying Effect. Easy seconds. Teacher Su suddenly understood why Lin Hao was so eager to try it out. With a weapon of this caliber in your hand, It's a wonder you don't try. For a while, even Mr. Su's hands were a bit itchy. In fact, she hadn't fought in years. The first time I fought in a few years was a few days ago when I took Lin Hao to upgrade inside a replica. As a teacher, she didn't have time to go down to the copies at best. She was teaching her students at school how to fight. It was important to realize that the outwardly refined and calm woman was actually a rare combat profession, an ancient swordsman. The week she took Lin Hao to upgrade even made her feel like it was the most enjoyable week of her life. She hadn't even been like this when she first awakened. Carrying a sharp blade in his hand at this time made Mr. Su unable to resist trying it out. This? Teacher Su? Just agree to it? Or maybe you should try it after you bring it out of the city? Lin Hao's hands itched. Teacher Su's eyes lit up. All right, you're a forger after all. The weapons you forged yourself must have been tried and tested. This weapon is too sick. The school's wooden stakes may not be able to afford it. It's better for the wild monsters. Mr. Su also gave himself a reason. With this weapon in place, if Lin Hao was in danger, he should be able to fight even a level 20 warrior with it himself, so he should be protected. Inside the school, the dark guards outside were somewhat speechless as they listened to the speeches inside. What do you say? Should we go and stop it? This little guy and that teacher seemed to want to get out of the city. The dark guard pressed his earpiece to contact the other dark guards. Forget it, after all, it's a forger, it's right to try out your own weapon. I just heard them say that weapon, it's legendary grade. After so many years, I haven't seen what a legendary grade weapon looks like. And today I opened my eyes for the first time. The dark guards were curious. And now there was no one to stop them at all. An hour later, they reached the outskirts of the city. As for the copies, going in and out of the copies was required to leave a record. If Principal Shang and the others knew that Mr. Su had taken himself to try out inside the copies, they were afraid that a reprimand would be inevitable. They were only going to try the weapons and go back anyway. The world outside the city is a completely different place than inside. Don't look at Principal Shang and the others to go to the provincial capital is very simple. But it was on an express and it was on a special route that was secured along the way. In fact, after the game invaded reality, the wilderness had almost become a paradise for the magical beasts. And all those plants and animals in the wilderness had begun to mutate. Even some of the flora and fauna within the city directly flooded the entire city. I've heard that over 80% of the cities over in the southern Cloud province have been flooded with mutated plants and animals. Only a few cities with strong people left existed. Since then, all the cities in the entire country have started building walls, and one of the most sought-after professions at that time was the construction profession. It was only when the country's infrastructure was largely completed that the profession went cold. There were also quite a few formation symbols defending the walls on the outskirts of the city. Of course, that was restricted to prevent a massive wraith invasion. Ordinary people and low-level magical beasts in and out will not attract attention at all. After all, a city is too big. If all the places are tightly closed without missing a little bit of trouble, that simply cannot do. Lin Hao and Teacher Su came out very smoothly as well, almost just sticking to the city walls for a few kilometers. This place is also very safe because the guardians in the city will also inspect the area around the walls from time to time, and once they find any powerful magical beasts, they will report them to let people come out to solve them. This resulted in only scattered small-scale magical beasts around the city walls at best. Lin Hao and Mr. Su searched for half a day before finding a group of wild monsters. It was a bunch of mountain hogs that had been mutated, game data mined, and presented on Lin Hao's panel as sudden tusk hunting hogs. Level 15. Seeing the level 15 wild monsters, Miss Su frowned. She was also level 15, and even though she was fully equipped with gold equipment, she wasn't sure that she could deal with it. For insurance purposes, Lin Hao couldn't be in any danger. Su Qilan said to Lin Hao, "Why don't we look again? These boars are too high ranked. I might not have a problem defending myself, but it might be a bit of a struggle to protect you." Although there was only a 5-level difference with Teacher Su was a combat profession while he was only a life profession, and Teacher Su rightfully felt that Lin Hao needed his protection. But Lin Hao looked at his panel. The full set of equipment the country had given him made his blood count but nearly 10,000. And the added physical and magical defense armor is in the thousands. That is to say, it was impossible to penetrate one's defense without thousands of attacks. Even if he punched through, he still had nearly 10,000 blood to carry him. Plus, he was still holding a weapon with thousands of attacks in his hands. A hammer and a sickle. Is this something he'd be afraid of? Then look at the boar's panel. Tusked hog hunting. Level 15. Life value 3,000. Physical defense 50. Magic defense 10. Attack power, 500. Movement speed, 5. Attack speed, 1. Energy, 1000. Skills, punching, sudden teeth. Rush, doubles movement speed and deals 50% extra damage to attack power. Protruding teeth, raises sharp teeth and adds 50% extra damage to attacks dealt by the teeth. It's a little outrageous. The weapons that he had worked so hard to build were basically just about 10% attack power, while these wild monsters, at the drop of a hat, had a 50% increase. Is this the difference between a combat profession and a life profession? Lin Hao hadn't looked at anyone else's panels yet, and wondered if the same was true for human combat professions, or if it was only true for magical beasts. After all, wraiths don't carry equipment, whereas humans have a set. But even so, Lin Hao wasn't the least bit afraid. A mere 50% increase in damage, that boar's attack power was only 500, and another 50% would not be able to break his armor. What does he have to be afraid of? Still, Lin Hao nodded. Well, let's look again. The main reason was that Ms. Su wouldn't allow it, and she wouldn't accept even the slightest risk. But that's the kind of teacher who is responsible for his or her students. As the two were about to leave, a boar suddenly attacked from behind the two Lin Hao. Teacher Su was the first to notice something bad and hurriedly pushed Lin Hao away. Careful! But just as Mr. Su pushed off, a few more boars attacked, heading straight for Lin Hao. The dark guards in hiding were preparing to strike. It was at this moment that Lin Hao subconsciously swung the scythe and hammer in his hand. The scythe flashed, only to see a few boars just graze on top of the scythe and instantly have their tusks cut off, and then their heads and bodies were easily cut open as they fell to the ground and died outright. What? The dark guards hadn't even moved yet, and they had a million ways to protect Lin Hao from any harm. But I didn't realize that Lin Hao was just passively holding the scythe in the way, and the boar charged up and died on its own? Spike? Chapter 18 Jealousy makes people crazy. One slash in a second? Whether it was the dark guards hiding in the shadows or Teacher Su on the side, they all froze in place, dumbfounded. They had thought that Lin Hao's weapon was powerful, but they didn't know that it was this powerful. That was a level 15 wild monster. Even a level 15 warrior wouldn't be able to fight it so easily. Perhaps the one who was most confused was the boar itself. Wild boar. I'm dead. One slash in seconds. What's there to say? Lin Hao looked down at his scythe, then at the boar that had been easily sliced in half, and blinked innocently. But at this point, the crisis hadn't been lifted, and several boars were still madly charging in. Lin Hao, who knew how powerful he was the first to react, and in a single step, he arrived in front of Teacher Su Qi's body and raised his scythe. That back figure, in Su Qilan's eyes, seemed like a true god of death. The scythe fell as if it was cutting grass, and the charging boar was directly killed in seconds. This is a life profession? How come it feels even fiercer than us? These sudden-toothed boars are truly pitiful in silence. The dark guards who were about to show up saw this and re-hid themselves, shocked as they watched Lin Hao brush away the monsters. Plop! The scythe easily cut through flesh and bones. In the blink of an eye, however, this small group of wild boars was decimated. The scene was quite gruesome. The boars simply couldn't leave a whole body, and the blood was so gory that it made people's stomachs turn. There were even a few pieces of equipment that popped out. In addition to building and copying rewards, it was also possible for monsters to pop out equipment, but the popping rate wasn't high, and the equipment that popped out was mostly low-level equipment. It was good that Lin Hao had followed Teacher Su down to the copy before, so he had some resistance to this kind of scene. Teacher Su, are you all right? He turned around and inquired with concern. Su Qilan woke up like a dream, blaming herself in her heart. What was I doing? Obviously I was supposed to protect student Lin. How did I get protected by him instead? No, it's fine. How? Did you get so fierce? After reacting, Su Qilan hurriedly inquired. Even if it was her with a gold-level equipment, it would still take a lot of effort to eliminate these boars. But Lin Hao was only a living profession, and he had destroyed a group of wild boars in 3 tries. It was simply shocking for 100 years. Lin Hao scratched his head and looked at the sickle and hammer in his hands, making him instantly think of a certain socialist country. He subconsciously said, perhaps this is the power of the working and peasant class? Jokes aside, the two began to think seriously. By the way, Lin Hao was only level 10, and the equipment on his body, which mostly increased his life value, also added a small amount of attributes. The reason was still in the weapons. The attack power of the forged fire hammer and the death scythe, combined, is also 2100, and it also adds 10% penetration, so the boar's little defense isn't enough to look at. Combined with your own attributes as well as the decapitation effect, a second kill would be reasonable, Su Qilan said with a serious face. Speaking of which, you're a living profession, you don't have to worry about weapon specialization, you bring all the ones you can use, it's like the main combat professions can't even hope to catch up. Humans awakened to different professions, the weapons they used were naturally different. Having a mage hacking away at someone with a machete was a bit weird when you thought about it. Each profession used a different weapon and had a different degree of weapon specialization, but it was the case that living professions didn't have weapon specialization and didn't have to pay attention to that. That's true. Lin Hao was instantly excited. When the time came for him to bring along a few weapons, wouldn't his attack power crush the main combat profession? Proper numerical monster. Lin Hao's silent warrior's heart was beating again. Headmaster, I feel like I can myself right now. Totally go out into the wilderness and brush monsters to upgrade faster than going down a copy. After learning that he could be a numerical monster, and that he could crush all the way through no matter what kind of monster, Lin Hao called Principal Shang. After all, he had already handed himself over to the country, so it was always right to ask for guidance on something. This? Principal Shang pinched his beard and was torn. After all, Lin Hao was now his baby bump, afraid of a little loss. At this moment, Su Qilan's voice also sounded over the phone. Principal, there's no problem. There's still me. And Lin's student is really strong. A life profession, how strong could it be? Principal Shang's inertia was at work, but since he had Su Qilan at his side for close protection, along with the secret guards sent by the province, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. All right, but be sure to pay attention to safety. There's going to be a big shot coming to Linhao in the next 2 days. Lin Hao mustn't make the slightest mistake. Lin Hao and Su Qilan, just like that, started the journey of brushing monsters in the wild. After entering the copy, even if Lin Hao was able to get most of the experience, he had to share some of it with Su Qilan. And the copy was only level 10. Now when Lin Hao went into the wild, he looked for those level 15 wild monsters to practice on, and they were all killed in a single slash, and the speed of his upgrade skyrocketed. Only 2 days later, Lin Hao had already reached level 13, and the wild monsters he was looking for weren't satisfied with level 15 anymore, so they went a little deeper into the suburbs, where the wild monsters were all around level 17 or 8. Be careful if we go deeper. There might be level 20 wild monsters, Su Qilan admonished. Don't worry, Teacher Su. I'm not stupid. Lin Hao laughed. These level 17 wild monsters would already be impossible to kill in seconds. It would have to take 2 slashes. So Lin Hao had no intention of messing with the level 21s for now. But the fact that they were practicing leveling couldn't be hidden at all, especially from some well-intentioned people. Found it. Not far away. A pair of spiteful eyes were staring at Lin Hao, who was brushing monsters. This person was none other than Su Hui. He was going crazy with jealousy in his heart. Why was Lin Hao guaranteed a place at St. Demon University? He was only a life profession. Why was Lin Hao allowed to brush monsters alone with a beautiful teacher? All of this, it should be mine. Driven by such a mentality, his behavior grew progressively crazier. After learning that Lin Hao had come to the suburbs to kill wild monsters, a dangerous idea popped into his mind. Will this work? Behind Su Hui, there were 2 level 20 mercenaries, both of which he had paid to hire. At this moment, the mercenaries were still worried. After all, dealing with a fellow human was not a light offense. Do it if you're told to do it. It's just luring the wild monsters here. Who knows we did it? Su Hui said viciously. The 2 mercenaries collected the money and also gritted their teeth and agreed. They quickly disappeared into place, breaking into the deeper area where the level 20 wild monsters were. But they weren't here to kill the monsters, they were here to attract them. After invoking a group of level 20 Blackhorn Savage Bulls, they turned around and fled, and the direction they fled in was exactly where Lin Hao was practicing. Boom boom. The ground shook. What? Lin Hao, who had just decimated a small monster, looked up with a puzzled face. Chapter 19. An existence you can't afford to mess with. Oh no, hurry up. Su Qilan's face instantly changed. The one running wildly towards them was a level 20 Black-Horned Savage Bull. Black-Horned Savage Bull. Level 20. Life value 8,000. Physical defense 100. Magic defense 100. Attack power 1,000. Movement speed 8. Attack speed 1. Energy 2,000. Skills. Brute Bull Assault Horn Blade. Lin Hao also finally saw the introduction of this group of brute bulls, and his heart thumped. Just that 8,000 blood and 1,000 attack power alone made the many main combat professions tremble. But usually these black horn savage bulls were in the deepest part of the country, so how did they suddenly run out? Without time to think about it, Su Qilan fled with Lin Hao, but their movement speed was no match for the charging brute bulls, and they were caught up in the blink of an eye. Lin Hao, you go first. I'll break the back. Su Qilan pushed Lin Hao away and drew her long sword, her face resolute as she blocked in front of Lin Hao. Lin Hao was, after all, a living profession, and she had been ordered to protect Lin Hao and mustn't let Lin Hao suffer a single loss. However, she hadn't thought that Lin Hao hadn't fled, but instead came to Su Qilan's side. Why aren't you leaving? Su Qilan urged Lin Hao. If Lin Hao died, she would be a sinner. Lin Hao, however, pointed to the sky. Teacher Su, it's getting dark. Haha. Lin Hao, let's see if you die now. Su Hui laughed madly. He just couldn't believe that a bunch of level 20 wild monsters couldn't kill Lin Hao in a pit. The thought that as long as Lin Hao died, he, the number one, would surely be able to get the favor of the Holy Demon School made his heart ecstatic. But just as he was about to leave, as soon as he turned around, he was met with two pairs of fuming eyes. You deserve to die. The two men rushed at Su Hui with fury, as if Su Hui was their father-killer. Su Hui felt a tremendous pressure on the two men's bodies, which caused his heart to thump. These two people, both of them were clearly strong at level 30 or above. How did such strong people suddenly appear in the small city of Linhao? What he didn't know was that these two people were just two of the many strong people protecting Lin Hao. Hihi. Have you guys misunderstood something? I'm just passing through. Su Hui's lips were dry, and he had no breath to speak. Passing through? You're simply a sinner for hiring someone to attract wild monsters and wanting to trap and kill our Grand Xia's geniuses. There's no need to be sophomoric. We know everything you've done. Those two people you hired have already explained everything, the two dark guards said nonchalantly. Seeing that things were revealed, Su Hui turned around and fled. But before he could run 2 steps, he was greeted by a steel whip-like leg. Boom! A leg swept Su Hui, making him feel like he had crashed into a train, and he directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood, his bones breaking a few times. He wasn't even level 10 yet, so how could he possibly outrun the pursuit of a level 30 powerhouse? Otherwise, these dark guards wouldn't be mixing. Another dark guard stepped forward with a gnashing of teeth and ruthlessly stomped on one of Su Hui's arms. If Lin Hao is even remotely damaged, it won't be enough for you to die 10,000 times. Su Hui instantly reddened his eyes, and despite the pain, he still looked like he was gritting his teeth. I'm not convinced. Obviously I'm number one. Lin Hao is just a living profession. Why is he better than me in every way? Shady. This is definitely shady. The dark guard lifted Su Hui up with one hand as if he were lifting a chicken cub. Frog in the bottom of the well, you have no idea of Lin Hao's value. After saying that, he also stopped talking nonsense and directly tied Su Hui up. It just so happened that a big leader came to Linhao City today, and he directly called to report this matter up. What? How dare someone harm Lin Hao? What guts? You guys wait, we'll be right over. He Shanshuan angrily hung up the phone and spoke to several leaders beside him, and even 2 soldiers in uniform, about the matter. At once they exploded. Outrageous. Who on earth has such guts? If the slightest thing happens to Lin Hao, I want him to live a life worse than death. Several bigwigs from the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of the Army, and even from Shangjing were all filled with righteous indignation at this moment. They all got into their cars and rushed toward the field. Before he Shanshuan left, he rushed at Principal Shang and said, "Call the director of your city's education bureau as well, and say that we're waiting for him." After saying that, he left in a rage. Principal Shang wiped his sweat. Even though he was the principal and a strong person of level 30 or above, when facing these bigwigs, all of them were scared. Although he wasn't quite sure what was happening, he knew that someone was going to have bad luck. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Su Qilan protected Lin Hao, her face grave. Facing a group of level 20 wild monsters, she really had no power, and could only protect Lin Hao as he kept retreating. Lin Hao was also secretly unlucky. Usually these leveled wild monsters wouldn't just leave their territory. What was wrong today? Teacher Su, I'm the one who got you into trouble. If I didn't have to come to the wilderness to practice, I wouldn't have encountered such danger. His heart was filled with self-blame. Not only was he in danger this time, he had also dragged Teacher Su into it. It's not your fault. It's someone deliberately trying to harm you. A voice suddenly rang out, followed by 3 figures appearing from a short distance away. One moved like a ghost, quietly appearing in front of Lin Hao and the others. One moved like thunder, his every move seeming to contain berserk power. There was another person who floated around, dashing to the extreme, holding a long sword, seemingly a swordsman. Moreover, Lin Hao was shocked to find that the aura on these people was as deep and long as the ocean, even comparable to Principal Shang. These were 3 strong people of level 30 or above. Without waiting for Lin Hao to ponder too much, another figure slowly walked up beside Lin Hao and comfortingly patted Lin Hao's shoulder. "Don't worry, with us here, we won't let anything happen to you." Su Qilan was filled with shock when she saw the clothes these people were wearing. "You are Dark Guards." It was important to know that the Dark Guards were a special department of the Grand Xia, specifically used to protect those high officials and dignitaries, or to engage in some special actions. It could be said that throughout Great Xia, there weren't many people who could be protected by the Dark Guards. She also instantly realized that these people should have been in the shadows all along, protecting Lin Hao. The Dark Guards needed to be deployed for protection right now. Su Qilan looked at Lin Hao in shock. It was simply unimaginable in the future. The strength of the Dark Guards was unquestionable, and it didn't take long for them to kill all of the mad black-horned savage bulls. And the culprit Su Hui was brought over. "It's you." Lin Hao was surprised. He didn't expect Su Hui to be ruthless enough to put himself to death. The next moment, a few bright headlights lit up, and 3 military trucks and bulletproof jeeps drove up quickly. Not long after, an imposing army completely surrounded the place. This scene made Su Hui directly dumbfounded. Chapter 20. Big Brother Gathering. Su Hui scared stupid. Su Hui was pressed to the ground, stubbornly raising his head. His body was starting to tremble with fear. He swore he'd never seen so many big shots in his life. The first person to get out of the jeep was quite familiar to him. That's the Provincial Minister of Education, He Shanshuan, who often speaks on TV. They were followed down by the Director of the Provincial Ministry of Education, the Secretary of the Provincial Ministry of Education, and others. On the other vehicle, down came military personnel, and Su Hui was no stranger to them. The game blends reality, and in order to maintain stability, the state will introduce many heroic characters. The one who appeared in front of Su Hui was one of the national heroes, Major General Zhang Fan, the 78th level Big Brother. Accompanying them were many officers of the War Department, with the rank of Major at the least. These are Su Hui's dads. The big shots who can't find a way to get a gift if they want to. Even they, not this time, are the main characters. The last person to get out of the car was an old man with gray hair who looked like a kindly old man. As soon as the old man appeared, Su Hui felt that the sky had collapsed. Because this old man, it was the governor of Jiangnan province, Wang Tianyuan, a feudal official-like figure. Even if he had committed a capital offense, there's no need for so many bigwigs to gather, right? Su Hui's pupils shook, unable to figure out what had happened. What shocked him even more was yet to come. Wang Tianyuan went forward smilingly and took the initiative to shake hands with Lin Hao. "Is little friend all right?" he asked with concern. Lin Hao knew that the one in front of him was the governor, and his heart was thrilled. He couldn't imagine that even the governor had been alarmed. It is important to realize that today's China is full of holes, and there are only 14 provinces left. Any governor is also a pivotal figure when looking at the country. However, Lin Hao maintained his composure and said, "I'm sorry for the governor's concern. I'm fine." Zhang Fan and He Shanshuan all walked over at this time and affectionately offered their condolences to Lin Hao. That look was as if Lin Hao was their own son. "I'm afraid I'm not this close to my own son." At this moment, the secret guards brought Su Hui over to report. Reporting to the governor, the accident that happened today was caused by this man. Su Hui now hated to find a crack in the ground, and the fear in his heart reached the extreme. Why would Lin Hao's well-being in a living profession alarm so many bigwigs? On what grounds? But the governor just glanced at him indifferently. Just one glance made Su Hui feel like the sky had collapsed. "Since Lin Hao-san is fine, let's go back. It's not a good idea to stay in the wilderness." Wang Tianyuan laughed. The crowd nodded in agreement. After all, the entire Jiangnan province was in the hands of others. Soon, Lin Hao was brought to the car, and was still sitting on the same car as Wang Tianyuan. As for Su Hui, he was directly thrown into the canopy of the truck and guarded by the elite soldiers. Upon returning to the city, a number of people were curious enough to run out onto the road to see it. After all, you don't normally see so many soldiers acting together unless there is a major incident. Inside those 3 cars in front of us, there must be some big shots sitting there, right? What the hell is going on? These soldiers, they seem to be going to Linjiang High School. People were talking and trying to get into the school to see what was going on, only to find that it was under martial law all around the school. Principal Shang, who originally had a reputation in Linjiang City, followed behind like a minion. After returning to the school, he immediately brought Wang Tianyuan and the others to the principal's office. The place had been cleaned up a long time ago because we knew the big man was coming. Numerous bigwigs entered the office, making even the originally spacious office seem a bit crowded. But no one cared about that. They all looked at Lin Hao with curious eyes. Su Hui was also brought here, cowering in a corner. But in his heart he was incredibly curious about what Lin Hao had done. Simply being able to be received by so many bigwigs was enough to brag about for a lifetime. Just at this moment, the door rolled and ran in a person, and it was Su Jianyong, the father of Su Hui. After seeing so many big names, Su Jianyong was nervous and in a cold sweat. He hadn't even realized what was happening when he was called over. But why is Lin Hao here too? He Shanshuan smiled coldly. Su Jianyong, you really have a good son. Su Jianyong's heart jumped, naturally hearing the mockery in the words. Turning his head to look, he saw that Su Hui was tied up, crouching in the corner, not daring to raise his head. One look at the offense. You rebellious son. Su Jianyong became furious and stepped forward and kicked Su Hui to the ground. He then turned his head over, all fawning. Gentlemen, it is my poor discipline. If my canine son has offended the leaders, then I will make amends to the leaders? Zhang Fan snorted coldly. Punching us is not a sin. But what is the crime of your son's small-mindedness and narrow-mindedness to try to victimize the pillars of our nation? What? Su Jianyong steeply widened his eyes, incredulously looking at his son. You can do such a thing? He realized that he was finished, and with so many bigwigs around, he couldn't even go through the back door if he wanted to. Only then did Wang Tianyuan open his mouth, not even looking at Su Jianyong's father and son from the beginning to the end. Mr. Lin, they say you have amazing abilities. Can you let me see them? Lin Hao understood that everything just now was done for him. It's to make him realize how much the country values him today. This feeling of being protected can be quite refreshing. And now it's up to him to prove himself. Sure. Immediately afterwards, several soldiers came in and carried a box. The chest opened, and inside were all sorts of materials and strengthening stones. Also delivered was a bow and arrow. Wind Bow Diamond Class. Wear level 40. Attack plus 4000. Attack speed plus 6. Skill Wind Child. Child of the Wind. Plus 10% attack speed. Lin Hao saw the bow's information at a glance, and although the level was high, the attributes were only moderate. He didn't hesitate and directly picked out a stronghold stone from the chest, as well as a few other materials. Reinforcement. He silently recited a sentence, and the bow and the strengthening materials entered the forging space together. The room was quiet, even as it held its breath and tensed. It was only a few minutes, but it seemed like hours had passed. Lin Hao heard a ding sound and knew that the enhancement had been completed. Wind God Bow King Class. Wear level 40. Enhancement level plus 1. Attack plus 14,000. Attack speed plus 60. Skill Wind God. Deadly Arrow. Wind God. Plus 200% attack speed. Chance to fire wind blades when shooting arrows. Deadly Arrow. Has a chance to directly cut 10% of the blood of monsters below God level. When the bow's attributes were shared, everyone was silent. Su Hui had certainly seen it, and he finally realized why so many bigwigs had come to receive Lin Hao. Why Lin Hao is bailing out. His face was ashen, and he directly collapsed to the ground. Chapter 21. Your background is the country. When Lin Hao's strengthening was completed and everyone was shown the attributes, everyone present was shocked. It was no exaggeration to say that this level 40 weapon was comparable to a level 60 legendary weapon. Not to mention that the attack power was directly increased by 10,000, the attack speed alone was increased by 2 times. The key is the Deadly Arrow skill, which is a must-have for fighting boos. Having a warrior specializing in archery which came with its own attack speed, along with the increased attack speed of the arrows, 100 arrows a second would not be a problem. This makes the chances of a deadly arrow triggering much higher. Every time it triggers, it reduces your life by 10%. What kind of unbelievable skill is this? This This is really a level 40 weapon. Zhang Fan brought the bow and arrow over, his heart turning over in shock. Even though it was stated that it was effective against monsters below the god level, he still wanted to test it out. That high-level copy of Swan City has never been able to be raided, so why don't we try it with this bow? Zhang Fan's heart was on fire. He Shanshuan was also filled with stupefaction, followed by ecstasy. Ha, Governor. You see, this is the strength of Lin's students. Lin Hao, however, shook his head with some regret. It's a pity that it didn't trigger the sacred forge, or it would have been stronger. Zhang Fan's eyes widened. Enough. Really enough. That's not strong enough? He couldn't wait to send the bows and arrows to the frontline archers right now, so that they could raid the high-level copies. It just so happened that right now, throughout the entire Jiangnan province, there were still many high-level copies that hadn't been raided. Nationwide is much more. However, Lin Hao was the genius of their Jiangnan province, and the weapons that had been strengthened should equip their Jiangnan province's troops first. If the warriors who raided the replica had one piece of equipment like this in their hands, what would there be to be afraid of? Everyone else had pretty much the same thought in mind. If this wasn't strong enough, the weapons in the hands of the current raider copy warriors were scum. The point was that Lin Hao, who had strengthened such a heaven-defying skill, didn't seem to be satisfied with this strengthening. Is it really not in Versailles? But Lin Hao was really feeling unsatisfied, and although he had added a word, he hadn't triggered Sacred Forge. Such a weapon was simply imperfect in his eyes. Governor, can you give me more weapons? I'll definitely be able to strengthen the more powerful ones. Su Hui's face was ashen, finally realizing the importance of Lin Hao. It's just a dozen levels away from being able to strengthen level 60 equipment. Not only was it successful, the increase in attributes was quite exaggerated. And the added skills are divine. Such a talent was rare for the entire Grand Xia. How dare he try to victimize people? People's background, it's the state. His bowels were now green with remorse. Why did he have to go against Lin Hao? Why didn't he listen to his father? When Su Jianyong saw his son's appearance, he already guessed something. In a low voice, he inquired at Principal Shang, "Could it be that my son is trying to harm Lin Hao?" Principal Shang glanced at him without a good look. After all, Lin Hao was the lifeblood of their school now. Su Hui even wanted to deal with him, it was simply delusional. That's right. Think about how you should apologize to Lin Hao's classmates. Su Jianyong was struck by lightning and could not wait to kill Su Hui with his own hands. He had long ago said he wouldn't allow to mess with Lin Hao, but why didn't he listen? Now he couldn't even cry out if he wanted to. Wang Tianyuan saw Lin Hao's ability and smilingly went forward, patting Lin Hao on the shoulder. "You've done a great job already. From you I see the hope of the country. Don't worry. This time we came over and brought enough equipment and materials to give you practice. Don't worry about anything else. Remember, behind you is the whole country." Lin Hao was so excited that he nodded his head repeatedly. "I know." While his strengthening and forging, both were bound to succeed. Special words and sacred forging, both had chances. That's why the country sent him a large amount of materials and equipment just to be able to strengthen him with stronger equipment. If there is anything you need, you can contact us directly, and we will definitely try to fulfill you. Wang Tianyuan smilingly exhorted before turning his head to look at Su Hui's father and son. "Humph. Trying to touch the pillars of our nation. The hope of the future. You guys simply deserve to die." A single sentence doomed Su Jianyong's current status and power, all of which have been reduced to nothing. What is to be done according to the law? Zhang Fan stepped forward, looking at Su Hui with the same look of disgust in his eyes. "It can be punished as a crime against the state." Su Hui's eyes widened and his lips trembled as he tried to say something. Endangering national security is a crime that will put him behind bars, if not kill him. "No, don't. Dad, help me." Su Hui was paralyzed on the ground and let the people directly racked out. Su Jianyong cold sweat, where dare to say half a word. He Shanshuan snorted coldly. "To be able to have such a son, you as an old son are no better. Pack up and go home tomorrow." In one sentence, he let Su Jianyong, the director of the city's Ministry of Education, lay off. Su Jianyong stumbled away on his feet. What happened today was like a dream to him. Today's purpose had been achieved, and Wang Tianyuan was in a good mood. It was simply great that such a talent had appeared in their Jiangnan province. "Lin Hao, from now on we are brothers. This is my personal phone, if you need to directly call my old brother." He took out a business card and handed it to Lin Hao. Lin Hao's expression was a bit dull. Older brother? This relationship is moving too fast. Isn't it? After seeing Lin Hao's abilities with their own eyes, the bigwigs present, too, realized Lin Hao's importance and came forward to brush up their faces. It wasn't until late at night that the army sent someone to send Lin Hao back. Just the building where the principal's office is located was sealed off by the military straight away. Boxes of eye-popping materials were carried into the building. A weapon that could make people scream was also sent in. All of this was used to give Lin Hao practice. When she arrived home, Lin Anan was directly shocked when she looked at Lin Hao, who had been escorted back by the army. "Brother, what's your offense? What's with all the troops?" Lin Anan's expression was on the verge of tears. Lin Hao burst into tears and directly rewarded his sister with a popping chestnut. "Can't you wish me well?" Even after he explained it all to his sister, she was still in a bit of disbelief. "It's true? You really didn't do anything wrong. It's okay, brother, when I grow up, I'll cover you." Looking for a fight. Lin Hao's anger immediately soared. This sister. She was becoming more and more ungrateful. Chapter 22 The Law of True Fragrance was still in effect. Lin Hao woke up early the next morning. He hadn't forgotten what happened yesterday. The governor had said that he would send a large amount of equipment and strengthening stones for him to practice on, and he was already a little impatient. After all, he had just awakened the forge master not long ago, and he still had little experience in forging. Also, all the strengthening stones had to be bought with money, and Lin Hao was just a student, so where did he have that much money? So when the governor said that he should let him strengthen as much as he wanted, he was about to get impatient. "Brother, where are you going?" Lin Anan rubbed his eyes and walked out of the room. "Hey, I'm going to school, so get yourself something to eat." Lin Hao laughed. Lin Anan beamed and rolled her eyes. "Say it like you've cooked. But it's already vacation, why are you still running to school?" Secretive. She belonged to the type that was particularly neurotic, so she hadn't even taken what Lin Hao had said last night to heart. Nor did she even realize just how strong Lin Hao is nowadays. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Lin Hao went forward to open the door strangely, and realized that there were actually two soldiers standing at the door. "Student Lin, I figured you'd be waking up soon, so I brought you 2 breakfasts, and after you eat, we'll escort you to school." One of the sergeants rushed at Lin Hao in a pleasant manner. However, Lin Hao was able to tell that the aura that the sergeant in front of him unintentionally exuded was not something that an ordinary soldier could possess. This was definitely the existence of a soldier king in general. Such a strong person had come to buy him breakfast? Thanks. Lin Hao stuck his head out to look. There was a jeep parked outside the door, and there were quite a few soldiers around. There might as well be plain clothes, mixed in with the surrounding crowd. Is this national-level protection? This feels too good. Lin Hao was still childlike after all, and was excited at this moment. He finished his breakfast in 3 or 2 bites and went to school with these soldiers. Because it was already vacation, there was no one in the school. However, at the entrance of the school, there were quite a few people from the university's enrollment office, and there were also many students who came to inquire and enroll. Lin Hao, on the other hand, they entered through the side entrance in a low-profile manner. Nowadays, the office building where the principal was located was like a military-restricted area, surrounded by the military. Whoever came here had to go through layers of hurdles and show various documents. But Lin Hao was different. He relied on swiping his face. He smoothly arrived at the principal's office, where He Shanshuan, as well as Zhang Fan and Principal Shang were. The governor and a few other bigwigs, on the other hand, had already left. They all had their own things to do, so they definitely couldn't stay in Linjiang City all the time. Especially the people from the military department. Zhang Fan was able to stay for fear of being the first to get Lin Hao's enhanced equipment. And they were all a bit overly concerned about Lin Hao. "Student Lin Hao, have you had enough to eat?" "Student Lin, is there anything you want to eat? I'll specially transfer the cook to make it for you." "Student Lin, are there any more requests?" Looking at them, Lin Hao had goosebumps all over his body. "Headmaster, 2 liters, you'd better be normal. I just want to strengthen my equipment now." Zhang Fan said smilingly, "Don't worry, it's all prepared for you. But strengthening equipment is one aspect, your leveling speed can't be left behind either. Just leave this matter to me." With such concern, Lin Hao didn't even know whether to cry or laugh. Wasn't it a bit excessive for Zhang Fan, the chief of the Jiangnan province's military department, to personally ask about the upgrading of a teenage forge master? But Lin Hao knew that this was the power of the state. Soon, he was brought to another classroom. Nowadays, the various tables, chairs, and benches inside this classroom had all been removed, and the only thing left behind were the various large boxes stacked together. Inside the boxes were various materials that forges could only dream of, and on the other side of the classroom, what was put there was all kinds of equipment from almost any profession. Unfortunately, these equipments were basically all level 30 and 40 equipments. Lin Hao also knew that right now, these equipments were the most suitable for him. After all, he was only level 15. Furthermore, the higher the forging level of the equipment, the lower the chances of adding special phrases and sacred forged ones. On the contrary, the lower the level of the equipment, the higher the chance of special phrases and divine forging. This was why, even though he could succeed in strengthening equipment with a high rank, the country still didn't forget to bring him to practice. Similarly, increasing proficiency was able to raise the level of special forging and sacred forging. Not only would the success rate increase, but the boosts to various attributes would also increase. So for Lin Hao, leveling and practicing were indispensable. Ordinary forgers, strengthening or forging, had a higher chance of being damaged unless they raised their proficiency and level. But no matter if it was to level up, or to purchase various materials for strengthening to practice, the consumption was staggering. Right now, throughout the entire country, resources were tilted towards Lin Hao, allowing him to taste the taste of having a big tree at his back. Haha! This is simply a forger's paradise. Lin Hao walked into the classroom, his eyes glowing. On the other hand, in the northern war zone of Jiangnan province, a helicopter landed directly into the military-restricted area. On both sides of the helicopter, there were also fighter jets protecting it. The officer who came down from the helicopter carrying a box was brought directly to the head of the northern war zone. This officer was Jiang Fan's adjutant beside him, and also had the rank of lieutenant colonel. The head of the northern war zone, on the other hand, was only a colonel. What exactly did Jiang Fan send over that requires such a big show? A burly man with an oppressive aura walked straight up to the adjutant. The adjutant was unassuming and slowly said, "Officer Tang Wu, this matter is confidential. Please screen out the others and sign a confidentiality agreement." After saying that, he took out the confidentiality agreement that he had prepared long ago. Tang Wu was originally of a fiery nature, and once he heard this, his two eyes glared like bronze bells. "What, you suspect me of having a spy here?" The appalling aura pressed over, causing the adjutant to break out in a cold sweat. After all, the man in front of him was the only level 70 powerhouse in the northern war zone. "Sir, please understand." After a moment of stalemate, the aura on Tang Wu's body receded like a tidal wave. "Fine, I promise you. But if what I bring doesn't satisfy me, I'll definitely beat you up, and have Jiang Fan come to me personally if something happens." He and Jiang Fan were classmates. Even if Jiang Fan was now a major general and in the general war zone, he was not afraid in the slightest. With a wave of his hand, everyone else in the tent retreated, and Tang Wu signed a confidentiality agreement. Only after all this was done did the adjutant open the case and take out a bow from it. "Che, I thought it was some kind of treasure. Turns out it's just a level 40 bow. Give it to me and I don't even want it. No, this attribute is really just level 40. Chapter 23. Level 40 weapons. Tang Wu had seen a lot of them. Ever since the game fused with reality, the army had been busy. After countless sacrifices and battles, this had led to the current pattern of China, spelling out a place of survival for the human race. That is, the major cities. After having a foothold, the army began to raid the copies that appeared everywhere. After all, until now, there are still new copies appearing, the work of pathfinding, but also the army to do. This was very different between China and abroad. Foreign countries were mainly mercenaries, in order to preserve their strength, whereas China was mainly military and was not afraid to make sacrifices. After graduating from the military academy, Tang Wu had risen all the way from platoon leader to the current colonel division commander, so it could be said that he had been through many battles. Because of the early days of the game's fusion of reality, wars were frequent, which led to the current officers having low ranks but high positions. Therefore, the equipment he had seen, that could be said to be quite a lot. Moreover, the military had specially trained forgers to reinforce and forge the equipment. But it was really the first time he had seen equipment with such powerful attributes. Especially that skill that had a chance to deduct blood. It was simply the first choice for pushing booze. Haha! I can't wait to test it out in a copy. By the way, where did this equipment come from? Tang Wu inquired curiously. The adjutant shook his head and laughed bitterly twice. "Sorry, sir, I really can't say this. And this equipment, it was only brought for you to test. After the test, I still have to take it away. Tang Wu glared with both eyes, his grumpy temper coming back. And take it away? Do you know how much help this equipment can give us if we leave it behind? Let's just say that those few high-level copies that haven't been rated until now, with this weapon, it'll definitely work. Inside some of the high-level copies, dangers abounded and the monsters were all exceptionally powerful. Even the strongest members of the army had fallen inside countless times. A good piece of equipment could reduce sacrifices and also increase the success rate of the copy raid, so how could Tang Wu not be nervous? Facing a level 70 powerhouse, the adjutant really had a hard time speaking. Sir, don't give me a hard time. This is all the decision of the headquarters. I'm just a messenger. But I can guarantee that weapons like this one will only be more in the future. And this weapon, it's only been strengthened once. There's still a lot of room for improvement. Tang Wu then realized the matter of the reinforcement level and hurriedly checked, and sure enough, it had only been reinforced once. This meant that this level 40 weapon, there was still a huge room for improvement. All right, but you can't reveal any information to me at all? The adjutant thought about it and finally sighed helplessly. According to the confidentiality agreement, I can only tell you that this weapon came from the hands of a senior student. A senior high school student? Tang Wu's eyes widened, and his voice tone was a few degrees higher due to shock. Linjiang First Middle School. The teaching building that Lin Hao was in was already under martial law. Ever since the state had sent a large amount of materials and equipment just to cultivate talents, Lin Hao had practically soaked in his room. But there wasn't any forging master that could have this kind of treatment. All one needed to do was to perform enhanced forging and increase their proficiency. Nothing else. Having the country as a backer is awesome. And in the principal's office, Zhang Fan from the Jiangnan Military Region Headquarters, He Shanshuan, the Minister of Education of Jiangnan Province, and Shang Fa, the principal of Linjiang No. 1 Middle School, were staring wide-eyed at each other. The atmosphere in the room was heavy. If such a talent appears in our Jiangnan province, it's our Jiangnans. Who are the other provinces to come and grab it? It turned out that it was because they had all gotten people from other provinces' ministries of education, as well as military districts, to come over. Lin Hao's divine forging ability. This matter couldn't be hidden, nor should it be. So when the provincial governor, Wang Tianyuan, went back, he reported this matter. This led to bigwigs from other provinces and other military regions, all coming over. Zhang Fan and the rest of them from Jiangnan province had the feeling that their treasure was going to be snatched away. What can be done then? He Shanshu inside, also quite helpless. Principal Shangfa Shang also shook his head helplessly. Lin Hao is too conspicuous, and his abilities are too heaven-defying. With our Jiangnan province, it's simply impossible to keep him. It's better to take advantage of the present to leave a good impression. And maybe in the future, we'll be able to take care of our Jiangnan province more. Saying this, the two bigwigs, Zhang Fan and He Shanshuan, had their moods sort of calmed down a bit. Yes, no matter what arrangements the country would have for Lin Hao, Lin Hao's home was Jiangnan province. For his hometown, people would definitely take care of it. Alas, geniuses being too dazzling is surprisingly not a good thing for us. Zhang Fan looked up to the sky and sighed, his heart overwhelmed with emotion. But now these equipment that he strengthened, give it to our Jiangnan military region first, that's always fine, right? He Shanshuan rolled his eyes. You think I can make the call on this matter? Neither this nor that. What exactly should we do? Zhang Fan spread his two hands out, looking like he was about to flip out. Obviously, they are the geniuses of Jiangnan province. They have made concessions and still can't do it. This matter needs to listen to the country's arrangements. Our current task is to prioritize Lin Hao's safety and life. At that time, even if Lin Hao leaves Jiangnan province and we ask him for help, can he still refuse? He Shanshuan said in a serious tone. Compared to the people in the army, he was quite comprehensive in considering things. For example, Zhang Fan frowned. For example, letting Lin Hao's mom and dad enjoy preferential treatment as well, and Lin Hao has a younger sister. Even that female teacher of Lin Hao's, her relationship with Lin Hao is also very good, and it's even more important to maintain the relationship between them while they're here. When the time comes to ask for his help, just let these people step in. It's definitely a good deal. Zhang Fan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Old He, it's still you who's shady. You really went to great lengths for Lin Hao. You even used color seduction? Say, isn't Lin Hao still a bit young? As these words came out, Shanchuan's hair stood up in anger. What are you full of? How could I possibly do something so underhanded? What I'm talking about is the friendship between teacher and student. What is it that your military department's brain is filled with muscles? Hehe. Then you should say it clearly. Zhang Fan clasped up his shoulders with a look of impatience. Shanchuan had a tired look on his face. Forget it. It's just difficult to talk to you people from the military department. He turned his head to look at Shang Fa. Principal Shang, please go and call that teacher Sue over. When we go down to the copies, let her tag along as well. She performed quite well last time when we encountered danger. Principal Shang nodded repeatedly, knowing that Su Qilan had struck lucky this time. All right, I'll go now. Chapter 24, A Profession That Burns Money. Level 40 copy of the Pig Raider position. Lintong City was just a small city without any high-level copies. And the copies that can be accessed by people outside the military are the ones that are not as dangerous after being raided. Truly dangerous replicas that the military won't open to the public. This level 40 copy in front of him was one of the more dangerous copies in the northern war zone of Jiangnan province. The reason is that the replica of the booze named Position Bore, thick skin, more fierce than a tank, blood thick to let a person despair. Although all levels can enter the replica, as long as the level exceeds the replica's level by more than 10 levels, then the experience and rewards gained will be reduced by a large portion. And with the copy cap, only a maximum of 10 people can enter at once. That's why a level 40 copy, entered at level 40 to 50, is the most cost-effective. But this copy of the pig mutant position is quite difficult to raid because the booze blood is too thick. So even though the rewards are great, the army doesn't send people to raid this copy very often. Moreover, after entering the copy, casualties have been high. This time after obtaining the weapon, the Wind God Bao, in order to test the weapon, Tang Wu had specially formed a 10-man squad. And in the party, there was also an archer with a bow and arrow specialization who was exactly level 40. This test was to test the various stats of the weapon, and if it was low on blood and died before it could be tested, of course it wouldn't work. That's why Tang Wu chose this copy. Go on. After he barked a word, the 10-man squad entered the copy. Originally, it would take at least 2 hours to complete the raid on the replica, but this was only entered in just 1 hour, and the 10-member squad came out all the way. There were a few minor injuries, but everyone had an uplifted look on their faces. Sir, the test results are in. Before entering, that archer wore a specialized testing instrument, and the first time he came out, he printed out the data. After Tang Wu got the data, he nodded repeatedly in satisfaction. Yeah. This weapon, both in terms of strength and skill, is just as described. He glanced greedily at the Wind God Bao. What scrappy warrior doesn't love a good weapon? Unfortunately, Tang Wu's profession wasn't suited for archery, and he had to send the weapon away after the test. What a shame. The adjutant stepped forward, discreetly stowed his weapon, and saluted at Tang Wu. Sir, thanks for your cooperation. Tang Wu waved his hand. Hurry up and get lost. Save me from backtracking later. The adjutant smiled, turned and left. The main reason for the real-world test was to test whether Lin Hao's strengthened weapons were really that powerful. After all, there are quite a few ways to modify the values of a weapon to make the values look strong. Data that hasn't been tested is just that, data. Now, no matter who it was, they no longer had any doubts about Lin Hao. Lincoln City School Building. Lin Hao sat down in the classroom and found the ones he needed amongst the pile of materials and threw them into the forging space along with the weapons. During the time he waited, he was already looking for the next piece of equipment that needed to be strengthened. What a point! After strengthening it a dozen times, the sacred forge didn't even trigger once. I doubt the odds are even 1 in 100. Lin Hao's mouth was still muttering. When he thought of the figure when he received the inheritance, it was as if he had an obsession. Do not rest until you have forged equipment with a divine effect. Forge master is really a profession that burns money. Lin Hao couldn't help but feel emotional as well. After all, the dozen or so pieces of equipment that he had forged were all level 30 or 40 equipment. The materials for strengthening alone are a huge amount of money. The key was proficiency, which had only increased by a dozen points. It takes a full 1,000 proficiencies to raise the odds by 0.1%. At this rate, the amount of materials and equipment Lin Hao would need to consume if he wanted to raise his odds up would be astronomical. Ordinary forgers, who didn't have Lin Hao's godly forging, had a chance of failing. That's why behind every high-level forger, there was no telling how many resources were consumed. Ding! A voice came from his mind, and Lin Hao knew that it meant that the reinforcement had been completed. He took the equipment out to check it out but was filled with disappointment. Because this time, surprisingly, the Sacred Forge wasn't triggered again. I really don't believe it. Is Sacred Forge so hard to trigger? Lin Hao has a temper too. Okay? The effects of Sacred Forge, though, are really quite terrifying. You can tell by his own exclusive weapon. It's the ability to stack indefinitely. There's no cap. That said, didn't they promise me to look for upgrade materials for the Death God Scythe? Did they forget? Should I be warned? As he was thinking, Su Qilan walked in. Only her face was flushed, and even the way she looked at Lin Hao was a bit evasive. She was petulant when she thought of the words of Principal Shang, as well as the Provincial Director of Education. The words were all for her to strike up a good relationship with Lin Hao. Even some sacrifice is okay if necessary. Doesn't that mean that she should go and curry favor with her students, even at the cost of selling her body? Su Qilan was only 28 years old. Not that old, but also 10 years older than Lin Hao. How could she be good at such things? But if you think about it, Lin Hao's classmates don't seem too bad. He is hardworking and progressive in his own right, and now he is under the protection of the state, with an unlimited future, and his appearance is quite handsome, a little fresh meat. So, it's still me who has the advantage? Su Qilan thought about it, and her face suddenly turned even redder. But how would people feel good about having to do something like that? And does he mean that to me, Lin-san? What to do? What the hell am I going to do? She blushed delicately, completely lost in her imagination. Lin Hao frowned deeply at the sight of his teacher. Mr. Su, are you okay? He stepped forward, concerned. Su Qilan woke up as if from a dream, hastily shaking her head as if electrocuted. No, I'm fine. But you look as if you're sick. I'm really fine. Su Qilan waved her hand, but she kept sizing up Lin Hao. Oh, it's good that it's okay. I'm hungry. Let's go eat. Lin Hao laughed, his gaze sincere and pure. Oops, what was I thinking? Lin Hao and we're just teacher and student. Don't think about it. Su Qilan forced herself to calm down and not think about anything else. Okay, let's go eat. But the principal talked to me just now. He said that you need someone around you to take care of you, and we're more familiar with each other after all, so he asked me to follow you. She carefully watched Lin Hao's reaction. Yeah. Lin Hao smiled brightly. Then I'll trouble Mr. Su. Chapter 25, Combining Labor and Comfort. Teacher Su, you said that I've never been able to trigger the Sacred Forge. What's the reason for that? While eating, Lin Hao was still asking Su Qilan for advice. After recognizing the relationship between herself and Lin Hao and preparing to go along with it, Su Qilan had calmed down in her heart. Could it be because you're too nervous? Or maybe it's just simply bad luck? After saying those words, Su Qilan regretted it. Bad luck to be able to obtain the heaven-defying skill of divine forging? Maybe it really is. Lin Hao sighed. The trigger chance was a hidden attribute that only he could see. The trigger chance of divine forging was clearly 2%, but he felt that it was only 1% or lower. If it wasn't for the fact that he had already triggered sacred forging with his death scythe before, he would have suspected that this sacred forging was a fake. Perhaps the equipment I've strengthened is still too little. With a 2% chance of strengthening 100 pieces, 2 of them would have to trigger anyways, and I've only strengthened a dozen pieces now, it's early. Lin Hao comforted himself. After eating, Lin Hao and Su Qilan returned to the classroom. Right now, Su Qilan was the equivalent of Lin Hao's exclusive nanny. Having such a beautiful woman as his nanny, Lin Hao's heart couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Of course, he wouldn't show it. Teacher, help me find this material. The white bone tree branch. I'll use it for reinforcement. Su Qilan smiled and nodded. Good. With the two of them cooperating, even their speed was much faster. Ding! A familiar sound rang out, and Lin Hao took a breastplate out of the forging space. Attributes and such were skipped over, and he directly looked at the final attribute. Sacred Forging Effect. Holy Light Shield. Holy Light Shield. Opens a shield when life value is below 30%. Shield defense is the same as the user's. Shield blood plus 300,000. Hiss! After seeing this effect, Lin Hao immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. If you open this shield, the blood quantity was comparable to a level 30 boss. It was optimal to use it for a tank, and by piling defense on all of them, you could get a meaty and hard tank. It's done. Su Qilan, who was on the side, also asked in a hurry. It's finally done. Lin Hao handed the chest armor to Su Qilan. After seeing the final divine effect, Su Qilan also opened her mouth wide in surprise. What a strong effect! It lives up to the expectations. Lin Hao was finally relieved that his sacred forge wasn't just for show. Together, the two of them sent the equipment to the principal's office. When He Shanshuan saw the equipment's attributes, he was on the verge of jumping up and down with excitement. Good. Good. This equipment is simply too strong. I dare say that even if it's a level 60 equipment, there aren't many that are better than it. He couldn't stop patting Lin Hao's shoulder, his face filled with relief. Zhang Fan looked also happy after reading the attributes. If this piece of equipment is sent to the northern war zone, that brat Tang Wu will have to kneel down and thank me. He hurriedly looked at Lin Hao, his eyes straightening as if he wanted to swallow Lin Hao in one gulp. Student Lin, do you agree to send this equipment to the northern war zone of our Jiangnan province? Lin Hao was puzzled. He was only in charge of strengthening the equipment, and now he was also in charge of distributing the equipment. Leader, this is something you decide, right? How can you ask me? Actually, Zhang Fan was trying to drill a hole. As long as Lin Hao agreed, what else could the others say? Unfortunately, Lin Hao didn't fall for it at all. He Shanshuan, who was on the side, hurriedly said, don't joke around. All this equipment, it has to be turned in and then uniformly distributed. How can it be distributed privately? Zhang Fan, you're going a bit too far. Zhang Fan, who couldn't swallow this breath, glared fiercely at He Shanshuan. You old thing, how can you speak toward others? We're all from Jiangnan province. Lin Hao is a talent of my Jiangnan province. Why should he be divided with others? Seeing this, Lin Hao finally realized what kind of faces these people had in order to compete for him. These unattainable bigwigs had become grounded all of a sudden. As the protagonist, he was secretly happy in his heart at this moment. However, he didn't come to watch the bigwigs fight, he had his own purpose. Leader, previously, you guys promised me that you would look for the materials to strengthen the Death God Scythe for me. Is that still valid? Of course, He Shanshuan knew about this matter. But he was just a director of the Ministry of Education, although the world pattern was different now, and cultivating talents had become a top priority. So the status of the Ministry of Education had also risen. But he didn't have the right to mobilize resources. Mr. Lin, this matter well. Without waiting for him to finish, Zhang Fan, who was on the side, hurriedly came forward and held Lin Hao's arm. Of course this matter won't be forgotten. Our Jiangnan military region will fully support you. Lin Hao was a bit puzzled. What exactly were these two people up to? Just as long as they didn't forget, though. Good. Then I'll go back and continue strengthening away. Zhang Fan patted Lin Hao on the shoulder rather enthusiastically. Student Lin, although strengthening your equipment is important, your body is more important. So pay attention to combining work and rest. Teacher Su, I'm counting on you, Student Lin. Don't let him get tired. Su Qilan smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll supervise him. When Lin Hao and Su Qilan left, He Shanshuan stared at Zhang Fan. What do you want? Zhang Fan snorted coldly. Don't ask about the affairs of my military department. By the way, the upgrade materials for Lin's Death God Scythe, you send me a copy. In the afternoon, Lin Hao had no choice but to take a nap under Su Qilan's supervision before he was agreed to continue strengthening. He felt like a national treasure right now, and everyone hated to hold him. This feeling, it had to be said, was still very comfortable. It was just that what Lin Hao didn't expect was that in the morning, he had just finished talking about the Reaper Scythe reinforcement, and then in the afternoon the materials were delivered. Student Lin, I'm really sorry. The materials you wanted are all very precious. I really couldn't find too many. But don't worry, we, the Jiangnan military region, will do our best to secure your upgrade materials. Zhang Fan said with a face full of sincerity. Lin Hao had expected this, after all. The upgrade materials for the Death God Scythe were already quite rare. As long as he could find 2 or 3 copies to strengthen him for another level, he would be satisfied. After all, the strengthening materials of the Death God Scythe were multiplied at every level. Strengthening +2 would require 2 copies, +3 would require 4, and +4 would require 8. As long as it wasn't less than 2 copies, he could accept it. Unexpectedly, Zhang Fan's next words made his jaw drop in direct shock. I'm really barely scraping by here. I've only managed to gather 30 copies. It should be enough for you to strengthen to +5, Mr. Lin, right? He smiled sincerely. Only Lin Hao always felt that behind the smile. There was that little bit of cunning. Chapter 26, The Old Mastermind. 30 copies? Even Lin Hao was viciously taken aback. It was indeed like what Zhang Fan had said. 30 copies was indeed enough to strengthen him to +5. However, he always felt that there was something unkind in Zhang Fan's smile. Student Lin, these materials are quite precious. They're all we have in stock in the Jiangnan military region. You don't know, in order to get these materials, how many comrades we sacrificed, how much time we wasted, and how much equipment we consumed. Seeing that he was getting more and more outrageous, Lin Hao hurriedly stopped. Leader, if you have something to say, just say it. Su Qilan on the side was also filled with black lines. How did the Major General Division Commander of the Jiangnan Provincial Military Region look like a shrewd businessman? Zhang Fan rubbed his hands together and looked around again, closing the door behind him before returning to Lin Hao. He pulled out a contract from his pocket and handed it to Lin Hao. Student Lin, on behalf of the Jiangnan Province Military Region, I want to make a deal with you. We'll cover the forging materials and strengthening materials needed for your Death God Scythe, as well as the drawings obtained at levels 20 and 30. But your Death God Scythe, you have to lend it to us, of course. If you want to use it, prioritize using it yourself. It's just that when you're free, you hope to lend it to us. Lin Hao was full of surprise. He picked up the contract and looked at it. What was written on it was pretty much the same as what Zhang Fan had said, and it had already been stamped with the seal of the Jiangnan military region. It was just waiting for his signature. Just to pay such a big price for borrowing his Death Scythe. Lin Hao's heart was a little overjoyed. Leader, there's no need for that. If you want to use it, just take it and use it. The country was so good to him. He couldn't be gracious, and anyway, the Death God's Scythe wasn't used much by himself. With the country's all-round protection, he didn't even have a chance to strike. If it wasn't for the fact that the Death God's Scythe was his exclusive weapon, and that the moment it was forged, it had already recognized its owner, he would have long ago turned it over to the country. Zhang Fan, however, shook his head with a righteous face. Mr. Zhang, how can this work? A contract must be signed. Otherwise those shameless ones from other provinces will have to borrow it. Lin Hao suddenly realized no wonder he had to sign a contract, so it was because he was afraid that people from other military regions would grab it. After all, although this weapon's basic attributes were a bit low, who knew how it would be after it was strengthened? Zhang Fan had already seen what Lin Hao could do, so he willingly believed that Lin Hao would give him a surprise. Moreover, this matter was something that he had taken upon himself by hiding it from other departments such as the Ministry of Education. Otherwise, this kind of good thing, where would it be their turn? After signing the contract, it could be said that Lin Hao was going to lend it to them in black and white. Those people couldn't go looking for trouble with Lin Hao, could they? If he Shanshuan found out about it, he'd be praised for his wisdom. Lin Hao was puzzled by Zhang Fan's behavior. Is it necessary to be so cautious? He did not even think about it, directly signed his name on the contract. Zhang Fan was like a treasure and discreetly put the contract away. Student Lin, I'll leave you alone, you continue. If you can, strengthen the Scythe of Death first. It's good for me to open my eyes. Hee. Don't worry, leader. Lin Hao smiled. I'll definitely be able to finish strengthening it today. When Zhang Fan left, he started strengthening his Death Scythe. He also wanted to know what kind of changes would come from strengthening the +5 Death God Scythe. Ding! Ding! The sound of a successful reinforcement kept ringing out, and Lin Hao didn't even look at it, waiting to see the final result. However, the higher the reinforcement level, the longer it took to reinforce. He even waited a full 2 hours for the final rank +5. Ding! Triggering Sacred Forging. There is already a Sacred Forge, strengthening effect, consuming 1,000 points of energy. Ding! His own energy was instantly drained, and Lin Hao instantly felt a wave of weakness. Anytime a Sacred Forge was triggered, it would consume energy. How much was consumed depended on the effect of the Sacred Forge. The stronger the effect, the more energy it consumed. Right now, Lin Hao was level 15, and the energy he possessed totaled 1,000 points, all of which were consumed in this instance. However, the sound of the forging being completed was like heavenly music to Lin Hao, and he hastily took out the Death God's Scythe. Nowadays, the Death God's Scythe made him, a forger, feel strange. The first thing was the appearance. The Death God's Scythe had increased in appearance by quite a bit, and was 2 meters long. And at the scythe blade, it was also a meter long. It really looked like the weapon of the God of Death, with an aura of death emanating around it. When it was swung, you could also see a black light faintly emanating from it. Lin Hao took a deep breath. He had strengthened it 5 times at once just to see the final attributes. With an excited heart, he began to check the attributes. Night Spectre's Scythe Legendary Grade. Wear level, 30. Reinforcement level, plus 5. Attack plus 150,000. Penetration plus 100%. Attack speed, plus 12. Skills, Reaper Night Spectre Lord, Death Domain. Reaper. Inflicts decapitation effect on creatures below divine level with less than 30% life value. Reaper. Inflicts decapitation effect on creatures below divine level with less than 30% life value. Night Lord. Plus 20% attack power when at night, 50% attack power when in Night Spectre state under moonlight. Field of Death. When in Night Spectre state, can create a 1000-1000 field. All hostile creatures within the field. Attribute drop by 20%. Sacred Forge Effect. Night Spectre. Night Spectre. Every 60 seconds in the Night Spectre state, this weapon's base attack power will increase by 2%. Wherever I go, it is night. Dark Lord. After checking the attributes, Lin Hao didn't say anything for a long time. Su Qilan, who was beside him, was puzzled in his mind. Lin Hao, what's wrong with you? Are you too tired? She walked up and gently touched Lin Hao. Lin Hao looked like he had just come back to his senses, crying. Teacher Su, I can't use my own exclusive weapon by myself. Su Qilan frowned deeply and hurriedly just picked up the death scythe to check it out. Sure enough, Lin Hao had been quite lucky this time. Not only had he triggered the divine forging, but he had likewise triggered the effect of raising the level of his equipment from the divine forging. So his death god scythe, from level 10, had directly increased to level 30. Lin Hao was only level 15 now, so of course he couldn't use it. No wonder Lin Hao was frustrated. What about the weapon that was said to be the most suitable for forgers? That was how it fit? However, after Su Qilan proceeded to look at the information on the death god scythe, she immediately sucked in a breath of cool air and covered her mouth in surprise. What do I see? 150,000 attack power. 100% penetration? This indicated that a single scythe would not be able to withstand a normal mini-boss. Penetrating 100% indicated that the enemy's defense, no matter how high it was nothing. This level 30 death scythe was already comparable to level 80 or 90 starburst or higher weapons. It was simply heaven-defying. And the words of the death god scythe had all been strengthened as well. Chapter 27 Brothers Prestige. Su Qilan was still checking the attributes of the death god scythe, her heart shocked. In addition to its attributes, all of death god scythe's words were also frighteningly strong. It could now directly decimate 30% of blood, and under the Night Spectre state, the attack power was directly increased by 50%. The effect of Night Spectre was similarly strengthened, boosting attack power by 2% per second. On top of that, there was an additional field of death that directly weakened attributes by 20%, a word skill that was even more shocking. It was especially useful when dealing with bosses. Su Qilan was shocked beyond words, and the way she looked at Lin Hao was like she was looking at a monster. I really didn't know what kind of heaven-destroying scene it would be if the death scythe was strengthened to plus 10. One had to know that this was only the drawing Lin Hao had gotten at level 10. Every time he reached level 10 in the future, he would be able to get another drawing. Until this moment, Su Qilan truly felt how important Lin Hao was to the country. A piece of top-tier luxury equipment was comparable to a top-tier powerhouse. And Lin Hao being able to create an entire legion. When the time came, the entire world would tremble in front of Huaxia. Lin Hao himself hadn't gotten over his frustration yet. His own exclusive weapon that he couldn't use himself was truly the greatest sorrow in the world. But it was possible to turn in to Zhang Fan. It was getting late outside, so Lin Hao and Su Qilan went straight to the principal's office. Zhang Fan was still waiting here anxiously, and after seeing Lin Hao, his eyes suddenly lit up. It's done. Lin Hao barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Fortunately, he handed the death scythe over to Zhang Fan. No matter if it was Zhang Fan, He Shanshuan, and Principal Shang, they were all shocked by the domineering appearance of the death god's scythe. Zhang Fan couldn't wait to start checking the attributes, and a few moments later, he directly laughed out loud. Haha. Too strong. Simply too strong. Especially in some of the Dark Knight copies. This weapon is simply strong. In every copy, the weather was also different. Some were winter, some were summer, some were the same as outside, alternating day and night, and some were perpetual night or perpetual day. In short, anything could happen in the middle of the replica. He Shanshuan also hurriedly checked the attributes and was immediately taken aback. The attributes are so exaggerated? A masterpiece. Simply a masterpiece. He heavily patted Lin Hao's shoulder. Student Lin, I will definitely reflect this matter upwards. This death scythe will bring us, Huaxia, great help. Lin Hao scratched his head. Is it that powerful? It's just enough to be able to help. In the end, he was only a senior high school student, and once he heard that he could help the country, he was naturally overjoyed. Jiang Fan on the side, however, hemmed and hawed. This weapon, priority is given to our Jiangnan province military region to use. Other military regions want to use it, have to queue up. Shanshuan shook his head with a face full of pity. Alas, I also want this, but this weapon is so powerful, it definitely needs to be uniformly distributed by the state. Our Jiangnan province is so weak, we must be in the last few places. Who knew that as if by magic? Jiang Fan pulled out the contract he had signed with Lin Hao from his pocket. Old he, what do you see here? Shanshuan looked at the contract with great suspicion, and his eyes immediately widened. You, how dare you take matters into your own hands? Jiang Fan smiled coldly. I've asked for the consent of student Lin Hao, and the materials for the reinforcement are all provided by our Jiangnan province. Shouldn't the priority be given to their use? Saying that, he even winked at Lin Hao. Shanshuan let out a bitter smile. Forget it. I'll carry this matter with you. Seeing the two bigwigs arguing, Su Qilan hurriedly said, Leader, Mr. Lin is already tired today. I'll send him back to rest first. Shanshuan then reacted and quickly said, I should, student Lin, go back and rest. Your body is important. Lin Hao had expended all his energy and was indeed very tired, so he nodded as well. Su Qilan not only sent Lin Hao home, but also helped the two Lin Hao siblings cook. Teacher Su, there's no need to get busy. Just eat whatever you want. Lin Hao felt a little embarrassed. She was a teacher. Did she really become a nanny? Su Qilan, however, didn't care. That's not good, you're all growing up, you must eat well. Anyway, the state has issued meal allowances that are quite generous. You can eat prawns all the time. Lin Hao laughed bitterly, still letting her go. Lin Anan came over at this time, her little head bobbing. Brother, I see you're secretly happy in your heart, right? Teacher Su, such a great beauty, is cooking for you, and you're still not satisfied? Lin Hao immediately glared at his sister. What do you know, you little brat? Step aside. Che, I still don't understand you? Lin Anan had a man-child look. Speaking of which, it's really like brother has been working for the past 2 days. Going out early and coming back late every day. Still tired as a dog, she said, snickering to herself. Lin Hao instantly rewarded her with a violent chestnut. Your brother? I'm a genius. Do you understand? It's impossible to work part-time. It's impossible to work part-time in this life. The country is supporting me. Lin Anan, however, directly ignored the latter part of Lin Hao's sentence and snorted coldly. Stinky brother, still dare to be cross with me. When I level up, see if I don't beat you up. She demonstratively waved her fist. Lin Hao was helpless in his heart. He was really powerless to spit on his sister. Right in. Which university do you want to go to? Although Lin Anan wasn't old enough, having awakened a rare profession, there was a probability that she would be directly guaranteed a place. Of course, it's St. Demon University. For a combat profession, that's the best university. Holy Devil University was in Tianhai City, and it was the only municipality that didn't belong to any province. Not needing the shelter of the provincial military region was enough to say that Tianhai City was awesome. And Tianhai City was awesome because of Holy Devil University, so it was only natural for Lin Anan to want to go to St. Demon University. Unfortunately, even after awakening a rare profession, it's still difficult to enter St. Demon University. She sighed and put on a deep look. Call out brother. I'll help you out with this. Lin Hao patted his chest and said, just brag. Lin Anan made a face and hurriedly ran off to eat. Lin Hao's heart was tired and very despondent. Alas, not enough prestige in front of my sister. There were no words for the night. The next morning, Lin Hao was called up. Mr. Su, what's wrong? Lin Hao rubbed his eyes, looking like he hadn't woken up yet. Another leader is coming to our school, specifically to see you. So pack up, Su Qilan urged. Lin Hao wanted to cry. It wasn't true that it was good to have the country at your back. But leaders, isn't that a bit too much? Chapter 28, The State is the Atmosphere. Chen Yang, as the director of the General Administration of Education in Huaxia, was in charge of the education bureaus of the provinces. When he first heard about Lin Hao, he didn't believe it at all. How could there be such a heaven-defying skill as divine forging? Forging and strengthening were both 100% successful. It was simply unimaginable. But then the attributes of the equipment that had been strengthened were transmitted to the headquarters one after another, and only then did he realize that it was all true. That little guy Lin Hao really did have such powerful skills, so he personally came to Linjiang City, ready to meet that little guy. Along with him, there was also the commander of the Huaxia General Military Region, Lu Shiqing. As the most outstanding national hero of the previous generation, a level 80 powerhouse allowed Lu Shiqing to remain as strong as an ox even at the age of retirement. Nowadays, two of the most important departments in China, the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Military Affairs, one of the two top leaders, all came to Lindong City. If it were to be spread out, I don't know how much of a shock it would cause. But this time, they came without alarming the public, and very few people knew about it. General! Zhang Fan saluted excitedly like a new recruit after seeing Lu Shiqing. Hee. Lu Shiqing had a full head of silver hair, and his body was just a little stronger than an ordinary soldier's. Quite easygoing. No need to be nervous. I just heard that there's a little guy who's very powerful and has the potential to make our Huaxia rise. So I came over to take a look. Zhang Fan nodded repeatedly. General, Lin Hao will definitely not let you down. Chun Yang on the side also walked over with a smile. He wore a pair of presbyopia glasses, like a grandpa that could be seen everywhere in the neighborhood. These two people walked together. If they didn't know, they wouldn't be able to tell that these two people were pivotal bigwigs in Huaxia. Leaders, you guys sit down for a while. Lin Hao should be here soon. By the way, this is the equipment that Lin Hao forged at level 10. After strengthening it, I'm going to send it to the front line to try it out. Zhang Fan offered his treasure as if he was offering it, taking out the death scythe that he hadn't had time to send away yet. A brilliant light flashed in Lu Shiqing's eyes as he brought the weapon over to examine it. A moment later, his expression became excited. Haha! It's simply too strong. If I had a copy of this weapon at that time, what other copies would be able to stop me? He waved the death god's scythe in his hand. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Chun Yang at the side also checked the attributes and similarly sucked in cool air. Haha! It's a pity that Lin Hao's classmate wasn't born a few years earlier. Otherwise you could definitely use it, old Lu. Lu Shiqing snorted coldly. I'm not old enough to use it now. Zhang Fan, who was at the side, hurriedly stepped forward and put away the death scythe. You old man, just take it easy. This kind of thing, just leave it to the lads. And you old man can't be biased. Student Lin Hao has already decided to lend the death god's scythe to our Jiangnan province military region. The contract is proof. After he put away the weapon, he took out the contract, fearing that Elder Lu would send the weapon to another military region. After reading the contract, Lu Shiqing laughed and cursed. Brat, playing a setup with me? Just as well. It will be prioritized for your Jiangnan province military region. But other provinces can't be left behind either. Got it? With LV Lao's assurance, Zhang Fan was overjoyed, and even more so, he thought that signing the contract with Lin Hao was an incomparably correct decision. Haha, don't worry Elder LV. We in Jiangnan province will eat meat, and the other brother provinces, they will have to drink soup too. No. Finally, Lin Hao arrived late. When he saw LV Shiqing as well as Chun Yang, he froze for a moment. Because these two bigwigs, he recognized all of them. One was a legendary figure from the military department, and the other was the director of the Ministry of Education's General Directorate, who also gave speeches quite often. Because the current world was quite brutal, the country had to mold a hero to unite people's hearts. Education is also a top priority. That's why those heroes were as familiar even to small children. How could Lin Hao not know them? Leader. Both Elder Lu and Qin Yang came forward rather casually. Hee, young man, you're pretty good. No need to be nervous, we just came to take a look at you. After all, in the future, it will be your young people's world. Are you interested in coming to our military department? I promise you can go straight to the logistics department of the military ministry as a major. An 18-year-old major was not uncommon in this day and age, but it wasn't something that could be had casually either. The key was that Lin Hao could shed everything in the early stages and directly become a major. This was something that everyone could only dream of. Chen Yang, who was on the side, hurriedly interrupted them. Elder Lu, Lin Hao has only graduated from high school. It's best for him to go to the university for some experience. Student Lin, what do you say? Lin Hao nodded. Yes, I also want to go to college. Although it was great to enter the military department directly, he was only at level 15 now, and much of his knowledge hadn't been learned yet. Of course, it was best to enter a university. Lin Hao wasn't going to do something he would regret because of a moment of hot-headedness. Elder Lu laughed. That's true. I was in a hurry, like grandparents in the neighborhood. They led Lin Hao into the office and sat down to drink tea and chat. Even provincial bigwigs like Zhang Fan and He Shanshuan were waiting on the side. After a brief inquiry, Qin Yang was able to realize that this little guy in front of him was truly bent on surrendering himself to the state. The national complex was quite strong. Such a talent could naturally be vigorously cultivated. Those who did not have a sense of belonging and put interests first, even if they were geniuses, they could defect at any time, and the country would not vigorously cultivate them. Student Lin, in light of your performance and ability, our Ministry of Education is rewarding you with some bonuses, and he will talk to you about these things afterward. I hope you can continue to keep your beginner's mind. The little he in Chun Yang's mouth was He Shanshuan. A bigwig from a provincial education department being called Little He, how could one look at it? It was a bit magical. Elder Lu also laughed. Little comrade, it's not possible for us in the military department to let you work for nothing, and we won't be short on the pay that we should give. Lin Hao waved his hands back and forth. There's no need to be paid for contributing to the country. However, Lu Lao glared with both eyes. How can that be? This is all what you deserve. There's no need to refuse. Our Huaxia will never let any genius suffer. Lin Hao's heart instantly warmed. Worthy of being Huaxia. It was all about atmosphere. After chatting for a while, the two bigwigs left. They each had things to do, and taking time out to see Lin Hao was already outside of their schedule. After they left, He Shanshuan came to Lin Hao. Student Lin, the Ministry of Education has decided to reward you with a $5 million bonus, and will open a special account for you later, so you should do a good job. Zhang Fan also took out a number of contracts. Lin Hao, take a look. This is the price you'll pay for reinforcing the equipment for the military ministry. If you're not satisfied, we'll discuss it again. Chapter 29, Are the conditions too generous? As if by magic, Zhang Fan directly pulled out a large number of contracts. On top of these contracts, everything depicted the compensation Lin Hao could receive for building equipment for the military department. The price is different for different levels and qualities, and even the price is likewise different for different attributes obtained after strengthening. Moreover, Lin Hao's god-level forging ability could reduce the amount of materials needed in addition to 100% forging success. These reduced materials were originally saved by Lin Hao with his own abilities, so the remaining materials also belong to Lin Hao. Anyway, the contract has almost everything that can be taken into account, all printed out, and all of this is solely to protect Lin Hao's interests. It could be said that as long as he set aside 2 days every month to strengthen and forge equipment for the military department, then Lin Hao was a rich man. Leader, aren't these conditions a bit too generous? Lin Hao felt a little embarrassed himself. But Zhang Fan waved his hand and laughed. You deserve this. You possessed such an ability and didn't develop it slowly on your own, but instead reported it to the state, so it's entirely appropriate for the state to give you these favorable treatments. It was said that with such an ability, Lin Hao would be able to live equally well even if he didn't turn himself over to the state. But it was precisely because of this that the country held Lin Hao in higher regard. Is there any justice if the country doesn't protect such patriotic children? He Shanshuan also came over and patted Lin Hao's shoulder, comforting him. Don't worry, you deserve all this. Thanks. Lin Hao felt a burst of warmth in his heart and signed his name without any further hesitation. After Zhang Fan collected the contract, he added, in addition to these, the state treats you favorably, as well as substitute trainers and the like. Before you start school, the matter of substitute trainer will be taken care of by our Jiangnan military region, absolutely reliable. You don't have to pay anything because this is our country's talent support program, and a talent like you should certainly be vigorously cultivated. Of course, I believe in the leader, Lin Hao said with a smile as well. Well, keep up the good work. I really want to see what kind of monster you'll become after you level up. He Shanshuan laughed. The bonus from the Ministry of Education will be in your account today. Don't worry. Although Lin Hao had been strengthening his equipment all this time, he hadn't signed a contract before after all, so he didn't have any money to take. It was assumed that those equipment that had been strengthened before were also meant to test Lin Hao's strength. And now every piece of equipment that Lin Hao strengthened counted. In the past, the reason why he studied hard was to make things better for his family. His family was not poor and destitute, but it was quite strapped for cash. 80% of the land has been overrun by monsters since the game merged with reality and monsters appeared in front of humans. Human numbers are also plummeting, and access to resources is much more difficult. So if you want to survive, you have to work hard to do so. Lin Hao's parents were just ordinary laborers, and the same thing they had awakened was a living profession. In order to let the two children study at ease, they have gone to work outside, and they don't come back even once a month. That's why Lin Hao studied hard, because he wanted to become a powerful warrior, able to go out into the wilderness and kill wild monsters, or brush copies. When the resources and equipment you get are sold, you can earn wealth and make a good living for your family. It was only after awakening to the living profession that Lin Hao changed his mind. Lin Hao's parents didn't even know about what had happened during this time. "Leader, can I ask how much the bonus is?" Lin Hao tilted his head and asked excitedly. During this period of time, his mind was occupied by the excitement of being able to just strengthen it, so he didn't even think about the money. "It's only now that I'm reacting." He Shanshuan smiled and said, "It's not much, just $5 million. 5 million might not have been much before the monsters appeared, but after the destruction and rebuilding, the currency system had been updated. $5 million is enough for Lin Hao's family to live comfortably. And Lin Hao knew that with his skills, he would definitely be able to earn more than just $5 million in the future. So with this bonus, he can take his parents to the city center and buy a big house, and also save them from having to work hard. "Thank you, leader." Lin Hao was genuinely sincere, yet he didn't make it seem like he was greedy for money. After all, if they were really trying to get rich, how could they turn themselves over to the state? After returning home, Lin Hao received a text message notification. The Ministry of Education not only gave him a bonus, but likewise opened an account for him in the bank. Looking at the account balance with several zeros, Lin Hao giggled. Su Qilan, who was on the side, sighed helplessly. This student of his, sometimes he's too mature and sometimes he's like a child. "Dad, Mom, you all quit your jobs and come back, so you don't have to go out to work anymore." Lin Hao couldn't wait to dial his parents. Lin's father asked in a shocked tone over there, "Son, are you crazy? If we don't work, how will you and your sister have money to go to college?" Lin Hao hurriedly explained, "Dad, I got a big bonus, so I can give you guys a good life." "Son, did you run into a scam?" Lin's mother was full of worry over there. "These scammers, they'll just cheat you little kids who don't know the world. You can't fall for that." Once he saw that his parents didn't believe what he said at all, Lin Hao was rather helpless. "Dad, Mom, if you don't believe me, then come back and take a look. You guys haven't been back in a long time anyway." Upon hearing this, the parents were really afraid that Lin Hao would encounter a scam, so they quickly agreed. They took a leave of absence from their boss and returned home the same day. Lin Hao didn't just tell his parents all about his account balance and what had happened during this time. There is even a Su Qilan present. Lin's father and mother realized that their son was really flying up the branch to become a phoenix. The two cried tears of joy, happy that their lives had changed for the better and relieved that their son had made it. "Dad, Mom, let's go buy a house now, and my son will make money for you to spend later." Lin Hao waved his hand and directly took his parents to buy a big house. The place they were living in now wasn't a slum, but it was getting a little run down. Moreover, because of the small size of the house, his and his sister's rooms, which were separated from their original rooms, were quite narrow. "Okay, go for the big house." The parents excitedly agreed and the family headed straight for the city center. When Lin Ainen came home from school and realized the truth of the matter, she broke down and called her parents. "Have you forgotten me as your daughter?" Chapter 30. Born for a copy. Northern military region of Jiangnan province. Ever since that wind god Bao was taken away last time, Tang Wu was still pining for it even now. Zhang Fan really isn't righteous enough to take away such good equipment. He was indignant in his heart. After all, Jiangnan province was considered relatively weak compared to other provinces. And the northern war zone, compared to the other war zones in Jiangnan province, was even weaker. Could be said to be even weaker. As a result, there were many high-level copies that hadn't yet been raided in the northern war zone. Tang Wu was having a headache with this, but the arrival of the wind god Bao gave him hope. Unfortunately, the wind god Bao had been sent here for testing purposes only, and after the testing was over, it was immediately sent away. This made him quite depressed. He just didn't expect that Zhang Fan's adjutant would go and return. And this time, the scale of the escort was obviously much larger than last time. There were 3 helicopters alone that accompanied them, each loaded with quite powerful firepower. And when they set off from Lindong City, they were all accompanied by warplanes along the way. Although normal thermal weapons weren't much use against monsters, powerful thermal weapons were still very effective. Only nowadays the world was already full of holes, and those weapons with destructive power would only be used when it was time to go for broke. To be able to have a warplane escort it, it already showed that what was brought this time was absolutely extraordinary. Seeing this, Tang Wu didn't have the same aggressiveness he had last time, and instead, his face was full of smiles. Haha. I knew that Zhang Fan wouldn't forget his old classmate. What goodies did you send this time? The adjutant was helpless at the sight, but still took out the weapon case. The weapon case this time was quite special, wide and long, like a coffin board. Sir, the weapons this time, Major General Zhang Fan specifically asked me to send them over. He asked me to convey to you that while the weapons are still in our Jiangnan province, hurry up and go raid a few more copies. After saying that, he opened the weapon case, and a pitch-black long sickle appeared in front of Tang Wu. Just by looking at it, Tang Wu felt a strong aura of death. This is... Tang Wu picked up the death scythe and checked the attributes. It's only level 30. Ha! When he saw the level, he was a little lost in his heart, but looking down, it made him all but let out a surprised voice. The attack power on the panel alone was 150,000. If a scythe went down, wouldn't it destroy the sky and the earth? The words of the weapon were even more perverse than one another. All of the words and phrases indicated that this weapon's attack power was explosive. All the shock and surprise were all turned into this expletive. For this weapon, he simply loved it to the skies. What Tang Wu had awakened was also a rare profession called Blade Saint. This occupation allowed him to specialize in knife-type weapons, and his comprehension of knife techniques far exceeded that of normal people. The profession could likewise increase his attack power and attack speed with knives. The Scythe of Death, despite its strange shape, belonged to the category of knives. So for this weapon, it was just right for him. Tang Wu himself also had an exclusive weapon, a large sword. But compared to the Scythe of Death, it was simply scum. It's a pity that such a strong weapon is exclusive. It was forged by that little guy you mentioned before, right? It's a pity. He's just a living profession. If this weapon could be given to me, what copy couldn't be broken? Pity, too bad. He said several pities in a row, just lamenting that such a good weapon was exclusive to a forge master. Although others could also use it, it was always inferior to using his own. The adjutant, however, sighed. Sir, just be content. Just this is still what Major General Zhang Fan fought for with all his heart and soul. Otherwise, it would have been sent to other military regions long ago. What Major General Zhang Fan means is to raid a few more copies while the weapons are still in our hands. Tang Wu smiled coldly, and as soon as he did, he slung the death scythe over his shoulder. Don't worry, I'll personally go out this time. The booze in those copies, tremble for me. As a soldier, Tang Wu's execution was quite high. Soon, he had selected 9 other people from the army, all of whom were also above level 50. It was said that a team that raided a replica was like playing a game, requiring many professions to work together. Like warriors and mages were responsible for output, tanks to resist injuries, and aids. But this time, the team Tang Wu had formed was all tanks except for him. And after a brief explanation of the mission, they set off. Even the battle-hardened soldiers were inevitably muttering in their hearts at this point. What's wrong with the brigade commander? How come all the ones picked this time are meat shield professions? Yes. Can the brigadier alone keep up with his output? What we're going to raid this time is that level 70 Dark Knight copy, Forest of Eternal Night. The booze inside the fallen black bear is not a vegetarian. Have you guys noticed that the brigadier is actually carrying a strange weapon? Is it his new weapon? The warriors were puzzled in their hearts, and likewise had no small amount of fear. After all, they were all over level 50 as well, and the copy they were going to raid was a full level 70. But they were soldiers of China, with a firm belief in obeying orders as their vocation. Even if they were asked to go to their deaths, they would not hesitate to do so. So although they were doubtful, not a single one of them flinched. A Dark Knight copy is a copy in which there is only darkness. The fallen black bear was a nightmarish existence in the northern military region. Not only is the attack power incredibly high, but the blood volume is in the millions, which is desperate. There are quite a few warriors fell in this copy. Not long after, they arrived in front of the copy. Tang Wu looked at the soldiers who had come with him and couldn't help but smile sarcastically. The monsters in the middle of this copy have killed many of our comrades. And today, it's time to make them pay for their blood. Trust me. Depart. After saying that, he entered the replica in the lead. The remaining 9 warriors, likewise, stepped into it. A deep, dark light emerged above the replica door. The replica opened. The huge forest was like a monster with teeth and claws in the darkness of the night. The cold moonlight poured down without a trace of temperature. The moment the 10-man squad appeared in the forest, 9 warriors surrounded Tang Wu. Some of them held shields, while others coalesced walls of light in front of their bodies, guarding against any dangers that might appear around them. In this copy, even the small monsters were level 70. Any danger would be fatal. Tang Wu at this moment, however, looked towards the giant sickle in his hand. As soon as they entered the copy, the Scythe of Death entered the Night Spectre state, almost doubling its attack power. And the longer they were here, the higher the weapon's attributes became, with no upper limit at all. The Death God's Scythe was specifically created for the Dark Knight copy. Chapter 31. A single knife second, what's there to say? Tang Wu's squad was slowly advancing through the forest. There were crises everywhere here, and they were all on full alert. Right at this moment, in the dark forest, a black shadow suddenly rushed out, a cold aura flickering. Watch out! The warrior who was facing the black shadow, at this moment, his entire body was tensed up, ready to meet the attack. The black shadow was the most common monster in this replica, named the Dark Knight Leopard, moving as fast as lightning and with infinite strength. Even a level 70 combat profession would need the cooperation of multiple people to kill it. Only the imagined impact didn't wait, and the soldier suspiciously stretched his head to look, and saw that the Dark Knight Leopard had actually been split in half. Even a material had exploded from the corpse. The soldier stayed in place, his eyes somewhat dull as he looked towards Tang Wu. And at this moment, Tang Wu also maintained the action of swinging his sword. Only when he said he was swinging the sword, he was actually just stretching out the Death Scythe. The high attack power that came with the weapon made it so that he didn't even have to think about moves and such. It could be called touch and die. The blood quantity of these monsters was not even 150,000 tons. Moreover, under the Night Spectre, the Death Scythe had already released a field with a radius of 1,000 meters. All monsters that stepped into the field would have their attributes weakened by 20%. The Death God's Scythe also came with a 30% decimation. Against ordinary small monsters, the damage overflowed too much. After seeing how powerful the Death God's Scythe was, Tang Wu finally relaxed quite a bit. Haha! What are you waiting for? Collect the materials and let's move on. Those warriors woke up as if from a dream and hurriedly collected their loot and continued forward. This time, they all split their minds to stare at Tang Wu. After all, the scene just now was too terrifying. A small monster in a level 70 copy had been destroyed in a single strike. Even if a level 80 Big Brother came, it couldn't be that easy, right? Combined with the fact that Tang Wu was carrying a uniquely shaped weapon, the other warriors also came to a realization. This was all because of this weapon. The small monsters that they encountered next were all killed by Tang Wu one by one as well. Even before the monsters even got close, they were already dead. What had originally taken 2 to 3 hours to travel through now took only half an hour or so, and they had arrived in the depths of the forest. And this was where the boss fallen black bear was. Roar! Sensing the unfamiliar aura, the fallen black bear steeply stood upright, its body exceeding 5 meters. It was simply a behemoth. Facing this boss, the 9 warriors couldn't help but feel fear as well, their bodies trembling slightly. However, they all still held their ground and blocked Tang Wu's face. Tang Wu looked at the Death Scythe in his hand, and under the various additions, the attack power had come to a terrifying 500,000 or so. The field of death instantly covered the fallen black bear. Roar! The fallen black bear let out another roar and charged directly towards Tang Wu and the others. The ground shook in an instant. At this moment, Tang Wu only glanced indifferently at the fallen black bear. You killed quite a few of our comrades before, now it's time to pay in blood. He roared angrily, and the Death Scythe in his hand steeply emitted an icy spectral light. Go to hell! Tang Wu leapt high into the air, the giant sickle in his hand slashing down. Swish! The fallen black bear's wildly running body came to a steep stop, its bloodstain instantly emptying. Shaking twice, the huge body split directly down the middle, bursting out several pieces of equipment and materials. The The faces of the several warriors in front were stained with warm liquid as they stood frozen in place, as if they had forgotten to think. Their nightmare, the million-blooded booze, the fallen black bear that had killed many of their compatriots, had been killed by a single slash? All 9 warriors needed time to properly digest this scene. Tang Wu was also quite excited at this moment, and was even more in love with the death scythe in his hands. This one Dark Knight copy that had been troubling them for a long time had been successfully raided so easily. It was simply breathtaking. "Ha-ha, brothers. Collect the loot. We're leaving." Tang Wu laughed loudly, which caused the warriors to come back to their senses. They hurriedly packed up their loot, and with a flash of light, they disappeared into the replica. Outside the replica, Zhang Fan's adjutant didn't leave. After all, he wanted to see the power of the death scythe with his own eyes. The replica that was thought to take at least 2 to 3 hours to be raided, this time, it only took more than half an hour for the raid to be completed. And this time, the warriors who entered were simply unharmed. "Why do you all look like you have a few hollow eyes?" The adjutant frowned and asked suspiciously. Tang Wu laughed out loud. "These rabbits, they're probably scared by me." The fact that he had killed a level 70 boss in a single slash made him in a great mood, and his body was simply filled with vigor. After handing over the loot and all the data of the copy, he hoofed it and led the warriors to another Dark Knight copy. The rewards given for the first pass of a copy were quite generous. What loot could be obtained in the aftermath would depend entirely on luck. Moreover, raiding the copies had another purpose, which was to explore the world within the copies. When one knew the copy like the back of their hand, it would be much simpler to clear it. Just like a real game with a guide, the difficulty naturally decreased. In the next copy, it was completely Tang Wu's time to perform alone. No, more accurately, it was the display time of the Death God's Scythe. Because of the strong attributes, it led to the fact that after raiding 7 Dark Knight copies in a row, there weren't any monsters that were able to hold up a single slash yet. Haha, what a pain in the ass. Tang Wu reluctantly returned to the barracks. Even though he didn't have to put in much effort, after raiding 7 copies, the warriors were all tired. So he had to take a break. "Sir, in that case, I'll leave first. If there's anything later, you can just contact Major General Zhang Fan directly," the adjutant said. Tang Wu waved his hand. "Go, go, go. Just don't take the weapons with you. By the way, you said last time that these weapons, they were all reinforced by a senior student?" The adjutant nodded and said, "Yes, but this person's information is a top secret of Huaxia. Forgive me for not being able to disclose it." "Understood," Tang Wu nodded. "I just think it's a pity, such a talent. How good would it be if it was in our army? Not to mention a weapon like the Death God's Scythe. Even if it was a weapon of the same level as the Wind God's Bow before, equipping the entire army, how strong would it be? At that time, any duplicate would be able to pass through flat out." The more he said, the more excited he became, and the more pity he felt in his heart. Such a talent, he could directly offer it up. It was just that people were destined to belong to the whole of China. The adjutant's eyes also flashed with excitement. "Sir, there will be another batch of equipment shipped over afterward. It's not much, but it will be able to equip a few elite squads." He turned to leave, and before he left behind a sentence. "Sir, what you said will definitely come true." Chapter 32, Don't Want to Be a Waste. The news that the Northern Military Region had cleared 7 high-level darkness copies in a row reached Zhang Fan the next day. This made Zhang Fan almost jump up in joy. This was because he knew that it was all because the death scythe he had sent had worked. "Great. I knew it would be like this." The significance of clearing a high-level copy was equivalent to a war race. The equipment and materials obtained from the copies would grow the army. And there was more experience in the high-level copies, allowing the soldiers to upgrade quickly. Even in the duplicates, skill books would be popped out. Skill books were the inheritance that allowed people to learn skills, limited to professions, levels, and so on. Each skill book was almost unattainable. All of the various things could be seen as strengthening the army. One day, the army could be strong enough to clear those copies without the help of the Death God's Scythe. With the Death God's Scythe, the Northern Military Region's strength can get a quick boost. This time it can always get rid of the weakest reputation, right? Zhang Fan thought prettily. Now, every province in China had 9 military regions. After the game descended into reality, Huaxia suffered from a phobia of insufficient military strength. So every province named military districts by direction, plus the central military district, a total of 9 military districts. Jiangnan province is the weakest of all the provinces, specifically based on the degree of the copy of the raid to divide. And the Jiangnan province had the least number of high-level copies. As Jiang fan of the Jiangnan province's general military region, everything he did was to make the Jiangnan province's military stronger. So after discovering Lin Hao's talents, his first thought was to keep the person in Jiangnan province. After realizing that he couldn't do that at all, he retreated to the next best thing, which was to supply the equipment forged by Lin Hao to their Jiangnan military region first. Unfortunately, the idea was beautiful and the reality was cruel. This kind of good thing simply couldn't be left to Jiangnan province alone. It was at this time that Jiang Fan became truly anxious. Talent is our Jiangnan province. A little benefit is not given to our Jiangnan province, simply too much, right? So he risked the risk of being disciplined and signed that contract with Lin Hao, prioritizing the use of the Death Scythe. It was only natural to let Death Scythe go first to help Jiangnan province's weakest northern military region. On the other hand, in the level 20 copy mountain demon camp, Lin Hao was practicing alongside a group of gorgeously equipped and well-trained soldiers. Even Su Qilan had followed along into the copy. Because even though she wasn't at a high level as the person who had the best relationship with Lin Hao, she had to follow. Leveling was also about taking care of the mood. The country was caring for Lin Hao. And although Su Qilan had become a personal nanny, the benefits she received were quite a lot. The first thing was a full body of level 15 platinum equipment, which even a tycoon wouldn't dare to wear like this. Just this one, Su Qilan taught students for a lifetime and couldn't earn it. And following the copy, you can also follow and rub some experience. Although most of the experience in the copy was Lin Hao's. Teacher Su, please follow me to brush the copy. Lin Hao made his way forward, surrounded by a group of 8 soldiers. These 8 people, all of them were level 29 soldiers, which was the highest level that could get the most experience. And in order to protect Lin Hao's safety, these people had equipment that Lin Hao had strengthened. So it was pretty smooth all the way. Lin Hao didn't have to do anything, just lie flat. But how could a real man lie flat? Lin Hao himself was wearing also a level 15 outfit. When the troops had taken him leveling before, he had leveled up to level 15, so his equipment had been updated. But he didn't want to be a lying flat loser, and wanted to kill monsters as well. But unfortunately, living professions and main combat professions were just fundamentally different. Although Lin Hao's panel values with the equipment's boost and the main combat profession were similar, in real combat there was a big difference. Without the Death Scythe boost, it would take a lot of effort for him to kill a small monster. He also needed others to assist him from the side. This seriously slowed down the speed of painting copies, so Lin Hao could only give up helplessly. During this time, he strengthened his equipment, and for every piece of equipment he strengthened, he also gained a bit of experience, and now he was on the verge of upgrading. It was only in comparison to playing copies and brushing wild monsters that the experience gained from forging was too little. This was also the reason why forge masters were generally not high-leveled. After all, consuming resources and manpower to a forge master yielded too little. Previously, this kind of treatment could only be had by the main combat professions. Lin Hao was probably the first one to be treated so favorably for being a living profession. Teacher Su, am I really no better than a main combat profession? I really want to be able to kill monsters and upgrade myself too. Lin Hao spat out his grievances towards Su Qilan. A man who even had to hide behind a woman really didn't make him happy. And since he didn't have to do anything to brush the copies, he was practically a waste, and it was also a bit too boring. Even if he used the Scythe of Death, it was also boring because it was purely numerical crushing. Unless one used equipment that could strengthen a combat skill to do so. Su Qilan frowned. As a teacher, he still knew many things. Actually, that's not entirely true. Forge Master is a very special profession, and there are many skills that can help in battle. Of course, I've only heard about it, so when you go back, you can ask. Lin Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Then I do have to ask before I do that. As the boss fell, Lin Hao and the others were teleported out of the copy, and the accumulated experience directly allowed Lin Hao to rise to level 16. Tough luck, everyone. Let's call it a day. Su Qilan was afraid that Lin Hao would get tired, so she said to a few soldiers, "Okay." The soldiers nodded, but by the looks of them, they were all still a bit unfulfilled. After all, this was the first time they had all encountered such good equipment, and they were unable to part with it. Because for reasons of secrecy, these soldiers were all recruited from different military districts, and they changed every time. Even these soldiers, they didn't know who exactly Lin Hao and Su Qilan were, to be able to have such a big show, to have the military region specially transfer someone to take him to practice. The background could be described as heavenly. After saying his polite goodbyes, Lin Hao returned to the school, escorted by the military. The first thing he did was come to the office and find He Shanshuan and Jiang Fan. Two leaders, are there any skills for me? I don't want to hide behind other people. Lin Hao said his thoughts, which immediately made He Shanshuan as well as Jiang Fan frown. A living profession, screaming about slashing monsters? How could this scene be considered bizarre? However, He Shanshuan felt that it made sense. That's right, even if you're well protected, it's still possible to be 100 times worse. You're due for a bit of life preservation. Chapter 33 Forger's Exclusive Divine Skill. It's alright, you're due for a bit of life preservation, He Shanshuan said with a serious face. Lin Hao almost jumped up in joy. He thought the two big brothers would think he was being unreasonable. Jiang Fan nodded in agreement. That's right, despite your high level of secrecy, there are no absolutes. If foreigners learn of your abilities, it's very likely that they'll assassinate you in order to curb the development of manhwa. That's why you can't just strengthen it. Lin Hao was quite excited to receive the approval of the two bigwigs. So can you guys make me as strong as the main combat profession? He Shanshuan and Jiang Fan both shook their heads. Then how are you guys going to make me have the means to save my life? Lin Hao asked suspiciously. Skill books, the two big men said in unison. It was a rare moment when they thought together. The skill books that pop up on copies or wild monsters are all over the place, and who knows if there will be any oddball skills that a forge master can learn. Lin Hao excitedly stretched out his hand. That's great. Where's the skill book? The two bigwigs immediately changed their expressions to one of embarrassment. Ahem, Jiang Fan coughed. The Jiangnan province military region doesn't seem to have skill books suitable for forging masters, and some of the ordinary forging skill books have long been used by other forging masters. Skill books are also like legacies that disappear after they have been learned. So even a forger can't have two exactly alike. Lin Hao's disappointment was visible to the naked eye. He Shanshuan patted his shoulder and laughed. Don't worry, we'll definitely find it. If there's nothing in the military region, then we'll look in the black market, and if there's nothing in Jiangnan province, then we'll look in other provinces. Even if China doesn't have it, we can buy it from foreign hands. There's always something for you. Although Lin Hao was quite moved in his heart, he could hardly hide his loss. I know, and with the equipment I've strengthened, I might just get a skill that suits me. He reassured himself and then he went home. Although he had bought a new house, it would take some time to move, so in the meantime he continued to live in his old raggedy house. Alas, it's still a matter of luck. Lin Hao sighed. He knew that even He Shanshuan and Jiang Fan were saying this, that forger skill books that also had combat attributes were really rare. A few days passed in a row as Lin Hao practiced and strengthened his equipment. All of the equipment that had been strengthened was quickly sent away, believed to have been distributed to the soldiers of the major military regions. Lin Hao also hoped that his equipment would make Huaxia stronger. And that day he had just arrived at the school when the two of them, He Shanshuan and Jiang Fan, suddenly approached him. Good news, Mr. Lin. He Shanshuan was filled with excitement. Lin Hao frowned. Leader, what good news? Only after selling a secret did He Shanshuan take out a few books from his own storage ring. I reported your request directly to the state, and the state hasn't been idle for the past 2 days, going around collecting skill books for forgers. Even the black market, which was completely swept through, which led to finding these skill books. Check it out. There's something for you. Lin Hao had thought that this matter wouldn't be so simple, but he hadn't expected the skill books to be found in just a few days. He felt a warmth in his heart and was a little impatient to check it out. Seeing him in this state, Jiang Fan and He Shanshuan also quietly left. Master Forging, exclusive to Forge Masters, has a chance to reduce the materials needed for strengthening level 20. The first skill book was considered good for a forger, but for Lin Hao, who possessed god-level forging skills, it was chicken ribs, because he had originally been able to reduce the materials needed for strengthening. So he read the other book. Tough Forger, exclusive to Forge Masters, 1 point increase in defense for every 1 level up. Rank 1. This skill book is a bit interesting, but the attributes boosted are too little. Lin Hao sighed. Even if he had risen to level 99, he could only add an additional 99 points of defense. However, after level 10, each level increases defense by 10 points, and after level 20 each level also increases defense by 20 points. Besides, there was the added defense of the equipment, and 99 points of defense was just too insignificant. And it wasn't even a skill that Lin Hao wanted, one that would allow him to fight. Lin Hao read on. but it was all very unsatisfactory. It wasn't until he saw the last book that a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. Reverse reinforcement, exclusive to Forge Masters, has a chance to reverse reinforce equipment within 10 meters, level 20. This skill book is a bit interesting. Lin Hao frowned. Su Qilan also rushed forward to check it out. Suddenly seeing the reverse reinforcement skill, she froze. What's the use of this skill? Reverse strengthening. Doesn't it mean that a successful strengthening is equivalent to a failed strengthening? When she thought that the only thing that would happen if she failed to strengthen it would be melting down, Su Qilan sighed. It's simply an anti-human skill. Who wants their equipment to be strengthened in reverse? But the next moment, Lin Hao suddenly reacted. That's not right. This skill, it's for enemies. And my divine forge. But the reinforcement will be 100% successful. After his reminder, Su Qilan also reacted. If it was against an enemy, the skill reverse strengthening would be a perfect match for Lin Hao. Successful reinforcement is tantamount to failure, and the next step is meltdown. Lin Hao, on the other hand, was 100% successful in strengthening, which meant that he could melt 100% of the enemy's equipment. It was important to realize that even in a level 1 copy, many of the small monsters possessed equipment on their bodies. As long as he was within 10 meters, Lin Hao could say that he was able to directly destroy all of the enemy's equipment. Lin Hao and Su Qilan glanced at each other, both seeing the huge surprise in the other's eyes. Skills that were called chicken ribs in the eyes of other forges were divine skills in Lin Hao's hands. Although it wasn't a skill that would allow Lin Hao to fight, he was satisfied. After all, whether it was for monsters or humans, their own attributes weren't powerful, while the attributes of their equipment accounted for the majority of their strength. Destroying the equipment was equivalent to reducing the monster's attributes by a large portion. That's it. Unfortunately, it's just a little bit smaller in scope. Lin Hao laughed cheekily and directly reached out and pressed his hand on the skill book, preparing to pass on the skill. Who knew that although the skill book was lit up with light on its body, it couldn't be passed on to Lin Hao. Su Qilan voiced a reminder. This skill book is level 20, which means you can only learn it after you reach level 20. Happy for nothing. Lin Hao was a bit disappointed, but these days of practicing plus strengthening had made him level 18 now. I believe it won't take 2 days for him to learn the skill. Chapter 34 Famous schools compete for all of Lin Hao. Just as Lin Hao was working hard to get up to level 20, all the other senior students, too, were busy practicing and picking schools. After conducting the senior tests, everyone's grades had come out. Universities didn't look at a person's level. After all, levels were the easiest to raise. What they were looking at was the student's specialization in their respective professions, as well as their academic performance. Although force was becoming the mainstream nowadays, academic achievements also included theory, culture, and all other things. These were also quite important. Moreover, there was a big gap between the prestigious schools and ordinary universities today. Among the famous schools, those who were recruited were usually in the main combat professions, and the more powerful the famous school, the better the students were recruited. As for ordinary universities, most of the ones recruited were life professions. Among their schools, there were courses that were specialized for living professions. For example, chef, gardening, and so on were all life occupations, and after graduation they could basically find jobs as well. Most of the students of life occupations wanted to find a random school, improve their occupational skills, and find a job after graduation. That's why ordinary universities will start enrolling students very early. Famous schools, on the other hand, would all wait until afterward to enroll, and were not in the same batch as ordinary universities at all. At the entrance of Linjiang No. 1 Middle School, the enrollment of many ordinary universities was going on. Many students were waiting here to enroll. Have you heard? This year, our Lindong city in Jiangnan province is actually going to be the first to conduct a prestigious school enrollment. A girl said mysteriously. How is that possible? Another girl stared with wide eyes, looking surprised. Our Jiangnan province has always been the last one. The first girl whispered. Shoo! Keep your voice down. I have an inside channel. My father's cousin's uncle's sister's daughter's boyfriend works in the education bureau, so the information is absolutely accurate. I heard that this time. It's because a genius has appeared in our Lindong city. It's hard to believe that. Another boy joined in. You're talking about Lin Hao? Before, Su Qilan had said something about Lin Hao being bailed out, and the people in the class were sure to publicize it as well. So the matter of Lin Hao being bailed out was already known to almost everyone. But for this news, it left many people feeling incredulous. It can't be Lin Hao. We all know that Lin Hao awakened to the living profession, so how could he have been bailed out? I think there must be a misunderstanding. That's also true. When did living occupation get bailed out too? Another girl said with some frustration. After all, almost all of those gathered here today were living occupations, and the Combat Profession University would have taken the initiative to invite them. If it wasn't for the fact that this side of China was about fairness, the main combat professions were afraid that they would have already trampled the living professions under their feet. After all, after being powerful, the mentality would also change. Like today's country, the living profession had completely fallen into the slavery of the main battle profession. It's hard to believe that the famous school's early school recruitment and the first battle came to us because of Qin Half-Summer. Qin Hanxia was also a popular figure in Linjiang First Middle School. Her family had money. She herself had worked hard to get ahead, and her awakened profession was also quite powerful. It was even more outstanding than even Su Hui. That's why many people speculated that Qin Half-Summer was the one who was really being bailed out. Just as the students were chatting, on the way to Linjiang First Middle School, several cars met unexpectedly. On each of the cars, the big names of all the major schools were labeled. Holy Devil University, Zhanlan Academy, West Mountain Military Academy, Star Picking University, and Songdom Academy, 5 universities in total. These 5 universities were the top prestigious universities in China today. Each one of them was renowned and had a long history. Although St. Demon University was recognized as the #1 college in Huaxia, not everyone thought so. There were several other universities, and all of them had their own unique characteristics. Yo, where is this going? It's not going to Linjiang First Middle School, is it? The enrollment teacher from St. Demon University poked his head out of the car at this moment, with a few mocking smiles on his face. Let me guess, you guys aren't here for Lin Hao, are you? He acted like he had known this for a long time, and it was more like he was mocking at this point. The enrollment teachers from several other schools also stuck their heads out. A few of them were also considered old acquaintances, and their faces were all a bit ugly at the moment. Obviously, they had come here for Lin Hao, and there was still a death order in the school. Seeing their expressions, the enrollment teacher from St. Demon University immediately put on a beat-up look. Yo, you guys wouldn't still not know, would you? Lin Hao is guaranteed admission to our St. Demon University. I'm really sorry, you guys should just hit the road now and save yourselves a wasted trip. The enrollment teachers of the other 4 universities were green with anger at the moment. Zhao Shang, don't be complacent. Guaranteed admission is guaranteed admission. But people still have the right to choose. The Zhanlan Academy's admissions teacher roared angrily. The enrollment teacher from the West Mountain Military Academy was wearing a military uniform and looked valiant, not furious. He opened his mouth and asked, Zhao Shang, how much do you know about that Lin Hao? Why do we, the prestigious schools, all want him? This question piqued everyone's interest. This was because when they came, they were only told that the one they were recruiting, named Lin Hao, was a student from Linjiang First Middle School. No other information was known. The response given by the school was that their rank was too low. This was the first time they had been told that their level was too low in front of the students. To know that they can be more than 50 levels of strong placed outside are also a party of the existence of the Lord Za. They had shed blood for the country and had been injured for the country. Their level was not enough? For a while, the gazes of all the enrollment teachers fell onto Zhao Shang. But Zhao Shang just spread his hands and said, I don't know any more than you guys. I only know that Lin Hao seems to be a living profession. Living profession? The other teachers from the other prestigious schools were also taken aback. A student of a living profession was worthy of all 5 of their prestigious schools coming out together? This was too abnormal. After exchanging information with each other for a while, and seeing that the others didn't have much more information material, the several teachers from the prestigious schools also returned to their cars. It's really strange. A student of a life profession. The school is asking us to recruit them at all costs. Am I crazy? Or is the school crazy? This was a common thought in the minds of several enrollment teachers. At this time, in the office of Linjiang #1 Middle School, He Shanchuan also looked a little confused after receiving the call. All the admissions teachers from the 5 most prestigious schools are here, but didn't Lin Hao bail out of St. Demon University? The voice on the other side of the phone laughed and said, the guaranteed place is something we took the initiative to give to student Lin Hao. So who knows what student Lin Hao thinks? We have to respect student Lin Hao's wishes and let him pick for himself. Chapter 35. Famous Schools Gathering, National Show of Goodwill. With all the destruction and reconstruction that the schools in China had gone through, there were only 5 schools that could be called famous today. And now, the enrollment teachers of these 5 famous schools had all come to Linjiang No. 1 middle school. The students and teachers who were in the school were instantly confused. Did I see it right? That's a car from Holy Devil University. Someone wiped their eyes, then stared even wider. Did you see it right? It seems like there's also the Western Mountain Military Academy? Another person said with a somewhat dull gaze. West Mountain Military School, that was a place that trained officers for the army and almost never actively enrolled students. If one wanted to go to the West Mountain Military School, one's grades were hard enough. Even if it was active enrollment, it was all special enrollment. Running into the school like this seemed to be the first time. The students were confused, and then they boiled over. The 5 most prestigious schools are all here? Are they here to enroll students? Can it be that we have a chance to? Stars popped up in one person's eyes, fantasizing about a step to heaven. Pull back. Even if they are here to enroll students, they can't possibly recruit you. They should recruit the likes of Qin Half-Summer. Another person directly poured a pot of cold water on him. Can it be that it's really because of Qin Half-Summer? Someone guessed. Such a scene was something they had truly never seen before. Just what kind of genius could make the 5 most prestigious schools come? The students also all flocked into the teaching building, wanting to find out what was going on. Unfortunately, the teaching building on the senior side had long been blocked off, so they simply couldn't get in and could only look on with bated breath. Lin Hao, come back to the school. People from the 5 most prestigious schools are here for you. Principal Shang called Lin Hao. HM? Didn't you say that I bailed out of Holy Devil University? Lin Hao's heart was filled with doubts. Didn't bailing out mean the nail in the coffin? And he hadn't said anything about changing it. Principal Shang hemmed and hawed. It's like this, bailing this thing out. You kid don't know, you're too popular now. These prestigious schools are unconvinced by what Holy Devil University can directly recruit you. Have to compare with Holy Devil University. The leadership of these schools, but also the pillars of the country, the collective on the proposal, the state also realized that before we are a little arbitrary, should give you a chance to choose. The governor specifically accounted for us, said that you have to let you choose your own, fully respect your wishes. I'm telling you, you're going to make a lot of money this time. In order to recruit you, I heard that each family has prepared extremely generous conditions. You can also consider it. After all, even though St. Demon University is number 1, the conditions it can give aren't necessarily the best, you know. Lin Hao instantly understood. Indeed, it was a good thing to let the famous schools compete. These famous schools held extremely rich resources, and they were all different, and St. Demon University was not necessarily the most suitable for him. Now, he actually didn't have much of the previous idea that he must go to St. Demon University. The reason was simple. Before, it was the famous school that chose him, and now it was he who was choosing the famous schools. Letting the famous schools compete amongst themselves for themselves was the most appropriate so that they could profit the most. Okay. Lin Hao hung up the phone and returned to the school after speaking to the squad that had taken him to practice. On Principal Shang's side, however, he was overjoyed. He wanted to firmly seize this opportunity to make their Linjiang No. 1 middle school's great name resound through China. Hey, Mr. Zhao, you go print a banner for me now and send it to the school. The sooner the better. Hey, Mr. Li, you inform the TV station. Just say that the 5 most prestigious schools have gathered at Linjiang No. 1 middle school. After making 2 phone calls, Principal Shang then walked out of the school building. Principal, is it really the 5 most prestigious schools coming to enroll in our school? What are their criteria? Principal, who are the people they are going to enroll? After seeing the densely packed teachers, Principal Shang realized just how sensational this matter was. For people from the 5 most prestigious schools to come and compete for a single student, such a thing hadn't happened in a long time. After all, from ancient times to the present day, no one could be so evil as to ask the 5 great schools to come and snatch people. Usually it is the students who are rushing to join these famous schools, and the famous schools still have to pick and choose. Principal Shang only felt that he raised his eyebrows. He was a small high school principal. How can he make the 5 big schools' enrollment teacher? He was polite to him. It was all because of Lin Hao. Hee, that's right. The teachers from the 5 most prestigious schools are rushing towards a student from our school. But who exactly it is, we can't say right now. After he explained, he walked through the crowd towards the school's entrance. The school hadn't been this lively since the seniors were on vacation. Even people from outside the school had to come and join in the fun after hearing the news. Principal Shang arrived at the school's entrance with light footsteps and a proud heart. Principal, where are you going? The doorman greeted with a smile. Huh. You also know that the 5 most prestigious schools have gathered at our Linjiang First High School? Principal Shang replied, but with a braggadocio vigor. The doorman scratched his head. Principal, are you all right? I know. It's because our Linjiang First Middle School is excellent that we have produced such outstanding talents. Principal Shang laughed twice and walked out of the school gate. Principal, this is touching something dirty? The doorman looked dumbfounded. At this moment, a teacher handed the printed banner to Principal Shang. On top of the banner, it was written, "Welcome teachers from the top 5 schools to Linjiang No. 1 Middle School," and the names of the top 5 schools were printed underneath. Have you ever seen people from 5 famous schools come together to enroll students? The geniuses of our Linjiang First Middle School are naturally extraordinary. He held up the banner and shouted to every passerby. People thought that Principal Shang was crazy. Unbeknownst to him, only he himself knew the suffering he had endured over the years. Linjiang City was considered the weakest city in Jiangnan Province. He, the principal, naturally became the weakest principal. The state's annual subsidies are only given to them when people have leftovers and don't want them. After enduring humiliation for so many years, he finally raised his eyebrows. Could Principal Shang not be excited? Not long afterward, the people from the TV station also came. They hurriedly got out of the car and ran over. After all, this was big news. Principal Shang, quickly let us in. Principal Shang nodded. That's right. It's really the 5 most prestigious schools, enrolling together, just for the sake of our Linjiang First Middle School students. The reporter's eyes widened. We know. Weren't you the one who had someone notify us to come here? Yes, the students are too good. It just can't be helped. Principal Shang still answered the question. The reporters were speechless. They had never seen such a show-off, so they stopped paying attention to the principal and ran into the school. Then came the leaders of the city's education bureau, propaganda department, and other departments. On this day, under the efforts of Principal Shang, even the passing dogs knew that the 5 famous schools gathered in Linjiang No. 1 Middle School. Because in front of the teaching building, teachers and students were blocked there, Lin Hao could only enter the building from the back. You're Mr. Lin Hao, aren't you? You're really a heroic young man. Just after seeing it, I can feel a heroic aura coming over me. Zhao Shang, the enrollment teacher of St. Demon University, had been guarding the entrance for a long time, just wanting to make a good impression on Lin Hao. So before the person even entered, he went straight over to shake his hand. But after shaking hands, he realized that the first person to walk in was actually a woman. Only then did Lin Hao walk in from the back and greeted him. Teacher, I'm the one who's Lin Hao. Chapter 36. Famous schools grab their heads even in front of geniuses. Zhao Shang's horse's ass was directly patted on the others, which made him embarrassed. The enrollment teacher of Star Extracting University, Zhao Sen, burst into laughter at this moment. Teacher Zhao Shang, how come his eyes are still bad? Songdome Academy's Chun pushed up his glasses and slowly said, It's not bad eyes. It's a lack of intelligence. Zhao Shang's face turned red, itching to find a crack in the ground. But the enrollment offices, all of them had one characteristic, which was thick skin. He naturally let go of his hand and stepped forward to hold Lin Hao's hand again. None of this matters. He changed the topic in a raw manner. Student Lin Hao, I'm Zhao Shang from St. Demon University, and this time, the school specially asked me to come and take a look at you. After all, you bailed out of our sacred demon university. It's only right for our school to show something. This was said as if Lin Hao had already chosen St. Demon University. The teachers from the other prestigious schools knew that they couldn't continue, otherwise they wouldn't have come for nothing. Chun Jiangwo stepped forward, that serious face revealing a smile. Hello, student Lin Hao. I'm Mr. Chun Jiangwo from Songdome Academy. Even though you've been guaranteed a place, you have the right to choose. We, Songdome Academy, have the richest occupational heritage, with knowledge of all kinds of occupations. If you choose us, you will receive our tailor-made teaching program. The Songdome Academy was the one that had become famous for its rich knowledge and heritage, and the impression that people had of this famous school was that it was serious and knowledgeable. Without waiting for Lin Hao to reply, Xiao Sun also walked over and excitedly shook Lin Hao's hand. Haha, student Lin Hao, I'm Mr. Jiao San from Star Picking University. Don't listen to their flimflam. Sacred Demon Academy sent someone with bad eyes over. They're simply not paying attention to you. On the side, Zhao Sheng reddened. This can't be over, can it? Zhao Sheng snorted and didn't care. Student Lin Hao, we, Star Picking Academy, can be said to be the most suitable school for you as a forge master. We already focus on life professions, especially forge masters, and mechanics are also our strong points. Don't you think that forge master and mechanic are a good match? Mechanics were special combat professions that fought by creating puppets, organs, and even mechs, which were also special equipment. So it wasn't bad for him to say that forge master and mechanic were a good match. The Zhanlan Academy's enrollment teacher also walked over with a gentle smile on his face. Student Lin Hao, I'm Mr. Lu Fei from Zhanlan Academy. Choosing a suitable college is very important for you, and I think our Zhanlan Academy is the most suitable for you. The advantage of Zhanlan Academy is that the teaching facilities are strong. You definitely won't lose out if you come to our school to further your education. Zhanlan Academy was the richest of the 5 prestigious schools. Their teaching facilities, their schools were all the best. It wasn't too much of a stretch to say that they were rich and powerful. The enrollment teacher from the West Mountain Military Academy, who hadn't said anything all this time, slowly walked up to Lin Hao at this moment. Student Lin, I'm Jiang Yao. A good man should train in the military and contribute to the country. Even if you're a forger, I'm sure you'll grow up to be an excellent officer. Come to our West Mountain Military School. Today's world was full of holes, and China's military personnel had always put the people first, and were the force that supported China. Probably every Chinese male had a dream of joining the military in his heart. Lin Hao was no exception, so his heart was moved at that moment. Zhao Sheng saw that Lin Hao was about to be snatched away, so he hurriedly squeezed his way to the front. Student Lin Hao, don't listen to them fooling around. As long as you grow up and become successful, you can contribute to the country. You don't have to go to a military school. Our Holy Devil University has produced many famous and powerful people. Choosing us is absolutely wise. Go, go, go. Are you fooling a 3-year-old? Li Fei directly pushed Zhao Sheng aside. Your Holy Demon University has always recruited combat professions. How do you cultivate life professions? Do you have experience? Zhao Sheng snorted. Che, your Zhanlan College is a thug. Besides handing out money, what else is there? It's half a caddy with Holy Devil Academy too, right? Zhao Sheng excitedly reached out and pointed his hand at the 2 men, looking like they were about to fight. Don't you guys spit blood and slander people's innocence out of thin air? Where are we worse off? Zhao calmly pushed his glasses. A bunch of brainless guys. Student Lin Hao, see, go to their school and you'll become like them. Come to our Tsangdom Academy and become a wise man like me. Jiang Yao, no matter what time of the day it was, his back was straight and his pectoral muscles were straight, holding up his uniform. I don't mind beating you all to show the strength of our military academy. Reckless, the teachers from the other prestigious schools shouted in unison. Lin Hao stood on the sidelines, looking like an outsider instead. And at this moment, his filter for the famous schools was simply shattered. In front of him, all of these represented the top schools in China today, places that countless students could only dream of. Now it was even like a shrew cursing the street, revealing the other side's old bottom. They even wanted to use the tactics of a street gangster to decide where Lin Hao belonged. It was simply speechless. Su Qilan and the other leaders of the TV station and education bureau who had rushed over stood at the entrance dumbfounded. Was this the tactic of a prestigious school to snatch people? Sure enough, it was plain and simple. Su Qilan was shocked in her heart and secretly turned her head to look at Lin Hao. It was true that outstanding people were equally outstanding everywhere they went. People from the 5 most prestigious schools were on the verge of fighting just to grab him. Such a situation was simply unheard of. Quickly film. This is unrivaled material. The host of the TV station rushed to the camera. Unfortunately, there were still military personnel present, and filming was not allowed without permission. But without the famous school filter, Lin Hao's mind calmed down instead. He thought carefully about the advantages and disadvantages of each of the 5 famous schools and realized that it really wasn't easy to choose. Each famous school had advantages, but they all had disadvantages as well. After a full hour or so of bickering, Lin Hao finally couldn't listen anymore. During this time, they were on the verge of stripping each other's schools of their bottoms. Teachers, for a moment, I don't know what to choose. Why don't you give me time to think about it? A few teachers then reacted to the fact that Lin Hao was still next to them. They were so focused on grabbing people that they had neglected others. Of course, it's your right, you can take your time to think about it. No matter which school you choose at the end of the day, we'll all give you our blessing. Chan smiled. even when they just quarreled. They all had a calm and unruffled look. This was the backbone of a scholar. It was only then that the few teachers noticed that they seemed to have overlooked something. What was it? Chapter 37. Being too good is trouble, too. Hee. I always feel like I'm forgetting something. Lu Fei frowned deeply. Xiao Sen hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. That's right. I also have this feeling. Chun pushed his eyes, a wise light flickering in his eyes. I know what's wrong. Zhao Sheng is missing. It dawned on the people in the office that Zhao Sheng, who was the most talkative, had left. No one knew when he had slipped away. Zhang Yao said with some doubt. Can't it be that St. Demon University has given up on student Lin Hao? Xiao Sun waved his hands back and forth. Impossible. When I came here, the school said that it would recruit student Lin Hao at all costs. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to go back. I believe that Holy Demon University, too, has given Zhao Sheng such a task. Since it was impossible to give up, where did Zhao Sheng go? Chun pushed up his glasses. The man who always had a calm face even when quarreling had a rare look of panic on his face. Since he won't give up, there's only one possibility. He went to Lin Hao's classmate's house. A single word woke up the dreamer. The enrollment teachers present were all confused at once. They were so focused on presenting themselves in front of Lin Hao that they had forgotten about Lin Hao's family for the same reason. If they had convinced Lin Hao's parents, Lin Hao might have listened to them. Despicable, simply shameless. Xiao Sun cried without tears. This Zhao Sheng. He even took advantage of our inattention and stole the family. Lin Hao's pupils trembled as he hurriedly said, Teachers, I think I might have to go home and take a look. Go. We'll go with you and accuse Zhao Sheng of being a despicable villain to his face. Lin Fei took Lin Hao's hand as soon as he could. Lin Hao had no choice but to take them home with him. At this time in Lin Hao's home, Zhao Sheng was talking enthusiastically with Lin Hao's parents. At first, Lin Hao's parents were confused, but as soon as they heard that it was an enrollment teacher from the Sacred Demon University, they became enthusiastic as well. Lin Hao's father, our Sacred Demon University can be considered famous. I don't think I need to introduce too much to the two of you. This time I came over here specifically for Lin Hao's classmates. Zhao Sheng intentionally didn't mention other famous schools, just wanting to take down Lin Hao through his parents. Of course, will Lin Hao really be able to enter St. Demon University? Lin's father asked rather excitedly. Previously, even though Lin Hao had received a subsidy from the Education Bureau and had heard that he had been guaranteed a place, Lin Hao had been busy practicing and strengthening his equipment every day during this time. So things like bailing out and such were forgotten to explain to his parents. Seeing that their son was very busy every day, his parents were heartbroken for him, and since enrollment was still going on, they didn't ask much. The Holy Devil University's enrollment teacher suddenly came to the house. It was like a pie suddenly falling from the sky. How could they not be excited? One must know that every year, one didn't know how many outstanding talents sharpened their heads to enter St. Demon University. Of course. Zhao Sheng smiled faintly. Student Lin Hao is very outstanding. We came over this time to talk to you two parents. If student Lin Hao goes to our St. Demon University, we guarantee that we'll be able to give him the best education and tailor-made teaching programs. After all, St. Demon University was focused on training main combat professions, a life profession, and they did need to recreate the teaching program. But saying it like this made it seem like they attached great importance to Lin Hao. As an enrollment teacher, Zhao Sheng obviously knew his way around and was quite familiar with this aspect. And our school will also give Lin Hao a scholarship every year, so you don't have to worry about school expenses at all. There will even be a one-time award of $2 million for student Lin Hao before enrollment. After finishing in one breath, Lin father and Lin mother both froze on the spot. This treatment, wasn't it a bit too good? Right now, they felt like they were dreaming. Not only would their son be able to go to the #1 ranked Holy Devil University, but he would also be able to receive a generous scholarship. It sounded like St. Demon University was begging Lin Hao to go to school. It was unbelievable. That? You're really an admissions teacher for Holy Devil University. Lin's father became a bit skeptical. Zhao Sheng smiled and nodded, taking out his credentials. As good as fake. Great. Our family, Lin Hao. This is a great success. Both parents looked excited. However, Mother Lin was still more attentive and said after some thought, Of course we're happy that Lin Hao can go to St. Devil's University, but it's better to wait until Lin Hao comes back. Zhao Sheng, however, waved his hand when Lin Hao came back. People from other prestigious schools were going to follow. You two are Lin Hao's parents. You can totally make decisions for Lin Hao. Before the words fell, several silhouettes rushed straight into the living room. Zhao Shang, you're a little too shameless, aren't you? How dare you take advantage of our absence and try to snub Lin Hao's parents? Lu Fei was filled with anger. Lin's father and mother frowned deeply and asked suspiciously, "You are?" Lu Fei immediately changed into a smiling face and went forward to shake hands with Lin's father and mother. "I'm Lu Fei, the enrollment teacher of Zhanlan Academy. It's a pleasure to meet you too." Several other teachers also came forward to introduce themselves. Lin's father and mother were now completely confused. The 5 most prestigious schools, they had all come to their home? Lin Hao came to his parents at this time, his face full of helplessness. Originally, he wanted to wait until the dust settled before telling his parents, but he didn't expect it to come to this. Wasn't it just a simple enrollment? Was there a need to be so grand? "Dad, Mom, I want to make my own decision on this matter." Lin father and mother finally came back from their shock at this time. It turned out that it wasn't just St. Demon University that wanted Lin Hao, but all the other prestigious schools wanted him just as much. Lin Hao was even more powerful than they had imagined. "Okay, you've grown up, so of course you're the one to make the decision." Mother Lin had a gentle look on her face, and on her face was a smile of relief that she couldn't hide. At this moment, several other teachers from the other prestigious schools directly surrounded Zhao Shang. "You're really shameless," Zhao Shang cursed in a low voice. Zhao Shang, however, was smug. "It's you guys who are too stupid. I've already convinced Lin Hao's parents anyway." "Humph. It's not certain who will win or lose." Lu Fei snorted coldly, and then he arrived in front of Lin's parents. "Both parents, our Zhanlan Academy is quite sincere. If Lin Hao goes to our school, we will directly send Lin Hao's classmates $5 million in prize money." Chan Jiangwo also stepped forward and said with a smile, "With Lin Hao's ability, talking about money would be tacky. Our Songdao Academy will give student Lin Hao the best educational environment." Everyone else also stepped forward, trying to convince Lin Hao's parents. As ordinary people, they rarely had moments like this and couldn't wait to hold them all up to the sky. Lin Hao watched from the side and shook his head rather helplessly. Alas, excellence is sometimes a trouble. Chapter 38. State-level secrets. Lin Hao's family hadn't moved to their new home yet, so it was a bit crowded at home. The house became even more crowded after the admissions teachers from the prestigious schools, the city school board, the city TV station, and all those people came. One by one, the famous schools scrambled to perform in front of Lin Hao's parents, recounting their school's excellent resumes. They all wanted to get Lin Hao to choose their school by convincing his parents. Never before had the 5 most prestigious schools competed so fiercely for a single talent. After all, it used to be the talent that competed to enroll in their school. Even all through the night, they refused to leave. Lin Anan, who was attending tuition at school, was dumbfounded when she came home and saw this scene. "Brother, I saw cars from the 5 most prestigious schools parked in front of our house. It can't be them, can it?" She ran to Lin Hao's side and asked in a small voice. "After all, it looks like the big 5 are arguing. Something like, 'Our school is the best.' Nonsense. Our school is the best. Step aside. You all have to step aside compared to our school." Where had Lin Anan ever seen such a scene? "That's right, they're from the top 5 schools." Lin Hao sighed. Lin Anan covered her mouth in surprise. "Can it be that they're here to rob me? Even though I know I'm good. I'm only a senior. Everyone awakens before or after, but basically at the age of high school. There are some geniuses that are born and awakened, and the latest age of awakening is 18. That's why Lin Anan only awakened in her first year of high school, while Lin Hao awakened in his 3rd year of high school." Lin Hao instantly blanked his sister. "What I've been saying these past few days has fallen on deaf ears, hasn't it? They're here to compete for the talent that is your brother me." Lin Anan still had a shocked expression. "How is that possible? Wasn't it the life profession you awakened?" "Old sister." Lin Hao was really powerless to spit. "If you're too nervous, you can actually not want it." It took half a day of explaining before Lin Anan finally accepted the fact that the admissions teachers from the 5 most prestigious schools had come running to the house just to snatch Lin Hao. "I've never heard of any talent that made the 5 most prestigious schools come over to grab it. Brother, you're awesome." She hugged Lin Hao's arm and pouted. "That's right. Lin Hao is also just a teenager, after being praised by someone's heart happy. Our family to buy a new house of money, is the Ministry of Education to give me a bonus to buy." "Really?" Lin Anan's eyes widened. "I thought Mom and Dad had gotten rich." For his own sister, Lin Hao was really powerless to spit, His heart was so tired. Several teachers. We already know the merits and characteristics of each of your prestigious schools. But the right to make the final choice still rests with student Lin Hao. Right? Su Qilan saw that it was already late, and at this time she usually urged Lin Hao to go to bed. So she stepped up and was ready to end this unspoken war. Lin's father also hastily chimed in. Yes, we also respect Hao's choice. Su Qilan smiled again and said, Student Lin Hao doesn't just have to practice during the day. He also has to strengthen his equipment. He needs a good rest. A few of the admissions teachers finally realized that this was driving them away. So they all asked Lin's father for contact information before leaving. Finally, the world was clear. Su Qilan looked at her watch and said seriously to Lin Hao, Student Lin Hao, you should take a bath and go to bed now. Okay, teacher. You have an early night too. Lin Hao waved his hand and sent Su Qilan away with his parents. The family slumped on the couch at the same time, even sitting in the same position. Son, I've never been so honored by your father. Did you see that? Even that city school board guy was nodding his head at me. Lin's father suddenly hemmed and hawed. They were the most ordinary people, and the professions they awakened were all lousy life professions. If nothing else, this is how they will spend their lives. And now, the leaders of the Education Bureau are all courteous to them, this feeling it is like a dream. Hey, Dad, Mom, I'm going to make your lives better. And this is just the beginning. Lin Anan also jumped up. Mom and Dad, I will definitely be stronger than my brother in the future, and the whole family will be protected by me. Such middlebrow words caused Lin Hao to instantly roll his eyes. Lin Anan, watch less dramas in the future. For 3 days in a row, Lin Hao continued to fight monsters and upgrade and strengthen his equipment. If the sacred forge is not triggered, it is fine, but once it is triggered, the energy is instantly drained and exhaustion lasts all day. So Lin Hao now usually practiced in the morning and strengthened in the afternoon, and if he triggered the sacred forge, he could also take a good rest to recover from it. His level, on the other hand, had risen quite quickly and was all the way to level 19, almost to level 20. If it wasn't for the fact that the level difference between the copies was only 20 levels at the highest, Huaxia would have wanted to take Lin Hao to those high-level copies to upgrade. This is more experience and faster upgrades. Regardless of any profession, the first 20 levels were just the foundation, and after 20 levels there would be many changes. Like new skills, new drawings. After another exhausting day, Lin Hao returned home. During these 3 days, those teachers in the admissions office were not idle. On the one hand, they inquired about what had happened to Lin Hao to make the famous school give a death order to pull it together. But no matter who they asked, the mayor or the governor, the response to them was just 2 words. Confidentiality. State-level secrecy. As a joke? If it were in the past, this level of secrecy would not normally be shown to the public. And now is the time when heroes are needed, when role models are needed, so Lin Hao will be heavily publicized. But not too many people will know what he is capable of, because it's his abilities that need to be kept secret. The teachers in the enrollment office of the prestigious school were shocked. They had previously come to recruit Lin Hao with the idea of fulfilling the school's orders, and it was only now that they realized that Lin Hao's abilities must be quite strong, or else there was no way he would have made the country pay so much attention. So in the past few days, they were still calling Lin's father and doing work. It wasn't after Lin Hao came home that Lin's father's cell phone happened to ring. Father Lin Hao, I'm Zhao Shang. Actually, it's like this, our school's enrollment is almost over, and there are limited spots, so if student Lin Hao really doesn't choose our Sacred Demon University, there's nothing we can do about it. Zhao Shang spoke with great affection over there, as if Lin Hao wouldn't be able to go to Holy Devil University after really missing this opportunity. When Lin's father heard this, he became anxious. How come the other school doesn't want it after all the procrastination? Mr. Zhao. Just before he could finish his sentence, Lin Hao suddenly walked over and hung up the phone. Dad, don't worry. Let's listen to what the people at West Mountain Military Academy have to say. Chapter 39. Speaking from experience? I'm guaranteed a place, I don't need to take the test. Lin Hao had seen a news story before about universities deliberately saying that places were tight in order to compete for talent, forcing people to make a decision. So when Zhao Shang said that Holy Devil University was running out of places, he immediately realized that it was a lie. As expected, several other prestigious universities too had called, all saying something similar to Zhao Shang. If they didn't know about it, they would definitely make a choice under the strain. After being recognized by Lin Hao, they finally ran out of options. Since they didn't know what Lin Hao's abilities were, they had no choice but to keep raising the treatment. Things like scholarships, practicing, teacher training, and the supply of materials unique to forges were all constantly increasing. Son, even if you're smart, you should have made a decision earlier. It's not good for you to hang on to them like this. Mother Lin enlightened from the side. Lin Hao smiled. I know. I've also been thinking about this matter for the past few days, and I've already decided. Both Father Lin and Mother Lin thought about being happy. Really? Which famous school did you choose? Holy Devil University. Lin Hao followed up by informing Principal Shang and the others of his choice, and they all expressed their support for Lin Hao's choice. As for the several teachers from the admissions office, Lin Hao also informed them one by one and expressed his apologies to the other prestigious schools. He already had a guaranteed place at the Holy Devil University, and doing this might seem superfluous, but it wasn't. Previously, he had only been normally guaranteed admission to Holy Devil University. There was definitely more than one genius in the country who had been guaranteed admission. But now, after several universities competed for him, St. Demon University also gave more and better conditions, making his treatment too much better than before. In fact, the conditions given by Holy Devil University were not the best. To talk about the conditions, it had to be the wealthy and generous Zhanlan Academy. But the reason why he chose St. Demon University was perhaps on the one hand, because St. Demon University's name was already deeply rooted in people's hearts. On the other hand, it was the fact that St. Demon University was a place that specialized in training strong people, and Lin Hao hadn't yet extinguished the idea that he, a forge master, would be able to go into battle and kill monsters himself. After all, he was a hot-blooded man of Huaxiatang, and always engaged in logistics, which was not as painful as killing monsters. Zhao Shang directly called Lin Hao. Student Lin Hao, I knew you had the best vision. The conditions that our Holy Devil University offered before are all valid. If you're not satisfied with anything, feel free to talk to me. I'll go and talk to the school. Lin Hao said with some trepidation. Teacher Zhao, it's already enough. There's really no need to add more. All right then, tomorrow you come to the school, we'll sign an enrollment contract, and when the school year starts, you can report to Holy Devil University on your own. Okay, see you tomorrow. Lin Hao hung up after saying that. It wasn't long before Lin Hao received a notification of the changes in his bank account, crediting $3 million. This was the bonus awarded to Lin Hao by the Holy Devil University. Previously, he had purchased a new house and spent $3 million, and now he had $5 million left in his hands, enough for his family to live for quite a while. And now every piece of equipment he strengthened and forged for the army was counted. Turning back to his mom and dad, Lin Hao instantly smiled. These past few days, Mom and Dad had been busy with the move, and many of the furniture in the house couldn't be thrown away. With a wave of his hand, Lin Hao transferred all the remaining $5 million to his parents. Mom and Dad, we won't be short of money in the future. All the furniture will be replaced with new ones. After the parents saw the account balance, they both smiled in relief as well. Good, I'll listen to you. The next morning, Lin Hao didn't go straight to practicing, but went to school. After all, he had already talked to Zhao Shang about signing some contracts and such. Only just as he arrived at the school, he saw the extremely exaggerated banner on the school's gate. Congratulations to the students of our school who have been guaranteed admission to St. Demon University. Lin Hao shook his head helplessly. He was originally guaranteed admission as well, but it turned out that he was allowed to choose for himself. In the end, it was also still a choice of guaranteed admission. There was no difference at all. There were a lot of people in the school today because Principal Shang had notified all the students to come back to the school, and the school was going to give a speech. The matter of being accepted by the Holy Devil University had never been done before in Linjiang First Middle School, and of course Principal Shang wanted to take advantage of this matter to publicize it properly. So quite a few TV stations came last night, and the front of the podium was filled with long guns and short cannons. Students have come to the playground, but not according to class, age to sit, but randomly. After all, it had happened suddenly, and the school hadn't prepared much. After Lin Hao arrived, he found a random place to sit. In front of him, two other girls were whispering. Is there really someone from our school who was guaranteed admission to St. Demon University? Is there someone that powerful? A girl inquired in a whisper. I don't know, it seems to be called Lin Hao. Another girl said. Nope, it's all been debunked. I heard people say that Lin Hao's awakening was a living profession, the same as ours. So how could he have been guaranteed a place at St. Demon University? The first girl shook her head. It looked like the two of them were either seniors or juniors. After all, if they were seniors, almost all of them knew that Lin Hao had been bailed out. I heard that people from the 5 most prestigious schools have been here for the past 2 days, and I don't know what exactly they're doing. Do you think the person who's being bailed out will be Chin Hanxia? A girl suddenly tapped her head and asked in surprise. Another girl nodded her head repeatedly. I think it's definitely her. In terms of grades, she's at the top of the list, and I've heard that her practical combat ability is even stronger, and her awakening is also a special occupation. If it wasn't for the fact that people are too busy practicing and don't care about competing for the rankings, how could that Su Hui become the number one in the whole school? Both of them looked like they greatly admired Qin Half-Summer. Lin Hao wasn't unfamiliar with this name either. After all, they were both seniors, just in different classes. He had also heard about Qin Half-Summer, saying that people had just awakened their special professions in their first year of high school, so they were busy practicing leveling and didn't even spend much time at school. Because of this, they were not as good as Lin Hao and Su Hui when it came to written exams. And people don't even bother to engage in actual combat with their classmates. They've long been able to single brush copies. The family has money, the person is still hardworking and good-looking. It was only natural that someone like this would be worshipped. The two girls had been whispering for a while before they realized Lin Hao. They were embarrassed for a split second, knowing that the conversation they had just had been overheard. In order to break the awkward atmosphere, one of the girls smiled. Are you a senior too? I don't know which university the senior got accepted to. Lin Hao smiled and said, I was guaranteed admission. When the two girls heard this, their white eyes were almost about to roll up to the sky. You can't be so vain, senior. Do you think you're Qin Hanxia? Lin Hao was very speechless. He was just telling the truth. How was he still despised? And at this moment, Principal Shang finally appeared on the podium and began to speak. Today, this publicity meeting is to publicize the fact that our Linjiang No. 1 middle school students have been guaranteed admission to St. Demon University. Next, let's invite Mr. Lin Hao to the stage. Where's Mr. Lin Hao? Lin Hao stood up and walked onto the podium under the attention of all the people. The two girls who had just mocked Lin Hao, at this moment, steeped their eyes wide. He's really being bailed out. The two wanted to cry. The clown was actually myself. Chapter 40 Tailor-made teaching programs. The school's publicity ceremony was organized with great fanfare. During the ceremony, Lin Hao stiffly said some words of encouragement to his younger siblings, and then signed the enrollment contract with Zhao Shang on the spot. Lin Hao was also a complete hit, and the entire city of Linjiang knew about him being guaranteed admission to St. Demon University. After all, as a school in the weakest city in the weakest province, how many years had it been since anyone had been able to enter a prestigious school? Quite a few reporters were squatting in front of Lin Hao's house specifically just so they could interview him. It could be said that he alone made the entire city of Linjiang's fame rise. This made Lin Hao miserable, so he moved to move quickly. Yo, old Lin, you guys are moving? The downstairs neighbors all looked surprised to see Lin Hao's family moving with a bang. The smugness on Lin's father's face couldn't be hidden at all. Yeah, our son has made a fortune. The school gave us a lot of bonuses, and we bought a new house. The neighbors all knew about Lin Hao as well, and one by one, they all wore envy on their faces. I've seen that Lin Hao can do it since I was a kid. This kid is really outstanding. Lin's mother was also amused and giggled. It's not that impressive, but there's a state-owned enterprise that invited us to work, and we're still considering whether to go or not. She almost wrote, I'm showing off on her face. Ager, you guys are really lucky to have Lin Hao as your son. Why don't you go to a state-owned company that invites you? There are still a lot of good things about welfare. Lin father smiled. What do you think we would? It's all for Xiao Hao's sake. After half a day of pleasantries, the neighbors went home. As soon as he came home and saw his son nestled on the sofa, he was furious. Look at other people's Lin Hao, and then look at you. I remember you and Lin Hao had a picture together. Didn't you? Hurry up and take it out and offer it up. Worship it if you have nothing else to do. Maybe you'll be able to go to St. Devil's University too. Lin Hao and his family had moved house, replaced it with a big house, and all the furniture in the house was new, so the family was very happy. After choosing a school, Lin Hao wanted to hurry up and upgrade. After all, he was only a little bit short of experience and he would be able to level up to level 20. Level 20 was a watershed. In addition to the one drawing given every 10 levels, Lin Hao would also be able to learn the reverse reinforcement skill. And now the country was also collecting skills that could make him stronger, striving for him to be on par with the main combat professions. After all, this was the obsession in Lin Hao's heart. Older brother, is it okay if we go out to the wilderness to practice leveling today? I'm a little short of experience to level up, so killing a few wild monsters in the wilderness should be enough. Lin Hao took the initiative to apply. The soldier squad leader who had come to take Lin Hao leveling today came over and checked Lin Hao's attributes. Level 20 monsters, another 100 kills should be about right, and if it's fast, we'll be done in an hour. Since you volunteered, let's go to the wilderness. The original copy they were going to go to would take at least 3 hours to clear. Since they just wanted to level up to level 20 as soon as possible, going to the wilderness was indeed a good choice. Let's go. Let's set off and make it quick. This time, Su Qilan didn't follow, although during this time, she had dipped into Lin Hao's light and leveled up quickly. However, being an excellent teacher at the school, along with being Lin Hao's teacher, had kept her in the interviews this time. Since it was arranged by Principal Shang, she had no choice but to accept it. In the car, the other soldiers in the squad were all looking at the equipment in their hands with surprise. They had come to bring Lin Hao to practice, on the other hand, to test out the equipment. Some people were also interested in Lin Hao. Captain, what's this kid's deal that he's letting us take him leveling? It wasn't unheard of to have the army lead leveling. But before they came, the troops had given orders, saying that they were to treat this teenager as if he were an officer. And they couldn't ask or divulge any information. The secrecy made them feel that Lin Hao's origins must be extraordinary. Shoo! Forget about discipline? The squad leader had a serious look on his face. You can't ask, just do your own thing. Oh, got it. The soldier replied aggressively. Lin Hao was sitting in the back seat holding a book. After all, every time he came out to brush his copy, he was rather bored. Going out on his own was similar to messing up, so he could only be idle. But a copy brush would take an hour or two, so he was really bored. However, St. Demon University had given Lin Hao a gift, the book he was currently reading. The name of the book was Forge Master Detail. And while the author of the book was no longer available, it was possible to tell that the book should be quite old. Even St. Demon University guessed that the book was from the Vanished Kingdom, the Withering Kingdom. This book was something that St. Demon University had looked through the school library to find in order to create a customized teaching program for Lin Hao. It wasn't a legacy, nor was it a skill, so it was sent ahead to Lin Hao as a way to relieve his boredom. From here, it was also clear that St. Demon University valued him. Books from the library's secret collection were casually given to him to watch and play with. This robbing battle had caused the Holy Devil University's importance to him to rise several steps directly. And this book Lin Hao also liked quite a bit because it recorded almost everything about forgesmiths. Forgers are born craftsmen with an unrivaled affinity for materials, able to fuse materials and equipment and burst into dazzling glory. A forge master is the light of all races. These were the words recorded on the title page of the book, making Lin Hao's blood boil as he read them. Classmate, we're here. This is the gathering place of the level 20 wild monsters, Demon Eyes Wolf Pack. The squad leader led his team members out of the car and protected Lin Hao. After all, in the wild, any accident could happen. They had to be more careful than in the duplicates. Depart. The squad leader gave the order, and their squad went forward to look for signs of monsters. Lin Hao's gaze, however, was suddenly drawn to the weapon in the hands of one of the archers in the group. This bow, why did it look so familiar to himself? Sensing Lin Hao's gaze, the soldier of the archer profession smiled. Just then, the squad leader suddenly made a stop gesture. 50 meters ahead, wolves numbering 11. Target spotted, archers ready. The archer who had been talking to Lin Hao hurriedly ran over at this moment. He opened his bow and strung an arrow, and a wind whirlwind actually appeared out of nowhere above his longbow, and an arrow with a whistling wind sound appeared above the longbow. The archer held his breath and then loosened the bowstring. Boom sound. The arrow broke through the air and flew out, halfway on the body, but also began to split, 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. With a whoosh, a rain of arrows fell from the sky, and 11 demon eye wolves were easily annihilated just like that. Good luck, the squad leader said. The archer raised an eyebrow proudly at Lin Hao. See, this bow is called the Wind God Bow. It was strengthened by a mysterious forging master. Awesome. Lin Hao was stunned. He finally understood why he looked at this bow so familiar. The feeling was that he had strengthened it himself. But when had he, himself, become a mysterious forging master? Chapter 41. Against all odds, can learn all career branches. Qin Half Summer, a person who was familiar to people in Linjiang No. 1 Middle School, but very few actually knew her personally. Because of her performance, it was completely unlike a genius that would appear in a small place like Linjiang City. Her family is equally mysterious. People only know that the Qin family is very rich, but what exactly they do, not many people know. The reason why people were both familiar and unfamiliar with this genius girl was because in her first year of high school, Qin Hansha didn't come to school much. About once a month, she would come and study for her cultural lessons, coming and going in a hurry. More of the time, people were going to copies and field grinding. Even early on, she was guaranteed a place in a prestigious school, but few people knew about it. It was just rumored to be nebulous. If she had also participated in the senior competition, I believe there would be nothing at all for Su Hui. It's just that although Qin Half-Summer is very powerful, not many people know what profession she has awakened, only that it's a combat profession. At this time in the field, Qin Half-Summer is quietly crouching in a bush. Not far in front of her was a lightning strike tiger. The level of the thunder strike tiger was 25, and it had thunder wrapped around its body, emitting a popping sound. When attacking, the thunder would deal a devastating blow to the prey. Good chance. Seeing that the Thunderstrike tiger didn't even notice him, Qin Half-Summer smiled faintly as she took out a scroll and suddenly unrolled it in front of her eyes. On top of the scroll, a large number of demonic creatures were drawn, lifelike and exquisite. These demonic creatures basically only existed in legends. Only the vast majority of the demonic creatures were gray, with only the first few exuding brilliance. Golden Toad. Qin Half-Summer let out a low gulp and slapped his palm directly on top of a golden toad image at the very front of the scroll. In the next moment, a blinding light erupted from the scroll, and a golden toad image flew out from the light, rising against the wind. But in the blink of an eye, the golden toad became more than 3 meters tall, and its huge body landed on the ground with a bang. Its 3 legs nestled underneath its fat body. Thunderstrike Tiger looked at the behemoth that appeared out of nowhere in front of him, and was directly stunned, freezing for 3 seconds before remembering to run away. Unfortunately, just before running 2 steps, a pink tongue suddenly stretched over, as if it was like a rope, tightly entangling the thunderclap tiger. The golden toad opened its bloody mouth, and once the tongue closed, it swallowed the thunder-striking tiger whole. Lightning flashed in its mouth. It was the thunderstruck tiger struggling desperately, but it was simply useless. A level 25 monster was easily swallowed like this. For a young girl less than 18 years old, it was simply terrifying. After swallowing the Thunderstrike tiger, the golden toad's figure shrunk and eventually returned to the scroll. Haha! Successfully unlocked the spirit cat. After putting away the scroll, Qin Half-Summer jumped up happily. The profession she had awakened was an extremely special profession, rarer than a rare profession, named Psychic Master. The scroll used was named Psychic Scroll. Psychic Masters could summon the spirits on the Psychic Scrolls, as well as many other wonderful uses. However, the spirits on the scroll needed to kill demons and wild monsters in order to gradually unlock them. In other words, the more monsters one kills, the more spirit objects one can unlock, and the stronger one will be. Therefore, after awakening to her profession in her first year of high school, Qin Half-Summer basically didn't go to school much anymore, and every day was spent brushing copies and wild monsters. Counting the spirit cat that she had just unlocked, she had only unlocked a total of 3 spirit items. This had already taken 3 years, and to unlock all of the spirits on the spirit scroll, one would have to kill countless monsters. Qin Half-Summer's heart was happy. After unlocking another spirit item, this would always allow him to pick his own school, right? Right at this moment, she saw a team of soldiers unexpectedly walking in the distance. As someone who had been in the wilderness or in a copy all year round, Qin Half-Summer was really no stranger to these soldiers. It looks like the levels aren't low, and the equipment on their bodies, surprisingly, are all diamonds or above. Qin Half-Summer sucked in a breath of cool air. One should know that diamond-level equipment was already rare, let alone all of them being diamond level. After all, he himself didn't know what this Chinese soldier squad was doing, so Qin Half-Summer didn't get close, but just hid in the distance and observed. When they found the demon eye wolves, the soldier squad split up 2 of them to kill the wild monsters, while the rest alerted the surroundings to protect Lin Hao. A pack with over a dozen demon eye wolves was wiped out in less than a minute. Even these demon eye wolves couldn't even get close to this squad before they were wiped out. Seeing this, Qin Half-Summer covered her mouth in shock. Good, so strong. This was her impression of this squad. It was well-trained and well-equipped. Why would a squad like this come to the wilderness to practice? There were clearly copies that were more suitable for them. Finally, Qin Half-Summer saw Lin Hao, who was being protected by the soldier squad. At this moment, Lin Hao was looking at the Forge Master detailed explanation with great interest, appearing indifferent to the things around him. He was even immersed in the book. Forge Master to level 10 is a watershed, with different transitions creating different differences in each type of Forge Master. Every 10 levels after that, you get a chance to advance your profession. But Sacred Forging, combining everyone's strengths, can embrace the knowledge inheritance of all branches and learn the skills of other branches at will, with no inhibitions. Upon seeing this, Lin Hao's pupils suddenly shrunk. If what was recorded above was the same as what he thought, then Sacred Forging, it would be a bull's eye. Generally speaking, regardless of any profession, one could only learn one branch of skill. For example, the Forge Master profession, if it's a level 10 transfer into a Dwarf Forge Master, then it can only obtain the skills of Dwarf Forge. Of course, skills learned from skill books don't count. Like a Dwarf Forge Master, level 10 would have a skill Dwarf Forge that could reduce the consumption of forging materials by 5%. After level 20, you can advance the Dwarf Forging skill according to the inheritance, reducing the consumption of materials by 10%. Of course, it was also possible to give up the advancement and learn another branch, but the skill gained would still be the most elementary. Advancing or learning a new inheritance was only a one-time opportunity per 10 levels. The prerequisite for wanting to advance was to have the primary skills in order to slowly advance into the advanced. So for living professions, it was much more complicated than combat professions, and the coordination was varied. Some people switched to Dwarf Forge and learned Inferno Forging, so the equipment they strengthened or forged could reduce the materials consumed while possessing Inferno characteristics. There were also people who specialized in Dwarf Forging, and when they rose to the advanced level, they could even reduce their material consumption by half. As for the book Lin Hao saw, it recorded all the branches of the Forge Master, but it wasn't inherited knowledge, so he could only look at it, but couldn't directly comprehend it. Chapter 42 Genius Girl? Didn't have an impression. Lin Hao furrowed his brows, carefully pondering the accounts he had read in books about sacred forgers. The apocalyptic empire had long since been annihilated in history, and the sacred forge masters, too, were exclusive to this ancient and powerful empire, which was equally mysterious afterwards. The legend left behind by this empire was that it had once gone to war with the empires of all races, so one would think that it should be very powerful. Moreover, the sentence that he had just seen, Lin Hao understood it to mean that if he switched to become a sacred forge master, he would have countless opportunities to learn or advance in all the other branches of the forge master at every 10 levels. Dang dang dang. This discovery made Lin Hao's heart beat wildly. If that was really the case, then divine forging was too heaven-defying. No wonder there was no advancement inheritance at all, because it simply couldn't be used. Previously, Lin Hao had been guilty of worrying that if the sacred forge didn't have advancement knowledge, he'd have to go looking for other branches of inheritance. Now it seemed that it was even more important to look for it. As long as it was below the second rank, all of them. Of course, according to Lin Hao's understanding, this was the case, but whether what was recorded in the books was true or not, he didn't have a bottom line even now. Little brother. The soldier captain stepped forward and patted Lin Hao's shoulder. It had been a few minutes. They had watched Lin Hao be ecstatic for a while and sad for a while, and they all thought he had gone crazy. Lin Hao woke up like a dream. He was still in the wild. Looking at his attributes, he was only 1% short of level 20. Trouble everyone. I'll be able to level up soon. The young captain nodded and inquired with concern. Little brother, what happened to you just now? Is it all right? It's fine. Lin Hao hurriedly waved his hand. Let's continue brushing the wild monsters. Good. Then you pay attention too. Don't get too caught up in reading. The junior captain was crying and laughing a bit. Laying flat should also have the awareness of laying flat. A few people laughed and continued forward. And not far away, Qin Half-Summer was finally sure that the one who was being led by the soldier squad to practice was a student from their school. Lin Hao. Speaking of Lin Hao, Qin Half-Summer didn't have a deep impression. She only knew that this was a very hard-working student who was first in almost every subject in all the competitions and cultural classes. So when she was in school, she had also paid attention to Lin Hao. Later on, she had only heard that Lin Hao had awakened a living profession, so she hadn't paid any more attention to it. She just couldn't imagine that the current Lin Hao was being led by a Chinese soldier to practice leveling. It was unbelievable. After all, even the offspring of a big shot wouldn't dare to be so blatant. Just as Qin Half-Summer was rambling on, the squad came towards the direction she was in, and easily spotted her hiding in the grass. Who is it? Come out. The squad leader snapped, his face grim. Lin Hao also looked over curiously. not realizing that there was someone here brushing the monsters alone. Don't be impulsive. I'm a student. Qin Half-Summer slowly walked out in the grass. Facing this elite squad, she didn't have any other thoughts at all. After all, they could easily destroy themselves. Student? Why are you here? The squad leader asked suspiciously. If a student wanted to go into the wilderness to brush monsters, they would basically be accompanied by a teacher or a family member. Those who dared to come to the wilderness alone were either reckless or truly powerful. I'm here to practice leveling. Qin Hanxia replied. I'm really a student. I'm from Linjiang First Middle School. Lin Hao was surprised that he was his classmate, but how did he have no impression of this face at all? Seeing his appearance, Qin Hanxia was furious. In the entire Linjiang No. 1 middle school, there were still people who didn't recognize her. This caused her self-esteem to take a bit of a hit. Lin Hao, you really don't recognize me? Lin Hao scratched his head. He was even more confused about the fact that this beautiful woman in front of him knew him. Qin Hanxia was furious, although she usually had a high and cold demeanor, but being hailed as a goddess, who couldn't be happy. Every time she returned to school, there were many people chasing after her, which made her vanity greatly satisfied. But today, Lin Hao had ruined it. Lin Hao was also quite wronged in his heart. In his 3 years of high school, he had been studying hard. How could he have the time to observe other female classmates? Even the whole class, he hadn't recognized them all yet. Sorry, which one of you? Qin Half-Summer felt like her vanity had been hit by a 10,000-point blitz. I'm Qin Half-Summer, ah. As soon as Lin Hao heard this name, he suddenly realized, oh, girl genius. It's you, genius girl? And who gave me this nickname? Qin Half-Summer was a bit dissatisfied. After all, it didn't sound as fanciful as a goddess. By the way, how come you're here as well, and you're letting soldiers take you to practice leveling? Her heart was about to die of curiosity, desperately wanting to know the answer. Unfortunately, without waiting for Lin Hao to reply, the junior captain sternly stopped it. I'm sorry, classmate. We're on a classified mission. Everything is confidential, so please stop asking. And please keep today's matter a secret. Otherwise, we will hold you accountable. Qin Hanxia was taken aback. Is it that serious? I'm just asking. Sorry, the squad leader said, and led the squad forward to continue searching for wild monsters. Lin Hao smiled apologetically at Qin Half-Summer. Sorry about that. When they left, Qin Half-Summer beamed. Humph, what's the big deal? 10 minutes later, the soldier squad had eliminated another wolf pack, and Lin Hao had finally leveled up to level 20. In addition to some changes in his attributes, Lin Hao was able to obtain another drawing. At the same time, an ordinary forge master who reached level 20 would have a chance to advance or learn other inheritances. As for Lin Hao, at this point, he couldn't wait to verify what was written on the forge master detailed explanation. Several big brothers. It's been hard on you today. Let's go back. The junior captain smiled. Good. Then go back now. Several people had a good feeling about Lin Hao. After all, Lin Hao didn't have half a rack and was quite cooperative. Things like leading practice were actually essential for some geniuses, but very few were as peaceful as Lin Hao. Usually, geniuses were either short-tempered or dragged their feet, and were an unstable factor in the team. On the contrary, Lin Hao had been quietly reading along the way, listening to the arrangements and being polite. And most of all, they had come to bring Lin Hao to practice and could use equipment that had been strengthened by the forge master. A fierce batch. Compared to that, they certainly preferred Lin Hao. Little brother, your name is Lin Hao, right? We'll meet again. The young captain extended his hand and shook Lin Hao's. These words were actually just window dressing. After all, it was unlikely that they would see each other again without any surprises. See you again. Lin Hao, however, said it quite sincerely. Chapter 43, The Military Region Leader Wants to See Me? Lin Hao returned to the school lab, already somewhat impatient. Once he reached level 20, he had a lot more to do. Moreover, after reaching level 20, his skills had undergone some changes. The first was the divine forging skill. The chance of attaching a special phrase had increased, probably by about 1%. The chance was hidden and could not be seen when viewing the attributes. This was already a significant increase. After all, after strengthening for such a long time, the chance of raising it through proficiency was less than 1%. The other one was divine forging, and again, the additional chance of hidden attributes was also raised. The magnitude of the increase was about the same as divine forging. At the same time, because of the divine forger's profession, after raising to level 20, he gained another skill. Primary attribute stacking. Primary attribute stacking can consume specific items to strengthen equipment's specialized attributes. In other words, Lin Hao could keep strengthening a certain attribute of his equipment through this skill, which was considered a good skill. However, the materials consumed by this skill were truly a bit terrifying. The first time you stack, you need a specific material. The second time you stack, you need 10 specific materials. The third time you need 100. The fourth time you need 500. Even if it was a tycoon, he wouldn't dare to strengthen it like this. This skill, of course, is exclusive to sacred forgers. If it's a dwarf forge master, the skill acquired at level 20 is save time, reducing the time needed for strengthening and forging. For a giant forge master, the skill gained is sufficient forging. Strengthening or forging can increase the attack power by a small amount and increase the weight. Always, the skills gained from upgrading each branch of the forge master were all different, and most of them were passive skills. After checking his attributes, Lin Hao hurriedly took out the skill book, Reverse Strengthening, that he had chosen before. This skill that was a disaster for his own people and a doomsday for his enemies had been coveted by Lin Hao for a long time. He couldn't wait and hurriedly learned this skill. Reverse Reinforcement. Chance to reverse reinforce equipment within 10 meters. Can specify the object. Equipment melted down does not consume material. After learning this skill, Lin Hao had a special surprise. Strengthening equipment, all of them required materials, and the more advanced the equipment, the more materials were consumed. Whereas with reverse reinforcement, destruction wouldn't consume materials, and for Lin Hao, after using the skill, the specified equipment was 100% destroyed, which meant that it would definitely not consume materials. However, the prerequisite was that he had to carry enough materials on him to strengthen it. After all, only if there were enough materials could it be strengthened. Not consuming materials was just the result. Even so, Lin Hao was excited enough. Anyway, when the time came, it would just be a matter of asking the country for a little bit of each material themselves and placing them in their spatial rings. By then, no matter who was in front of him, his equipment was going to be uninsurable. Unfortunately, the range is a bit too short, only 10 meters, but even so, I feel like I can take on the supporting role of the copy squad. Each occupation pairing of the copy squad had to be reasonable with tanks, long range, melee, and assistance. Generally, the auxiliaries came with healing skills, but there were also some special auxiliaries that possessed special skills. Lin Hao had a 100% reverse reinforcement skill, which was enough to fill the role of an assist. Especially when facing those monsters that possessed equipment, the gold content of his assist would be even higher. Compared to the attributes of the body, the equipment's attribute boosts were often higher, and if they lost their equipment, it was like a tiger losing its claws and teeth. When I find a skill assist later, and increase the range of the reverse strengthening skill, it'll be even more terrifying. Lin Hao muttered to himself and giggled. After using the skill book, Lin Hao then called He Shanshuan. Minister, there's something I want to trouble you with. I'm already level 20, and I hope you guys can help me find the Forge Master branch inheritance. And the more the better. He Shanshuan on the other side of the phone was a bit puzzled. Even if a divine Forge Master didn't have the knowledge of the next level of inheritance, it only took one to learn a new one. The other 3 Forge Master profession inheritances that were taken to Lin Hao in the first place were the rare ones. There were also some common inheritances, such as the Forge of Fire, which only had a chance to increase some flame attacks, which was better than nothing. The Forge of Water has a chance to increase water attacks. The vast majority of the transfer legacies used by forges in China were ordinary ones, and the rare ones were only qualified to be used by forges in the military and colleges and universities because of their small numbers. But since it was Lin Hao's request, He Shanshuan of course agreed to it in one go. Student Lin Hao, we've already found you a good inheritance for your level 20 forger. But since you have a request, then we'll definitely try to fulfill it. Many thanks, Minister. Lin Hao smiled. By the way, the first and second ranked occupational inheritance, I want them all. He Shanshuan was even more puzzled. According to the rules, if one were to learn a new inheritance, the first rank would be enough, and one could only advance at level 30. After all, when Lin Hao was level 10, he had chosen Sacred Forging, which didn't have an advanced inheritance. What did he need a second-order profession inheritance for? Without a predecessor inheritance, he couldn't use it at all. However, He Shanshuan didn't hesitate too much and just nodded. Okay, I'll send it to you later. Lin Hao rubbed his hands together, his face full of smiles. It was true that having the country at his back was a good thing. If he didn't have the help of the country, it would have been almost impossible for him to want a rare profession inheritance. Once such an inheritance popped out, the priority was to supply the country, followed by the tycoons and clans. Now it's just a matter of waiting for all the Forgemaster inheritances to be sent over so I can test out my idea. Lin Hao's heart was filled with immense anticipation. Of course, there was one more thing that he could take the time to do. That was betting on drawings. Every 10 levels, a forger would be given a drawing. The equipment on the drawings were fitted to the forger himself, and were unique and belonged exclusively to the forger himself. Many people spat that betting on drawings on a Forgemaster was a waste. After all, it was possible to forge special equipment with a Forgemaster's drawings, but it was just that the Forgemaster was only a living profession. Spirit of heaven, spirit of earth, bless this outburst of good fortune. Lin Hao was in a state of delirium and was about to open the drawings when Su Qilan suddenly burst into the room. Lin Hao, you're level 20? Yeah, teacher Su. Lin Hao smiled. What happened? Su Qilan shook her head and said, nothing really. It's just that Zhang Fan is going back to the military region, saying that the leaders of the military department want to take a look at you. Do you want to go? Lin Hao thought about it. It wasn't a bad thing anyway, so he agreed. Of course I have to go. I want to go to the military camp to take a look at it too. Chapter 44. Holy Devil University President. The bigwigs were gathered. The equipment that Lin Hao had forged during this time was all packed up. When the soldiers came to pack up this equipment, each one of them was careful. After all, some of the low-level equipment in here had been used by quite a few of the soldiers in order to bring Lin Hao to practice. So they knew how precious these equipment were. If everyone was covered in this kind of equipment, I'd see which country would still dare to call our bluff, a soldier said with emotion. Another soldier joked, dream on. You'll get everything in your dreams. Yeah, all of this equipment, all of it was strengthened and forged by Lin Hao without a break. How hard it was, we all watched it with our own eyes. These few soldiers were responsible for keeping the lab safe, so they were all familiar with Lin Hao. Even if Lin Hao didn't rest, strengthening a few pieces of equipment a day was already the limit. One reason was the forging time. The higher the level, the longer it took to forge. Another reason was physical energy. Although normal strengthening wouldn't consume energy, it would also consume Lin Hao's physical energy. So the equipment that could be strengthened in a day was limited. Moreover, in case the sacred forge was triggered, Lin Hao's energy would be instantly depleted, and it wouldn't even be enough. After the energy was depleted, it would instantly cause him to fall into weakness, and he would have to rest for at least a few hours before he could recover, and it would take even longer than a day for his energy to recover. So although Lin Hao had spent this half vacation soaking in the lab, he had actually strengthened out just over 100 pieces of equipment. Not to mention equipping the entire Chinese army. Even if it was just the Jiangnan provincial military region, it would not be possible to have a single piece of equipment on hand. It was even more delusional to have a single set. These equipments could only be used for those top-notch people with the right level to clear a few more copies and obtain more equipments and materials. Of course, they had all signed a confidentiality agreement, and there was absolutely no way they could tell about Lin Hao. After packing up the dozen or so pieces of equipment, they took Lin Hao to the car. It was a good thing that this batch of equipment was distributed to their Jiangnan military region, or else the Jiangnan military region would have lost money. Haha, Lin Hao, the leaders of our Jiangnan provincial military region all really want to meet you. After all, your death scythe has helped us clear many copies. As soon as he got into the car, Zhang Fan said to Lin Hao. Lin Hao smiled. I also want to see what the military region headquarters is really like. Let's go then. Zhang Fan nodded and the driver started the car. Speaking of which, it's obviously a vacation, but you're either practicing or forging equipment, so it's really hard on you. This time it's just right to take you out for a walk, as a distraction. It's nothing. I rather like this life instead. Lin Hao said humbly. The Jiangnan Province General Military Region, established in Tiger Spring City, was named after a rather majestic spring that looked like a tiger spitting out water. Tiger Spring City was the capital of Jiangnan Province, and was also the largest city in Jiangnan Province by area, and was a 3 to 4 hour drive from Lindong City. But after the game fused with reality, most of the transportation except for cars can't be used. And each city is almost independent, there is no village or town, and the city is rebuilt a little bit around the resource point. If you drive to the next city, the near hundreds of kilometers, the far away is even thousands of kilometers. The former highways had long been eroded, and in addition to wild monsters in the wild, even the plants had mutated, making it dangerous. That was why the country had spent a huge amount of money to build highways to and from the country, and there were patrols on the highways to clean up the various dangers that appeared. So after more than 3 hours, Lin Hao and the others arrived at the Tiger Spring City General Military District. The general military district was built on the outskirts of the city, and because it was heavily guarded and had a high fence built, it was also not at all afraid of attacks from wild monsters. The gate was opened, and after checking his identity, the guards let him through. The area within the general military region was huge, boasting all sorts of grounds and venues for soldier training and testing. After driving in, they were able to see soldiers patrolling around, as well as researchers running back and forth. They drove directly to a building, and it seemed that because they had received the news in advance, quite a few people had come outside the building. As soon as Lin Hao took a look at the scene, he was instantly a little weak. Among those people, there were researchers with white hair and generals with frighteningly high military ranks. If all these people were here to pick themselves up, Lin Hao was embarrassed. Even if he knew he was important, he didn't want to be so high profile. As expected, what he was afraid of came to him, and as soon as Lin Hao stepped out of the car, that group of people hooted and hollered and surrounded him. Hee, little friend Lin Hao, I've heard about you for a long time, and today, I see that you're really a hero. The general in military uniform went forward and shook Lin Hao's hand. The plainly dressed old man next to him also nodded his head uncontrollably at Lin Hao. There was also an old gentleman with a head full of silver hair, dressed in a tang suit and hale and hearty. Jiang Fan also got out of the car and first saluted that general. Army commander, this is Lin Hao. He looked at Lin Hao again and introduced them one by one. This one is the chief of staff of our Jiangnan General Military Region, Elder Lu Minglu, who is in charge of intelligence, equipment, and research. Lin Hao was instantly filled with respect. In that case, this was the boss of logistics in Jiangnan province. Maybe in the future, he would have to rely on him to make a living. Lu Lao, he greeted warmly. This is the military commander of our Jiangnan province General Military Region, Military Commander Li Chenghuan. Lin Hao also warmly went forward to greet him. Good day, military commander. After all, this was the hand of the Jiangnan province military region, and although he was smiling and looked badly out of shape, he was a 70-level powerhouse. The internet could be searched about Army Commander Li Cheng's deeds. Although the game fuses with reality, the characters in the game don't age, but humans after awakening will still age. Only their lifespan will be extended, which doesn't seem to be fair to humans. Just as Lin Hao was rambling, Jiang Fan introduced Lin Hao to the old man in the tang suit again. This one I'm sure you'll want to get to know, because he's the president of the Sacred Demon University you're about to go to, Elder Zhou Guanzhou. Lin Hao raised his eyebrows in surprise. What was the president of St. Demon University doing here? However, he would be at St. Demon University for all 4 years, and it was necessary to have a good relationship with the principal. So he went up to greet him with the same enthusiasm. Elder Zhou. Hee. Kid, you're very discerning. Zhou Guan laughed. Although he was no longer young, he was still very dignified. In this era, there were certainly many strong people in the military, but there were also quite a few strong people in the civilian world who did not join the military for their own reasons. However, at critical times, they would all come forward and also cooperate with the Chinese officials. Elder Zhou was one such strong person. Chapter 45. Heaven Tier Copy Raider Battle. After introducing the first few bigwigs, Jiang Fan did not stop but continued the introduction. The people introduced were either officers from the general military region or principals from other prestigious schools. This made Lin Hao's mind even more puzzled. What were the principals of the famous schools gathering here for? What was even more puzzling than Lin Hao at this point were the soldiers standing guard in front of the building, which happened to be the squad leader and his team members who had taken Lin Hao practicing a few days ago. When they saw Lin Hao, their eyes were about to glaze over. What the hell? How did this kid get here? The key is that the military commander and all of them, these big shots, are so polite to him. What exactly is his origin? The junior captain kept pondering in his mind, horrified. Before, he had suspected that Lin Hao was the son of some high-ranking official. But now it seemed that perhaps Lin Hao's background was even more terrifying. Li Cheng walked up smilingly and asked with concern, "Little friend Lin Hao, have you encountered any dangers along the way?" "It's okay. It's been pretty peaceful all the way," Lin Hao said, but was a bit vain, as he had spent most of the time in the car sleeping. "Then are you hungry? I'll have someone get you something to eat," Li Cheng continued. Lin Hao waved his hand back and forth. "No need, military commander. It's not even meal time yet. I'm not hungry." "That's good," Li Cheng nodded. "You don't know how much those equipments you strengthened have helped us. You're a credit to us." As the words fell, the squad leader standing guard at the entrance of the building instantly reacted. "Those equipments were all strengthened by this kid?" He's that mysterious forge master. A little too young for that. He had numerous speculations about Lin Hao's life, but he had never thought about this point. He thought that they were all still praising that forging master in front of Lin Hao. When he thought about it, the young captain and a few of his own team members couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. The true dragon was right in front of them, but they couldn't recognize it with their eyes. Since we're here, let's take a look at our combat department. Li Cheng smiled and led Lin Hao towards the building. When they reached the entrance of the building, Lin Hao suddenly stopped. "Captain, it's you." He recognized the junior captain as well. "Hello." The junior captain looked incredibly formal at the moment. The forge master that their military region had been discussing was right in front of him, making him nervous. Brushing copies had never made him this nervous. "I'll go in first then." Lin Hao waved his hand, knowing that the junior captain was standing guard and was not in a position to talk. The group of bigwigs then entered the building. After entering the building, Lin Hao realized that the building looked ordinary on the outside, but the walls were actually quite thick. Perhaps there were even steel plates or something embedded behind the walls, making it quite safe. They went straight to the combat department on the first floor, and after pushing open the door, Lin Hao's eyelids jumped. What appeared in front of him was a huge space that held more than 30 people, with a 3-meter square screen in the center, and a circle below that was filled with the staff of the operations department. Some of these people were wearing military uniforms, some were wearing ordinary clothes, and all of them had a computer in front of them, on which they were all working. Lin Hao took a cursory glance and understood that what was being operated on these computers was the analysis and simulation of various duplicates and wild monsters, as well as images of various raid duplicates. "Little friend Lin Hao, how's it going?" Lu Ming came to Lin Hao's front at this time in a show-off manner, asking with a smile. As the chief of staff of the military region, he was naturally responsible for establishing everything here. "To be honest," Lin Hao scratched his head. "Before I came here, I didn't even know that a replica would require so much work." Lu Ming laughed. "You don't understand this. My Chinese army raiding replicas and clearing out wild monsters is not a brute force endeavor. Using a few levels of warriors, using what equipment, being able to get the most out of it with the least amount of loss, can all be obtained through calculations and simulations. And for some high-level bosses, we can also analyze the weaknesses based on the images and other intelligence to make it easier to pass the level." As soon as he spoke, Lu Ming was gushing, obviously very much in love with today's profession. "All right, old Lu, people's little friend Lin Hao just came. What's the point of talking to him about this?" Li Cheng interjected. Lin Hao smiled and said, "I'm interested." The people from the operations department all looked back at this point, and all of them were filled with shock when they saw the many bigwigs all flanking Lin Hao in the center. They all had the same question in their minds. Who is this young man? How dare he make the military chief go and greet him personally? Li Cheng smilingly walked forward and pulled Lin Hao to his side. "Gentlemen, this is Lin Hao. Those magical equipment we used before came from Lin Hao's hands." As the operations department, they naturally had first-hand information from the front lines, so those equipment that had suddenly appeared were clear to them. It was just unthinkable that it had come from a teenager. It was unbelievable. All of them expressed their welcome to Lin Hao. After all, such a talent coming from their Jiangnan province was in itself an honor for their province. Just at this moment, the harmonious atmosphere was broken by a sharp ringing of the phone. The operator in charge of answering the phone hurriedly picked it up, but his face soon turned gloomy. "Report, Jiangnan province's heaven-tier copy. The raid has failed." The operator's face carried a few sad colors. The faces of the bigwigs present all instantly clouded over as well. "Report." Another female officer stood up. "The frontline troops sent the video data from the copy." Lu Ming calmly said, "Release." Then, an image was played on the large screen in the center of the operations department. This image was the one that had been captured when the frontline troops were raiding the heaven-level copies. Nowadays, the strongest people in China were only at level 70 or so, while the heavenly grade copies were each at level 80 or above. However, amongst the heaven-level copies, many powerful equipment and heaven-level materials could be popped out, which were important materials for every country in the world nowadays. The number of heaven-grade copies that were raided directly determined the strength of the country. So even if it was dangerous, the country would still send people to raid the heaven-level copies. On the screen, it was videotaped from the moment they entered the replica. Although it was impossible to network with the outside world in the replica, the filming equipment were all still usable. And the footage that was captured would all be sent to the operations department to be analyzed. In a heaven-grade copy, a random monster was above level 80, and the squad only had 10 people, so it was quite dangerous. The overall strength of this squad was quite strong, representing the strongest force of the country. Unfortunately, any random small monster was a challenge for them. As they struggled to reach the end, a shocking figure appeared on the screen. Chapter 46. Giant God Copy, S-Raid. Failed. Inside the Jiangnan Province General Military Region's Operations Department, everyone was quiet, and only the sound of breathing could be heard in the room. And a shocking figure appeared on the big screen. It was a giant, 30 meters tall, wearing golden armor and carrying a 20-meter giant sword in the middle of the week. Just by seeing this figure, an unstoppable feeling rose in his heart. It's like facing God. The giant just stood there, his hands on his giant sword, as if he was a statue not moving. The soldier squad struggled to get to the boss, but they were deeply powerless in the face of this boss. They tried to attack, but all their means of attack were blocked by the giant's armor. Immediately afterward, the giant moved. He picked up the astonishingly huge sword and ruthlessly slammed it down towards the bottom. Boom! After a loud noise that seemed to open the sky and the earth, the screen was plunged into darkness, and the only thing that could be heard was that the soldier squad was shouting incessantly, "Retreat, retreat!" Immediately after that, nothing could be heard. See, it was conceivable that the giant's one sword made them lose a lot of money. The squad that is raiding the Heaven Tier replica this time is the Eagle Squad. Their overall strength is at level 70, and their equipment is also the best equipment in Jiangnan Province today. But the results of the battle this time, apart from a few pieces of heaven-ranked materials that popped out of the little monsters, there's nothing else. Falcon Squad 10 men. 3 seriously wounded, 1 lightly wounded, all the rest sacrificed. Raid 4 Giant God Replica. Failed. An officer read out the report of this raider's copy sorrowfully. The huge casualties made all of them heartbroken. How come? Li Sung walked to the bottom of the screen and slammed his fist down hard on the table. Even if we were to unite, would we be able to pass this heavenly grade copy at all? His eyes were red as he looked behind him at Lu Ming, Zhou Gowen, and the others. Lin Hao was also deeply shocked by this scene, the soldiers going forward and backward just to strengthen China. The general public, more often than not, can only see the glorious deeds, but do not know how many unsung heroes have sacrificed their lives behind the scenes. His heart was very heavy, but there was little he could do about it. Even his own death scythe was of little use in this copy, because this copy, a copy of Eternal Day, had no night. Lin Hao sighed and finally realized why so many principals had gathered here. It turned out that it was for the purpose of jointly raiding the heavenly tier copies. The giant god replica is within the Jiangnan province, which is why they came to the Jiangnan province's combat department. Lu Ming slowly walked up and dropped the picture of the final booze on the screen body. You can tell that it's a humanoid monster, like a fated giant god race. But I don't think it's possible for it to be so powerful if it's the giant god race. The reason why we were completely defenseless against the booze should be because of the equipment worn by the booze. True to form, the chief of staff easily found the weakness of the booze. He enlarged the picture to show the giant's equipment. A pair of armor that wrapped around his entire body, and a huge sword. But even if they found a weakness, there was nothing they could do. It wasn't as if they didn't have the ability to decimate the original level 80 booze. It was just the equipment and weapons that gave the booze abilities that far exceeded level 80. There was a sinking feeling in the operations department. Zhou Gowen slowly walked over at this time. No need to be discouraged. Wanting to succeed would have had to go through countless failures. This failure has also given us a great deal of information to accumulate, and I believe that next time, we can have a solution, and that's what our operations department exists for. A few words down the line made all the men in the operations department regain their fighting spirit again. They began to analyze the monsters that would appear in the Giant God's copy, the materials and equipment that would be popped out, etc. in this video. Li Chung sighed and turned to look at Lin Hao, smiling bitterly. Little friend Lin Hao, you now know what kind of situation our Huaxia is facing, don't you? The day the copy is not rated, the day our hearts can't relax. After all, who knows the monsters in the copy, whether there is a possibility to come to reality. He then changed his tone and heavily patted Lin Hao's shoulder. You are the future of Huaxia. In the future, Huaxia will depend on you young people. Lin Hao nodded heavily. Don't worry, Army Commander. I'll definitely keep working hard. Just a moment ago, something had crossed his mind. Since the booze of the Giant God's copy relied on equipment, and it just so happened that he had a skill that specialized in equipment. reverse reinforcement. Unfortunately, this skill he could only use by himself and the range was only 10 meters. Even if they found a way to increase the distance, then it didn't seem to help much. After all, he was too weak. Going to the giant god's copy was just looking for death and wasting a spot on the team. But since he had already thought of this, Lin Hao had to find a way to solve it. Because of this incident, this side of the operations department has been thrown back into busy work. Lin Hao didn't want to stay here any longer. So Zhang Fan took him on a tour of the military area. By the time the next day rolled around, Zhang Fan had also gone off to get busy. So the one who accompanied Lin Hao became the junior captain who had practiced with him. I can't believe that you're that mysterious forge master. Why didn't you just admit it when you first said it? Lin Hao hastily waved his hand in a blushing manner. Older brother, don't make fun of me. Hey, you're quite thin-skinned. The captain wasn't much older than Lin Hao, so he spoke to Lin Hao rather casually. As the two walked, the young captain suddenly brought up the Falcon Squad. You should have seen the video of raiding the giant god replica. What a shame. Among the Falcon Squad, there was one who was our instructor and had even taught us. But I didn't realize that he had sacrificed himself this time. It's always a very somber mood to talk about such topics. Captain, is it really that important to raid a heaven-level copy? Lin Hao suddenly asked. Of course, the squad leader said without thinking. The raiding of a heaven-tier copy represents whether or not our country's national strength is strong. And some of the precious materials are only produced amongst the heavenly level copies. Do you know why the strongest people are stuck at level 70? It's because of the lack of promotion materials. The higher the level after awakening, the more difficult it is to promote. Especially after a high level, in addition to experience, many of the materials used for advancement were needed to make it work. But if you wanted to break through level 70, you would need the materials from the heavenly grade copies. The Dragon Kingdom had a total of many heaven grade copies, but only a few of them could be raided. And not all copies will pop with promotion materials. That was why there were so few strong people over level 70 in China today. Chapter 47, Protecting Animal Lin Hao. The young captain's expression was heavy and sad. Speaking of the predicament facing China today, I've heard that other countries have raided quite a few sky-level replicas, allowing many people to exceed level 70. If this continues, our Huaxia will become weaker and weaker. Lin Hao nodded. Yeah, it seems like the raiding of heaven-level copies is really so important. Older brother, don't worry, I'll definitely come up with something. The junior captain smiled. It's good that you have this heart, but you're still young and low-leveled. Wait until you level up before you care about this. Lin Hao, however, waved his hand and said righteously, the rise and fall of the country is the responsibility of everyone, not to mention that I still have a fistful of heart to serve the country. I'll definitely think of a way. The young captain was very pleased. It was precisely with such young people who went forward and backward that China was strong and able to cope with any difficulties. Good. I believe in you. These words were just encouragement. After all, if Lin Hao really came up with a solution, wouldn't it make them, the soldiers and the combat department, look useless? Of course, he wasn't looking down on Lin Hao. He just felt that Lin Hao was still at a low rank and was limited in what he could do. That very night, Zhang Fan came to the room where Lin Hao was staying. Leader, any instructions? Lin Hao inquired. Zhang Fan smiled. How can I say instructions? Just some requests. As you can see, raiding the giant god replica, we've already sacrificed many strong people. And if we want to raid the replica, we'll need an item stronger than the death god's scythe. Or if you forge a piece of equipment that increases your attack during the day, we'll just linger after entering the copy and wait until we have enough attack power to directly second that giant booze. The characteristics of the death god's scythe made it quite powerful, but only when it had moonlight. Those heaven-level copies were either alternating black and white, and simply couldn't accumulate enough attack power. Either it was perpetual day, or even the copies of perpetual night didn't have moonlight. Although the death scythe was strong, the limitations were quite obvious. Lin Hao cried and laughed a little. Leader, do you think this is a cabbage? The death god's scythe was created from the forge master's drawings. It's unique. There's not much I can do about that giant booze for now. Although he already had an idea, he wasn't going to say it until he could implement it. After all, this would only give these people hope, and in case it didn't work out, it would turn into a huge loss. Zhang Fan was not surprised and shook his head with a smile. I know, it's just a matter of chance. But I'm sure that as long as you level up, there will be a way. His eyes seemed to contain some sort of power, causing Lin Hao to nod heavily. Don't worry, leader. I'll absolutely keep working hard. Ever since he had made his determination known, Lin Hao had locked himself up in his room and kept looking at the book, Forge Master Detailed Explanation, trying to see if he could find a way. On it, in addition to the records of the various branches of forges, there were also many records of forges skills, tools, and so on. Lin Hao then found one of the tools that was quite compatible with his own reverse strengthening skill. Skill Reinforcement Ticket for Forge Master Special. Level 20 Consumable. Skill Enhancement Coupon. Enhances all the data of any one of the Forge Master skills by 30 times. Required material. Sandman Leather, Soul Ashes. Required material. Sandman Leather, Soul Ashes. The moment he saw this consumable, Lin Hao's eyes lit up. Boosting all the stats of a skill, meaning that no matter if it was the materials reduced or the time reduced or even the chance, it could be boosted by 30 times. If it was used for reverse reinforcement, a distance of 10 meters could also be boosted by 30 times. Even though it was only 300 meters, it was still much stronger than the previous 10 meters. The way Lin Hao could think of to deal with the giant god boos was to use his reverse reinforcement skill. However, there were two difficulties to solve, one being that he couldn't enter the copy himself. The other was that the base value of the skill was too small. Now with the skill enhancement ticket, the second problem could be solved. That would leave only the first challenge, but this one, which was also the hardest, was almost unsolvable. Even creating skill strengthening coupons wasn't easy, as it involved another special branch of the Forge Master. Material Forger. This branch of the Forge Master was not one that forged equipment, but rather forged many auxiliary items. For example, strengthening coupons, strengthening stones, and some other special materials that assisted in forging. However, the strengthening coupons are rarely used, and the strengthening stones have a chance of popping out in the wild monsters and copies. That's why this branch was so ribbed that not many people chose it at all. But if you wanted to create skill strengthening coupons, you needed to have the material forging stone skill, special forging. So Lin Hao still needed to test whether the Sacred Forge Master, like what was recorded, was able to embrace all branches with no holds barred. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Lin Hao went to open the door and found Lu Ming, Li Cheng and Zhou Gowen as well as Zhang Fan all standing outside, all of them still wearing kind smiles on their faces. Hehe. Student Lin Hao, I heard that you've locked yourself up and studied hard to solve the puzzle of the giant god copy? Zhou Gowen asked smilingly. Lin Hao scratched his head. I just want to give it a try. Otherwise, I don't feel comfortable in my heart. Lu Ming patted Lin Hao's shoulder. We all believe in you. But there's no rush. It's a loss for our huaxia if you wear out your body like this. That's right, Li Cheng nodded. We believe that in the future, you'll definitely be able to help our huaxia. But for now, you just have to protect yourself and study hard. Got it? Army commander, I know. Although he was reprimanding himself, Lin Hao knew that they were all doing it for his own good. So his heart warmed. You've been here for 2 days now, so why don't we just send you back first? And if you want to come in the future, you can come over anytime. Li Cheng's tone was much gentler. Lin Hao nodded. Okay, I'll go back then. It just so happened that he still had many things he wanted to do. So after cleaning up a bit and saying goodbye to all the bigwigs, Lin Hao set off on his way back. This time, Lin Hao was escorted by the same squad that had taken him leveling before. Kid, you gave me a scare by locking yourself up. If anything happened to you, I'd be guilty, the squad leader joked. Lin Hao scratched his head in some embarrassment. I'm sorry, I just wanted to see what could be done. I know, but you have to take care of your health as well, the junior captain said sincerely. I know. Lin Hao felt like a protected animal right now. Everyone was concerned about him. Chapter 48 Guesses Come True. This hang-up is wide open. After more than 4 hours, Lin Hao finally returned to Linjiang City. Only he didn't go home at all, but instead came directly to the school's laboratory. Looking at the piles of materials and equipment, Lin Hao stepped down. Now let me see if the Divine Forge Master is really that amazing. Since there had never been anyone who had transmuted to become a Divine Forge Master, Lin Hao would have to walk on his own down the road. He took out the inheritance books of the other Forge Master branches that the country had gotten for him before he went to the military region. The legacies of these forger branches were all quite rare and high level. And like the most common, low-level branches of forger inheritance, the state didn't find them for Lin Hao. After all, those most common ones, such as the Flame Forger, were not able to do anything other than add some flame attack and flame defense to equipment. And equipment with such attributes were quite ribbed, only useful in extremely specific situations. At first, Lin Hao hadn't even thought about wanting those ordinary Forge Master inheritances. Success or failure is here. Lin Hao took a deep breath, took out a giant God Forge Master first rank inheritance book, and slowly placed his hand on it. In an instant, the inheritance book transformed into a wave of energy that traveled directly along his arm and drilled into Lin Hao's mind. Just like when he had transferred, he instantly comprehended the Giant God Forger's inheritance and possessed the skill Giant God Forging. Giant God Forging. All equipment that is strengthened and forged has a chance of obtaining Giant God Blessing. Although he had successfully obtained the Giant God Forger inheritance, the next priority was the top priority. After all, he was now level 20 and would have possessed a chance to re-accept the inheritance or advance the inheritance. So he took out the Giant God Forger's second rank inheritance again. If this inheritance, too, was successfully absorbed by him, it would mean that his guess was true. I hope it works. Don't let me down. Lin Hao's mouth shattered as he slowly placed his hand on the second-order inheritance. In the next moment, the second-rank inheritance also transformed into a stream of pure energy that surged along his arm and directly into his mind. At this moment, he was radiating light all over his body. The second-order inheritance was naturally much more powerful than the first-order inheritance, so the process of completely fusing and absorbing it took much longer. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. It was only after a full 3 hours that Lin Hao finally opened his eyes, and by now it was already dark outside. Ding! Your Giant God Forge has risen to the second rank. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Giant God Forge second-order skill Sufficient Forging. Adequate Forging. Equipment that is strengthened or forged has a chance to have its attributes increased and its weight increased. It's done. Lin Hao was directly in a daze at this point. Unexpectedly, his guess was true. Just like a real game, a character could have multiple transfer directions, but could only choose one of them to add points to. As for Lin Hao now, it was because of his status as a Divine Forge Master, which directly allowed him to unlock all branches. This allowed him to learn skills from all branches. Great, great! At this moment, Lin Hao finally realized how powerful the Sacred Forge Master truly was and jumped up and down with joy. At that exact moment, Su Qilan arrived. Originally having learned that Lin Hao had come back from the military region but hadn't returned home yet when it got dark, and wanted to come and see how things were going. Then she saw Lin Hao dancing with his hands. Even the ecstatic Lin Hao went forward and hugged Su Qilan. Teacher Su, great, just great. Su Qilan's head was full of fog, but she could feel Lin Hao's excitement. Just being hugged by Lin Hao like this, she couldn't help but lower her head and blush. It was only after a while that Lin Hao finally calmed down and let go of Su Qilan. Teacher Su, I'm sorry, I was just too excited. Su Qilan shook her head and asked suspiciously, what exactly is it that made you so happy? Lin Hao then told Su Qilan all about what he had just discovered. Now even Su Qilan froze in place. This is true? Of course, if you don't believe me, you can check my attributes. Lin Hao directly opened his attributes to sharing. Lin Hao, level 20, 2000. Sacred Forger. Life value, 2000. Attack power, 150. Attack speed, 1. Movement speed, 1. Energy, 2000. Skills, strengthening, forging, primary attribute stacking, reverse strengthening, sufficient forging. Forging drawing, Scythe of Death. Reinforcement, chance to increase a piece of equipment's reinforcement level by 1 or melt it down, with a chance of providing additional attributes. Forging, using forging books and materials, there is a chance that a piece of equipment will be forged into shape or depleted, and there is a chance that it will provide attributes. Primary attribute stacking can consume specific items to strengthen equipment with specialized attributes. Adequate forging, strengthened or forged equipment, there is a chance to increase the attributes, weight increase. Special attributes, Divine Forging, Sacred Forging, Giant Forging. Divine Forging. All equipment you strengthen or forge will be successful and will provide additional attributes and phrases, have a chance to increase equipment level, and have a chance to obtain special attributes and phrases. Sacred Forging. All equipment you strengthen and forge will have a chance to obtain Sacred Blessing. Mega Forge. All equipment you strengthen and forge will have a chance to gain Mega Blessing. You're also hung up? From the Unknown Forge Master. After seeing Lin Hao's luxurious skills, Su Qilan was completely convinced. In particular, the adequate forging skill was the very skill that a giant god forger would only have after advancing to the second rank. Although the amount of attributes added was hidden, the number of giant god forgers wasn't in the minority, so the amount of attributes that could be added was pretty much the same. Generally speaking, a level 20 giant god forger was able to increase their attributes by around 10%, which was already quite good. Coupled with Lin Hao's godly forging, the attributes of the equipment that had been strengthened were already outrageous, and if they triggered a sufficient amount of forging, the attributes would be even more terrifying. How about it, Teacher Su? I didn't lie to you. Su Qilan nodded her head repeatedly. This is really good news. I'm going to report it up in a hurry, so that they can find you more legacies from the Forge Master Branch to come. No, it wouldn't be good to learn too many different things. There's no need to learn some low-level common inheritances, just rare and high-level ones. Lin Hao smiled. Right, that's what I was thinking. Right, Teacher Su, when you report back, please ask them to find the Material Forger Inheritance book for me. Su Qilan pondered for a moment before remembering that this branch of the Forge Master was simply too cold for anyone to learn. You want to learn this branch? Lin Hao smiled and nodded. Yes, I have great use for it. Good. Su Qilan agreed in one gulp. Chapter 49. Pooling the strength of the nation to create an all-powerful forger. Originally, Lin Hao's divine forging was already quite heaven-defying. Now divine forging had increased Lin Hao's importance by a lot more. It was believed that this time, the nation's importance to Lin Hao would rise once again. Seeing Lin Hao take out another inheritance book and prepare to receive the inheritance, Su Qilan hurriedly stopped him. Lin Hao, speed is not enough. Accepting the inheritance would have taken time to fuse. Fusing too many inheritances at once isn't necessarily a good thing. Absorbing an inheritance should be done slowly. After she said that, Lin Hao also felt dizzy. Too much dopamine had been secreted just now, making him not even feel this. Okay, Teacher Su, I'll listen to you. Lin Hao smiled, then returned home under Su Qilan's escort. After arriving home, he felt a bit like throwing up, so he directly collapsed on the bed and fell asleep. Su Qilan, on the other hand, reported the news overnight. What? It turns out that the sacred Forge Master actually has such a use. After he Shanshuan learned the news, he had all but fallen asleep and sat up violently from his bed. Yeah, I didn't expect that this matter would be discovered by student Lin Hao. It's quite a breakthrough for us as well. Principal Shang let out a few laughs, simply not too happy. Unfortunately, there's only one inheritance book for the sacred Forge Master. Originally we sent it to Lin Hao just to make up the numbers, but I didn't expect Lin Hao to choose this inheritance. Perhaps there is a heavenly will in the underworld. Shanshuan was also smiling from ear to ear. Then he added, but this matter of absorbing the inheritance, there's no rush. I'm going to send someone to watch to see if there will be any other problems. There's no room for sloppiness. And also have the whole country collect high-level, rare Forge Master Branch inheritance books. Maybe we will have an all-powerful Forge Master. Having a large number of branches was different from branching out individually. With individual branches, one could only trigger one bestowal even if they put their lives on the line. Whereas with an all-powerful forger like Lin Hao, it wasn't impossible to trigger multiple bestowals at once if one was lucky. As a result, the equipment that was strengthened or forged would have stronger attributes. But whether or not there would be problems with Lin Hao absorbing the inheritance books of other branches was something that no one could vouch for. After all, it had never been done before. The apocalyptic empire might have, after all, the sacred Forge Masters were from the apocalyptic empire. Unfortunately for this kingdom, it had long been annihilated in history, and the information left behind was also very little. By the way, Minister, Principal Shang suddenly said, Student Lin Hao took the initiative to ask us to help him find the Material Forger Inheritance Book. Material Forger? He Shanshuan frowned deeply. Such a cold branch, and he wants to learn it? I don't know, anyway. Lin Hao himself said that he has a great use for it. Principal Shang said. Good, then satisfy him. He Shanshuan smiled. This little guy, he really does keep surprising us. In the future, no matter what he asks for, fulfill him. Don't worry, Minister, I understand. Principal Shang replied happily. After hanging up the phone, he Shanshuan directly called the provincial governor. Another call followed from the governor's office. Lin Hao woke up in a daze, and when he looked outside, it was almost noon. The exhaustion of absorbing an inheritance and the exhaustion of forging equipment aren't the same thing at all. He muttered in a low voice. Absorbing an inheritance exhausted the soul. So Lin Hao was dizzy and wanted to vomit last night. Forging and strengthening equipment, on the other hand, exhausted the physical energy. Mother Lin was relieved when she heard the commotion and ran straight into the room. Brat, you finally woke up. Last night you came back and went to sleep. You slept until noon. You couldn't wake up even if you screamed, but you really scared me to death. Lin Hao scratched his head and smiled. Mom, aren't I fine? Is there any food? I'm hungry. Okay. Mom will go cook noodles for you, Lin Mother said, and then suddenly stopped. Right. Mr. Su brought 2 people over. Do you want to come out and meet them? Brought 2 people? Lin Hao frowned, not knowing what was going on, but he still got up and washed up, changing into a clean outfit before walking out. Changing to a big house was good. There was a bathroom in his own room. Good morning, Mr. Su. Lin Hao greeted Su Qilon in the living room. Su Qilon smiled and pointed outside. It's not early. The sun is on your ass. Lin Hao also saw 2 other strangers in the living room at this time. A man and a woman. The man was a bit eerie with a dead face. The female, on the other hand, had a smile on her face and was quite sunny. Right? Let me introduce you. These 2 are physicians from the province, specially here to examine your body. Lin Hao immediately waved his hand. I'm not sick. What body check? The female physician smiled sweetly. There are some hidden diseases that are usually undetectable. Oh. She spoke in a whiny voice and smiled sweetly, almost as cute as sunshine. This smile instantly hit Lin Hao's heart, and he nodded. All right then. He was and arranged to sit on the sofa. Classmate, don't be nervous. Oh, my name is Zhang Sweetness. My occupation is a physician. I can help you check your body. And this dead man's face, you don't need to be afraid. Oh, although he looks serious, it's actually because of his occupation law. He's a soul physician. Lin Hao was quite surprised because he hadn't heard of this profession at all. There were many types of main battle professions, such as tanks, outputs, and auxiliaries if they were subdivided. A doctor was an auxiliary profession, able to directly treat injuries, detoxify poisons, and so on without the use of tools and medicinal herbs, so it could be said that it was a must-have profession for raiding replicas. Dead man's face stepped forward at this time. My name is Lin Feng. Lin Hao was a little afraid of dead man's face's aura, so he just nodded. In contrast, Sweet Zhang was simply beautiful in person and sweet in voice. Good. You sit and don't move. Oh, I'm gonna start checking you out. Zhang's sweetness smiled. Her palms opened up and touched together, leaving a triangular gap in the center. She then looked at Lin Hao's body through the gap, as if it was some sort of skill for the physician profession. Lin Hao realized that her eyes, at the moment, had all turned into light green pupils. After examining Lin Hao from top to bottom, Zhang's sweetness then lowered her hand. Classmate, your body is very healthy. There's nothing wrong with it. Don't worry. Lin Hao nodded, relieved. The province had sent these 2 physicians overnight, and he had thought there was something wrong with his body. Just as he wanted to stand up, dead man's face suddenly spoke up as well. Don't move. Next, it's my turn to examine you. The eerie tone made Lin Hao shiver. Chapter 53 Great Inheritances. All in one. I'm invincible. Dead-faced Yang Feng stood in front of Lin Hao and slowly stretched out his hand. Lin Hao could feel a gust of cold air coming from his body, and even his palms didn't have the slightest bit of blood color. It was like a corpse. A ghastly wind suddenly blew through, causing Lin Hao to shiver. Only when the gloomy wind caressed his body, he actually felt a little comfortable. This kind of comfort was like having a beautiful sleep when you were tired, and it was incredibly satisfying. A moment later, Yang Feng withdrew his hand, then shook his head. What's wrong? What's wrong with me? Looking at him, Lin Hao hurriedly inquired. Yang Feng sighed. I just probed your soul. It's about the same as the soul power of the other life profession awakened people. Although there's no problem, if you try to absorb more inheritance, you'll burst your soul. These words made Lin Hao shiver. He didn't know much about soul power. After the game descended into reality, many unbelievable things happened, and soul power, too, was materialized. Soul force referred to the strength of one's soul, and absorbing inheritance, and all of these were all related to soul force. There were even some professions that could specialize in harming the soul as well as enhancing it. Yang Feng's soul physician was a profession that specialized in treating the soul. Zhang's sweetness covered her mouth and laughed. LOL. Don't scare this little brother. The above is very optimistic about him. Our task is just to eliminate the little brother's hidden danger law. Yang Feng nodded and began to explain in layman's terms. If one's awakening isn't about soul-related professions, then the soul power can only increase with the level, but there is an upper limit. And the profession inheritance, which can also be seen as the soul power that has been passed down. A normal profession will only fuse one inheritance, so there won't be any hidden dangers. But if you want to fuse multiple copies of the inheritance, it depends on whether your soul can withstand it or not. It's like a wooden barrel. The capacity is ultimately limited. If there's too much water, there's a possibility that the barrel will burst. His expression was still cold as he spoke, but the meaning Lin Hao sort of understood. That means that my current soul can only withstand a small amount of inheritance, right? Lin Hao instantly became nervous. After all, for his plan, he still needed to receive the inheritance of the material forger. And if that didn't work, then he would have to continue practicing. Yes, Yang Feng nodded. Based on your soul capacity, you can absorb up to 2 more inheritances. Any more than that will cause damage to your soul as well. Every 5 levels after that will probably allow you to absorb 1 more inheritance. Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "That's good. At least it won't delay things." Su Qilan asked with some curiosity, "Lin Hao, what do you want to do? Dangerous things? Don't do them." "Don't worry, Teacher Su. I just had some ideas and wanted to test them out. It won't be dangerous." After examining Lin Hao's body, the 2 physicians were about to turn around and leave. "Little brother, we're leaving. Oh, if you have any problems in the future, you can come to the capital and look for me." Zhang's sweetness waved her hand at Lin Hao, and when she was about to leave, she even enthusiastically gave Lin Hao a flying kiss. This made Lin Hao immediately blush with shame, and Su Qilan, who was on the side, also blushed a little unnaturally. "No, how can I be jealous of my own student? I'm a teacher, but it's still so sour in my heart. What should I do?" Lin Hao sent the 2 of them out the door, and they got in their car and left, really coming and going in a hurry. But from this, it could also be seen just how much Huaxia valued him nowadays. Even a profession like soul physician had been sent over. After dinner, Lin Hao and Su Qilan couldn't wait to get to the school. The country had already found the material forger's inheritance for him, and it could be directly upgraded to the 2nd rank. Lin Hao didn't hesitate and directly absorbed the inheritance. The process wasn't long, but it made Lin Hao dizzy, more so than drinking too much. It was especially painful when he absorbed the 2nd rank inheritance, and his head felt like it was about to split open. This was due to the fact that his soul was still too weak, like it was hardwired into the knowledge of a material forger in an already very crowded mind. "Lin Hao, are you all right?" Su Qilan walked over with concern, and looking at Lin Hao's pained expression, she gently hugged him in her arms. The absorption process was a long one, for 5 hours, and when it was almost dark, Lin Hao finally finished absorbing the inheritance. At the same time, 2 more skills exclusive to material forgers appeared in his skills. Material forging can forge special materials. Equal treatment. Forging materials has a chance of attaching words and extra attributes. Although his head was groggy, Lin Hao laughed out loud after seeing the 2 extra skills. From today onwards, as long as he had enough materials, he would be able to forge special materials that could normally only be popped out in copies. For example, special items like strengthening stones. Even after leveling up to advanced, he would be able to forge even special materials that crossed the threshold of level 70. At that time, if he wanted to level up to 70 or more, he wouldn't need to go brush the dangerous heaven-ranked copies. Of course, this would only be possible if Lin Hao leveled up and the material forger's rank was also raised. "You're still laughing? If I had known it was so painful, I wouldn't have let you absorb the inheritance," Su Qilan reprimanded. He, I'm fine. To be better than other forges, you definitely have to suffer some." Lin Hao smiled and moved his head comfortably. "Huh, why is it so soft?" But instantly, both Lin Hao and Su Qilan's faces turned red. This was because at this moment, Lin Hao was still being held in Su Qilan's arms, and the 2 of them were really in a somewhat ambiguous position. "Teacher Su, I didn't do it on purpose," Lin Hao hurriedly explained, but it made Su Qilan's face even redder. "No, it's fine." Su Qilan fixed her mind. "You go home and rest, it's dark again." Lin Hao looked out the window, and sure enough it was getting dark. This day had gone by way too fast. Although he was eager to absorb another inheritance, he also understood that the body was the capital of the revolution. The soul was fragile, and once damage occurred, it was quite tricky. "All right, Teacher Su, let's go back together." Su Qilan nodded and asked again, "Your current soul can still hold another inheritance? Which one do you choose?" Lin Hao thought about it: dwarf inheritance, hell demon inheritance, elf inheritance, etc. These were all quite rare forger inheritances. He had already gotten the one he wanted, so the remaining one inheritance would be fine casually. After all, after upgrading, he could continue to absorb other inheritances. Chapter 51. Absorbing the dwarf inheritance. Let's choose the dwarf forgemaster inheritance then, so we can still consume less materials. After Lin Hao thought about it, he picked one at random. Anyway, now that the most important material, the forger's legacy, was already in hand, everything else could only be considered icing on the cake. Good. Then we'll absorb it tomorrow. Su Qilan nodded and took Lin Hao home. Like yesterday, Lin Hao didn't have much of an appetite at all and went home and fell asleep. Seeing this, Lin N was concerned, but her mouth was unforgiving. Older brother, why do you feel like you might as well be a laborer? This spiel struck a chord with the parents, who were not so tired when they went out to work. Anyway, Lin Hao slept another full night and once again came to the school to absorb the dwarf forgemaster's inheritance. This time it took the longest 7 hours. Su Qilan similarly held Lin Hao in her arms and softly soothed him. After all, there had never been a precedent for being able to absorb multiple branches before, so there wasn't much of a solution at all. Ding! Absorption of dwarf forge master inheritance is complete. Skill dwarf forge promoted to the 2nd rank. This voice was like heavenly music to Lin Hao. Finally! In a hurry, he opened his attribute panel. Linhao. Level 20. 2000. Sacred Forge. Life value. 2000. Attack power. 150. Attack speed. 1. Movement speed. 1. Energy. 2000. Skills. Primary attribute stacking. Reverse strengthening. Sufficient forging. Material forging. Equal treatment. Dwarf forging. Primary attribute stacking. Specific items can be consumed to strengthen the specialized attributes of the equipment. Adequate forging. Equipment that is strengthened or forged has a chance to increase its attributes and weight. Material forging. Special materials can be forged. Equal treatment. Forging materials have a chance of additional words and extra attributes. Dwarf forging. Forging or strengthening equipment reduces the consumption of materials by 10%. Special attributes. Divine Forge, Sacred Forge, Giant God's Forge, Dwarf's Forge, Divine Forging. All the equipment you strengthen and forge will be successful, and will provide extra attributes and extra phrases, have a chance to upgrade the equipment level, and have a chance to obtain special attributes and special phrases. Sacred Forging. All equipment you strengthen and forge will have a chance to gain Sacred Blessing. Giant God's Forge. All equipment you strengthen and forge will have a chance to gain Giant God's Blessing. Dwarven Forge. All equipment you strengthen and forge has a chance to gain Dwarven Blessing. Are you also open? From the unknown Forge Master. Although the title was still Sacred Forger, he had 3 different blessings. It's a pity that material forgers don't have special attributes. Otherwise, it would be even more impressive. Su Qilan was watching Lin Hao endure a great deal of pain, so she said with concern, Lin Hao, I know you want to contribute to the country, but all the more reason for you to take care of yourself, understand? Lin Hao revealed a bright smile. Teacher, I understand. After walking out of the room, Principal Shang was surprisingly guarding the outside as well. Seeing that Lin Hao was a bit weak, he hurriedly walked up. How's it going, Mr. Lin Hao? Lin Hao smiled. Headmaster, it's been successful. Now I have 3 different branches of forges. I knew you could do it. But taking care of yourself is most important, understand? Looking at Lin Hao's weakened appearance, Principal Shang was heartbroken. After all, Lin Hao was the honor of their Jiangnan province. Although both Principal Shang and Su Qilan were nagging, he enjoyed the feeling of being valued. When I got home, my parents had made an early dinner. When they saw Lin Hao return, they pulled him to the table without saying a word. Son, how can you not eat all the time? You have to finish eating before you go to sleep today. No matter what. Although Lin Hao was having a hard time, he still didn't want to disappoint his parents. So he endured the hard time and ate some rice before returning to his room. As he lay on his bed, he began to think about the skills he had received after 2 days of receiving his inheritance. First of all, with the Material Forger's legacy, he was able to make skill enhancement coupons. Skill enhancement tickets, too, were seen as a special material. And the skill obtained after the Material Forger's 2nd rank, treating all equally, was a bit puzzling to Lin Hao. But based on the skill effects, he also quickly understood. This skill meant that when he was forging materials, it would be like forging equipment, triggering all the skill effects. Materials and equipment are treated equally. In that case, the skill enhancement coupon I created has the potential to break through the ceiling of a 30-fold increase. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Hao became excited again. Unfortunately, even though there was already a legacy and the materials could be found with the help of the Ministry of Education, it was still not possible to directly create skill enhancement coupons. This was because the manufacturing skill enhancement coupon required 5% proficiency in the material forging skill in order to do so. And right now, the proficiency is only 2%, and it will take a lot of practice to bring it up. And material forging allows you to refine various materials, potentially making them like equipment with additional words and attributes. This is then used to strengthen and forge equipment, and can be added directly to it. The many actionable properties made Lin Hao's brain quite active. But he was too tired after all, so it wasn't long before he fell into a deep sleep. On a new day, Lin Hao woke up in high spirits. Today he's going to do something big, and that's open drawings. After being promoted to level 20, he had another opportunity to open drawings. There was no bottom in his mind as to what kind of drawings he would be able to produce this time. After all, opening drawings is completely random, and it's possible to open junk or the very best. Lin Hao simply washed up and ate breakfast before getting into Su Qilan's car and arriving inside the school. "Teacher Su, please help me report upwards. I need some materials, and the more the better. Inked leather, ashes of the soul." He reported a list of materials which were all materials for making skill enhancement coupons, which could be found in a typical intermediate level copy. So there must be quite a bit of inventory. "What do you need these for?" Su Qilan asked curiously. Lin Hao thought about it and didn't directly state his intentions. After all, he was just experimenting. And the two major difficulties he faced, even if he had already solved the second one, the first one was even more difficult to solve, which was that he couldn't enter the heavenly tier replica. Even if you make a skill enhancement coupon, it might not come in handy at all. "It's kind of working, but I can't talk about it yet." Su Qilan was slightly surprised. Since handing himself over to the state, Lin Hao hadn't had his own little secret for a long time. So she didn't even pursue the matter and went to help Lin Hao contact the Education Bureau. Chapter 52. All requirements fully satisfied. Lin Hao sat alone in his room and slowly closed his eyes. Is the drawing function being used? Yes. Drawings opening in progress. Lin Hao's heart was tense as he watched the progress bar in his mind advance a little. Ding. It was clear that only a few minutes had passed, but Lin Hao felt that it was rather long. Congratulations on obtaining the drawing. 1000 machine ring. Lin Hao froze for a moment before reacting to the fact that he had actually drawn auxiliary equipment this time. Equipment like rings, necklaces, and bracelets were all auxiliary equipment, and didn't have the high attributes of armor, shoes, or weapons. Special equipment, however, could all increase special attributes. For example, bludgeoning damage, and so on. So a piece of auxiliary equipment with good attributes was even more expensive than weapons, armor, and these equipment. Lin Hao hurriedly looked up the introduction about the 1000 machine ring. Ring of 1000 machines diamond grade. Wear level 20. Attack plus 2000. Defense plus 200. Attack speed plus 10. Skills 1000 machines, 100 rivers. Skills 1000 machines, 100 rivers. 1000 machines. Can transform into other forms. 3. Removes specialization restriction. Baichuan. Each form can be branded with the same profession skills. Limit 1. Baichuan. Each form can be branded with the same profession skills. Limit 1. After reading the attributes, Lin Hao frowned instead. This was because he realized that this auxiliary equipment was just a bit too weak, and the increased attributes were better than nothing. The two skills, however, were kind of interesting. The first skill was that this bracelet equipment could be turned into a weapon for other professions, and there would be no restriction on specialization. Any profession could use it. The second skill is even more peculiar. Even can be branded weapon form the same occupation skills. Does not mean that you can brand a big move up. In that case, it would be possible to release 2 big moves at once. Although the attributes weren't high, the 2 skills had already satisfied Lin Hao. He then looked at the materials needed for the forging and handed them all over to Su Qilan. Although the drawings were out, they didn't give Lin Hao any surprises. And he still needed to do the forging out, so he might be able to trigger a skill or bestow a blessing, increase words, or something like that. It wasn't even known which 3 forms the 1000 chance ring could transform into. So before the materials came, He needed to raise his proficiency in the skill of material forging first. Lin Hao took out several materials from the lab and placed them in front of him. Previously, he could only see what materials were needed when strengthening or forging equipment. And now these materials, surprisingly, all appeared to be needed for strengthening as well, indicating that it was possible to strengthen and refine them. This was the ability of a material forger, using low-level materials to refine high-level materials, causing the high-level materials to have attributes that could be directly attached to the equipment. The equal treatment skill, on the other hand, allowed the material to receive the same treatment as the equipment, with the exception of not being able to trigger the bestowal of blessings. In case there was a phrase attached to the material, it would also be added directly on top of the equipment when used. Right, teacher, it's best to get more low-level materials, the more the better. Lin Hao shouted at Su Qilan again. I wonder what attributes all these materials will have after they're refined. Lin Hao was also quite curious in his heart, and took out a high-level material, the jade bone, and found quite a few more low-level materials. Refine. All of the materials were thrown into the forging space, and the refining of materials was much shorter than the strengthening of equipment. After just a minute had passed, the voice in his head came out. Ding! Material refining successful. Jade bone. Attack plus 100. As expected, the attributes were added on top of the jade bone, and these 100 points of attack could be added directly to the equipment. It might not seem like much, but to strengthen or forge a piece of equipment, more than just one material was needed. So the attributes were all added up, and it was not a small boost to the equipment. Lin Hao already had a number in his mind, so he took out another high-level material, and the low-level material he needed. Ding! Material refining successful. Cold ice canine teeth. Attack speed plus 2. Skill. Retard. Retard. Hit enemy. Reduce attack speed by 1%. Cap 5%. Surprisingly, I've added words. Lin Hao got excited. It was only the second time that he triggered a skill that increased his lexicon. His luck was really great. Ding! Material refinement successful. Ding! Triggered adequate forging, attributes increased. Green fluorite. Attack. Plus 200. Ding! Material refined successfully. Ding! Triggered dwarf forge. 10% of materials returned. Chicken bloodstone. Fire attribute attack power plus 10%. Ding! Material refinement successful. Silkworm silk. Life. Plus 100. One by one, the materials were refined by Lin Hao, and the refined materials seemed to shine with light. And for every material that was refined, Lin Hao's proficiency would increase a little bit. Unfortunately, although Lin Hao had a lot of skills, material refining had a much smaller chance of being triggered compared to equipment enhancement. So in just an hour's time, Lin Hao had refined more than 20 materials, yet only the second material he had refined had a phrase attached to it. Apparently, it was quite a difficult thing to get a material to add a phrase. Su Qilan told Principal Shang about Lin Hao's request, and Principal Shang called He Shanshuan. Minister, Lin Hao said he needs a lot of materials. He Shanshuan smiled. Principal Shang, we can definitely fulfill all of Mr. Lin Hao's requirements. Just send me the list of materials directly. Soon after, he received the list from Principal Shang. All of the materials on the list were high-level materials, and they seemed to be materials for making equipment like leather armor and gloves. The weird thing was that this list of materials was very short, and several types of high-level materials, all the more the better, at least 100 of them. However, aside from these high-level materials, there was also a list of materials, all of which were ores and the like, mostly used to create weapons. Principal Shang, what is Lin Hao trying to forge? Principal Shang shook his head and said, Minister, I'm not sure. Lin Hao has seemed secretive ever since he absorbed the 3 inheritances. He doesn't know what he's doing in the lab, but that list of materials below only requires one, probably Lin Hao's level 20 drawings. Well, there's that possibility. He Shanshuan nodded. Whatever student Lin Hao is forging, we should support it. Don't worry, I'll get these materials together for him. Principal Shang smiled and continued. Minister, it's not over yet. Lin Hao also said that he wanted a large amount of low-grade materials. This move made He Shanshuan completely incomprehensible. It was just as well that the materials were duplicated. What was the point of wanting so many low-level materials? They were all materials for crafting 10th and 20th level equipment with numerous outputs, and the prices were all very cheap. But he couldn't figure it out, so he didn't think about it. No matter what his requirements are, all of them must be met. Because he's a future full-fledged forger. Chapter 53 Crazy Refinement States Package. With the help of Nation, boxes of materials began to be transported to the school's laboratory in a steady stream. This was because Lin Hao had made quite a list, and the low-grade materials weren't even limited in quantity in the slightest. When these large quantities of materials arrived at the school, Principal Shang even had to reopen an empty classroom next to the lab to stack all the boxes of materials. In order to make it easier for Lin Hao, Principal Shang even had someone open up the lab directly to the empty classroom next to it. Lin Hao, from now on, this empty classroom will be your material storeroom. If there's any shortages, tell us directly and I'll have someone make it up for you. Even though Lin Hao had already seen more than his country's father's big gestures, at this moment, seeing a classroom full of materials, he couldn't help but smack his lips over it. It was important to realize that the list Lin Hao had sent over this time involved no less than 500 kinds of materials. Originally, he had thought that Principal Shang and the others would need at least a few days to prepare. Who would have thought that they would be so fast? What Lin Hao didn't know was that he had now become a super VIP customer in the Green Channel. No matter what requirements Lin Hao put forward or what conditions, as long as they were within their reach, He Shanshuan always completed them as quickly as possible. Even if they couldn't accomplish it, He Shanshuan and his side would report it to the top and raise the whole country to accomplish Lin Hao's requirements. With these materials in hand, Lin Hao's next refining speed increased by leaps and bounds. It was just that the growth in material refining proficiency was still much slower than he had expected, and after a full day, Lin Hao's current material refining proficiency had only grown by 1%. Don't underestimate this 1% proficiency. It was important to know that Lin Hao had at least 8 hours of practice time in a day. Excluding the first batch of refined materials that Lin Hao had previously brought in for testing. In the back, Lin Hao's speed of refining materials had reached an efficiency of 40 pieces per hour. And as his proficiency increased a little bit, Lin Hao's speed would only get faster and faster. Lin Hao's steps were fluttering as he left the lab. Su Qilan couldn't help the worry that hung on her face when she saw Lin Hao looking tired. Lin Hao, there's actually no need for you to work so hard. Your body is important. The truth was that Lin Hao's current appearance didn't look like a normal person's level in any way. Looking closely, Su Qilan was still able to see the red blood filaments inside Lin Hao's eyes. Lin Hao shook his head. Compared to the soul power that had been consumed by constantly absorbing the forging 10% inheritance the other day, now Lin Hao had only finished consuming his physical energy, which was already considered excellent. Furthermore, the matter of the giant god replica had been weighing on his mind. It wasn't easy now that Lin Hao had a clue. At the very least, he had to work hard for it. After all, compared to those sergeants who had died inside the copies, Lin Hao's current days were completely considered heaven. But the massive depletion of physical energy didn't feel any better. Therefore, on the way back, Lin Hao was only able to support himself with the help of Su Qilan. After sending Lin Hao home, Su Qilan's eyes still held a bit of heartache. Next time, don't be so desperate like today. I know you have something in your heart, but everyone will still be heartbroken when they see it. After saying these words, Su Qilan's face couldn't help but fly red. It was so wrong. How could she say what was in her heart in a moment of haste? Luckily, she had just reacted quickly, or else she would have died of shame. Unbeknownst to Lin Hao, he didn't even notice the hardness of Su Qilan's words, and at this moment, he just wanted to paralyze himself on the sofa and have a good rest. Okay. Thank you, teacher. Before leaving, Su Qilan scrutinized Lin Hao for a while, confirming that there was really no problem with him before leaving with 3 steps back. It was just that this scene fell into the eyes of Lin Ainen, who was watching TV on the sofa, and all of a sudden she was delighted, and even didn't forget to pound Lin Hao, who was paralyzed beside her. Brother, tell me honestly, what have you been doing at school these days? How come you look like? Lin Ainen scanned Lin Hao up and down, a strong suggestiveness in his eyes. Lin Hao, on the other hand, rolled his eyes powerlessly and slapped Lin Ainen's head without any good reason. A girl's family. What the hell are you thinking about all day long? Go. Get me a glass of water. After working all day in the lab, Lin Hao only felt his throat dry and tight right now. Lin Ainen deflated her mouth, but the speed of pouring water wasn't slow at all. Soon, she arrived at Lin Hao with a cup of water in her ass. Only after seeing Lin Hao drink the water in the cup dry in one gulp did Lin Ainen blink her eyes and ask, Brother, what are you doing at school when you're out so early and late every day? Does your school still have to hire you to go out and kill monsters? After drinking a cup of water, Lin Hao felt that his depleted stamina had been replenished a bit. At this moment, he also had the strength to sit up straight, and was even able to raise his hand to vigorously rub Lin Ainen's furry head. Killing monsters is not so bad. But you seem to want to know about what I did in school? Lin Ainen immediately nodded, continuing to blink her big eyes. I'm a little curious, but Mom and Dad, they don't even tell me, and they even told me not to bother you. After saying the last sentence, Lin and Anne's tone of voice also brought a trace of grievances. It should be known that Lin and Anne, as the youngest girl in the family, was the jewel in the palm of her hand. On weekdays, if Lin Ainen and Lin Hao had any conflicts, they would be the first to reprimand each other. Mom and Dad would be the first to reprimand Lin Hao. As a result, the status of the two men had now been reversed in a breath. How could this not make Lin and Anne feel curious? Lin Hao smiled brightly. You really want to know? Lin and Anne hastily nodded. Want to know? However, the next second, she was greeted with a violent chestnut. You can't even if you want to know. That's a secret. This time Lin and Anne completely blew up, and her pretty face was even more red with anger. How dare you knock me again?
I won't grow taller.
The smile on Lin Hao's face was about to be suppressed. You didn't grow tall in the first place either. Lin Hao, wait for me. Inside the living room, the two siblings were talking to each other. The atmosphere was extraordinarily warm and pleasant. After a night of recovery, Lin Hao on the second day quickly came back to life with full blood. Ever since Lin Hao handed himself over to the state, he didn't even have to worry about breakfast every day. Because as long as he opened the door in the morning, a hot breakfast would be delivered in front of him. Even these soldiers would ask his opinion and make adjustments for the next day. Such treatment made Lin Hao's desire to make a skill reinforcement role even more urgent. Chapter 54: Another way to make a big breakthrough. However, even if he made a skill reinforcement voucher, he would still have to make some attempts before he could actually put it into the battlefield. Otherwise, everything was just empty talk. Lin Hao didn't want to bring these things up in front of Ishanshuan and the others until he was completely sure. As soon as he entered his lab, Lin Hao once again plunged into the world of material refining. This time, however, Lin Hao tried refining multiple materials at once. After all, the ones he had used to practice were all low-level materials. Now Lin Hao's material refining proficiency had reached 3%. At the same time, material refining would share the success rate of forging equipment. In other words, Lin Hao's success rate for refining one material was 100%, and the success rate for refining 10 or even 100 materials was still 100%. So the only way for Lin Hao to quickly increase his proficiency was to increase his efficiency. However, with his current material refining proficiency, the fastest Lin Hao could do was to quickly refine 40 materials within an hour. Although Lin Hao's current speed wasn't slow, it wasn't enough, because the difficulty of increasing material refining proficiency was almost exponentially stacked. When Lin Hao's proficiency was 2%, Lin Hao needed to refine at least 400 materials if he wanted to increase his proficiency by 1%. Then when Lin Hao's proficiency was 3%, if Lin Hao wanted to increase his proficiency by 1%, he would need to refine at least 800 or even 1,000 materials. And at Lin Hao's current speed, by the time Lin Hao's proficiency increased to 5%, he would still need to refine at least 3,000 materials. The point was that at Lin Hao's current speed, he would only be able to refine about 500 materials a day. If he took into account the shortened time conditions brought about by increased proficiency, it would take Lin Hao roughly 5 days to reach the goal of 5% material refining proficiency. This time might be short for other people. But for the Chinese soldiers who fought every second, 5 days was enough to change a lot of things. So if Lin Hao wanted to further improve his efficiency now, he wouldn't be able to follow the rules, but rather find another way. Since refining one material would work, then if he refined 2 materials at the same time, it should work as well, right? Lin Hao had a decision in his heart, and the movements in his hands weren't slow at all. Ding! Material refining successful. Blood dissolving stone. Attack speed +2. Skill. Strike. Bludgeoning. 5% probability of generating 12% bludgeoning when hitting an enemy. Ding! Material refining successful. Ding! Triggered dwarf forge. 10% of materials returned. Snow lotus grass. Ice attack +10. It actually worked? Lin Hao had only wanted to give it a try. Who would have thought that it actually worked in one go? In this way, he would be able to shorten the speed of refining his materials to a maximum of 3 days. This was a big breakthrough. In the next material refinement, Lin Hao could continue to try to control 3, 4, or even more materials at the same time. However, this was limited to low-level materials. Even if Lin Hao had a 100% probability for high-level materials. With Lin Hao's current proficiency and physical strength, there was absolutely no way he could handle refining 2 high-level materials at the same time. This was a point of self-awareness that he still had. So Lin Hao immediately picked up batches of low-grade materials and practiced. A little bit of time passed, as the materials continued to be consumed. In less than half a day's work, Lin Hao was already able to control the refining of 5 materials at the same time. This was simply a huge surprise for him, because now, in half a day's work, Lin Hao had already accomplished far more than the amount of work he had done in a day yesterday. Lin Hao had no doubt that it wouldn't take more than a few hours before he would soon be able to reach 4% material refining proficiency. And controlling the refining of multiple materials at the same time wouldn't consume any additional physical energy from him at all. What did that mean? To put it simply, it meant that the physical energy consumed by one copy of Lin Hao's material was actually directly equivalent to the physical energy consumed by Lin Hao's control of multiple copies of the material. By investing just a little bit of soul power to control multiple materials, the benefits Lin Hao would gain would be extremely huge. Another afternoon passed. Lin Hao couldn't help but rub his chin as he looked at the progress bar, where he was still a little short of being able to step into the 5% proficiency mark. The benefits of investing soul power were already obvious. At this point in time yesterday, Lin Hao's physical strength would have long ago been unable to hold out. Not to mention that the amount of materials Lin Hao had refined today was already 7 times more than yesterday. The current Lin Hao would be able to easily finish refining 300 materials in an hour. He had to know that yesterday, after a day of hard work, he had only completed over 400 copies of material refining. The door to the lab rang at the right time, also interrupting Lin Hao's thoughts. "Please come in." Receiving Lin Hao's response, Su Qilan quickly pushed a food cart and slowly walked in. "You didn't even eat 2 bites at lunch today, so I purposely had someone prepare some appetizing meals for you. Do you want to try them?" Lin Hao had been busy all afternoon and now he really felt hungry. Especially when faced with this dining car full of colorful and flavorful meals. He just couldn't wait to be able to pounce and stuff his mouth into his stomach right now. After dinner, Su Qilan began to ask about Lin Hao's arrangements. "How was practice today? Should we go back early to rest?" After all, Lin Hao was now the one who had hung his name in front of many of the country's great leaders. As the link that maintained the relationship between the two, Su Qilan naturally had to show her humanistic concern from time to time. Lin Hao glanced at the materials scattered on the ground, then shook his head. "No need. I still have a bit left to deal with. There's no rush when you've finished the matter at hand." Hearing Lin Hao's reply, Su Qilan only sighed lightly, but didn't say anything more. As Lin Hao's teacher, she was naturally extremely pleased. But at the same time, she carried a few worries. Because when Lin Hao was busy, he was a tireless robot. These days, his energy to learn and his hard work was really surprising, to the point that it scared her as a teacher. Many times Lin Hao even needed Su Qilan to force an order before he would obediently go to rest. However, Su Qilan quickly noticed that Lin Hao's state today was quite a bit better than yesterday. This was one of the reasons why she hadn't opened her mouth. "Then you get busy first. Mind if Lin Hao here helps you clean up?" Lin Hao glanced at his dirty lab, a few moments of embarrassment following in his eyes. Trouble teacher. It was rare to see Lin Hao have a shy moment, and Su Qilan couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly at the sight. Chapter 55 Skill Enhancement Ticket crafted successfully. The night was getting darker and darker, and gradually Lin Hao also finally noticed that he was starting to lose his stamina at a rapid rate. Time passes. Lin Hao had finally piled up his proficiency in refining materials to 5%. But the materials consumed as a result are huge. Lin Hao pressed his somewhat distended brow, and beside him, Su Qilan rushed up and asked with concern. "Seeing as you've been busy for so long, why don't we go back and rest first?" This time Lin Hao didn't refuse. Being able to round up the material refining proficiency to 5% in 2 days' time was already very good. As for the refining skill enhancement coupon, it would still have to wait until tomorrow. All the way back home, Lin Hao didn't even take a sip of water and directly lay down on his own bed and huffed and puffed. Realized that today's exhaustion is completely incomparable to what it was before. That's a double portion of physical energy and soul power consumption. 9 o'clock the next morning. Lin Hao was still a bit confused when he opened his eyes. Instead, his mind was clear. After a night's rest, his physical strength and soul power had all recovered again. As usual, he finished the breakfast that the soldiers had brought with them before Lin Hao walked in the direction of the school. Today Lin Hao was going to try his hand at crafting skill enhancement coupons. This was an important moment that concerned whether he could expand his original 10-meter skill to 300 meters. When he arrived at the school, Lin Hao dove headfirst into the lab again. The materials used to make skill enhancement coupons are not really that much. Lin Hao took a brief inventory and then took the approximate materials to his forging space. It was only after waiting for a full hour that Lin Hao finally waited for the beep of the skill enhancement coupon's completion. Ding! Skill reinforcement coupon forged successfully. Skill enhancement coupon. Increase all stats of any one skill of the Forge Master by 30 times. Lin Hao froze for a moment. Is it? Had he actually been nonetheless to this point? However, Lin Hao didn't expect himself to be able to trigger the effect of treating everyone the same all at once. Anyway, he still had plenty of time today, and dedicating it to practicing the skill enhancement coupon was more than enough. In the next mile, Lin Hao repeated his previous actions, constantly putting the materials for the skill strengthening coupons into the forging space. Ding! Skill reinforcement coupon forged successfully. Skill enhancement coupon. Increase all stats of any one skill of the Forge Master by 30 times. Ding! Skill reinforcement coupon forged successfully. Skill enhancement coupon. Increase all stats of any one skill of the Forge Master by 30 times. Ding! Skill reinforcement coupon forged successfully. Skill enhancement coupon. Increase all stats of any one skill of the Forge Master by 30 times. Ding! Skill reinforcement coupon forged successfully. Trigger equal treatment effect. Divine blessing. Skill enhancement coupon. Increase all stats of any one of the Forge Master skills by 90 times. Special effect. Static field. Stasis field. Perform a skill enhancement coupon to gain a 2-second time stasis effect. Holy! The moment he read the introduction, Lin Hao's eyes were about to glaze over. That's pretty much a no-brainer. Lin Hao had thought that he would have to struggle for quite a while today, but who would have thought that he would have directly triggered the skill doubling effect and the special effect at the same time? And this special effect is simply unbeatable. Lin Hao had wanted to use the skill enhancement coupon paired with the reverse enhancement skill to take out that boss inside the Giant God's copy in one fell swoop. As a result, not only is it now open to 90 times the enhancement effect, surprisingly, it came with a special effect of a static field. It's only 2 seconds, but don't underestimate those 2 seconds. Lin Hao, who was in, possessed a 90-fold strengthening effect, which meant that the original 10-meter reverse strengthening range was able to directly expand to 900 meters. Coupled with the forbidden domain, Lin Hao was perfectly capable of quietly destroying all of the boss's equipment and slipping away under the protection of a group of soldiers. It's just a great tool for killing people. Suppressing his heart's joy, Lin Hao looked at the remaining materials again. I'm afraid it's too late to turn in the skill enhancement coupons today, so why not try crafting all the remaining materials and see if you can open a more powerful skill. All the way through dinner, Lin Hao hadn't been able to craft a second, more powerful skill enhancement ticket. Most of the others have special effects that come with toxins or stuns. Compared to forbidding the collar to say, Lin Hao naturally didn't see much of it. However, to be able to have such a technologized scroll, Lin Hao was already very satisfied. Not to mention the fact that he now had a large number of skill enhancement coupons in his hand. At that point, if it doesn't work once, you'll be able to do it a few more times. Making up his mind, Lin Hao decided that tomorrow he would go find He Shanshuan and the others to have a chat. Early the next morning, Lin Hao knocked on Principal Shang's office. For Lin Hao, this kind of talent, Principal Shang and He Shanshuan, naturally there is no should not, so directly with a smile full of people to welcome in. Lin Hao, is something bothering you lately? Anything I can work out, I can do for you. Lin Hao pondered for a moment. He didn't really know if he could mention something like Giant God copy to both Principal Shang and He Shanshuan. But now if he wanted to enter the copy himself, it did seem that he would have to take the path of both Principal Shang and He Shanshuan in order to reach the Jiangnan Province General Military Region Operations Department. Thus Lin Hao didn't hesitate for too long. Headmaster, may I ask if you know about the Giant God replica? Hearing about the Giant God replica, Principal Shang's face steepened in gravity. You know about this copy too? Lin Hao nodded, not hiding what he had seen with his own eyes the last time he was at the General Military Region's Operations Department. After hearing Lin Hao's words, Principal Shang then sighed lightly. Giant God copy is now one of the biggest headaches for the general military region. As one of the heavenly tier replicas, its difficulty level is even capable of reaching 3 S's. Because the bosses inside are simply insurmountable. With what you have now, there might be a little way to do that if you can provide large quantities of equipment for the military side. It won't have to produce as many casualties when the time comes. After saying this, Principal Shang's face fell. Lin Hao acutely sensed that something wasn't quite right with Principal Shang's mood. Now that Lin Hao was more interested in resolving the matter of the giant god's copy, he put the hint of strangeness in the back of his mind, and instead took out the skill enhancement coupon that he had prepared long ago. Headmaster, I've made a new batch of skill enhancement coupons. I think this kind of thing might have an unexpected effect on the general military area. Chapter 56. Attached Special Effects. Hearing Lin Hao's words, Principal Shang immediately raised his eyes towards the several skill enhancement coupons that Lin Hao had placed on the table. Skill enhancement coupon. Increase all stats of any one skill of an occupation by 90 times. Special effect. Static field. Stasis field. Casting a skill enhancement coupon will result in a 2-second time stasis effect. The first thing Principal Shang saw was the first skill enhancement ticket on his right-hand side. However, after he read the relevant attribute phrases, then even the knowledgeable person couldn't help but suck in a breath. Did you produce this? After asking, Principal Shang realized that his words were really a bit redundant. Looking at the entire Jiangnan, besides Lin Hao, who else could have made such a strong skill enhancement coupon? It just made Principal Shang realize that Lin Hao was usually able to add attribute phrases to his equipment, even if it was fine. Why was he also able to add attribute phrases when he made these materials? This kind of talent, it was a bit too strong, wasn't it? Principal Shang hurriedly looked at the other skill enhancement vouchers lying on the table. After a quick glance, almost all of them still had entries. Skill enhancement coupon. Increase all stats of any one skill of the profession by 90 times. Special effect. Toxin. Toxin. Cast skill enhancement coupon and use it on a locked enemy unit to gain a 5% blood reduction effect from toxin that lasts for 10 seconds. Skill enhancement ticket. Increase all stats of any Forge Master skill by 90 times. Special effect. Stun. Stun. Cast skill enhancement ticket and use it on a locked enemy unit to gain a stun effect that lasts for 5 seconds. Skill enhancement ticket. Increase all stats of any Forge Master skill by 90 times. Special effect. Strike. Special effect. Strike. Special effect. Strike. Blitz. Cast skill enhancement ticket and use it on a locked enemy unit to gain a sustained 15% blitz effect. Apart from the one skill enhancement coupon at the very beginning, the rest of these skill enhancement coupons were all perfectly capable of being considered strong. There were as many as 10 skill enhancement coupons laying on the key table. Principal Shang was so excited that he could hardly sit still. These skill enhancement coupons will definitely be of great use to the general military region. I'll make a report now. No. I'll contact them directly and have them send someone to deliver these to the general military region. However, Lin Hao shook his head. There was a bit of tenacity amongst his eyes. It's true that these skill enhancement coupons have to be sent to the general military region, but I'm applying so that I can follow along as well. Hearing Lin Hao's words, Principal Shang's first reaction was to block them. However, the moment it reached Lin Hao's eyes, it was instantly deflated. I'll talk to them. Your skill enhancement coupon is very effective, if it can really be put to use amongst the copies. I believe that the sergeants on the front line will conquer even more heaven-level copies. For some reason, Lin Hao always felt that Principal Shang's tone carried a strong melancholy amongst him. This was a sentiment that simply wasn't there before, thus Lin Hao was only able to ask tentatively. Principal, have you been in a bad mood recently? Principal Shang glanced at Lin Hao and shook his head with a bitter smile. The matter of the giant god replica was originally a secret that I couldn't access. Aren't you curious as to why I know the details of it? Lin Hao froze abruptly, and then a terrifying speculation instantly surfaced in his mind. It was important to realize that by the time the news related to the giant god's copy reached within the General Military Region's Operations Department, many soldiers had already died, and the only ones who had escaped and returned were still lying in the hospital. As a heaven-level duplicate, the less people knew about the giant god duplicate before it was cleared, the less people knew about it, excluding Lin Hao, and I'm afraid that the leaders who were present at the time would have given the order to keep their mouths shut. Seriously injured soldiers were naturally unable to pass on news to the outside world. Principal Shang also had no way of detecting news from the general military region. At least with his current strength and position, he wasn't qualified to do so. So where did the news come from? Lin Hao felt that there was only one possibility. Principal Shang was a family member of the deceased. Principal, I'm sorry for your loss. Principal Shang waved his hand, bringing a few moments of relief amongst his eyes as he looked at Lin Hao. When the news came back the other day, it was indeed very painful. But seeing you constantly working hard for the generals and soldiers of the military region, I think it's already very good. At the very least, the next battle will have many fewer casualties. Lin Hao nodded. This was the original reason he had worked overtime to get the skill enhancement vouchers made. Soon, Principal Shang reported the matter of Lin Hao's newly crafted skill enhancement coupons to the military region. Naturally, the general military region immediately sent someone over to meet Lin Hao's request to follow along, and not a single person in the general military region's operations department objected. When Lin Hao arrived at the operations department with the airplane, the department was a little more enthusiastic, and the previous sorrowful atmosphere was swept away. Zhang Fan was waiting for Lin Hao under the airplane. When he saw Lin Hao, Zhang Fan rushed over. Quickly. Let me see what skill enhancement coupon you have. The information reported over from the school side was very brief, only specifically mentioning that the skill enhancements came from Lin Hao's research and production over the past few days. The equipment produced by Lin Hao had already made a name for itself by now. Even if the people in the general military region hadn't seen the skill strengthening vouchers yet, their hearts were filled with anticipation at the moment. Lin Hao glanced around before lowering his voice and saying, "Is it convenient here?" Zhang Fan waved his hand. "If it's not convenient here, I'm afraid there's no place more convenient in the entire Jiangnan province." Lin Hao sniffed and laughed softly before shoving a handful of skill enhancement coupons into Zhang Fan's hand. Zhang Fan had only just glanced at it when he couldn't help but suck in a breath. Holy! So strong. 90 times the effect. Zhang Fan couldn't help but recall his attack power. Knowing that he had now reached level 79, his attack wasn't to say there was a 10,000, an 8,000 attack with all his equipment on was still there. If he was able to use a skill enhancement coupon before the battle, wouldn't it mean that his attack could be doubled 90 times? Once he thought of that horrifying attack data, the shock in Zhang Fan's eyes couldn't be hidden no matter what. Moreover, this was only a single stat increase. Skill strengthening tickets didn't just strengthen a single stat. It was a comprehensive strengthening of their skills. Some people's skills took both offense and defense into account, so wouldn't the strengthening effect they obtained at that time be double? Zhang Fan didn't even dare to imagine how much of an impact such a skill enhancement coupon would cause if it was released. Not to mention that these skill enhancement tickets also came with special effects. Chapter 57. Is this reason enough? Looking down at one skill enhancement coupon after another, Zhang Fan almost had an earthquake in his pupils. However, the way he looked at Lin Hao's eyes, on the contrary, grew warmer and warmer. Lin Hao. After getting along with Zhang Fan for so long, Lin Hao more or less knew the other party's temperament. Therefore, at this moment, when he saw a sweet smile appear on Zhang Fan's face, Lin Hao couldn't even help but rub his arms. Stop it. If you have something to say, just say it. Before this, Zhang Fan had never thought that he would still be able to go down the path of material forging. After all, the equipment that Lin Hao had created was already strong enough. Who in their right mind would think of such a remote path? However, after seeing the skill enhancement coupons that Lin Hao had taken out, Zhang Fan directly overturned all of his previous thoughts. Why don't we sign a contract? Zhang Fan had already made up his mind that he was going to get the skill enhancement vouchers from Lin Hao's hands, even if it was only a part of it. It was important to know that just one skill enhancement voucher would be able to multiply an expert's strength by a full 90 times. It wasn't good to get equipment from Lin Hao's hands. They could always get some more skill enhancement vouchers, right? They didn't want more, just 100 or 80 of them. After listening to Zhang Fan's explanation, Lin Hao was also somewhat helpless. However, facing Zhang Fan's pleading gaze, in the end, he nodded. It's fine, but the leaders and their side. Having gotten Lin Hao's consent, Zhang Fan directly patted his chest. I'll explain on the leader's side. As a matter of fact, Zhang Fan really didn't put this little matter at ease. You should know that his contract was signed with Lin Hao. Lin Hao didn't even have an opinion, so if you guys have an opinion, do you still dare to go to Lin Hao to talk about it? Re-signing a contract with Lin Hao, Zhang Fan heart, that is a beautiful. In the future, you have any urgent need of materials and so on, directly contact me. Compared to Principal Shang and the others, Zhang Fan's side was directly connected to several war zones. Most of these war zones were right next to copies or wildernesses, so the possibility of coming into contact with scarce resources was much greater. After all, most of the materials Lin Hao needed right now were provided by the general military region side. Only a small portion of the extraordinarily scarce ones would be searched around with the help of the entire country. As far as Lin Hao's current rank was concerned, Zhang Fan could still make that guarantee. Lin Hao nodded. There's nothing urgently needed for now. Why don't we go to the leaders and them first? After signing the contract, Zhang Fan's back was now straight. Right. Let's go find them first. Because of Lin Hao's arrival, Li Chang and his group of officers had already waited in the conference room. When Lin Hao pushed open the door, everyone's eyes swept over in unison. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, silently placed the skill enhancement coupon Lin Hao had handed him onto the long conference table. This is what Lin Hao brought over this time. Everyone can take a look if they're interested. The truth was that there wasn't a single one of these people present who wasn't interested in the skill enhancement vouchers that Lin Hao had brought over. This was because before this, they had already seen just how terrifying the attributes of Lin Hao's strengthened equipment were. Now that they saw the stack of skill enhancement coupons sitting on the table, a few moments of anticipation surfaced in everyone's eyes as well. There seems to be a lot of stuff brought this time. This is equipment. Li Chang took the lead in picking up a skill enhancement coupon, only to immediately widen his eyes the moment he saw the attributes. Bad news. It's not equipment. Good news. This thing's attribute bonus doesn't seem to be worse than equipment at all. Apparently, there was more than one person who had the same idea as Li Chang. At this moment, everyone was staring at the skill enhancement coupon in their hands, fearing that their eyes were blurred. It was only after a long time that a soft sigh finally came from within the conference room. Is this, little friend Lin Hao, something you've specially researched this time? Lin Hao nodded. Not bad. This is something I purposely researched for the giant god replica. The skill enhancement tickets bonus is very effective. If I can enter the giant god replica, with the skill enhancement ticket, there will be a 90% chance of finishing off that boss. All of those present were his own people, so naturally Lin Hao wouldn't go through all these twists and turns, and immediately spelled out his purpose. However, after hearing Lin Hao's words, the officers present all froze. Li Chang even put down the skill enhancement coupon in his hand at the first opportunity. You want to enter the giant god replica? This is a heaven-level replica. It's about your safety, we still need to discuss it again. At this moment, Li Chang had long since forgotten the 90% certainty that Lin Hao had said earlier. All he was thinking about was how he was going to protect this soul seedling. It was important to realize that Lin Hao was a full system forger that everyone was planning to raise out of the entire country. If he got caught in a heaven-grade copy, it would be a great disaster for them. With Lin Hao around, there would be a steady stream of reinforced equipment sent to the frontline fighters, and it would only be a matter of time before they broke through to the heavenly grade copies. But if Lin Hao entered the giant god replica, and something went wrong, Li Chang didn't dare to think that the leaders above him would go crazy. After all, the resources they had invested in Lin Hao up until now could be considered immense. If the resources they had invested in Lin Hao so far could be considered to be enormous. If they were to vanish into thin air overnight, who would be able to bear such a loss? At least the current Li Chang didn't dare to take on this responsibility at all. The conference room was instantly plunged into loneliness. Lin Hao wasn't surprised by the crowd's behavior. He cleared his throat and took out the skill enhancement coupon he had left in his hand. Before that, I think you guys can take a look at the relevant attributes of this skill enhancement voucher. Another skill reinforcement ticket was handed over to the crowd's eyes. Li Chang and the others were not the least bit surprised. However, after reading the attributes of the skill enhancement ticket, Li Chang couldn't help but suck in a breath. Static domain. This thing was even stronger than the previous skill enhancement coupons. The 2 seconds of stasis time didn't seem long, but it had a significant role to play on the battlefield. If you can utilize the stasis field to its fullest extent. If you can use the static domain to the extreme, it's very possible to instantly defeat the boss within these 2 seconds. Li Cheng's hands were shaking a little at this moment. This skill enhancement ticket is your bottom line? But I don't think he'll be able to be the reason to convince us. Although the attributes and special effects of the skill enhancement ticket were exceptionally outstanding, who dared to guarantee Lin Hao's safety? Still couldn't. The corners of Lin Hao's lips lifted into a smile. The crowd was able to hear his voice ringing out verbatim in the conference room. What if I say that I also possess reverse enhancement skills? Is this reason enough? Chapter 58 The Thousand Machine Ring was forged successfully. The moment Lin Hao's words fell, no one in the room was able to react. But their minds were working frantically at the moment. Reverse enhancement skills? What are Lin Hao's current skills? 100% forging success rate. If the equipment is not able to be forged successfully, then it will be directly melted and destroyed. So Lin Hao possessed the reverse strengthening skill, which was accordingly 100% unsuccessful. What does that mean? Meaning that if Lin Hao cast the skill onto an enemy unit, then the equipment on the opponent's body will be melted down instantly. The officers present were all from the battlefield. Naturally, he understood the importance of equipment for a warrior. Otherwise, they wouldn't have valued Lin Hao so highly. Now that Lin Hao possessed the equipment ability to instantly melt down enemy units, didn't it mean that his side's win rate would directly increase by at least 70%? After all, whether it is a warrior or a copy of the boss monster, at least 70% of the attack bonus or defense bonus and other attributes from the equipment. If you can melt your opponent's equipment in one hit, then the giant god copy was really a heavenly upgrade opportunity for Lin Hao. It was important to realize that there was no corresponding lower level limit for such heavenly level copies. The reference level of the heavenly tier replica was merely for reference. After all, if the level cap was exceeded, half of the experience weakening would be ushered in. And if it's not enough for the lower limit of the grade, it will also be more dangerous for entering the unit. Before the crowd could finish digesting the facts before them, Lin Hao followed up by dropping a second bomb. My reverse reinforcement skill has the initial attribute of being able to be used within a range of 10 meters. Now Li Chang and the others could no longer sit still. 10 meters out. In other words, Lin Hao, who had used the skill enhancement coupon, could directly enhance his equipment on the boss of the giant god replica within a range of 900 meters. A range of 900 meters was already an extremely good defense range. When the time came, it was only necessary to arrange for a portion of the warriors to defend beside Lin Hao, and for the remaining warriors to use the skill enhancement coupons. They could definitely break through all the way to the giant god replica. When he thought of such a great opportunity to break through the heavenly tier copies in front of him, Li Cheng's breathing followed closely. The others weren't much better than Li Cheng. It took a good while to calm down before Li Cheng sat back down again, only in a much milder tone. Can you tell me a little bit about why you want to enter the giant god replica? Actually, if you don't go in, it's only a matter of time before we break through this copy with the equipment and skill enhancement coupons you provided. Lin Hao looked fixedly at the people present and said word for word. Because I don't want any more sacrifices. Obviously there are quicker ways to do this, so why not give it a try? Lin Hao's words fell. Everyone's hearts and minds stirred with it. Yeah. Why don't you give it a try? However, once they thought about how important Lin Hao was nowadays, that little bit of everyone's mind was forcibly suppressed again. In fact, this failure of the giant god replica was indeed a huge blow to the general military region, because the 15 elites they had sent out were almost completely wiped out. However, this didn't mean that the general military region would stop attacking the heaven-level copies. And every attempt means there will be casualties. With each casualty, it's a gut-wrenching experience. I'm afraid that if there was a more perfect way to do this, I'm afraid that any human being would be moved to do so. Seeing that they didn't say a word, Lin Hao said in a fixed voice, I'm already 90% sure about this time's giant god replica, and I'll try to forge another piece of equipment out of it before I set off. After all, the death scythe wasn't in his hands right now. Besides, the death scythe wouldn't be of much use in the middle of the giant god replica. Therefore, Lin Hao could only place his last hope on the Thousand Machine Ring. If effects such as Divine Blessing could be triggered, perhaps the ceiling of the Thousand Chance Ring would increase exponentially. One must know that the Death God's Scythe's current attack power was a full 150,000. This has been an extremely scary number. Hearing Lin Hao's words, Li Chengkai finally nodded. I'll talk to the leaders up there. If they agree. Lin Hao didn't really care. Besides, Li Cheng's intention for them was to ensure their own safety. I still want to go in and work out if I have the chance. These current copies are still too low in difficulty for me. I don't suppose you guys want me to be a hand-to-hand forger either? It had to be said that although Lin Hao was young, the words he said did have a spot-on effect. At the very least, at this moment, Li Cheng really couldn't find a reason to refute Lin Hao. Lin Hao is an extremely important presence for the country. Even if the people had signed the contract now, there was no guarantee that accidents would occur. If people in other countries are made aware of Lin Hao's existence, a layer of frost immediately attached to Li Cheng's eyes. I understand what you mean, and I'll pass it on. Only then did Lin Hao smile and nod. After leaving the conference room, Lin Hao was directly sent to his rest area by Zhang Fan. At the same time, Zhang Fan took away a list of materials that Lin Hao had listed. These materials that Lin Hao needed, excluding individual rare ones that required a report, most of them Zhang Fan himself was able to pull over for Lin Hao. Since he had made up his mind to forge the 1,000 machine ring, Lin Hao naturally wanted to make the best of every aspect. The first thing was all this material in front of him. When he had previously forged the Death Scythe, Lin Hao hadn't refined the materials. But that's also based on the fact that the Reaper's Scythe has higher initial attributes. Plus, at that time, Lin Hao didn't have any scrolls related to absorbing branches. Now that he had this condition, Lin Hao also wanted to see just how far he could strengthen the 1,000 machine ring. The series of materials used to forge the 1,000 machine ring could be much more advanced than the materials used by Lin Hao to craft the skill enhancement ticket earlier. Thus Lin Hao was only able to refine one material at a time. For one thing, it was prudent, and for another, it was also because there were a few special materials were scarce. It took a full day of work before Lin Hao finally refined all of the materials. This was also thanks to the fact that he had frantically raised his material refining proficiency the other day. Otherwise, with his efficiency at the very beginning, there was really no way to refine all the high-level materials in such a short period of time. All of the ones placed in front of Lin Hao today were the refining materials that he had picked out with the highest attributes. Using these materials to forge the 1,000 machine ring, Lin Hao's heart was also filled with full anticipation. Putting all the materials into the forging space, a long waiting time followed. Lin Hao sat withered in the lounge for a long time before he finally waited for a prompt from the forge space. It was only when he looked inside the forging space that his pupils shook fiercely. Chapter 59 Strong Killing Weapon. Lin Hao had guessed many possibilities before, and had even made all the preconceptions about the 1,000 machine rings attributes increasing dramatically after the drawings were successfully forged. It was just that he hadn't expected that the 1,000 machine ring that was forged after placing the already strengthened materials into the forging space would have such an explosive increase in attributes. 1,000 machine ring obsidian grade. Wear level 20. Attack plus 100,000. Defense plus 20,000. Attack speed plus 20%. Skills 1,000 chances, 100 rivers, sunrise field, 1,000 machines, can transform into other forms, 1,000 machines umbrella, 1,000 machines ring, 1,000 machines spear, remove specialization restriction, 1,000 chance umbrella. Main defensive form, this form can add 100,000 armor to the original base. Spear, main daily form, plus 20% penetration on top of the original form. 1,000 machine ring, main attack form, this form can trigger a pursuit effect with a 20% probability on top of the original. 100 rivers. Each form can be branded with the same professional skills, the upper limit of 1. Sacred Forge effect. Sunburst field. Daybreak field. 500 M field. In the state of daybreak, any form attack power plus 20%, defense power plus 20%, and there is a 5% probability of triggering the certain death of the injurious word. A series of genus Lin Hao strip look down. Lin Hao cannot even find any adjectives to describe these attributes, because this can no longer be considered a perversion, but the perversion of perversions. It was even more terrifying than the previous Death Scythe. One must know that the Death God's Scythe still had a specialization restriction. But the 1,000 chance ring was different. He directly removed all the specialization restrictions. That is to say, this weapon can directly ignore the occupation. Whether you were a warrior or a tank, you could rely on the 3 forms of the 1,000 chance ring to find the one that best suited you. And if it was a living profession like Lin Hao or even an auxiliary profession, they could rely on their daily forms to have the power to defend themselves. But that was relative to Lin Hao. Lin Hao didn't dare to imagine what an explosive effect he would produce when he had the Death Scythe in his hand. Plus the 1,000 chance ring. It was important to realize that the 1,000 chance ring hadn't been strengthened once up until now. Just one piece of raw equipment had such terrifying attributes. Moreover, with the addition of the Divine Blessing effect, the 1,000 chance ring was clearly capable of applying multiple layers of buffs. The basic attributes were already at a shocking level, plus the form bonus as well as the bonus from the Divine Forge effect. If the main battle form, then not only will have up to 120,000 attacks, but also the probability of generating a pursuit effect, or even a must-kill effect. Furthermore, the Thousand Chance Ring also possessed a series of phrases with a skill cap of +1. With a series of combinations, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. It was too strong. Such a great killing weapon would definitely be able to sweep through the copies when it went out. Before Lin Hao could finish digesting, the door to the room was knocked on. "Please come in." Lin Hao packed up the materials in front of him while placing the Thousand Opportunity Ring on the table. Zhang Fan was still wondering why Lin Hao was up so late. Who would have thought that he would come in and see the equipment on the table, so he immediately pounced on it. "You just forged the equipment?" Lin Hao had nothing to hide. "Not bad. I just finished it, just in time for you two." Before Lin Hao could finish his words, Zhang Fan's gaze had already swept towards the equipment on the table. With just a glance, Zhang Fan couldn't help but shout in a low voice, "Holy! Is this newly forged by you? This attribute is a bit too strong, isn't it?" There was even a moment when Zhang Fan wondered if his eyes had made a mistake. Lin Hao nodded. "This equipment was indeed just forged by me, and as you can see, the base attributes are much higher than the previous Death Scythe." At this moment, Zhang Fan looked up with a face of disbelief, even wanting to curse Lin Hao Versailles. This was more than just much higher. This was almost on the verge of catching up with the strengthened Death God Scythe. Zhang Fan did not forget that the equipment in front of him was a real blank slate, which had not been strengthened at all. Such a precious equipment is placed in front of him. Zhang Fan once again shamefully heart. "This equipment." Only before Zhang Fan could finish his words, Lin Hao shook his head. "It's really not that I'm not willing to agree to you this time. Rather, you have to think about whether or not the rest of the general military region will have any thoughts about you if I sign another contract with you." Lin Hao said this bluntly, and it also made the hot-headed Zhang Fan cool down instantly, almost forgetting about this matter. Zhang Fan had come over to find Lin Hao so late in the evening because he wanted to tell him that the people from the other provincial general military regions would be arriving at the Jiangnan General Military Region's Operations Department tomorrow, especially since it was the people from the Northwest Province General Military Region, and the wind of Lin Hao's skill enhancement coupon had only just gotten out a little bit. People that remote froze in front of all the provinces. Zhang Fan was able to get priority once or twice, but not always, because the situation in every theater of war is just as dire. We were all brothers. It was good to be able to understand competition, but we could not suppress others because of it. This is a matter of principle. Sighing lightly, Zhang Fan also had no choice but to throw his earlier thoughts out of his head. "So this is still your exclusive equipment?" Lin Hao nodded. Although the Thousand Machine Ring had had its specialization restriction removed, it was the same as the Death Scythe. They both belonged to Lin Hao's exclusive equipment and could not be additionally bound to others. Although it's still an exclusive equipment, with the Thousand Machine Ring removing the specialization restriction, he can adapt to any profession. Hearing this, the pity in Zhang Fan's eyes had instantly transformed into shock. Removing the specialization restriction. Didn't that mean that anyone would be able to use this equipment? As long as he had the right level. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan's gaze went back to the Thousand Machine Ring. Perhaps it was because it hadn't been forged yet. The current Thousand Chance Ring was merely a black flare level equipment. But even so, his fitness level was only level 20. It was important to realize that all the warriors inside all the military districts were level 30 when they were casually released. Then wouldn't the so-called level restriction, when it came to them inside the military region, become a mere fiddle? Zhang Fan had a thought. "Have you not performed the reinforcement yet now? Why don't I go and search up some materials for you right now, so you can try strengthening it first?" After Zhang Fan said this, Lin Hao directly shook his head. No. I think level 20 is pretty good right now." Lin Hao hadn't forgotten about his Death Scythe that he couldn't wear. If he reinforced the Thousand Chance Ring again, would he still have equipment he could use? Chapter 60 Winning Everyone's Respect. Zhang Fan seemed to have thought of this layer as well, only with a little regret on his face. There was definitely no shortage of strengthening materials in their combat department. It was just that Zhang Fan was extraordinarily curious about what kind of attribute bonuses he would receive after the Thousand Chance Ring was strengthened to the same degree as the Death God's Scythe. However, if Lin Hao wasn't happy about it, Zhang Fan naturally wouldn't force his hand. Everything had to be based on Lin Hao's mood. "So you want to use the Thousand Chance Ring as a final weapon so that you can enter the giant god replica?" Lin Hao didn't deny it, and even nodded his head extraordinarily cheerfully. "That's right. With the 1,000 opportunity ring in hand, along with the skill enhancement roll and my reverse enhancement skill, do you think that the boss of the giant god copy is still a problem? To be honest, Zhang Fan even felt that Lin Hao's setup was too luxurious, and it was so luxurious that it made him feel like the heaven tier copies were a little less worthy. The attribute bonus of the 1,000 machine ring was a real one. Casually releasing one of them had reached a point where it was enough to make one's eyes water. The probabilistic pursuit effect of the attacking form, and the additional probabilistic sure kill effect of the sunburst domain. These two alone, as long as they can fulfill one. This time's giant god copy would definitely not be a problem. Just thinking about it, Zhang Fan was still not able to make a decision in place of the others. I'll let them take a look at this equipment now as well and meet overnight. What do you think? Lin Hao naturally had no objections. So soon, late at night, a group of senior leaders from the operations department gathered in the conference room once again. However, they didn't have any complaints. This was because Zhang Fan had already said, when he told them that Lin Hao had forged another new piece of equipment. This was the second piece of equipment he had forged, with the example of the first piece of equipment in front of him. No one would think that the second piece of equipment that Lin Hao had forged would be anything mortal. Therefore, when Lin Hao followed Zhang Fan into the conference room, everyone's was seated, even quite a bit faster than Lin Hao. As soon as Lin Hao came in, all of the gazes instantly fell on him. Seeing this, Lin Hao also hurriedly handed the 1,000 chance ring in his hand to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan's face wore a greatly delighted expression. This was just forged by Lin Hao this evening. The attributes on it are better for everyone to see for themselves. After saying that, Zhang Fan placed the 1,000 machine ring so directly on the table. Just as soon as the item was put down, a group of leaders quickly gathered around, head to head carefully looking at the attributes associated with the 1,000 machine ring. Originally, they had already prepared their mental preconceptions before arriving. As a result, they were still startled after reading it. Is this real? These attributes are also a little too terrifying, right? If I'm not mistaken, it seems like he's still an unenhanced equipment, and it's also moved out of the specialization limit. He actually has 3 forms. Is the 20% pursuit effect serious? 5% sure kill effect. Oh my god! While the leaders' cries of astonishment continued to come, Lin Hao, who was standing on the side, was somewhat helpless. This equipment's attributes are indeed able to compare to the previously strengthened Death Scythe. However, the most fundamental difference between the two still lies in the materials used to forge it. As soon as they heard Lin Hao's voice, everyone raised their heads. Li Chang, on the other hand, said in a puzzled voice, "Materials for forging? Is there a gateway to this?" Lin Hao nodded. Different materials for forging will greatly affect the attributes as well as the divine blessing effect. For this forging of the 1,000 machine ring, all of the materials were only put into the forging space after I had strengthened them. Thus, this 1,000 machine ring equipment, by its very nature, has already consumed more than 30 times as much forging material as the Death God's Scythe. Lin Hao had already measured the relevant amount of material consumption before he came over. As a forger, he understood the difference between the Death God's Scythe and the 1,000 machine ring best. The two used were originally high-grade materials, and there were still quite a few high-grade materials. The 1,000 machine ring's ability to have today's attribute plus essence was entirely due to material refining. For Lin Hao, the success rate of refining a high-level material was 100%, but the effect of touching the random bar was random. Therefore, Lin Hao basically refined every high-level material at least 10 times. Only at the end did he pick out the most suitable one and put it into the forging space. After doing this math, forging the 1,000 machine ring took the most time, energy, and even materials. And Lin Hao didn't even dare to imagine that if he didn't have a national father behind him as support, perhaps he wouldn't have been able to see an equipment with such attributes at all. Lin Hao's words caused everyone present to fall into silence. But after the silence came great excitement. So it can still be like this. Little friend Lin Hao, you found a new path for a forger. Perhaps we can also test the corresponding situation on other people. If refining materials can increase the attributes and even the success rate of forging equipment, then the equipment gap on the front line will be greatly reduced. Li Cheng's words were filled with suppressed ecstasy. However, Lin Hao didn't think about it at all. He had already prepared for his equipment to be borrowed before he came. As a result, Li Cheng had chosen to put this model into the Forge Master Group after learning about the corresponding situation. After all, Lin Hao's strength alone was very small. But if the level of the forger group rose collectively, then the battlefield would no longer mean cold death statistics for warriors. Lin Hao let out a bitter laugh in his heart. Sure enough, he still hadn't thought longer term than these leaders. However, Li Cheng still respected Lin Hao's side of the idea. Little friend Lin Hao, I wonder if you'd like us to publicize this method you're talking about to the forging master group? Lin Hao naturally had no opinion. Of course. As a living profession, forging masters were also relatively difficult to upgrade, especially if they had no background backstage. Thus, the number of people who had reached level 20 while also choosing the material strengthening branch wasn't many. For Lin Hao, what he shared out was just his own insights from one branch. But for most forgers, if they hadn't chosen the material strengthening branch, then this insight could only be taken as a joke. Even if a forger who chose the material strengthening branch actually took action, whether or not a piece of equipment could be forged successfully would be subject to the interference of many factors. The reason why Lin Hao could be so successful was entirely based on the fact that he had a 100% success rate in forging, as well as treating everyone the same. Lin Hao's answer was somewhat unexpected by everyone present, but in the next second it won everyone's respect. Chapter 61, Crossing the Heavenly Grade Copy. Li Cheng's face was filled with excitement, but he soon calmed down again. Good. I'm proud that the country has a talent like you, but we still have to discuss the matter of you entering the giant god copy. At the very least, we have to wait until tomorrow when the people from the other military regions come over before we can decide. And your current level is too low? The giant god copy lurks in great danger if you enter rashly then. Li Cheng didn't finish the rest of his sentence, but Lin Hao understood the meaning of his words. In fact, everyone present was of the same mind. They couldn't afford to lose Lin Hao, even if there was now a 99% probability of passing the giant god replica, so everything had to wait until the higher-ups instructed them. Lin Hao had some disappointment in his eyes, but he didn't say anything more. He was able to understand Li Cheng and their concerns, so Lin Hao quickly nodded. I understand, before that, I might need to trouble you guys to take me on a leveling exercise. Nowadays, Lin Hao had already reached level 20. If the Death God's Scythe was in his hand, coupled with the 1,000 chance ring in Lin Hao's hand, all of these existing copies would be scum to Lin Hao. But now that the Scythe of Death had been loaned out, I was afraid that it would take a day or two for it to return to Lin Hao's hands. And according to Li Cheng and their side's idea, they also wanted to bring the 1,000 machine ring inside the replica tomorrow for a little test. So the matter of breaking through the giant god replica would have to be discussed another day. Under Jiang Fan's escort, Lin Hao returned to his room to rest. He hadn't forgotten that a large wave of leaders were about to arrive tomorrow. Early the next morning, Lin Hao got up. After forging for so many days in a row, Lin Hao had rested very well last night. There was no notice from Jiang Fan's side, so Lin Hao simply took a casual look around the General Military Region. On the other side, in the conference room of the General Military Region's Operations Department, Li Cheng and the others had finally gotten the first batch of actual combat data from the 1,000 machine ring. What shocked them was that the actual combat data of the 1,000 machine ring was simply terrifyingly strong. If the Scythe of Death was the nemesis of the Neverwinter Nights replica, then the 1,000 machine ring was definitely a disaster for perpetual day copies. Because in the state of daybreak, even if the probability of the 1,000 chance ring's certain death is only 5%. However, in actual combat, the must-kill effect can be triggered almost once every 10 times. Such amazing data almost didn't let a group of leaders and executives drop their jaws. This is not a 5% probability of certain death. According to the data, under the daybreak state, the 1,000 chance ring's probability of certain death should be able to be guaranteed at 10%. So, a 5% chance of certain death is just a guarantee? Then this attribute is also a little too terrifying. If we bring the 1,000 chance ring into the giant god copy, and send out the warrior profession at that time, we might be able to directly break through this heaven tier copy in one fell swoop. How about giving it a try? Experimenting with a heaven tier copy? I think we might need a second batch of experiments. Prior to this, if someone had told Li Cheng and the others that testing equipment data required the use of a heaven-level copy, Li Cheng and the others would have spat on him to death one by one. However, now all the copies below the heaven-level copies were simply insoluble within the influence of the 1,000 machine ring. If they wanted to further test the data, they might really have to use the heavenly grade copies. Thinking of this, Li Cheng and the others immediately made a decision. Right now, directly send the second batch of 15-member elite squad with the 1,000 chance ring to enter the giant god replica to test it. If we are able to directly raid the Heaven tier copy boss, that would naturally be the best, if not. The rest of Mileage's words weren't finished, but everyone present was able to understand what he meant. If they couldn't, they still had Lin Hao as a guaranteed great artifact. It was just that when Lin Hao hadn't been able to grow to level 30, they definitely wouldn't put Lin Hao into a heavenly grade copy. This was because the level cap of the giant god replica was level 50 to level 70. With a mere level 20 Lin Hao, who dared to guarantee that he'd come out in the middle of the giant god's copy, with all his whiskers intact. There was simply no one. Therefore, the crowd quickly came to an agreement. This time, the elite squad was selected directly from the General Military Region's Operations Department. And all of them were elites between level 60 and 70. Before the elite squad entered the replica, Li Chang and the others had them sign a contractual contract for insurance purposes. This was also a further guarantee of Lin Hao's safety. When the 1000-chance ring landed in the hands of the elite squad and the others, Zhao Jie, who was the captain of the team, stared blankly for a moment. His eyes were thick with disbelief. This? Li Chang nodded. Not bad. This is the equipment we specially borrowed. When you enter the replica later, you guys remember to do the relevant data measurements. If you run into the boss inside the giant god replica, it's naturally best if you can fight against it. If you can't fight it, I hope you guys can ensure your safety and exit the copy. After saying that, Li Chang distributed one of the skill enhancement rolls that Lin Hao had forged to each person. The skill reinforcement rolls made by Lin Hao were extremely effective, and this was the life-saving card that Li Chang had given them. If they weren't able to break through the giant god replica, then perhaps they'd just have to wait a while longer. After all, Li Chang had seen the horror of the giant god replica through the images that had been sent back by the first batch of squads. As for Zhao Jie and the others, the 1000-machine ring that Li Chang had taken out was shocking enough. Who would have thought that they would also be able to obtain a skill enhancement scroll each? Moreover, Li Chang had directly made a promise to them. The skill enhancement scrolls belonged to them. In other words, if they were able to push through the copy, regardless of whether or not they used the skill reinforcement scroll, the ownership would be theirs in the end, and the combat department wouldn't reclaim it. With such a great incentive, everyone in the elite squad was full of vigor. Li Chang and the others watched the elite squad step into the giant god replica, but their hearts were filled with worry. The matter of sending the elite squad into the giant god replica was something that Li Chang and the others had purposely hidden from Lin Hao. With the warriors from the operations department present, they didn't want Lin Hao to risk his life. Even if Lin Hao still had the strongest killing technique against the giant god copy boss. After waiting anxiously for 2 hours at the entrance to the giant god replica, Li Jie and the others finally felt a tremor in the middle of the replica. The moment they felt this long-lost tremor, great joy welled up on everyone's faces. With such a strong tremor, there was no other possibility but to push the copy sideways. They had gambled right. A breakthrough. They really broke through the giant god copy. This is the first time our Jiangnan General Military Region has broken through a heavenly tier copy. Quickly go greet them. Chapter 62. This thing is xenophobic. The importance of a heaven-level replica was naturally unquestionable for the country. Otherwise, the country wouldn't have broken through more than 5 fingers of heaven-ranked replicas up until now. On the contrary, the foreign countries they successively broke through the heaven-level copies has long exceeded the single-digit number. Now that the country has added another heaven-level replica, no matter whose heart is filled with great pride, especially Li Chang and the others, the joy on their faces was about to overflow at this moment. Inside the operations department, countless generals looked up to the source of the tremor, and then their gazes shook with it. A heaven-level copy. Surprisingly, it had really been broken through by their military region. On the other side, a batch of helicopters had just entered the airspace range of the Jiangnan General Military Region when they were suppressed by that tremor and bumped several times. By the time the bumps went up, everyone inside the airplane was still a bit perturbed, but by the time they reacted, their pupils all shrunk with them again. The Jiangnan General Military Region's people have actually broken through the heavenly grade copies? Haven't they been attacking the giant god copy all along? Now they've actually let them gnaw down this hard bone. How could they be so fast? This is too unbelievable, isn't it? That's a heaven-level copy. Countless people carried shock amongst their eyes. Li Chang and the others also greeted Zhao Jie and the others who had returned triumphantly at this moment. Seeing that there were 15 people, one and not less, Li Chang then secretly let out a sigh of relief. If there had been even the slightest bit of damage, he wouldn't have been able to explain to Lin Hao at that time. Fortunately, all 15 people had returned safely. However, because of the nature of the giant god replica, there were still 3 people who had suffered serious injuries and 7 people who had suffered minor injuries. As for Zhao Jie, who was the captain of the elite squad, he had a long wound across his shoulder, and if he hadn't relied on the 1,000 machine spear in his hand, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have been able to stand at this moment. Seeing this scene, Li Chang and the others rushed to arrange for a doctor to go up and treat everyone. Zhao Jie nodded at Li Chang, and the 1,000 chance spear in his hand instantly transformed into the form of the 1,000 chance ring and floated to Li Chang's front. Zhao Jie, on the other hand, relied on his fellow squad mates, his hand still clutching the data from this test. Fortunately, we returned safely with the 1,000 spears and all of our teammates. The moment Zhao Jie's voice fell, the entire room erupted in applause and cheers. When Lin Hao followed the sound and found his way over, Zhao Jie and the others had already been carried on a stretcher. After briefly glancing around, Lin Hao looked in Li Chang's direction with a feeling in his heart. As early as Lin Hao's appearance, Li Chang had sensed the agitation of the 1,000 chance ring. With Lin Hao's appearance, the 1,000 opportunity ring pounced at Lin Hao almost lightning fast, and then landed on his shoulder. Seeing this scene, Li Chang and the others' eyes crossed with a bit of surprise. So the 1,000 chance ring had already recognized its owner to this extent? One had to know that the death scythe from earlier was at their mercy. Lin Hao was also able to feel the strengthening of the sensation between himself and the 1,000 chance ring, and seeing this, he directly shrunk it to the size of his palm and stuffed it into his pocket. Li Chang and the others had never thought that the 1,000 opportunity ring could be used in this way, and they all froze for a moment. This thing can still shrink? They had to know that when Lin Hao had first brought the 1,000 opportunity ring over, it had been the size of a face bowl. Even though they had mastered the 3 forms of the 1,000 opportunity ring later on, they never knew that the 1,000 opportunity ring was still capable of shrinking to such a degree. Lin Hao, on the other hand, gave them a puzzled look. The 1,000 machine ring itself is capable of changing its 3 forms, and its size is naturally capable of changing with it. Otherwise, if they were to switch to a shorter warrior carrying a 2 or 3 meter 1,000 machine spear at that time, wouldn't that be bull? To be honest, Li Chang and the others hadn't really considered this problem. Or rather, the 1,000 machine ring never really belonged to them at all. There was still a big difference between borrowing it and using it. For example, right now, Li Chang even felt that the attributes of the 1,000 chance ring could have a few more lines of introduction added to it. This thing was likely to be exclusionary. After chatting about the 1,000 opportunity ring, Lin Hao raised an eyebrow at Li Chang and the others. So you guys borrowed the 1,000 machine ring over last night to test the data just to send the elite squad into the giant god replica early in the morning? Having been singled out by Lin Hao for this matter, Li Chang and the others still had a bit of embarrassment on their faces. In the end, it was Zhang Fan who couldn't help but step forward and explain. We've already tested the first batch of data this morning, and the attributes associated with the 1,000 machine ring are even stronger than what he presented. After saying that, Zhang Fan handed the first batch of test data to Lin Hao and continued. It was only after reading the first batch of test data that we decided to temporarily form an elite squad and have them enter the giant god's copy, with the 1,000 machine ring to test the second batch of data. After hearing this from Zhang Fan, Lin Hao took another look at the data in his hand and froze. There's at least a 5% probability of triggering a must-kill effect in the daybreak state? Zhang Fan nodded. That's right, this is what we tested inside a copy below the heaven grade. According to the attributes of the 1,000 chance ring, we all thought that its maximum probability was only 5%. Actually wrong. It should have a guaranteed 5%, and the trigger of his sure kill effect should have reached the point where it averages 10% by now. Lin Hao sucked in a breath. It seemed like the refining materials still had to continue to be researched, because the existing results and data showed that refined materials used to forge equipment were clearly stronger than unrefined ones. But soon Lin Hao realized another problem. So you guys are using heaven-grade copies as a test? Li Chang and the few of them nodded helplessly. Below a heaven-level copy, the 1,000 chance ring is basically insurmountable. And most of the copies on our side are perpetual day environments. Lin Hao understood in a flash. The perpetual day environment meant that the 1,000 machine ring was able to run rampant inside these copies. With a more advanced level of knowledge about his equipment, Lin Hao quickly put this matter behind him. Compared to the 1,000 machine ring, he was more interested in the breakthroughs of the heaven-ranked copies. According to the image data that Zhao Jie and the others had brought back, The key to being able to push through the heavenly extreme copy lay in the Thousand Machine Ring. Because the user Zhao Jie's luck was simply so good that it exploded. As the captain of the team, Zhao Jie was a combat professional, so he had been using his main combat form since he entered the duplicate. And he had triggered the pursuit effect many times in the copy. You have to know that the probability of the 1000 chance rings pursuit effect triggering is only 20%. This kid almost always triggered it. If it wasn't for the fact that the trigger probability of the pursuit effect in the first batch of data was within the normal range. Lin Hao suspected that the attributes of his 1000 chance ring were not fake. Not only that, when the boss was still half-blooded, the 1000 chance ring had already triggered the must-kill effect. Chapter 63 Look at this lack of knowledge. Thus, a large portion of the Heaven tier copies crossover came from luck. After all, Zhao Jie and his squad's level of damage wasn't small. As the captain, Zhao Jie was even directly seriously injured. Lin Hao took a deep breath before saying solemnly, "Since that's the case, then the 1000 chance ring might still need to be further strengthened. That way it can be more suitable for a heaven-ranked copy." Li Chang looked at Lin Hao with some surprise. However, he quickly shook his head again. "There's no need to rush for now. Having already broken through a heaven-ranked copy, we still need some integration time. It's not too late to wait until you've leveled up before strengthening." Lin Hao was also thinking the same thing because right now he was merely level 20. If the 1000 chance ring was reinforced again, Lin Hao really wouldn't have a single piece of equipment left. One had to know that up until now, the equipment level of the Death God Scythe was still level 30. Having solved a major problem in their minds, everyone in the combat department's face was overflowing with joy. It so happened that at this moment, the heads of all the major military regions had also arrived at the Jiangnan General Military Region's Operations Department. Li Chang and the others naturally went to greet them, and Lin Hao simply followed them. The helicopter had already stopped inside the Operations Department at this moment. A large number of uniformed soldiers came out of the helicopter one after another, followed closely by another group of gleaming leaders. The moment they saw Li Chang, the lofty and domineering aura of all the leaders disappeared in an instant, leaving only anxiety and excitement. The one at the front is Jiang Nan, the head of the Northwest General Military Region. The one following next to him is Chan Pingsheng, the head of the Northern General Military Region. Beside Lin Hao, Zhang Fan sat down and introduced him one by one. The more Lin Hao listened, but the brighter his eyes became. It seemed that the ones who had come this time were all powerful people. One would have to know that these people would normally have to be seen on TV in one go, and it would have to be a major meeting. Who would have thought that one day they would gather at the operations department of the Jiangnan General Military Region? Lin Hao honestly followed behind Zhang Fan and the others. However, they couldn't resist the curiosity that a few of them, Chen Pingsheng, had for Lin Hao. "How come we haven't seen that little friend? Old Lia, did you guys really break through the heavenly level copies this time? I felt it just now when I was on the airplane. I didn't think that the heaven level copy would really give you guys a breakthrough. Not bad. Why don't you teach us a bit of experience? I'll go back and break through one too." The crowd exchanged pleasantries as they walked towards the conference room of the combat department. Lin Hao couldn't help but stare at all of these leaders even when he saw how approachable they were. It was important to realize that all of these leaders were all level 75 or higher powerhouses, and they were also the heads of the town side. Yet right now, within the combat department, they didn't reflect any high spirits or detachment. Seemingly sensing Lin Hao's surprise, Zhang Fan then whispered beside his ear. "A few of them used to be classmates, and then they split up the ministries." Lin Hao nodded in understanding. So it was like this. In the face of these people's inquiries, Li Chang always smiled without saying anything. Even if Lin Hao was right behind them, Li Chang didn't have the slightest intention of introducing him. The current Li Chang was all too aware of Lin Hao's importance. Being able to introduce them a little later would also allow him to be coaxed by these people a little later. After all, Lin Hao was now hidden on the side. More to see the face of these people, later also be able to understand that the Jiangnan General Military Region is the most suitable place for him. Of course, this was just a small part of Li Cheng's plan. Lin Hao's strength was unquestionable, and he also knew how important Lin Hao was to the other combat divisions. Therefore, after entering the conference room and making sure that no outsiders were following, Li multiplied before smiling and waving at Lin Hao. "Little friend Lin Hao." Seeing Li Cheng's movement, everyone present froze for a moment. Lin Hao's age was even younger than they had expected. This had clearly just turned 18. Could he really achieve a 100% forging success rate? A skepticism hit the crowd in their hearts. However, they had to believe Li Cheng's words. Introduce everyone. This is little friend Lin Hao that you've all been wanting to meet. Now that the person is in front of you, ask yourselves whatever you want to ask. But I'll say the ugly words up front, you guys don't scare people. The meaning in Li Cheng's words was very obvious. But so many people present weren't cuties either. Immediately flashed a smile at Lin Hao. It was important to realize that they had come here with a request for Lin Hao. It didn't matter if Lin Hao was older or younger, they had to leave a good impression on people first. So this is young friend Lin Hao, truly a heroic young man. I've heard that the equipment crafted by little friend Lin Hao has increased attributes. I wonder if I can see it? I've already seen the equipment that little friend Lin Hao has crafted. I wonder if little friend Lin Hao would like to come to our northern military region as a guest? A group of people quickly surrounded Lin Hao. However, Lin Hao always managed to keep his face unchanged. With such boldness, he naturally won the admiration of so many bigwigs and leaders present in the first place. It was important to realize that Lin Hao was only 18 or 19 years old. When they were as old as Lin Hao, they weren't as well characterized as Lin Hao. Hello everyone. Since everyone is curious, let me show you my equipment first. With that, Lin Hao took out his 1,000 machine ring. Everyone froze for a moment as they looked at the 1,000 machine ring, which was merely the size of a palm. This is equipment? However, in the next second, the 1,000 opportunity ring quickly enlarged, and soon took on the appearance of a person's head. Such a sight naturally drew gasps from a large group of people. So many people present had also seen the world, but they had never seen an equipment that could change its form. Generally speaking, no matter how many times a forger strengthened the equipment, the form would not change much at all. However, the 1,000 machine ring that Lin Hao had brought out had directly broken the crowd's inherent knowledge. Seeing such a large group of people with their mouths wide open, Li Chang and the others silently skimmed their mouths. Look at this uneducated look. Not like them at all. Lin Hao pushed the 1,000 chance ring in his hand in front of them. You guys can take a look at the relevant attributes. Hearing Lin Hao's words, the crowd only briefly came back to their senses and immediately turned their eyes to the 1,000 opportunities ring on the table. As a result, only after taking a glance, everyone's pupils instantly followed suit and dilated. It wasn't that they hadn't seen it before, but the attributes of the 1,000 opportunity ring that Lin Hao had taken out were simply too much for the crowd to expect. Even if everyone present had already reached the level of 75, they had never seen such a terrifying attribute equipment like the 1,000 machine ring. Chapter 64, 90% Confidence. Unheard of. Even the attributes of the death god Scythe that they had seen with their own eyes earlier were not as terrifying as the 1,000 chance ring. After all, the death god Scythe was a terrifying attribute that was only achieved after being strengthened 5 times. Today had really given them a good insight. You're gonna give everyone a king bomb as soon as you come up, aren't you? Everyone's eyes couldn't help but run over the equipment on the table. Their eyes were so sticky that they were on the verge of drawing silk. Ring of 1,000 machines obsidian grade. Wear level 20. Attack plus 100,000. Defense plus 20,000. Attack speed plus 20%. Skills 1,000 chances. 100 rivers. Sunrise field. 1,000 machines. Can transform into other forms. 1,000 machines umbrella. 1,000 machines ring. 1,000 machines spear. Remove specialization restriction. 1,000 chance umbrella. Main defensive form. This form can add 100,000 armor to the original base. Spear. Main daily form, plus 20% penetration on top of the original form. 1,000 machine ring. Main attack form. This form can trigger a pursuit effect with a 20% probability on top of the original. 100 rivers. Each form can be branded with the same professional skills, the upper limit of 1. Sacred Forge effect. Sunburst field. Sunburst field. 500 M field. In the state of sunburst, any form, attack power plus 20%, defense power plus 20%, and 5% probability of triggering certain death damage. What kind of forger can create this attribute phrase? 3 forms and removes the restriction of specialization, and also has the terrifying skill of adding 1 to the skill cap, plus a sunburst domain. However, this was only an initial equipment. If it could be strengthened, what would his attributes reach? For a moment, everyone felt that their imagination was limited, because it was simply unimaginable. In the past, there was a secrecy treaty, and the crowd only knew that there was such an existence as Lin Hao. It wasn't until the Death Scythe was borrowed one after another in the major military regions. It was only then that everyone completely felt the terrifying nature of the equipment that Lin Hao had forged. Now, however, after seeing the attributes of the Thousand Machine Ring with their own eyes, Jiang Nan and the others were left with only one thought in their hearts. I'm afraid that these people from the Jiangnan General Military Region hadn't been hiding it all along, right? How could they only introduce such a talent now? The key person had already broken through a heavenly grade copy. At that moment, everyone's gaze towards Li Cheng was nothing but jealousy and envy. Li Cheng was very proud of himself, enjoying these gazes of envy and jealousy. Take a look. Although the Jiangnan General Military Region had been at the bottom of the list for years, but they can't afford to have such a talented person in their military region. In the future, if all the major military regions needed equipment, wouldn't they all have to come over to Lin Hao? Even if Lin Hao had already turned it over to the state, it wouldn't change the fact that Lin Hao was from Jiangnan. When he thought of this, Li Cheng was so happy that he couldn't wait to laugh up at the sky. In the next second, everyone surrounded Lin Hao in unison. Little friend Lin Hao, can you explain this equipment to me briefly? This equipment is very powerful. I have an unkind request. Since it's an unfavorable request, let's not talk about it. Little friend Lin Hao, let's go over there and have a chat. I think it's a shame to let Lin Hao's talent go unused. I don't know which university you're attending right now. A group of people quickly surrounded themselves, and Lin Hao was born with some trepidation at this point. I've bailed out of St. Demon University now. You've all seen the relevant attributes of the Thousand Machine Ring, and here are 2 batches of his data so you guys can make a relevant reference as well. Lin Hao actually had no ill feelings towards these people. It even carried a natural closeness and respect. It was because of them that the country had been able to support itself until now and give the people a smooth life. They could enter schools to learn the appropriate theories. The two actually complemented each other. Lin Hao was also happy to help them to the fullest extent within his ability to blame himself. After a conversation, Lin Hao quickly received several invitations, but more of them were still to help them strengthen their equipment. A consensus had now arisen among all of them. The attributes of equipment that had passed through Lin Hao's hands after being strengthened would definitely be able to surpass their imaginations. Furthermore, the crowd wasn't able to stay here for very long. Even if they couldn't take Lin Hao away, it would be great to be able to take 1 or 2 pieces of equipment from Lin Hao. So in the next few hours, Lin Hao was almost in his lounge day and night strengthening his equipment. However, compared to the previous process of strengthening equipment, now Lin Hao had added one more. That was refining the strengthening materials. Lin Hao had already experienced the benefits from amongst the refining materials. So could refining this batch of strengthening materials before strengthening equipment maximize the corresponding attribute values? Lin Hao hadn't actually tried it. However, he still had 90% confidence. One item after another, the materials were constantly being put into the forging space. Lin Hao then selected the most suitable refining materials from them. By the time Lin Hao came out of his lounge, 2 days had passed. Outside of his lounge, Li Cheng and the others were all eagerly waiting. When they saw Lin Hao come out, all of them threw out a big smile. Lin Hao handed them the equipment in his hands. It's been strengthened, you guys can take a look. The first one to receive the equipment from Lin Hao was Chun Pingsheng. The moment he saw the attributes of his precious equipment, Chun Pingsheng was still a bit incredulous. The first thing that caught his eyes was the legendary grade. The second was the exponential increase in the major attributes. The most crucial thing was that his equipment even had an additional phrase, Thunder Strike. As a warrior, Chun Pingsheng couldn't be more excited to see the extra word skill on his equipment. Worthy of being little friend Lin Hao. This strengthened equipment is really... Chun Pingsheng only felt that all descriptions were a bit lacking at the moment, and everyone else brought the same excitement in their eyes as well. This was because the equipment that Lin Hao had strengthened out had really given them too much of a surprise. Even if they knew that Lin Hao had a 100% success rate of strengthening, but after all, what they had sent out was equipment that had been following them for years, so it was naturally impossible to say that they weren't worried. However, now after seeing their equipment, they were left with nothing but ecstasy. This reinforcement is also too good. Gosh, it directly increased my attack power by 60,000. My equipment has also reached the legendary level. I've also reached the legendary level. This leveling up is a little too fast, right? It's a pity that my equipment level is slightly lower. It's still only obsidian level. But this attribute is also a little too luxurious, right? Is this really my equipment? In a short moment, the entrance to Lin Hao's lounge was like a food market. All of the general leaders looked at the equipment in their hands and were left with nothing but satisfaction and happiness. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Hao had taken out so many pieces of equipment at once that there was no way to swap them out in advance, I'm afraid they would have to wonder if their equipment had been purposely swapped out by Lin Hao. Chapter 65 Goodwill from the Military Region. When the crowd came back to their senses, they looked at Lin Hao with intense interest in his eyes. This was a top forger. Their equipment had only just arrived in Lin Hao's hands, but in a few days' time it had already reached at least obsidian level, and there hadn't been a single case of failure. With such a high success rate and the addition of words, it directly caused everyone present to have their hearts on fire. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Hao was in the combat department, I'm afraid that everyone would have already begun calculating how to carry someone's bag away by now. As a matter of fact, Lin Hao was also being stared at by these people in his heart. In the end, it was Li Cheng who came out and coughed. All of you put your gazes away. Lin Hao is now a rare talent in our country, and since it's a shared talent, then as long as the requirements that everyone puts forward aren't too excessive, little friend Lin Hao will definitely try his best to fulfill them. This was something that Li Cheng could completely pack his bags in Lin Hao's stead. Lin Hao nodded along when he saw this. It was really because each of these people were looking at him with green light in their eyes, and he was a little scared. It wasn't that he was afraid that these people would eat him alive, but he was afraid that they wouldn't even wait for him to graduate from college and directly abduct him to the combat units of the major military regions. Lin Hao was eager to serve his country, but he equally wanted to enter a university to further his education. Li Cheng and Jiang Fan also explained this point to the people present. So soon after, all the leaders once again had a secret meeting. Only this time, what they were deliberating on wasn't Lin Hao's stay or departure, but how to distribute the resources Lin Hao was currently holding. Inside the conference room, the noise had even penetrated outside, and Lin Hao silently inclined his head as he listened to the noise inside that was just like a food market. Jiang Fan, on the other hand, hemmed and hawed. Now that everyone has seen your strength clearly, they'll be able to give out more resources when the time comes. And the further back you go, the more difficult it will be for you to upgrade. If we have the help of other military regions, we'll also be able to make it a lot easier. At least up until now, most of the resources Lin Hao had used for forger materials had come from the Jiangnan General Military Region. Moreover, the Dark Guards who were protecting Lin Hao closely were also drawn by the state from the Jiangnan General Military Region's Operations Department. However, Lin Hao believed that this situation should be broken soon. Sure enough, after a lot of bickering, one by two, these leaders walked out of the conference room contentedly. The only one who didn't look too good was Li Cheng. It seems that this time, Li Cheng did not take advantage of the meeting discussion. Just after seeing Lin Hao waiting at the door, Li multiplied and immediately revealed a smile. Little friend Lin Hao, in the future, the equipment you forge every month will be distributed by our Jiangnan General Military Region to the major military regions based on a ratio. But let's still put your studies and body first. Lin Hao nodded. The forging materials sent over every month actually depended on Lin Hao's needs. Sometimes the demand was high, then the materials sent over would be correspondingly much more. All of these materials were borne by the country across the board. It was just that Lin Hao needed to provide the country with a large number of equipment that he had successfully forged. Right now, the equipment was just distributed accordingly, and Lin Hao's monthly tasks hadn't actually increased. After sending off those leaders, Li Cheng quietly groped his way over to Lin Hao again. Little friend Lin Hao, can your skill enhancement rolls be supplied in large quantities to our Jiangnan General Military Region in the future? Hearing Li Cheng's words, Lin Hao immediately widened his eyes as if he understood something. He didn't realize that Li Cheng, who was usually unassuming, would be so ruthless in his actions. Not to mention Lin Hao, even Jiang Fan didn't expect that Li Cheng would actually come up with a trick to get rid of him. These people did indeed covet the equipment that Lin Hao had produced. After all, who let Lin Hao create equipment with high attributes and good quality? However, the skill enhancement tickets that Lin Hao had created were just as strong. It was just that Li Cheng had deliberately concealed this. With the news concealed, the skill enhancement scrolls could only be specially supplied to the Jiangnan General Military Region. This was also Li Cheng's small-mindedness. In terms of strength and the number of copies, the Jiangnan General Military Region was naturally no match for the other military regions. You should know that the Northwest General Military Region has 5 heaven-level copies that need to be broken through. The fact that there were many heaven-level copies also meant that there was a high demand for equipment. Li Chang wouldn't try to steal these life-threatening items from them. But he also had to ensure the safety of the people under his command, didn't he? Then the skill enhancement rolls forged by Lin Hao became the best choice. Although skill enhancement scrolls weren't like equipment that doubled all of their attributes. But what I'm most afraid of is the skill enhancement scrolls accompanying phrases. After mastering this thing, wouldn't it be easier for them to break through the duplicates in the future? At this moment, Lin Hao and Zhang Fan finally understand that Li Chang can do this position. Really does not rely on a cavity of courage. People's brains are flexible. Lin Hao wouldn't really poke holes in people. It was the same as giving his skill enhancement coupons to anyone. As long as he could reduce casualties, that was his greatest utility. Good. After agreeing to Li Cheng's side, Lin Hao quickly started working on going back. He had already been out for many days, and it was about to be time for the graduation ceremony, which was considered an extremely important event in Lin Hao's life. So he didn't want to miss it. That afternoon, Lin Hao was steadily transported to the school by helicopter. After not seeing Lin Hao for so many days, his steep appearance at the school still caused a few moments of joy to rise in Su Qilan's eyes. Lin Hao, you're back? Lin Hao nodded, but then noticed his cleaned-up lab, and there were a few more fluctuations among his eyes. Teacher, were you the one who helped me clean up the lab these past few days? Hearing Lin Hao's question, Su Qilan was still a little less than forthcoming. You haven't been here for so many days. I asked the principal and the others, and they said that you had something to go out, so I thought I'd help you clean the lab, but I didn't touch those things of yours. Su Qilan still understood the importance of the order and position of some things for a forger. Lin Hao smiled and nodded, then handed Su Qilan a skill enhancement roll. This is the latest thing I've researched. I didn't show you last time, teacher. Hearing that it was the latest thing Lin Hao had researched, Su Qilan instantly developed a few moments of curiosity. However, she soon curbed the curiosity in her heart raw again. Can I see it? Lin Hao nodded. Didn't you sign a confidentiality agreement, teacher? With Lin Hao's words, Su Qilan put her heart down and took the skill enhancement roll that Lin Hao handed over. But only just after scanning it, Su Qilan's eyes widened. This attribute, and the accompanying words. It was a bit too terrifying, wasn't it? Chapter 66, An Altered Life. Su Qilan couldn't even believe her eyes for a bit, before she finally took a deep breath. Did you just work on this? That's right, these 2 skill enhancement rolls are given to you, sensei, for your defense. After saying that, Lin Hao handed another skill enhancement roll to Su Qilan. Not expecting Lin Hao to come out with something so precious, Su Qilan was still a bit rattled. It's pretty rare, isn't it? At the very least, Su Qilan had never heard of it, let alone seen it. Lin Hao smiled and forcefully handed the skill enhancement roll in his hand to Su Qilan. This was supposed to be something you were supposed to take, teacher. Consider it a thank you for cleaning my lab for me all these days. Su Qilan understood that Lin Hao was just looking for an excuse to get himself to accept the 2 skill enhancement rolls. But Lin Hao's warm-hearted attitude still made her heart beat a little faster. Lin Hao didn't have the heart to forge equipment in the lab today, so he simply returned home early. After not coming back for so many days, as soon as Lin Hao opened the door, he saw Lin Anan, who was lying on all fours on the sofa. The moment she heard the door open, Lin Anan immediately raised her eyes. A pair of dark eyes instantly locked eyes with Lin Hao. In the next second, Lin Anan pounced straight away. Brother, you're finally back. Where have you been these days? Lin Hao didn't resist rubbing Lin Anan's head. Took a trip. Lin Anan's eyes widened. You're still traveling? Lin Hao, on the other hand, hummed all over. But how could this answer make Lin Anan give up? So she immediately pulled Lin Hao to soften the blow. Where did you go to have fun? Why didn't you take me with you? I'm bored at home on vacation these days. By the way, it seems like your graduation is coming up soon, right? I hear there's another career exam that day. Lin Anan's side of the conversation changed the topic on her own, and there were even a few points of anticipation in her eyes. The vocational exams at graduation are a great time for all their underclassmen to be able to get a glimpse of their seniors. Therefore, such a momentous occasion was something that Lin Anan would never miss. It's just that what Lin Anan didn't expect was, Lin Hao is even going to participate. Brother, are you sure? That's a vocational exam. And didn't you bail out already? Vocational exams can give seniors a greater platform to pursue their education. But for students like Lin Hao, who had already bailed out, vocational exams had long since become optional. Besides, Lin Hao, he was still just a living profession. Couldn't be that Lin Hao was there forging equipment with his hammer while people were taking the exam. Could it? Just thinking about that image made Lin and feel a little unable to hold back. Lin Hao knew that this little girl wasn't thinking of anything good in her heart when he saw the smile on Lin and Anne's face. So he immediately grabbed the back of Lin and Anne's neck collar. Was it another bad idea? Lin Anan immediately let out an ouch, and her legs and feet flopped around even more frantically. You spread out. Lin Hao, don't think I don't dare to beat you up right now. I'm a special occupation. Lin Hao grunted, and the force in his hand tightened another point. Even if you're in a special profession, then I'm still your brother, and your career hasn't fully awakened yet, so it's better to be peaceful in the meantime. You. Being lectured by Lin Hao in this way, Lin Anan directly deflated her mouth. You wait for me to awaken my profession. I'll definitely beat you up then. The vocational exam is scheduled for a week from now. Lin Hao stayed in school these days as well. Although he didn't have to go to the classroom, every time he walked around the campus, Lin Hao could still feel the same nervousness that everyone felt when they were facing an exam. Walking down the boulevard, Lin Hao let out a rare sigh of relief. Looks like class isn't over at this point. It was just hard to avoid being too conspicuous with Lin Hao wandering around the campus at the point of time when classes were in session. The result is that it is very easy to be mistaken. Lin Hao. Lin Hao was still a bit surprised when he heard someone call out his name. It had always been the case that the class had pretty much distanced themselves from him, ever since he had gotten the top ranking in his major year after year in his theory classes. There is even less contact on a regular basis. After awakening to the life profession later on, once he dropped from the number 1 profession to the bottom of the list, even less people would notice him or her. Therefore, when someone suddenly called out to him on the road, Lin Hao was still a bit curious. When he turned around, Lin Hao saw the girl in the white dress at a glance. Perhaps because the sun was in full bloom, the girl had a hat on her head, and her whole body was like a lotus flower. Seeing Lin Hao looking at himself, Suja smiled at Lin Hao. Congratulations. I heard you bailed out of Holy Devil University. Lin Hao naturally knew Suja. As a classmate of the next class and also a school flower level existence, there was definitely no shortage of compliments on Suja. And Suja is also a rare wizard. Such strength, combined with her beauty, was enough to make her the talk of the campus. Lin Hao had also heard a lot about Suja. It was just that he hadn't expected that the other party would suddenly give himself a greeting. But people greeted him with a smiling face, so naturally Lin Hao couldn't do the thing of reaching out and hitting a smiling person. Thank you, Su. I heard you got bailed out too. We share the joy. Yet Suja shook her head. I did get bailed out too, but I don't plan on going to that school. Lin Hao froze for a moment. You're going to give up bailing out? Suja nodded. That's right. I bailed out of just an average undergraduate school. But I personally prefer the University of the Holy Devils. Speaking here, Suja winked wryly at Lin Hao. So Lin Hao-san, wait for me at Holy Devil University. Lin Hao hadn't really thought that Suja would pull this stunt. But the fact that the other party was able to be so bold as to give up the chance to be guaranteed a place in the program and instead chose to take the next vocational exam meant that she had already gambled on it. It wasn't good for Lin Hao to intervene in other people's affairs. So at this moment he was only able to smile and nod his head. Then I wish you all the best, Su. The two exchanged pleasantries, and soon Lin Hao turned to leave. The time came to the day of the vocational exam. As a life profession among the auxiliary professions, Lin Hao's exam content was naturally not quite the same as the others. Given that Lin Hao was going to take this vocational exam, Principal Shang and the others could be said to be paying extreme attention. Even went ahead and upgraded some of the school's equipment altogether. After all, they can't manipulate the exam, but they can still use this way to give a small boost to the exam environment of the candidates. At that time, no matter which exam room Lin Hao entered, the exam environment he faced would definitely be excellent. The current seniors, on the other hand, were extraordinarily surprised to be confronted with the excellent environment of the exam room. Chapter 67 Special Recognition. It should be known that in previous years, there were quite a few seniors who had complained that the room for the school's vocational exams was too dirty, and even some of the equipment had been broken to the point of being out of shape. Originally, everyone had already been psychologically prepared, which thought that coming in was such a picture. Clean examination rooms, but also independent rooms. Each room was equipped with the appropriate equipment and display screens. Lin Hao saw this pattern, He put his hand on the palm print recognizer at the entrance to the exam. This was a recognition system that was specially equipped by the state to be able to enter his rank and relevant identity information and verify it. Only after the identity information was successfully verified could the corresponding exam questions be activated. Generally speaking, forging masters as a living profession. There were only 7 exam questions, 3 of which involved occupational knowledge, 2 involved branch occupational knowledge, and there were also 2 practical exam questions which were about forging equipment. The 7 questions were not difficult for Lin Hao, knowing that before he awakened to practice, Lin Hao had been the first in theoretical knowledge, and the practical exercises were as easy as child's play for him. In just half an hour, Lin Hao had already completed all 7 exam questions and handed in his papers early. When the system feedback was finished, the door to the room behind Lin Hao opened. Stepping lightly, Lin Hao walked straight towards the outside of the exam room. Lin Hao seemed to be the only one who had completed the exam at this point in time, so the corridors of the exam room were quiet. Lin Hao deliberately lightened his pace so as not to affect the other people in the room where the exam was taking place. However, Lin Hao's consideration was obviously superfluous. Every room in the examination room had been specially treated, and there was simply no factor of being disturbed by outside noises. But the moment Lin Hao was about to walk out of the exam room, he saw a series of reporters and cameras waiting outside the exam room. This made Lin Hao quite a bit surprised, however. Without waiting for Lin Hao to turn his head back to the exam room, a female reporter dashed towards Lin Hao with gusto and pulled at his clothes. "Everyone, look, this is the first candidate from our first middle school to walk out of the exam room this year. May I ask the student what you think of the exam questions this time? Is it difficult?" Lin Hao didn't expect this female reporter to be so quick-eyed. Perhaps because she had been squatting outside for too long, the female reporter's face already had a thin layer of sweat on it. But this instead made her even more delicate and attractive. Lin Hao had been pulled down by the other party precisely because his mind had wandered. Therefore, at this moment, he was only able to answer honestly. "I think this year's exam questions are quite simple." Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, the female reporter's eyes widened at once. One had to know that every single examinee who came out of the examination center was not one who said that the exam questions were simple. It seemed that this one had made her bump into a true god. So the female reporter forced down the excitement in her heart and continued to ask with a smile. "Then it seems that this student feels like she played quite well. May I ask if you can predict your score?" After she finished speaking, the female reporter's gaze toward Lin Hao was filled with anticipation. However, Lin Hao shook his head. "It's anyone's guess as to the estimation. I'm just here to experience it. After all, I've already bailed out." Lin Hao then nodded towards the school's propaganda wall not far away, and then raised his head. Being somewhat staggered by Lin Hao's song, the female reporter didn't even manage to react before she saw Lin Hao leave step by step from her eyes. When the female reporter came back to her senses, she immediately dashed towards the school's publicity wall. On the first page of the publicity wall, the female reporter saw Lin Hao's picture at a glance, and underneath Lin Hao's picture was written, "Guaranteed admission to Holy Devil University." Now the female reporter couldn't hold back any longer. Holy! After Lin Hao left the exam room, he didn't leave the school directly, but instead bypassed these reporters and cameras and ran all the way to his lab. After all, the current him still needed to keep practicing, especially his proficiency in equipment forging as well as material strengthening. This was something that could affect the relevant attributes as well as words of his forged equipment. Lin Hao threw materials into the forging space over and over again, and performed material strengthening over and over again, just like a robot that didn't know how to get tired in the slightest and generally didn't stop at all. However, such silence was soon interrupted. The moment Su Qilan pushed open the door to her room, there was still an uncontainable excitement in her tone. "Lin Hao, I knew you were in the lab. The principal called for you to come to his office. There's something good." Lin Hao froze for a moment, and then looking at Su Qilan's undisguised excitement, Lin Hao was still in a bit of a trance. It seemed like he had never seen his teacher look like this before, so it really seemed to be a big happy event. Lin Hao nodded and put away the strengthening materials on the table, then followed Su Qilan's footsteps all the way towards the principal's office. Because the reporters and cameras on campus were tracking the school's examination center movements, the labs in the back as well as the office building were conversely quiet. Lin Hao knocked on the door of the office in front of him, and the next second the office door was opened directly. After seeing Lin Hao's face, Principal Shang's tone of voice still carried an excitement that was hard to suppress. I can finally see you. Lin Hao, You've done a great thing by keeping quiet. The moment Principal Shang received the notification from his superiors, he didn't even know how to describe his feelings. A wave of joy and pride rose from his chest, but he didn't know how to dissolve it. Coupled with the leadership of the things they just sent to the school, the principal of the Shang Happy would like to turn on the spot on a number of circles. However, Principal Shang still kept a few moments of sanity and waited until Lin Hao arrived before showing it. Principal, you're looking for me? Principal Shang directly pulled Lin Hao into the office and then said impatiently, "You brat. You actually really did break the heaven-ranked copy," with a muffled voice. "If it wasn't for the news coming from them above, I'm afraid I'd still be kept in the dark." God knows how surging Principal Shang's heart was after hearing this news. The thought that his nephew had died inside that heavenly grade copy made Principal Shang extraordinarily hateful. However, now that the heaven-level copy has been broken, or broken by the student who came out from his hand, how can this make Principal Shang not proud? Especially the matter of the heaven-level copy being broken, but it is related to the fate of the country. After all, the heaven-level copy contains resources and materials that no one can imagine. A heaven-level copy of the breakthrough, it represents the strength of their country can jump upward by a large margin. Thinking of this, Principal Shang's expression also turned serious. Lin Hao, in light of the great effort you've put in this time amongst the heavenly level copies, the higher-ups are hereby honoring you accordingly. Chapter 68 Legendary Equipment, Holy Brooch. Lin Hao was still a bit stunned after hearing this. Recognition? A heaven-level copy. A copy he hadn't personally joined in yet. Was there any commendation for that? However, Principal Shang simply didn't give Lin Hao time to react, and directly handed Lin Hao the certificate of commendation that he had read countless times in his hand. Lin Hao looked at the big gold-stamped words on the top of the certificate, and his mood stirred up. First-class merit. Surprisingly, it was the most difficult first-class merit to obtain. If one were to realize that a general had risked his life on the front lines for several years, I'm afraid that he would only receive a third-class merit. Yet Lin Hao had only provided a piece of equipment and some of the skill enhancement vouchers, and he was able to receive a first-class merit. The surprise in Lin Hao's eyes was even close to overflowing. Sure it's for me? However, the next second Lin Hao saw the name deliberately engraved on the top of the certificate, and it was also coupled with a spell formation. In other words, this certificate of commendation was now official. Principal Shang smiled and nodded. That's not all. In order to reward you for breaking through the heaven-tier replica, they also sent over 2 pieces of equipment specifically. Upon hearing that he was also able to obtain equipment, Lin Hao froze. There's still equipment? Principal Shang pushed a wooden box in front of Lin Hao immediately afterward. You can take a look. Lin Hao glanced at the box and realized that this box was also enchanted with a spell formation, and the spell formation hadn't been destroyed. In other words, Principal Shang didn't know what kind of equipment was placed inside the box either, since he hadn't opened it at all. However, Lin Hao couldn't think too much at this point, and opened the wooden box in front of him on the spot. The box opened, and Lin Hao saw at a glance the equipment that was putting on a glow on the left side. There it was, the legendary equipment. Lin Hao was a little surprised by the country's largesse, yet he still habitually glanced at the attributes. Holy Brooch. Quality. Legendary. No wear level requirement. Physical strength plus 2000. Mental strength plus 800. Occupational adaptability plus 500. Strengthening plus 3. Strengthening plus 3. Holy Boundary. Provide boundary guarding within a radius of 10 meters centered on oneself. Boundary energy value of 300,000. Can consume the wearer's energy value to replenish the energy. When the boundary is activated, it will erupt with the scorch of light, reaching 100 points of attribute damage per second, and possessing the ability to self-recover, recovering 10 points per second. When the junction's energy value returns to 0, it will enter a 40-day cooling-off period. After reading the corresponding attributes, Lin Hao's eyes couldn't help but slip past a few moments of surprise. It was the first time he had seen a legendary equipment without a wearable level. Moreover, it was still a main defense legendary equipment with a reinforcement level of only 3 times, and there was still room for improvement in the future. Such a strong equipment was definitely not something that ordinary copies could produce. This is the equipment produced inside a special copy? Principal Shang smiled. Indeed, with this equipment on, your defense will be greatly improved. This is also the country's love for you, and the boundary will release burning damage when it unfolds, which can greatly attract the attention of rescuers. But I think you might be more curious about the second piece of equipment. When Lin Hao heard Principal Shang's words, he immediately looked at the other piece of equipment lying amongst the box. The moment he saw the equipment, Lin Hao's pupils shrank with it. Space bracelet. Quality legend. No wear level requirement. Physical strength plus 2000. Mental strength plus 800. Occupational adaptability plus 500. Spatial spell formation. 3 locations can be set up to place a spatial spell formation. After activation, free teleportation between the 3 locations will take place. Distance limitation of 30,000 meters. After activation, it will enter a 180-day cooling-off period. Lin Hao and the others as forgers were self-contained forging spaces. Thus Lin Hao had thought at first that this was a space storage equipment. Who would have thought that this was a special space equipment? It was capable of free teleportation. Principal Shang smiled. Both of these pieces of equipment were specially rewarded to you by the state and entrusted to me to hand them over to you, and with these 2 pieces of legendary equipment in your hands, we'll be able to rest a bit more at ease. At the very least, they didn't have to worry about Lin Hao not being able to escape. Even if he really couldn't escape, he would at least be able to buy a little time for the rescue team. Lin Hao nodded, then questioned. But I don't think these pieces of equipment seem to be useful within the country's territory, right? After all, the guards following Lin Hao right now were all at the strongest level. If something really went wrong with Lin Hao in the country, I'm afraid that the entire country's face would be swept away. Principal Shang obviously thought the same thing, but soon he said, just because it can't be used at home doesn't mean it can't be used abroad. With your current talent and strength, getting out of foreign countries is just a matter of time. And the global copies have great territoriality. Some countries' copies are even stronger to the point where humans can't reach, and even now every day there are some small countries on the verge of extinction. Although our country's current situation is also not optimistic, but some humanitarian aid we are still happy to provide. What Principal Shang didn't say was, those humanitarian aid in fact also represented the attribution of copies. Lin Hao understood the importance that the country placed on him. So at this moment, he followed suit and nodded heavily. I understand. Say thank you to them for me. Lin Hao knew that behind the scenes, I'm afraid that countless people had worked hard for these 2 pieces of equipment to be delivered to him so smoothly. Principal Shang, on the other hand, nodded. I'll convey it to them. But you've done a really beautiful job this time. A heavenly grade copy directly achieved a harmless clearance. This is something that has never been seen before when looking around the world. If it wasn't for the protection of your relevant information, I'm afraid that the country would have already publicized it nationwide by now. When talking about this matter, Principal Shang still had a few moments of movement amongst his beautiful words. It was precisely because he understood how terrifying this copy was that Lin Hao was extraordinarily shocked when he provided the materials and equipment that allowed the elite squad to pass without injury. Now that your reward has come down, the national side should also release news about it. The matter of the Heaven tier copy clearance still needs to be lifted to the front of the TV screen to inspire the people. And it's also time to let some people abroad understand that we aren't without the ability to pass the Heaven grade copy. At least Principal Shang understood the lethality of the words, pass without injury. Lin Hao naturally did whatever the principal side arranged for him to do. It's just that he was still a little curious about the propaganda related to the country. When will the matter of the Heaven level copy clearance be reported? Probably in the next 2 days. You can pay attention to the news on the TV stations. Lin Hao nodded. Although his name couldn't be carried in front of the television, as long as the copy could be cleared, it didn't matter so much whether or not he gained a reputation. Chapter 69, a self-directed farce. However, the report of the heavenly grade copy clearance came far quicker than Lin Hao had imagined. The exams had only just ended that day, and when Lin Hao returned home in the evening, the television had already been turned on by Lin Anan. On the TV screen at the moment, there was a news report about the heavenly grade copy being cleared without injury. Lin Anan, the little girl, was watching with great interest, and her eyes were gleaming. Passing the Heaven tier copy. Awesome, right? With the news reports, a few exclamations of surprise came from Lin and Anne's mouth every now and then. Even when Lin Hao came to the sofa's heels, Lin and Anne didn't even notice. Watching so seriously? Unable to resist rubbing Lin Anan's head, Lin Hao still had a few smiles on his lips. Lin Anan shook her head unhappily. Brother, don't bother me. Just sit down with me and watch it together. That's a Heaven-level copy. Surprisingly, there's an elite squad that actually cleared the level, and still without a single sacrifice. Lin Hao smiled and nodded. Is it anything very rare to pass a copy? As soon as those words came out, Lin Ainan's eyes widened. That's a heaven-level copy. A heaven-level copy. Do you know what a heaven-level copy is? Lin Hao was on the verge of having his ears hurt from Lin and Anne's yelling, so he hurriedly pulled out his ears. I know, but isn't this heaven-level copy already cleared now? This time Lin and Anne deflated. It's not like you cleared it, it's that group of elite squads that cleared it. I heard that their captain is still lying inside the intensive care unit. But it's a good thing that this time, the heaven-grade copy didn't cause a single casualty. Lin Hao nodded along this time. It's good that the copy passed. Lin Ainan, on the other hand, looked at the TV with an expectant face. It should still be followed up in the next 2 days, right? I'm so excited to see the constituent members of the elite squad. It's simply awesome. Lin Hao, on the other hand, had a bemused look on his face. The matter of the heavenly tier replica being cleared was a matter of great joy for the entire country. Thus, when the news reports about it came out, countless media outlets began to follow the matter, especially the entire elite squad, because the captain was still staying within the hospital room, but the other squad members were able to receive interviews one after another. It was also a way to make up for a little bit of the lack of it. In the interview room, a few elite squad members were sitting in front of the camera in quite a bit of a hurry. This copy clearance thing is indeed a great victory for us, but at the same time it can't be separated from everyone's help. Especially the Forge Master who provided us with powerful equipment this time. Without the equipment he provided us with, as well as the corresponding reinforcement coupons, I'm afraid that the passage of the Heaven tier copy would definitely not be as easy as it is now. The elite squad members' words caused several reporters' eyes to light up, and in a moment, they immediately pursued the question. I wonder if I can reveal the name of this Forge Master? However, the elite squad member shook his head firmly at this time. I'm sorry. There is something about his name that we are not able to reveal. But since the beginning of this battle, his codename is named Death. Hearing these words from the squad member, all the reporters couldn't help but suck in a breath. God of Death. What did this mean? It meant that under the Scythe, no one survived. Who on earth had such a big mouth? In the interview room next door, the same situation was unfolding. Li Cheng did not think that he would be interviewed by reporters one day, but this is the task announced by the top. Li Cheng, even if his heart is no longer happy, at this moment can only be hard on it. Do you guys want to ask about that one forger who provides powerful equipment? I'm sorry. We are not able to disclose a single bit of information about that. But I can tell you that his code name is Death. The information announced by several people in a row were all exactly the same, which made the curiosity in the hearts of the reporters grow bigger and bigger. But no matter how curious they were, Li Cheng and the others had signed a confidential information, and these sensitive topics would never be mentioned. Therefore, when the news report reached abroad, what was left in front of those foreign media was only an unknown code name. Once the relevant media reports came out, it directly brought the entire country's public opinion to a boil. Holy really? This is also a bit too bullish, right? Did we really pass the heavenly grade copy? That's a heaven-level copy. It seems like it hasn't been cleared in many years, right? The squad that was sent out last time suffered heavy losses, but I didn't expect that this time we would directly pass without sacrifices. I can only say that it's worthy of being the god of death, and when he strikes, the lives of the generals can be greatly safeguarded. It's just that I don't know when the country will be able to continue to pass the next heavenly tier copy. Save your breath. We've only just cleared it. How can we immediately move on to clearing the next heaven-level copy? With the god of death around, what's wrong with me dreaming? With a series of public opinion reactions, the people of the country were now entering into great joy and excitement. It was only compared to the revelry of the countryside. The foreign media, however, were all silent for a long time. In the end, there were still some foreign media that couldn't help but start reporting. Time of rice. Regarding the matter of the Dragon Country passing the Heaven tier copy without sacrifice, I think everyone should have something to say. It's just that with regards to the rumor from the Dragon Country that no one died, the claims are still to be considered. As we all know, the difficulty of sky-level copies is extremely high, and even the world's largest country, me country, has only managed to break through 6 of them, and has paid a huge price for it. But today, the Dragon Kingdom has even rumored that breaking through the heavenly grade copies without sacrifice is really a bit mind-boggling. This is simply something that is difficult to do. Yet the Dragon Kingdom has spread such news, so it's obvious that they are wolves. As for the Forge Master they mentioned under the codename Death, I don't think a Forge Master can play a significant role in the breakthrough of a heavenly grade copy. But they're trying to shift all the problems onto a Forge Master, from which it can be seen that they're actually trying to confuse and divert the public's attention. That's why our side holds a denying attitude towards the matter of them breaking through the heavenly grade copy without sacrifice, unless they can release the relevant video of breaking through the heavenly grade copy. With the beginning from the US side, all the other countries followed suit. After all, as the world's superpower country, even the United States held a denial attitude, so it was very likely that this time, the news of the Dragon Kingdom breaking through the heavenly grade copies was just a farce that they had directed themselves out of. Since it was a farce, so what if people questioned it? Chapter 70. Out of Achievement. Sunless Empire Media. I think there should perhaps be a few more considerations regarding the Dragon Kingdom's attack on the Heaven tier replica this time. As we all know, the difficulty of a Heaven-level copy is extremely high, and the many countries in the world that have attacked Heaven-level copies have needed to make great efforts for this purpose. But the Dragon Kingdom was able to manage to clear the level without any injuries, which is really a bit mind-boggling. But it's undeniable that this time, the Dragon Kingdoms did pass the Heavenly tier copy, and regardless of whether or not a huge price was paid, the rise of the Dragon Kingdom has become an indisputable fact. Perhaps another sinuous dragon will be added in the Far East. Thief Nation Media. I heard that this time, Dragon Nation relied on an extremely powerful forger to be able to get through the Heavenly tier copies without any damage. As a matter of fact, that extremely powerful Forge Master Death is a Forge Master from our country. We feel intense contempt for the Dragon Kingdom for stealing our own country's Forge Master Reaper. A series of media outlets have spoken out, but that's not many governments really want to believe that the Dragon Kingdom has captured a Heavenly tier copy. It was important to realize that before this, there had only been just one Heaven-level copy that the Dragon Kingdom had conquered. And that one Heavenly-level copy, it was entirely by the Dragon Nation's people who had come forward and used their lives to be able to eke it through. According to common sense, the second Heaven-level copy should not have passed so quickly anymore, even reaching a sacrifice-free pass. How is that possible? At the very least, the US can't do it now, even if they had already broken through 6 Heavenly grade copies. But which time was it not possible to take it down at great cost? Yet the bullets flew for so many days that the last accurate news still fell into the hands of the heads of the major governments. United States, Buckingham Palace. What the hell do you guys do for a living? A full 10 days have passed since the Dragon Kingdom made this announcement, and now you're just telling me the news is true? Did they really manage to get through without damage? Damn it. I won't let them be happy about this. Seeing Mr. President's face in full fury, several of the major generals at the bottom looked at each other. But finally one of them stepped forward with a stiff upper lip and said, "Dear Mr. President, it's really too good to be true that the Dragon Kingdom has sealed the message this time. We don't even know when they opened the Heavenly copy. As for why they were able to pass through the Heaven tier copies without sacrifice, I think it's because they obtained some sort of special equipment. As they say, it's only by relying on the attributes of the equipment that one is able to powerfully break through the Heaven tier copies." Hearing the words of this major general, the president's eyes instantly became sharp. Then tell me, what equipment did they rely on to be able to break through the Heavenly tier copies? The major general froze for a moment before lowering his head. I'm sorry, but our intelligence department hasn't been able to pass on any useful information yet, and they've hidden the relevant information very well, not giving us a single chance at all. But my intuition tells me that perhaps that one powerful piece of equipment is greatly related to the Forge Master Death they mentioned. But that Forge Master is also most likely a shield they threw out to block people's ears. After all, the tactics of the Dragon Kingdom, so cunning, were a bit of a defense. Yet the president doesn't want to hear so much nonsense. I don't care what tactics you use now. Immediately go and find out about that Forge Master for me. It has to be found out, even if he's just a shield. With orders from the president's side, all the major generals gave a military salute. Yes, the breakthrough of the Heavenly grade copy was an extremely encouraging thing for the entire Dragon Kingdom. Looking around the world, the only 2 countries that could manage to break through 2 Heavenly level copies today were the Dragon Country and the Rice Country. Excluding Rice, the Dragon Kingdom is now deservedly the second in the world. After all, not all countries were as strong as the United States, able to take the lives of their generals and soldiers to fill one Heavenly copy after another without blinking an eye. Therefore, most of the countries that had broken through a heavenly tier copy inevitably retreated after seeing the extent of the loss of heavenly tier copies on the lives of their country's generals. Now, however, the Dragon Kingdom has broken the pattern, and it has jumped to become the second in the world, which is an eyesore for other countries how they look at it. It's just too hard to attack the heavenly tier copies. But it's a bit unbelievable that the Dragon Kingdom has managed to clear customs without sacrifice as well as efficiently. Although a no-sacrifice pass is better than a no-injury pass, at the very least the generals who went in were able to come out alive, and that's already a big improvement. But how did they do it? Could it be that their country has given birth to many, many transcendent powerhouses, and that's why they can go forward and back for the pass at any cost? No, no, no. That just doesn't make some sense. Countless countries were plunged into deep questioning and disbelief, but at this point, they simply couldn't pry a single bit of information out of the mouths of the media in the Dragon Kingdom. Ever since the news report of the heavenly tier replica being conquered, Lin Hao had been able to come into contact with all sorts of news reports almost every day. Especially with some of the foreign news reports, the chances of Lin Hao brushing up on them were simply not too great. In fact, it was still Lin Hao who had underestimated the importance of a heavenly tier copy to the country. It seems like this breakthrough in the heaven tier replicas will attract a lot of small countries to make deals with us. After all, the resources produced by the heaven level copies were extremely needed by those small countries, but for the Dragon Kingdom, some of the resources weren't that rare. It was important to realize that most of the resources produced inside the heavenly grade copies were things between level 70 and 80, and there were even legendary grade equipment and materials. It's just that legendary level equipment materials are so rare that countries usually don't make deals with other small countries. However, the lower-level equipment materials can still be taken out to sell. In this way, they were able to exchange the scarcer resources of the Dragon Kingdom from some small countries. It's kind of equal and reciprocal. It even added a huge wave of prestige value to the Dragon Kingdom in an invisible way. Lin Hao looked at his cell phone for a while. Since completing the vocational exam, Lin Hao's time to go to school had instead decreased. According to Lin Ainen's words, they were saying that it was hard to finish the exams and they had been guaranteed a place, so they had to take a good rest. It happened that Lin Hao was also a bit tired, so he simply rested at home for a few days, quietly waiting for the results to come down. It was just that what Lin Hao didn't expect was that the results came down a full half a month earlier than usual. Even before Lin Hao could react, Lin Ainen had already swooped and rushed towards Lin Hao's room. "Brother, the results of the Transcendent exam have come down. So hurry up and log into the system to check." Chapter 71. We don't have a forge department in our school. Lin Hao froze for a moment before opening his cell phone. Before he even logged on to the official website to check his results, a few messages immediately came on his phone. The first message was clearly from Principal Shang. "Lin Hao, your vocational exam results have come down, with a total score of 720, ranking first in the province. I don't know if you're free to come to the school to give a lecture recently?" Lin Hao froze for a moment when he saw this message. After all, he hadn't been to school for about 10 days. If he was still in the lab, he was only afraid that Principal Shang would have killed the lab already. However, the fact that Principal Shang was so concerned about his grades did make Lin Hao a bit surprised. After all, Lin Hao had already been bailed out a long time ago, so normal people should have thought that Lin Hao was just casually going to take the test, right? Now that Lin Hao's grades had come down, and they were still number 1 in the province, in turn, it gave Lin Hao a feeling of a windfall. "It just so happens that I haven't been to school for so many days, so let's go over and take a look." Lin Hao replied to Principal Shang's message, and then leisurely nestled on the sofa to read the rest of the information. Nowadays, they were in the middle of grades coming down. Coupled with the fact that Lin Hao's side was deeply concerned by all the major leaders, the information about his participation in the vocational exam instantly flew across the country like it had legs. As soon as the results came down at this moment, Zhang Fan, Li Chang, and the others had all sent concerned greetings to Lin Hao. As a result, Lin Hao's results, which were originally supposed to be kept secret, were now as if they had been made directly public. It was also the fact that Lin Hao had bailed out of St. Demon University at the moment. Otherwise, according to his trend, I'm afraid that the teachers at St. Demon University would have been unable to sit still. As a matter of fact, the teachers on the side of St. Demon University were indeed a bit unable to sit still. Although Lin Hao had already signed a contract with their school and was due to enroll in September, he couldn't help but be a professional. But Lin Hao's performance in the vocational exams this time around was just too eye-catching. You have to know that the total score of the vocational exam is only 720 points. Lin Hao even added the practical scores and directly scored a perfect score. Could be said that in the last 10 years, there hadn't been a single person with a perfect score on the exam, and as a living profession it was almost as hard as climbing up to the sky to get a perfect score, but Lin Hao had done it. Therefore, the principal of the Holy Devil University was worried that such a good seedling would be targeted by other schools, and if the duck in his mouth ran away, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. So as soon as the results came down, Lin Hao realized that he had been pulled into a group chat by Principal Shang. At the same time, Principal Shang sent himself a private message. Lin Hao, the group chat you just added in is the Holy Devil University's Forging Department freshman group. There's a teacher from the Forging Department in there to answer all sorts of questions for you. Lin Hao replied with a good word and turned his head to look at the group chat in front of him. There weren't many people in the group chat, and with Lin Hao there were only 6. Of course, Principal Shang had already been excluded by Lin Hao, because as early as when Lin Hao entered the group, Principal Shang consciously withdrew. As soon as Lin Hao entered the group chat, the group burst out with extremely strong enthusiasm. Obviously, it was only a group of 6 people, but Lin Hao froze and saw the momentum of 60 people. Gu Ziming. Welcome. Lu Xiaoxiao. Welcome to the group. Hu Bo. Welcome, brother. Zhou Jiahao. Wow. I finally waited for you, Junior. Zhao Qian. I've heard that you're a school bully. Welcome. Lin Hao really didn't expect them to be so enthusiastic, and they were all here. With the idea of politeness in mind, Lin Hao still greeted them properly. Lin Hao. Hello. I'm Lin Hao. Please take care of me for the rest of the year. Lin Hao's message had only just been sent out when a new message popped up in the next second. Gu Ziming. Lin Hao is still too polite. Our Holy Devil University's new student enrollment date is from August 20th to September 1st. So if you set a date to come to the school, you can send a message in the group, and we'll come over to pick you up. Lin Hao froze for a moment. Are all these older siblings so free? They were still on standby to greet new students at school all day during summer vacation? But Lin Hao seemed to remember that Holy Devil University didn't have a forging department. Did it? Then where did all these older siblings come from? Lin Hao was a little curious in his heart, so he couldn't help but send a message over. Lin Hao. Are the senior sisters all students of the forging department? Lin Hao's message had only just been sent, and in the next second, someone quickly replied. Zhao Qian. No, we're sophomores from the combat department next door. Zhao Qian. Wait a minute. You're from the forging department? Our school doesn't have a forging department. Zhao Qian. I don't think our school has a forging department, right? Seeing that Zhao Qian had fallen into a stage of self-doubt, Lin Hao was also a bit stunned. The other seniors couldn't help but reply at this moment. Lu Xiaoxia. Our school hasn't had a forging department since the beginning of time, but there seems to be a new one this year. Hu Bo. I've heard about it too. Hu Bo. I've also heard this news, so is Senior really the only seedling in the forging department? Zhou Jiahao. I thought Lin Hao was our direct student, but he's the only one from the forging department? Lu Xiaoxia. It seems that only that master can be the teacher of the forging department. After all, he seems to be the only one who's a forging master in the whole school, and he's also an 80th level full-grade forging master. Hu Bo. You're talking about that master. It's unlikely. When we first enrolled, didn't the older siblings say that the master hadn't come out for many years? Gu Ziming. I just didn't look at the group for a while, and as a result, I missed something? Lin Hao watched a few of them chatting excitedly, but his mind was confused. Lin Hao. Who is that master? Lu Xiaoxia. It was the president of Holy Devil University back when it was founded, but now that it's the former president, he hasn't appeared at Holy Devil University for many years. Zhao Qian. If St. Demon University really opened a forging department, I'm afraid there wouldn't be more than 5 teachers in the entire university who could go to class, right? Lin Hao couldn't help but vaguely smack his lips when he saw this data. If he couldn't even find 5 teachers, then what would he be able to learn if he went to class? Lin Hao still wanted to ask a few more questions. Gu Ziming and a few of them were already chatting. Gu Ziming. No matter what, if you're in the forging department, then the school will definitely have an arrangement. Lu Xiaoxia. When Mr. Zhao contacted me earlier, I thought Lin Hao was our direct schoolmate. Zhao Qian. Me too. At that time, Mr. Zhao told me to make sure Lin Hao was treated well. Hu Bo. Let us know when Lin Hao is ready to come to school. I'll be free on those days. Lu Xiaoxia. I'm free too. Zhao Qian. If you're all free, then I'm sure I'm free too. Chapter 72 Zhao Shang's Tactics. Lin Hao watched as the group of them played a juggling game, almost not amused by them. Lin Hao. Then I'll go over there on August 20th. Lin Hao said and exited the chat page again, looking at the flight to Imperial Capital on August 20th. It would take at least 3 hours to get from Jiangnan Province to the Imperial Capital. Unfortunately, there were no flights in the morning, so Lin Hao was only able to choose the 2 p.m. flight. Lu Xiaoxia and the few of them were obviously extraordinarily familiar with the journey back to school. Gu Ziming. What time is your flight? Senior Lin Hao? We can go over early and wait for you. Lin Hao. About 5:30 p.m. to the Imperial Capital Airport. Lin Hao's side returned the message, and Lu Xiaoxiao and the others quickly followed with their replies. Lu Xiaoxiao. All right, I'll definitely be there then. Zhao Qian. I'd love to go and see what my little brother looks like too. Gu Ziming. As the initiator, I'm definitely going. Definitely not because I'm curious about the only seedling in the forging department next door. Lin Hao looked at the group chat, but in just a short time there were already 99+ messages, and suddenly seemed to understand why Zhao Shang had arranged for a few of them to receive him. And Zhao Shang, who was being read to by Lin Hao at this moment, followed suit and sneezed, while not forgetting to wipe his nose. It's not cold? Or is someone scolding me behind my back? After saying that, Zhao Shang touched his short sleeves again and decided to adjust the air conditioning temperature upwards a bit more. While adjusting the temperature, he didn't forget to mull over Lin Hao's side. After so many days of coordination, Zhao Shang and a group of school leaders had finally pulled together the forging department's team. From the classrooms down to the dormitories, everything was arranged properly. Lin Hao, on the other hand, was the only student from the forging department this year. Since he was alone in a class, a single dormitory was definitely arranged. And he is a full provincial top scorer, so many colleges and universities are crazy about the character. Single dormitory equipment naturally must also be complete. After all, it is a talent that the top is concerned about. A room and a hall must have it. Leisurely balcony should also have it. Single shower room must have it. And this is just the standard equipment. Air conditioning, refrigerator, washing machine, kitchen, all of it. Make sure Lin Hao can feel the warmth of their Holy Devil University on that day. In addition, these days the grades had just come down, and there was still a full month before the new students could enter the university. Lin Hao was not going to be pried into by other schools during this month. Zhao Shang had even specially selected 5 chatterboxes from their combat department to accompany Lin Hao around the clock. As long as Lin Hao was happy, people would feel the sincerity of Holy Devil University. Could Lin Hao still be pried away by another school? Of course not. For this series of arrangements, Zhao Shang had racked his brains. He had even arranged for one of the prettiest girls to enter the group. Even if the 5 chatterboxes couldn't keep Lin Hao at that time, there was at least a beauty plan that could be used, wasn't there? However, for Zhao Shang's series of painstaking efforts, Lin Hao didn't feel a thing, and even dived again after bubbling in the group for a while. After all, he still had to think about what to do for tomorrow's publicity. Principal Shang was still extremely nice to Lin Hao. Therefore, for tomorrow's school event, Lin Hao would naturally do his best. After speaking to Gu Ziming and the rest of them, Lin Hao immediately went offline. Early the next morning, Lin Hao opened the door of his house in high spirits, but unexpectedly saw the 2 soldiers waiting at his door. You guys haven't left yet? Logically speaking, Lin Hao's vocational exams had already ended, and he had already been admitted to Holy Devil University. The garrison over here should have been withdrawn. Even the people in the lab on the first middle school side had been withdrawn for the most part, leaving only the people from the Education Bureau still guarding the lab building. Therefore, when he saw the 2 soldiers at this moment, and then looked at the familiar breakfast in their hands, Lin Hao would be lying if he said he wasn't surprised. The 2 soldiers had coy smiles on their faces. The leaders have said that we should escort you until you enter the university. Lin Hao nodded in understanding. Thanks a lot. The 2 soldiers shook their heads in a hurry. Compared to going out on a field mission, escorting Lin Hao couldn't even be considered a laborious task. It was completely a big long vacation for them. They rotated daily to protect Lin Hao, and not only were they able to get reinforced equipment from Lin Hao, but they also had extra bonuses. Lin Hao was particularly good at talking and treated them gently on a regular basis. When such a good thing was placed in their team, it was simply eluding existence. If it wasn't for the fact that the 2 of them were lucky enough to have been drawn here early on, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been their turn at this moment. Lin Hao nibbled on his breakfast as he walked towards the school. But in a moment, he had already arrived at the door to the principal's office. The door to the principal's office was completely open, and there were quite a few people standing or sitting inside. Lin Hao swept over with a glance and realized that most of the people in there were familiar faces. Most of those sitting were teachers from the school, while those standing on the other side were students from the school who had excelled in the vocational exams this time around. Lin Hao had just shown up, and everyone's eyes turned over in unison. The next second, Principal Shang had a big smile on his face. Lin Hao is here? Sit down. Lin Hao glanced at the students who were mostly standing and simply shook his head. Everyone was standing here piece by piece. There was no need for him to be special on this occasion. Unbeknownst to him, when those students saw Lin Hao at the moment, each one of them widened their eyes. It's student Lin. Lin's student seems to be the provincial top student in this exam. More than that, his full mark papers have all been published now. It's so awesome. He's obviously already been guaranteed a place at Holy Devil University, but he still came to take the vocational exam, and he's even a provincial top student. Sure enough, a school bully is always a school bully. It's worthy of being the perennial top student Lin. Lin Hao smiled and greeted these students. After all, everyone belonged to the top of the list in these 3 years, and could more or less be considered nodding acquaintances. The career exam could be considered a watershed moment for everyone. The type of questions in the exam will change accordingly to the occupation, but in the end it will be ranked according to the score. Usually, the difficulty of the career exams for auxiliary professions would be much greater than that of the career exams for combat professions. This also makes the total score of many candidates of auxiliary occupations to support the ranking will be more behind the combat occupations. However, in the end, school admissions would still be conducted from highest to lowest according to occupation. This was also the reason why when Lin Hao had awakened to the profession of Forge Master, the teacher still had hopes for Lin Hao. Even if it was an auxiliary profession with Lin Hao's usual grades, even if he wasn't ranked enough to get into one of the top 5 colleges, he'd still have more than enough to get into a better undergraduate program. Chapter 73 Forge Master Reinforcement Program. In Principal Shang's office, Lin Hao unsurprisingly saw Su Jia. As a candidate from the same class, Su Jia's results this time around could be considered bright. Even Lin Hao, who no longer paid much attention to school matters, had heard about Su Jia. Classmate Su, congratulations. We'll be alumni from now on. Su Jia's dream had always been to enter St. Demon University. However, the school she had previously guaranteed admission to was worlds apart from Holy Devil University. Fortunately, now she had made the right bet. Thus Su Jia quickly flashed a big smile at Lin Hao, her evening filled with relief. Yeah, from now on we'll be alumni again. So please take care of me, Mr. Lin. The conversation between the two was quickly heard by the other students, so someone immediately joked. The first and second in this year's vocational exams are both in our school. Especially Su Jia. I didn't expect that our school would be able to produce another student from St. Demon University. It's simply amazing. In previous years, Linjiang No. 1 Middle School was considered to have burned its bridges when it was able to produce 1 or 2 St. Demon universities, and usually there wasn't a single student from a top 5 institution for 5 consecutive years. However, this year, there were 2 in a row, so I'm afraid that the corners of Principal Shang's mouth would be crooked with laughter. In the face of the crowd's jokes, Lin Hao and Su Jia only laughed. After all, the 2 of them were indeed the ones who had done the best in the exams. Although everyone else had done well compared to Lin Hao and Su Jia, they were still too far behind. No matter what was said at this time, it would be easy to attract hatred. The school was able to produce so many elite students, as the principal was naturally honored. That was why Principal Shang had called them back to do publicity, but the publicity was to cheer up the younger students. It couldn't be that Lin Hao and the others were flying high this time, and then started pulling extreme crotches in the next term, could it? In that case, their first high school would really become a joke if they said it. So Principal Shang will Lin Hao several people called back to do publicity, also has to the next schoolmates tight skin meaning. Regardless of what Principal Shang arranged on their side, Lin Hao here was naturally on call. At the same time, he also started packing up his things for his trip to the imperial capital. As for the laboratories in Linjiang No. 1 Middle School, they had all started to be removed at Lin Hao's signal a long time ago. As for the Sacred Demon University orientation group that Lin Hao had stayed in earlier, it had gradually grown from 6 people at the beginning to 10. Almost every day, there were incoherent messages in the group. Most of these messages were inquiring about Lin Hao's recent situation, as well as caring about Lin Hao's recent physical condition and so on. What made Lin Hao cry and laugh a little was that these seniors seemed to be in a great hurry to get themselves to school. The enrollment date of freshmen was naturally staggered with the return dates of some older students. Especially in order to welcome the return date of the old students, it was even able to advance to August 1st. That's why everyone in the group was chatting extraordinarily cheerfully these days. Especially Gu Ziming and Hu Bo, who had returned to school early, were constantly sending all kinds of school photos to the group in a vain attempt to attract Lin Hao to report to school earlier. After seeing so many days of sugar-coated bombs, even if Lin Hao's brain is stupid now, he has also turned around. It had to be said that Zhao Shang still knew how to grasp the minds of new students. Directly from the humanistic care to start so that even if Lin Hao wants to leave at that time, then also have to be embarrassed. However, Zhao Shang's arrangement was not superfluous. Because from the moment Lin Hao vocational examination results came out, his side contacted the major colleges and universities of the admissions office teacher has been no less than 10. But in the face of the major colleges and universities digging foot behavior, Lin Hao are thankful is not sensitive. Rarely can enjoy a vacation, Lin Hao almost every day at home with Lin Anan, playing and fooling around, and then occasionally mix two sentences. The days passed by quite quickly. Soon, it was time for Lin Hao to return to school. On the other hand, Lin Hao also received news from Li Cheng's side. Our side submitted the material strengthening program you mentioned last time to the top, and after repeated tests, we found that material strengthening followed by equipment forging can indeed greatly increase the success rate of forging. At the same time, we discovered after comparison that materials that have been strengthened can indeed improve the attributes of the equipment to a certain extent, or even obtain the accompanying words. It's just that the probability of this occurring is relatively small. Lin Hao didn't expect Li Chang and the others to have already put this proposal into place so quickly. After all, the last time Lin Hao had brought it up was when he had cleared the giant god copy. Now it had only been a short month or so, and the results were already out. Don't underestimate this 1 month's time. For Lin Hao, he had a 100% forging success rate, so naturally he was able to shorten the time by a lot. However, for the major forging masters who didn't have a golden finger or a 100% forging success rate, wanting to test out a result like this often required a huge amount of data to support it. To be able to obtain such huge data in just 1 month, it was evident that there were already quite a few forging masters working overtime at the back these days. However, thinking that the profession of a forging master could be further advanced, some of Lin Hao's face brought a hint of a smile. Now that there's a direction that's good, Li Chang said with some emotion. I didn't realize that forgers would be able to further strengthen. If the strengthening materials can really be further promoted, perhaps we'll be able to develop a number of upstream and downstream forger production lines. At that time, the frontline's equipment needs will be greatly reduced. Hearing Li Cheng's words, Lin Hao froze along for a moment, but then he reacted. Forger upstream and downstream production lines. This was indeed an extremely good deployment plan. After all, there weren't many forging masters who had learned the material strengthening branch, but there were quite a few. Compared to the major occupation category of forge master, it only accounted for a very small portion. However, if the role of the material strengthening branch forgers could be maximized and their refined materials could be promoted, then the role would directly radiate to the entire forge. Then the effect would directly radiate to the entire group of forgers. You have to know that even if the country's forger group is weak nowadays, many of the equipment used by the leaders can be from the hands of the forger. From amongst Li Cheng's words, Lin Hao briefly glimpsed a glimpse of the future, but he was happy to see this evolution. There's one more thing. The progress of forging masters carrying out material refining is too slow, and as the person who came up with this direction, I'd like you to take the lead in this transformation plan. Once the transformation plan is able to succeed, we will then open a second and even a third heavenly grade copy. Chapter 74 University Orientation. Not expecting that he would be able to access such planned projects, Lin Hao's entire being became excited. Sure, but my current level seems a bit low? Li Chang smiled a little. I think you're going to start school soon, right? Lin Hao nodded. That's right, less than a week to go, Li Chang said directly. I'll send a team of people over from my side. It just so happens that Jiangnan province has recently opened a new level 50 copy for a week. It should be enough to bring it to you for leveling. Hearing that there was a level 50 copy in Jiangnan province, Lin Hao still couldn't help but suck in a breath. You know that level 50 copies are not common. Looking at the entire Dragon Kingdom, I'm afraid that the number is extremely small, and this is even more so for the heaven level copies. After all, each copy of pioneering requires great effort as well as a long time. But what Lin Hao needed right now was exactly this kind of high-level copy. Because only high-level copies bring experience gain is big enough. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Hao immediately agreed to the practicing plan that Li Chang had arranged for himself. In a full week's time, Lin Hao's level began to leap by leaps and bounds. It had to be said that with a group of army generals protecting him, Lin Hao didn't even need to make a move, and many of the wild monster bosses had already been taken care of by these generals. Of course, Lin Hao was paid accordingly. It's just that the pay he paid was nothing like the experience the generals gave him. The clock ticked down to August 20th, 12 noon. Lin Hao and his group had finally arrived at the Jiangnan province airport. Looking at his parents and Lin Anan standing outside the security checkpoint, Lin Hao couldn't help but wave his hand. Go back. As Lin Hao's figure disappeared a little bit into the boarding gate, the elite squad members over here couldn't help but report back. Already boarded. Aircraft faults have been cleared. Expected to arrive at Imperial Airport at 5:20 p.m. Arranged security personnel have been dispersed throughout the cabin. Survival equipment is in place. A series of security deployments have been put in place. Lin Hao was oblivious to this, but now that his level had risen, Lin Hao didn't really feel nothing at all. Perhaps because of his awakened profession as a forger, Lin Hao's five senses were slightly sharper than the next person. Coupled with the fact that he had stayed in a secluded space for a long period of time, the moment Lin Hao boarded the plane, he immediately judged that there were a number of escorts hidden amongst the plane. It was just that most of these escorts were dressed in civilian clothes, but the fluctuations in their breath and their eyes couldn't be fooled. Lin Hao understood that these people should have been dispatched by the Ministry of Education. After all, from the moment he turned himself over to the state, he never broke a man's side. 5:20 p.m. Lin Hao got off the plane at exactly the right time. After walking through the long connecting corridor, Lin Hao also finally arrived at the exit of the airport. Outside the Imperial Capital Airport, several young boys and girls kept waving the signs in their hands, and they even had Lin Hao's name written directly on top of their sign. Lin Hao had just come out when he caught a glimpse of the young girl with the beautiful figure. If his intuition wasn't wrong, that young girl should be Lu Xiaoxiao. Extremely consistent with the image inside the group, Lu Xiaoxiao was dressed extraordinarily simply. A long white dress, with her hair half bound up behind her head, set off her whole person with extra brightness. Because Lin Hao had never posted a photo inside the group. That was why Lu Xiaoxiao's few people didn't recognize Lin Hao in person even if they were waiting outside the airport. But they had already been informed of the flight's arrival, and the signs in their hands were waving more vigorously at that moment. Gu Ziming, can you raise the sign a little higher? Senior Lin Hao will be coming out soon. What if he doesn't see the sign later and walks right past us? Lift it up in a hurry. Gu Ziming rubbed his somewhat sore arm, his mouth half impatient. Yes, 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 I'll lift it now, Missy. Just stop yelling at me. That said, it's already been 5 minutes. Why hasn't schoolmate Lin Hao come out yet? Lu Xiaoxia also felt a bit puzzled and simply took out her cell phone directly. I'll call and ask now. Lin Hao watched as Lu Xiaoxia picked up her cell phone and simply walked directly in their direction. It was just that the Imperial Capital Airport was too big, and there was an extremely wide road separating the two classes. So Lin Hao was only able to pull his own suitcase and wait for the traffic light first. At the same time, Lu Xiaoxia's call quickly reached Lin Hao's cell phone. They had exchanged cell phone numbers before Lin Hao got on the plane. Therefore Lin Hao picked up the phone extraordinarily quickly. Sister, I've arrived. On the other end of the phone, Lu Xiaoxia's eyes still had a few moments of surprise in them. I've been talking to Lin Hao, my schoolmate, for more than a month. She had a very good opinion of schoolmate Lin Hao. But Lin Hao is usually rather dull in nature, and it is not good for everyone to pry too much into people's privacy, so the chatting is more restrained in certain aspects. But who could have thought that schoolmate Lin Hao's voice was so awesome? For a moment, Lu Xiaoxia was extraordinarily pleased with herself for personally coming to pick up the plane. Hokage were right across the street from the exit right now, and a couple of seniors are holding up signs so you can look for them first. After saying that, Lu Xiaoxiao glared at Gu Ziming and the few of them again. Hurry up and swing. Senior Lin Hao has come out. This was the task Mr. Zhao had set for them. The kind you get extra credit for doing. Gu Ziming and the others hurriedly began to frantically wave the large sign in their hands. Lin Hao watched their swarming behavior from across the road and hesitated for a moment. Should we go over there or not? If you go over there, you're going to die? But Lin Hao only hesitated for a few seconds. Okay. I've seen it and will be right over. After saying that, Lin Hao hung up the phone. Just as the stoplight had come on, Lin Hao dragged his not-so-big suitcase and walked straight toward the opposite side of the road. It was only as they got closer and closer that Lin Hao finally got a good look at Lu Xiaoxia and her large group of people. Perhaps it was because there was an authorization from Zhao Sheng. There were now a full 12 people inside the small group. On weekdays, these people just give themselves a few rules and corresponding information about the Holy Devil University inside the group. At this moment when he came to the school himself, in addition to the group of people who entered the group behind him, Lu Xiaoxiao, Gu Ziming, Hu Bo, and almost all of them were there. Gu Ziming and Hu Bo are more recognizable. But the girl beside Lu Xiaoxiao was conversely somewhat unfamiliar to Lin Hao. He vaguely remembered that there seemed to be only one girl, Lu Xiaoxiao, inside his small group, right? So where did this extra girl come from? But it's time to say no, the quality level of the girls who came out for orientation this time was pretty high. It was only because the girl next to Lu Xiaoxiao was slightly shorter and had just been blocked by Gu Ziming's few people that Lin Hao didn't see it for a moment. It was only now that he was close that Lin Hao realized that the girl's looks were also exceptionally not bad. Chapter 75 Anyway, it wasn't him, right? They hadn't been able to realize it until Lin Hao had gotten close to Lu Xiaoxiao's few people. That was until Lin Hao smiled and greeted the few of them. Senior Gu, Senior Lu, everyone. Steeply hearing someone greet them, Lu Xiaoxiao and the others hadn't reacted yet. It was only in the next second that a few of Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened. Your senior brother Lin Hao? Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes held a few moments of disbelief. When Teacher Zhao had told them earlier, he hadn't said that senior brother Lin Hao was so handsome. This face value was completely on her aesthetic point, right? Without even needing Gu Ziming to intervene, Lu Xiaoxiao had already taken over the suitcase in Lin Hao's hand. The tone of her voice was unprecedentedly warm. Elder brother, let's leave for school now. The car has already been arranged. Lin Hao didn't even notice the surprised eyes of Gu Ziming and the others around him, and even thought that Lu Xiaoxiao was always this enthusiastic. After getting into the shuttle bus arranged by St. Demon University, Lin Hao realized that he seemed to be the only freshman in the entire bus. There aren't any other freshmen? Lu Xiaoxiao spat out her tongue. Teacher Zhao said that this car is specifically here to transport you. That being said, what is it about you, Senior Lin Hao? Lin Hao hadn't really thought that he would actually be able to have a chartered car, but he soon laughed a little. There's not much to it, just an ordinary candidate. Lu Xiaoxiao and the others were all considered to be of a more lively nature. After a bit of chatting, Lin Hao also roughly knew the names of the few remaining raw faces. After all, when chatting in the group everyone would note their real names, and now Lin Hao also matched the names to everyone's faces. It was only when Lin Hao was faced with Wu Chong that he felt some emotion. When I first saw his name in the group, I thought he was a boy. Who would have thought that in reality to see is a cute cannot be cute girl and the body is still super strong kind. The name is really a mistake. Compared to Lu Xiaoxiao, Wu Chong was obviously a bit more shy, but occasionally he was still able to interject a few words. All of a sudden, the atmosphere inside the entire specialized car was made extraordinarily active. Lin Hao, have you seen the recent news? As soon as Lu Xiaoxia thought of Lin Hao's occupation, she instantly squeezed her eyes towards him. Lin Hao froze for a moment before asking in a feigned ignorance. Is it that recent news about the heaven-ranked copy being conquered? Lu Xiaoxiao immediately nodded her head. Yeah, that's the one. And now all of us are guessing whether the forger who helped the elite squad capture the heaven-level replica is that master. Lin Hao rubbed his nose somewhat sheepishly. I think it should be him. After all, if we look at the entire country, there aren't many forgers who can be as powerful as him. To be honest, Lin Hao didn't even know that he would follow a piece of the news. One had to know that when Li Chong and the others had told themselves, they had said that they wouldn't divulge a single bit of news about Lin Hao. At that time, Lin Hao had already prepared himself to be an invisible person. Who would have thought that in the news, Li Chong and the others would even give themselves a code name of death? The key to this code name wasn't even his own. It was also a very neutral one. Lin Hao now felt that his feet could only pick out a room and a hall just by listening to it. Lu Xiaoxia and the others were full of admiration at the moment. If the god of death is really that master, I think that would be too handsome. But it still feels unlikely that it's a grandmaster. The master's name has long been spread all over the country and abroad. If it's really him, wouldn't it be fine to just report his name this time? Why cover it up? Lin Hao didn't realize that Lu Xiaoxia wasn't that easy to fool, and at this point, he could only nod silently. What you said also makes sense. However, Lu Xiaoxiao didn't even notice Lin Hao's abnormality at the moment, and instead continued with interest. I've watched all the news from that day. I heard that the Grim Reaper was held in high esteem by the members of the elite squad during the interview, and that the only reason why this Heaven tier copy was able to break through was because the Grim Reaper provided the equipment. A piece of equipment that allows an elite team to push through a heavenly tier copy. How strong would that be? It's a pity that we won't be able to see it. After hearing this from Lu Xiaoxiao, Lin Hao silently touched the 1000-chance ring that he had placed in his pocket, and then seriously became a quail. It wasn't a good idea to jump out at this time. However, right at this moment, Wu Chang, who had rarely spoken, suddenly said, "Actually, I also feel that it may not be a master. On the contrary, I feel that this forger should be very young." Lin Hao's heart thumped abruptly. When he looked up, he happened to lock eyes with Wu Chang's pitch-black eyes. For no reason at all, Lin Hao felt like his little heart was being pinched in half. What Wu Chang said seems quite possible. Lu Xiaoxia was still shaking her head at the side. How could it be a young man? If young people can be that powerful? Halfway through speaking, Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly widened her eyes. Right-o. It's precisely because it's a young man that the country has given him a code name in order to protect him. If you think of it this way, it rather makes more sense. A young forger, and a forger who was able to forge a breakthrough heaven-level duplicate equipment. Now the country must be protecting him tightly. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. These two nymphets didn't have to be so smart, did they? Thinking about Wu Chang's gaze just now, Lin Hao couldn't help but ask once more. I don't know who you guys think is likely to be the god of death in the younger generation? Anyway, it was right that it wasn't him. Lu Xiaoxia thought seriously for a moment before saying, if you say that you're most likely to be the god of death in the younger generation, it should be Scythe, right? But he was already involved in several major national research projects at the age of 28, and he published a series of papers that have great research significance in the Forgemaster world. At the same time, he had also proposed median fusion with a medium element when forging equipment to increase the related success rate. And this research even directly gave him the first prize of last year's research society. Lin Hao nodded seriously. As a fellow forger, Lin Hao had naturally learned a series of information about Scythe. He chose to graduate from Star Picking Academy, which was one of the top 5 institutions. It was important to know that Star Picking Academy was famous for its mechanics. Forgers were able to better match perfectly with mechanics amongst the Picking Star Academy, which made choice uniquely qualified in all areas of research. When Lin Hao was first guaranteed a place, Starcatcher Academy had invited Lin Hao on the condition that he was a mechanic. However, at the time, Lin Hao was still more inclined towards Holy Devil University. Chapter 76, Who do you think the Grim Reaper is? Compared to a few other institutions, Holy Devil University was instead slightly weaker in the cultivation of the Forge Master profession. However, it couldn't be denied that Holy Devil University was Lin Hao's ideal institution, and it wasn't as if there hadn't been any forging masters who had applied to Holy Devil University in previous years. It was just that the requirements of the Holy Devil University were strict, which made the forging that entered the Holy Devil University every year exceptionally rare. And because there is no forging department, the forging master who enters the Holy Magic University can only be inserted into other majors for further study. But now it's different. The forging department has been opened this year. The corresponding equipment and classrooms had been prepared. The faculty was naturally all perfected under the Holy Devil University. Even to prevent Lin Hao from being too lonely in class alone this year, the Holy Devil University had admitted several students who were also forging masters in the vocational exam. It was just that Lin Hao didn't know this information. Then there was that Scythe from earlier. To be able to research a huge result at the age of 28 was already a very rare thing. One must realize that his research had directly opened up a discipline for the forging profession alone. It was called Central Mediumology. Lin Hao had also previously read the corresponding books, and the other party's research results did indeed have a very strong instructive effect. For a forger like Lin Hao, who had a 100% success rate, it wasn't that great. However, the corresponding experience could still be drawn on. For example, Lin Hao might be able to utilize the central medium to obtain some additional words when refining materials. But the central medium was extraordinarily troublesome to utilize. As the Institute of Choice had said, the central medium was extremely stable. It needed to remain extremely active in the Forge Master's forging activities, as well as maintain an extraordinarily solid balance. To put it simply, the Forge Master was able to utilize the special effects of the central medium to catalyze both the forging materials and the equipment being forged during the forging activities. However, the central medium is extremely rare. Among 10,000 forging materials, it would be difficult to find a central medium. Moreover, the ratio of the central medium also needs special deliberation and experimentation. Without a bit of family background, they really didn't dare to make it randomly. It was just that for Lin Hao and Scythe, who weren't short on money, it really wasn't that difficult to find a central medium. Lin Hao was reminded of this and secretly memorized this kind of method in his heart. Perhaps he could utilize it a bit when he ran into a problem in the future. Maybe it could bring about unexpected results. Lu Xiaoxiao's side was excited about the introduction, but Gu Zi was clearly a little less happy. If you say so, then I think Zhou Shen is the most likely, right? After all, the fields that Shinzei has been sinking his teeth into are all theoretical fields. But Zhou Shen, the direction he's researching in, is realistically going to be practiced. And it's the fact that several of the current research results have all been put into practice. To say who is most likely to be the god of death, Zhou Shen is clearly the most likely. Hearing Gu Ziming's rebuttal, Lu Xiaoxiao immediately glared at him. Even if there are multiple practical results, so what? Every one of Shinzei's theoretical publications can be a real breakthrough in limits. Zhou Shen is also very powerful, but his practical progress is too slow. If he can really reach the heavenly grade copy, then why wasn't he even named before? Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming both had their own opinions. On the contrary, Hu Bo and the few of them had to fan the flames on the side. I think Zhou Shen is the most likely. It's clearly Shinzei who is the most likely. Maybe it's neither of them? The noisy voices of the crowd gave Lin Hao a bit of a headache. However, right at this moment, Lu Xiaoxiao's death glare steeply locked onto Lin Hao's body. Senior Lin Hao, you speak. You're in the Forge Master profession, so you definitely know the two of them better. Who do you think the Reaper is? Lin Hao just wanted to find a hole in the ground to hide himself right now. Whether it was Lu Xiaoxiao or Gu Ziming, he didn't want to offend Gu Ziming also looked at Lin Hao immediately at this moment as if he had gotten a hint. Yeah. It's pointless for the two of us from the combat department to argue here. It has to be you, Lin Hao, who has to say it. Lin Hao only felt his scalp go numb, and it took him half a day to squeeze out a sentence. Maybe both of them? After all, death is just a code name. If it was in the past, Lin Hao's answer would definitely have gotten a large chunk of compliments. Lu Xiaoxia and Gu Ziming, who were right on top of it, were somewhat dissatisfied. Impossible. Death is definitely just one of them. You pick one quickly. Lin Hao silently protected his chest. I don't think it's either of them. It's me, okay? In the midst of the silence, it was Wu Chong who finally spoke up. It seems like the school is just around the corner in front, right? With Wu Chong diverting their attention, everyone reacted in a moment. Lin Hao also hurriedly threw a grateful look at the other party. To be honest, running into this kind of cultivation on the first day of school was really quite helpless. The key was that these two were speaking with reason, and Lin Hao really couldn't insert himself into it if he didn't know the correct outcome. Immediately about to get off the bus, Lu Xiaoxia directly grabbed Lin Hao's arm. Lin Hao, just hold on to me when you go down later. I'll definitely be able to help you arrange a series of school opening matters altogether. Gu Ziming snorted lightly. You can't even move Lin Hao's suitcase, and you're still able to help him with everything? Who are you looking down on? Who should is who you look down on? Gu Ziming. I'm here, your grandfather. Seeing that the two of them had a tendency to fight again, Lin Hao silently hugged his suitcase tightly before leaning towards Wu Chong's direction. Seemingly sensing the emotions on Lin Hao's side, Wu Chong couldn't help but let out a laugh. Don't worry. The two of them are often like this. It won't really be a fight in the car. Hearing Wu Chong's assurance, Lin Hao was relieved. On the other hand, the few dark guards who were trailing Lin Hao in their car at the moment were a bit puzzled. Did you guys feel that? There seems to be something wrong in that car? Why are the spirit fluctuations so strong? There shouldn't be any major problems, right? Haven't we checked those students many times? Judging from this situation, there should be no problem. The big deal is to check again when we get off the bus. The group of dark guards continued to hide their figures. It was no wonder they were so cautious. One had to know that Lin Hao was a person who could be worth a lot of money. The level of security around Lin Hao right now was feared to be much stronger than even a few bigwigs in the Kyoto military region. Chapter 77. What's the origin of this schoolmate? The distance between Holy Devil University and the airport wasn't too far. In total, it was only half an hour's drive. Seeing that the range of St. Demon University was in front of them, Lin Hao and the few of them had all shifted their attention. Lin Hao was even secretly breathing a sigh of relief. It was really because Gu Ziming had been fighting with Lu Xiaoxiao all the way, and if Lu Xiaoxiao continued to ask questions, Lin Hao really couldn't handle it. Sacred Demon University was right in front of them, so Lu Xiaoxiao naturally forgot about what she had been discussing just now, and instead, she smiled and hitched a ride on Lin Hao's shoulder. Senior Lin Hao, our school is just ahead. Any thoughts? Lin Hao was a little shocked at how quickly the girl's face changed, but in the end, he silently shook his head. I don't have any feelings. Lu Xiaoxiao was quite a bit surprised, but still cheerfully led Lin Hao all the way towards the inside of St. Demon University. Our school has been built for a long time. I believe you've already heard of it. Otherwise you wouldn't have come over. This door we're entering now is the East Gate. Follow the East Gate main road all the way up, and on the left is our... Lin Hao listened to Lu Xiaoxiao's explanation, with a bit of seriousness in his expression. And the secret guards on the other side were also reporting in droves. The target person has gotten off the bus. The target person has entered the range of St. Demon University. The target person is being held by a sister's arm in the form of a hostage. Serves you right for not having a date. Lin Hao naturally didn't know what the dark guard's side was thinking, because he was being toppled a little by Lu Xiaoxiao's waves. To be honest, with such a beautiful schoolmate standing by his side, still smiling and chatting with him from time to time, Lin Hao even only needed to look down to see Lu Xiaoxiao's choppy scenery. Without a bit of stamina, it's really a bit hard to carry. Lin Hao was too embarrassed to take his hand away from Lu Xiaoxiao's arms. At least it was a token of appreciation from his sister, wasn't it? On the other side, a figure leisurely appeared in the corner of St. Demon University. In this one corner, there were also two transcendent masters hiding. Upon seeing the visitor, the two transcendent powerhouses immediately hit the ground running. Director Chen, the person has been brought. We can leave after we hand over. Qian Chao hurriedly nodded and gratefully said towards the two powerhouses. Many thanks to all of you for escorting us. Leave it to our school next. The two transcendent powers stopped exchanging pleasantries and only nodded before disappearing into the corners of the campus. Seeing these two powerhouses leave the corner of the campus, the other dark guards were afraid that they would also withdraw at the first opportunity, so they immediately turned around and walked in Lin Hao's direction. Lin Hao was still looking at the various buildings of the campus accompanied by Lu Xiaoxiao when suddenly there was a rush of footsteps behind him. Student Lin Hao. Hearing his name, Lin Hao quickly stopped in his tracks and his head turned around. The person in front of him Lin Hao didn't recognize, but Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming were both surprised. Director Qian? After shouting, Lu Xiaoxiao hurriedly whispered to Lu Feng again. This is the director of our school's teaching department, Qian Chao. At the same time, he is also the instructor of our combat department and is now at level 78. It was important to know that when a 78-level strongman was placed inside the army, he might still be able to jump out quite a bit. But in a place like a school, it was an extremely rare existence. However, it was also possible to see where the Sacred Demon University's depth lay. Lin Hao nodded and gained a bit more respect for Chen Chao in front of him. Director Chen. Chen Chao smiled. Student Lin Hao, I heard about you a long time ago. Now it's up to me to take you to report. These few students, you can go back. Hearing Chen Chao's words, Lu Xiaoxia and the others were all surprised for a moment as well. One had to know that Chen Chao usually had to manage the huge school's teaching department, and at the same time he also had to come to their combat department to substitute for classes. As a result, he could still spare time to show Lin Hao the way now. What exactly was the key Lin Hao's origin that he was able to get a 78-level combat profession powerhouse to show him the way? However, Qian Chao didn't seem to give Lu Xiaoxiao a chance to react, and immediately took Lin Hao and hurriedly left. As for Lin Hao's luggage, it was naturally taken away by Qian Chao. Looking at the silhouette of the two leaving, Lu Xiaoxiao was still a bit puzzled. What exactly is the origin of this elementary school brother? How come even Director Qian is alarmed? Is it hard to believe that he has some powerful background? Gu Ziming was also a bit strange. Back when I was bailed out to St. Demon University, it seems like I didn't have this kind of treatment either, right? Wu Chang even shook his head. I bailed all the way up here and didn't have this kind of treatment either. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened. You guys say, if the forging department was suddenly opened up this year, could it be related to this elementary school brother of ours? After all, St. Demon University had never opened the forging department as a major in previous years. This year, it was suddenly open not to mention. And it just so happened that this elementary school brother of the forging department was also so mysterious. If the other party is very big, to be able to let the enrollment office Zhao Shang all the way to the green light, as well as Chen Chao for him to escort, it seems not unreasonable, right? Gu Ziming, however, exaggeratedly opened his mouth wide. How is that possible? Every major department that St. Demon University opens has to go through the approval of all parties in the school, and even our Ministry of Education's supervision and review. So how could it be possible for a freshman to suddenly have such an action? Besides, he's only a freshman, right? Lu Xiaoxiao was just a flash of light, but now she felt that her brain hole was a bit too big. That's true. That said, this junior high school brother is handsome and not small, so it's quite to my taste. Gu Ziming immediately flew a speechless look over. Lin Hao's side followed Chen Chao all the way around the campus. This way, Chen Chao's influence in the school was obviously not low. Lin Hao had gotten quite a bit of attention even as he followed Chen Chao around. But college students were just different, and for Lin Hao they only shared a few glances over any more than that. He knew that when Lin Hao had followed Lu Xiaoxia and Wu Chong into the school earlier, the college students had looked at him completely differently. Sure enough, there was still a big difference between a beautiful woman leading the way and a middle-aged man leading the way. Even if the middle-aged man was a 78-level powerhouse. Our St. Demon University has a long history. I believe that those few students just now have also told you about it. In the past, when the world hadn't yet undergone a mutation, the Holy Devil University had already covered an area of 4,000 acres. With the expansion of the territory, St. Demon University has produced a lot of talents, and the school's acreage size has followed suit, and has now reached 6,000 acres. This place is completely capable of adapting to the training needs of all types of occupations. Chapter 78. Opening the Forging Department Alone. Currently, the school is divided into two main departments. One is the Combat Department that you just learned about, and the other is the Auxiliary Department. There are a total of 5 main battle academies under the Combat Department, while the Auxiliary Department is divided into 3 auxiliary academies. These 3 auxiliary colleges are each divided into different specialties according to occupation. After listening to this explanation from Chen Chao, Lin Hao gradually understood the significance of the school opening a single forging department this time. It was important to realize that before this, the school had always only had 2 major departments. Now that a forging department had been added, I was afraid that after the official opening of the school, it would attract even more discussion and attention, right? But Lin Hao wasn't afraid of that. Wasn't there any less attention falling on him? Lin Hao didn't take 2 steps before Chen Chao stopped a sightseeing bus. There were quite a few of these on-campus sightseeing buses on the main road, and this was the students' usual means of transportation. Chen Chao pointed in a direction. I'm sure you've already heard of our school's famous attractions. There's the Flame Mountain, the Ice Pool, as well as the Riverview Park in front of you and so on. These buildings located on your right belong to the school's public cultivation rooms, among which there is an exclusive forging room suitable for your forging profession. So you can go and take a look if you are interested. But the school will specifically provide you with the appropriate laboratories. Lin Hao immediately nodded at this. So it turned out that there was still his own exclusive lab at St. Demon University. This treatment was really as good as it got. However, Lin Hao wouldn't be arrogant because of this is all. On the sightseeing bus, Chen Chao's introduction was still flowing. St. Demon University has been trying to forcefully develop auxiliary professions over the years, and that also includes your forging profession. According to the Ministry of Education's research over the years, although many aspects need to rely on the main combat profession to make a breakthrough, the experiments and theories have shown that the auxiliary profession has a very bright future. If we are able to maximize its potential, if the two match, this is the way that is more suitable for our survival. So in order to either cater to the current situation or the requirements of the Ministry of Education, our Holy Devil University will have to launch a corresponding pilot program at the first opportunity. And the current Sky level copy is not the highest level of all copies in Blue Star. There will be higher levels introduced in the future, and your forging profession gave us a big surprise, which is why the Ministry of Education and the school side decided that the forging profession would be opened up as a separate department. Lin Hao didn't expect the real reason to be this. But thinking about it carefully, it was also true. Such a large school naturally wouldn't specialize in opening a separate department just because he was alone. And it was still the forging department within the living profession. This is really some incredible, according to the school, their side of the idea. I'm afraid that they still want to use the forging department to carry out the pilot. The forging department belongs to the living profession, and naturally it also belongs to one of the auxiliary professions. If the forging department's pilot can be successful, the future of the Holy Devil University and even the other 4 major institutions, I'm afraid that they will gradually increase the tilt of resources towards the auxiliary professions. Among the many auxiliary professions, the fact that St. Demon University had singled out the forging department for a pilot program was its own influence. Lin Hao nodded, indicating that he understood. The speed of the sightseeing bus wasn't too fast, but the scenery viewed from above was clearly different from the scenery viewed while walking below. As he watched, the sightseeing bus made its way past some low-rise complexes and finally drove to a relatively secluded area. This piece of building complex is somewhat similar to retro architecture. Red brick walls with gray tiles. The side of the building there is a large lake. The lake water is exceptionally clear. Walking along the road, the willow trees on both sides of the lake were trying their best to stretch their branches. A glance made people feel extraordinarily comfortable. Chen Chao helped Lin Hao take his suitcase down from the car, and then pointed to the complex in front of him. "This is your dormitory from now on." Lin Hao froze for a moment. How could such a secluded place look as if it didn't seem like an apartment where students lived? As if he could see Lin Hao's thoughts, Chen Chao smiled. "Because you have a special status, the school side has arranged a separate residence for you. This place belongs to the tutor's apartment, but there's no problem at all in arranging for a talent like you to live here." After saying that, Chen Chao gave a special card. "This is your campus card. In the future, you will have to rely on this campus card for your food, clothing, housing, and transportation in the school, but compared to the campus cards of other students, your campus card has a higher privilege. Any labs and research laboratories with this campus card, you'll be able to pass through with a single swipe." Lin Hao froze for a moment. Sacred Demon University, as an important pilot unit of the country, had more laboratories and research labs here than he could even count. But it was already very surprising that such a campus card with high-level permissions would be issued to him. However, Lin Hao didn't feel ashamed of the other party's trust, but instead solemnly accepted the card. "Thank you, Director Chen." Only once the card was in his hand, Lin Hao instantly judged its material. Shen iron. This was a contraption that couldn't even be hacked with obsidian-level equipment. To forge Shen iron into a thin card, the amount of effort spent in the middle was not something that an ordinary person could imagine. At the very least, if Lin Hao wanted to forge a piece of basalt into its current form, without the cooperation of a mechanic, it would simply be impossible to accomplish. Lin Hao swept a glance at the card, and was able to read the information on it at a glance. Name Linhao. School Holy Devil University. School number 202410887401. Major Forging Department, Forging College, Forging Major Class 1. The information on the card shouldn't be any different from any other students. It just appears different specifically above the material of the card. However, this Shen iron card alone was enough to be able to prove Lin Hao's identity. The moment Lin Hao saw his specialty, he couldn't help but give birth to a few sighs in his heart as well. It really was a single major department. According to what Chen Chao had just said, a large department should contain multiple colleges underneath the college before dividing the specialty. As a result, when it came to him, it was directly the forging department to start with. Thank you, Director Chen. The first class here, are there other students who will study together? Chen Chao nodded. Because of your personal special circumstances, we have already taken in the same forging department talents from all over the country as early as the vocational exams, and organized them into a class with you. Of course, this is also to prevent you from being too lonely on your own. Lin Hao was somewhat shocked at the other party's thoughtfulness, and at this moment, he couldn't help but nod. It seemed like the school had already arranged all aspects of the situation. Even his enrollment had already gone through Chen Chao's special approval. Chapter 79 Reception Banquet. After Chen Chao left, Lin Hao walked into the apartment in front of him. On the whole, the apartment was very neat and clean, and the configuration inside was extraordinarily eye-catching. What Lin Hao didn't expect was that not only was the apartment he was assigned to a single person, but it was also a one-bedroom apartment, and although the sparrow was huge and small, it couldn't help but be complete. Satisfied with his small apartment of 50 square feet, Lin Hao had to once again marvel at the school's wealth. He had to know that as an ordinary guaranteed student, the university dormitory he was assigned to wouldn't necessarily be at this level. Worthy of being a top-tier school. The conditions given out are simply absolute. Although Lin Hao's current level wasn't weak anymore, but when placed in a top-tier academy where there were so many geniuses, if he didn't continue to work hard, it was still very likely that he would be caught up by the others. Therefore Lin Hao had to work a little harder. It seems like I have to work a little harder, so I can't let anyone squeeze me out. Because Lin Hao had reported earlier, nowadays there were still a full 10 days or so before the school officially started. Therefore, Lin Hao, who had the highest authority, naturally began to frantically absorb all sorts of knowledge. Plus, Lin Hao was already interested in other career branches. Now, he even picked a few of his favorite course books and started looking at them in advance. After a long day of work, Lin Hao had just laid down on the small sofa in his living room when Lu Xiaoxia's phone call came over. Lin Hao, a few seniors and sisters in our group discussed it and wanted to ask you out for a meal in the evening to sort of welcome you out of school. How's that? It's already busy and empty now, right? Lu Xiaoxiao had said so Lin Hao definitely wouldn't refuse. Moreover, the location of Lu Xiaoxiao's appointment with them wasn't outside the school. St. Demon University covered a wide area, and there were a full 8 cafeterias, and that wasn't even counting the various small food stores or even the food street. At this moment, Lin Hao and the others had gathered in the largest cafeteria of the Holy Devil University. Looking at Lu Xiaoxia's few people who had already arrived early, before Lin Hao could even make a sound, Lu Xiaoxia had already waved her hand excitedly in Lin Hao's direction. Senior Lin Hao, over here. The people who had arrived this time were indeed much more complete than the ones who had come to the station to pick him up during the day, and there were even a few unfamiliar faces. Under Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming's introductions, Lin Hao also roughly recognized these seniors. At the dinner table with Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming, the two people who livened up the atmosphere, even though everyone came from different colleges and majors, they were chatting extremely freely at the moment. In order to welcome the arrival of our junior brother, let's all have a drink. Gu Ziming raised the wine cup in his hand with a smile. The others also raised their cups when they saw this. Of course, there really weren't many drinkers at this table. After all, Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Chong were both girls, so the wine cups were filled with drinks. But this didn't affect everyone's ability to drink with vigor. Lin Hao's level had already reached level 28, but compared to everyone present, his level was still on the weak side. Even Lu Xiaoxiao, who was the lowest level, was already a 35-level magician. Gu Ziming, who was usually a cheeky and unorthodox person, had even reached the level of a level 40 combatant. Therefore, Lin Hao's desire to improve himself at the moment was even stronger. As soon as the people present heard that Lin Hao had the desire to learn, they immediately clapped their hands on the table. It's simple. If you want to learn, you know the school's public lab, right? Around the public lab, behind it is the school's largest experimental complex. I remember that the Forge Master has a corresponding experimental base over there. You should have no problem going over there when you have time. Lin Hao hadn't really considered laboratory learning. All along, he had relied on a large number of books to learn on his own. Now that he had entered St. Demon University, he was naturally able to access a bit more learning styles, which was why Lin Hao had gotten the idea to ask Lu Xiaoxia about a few of them. Even if everyone's majors were different, at least the means of learning was always the same, right? At this moment, knowing that there was still the laboratory path that he could take, Lin Hao secretly kept it in his mind. Okay, then I'll go take a look at it then. The few people chatted, and soon Lu Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Hao with great interest. So you're bailing in as well, elementary school brother. This wasn't something to hide. After all, every year, the students who were guaranteed in by St. Demon University made up a whopping 40% of the students. That is to say, if these talented students of St. Demon University went to the side of the road and pulled a random one, I'm afraid that all of them might have been sent me in from within the various provinces. Therefore, Lin Hao quickly nodded his head. Hearing Lin Hao's answer, Lu Xiaoxiao directly slapped the table. If it's bailed in, that's much better. Seeing Lin Hao's puzzled look, Gu Ziming on the side quickly explained. Students who are bonded in on our side have privileges when it comes to practicing leveling. Even though you're still on the low end of the leveling scale right now, after you get used to it, leveling will be fast. Lin Hao immediately nodded. The few people chatted and soon came to some gossip about the majors of each academy. Have you guys heard about this? Some time ago, someone from our magic academy blew up an entire lab building when they were researching potions. What is this? Our combatant academy side has a few unknowing people who went to the field to play wild. and as a result, they were chased by 2 giant rabbits all the way up the ass, and our mentor was so angry that he almost didn't whip this group of people. I also know that some time ago, the mechanic side researched out living machines, and I also saw rabbits with 6 extra mechanical wings. Lin Hao felt extraordinarily interesting as he listened. It could only be said that the minds of these students at the university were extraordinarily jumpy, and it didn't seem strange at all that some unexpected research and theories were being put forward here. Although there were so many people gathered in the room, one person said one sentence of chatter. But they didn't forget about Lin Hao sitting in the center at all. It was important to realize that the main character of this evening was originally supposed to be Lin Hao. They had gathered for Lin Hao for this meal. Therefore, everyone was chatting, but they didn't forget to bring Lin Hao along for a laugh. As the meal passed, Lin Hao had gotten to know quite a bit about the other colleges of the Holy Devil University. Lin Hao's side had revealed relatively little about himself. Therefore, Lu Xiaoxiao and a few others were a bit curious. Senior Lin Hao, you said you're from Jiangnan Province? There aren't many students from Jiangnan Province who are guaranteed to come here every year, and you were able to be admitted to the school, so I'm sure your talent should be very strong, right? Lin Hao froze for a moment. Externally, he had only said that he was in the forging profession. As for talent, Lin Hao had never really mentioned it. Chapter 80. Being mounted again. At this moment, Lu Xiaoxiao opened her mouth to ask. If she avoided answering, it would inevitably be too eye-catching. If he said it, I'm afraid that after this group of people got off the dinner table, they would all have to be interviewed, right? Not to avoid trouble, Lin Hao simply said bluntly. My talent is that I'm able to incidentally increase my success rate a bit when forging equipment. The main thing I do on weekdays is in the direction of forging equipment and refining materials. The few people listened in a dazed manner. After all, a different line of work was like a mountain. Moreover, the equipment they usually used could be exchanged or purchased inside the Holy Devil University store, since they wouldn't care about this little bit of success rate of forging equipment. Of course, they also didn't understand the success rate of forging equipment and how much of a role it played for a forging professional forger. But just because they couldn't understand it didn't mean that everyone would underestimate Lin Hao. Those who were able to pass the screening to enter St. Demon University were definitely not that bad, and could even be considered to be at the level of 1 in 100,000. Moreover, the annual enrollment of auxiliary professions at St. Demon University was extremely rare, and forging masters wouldn't even be able to recruit one for 2 or 3 years. Even if Lin Hao had deliberately relaxed the corresponding number of restrictions this term. But if Lin Hao was able to get into the school's eyes, that meant that the other party had some skills on him. While Lin Hao was modest, the others wouldn't take that modesty as incompetence. It seems like your talent is still quite good. Although it's an auxiliary profession, it's an indispensable one amongst auxiliary professions. I remember there is a forge master living next door to my dormitory. Her research direction should be similar to yours. Why don't you wait for me to go back at night and help you ask him what he thinks, and see if she wants to lead you in your studies? Lin Hao didn't think that there was such a good thing, and was overjoyed. It would naturally be the best if there was someone who could lead one's studies. And it was also a forging master of the same specialty and research direction, which would undoubtedly be able to save Lin Hao a lot of things. Thank you, senior sister. Lu Xiaoxiao, however, waved her hand without a care in the world. Then she directly made a call in front of Lin Hao. Are you free? I found you a direct junior apprentice brother who wants to learn about the branch of knowledge related to forging masters. I remember that you're still hiring assistants for your lab, right? This young master's talent is quite good. Intermittent words continued to pop out of Lu Xiaoxiao's mouth. Mainly because Lin Hao was listening to Lu Xiaoxiao's praise of himself, he was a little less than pleased with himself. It wasn't long before Lu Xiaoxiao hung up the phone. Done. After saying that, Lu Xiaoxiao didn't forget to squeeze her eyes at Lin Hao. This direct college sister of yours is a great beauty. The kind that many people can't chase even if they want to on weekdays. This is going to be a bargain for you, kid. Lin Hao didn't expect there to be such a thing, and for a while he was also made to cry and laugh by Lu Xiaoxiao. At the end of the dinner, Lu Xiaoxiao sent the contact information and lab address of the direct schoolmate to Lin Hao's cell phone, and then everyone went back to their dormitories. Before they left, the crowd was still a little surprised to see that Lin Hao was going in a different direction than they were going back to their dorms. Aren't all of our school dorms unified in the West District? Why are you going in the direction of the Southern District? Lin Hao laughed dryly. My dormitory doesn't seem to be quite the same as yours. Upon hearing that it wasn't quite the same, The few people present all became interested. Aren't they all student dormitories? What else is different? That's right. Go, go, go. Go see what your dormitory looks like. With that, everyone clustered around Lin Hao and started walking in the direction of his dormitory. Lin Hao could only show his hands helplessly. He didn't want to show off, but he couldn't help that so many people had to see his dormitory. So the group of people laughed and chatted and soon arrived at the bottom of Lin Hao's apartment building. Looking at the red brick and gray tile apartment building in front of them, Lu Xiaoxia and Wu Chang's eyes widened. This is the dormitory you live in? Lin Hao nodded helplessly. That's right. It was only at this moment that Lu Xiaoxiao reacted as an afterthought. No wonder Director Qian had personally led Lin Hao when he came in to report. Emotionally, he had given Lin Hao a small cooking stove. The dormitory apartment in front of her didn't look like a student's residence at first glance. The surrounding environment was even better. Lu Xiaoxiao didn't even dare to imagine how broad-minded she would be when she woke up every day and stood on the balcony, looking out at the lake view. At this moment, Lu Xiaoxia several people couldn't help but bring a bit of melancholy into their eyes. Let your mouth be cheap. How about now? You've been directly faked into it. Lin Hao smiled. Do you guys still want to go up and sit down? Now that they knew that Lin Hao lived in a dormitory that was obviously different from theirs, Lu Xiaoxiao and the others were still a little less than dead. Go! It's all the way downstairs already, of course we have to go. But with so many of us, will we make noise to your roommate? Lin Hao touched his nose rather sheepishly and didn't answer Lu Xiaoxiao's words. The matter of whether there was a roommate or not, of course, had to be left to their own devices. Actually, the difference between the teachers' apartments and the students' apartments at St. Demon University wasn't that big. It was just that most of the student apartments were 4 and 3 rooms. On the other hand, the teacher's apartment not only had more space, but all the rooms were single rooms. Other aspects are not that different. For example, the fitness room on the first floor, the water bar, and the infrastructure elevator and air conditioning were all the same. Following Lin Hao into the elevator, Lu Xiaoxia and the others were still a little jumpy. After coming to school for a year, I haven't seen this kind of student dormitory yet. Everyone else nodded their heads in succession. I haven't seen it either. Today is an eye-opener. Have you guys noticed that this dormitory Lin Hao lives in even has air conditioning in the first floor lobby? Our side of the first floor lobby doesn't seem to have anything. And in the end it's the people from the Magic Academy who throw magic scrolls into the lobby every year to be able to maintain a constant temperature. Lin Hao didn't expect the students of the Magic Academy to be so bold, but on second thought, it seemed that in this kind of top academy, this kind of thing should be within the school's permissible range. Soon, the group exited the elevator and arrived at the entrance to Lin Hao's dormitory. The school's dormitories were all swipe card entry. Whether it was the downstairs access control or the dormitory door locks, all of them relied on the campus card in their hands to pass through. Therefore, Lin Hao swiping his card to open the door wasn't that unusual. It was only at the moment when the door was pushed open in front of him that Lu Xiaoxiao, who saw the scene inside, opened her mouth wide. Holy! This is the student dormitory? Why is your student dormitory so big? 1 room. How could I ever see such a luxurious student dormitory? Not kidding me, right? Is this really a student dormitory? A series of exclamations sprang up, and at the moment, Lin Hao could feel that the crowd's sight was about to freeze him in place. Chapter 81. Are you sure you're bailing in? However, Lu Xiaoxia and the others were all people who had seen the world before, and their admiration for Lin Hao passed after just a moment. The crowd sat in Lin Hao's dormitory for a while, and quickly went back to their own dormitories. After all, Holy Devil University had a curfew. On his first night at St. Demon University, Lin Hao rested quite well. Early the next morning, Lin Hao sent a message to the schoolmate that Lu Xiaoxiao had pushed on him. The schoolmate replied pretty quickly. After getting the address of the other party's current lab, Lin Hao simply walked in the direction of the lab. Because he wasn't in a hurry, Lin Hao didn't choose to take the sightseeing bus, but instead walked there. It wasn't that far of a distance anyway, and he would be able to get there in 10 minutes or so. Along the riverbank, Lin Hao quickly found the location of the laboratory. To be precise, what stood in front of him was a series of laboratory buildings. And the location of this schoolmate's lab building happened to be in the last building. Lin Hao directly arrived at the last lab building and was about to swipe his card to enter when the cell phone inside his pocket suddenly vibrated twice. Lin Hao swiped the access control with one hand, while pulling out his phone from his pocket with the other hand, while not forgetting to walk in the direction of the elevator. However, after he saw the message from his schoolmate, Lin Hao hesitated a little. This schoolmate was recommended by Lu Xiaoxiao and was called by Euro, and just by listening to her name, he could tell that she was a person with an extraordinarily gentle temperament. Last night, Lin Hao had also learned a lot of information about the other party from Lu Xiaoxiao's mouth, including and not limited to the fact that the other party had been able to secure an early admission to St. Demon University at the age of 16. Now it was already her 4th year of studying at St. Demon University. Moreover, the other party's talent in the forging profession was extraordinarily amazing, and she even made an exception to have her own private laboratory. Otherwise, Lu Xiaoxiao wouldn't have recommended Lin Hao over. It was important to know that the auxiliary profession students of St. Demon University generally didn't own personal project labs if they didn't have a mentor to lead them. Yet Euro froze and relied on her own strength to have an exclusive personal lab. Just because of this, Lin Hao was extraordinarily curious about this school sister. However, at the moment, this school sister was still asking Lin Hao to wait outside the building for a while. After all, the school's lab buildings all required access control entry. One had to go through a heavy vetting process before being able to send their personal campus card to be entered into the access control system. Therefore, in Euro's opinion, Lin Hao, a freshman who had only just enrolled in the school, naturally wouldn't be able to enter his lab building. Who would have thought that Lin Hao had already taken the elevator and arrived at the door of his lab? When she heard the knock on the door, Euro didn't think too much about it. "Come in." Lin Hao smoothly pushed open the door, only to have a prompt sound ringing in his ears the next second. "Warning! You are experiencing an illusion attack." Illusion attack lifted. Before Lin Hao could figure out what was going on, the image in front of him shattered with a bang, like a mirror, clattering into pieces. Lin Hao also saw the face in the center of the lab, which was absolutely beautiful with a little bit of misgiving. "Sister." Euro didn't expect Lin Hao to come up so quickly. However, at the moment, her curiosity about Lin Hao had reached an extreme point, and she even ignored how Lin Hao had gotten in. "You were able to immunize yourself against the illusion I just had?" Lin Hao froze for a moment, then raised an eyebrow. "So the illusion attack just now was launched against me by senior sister?" Not expecting the other party to be able to tell what she was up to all at once, Euro was still a bit embarrassed. "I was just testing it out. Who would have thought that he would attack indiscriminately?" Lin Hao smiled. This level of illusion attack was certainly ineffective for Lin Hao. One had to realize that Lin Hao's spiritual power was now over 2,000. Unusual illusions would automatically be disarmed from their attack state when Lin Hao was on his heels. But in Euro's eyes, it turned into disbelief. "That's not right. Are you senior Lin Hao?" Lin Hao smiled and nodded. Who would have thought that Euro would immediately frown? "But Lu Xiaoxiao said that it seems like you're only level 28, right? A level 28 forger shouldn't be immune to my illusions." Speaking here, Euro's expression abruptly paused for a moment, and then she immediately looked at Lin Hao. "What's the value of your spiritual power?" Lin Hao didn't expect the other party to be so perceptive. However, having too high a spiritual power value of his own would be extraordinarily noticeable, so Lin Hao quickly replied, "Just over 1,000. Hearing Lin Hao's words, Euro's eyes followed suit with a few moments of surprise. But she didn't say anything more. A spiritual power value of over 1,000 was indeed not low. However, it wasn't like they couldn't find one in the Holy Devil University. It was just that Euro was now wondering how Lin Hao could resist her level 40 illusions if he only had over 1,000 spiritual power. Thinking of this, Euro's gaze fell on Lin Hao's body once more, and then she said definitively, "You have defense equipment on you?" Lin Hao had long since seen the perversity of these elder siblings, so he wasn't surprised at all at this moment, and even cooperated extraordinarily well by unloading his 2 pieces of legendary-grade equipment. "I'll unload the equipment." Euro was extraordinarily satisfied with this schoolmate's uptake, yet she soon shook her head again. "Let's just forget about it today. Even if you remove your defense equipment with your spiritual power level, as long as you are prepared, there isn't much reference value in attacking you again." Saying this, Euro turned her head again to look at Lin Hao behind her. "There's no need to stand at the door. Just come in. I heard that your talent is to increase the success rate of forging equipment?" Lin Hao nodded. There was still a big difference between increasing the success rate by a little bit and 100% success rate. Such a talent wasn't particularly bright. At the very least, it was in the eyes of geniuses like Euro and the others. Bayuro lightly nodded twice before she began to fiddle with the large pile of forging materials in front of her. Where have you learned in your current forging course? Which branch did you absorb? Lin Hao answered neutrally. The forging course has finished self-study of the primary textbook, and what I'm currently absorbing is the branch of refining materials. After hearing Lin Hao's words, Bayuro raised her eyes to him once more. Only self-taught up to the elementary textbook? And it was still this branch of refining materials that was absorbed. At this moment, Bayuro was even a little skeptical that Lin Hao's grades weren't faked. If it wasn't for Lu Xiaoxiao saying that Lin Hao was guaranteed entry, Bayuro was afraid that she would really suspect that Lin Hao was a student who had gotten mixed in from another school. After all, there weren't many forging masters recruited by the Holy Devil University every year, only a few, and even in the last 5 years, there had only been 3 forging masters recruited. It just so happened that Bayuro was one of those 3. Chapter 82. Schoolmate, are you looking for me? Because of the scarcity, the forging masters that were recruited were not only extremely talented, but even their grades started at level 30. However, the current Lin Hao's level hadn't reached level 30 even if, and his talent wasn't exceptionally bright, and the degree of self-learning. This is not to be mentioned. But in the end, he had nodded his head and agreed. Bayuro didn't say anything more, and just nudged towards a chair to the side. Find yourself a place to sit for a while. Lin Hao didn't treat her politely, and immediately pulled out a chair for himself and sat down. Bayuro, on the other hand, loaded the materials in her hands into a large pull-out basket to the side, then pulled directly towards the next room. Wait for me outside for a while. Along with the sound of the room door closing was Bayuro's commanding voice. Lin Hao just quietly waited outside. The lab was extraordinarily quiet. Not even a hint of the outside world could be heard. Such a quiet environment would, to a certain extent, bring about potential psychological pressure. However, for Lin Hao, this environment was instead more suitable for him to refine his materials. Lin Hao had long since gotten used to carrying quite a few materials with him. This way, he was still able to refine a wave of high-level materials when he found free time. Mainly a time management master, Lin Hao was in the middle of refining his materials when a loud bang came from within the room. Lin Hao was also startled by the loud bang. When he raised his eyes to look over, he realized that at some point the sky outside had darkened, as if there was a precursor to a storm. The window had been swept by the wind and smashed against the wall. Lin Hao hurriedly closed the window and turned his head to look at the materials on the table. Luckily, the materials placed in front of the window were quite heavy and hadn't moved out of position due to the weather. Otherwise, when Bayuro came out, Lin Hao really wouldn't be able to explain to the other party. It was just that as Lin Hao walked towards his seat, his afterglow steeply glanced at the clock next to him. He remembered that it was only 8 in the morning when he entered the lab, and now the hour hand was already pointing to 12 noon. Lin Hao was a bit puzzled in his heart. It's not right. It seems like I've only refined 3 sets of materials. How did time pass so quickly? Lin Hao always felt that there was something wrong somewhere. But at this moment, he felt a senile coolness coming from behind him. Relying on his sixth sense, Lin Hao almost immediately darted to the door of the room. Senior sister, there seems to be something wrong outside. Lin Hao's words had only just fallen when a familiar prompt came to his ears. Special copy 100 ghosts carrying coffins has opened. Coordinates 132, 158. Due to your coordinates overlapping with the location of the special copy, you've automatically entered the copy. Lin Hao was now really feeling like all of his sweaty hairs were standing up. Just by listening to the name of this copy, it didn't sound like anything good. Seeing this, Lin Hao hurriedly knocked on the door twice more. Senior sister, the copy is refreshed. Let's go. However, Lin Hao's movements were still a step too late. Realizing something, Lin Hao immediately turned his head, only to find that the window he had just closed had once again been blown open by the fierce wind. There were countless black shadows fleeing through the sky amidst the blackness of the sky. Lin Hao really wanted to curse his mother now. If Lin Hao was alone, relying on his spatial teleportation skills and his powerful shield, he would definitely be able to escape from the copy. The key was that Bayuro, who was staying in the room, couldn't do it. As a forge master, it had long been a professional consensus that attacks were weak. Lin Hao had a variety of cards to save his life, but Bayuro might not be able to escape from the copy alive. As he watched the black shadows approaching the lab, Lin Hao's knocking on the door became louder. Sister, let's hurry. It'll be too late if we don't leave. On the other side, Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming, and the few of them happened to have gotten out of class. Gu Ziming looked at the group message that had just been sent out with no reply, and couldn't help but have a few moments of wonder in his eyes. Why is Senior Lin Hao ignoring me? Could it be that he hasn't gotten up yet? Lu Xiaoxiao blankly glanced at him. School brother got up at 6 this morning, and I even sent him a message back. I guess he's going to look for senior sister Bai Yuro at this moment. As soon as he heard Bai Yuro's name, Gu Ziming almost immediately shrunk his neck, and then said boldly, "You really recommended senior brother Lin Hao to senior sister Bai?" Lu Xiaoxiao hemmed and hawed and laughed twice. Didn't I think that school sister Bai Yuro lacked an assistant? And she's been looking for an assistant for so many years. And now that it's rare to have a direct schoolmate, I definitely have to help arrange it for him. After hearing these words from Lu Xiaoxiao, Gu Ziming couldn't even help but shake his head at this moment. Then I'll just be able to wish good luck to senior brother Lin Hao. Bai Yuro's great name was something that no one knew about in St. Demon University. Unbeknownst to him, at this moment, Lin Hao was still thinking about how to escape the copy with Bai Yuro. Between knocking on the door, Lin Hao realized that the dark shadows outside the window were already approaching, and it only took a few seconds of effort to even be able to instantly rush into the lab. It so happened that also at that moment, the door to the room Lin Hao was following opened. Just as Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief, what appeared in front of his eyes was a ghastly white, lightless face. Only Bai Yuro was wearing a blood-red dress, and that long, silky hair was just hanging down on the side of his face, but it took advantage of the fact that his face was extraordinarily pale. It wasn't a sickly white. Rather, it was the grayish whiteness of a dead person. Lin Hao's pupils instantly followed suit and shook. In the next second, Bai Yuro had opened her mouth in a miserable smile and approached. Along with Bai Yuro's eerie smile, her face skin began to fall off dramatically, and in the end, only red and white flesh and blood remained. On the contrary, this face was still laughing with its mouth open at Lin Hao. "Senior, are you looking for me?" Lin Hao had never seen such a picture in his life. At the moment, he only felt that the hairs on his body were standing up with him. The 1,000 machine ring in his hand even flew out on the spot. Break! The moment the 1,000 machine ring appeared, the expression on Bai Yuro's face froze. Lin Hao, however, was only able to shrink behind the 1,000 machine ring at the moment, maneuvering it to heavily crash into the heavy black shadow at the window opening. Ka-ching! Out of nowhere, Lin Hao heard the sound of something breaking. In the next second, the image in front of him began to shake violently. Bai Yuro had seen Lin Hao throw the 1,000 machine ring with her own eyes. Before she could react, her carefully arranged illusion had just been broken right through by Lin Hao. In a moment of stupefaction, Lin Hao's nerves were just as taut as they could be, and then he planted himself heavily towards the ground. Now Bai Yuro couldn't think of anything else, and hurriedly took a few steps forward to catch Lin Hao's body. If it was any other ordinary girl, she definitely wouldn't be able to catch such a big and tall boy like Lin Hao. But who let Bai Yuro's profession be that of a forger? Chapter 83. How many more times do you want to come? Bai Yuro nodded in satisfaction, and a few moments of admiration were brought to Lin Hao's gaze. It seems like this kid is still okay. To be able to hold out in my illusion for so long, not to mention that he even directly broke my illusion. Thinking of this, Bai Yuro hurriedly looked at Lin Hao's equipment that had previously broken her illusion again. However, by the time she turned her head, Lin Hao's piece of equipment had long since disappeared without a trace. Thus, Bai Yuro also had to suppress this idea. It wouldn't be too late to ask her schoolmate later anyway. Bai Yuro directly carried Lin Hao to her lounge and laid him flat on top of the cot before quietly waiting on the sidelines for Lin Hao to wake up. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Lin Hao opened his eyes. It was just that he had suddenly been attacked by the illusionary realm, and Lin Hao's head still had some dull pain. In a daze, Lin Hao heard Bai Yuro's voice. "Your mental strength isn't bad at all. Even though you didn't hold out under the illusion attack, but you were able to wake up so quickly, it seems like you still have some strength." Lin Hao froze for a moment, and it took him a long time to react. "The copy just now was actually just an illusion of yours, senior sister?" Bai Yuro nodded with a smile. "That's right. Even though we're forgers, it doesn't mean that we can't light up some attack-type skills. For example, the illusion branch I'm learning now. The ability to use equipment as a medium host to create an oversized illusion." Lin Hao was now truly dumbfounded. It seemed like this school sister of his wasn't some kind of heartless master just by the fact that she was a forger going about developing equipment attack skills. Lin Hao would be able to tell a thing or two. And what about the fact that he said he was coming over as an assistant? What kind of person goes straight to high strength on the first day? It was just that Lin Hao's own strength wasn't bad. If it was anyone else, I'm afraid that they would have to be brought down by Euros dismounting first when they entered the door. Thinking about the illusions he had encountered when he entered, Lin Hao's face took on a bit of a bitter smile. Maybe the dismay at the door was all designed by Euro a long time ago. After all, the only way to get the truest feedback on the effects was to let a person completely relax. Because she was extraordinarily satisfied with Lin Hao as a schoolmate, Euro's tone was also quite a bit gentler than when he first entered. It wasn't until this moment that Lin Hao realized that Lu Xiaoxiao's earlier comment about people being gentle and generous might be true. But that had to be for someone Euro had acknowledged. School brother, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere right now? For safety's sake, Euro still wanted to check Lin Hao's physical condition. After all, he was his direct schoolmate, and now he had reopened the forging department. Euro didn't want such a precious schoolmate to be played out by himself. Lin Hao shook his head, and when he saw Euro approaching, he instantly remembered the image he had just seen in the middle of the replica. So he hurriedly dodged back a bit. It wasn't that Lin Hao was afraid, but the image of Euro in the copy had left too much of an impression on him. So much so that Lin Hao still had some mental shadows when he saw Euro at this moment. Sister, did you make the illusion effect so realistic? She even used herself as part of the illusion. This sacrifice was a little too big, right? Euro, however, only laughed lightly. It's your first time experiencing an illusion, so now you can look at your attribute panel, and it should have a certain growth effect. Lin Hao didn't realize that the illusion realm had this kind of effect, so he immediately clicked on his attribute panel. Sure enough, everything was recorded at this moment. You are being attacked by the illusory realm. The illusionary realm compulsion has locked onto you. Immunity is disabled. Your mental power judgment value of 2000 is lower than the limit value of this illusion realm. The power of the illusion realm is increased by 20%. Your shield skill has taken effect. Illusion power is weakened by 30%. Attacked by an illusion, your mental power decreases by 800 points. Insufficient energy. Forced to enter coma. You have experienced an illusion for 12 minutes and 31 seconds. Your energy points gained a boost. Mental toughness increased by 1%. Mental toughness permanently plus 50 points. After reading the last prompt, Lin Hao was still a bit staggered. This illusion attack had increased his attributes by quite a bit. First the mental toughness and then the permanent increase in mental strength. It completely belonged to a wave of fat. It had to be said that illusion research was still very profitable. If he was able to do it a few more times, wouldn't he be able to directly brush his attributes without any injuries? Lin Hao's thoughts were obviously exactly what Euro was thinking, only for her to soon say. The illusionary realm only has the highest attribute increase the first time, and the later increases will have a diminishing effect. It wasn't that Euro hadn't thought about the path of brushing attributes without injury. However, it turned out that it was quite difficult to go down this path. But this was also the core of what Euro had been working on all along. By the way, how much is your attribute increase? Let me record the data. Lin Hao touched his head. My mental toughness has increased by 1%, and my mental strength has permanently increased by 50. Hearing this data, Euro's eyes followed suit and crossed a few points of misplaced surprise. Increased by this much? I'm afraid that the first-time effect of the next person wasn't as good as yours. However, once Euro thought about the fact that Lin Hao's mental power was originally quite a bit higher than the average person, this value was also within Euro's estimated range of values. It was just a slightly higher value, which was still quite manageable. But the fact that Lin Hao's first-time cap was already so high instead made Euro have a few moments of eagerness to give it a try. I think you can brush the illusionary realm a few more times. Although the effects of the illusion realm will diminish time by time, since your first-time cap is higher, maybe your second-time effects will be even better than someone else's first-time effects? As soon as he heard that he would have to do it a few more times, Lin Hao hastily shook his head. Actually, I don't think it's urgent. My spiritual power hasn't recovered yet, and I also have a lot of questions I want to ask senior sister. Euro stroked her chin and thought carefully that it was right. After all, pigs had to be fattened up before they were killed. Lin Hao had only just awakened now, and his spiritual energy did need to be fattened up as well. Indeed. What do you want to ask? Euro said as she fiddled with the materials she was holding. Seeing this, Lin Hao hurriedly asked his first question. I just saw that my panel had a hint of a copy descending. So is your illusion effect still able to manipulate an individual's panel, senior sister? Is the content amongst the illusions set by school sister, or does she evolve it freely? Hearing Lin Hao's question, Bayuro followed suit and held up her chin. It had to be said that Lin Hao, the schoolmate, was quite perceptive in certain aspects. For example, the questions he was asking right now could totally be considered spot on. Chapter 84, What kind of stuff is being researched? Bayuro organized his words for a bit before leisurely saying, I don't have the ability to manipulate your personal panels, simply because the illusion realm has a huge relationship with everyone's spiritual power, since you said earlier that your spiritual power value is at over 1,000 points. That's why for this time's illusion realm limited value, I directly set it at 2,500. Those below the limited value will be forcibly dragged into the illusion realm, and there will be no hints whatsoever, and at the same time your mental power perception will be shielded and interfered with, so the panel's message will naturally not appear. And above the qualifying value is the illusionary realm you encountered when you just entered the door, and were able to be broken right on the spot by a powerful spiritual force. As for the second question you asked, the content of the illusionary realm actually has a lot to do with the equipment. And the architecture of the illusion realm all needs to rely on the equipment, and currently there are two ways to structure the illusion realm that I have found. The first is to do it in the way of copies. This kind of way is simpler and more efficient, but it requires the forger to constantly enter the copies, looking for relevant materials so that the forged equipment can be more stable to support the entire illusion. At the same time, the content of the illusionary realm will be limited by the equipment, and cannot be manipulated at will, as if the script has already been set. It is particularly troublesome to modify. As for the second way, this is more stringent. That is, it requires the forger's strong spiritual power to directly carry out the structure of the illusion. The advantage is being able to change the content with the forger's mental power control. The disadvantage is also obvious. Once the forger's mental power value is too low, the illusionary realm will easily collapse. And the medium of the second way requires a higher grade of equipment. If the medium equipment required for the first way only needs to be gold grade to be sufficient, then the medium equipment for the second way has to be diamond grade, or else it wouldn't be able to support the entire illusory realm at all. Lin Hao hadn't really thought that there would be such a convoluted theory within such a simple illusion. However, he was still extremely interested in using equipment as a medium to structure the illusion realm. If the first one is chosen, the content of the illusion can only be set before the medium equipment is forged? Bayuro shook her head. Not really. It's just that the skills I've mastered are still relatively low, and there's no way to change the contents among the illusions at will. As a matter of fact, the contents of the illusion realm in both ways can be modified according to one's heart, provided that the strength is sufficient. All I can do with my current strength is to take the medium equipment in and forge it, and modify one or two lines. As soon as Lin Hao heard the lines, he instantly remembered the words that Bayuro had shouted earlier in the illusion. For a moment, Lin Hao began to feel a chill down his back again. However, it had to be said that the branch Bayuro had taken was indeed quite bright. A forger who was able to merge with the illusionary realm would definitely be able to have an unexpected effect on the battlefield. But this branch was also quite difficult to learn. The illusion forge that I learned has a high starting point, and can only be opened when the level reaches level 20, and the proficiency increase is also very slow, coupled with the high requirements for mental power. It is now considered to be an extremely cold branch. But the advantages are also obvious. It has a certain amount of self-protection ability. Lin Hao nodded. As a forger, self-preservation ability was definitely to some extent quite a bit worse than a combat profession. But that was relative to others. For Lin Hao, as long as his equipment attributes were good enough, he would be able to casually swing out a strike and someone up on the spot. Perhaps because she was having a good time talking to Lin Hao, Bayuro was talking about everything at the moment. She even mentioned some details that Lin Hao hadn't even noticed before. After listening to Bayuro's lesson, Lin Hao looked at her with admiration. It could only be said that there really wasn't a single mediocre student who had entered St. Demon University, especially the ones who specialized in phoenix hair. Bayuro was like a fairy in Lin Hao's eyes at the moment, simply not too awesome. And when it came to her own specialized knowledge, Bayuro completely faded away from her usual gentle atmosphere, and even her personality at the moment could be completely considered lively. School brother, I've researched out quite a few illusions over the years. Do you want to take a look? Don't worry. These illusions will definitely not affect you. With Bayuro as a guarantee, Lin Hao was of course happy to see more. So soon after, Bayuro pulled Lin Hao up and walked towards the outside of the lounge. It was only after Lin Hao had left the lounge that he realized that Bai Yuro's lab was quite large. Not only did it encompass the forging area in the middle, but it also had a specialized lounge, materials room, observation room, and even a special storage room. Lin Hao and Bai Yuro walked straight through the center forging area and then headed towards the special storage room on the opposite side. After entering the room, Lin Hao realized that the size of the room was much smaller than the previous ones, and there were all sorts of formations and rune stones added around the perimeter. Bai Yuro pointed to the equipment in the very center. This is the equipment made from the materials I collected when I went down to the duplicates before, and he's able to constantly amplify one's senses. It was the first time Lin Hao had heard such a rare phrase. Amplifying one's senses, wouldn't that make it possible to manipulate it at will? Bai Yuro nodded with a smile. That's right, the materials next to it can be fused inside the equipment according to my heart. According to how much the ratio is, once the attribute share of a certain material is exceeded, then a certain sensation will be directly amplified. Lin Hao understood now. The materials used to forge this equipment should be in a state of balance. However, if the proportion of a certain material was increased, then the amplification of a certain sensation would stand out on the spot. Thinking of this, Lin Hao immediately pointed to the frozen piece of meat next to him. What is this meat block for? Speaking of this, Bai Yuro's face took on a bit of pride. This meat block is something I searched for when I was going down to the duplicate. He's the meat of the chow snake. This thing is incredibly stinky, and when added to equipment, it's able to directly amplify the stench 100 times. Hearing this, Lin Hao's pupils shook. No way. Sister Bai Yuro looked so gentle and generous. But what she was actually studying was this. And what the hell was she thinking? Other girls didn't think about how to dress themselves up and maintain their goddess persona every day. When it comes to Bai Yuro, she really doesn't take her face as her face. First, she started to engage in horror copies, and now she's starting to engage in this kind of strange and stinky fantasy world. Which one is not related to her fairy persona, right? Chapter 85. Absolute control of the illusionary realm. Illusion forging technique being learned, progress 20%. Due to your mental power attribute being too high, the learning speed of the illusionary forge profession branch has been increased by 45%. Illusionary forging technique being learned, progress 30%. Your mental toughness increased by 1%. Illusionary forging technique being learned, progress 40%. Illusionary forging technique being learned, progress 50%. Illusionary forging technique being learned, progress 100%. You have unlocked the illusion forging profession branch and gained the illusion manipulation skill. A prompt rang out, and Lin Hao's eyes were still a little surprised. He opened his attribute panel almost immediately. Lin Hao, level 28. 1,300 2,000. Sacred Forger. Life value, 3,200. Attack power, 180. Attack speed, 1 plus 1%. Movement speed, 1 plus 1%. Energy, 3,600. Skills, primary attribute stacking, reverse strengthening, sufficient forging, material forging, equal treatment, dwarf forging, illusion manipulation. Primary attribute stacking can consume specific items to strengthen equipment with specialized attributes. Adequate forging. Equipment strengthened or forged has a chance to increase its attributes and weight. Material forging. Special materials can be forged. Equal treatment. Forged materials have a chance of additional words and extra attributes. Dwarf forging. Forging or strengthening equipment reduces the consumption of materials by 10%. Illusion manipulation. When casting an illusion, you can gain absolute control over the illusion. Special attributes. Divine Forge, Sacred Forge, Giant God's Forge, Dwarf's Forge, Illusionary Forge. Divine Forging. All equipment you strengthen and forge will be successful and will provide additional attributes and additional phrases, have a chance to increase the level of the equipment, and have a chance to obtain special attributes and special phrases. Sacred Forging. All equipment you strengthen and forge will have a chance to obtain Sacred Blessing. Mega Forge. All equipment you strengthen and forge will have a chance to obtain Mega Blessing. Dwarf Forge. All equipment you strengthen and forge will have a chance to obtain Dwarf Blessing. Mirage Forge. All equipment you strengthen and forge will have a chance to gain a special Mirage effect. Are you also open? From the Unknown Forge Master. Lin Hao looked at his 2 extra attributes, and his eyes instantly followed. It was bright enough to know that the illusionary realm absolute manipulation right was already bright enough. After all, up until now, Bayuro, who had studied for 4 years, was only able to have the right to change a few lines. But Lin Hao starting out was the absolute right to manipulate the illusion. So as long as Lin Hao was able to carry the illusionary realm on top of his equipment, Lin Hao would be able to manipulate the entire illusionary realm as he pleased. As for the special effects attached to illusion forging, Lin Hao hadn't tried it yet and naturally didn't understand it. However, since he was able to rank alongside special attributes such as dwarf forging, he didn't think it would be that bad as all. Seeing Lin Hao finish so quickly, some surprise grew in Bayuro's eyes. "School brother, you finished absorbing it so quickly?" It was important to know that the illusionary forge profession branch wasn't that easy to absorb and learn. Moreover, Lin Hao had already learned the cold branch of material forging. If it wasn't for Lin Hao swearing that he would be able to learn 2 more branches of the profession, Bayuro really wouldn't have been willing to hand over the relevant learning materials to Lin Hao. At the moment, seeing Lin Hao open his eyes so quickly, Bayuro was even more inclined to fail in her heart. After all, a forger was only able to learn 1 branch of the profession, which was a common sense that almost everyone understood. However, given that Lin Hao was more interested in this, Bayuro was happy to give it a try as all. However, when Lin Hao nodded, Bayuro was completely dumbfounded. And really let him learn? And it's only been 2 hours. A career branch was absorbed just like that? Unbeknownst to him, Lin Hao was simply too skilled at absorbing career branches now. Regardless of whether it was the dwarf inheritance or refined materials, either one was extremely consuming of mental energy and energy. Compared to them, illusion forging was instead quite a bit easier. Moreover, he had the experience of absorbing the knowledge of the profession branch, and this moment was also considered to be an example of how much faster it was naturally, not to mention that he also had a speed bonus. It was just that when it was Bayuro's turn, it was a bit hard to understand. So she looked at Lin Hao with a gaze full of exploration. Just as Lin Hao was thinking about how to explain to Bayuro, the other party had already spoken out in advance. "It seems like your talent isn't bad. Since that's the case, from now on, you can take 2 hours a day to come and study with me." Lin Hao was overjoyed at the words and immediately nodded his head and agreed. "Thank you, senior sister." For the rest of the day, Lin Hao came to Bayuro's lab every morning very punctually. With Bayuro's teaching, coupled with some of his deliberate targeted training, Lin Hao's improvement was simply too fast. And Bayuro was very surprised to find out. Lin Hao his talent couldn't be more useful when it came to forging equipment. Because the biggest headache for every forger was the possibility of mistakes or failures in forging equipment. But for Lin Hao, forging equipment didn't seem to be a thing at all. Previously, Bayuro thought that Lin Hao's talent would at most increase his equipment forging rate by 5%. Who would have thought that Lin Hao's success rate in forging equipment would be surprisingly high during his next training session? And this kid's learning speed was several times faster than Bayuro had expected. There were many aspects of knowledge that Bayuro had delved into for a long time before she was able to comprehend. When it came to Lin Hao, all she needed to do was simply mention a couple of things, and Lin Hao would be able to learn by example and understand. With such amazing talent, in the end, Bayuro was a little envious. Moreover, the equipment forged by Lin Hao was not only extremely stable, but occasionally had some word attribute effects attached to it. If it wasn't used to carry the illusion, and was taken out and used alone, it would be completely sufficient. Unbeknownst to him, such an outcome was already after Lin Hao had deliberately controlled it. It was important to realize that Lin Hao's current forging proficiency, while not high, was not low either. The probability of the word attribute's energizing effect had even reached 10%. In other words, if Lin Hao built 10 pieces of equipment, at least 1 piece of equipment would be able to trigger the word attribute effect. Such a probability was extremely appalling for any forger. Even Bayuro was feeling a bit overwhelmed the more she taught. It had only been a week's worth of work, and the knowledge Lin Hao had learned away from her already topped 2 years of her research. The key Lin Hao's skill proficiency increased extraordinarily quickly as well. In just 5 days, Lin Hao's illusion manipulation was only that much worse than Bayuro's. Of course, this was only what Bayuro thought was a drop. Chapter 86. Worried Qian Chao. With the basic attributes at the bottom and a 100% success rate for forging equipment, Lin Hao's learning speed wanted to come down completely by him letting go. If it wasn't for the worry that he had gone too far, this bit of knowledge that Bayuro had taught, Lin Hao would have been able to study it all for her in just 3 days. However, Lin Hao's fast learning progress on his side was instead a good thing for Bayuro. It was important to realize that for so many years, Bai Yuro did lack an assistant to help out. As a female forger with not much difference in basic attributes, Bai Yuro's innate strength was a few points weaker than that of a male forger. Over the years, Bai Yuro had been exercising diligently, plus she had always worked alone, so she had developed a bit of strength over time. But compared to a pervert like Lin Hao, Bai Yuro still gave him most of the heavy work to do. After all, wasn't that why she hired an assistant? Moreover, Lin Hao's success rate in forging equipment was simply too high. It was even higher than Bai Yuro, who had studied for 4 years. Senior, tell me honestly, this talent increase of yours wouldn't be 70 or even 80%, right? Otherwise, Bai Yuro couldn't really explain why Lin Hao's failure rate for forging equipment was so low. Hearing Bai Yuro's words, Lin Hao's heart was somewhat amused. Elder sister had already guessed this way, so why not be a little more daring and directly guess 100%? Of course, Lin Hao definitely wouldn't say this. Even if he did, I'm afraid that Bai Yuro wouldn't believe him. Maybe in the end, Bai Yuro would have to be brought by the relevant authorities to sign a confidentiality agreement. After just a week of studying, Lin Hao was already able to work perfectly with Bai Yuro. Bai Yuro's independent research and development capabilities were extremely high, which was why the school had equipped him with a separate personal laboratory. However, a large portion of the lab's operating expenses needed to be borne by Bai Yuro himself. Bai Yuro's own equipment forging success rate wasn't very high. This also made the research funds she spent each year a huge amount. Who would have thought that Lin Hao had only been here for a week, and the related material expenses had even begun to shrink greatly. Just because of this, Bai Yuro was extraordinarily happy to teach Lin Hao more. Even the 2 hours of study per day that she had said earlier had been silently extended to 4 hours. An assistant who could save on material costs and research funds like this would be snatched up by everyone, right? Now she definitely had to do her best to keep him here. And after realizing this, Bai Yuro even invited Lu Xiaoxiao for a meal. If it wasn't for Lu Xiaoxiao's strong recommendation, maybe he would have to miss out on such a good schoolmate. As for Lu Xiaoxiao herself, she was especially surprised to learn that Bai Yuro was particularly appreciative of Lin Hao. Go Ziming and the others were even staring with their eyes about to come out. No way! Is senior sister Bai serious? He really complimented Lin Hao? It seems like Lin Hao works pretty slick on a regular basis. That said, Lin Hao is also really good. To be able to stay in school sister Bai's hands for so long, I definitely wouldn't have been able to do it anyway. Other than that, just thinking about those secret realms of school sister Bai gives me goosebumps right now. There's one thing to be said. How did school sister Bai, such a beautiful image of a girl, specialize in studying those perverted illusions? Lin Hao, have you seen those illusions of school sister Bai? Go Ziming and the few of them were chatting away inside the group chat, all the while not forgetting to cue Lin Hao from time to time. Lin Hao flipped through the group chat messages during his free time, and a few moments of amusement came out of his eyes. Initially, he also felt that the illusions Bai Yuro had researched were just a bit too perverse. Now that he had become one of them, Lin Hao only felt that he could be even more perverted. As for Lu Xiaoxiao, she silently ran to set up a relationship with Bai Yuro. Senior sister, how's Lin Hao been staying at your place lately? Is there anything you're not used to? As soon as she spoke of Lin Hao, Bai Yuro's lips couldn't help but slightly hook up. I think it's pretty good Hearing Bai Yuro's reply, Lu Xiaoxiao was like seeing a ghost all of a sudden. Is that so? It was important to know that Bai Yuro had never complimented someone so much in her 4 years at school. When she came across anything on a normal day, it was always a bland attitude. For Lin Hao to be able to get a pretty good comment from her at this moment was already very rare. Really? Then can I visit your lab tomorrow? Bai Yuro froze for a moment, then looked at Lu Xiaoxiao suspiciously. Are you sure? It seems like you used to avoid going to my lab. Why do you suddenly want to visit my lab? Lu Xiaoxiao awkwardly coughed lightly twice before squirming. Isn't it because I think that senior brother Lin Hao has gotten some surprisingly high ratings from you? That's why I'm curious he was able to stay under your hand for so long. How exactly did you train him? Bai Yuro nodded Lu Xiaoxiao's forehead in a good-natured manner. Whatever. There was nothing to keep her research a secret anyway. The real core of it, Bai Yuro had already reported it to the school a long time ago. On the other side, Chen Chao, who was the director of the teaching office, was also extraordinarily worried. Bai Yuro's great name was almost unknown in the entire St. Demon University. Even if Bai Yuro did come from the forging department, and was even considered Lin Hao's direct sister. But that didn't mean that Chen Chao was comfortable with Lin Hao staying under Bai Yuro's hand. Because of the things that Bai Yuro tinkers with on a regular basis, without a strong heart it really can't hold up. Even Chen Chao, who was the head of teaching, couldn't help but get chills every time he heard about those tactics. That's why Chen Chao privately talked to Bai Yuro from time to time, trying to get the other side to make things a little harder for Lin Hao. If the whole thing was too strong right off the bat, Chen Chao was afraid that the student would run away. After solving Bai Yuro's side of the problem, Chen Chao still had to go talk to Lin Hao. I see that you've been quite fond of going over to the experimental building lately. Are you still comfortable with the situation over there? Lin Hao smiled and nodded. It's okay. I think the illusion forging branch of the profession is quite interesting. After all, he used to be the one who got screwed over, and now it was his turn to manipulate illusions on his own. Of course Lin Hao had to play up the spirit of Bai Yuro, how perverted he could be. After getting the exact words from Lin Hao's mouth, Chen Chao also hurriedly let out a sigh of relief. Just adapt. At the moment, he didn't know that this one student, who everyone had high hopes for, had already been led further and further astray by Bai Yuro. After sending Chen Chao away, Lin Hao turned his head back to studying the illusion realm that Bai Yuro had been working on recently. Don't look at the fact that forging an illusionary realm only required one piece of medium equipment. In fact, the composition of the illusion realm was quite colorful. For example, at this moment, Lin Hao was constructing an alternative illusion realm. Chapter 87. Not a lot of good things happen to people. After coming to St. Demon University for so long, Lin Hao felt that it was about time for him to level up. By reaching level 30 earlier, he would also be able to enter the next stage earlier. After all, the students who were able to enter St. Demon University were basically all above level 30. Lin Hao, a level 28 in the middle, was really a bit out of place. Therefore, in Lin Hao's next schedule, excluding the 4 hours he spent in the lab every day, the rest of his time was basically spent practicing leveling. As for the person who would take him leveling, Chen Chao had also made arrangements long ago. Among the copies, Lin Hao was holding 2 pieces of forging materials and studying them, while on the other side, 2 people were desperately hacking away at the surrounding wild monsters. At the same time, Lin Hao's experience bar was rising as the number of dead wild monsters increased. Lin Hao's experience bar today was already on the verge of level 30. In the past 2 days, he had even followed the leveling squad that the troops had planted to keep exchanging experience. As a result, in just a few days' work, his experience bar had already reached level 29, just 1 step away from being able to leap to level 30. If I count the time, I'll definitely be able to enter the level 30 barrier today. I'll also be able to obtain a new equipment drawing. Lin Hao was just thinking about what the new equipment drawings should look like when a loud reminder came from within his brain. Congratulations, you have reached level 30. New equipment drawings have been unlocked. Congratulations, you've reached level 30. New main occupation skills have been unlocked. The 2 prompts made Lin Hao extraordinarily surprised. However, he didn't forget to call back the few people who were killing wild monsters. Let's call it a day. I'm already level 30. Thanks everyone. After saying that, Lin Hao distributed another skill enhancement coupon per person. The squad that followed Lin Hao and escorted him today had changed again. However, because they were personnel arranged from the countryside, Lin Hao was still extremely relieved to use them. In addition, they had all signed a confidentiality agreement, so Lin Hao had nothing to hide in front of them, and the payouts were also very generous. With regard to the skill enhancement vouchers that Lin Hao had distributed, the people present couldn't help but have a few happy looks on their faces. Lin Hao's name had long been spread within their Dark Guard squad. Even though a wave of people had been replaced, it didn't affect them at all to learn about Lin Hao's character in advance. The person was nice, there were few things to do, and he gave a lot of things. The main thing was that Lin Hao wasn't too demanding, and on weekdays he mainly just led him in leveling. Such a good thing was completely equivalent to a direct vacation, right? Therefore, upholding a sense of professional ethics, this time, the junior leader Dong Jie was still the first to ask. May I ask if today's mission is definitively over? Should we practice another level? After all, today's end time could be much earlier than yesterday. Lin Hao smiled and shook his head. No need, you guys go back and rest early. Hearing Lin Hao's words, Dong Jie and the rest of them all began to close up their teams in droves as well. After exiting the copy, Lin Hao was again escorted by them all the way down to the apartment building. As soon as he returned to his own dormitory, Lin Hao opened his attribute panel on the spot. Finally, he had risen to level 30, and it seemed that the attribute panel had also changed greatly. Lin Hao, level 30, 5000. Sacred Forger. Life value, 3600. Attack power, 200. Attack speed, 2 plus 1%. Movement speed, 2 plus 1%. Energy, 3800. Skills, primary attribute stacking, 80th reverse strengthening, adequate forging, material forging, equal treatment, dwarf forging, illusion manipulation, spiritual topography. Primary attribute stacking can consume specific items to strengthen equipment with specialized attributes. Full forging. Equipment that has been strengthened or forged will have a chance to increase its attributes and weight. Material forging. Special materials can be forged. Equal treatment. Forged materials have a chance to have additional words and extra attributes. Dwarf forging. Forging or strengthening equipment can reduce the consumption of materials by 10%. Dwarf forging. Forging or strengthening equipment can reduce the consumption of materials by 10%. Illusion manipulation. When casting an illusion, you can gain absolute control over the illusion. Illusion manipulation. When casting an illusion, you can gain absolute control over the illusion. Spiritual topography. When forging or strengthening equipment, you can choose to refer to the equipment and topography its affiliated phrases onto the forged equipment. The success rate of topography increases with the proficiency of topography. Special attributes. Divine forging, sacred forging, giant god forging, dwarf forging, mirage forging, divine forging. All equipment you strengthen and forge will be successful and will provide extra attributes and words, have a chance to increase equipment level, and have a chance to obtain special attributes and words. Sacred forging. All equipment you strengthen and forge will have a chance to obtain sacred blessing. Mega forge. All equipment you strengthen and forge will have a chance to obtain mega blessing. Dwarf forge. All equipment you strengthen and forge will have a chance to obtain dwarf blessing. Mirage forge. All equipment you strengthen and forge will have a chance to obtain a special mirage effect. You're hooked up too? From the unknown Forge Master. After looking at his attribute panel, Lin Hao's eyes followed suit. Lin Hao's basic attributes had changed quite a bit after he had risen to level 30. The first thing was that the difficulty of upgrading had begun to increase exponentially again, and the experience required was super double stacked. Secondly, Lin Hao's basic attributes had more or less changed. As a Forge Master, attack power and movement speed were the slowest to increase, which Lin Hao had been prepared for. However, the corresponding increase in vitality and energy was quite large. In addition, Lin Hao had also gained a new skill. Lin Hao's eyes almost lit up when he saw this new skill. This skill was completely open-ended. One had to know that amongst Lin Hao's existing pieces of legendary equipment, the words were scary, especially the Scythe of Death and the 1000 Machine Ring. If they could be topologized an unlimited number of times, wouldn't they be able to mass-produce the corresponding equipment? However, this skill still had some limitations. That was that one had to increase the success rate through constant practice. Currently, Lin Hao's success rate was still 0. Therefore, if he wanted to increase his success rate, he would have to at least try it out first. Lin Hao had quite a lot of equipment in his hands right now, so he was able to take any of it out and test it. However, in the end, Lin Hao still chose to use the medium equipment that he had forged in the lab. After all, medium equipment was much simpler and was the most suitable for use as a reference object. In case he was able to stimulate a certain phrase, he might be able to directly drag the properties of the phrase in the illusionary realm into reality. Just because of this, Lin Hao felt that he should give it a try. Now that he had spent a lot of time with Bai Euro, Lin Hao realized that his mind had opened up quite a bit. In the past, he might have only known about constantly forging equipment and refining materials. But now Lin Hao was slowly starting to come into contact with the various branches, while allowing the skills of the various branches to constantly merge, to produce the effect of 1 plus 1 being greater than 2. Chapter 88 New Equipment Drawings. It was just that currently Lin Hao had a difficulty. That was that materials were too scarce. After all, Lin Hao didn't have his own personal laboratory yet. In the past, Lin Hao only needed to make a list of the materials he needed and hand it over to his teacher or principal to be able to pull it directly to his lab. But now the circumstances had changed. Lin Hao's only current counterpart was Chen Chao. So if Lin Hao needed materials, he still had to contact Chen Chao's side to deal with it. I'm really changing my docking station for a different place now. Lin Hao was a little amused in his heart. But soon his phone call went to Chen Chao. Director Chen, are you sleeping now? I've reached level 30 today, but I need a large amount of materials for me to forge equipment. Also, what type of equipment is needed on the army side? Can you give me a general idea? It would be better if I can find reference equipment. Maybe I can try my hand at mass customization. After hearing this long paragraph from Lin Hao, Chen Chao was even a bit unresponsive. Mass customization? Are you taking on jobs in such a wide range now? Could still be self-customized? Hadn't it always been Lin Hao forging out whatever equipment he wanted and the army side distributing it as needed? Now it was good that Lin Hao had opened up the customization service again. It seemed like the next major military regions would have to grab their heads again. Thinking about this, Chen Chao couldn't help but sigh. Worthy of being a talented person who was looked upon by the people at the top. Look at the business scope of this person is really wide enough. Which forger would dare to work directly with them on a high-volume customization task? But Lin Hao really dared to do so. As for the word maybe, in Lin Hao's words, it had been completely thrown out of Chen Chao's mind. In his case, there was no such thing as maybe, right? No problem. Just make a list of what materials you want and send it to me. I'll mobilize it for you right away. And see if you need a personal lab on your side. After all, you have to have a lab to store materials, don't you? Lin Hao thought for a moment before nodding. Then I'll trouble Director Chen on your side to help me arrange it. Director Chen immediately jumped up in excitement at the words. He had been given an order from above. No matter what Lin Hao's requirements were, he would just directly green-light it. Right now, he was still able to handle this little matter of Lin Hao's with a steady hand. Plus, Chen Chao was the director of the teaching office, so he was able to negotiate such a small matter. Early the next morning, a large cart full of materials that Lin Hao had asked for was pulled into his personal lab. At the same time, the army also sent a lot of reference equipment for Lin Hao to choose from. After all, Lin Hao had said so. If their side sent in reference equipment, Lin Hao might be able to give them a batch of similar equipment. If it really worked out, then it wouldn't be a dream for the army to be configured for everyone, would it? Therefore, Lin Hao's little request was basically something that everyone could fulfill. Aside from some special materials on Lin Hao's list that he hadn't found yet, all the other materials were already in place. Lin Hao roughly scanned the list and realized that the special materials that hadn't arrived yet were all needed for his new equipment drawings. The new equipment drawing Lin Hao had opened yesterday. At this moment, he couldn't help but bring the drawing back out. Congratulations on obtaining the drawing. Sprinting Talisman. Unlike the 1000 Chance Ring, this equipment drawing should be the main speed attribute. And it was likewise a piece of auxiliary equipment. Lin Hao even made it a point to look at the relevant introduction of the Sprinting Talisman. Sprinting Talisman Diamond Grade. Wear level? Level 30. Attack plus 500. Defense plus 500. Attack speed plus 30%. Move speed plus 40%. Skills. Sprinting. Slow. Sprinting. In addition to the basic attribute bonus, you can get 50% attack speed bonus and 50% movement speed bonus when you are in sprinting state. Slow speed. Under slow speed status, it can weaken unlimited number of enemy target units by 50% attack speed and 50% movement speed. After reading the relevant introduction, Lin Hao was completely dumbfounded. Nice guy. He was still agonizing over the fact that his movement speed and attack power were too weak. As a result, the next second he was presented with such a great treasure. In particular, the current basic attributes of the Sprinting Talisman were so bright that Lin Hao didn't know what to say. One should know that he himself already came with 30% attack speed, and if he was in the sprinting state he could also gain an additional 50% attack speed bonus. So Lin Hao was able to gain an 80% attack speed bonus. At the same time, this thing was not only able to increase their own speed, but also able to weaken the speed of enemy units. And there was no limit to the number of enemy units. That is to say, if used properly, this is also a group control equipment. Whether it was the Death Scythe or the 1000 Chance Ring, so far it was only a single piece of offensive and defensive equipment. However, it was different. Although it was an auxiliary equipment, it was capable of group control. With this piece of equipment in hand, Lin Hao was able to have a bit more confidence in his heart. After all, sometimes it was useless to just run fast yourself, you had to make the enemy run slow as well. With a piece of equipment whose basic attributes were already so unbelievable, the materials Lin Hao needed were particularly special. Especially the Windwalker's Bone main material, which was even harder to find. Nowadays, the Windwalker rats were at the top of the movement speed charts. This also made it impossible for anyone to capture a Windwalker, and as for the bones of a Windwalker, they were even harder to obtain. Lacking major materials, Lin Hao could only go ahead and deal with the other equipment at hand even if his heart was still in turmoil. After all, he hadn't forgotten that he still had to improve his topiary proficiency. So Lin Hao was basically living a 3.1-line life during the time he was waiting for his forging equipment materials. Every day, his own lab, Baiuro's lab, and the dormitory were running 3 ways, and his day-to-day schedule was even more full. During this time, no matter if it was Lu Xiaoxiao or Gu Ziming, they had all come over to visit. After all, Lin Hao the schoolmate is still quite to their liking, in case really scared herein by Baiuro what happened, the crowd that shall not pity death. Lin Hao had entered the experimental building, and was living like a fish out of water. If it is not Chen Chao every day, let yourself take care of the body, I'm afraid Lin Hao will have to sleep in the laboratory building every day. One had to know that the personal labs were specially equipped with restrooms. Still, Lin Hao hadn't gotten to the point of this kind of sleep and sleeplessness after all. He merely used most of his time each day to continuously increase his proficiency. Just like this, the materials in the lab were still starting to decrease in batches. At the same time, the equipment being shipped out was even more batch after batch. Chapter 89 Proficiency increased 2 levels in a row. At the same time, Lin Hao's spirit topography skill proficiency also began to rise rapidly. At first, Lin Hao was still a bit uncomfortable with the spirit topography skill. But after gradually getting the hang of it, he realized how tough this skill was. The various types of equipment sent by the army could be described as varied. Similarly, the equipment words required by different military regions were different. There were those that specialized in warriors, others that specialized in tanks, and those that specialized in archers. In order to adapt to the different professions, the equipment phrases naturally had to change. In the past, every time Lin Hao forged a piece of equipment, there was bound to be uncontrollability in between. But nowadays it was different. With the spirit topping skill, as long as Lin Hao selected the reference equipment, then the success rate of the topping would be at least 20%. Even if the topography wasn't successful, at the very least, the equipment that Lin Hao had forged would still be usable, wouldn't it? As batches and batches of equipment continued to be shipped out, Lin Hao's proficiency skyrocketed, and even the illusion manipulation skill improved a lot along with it. This was an unexpected blessing. Lin Hao guessed that there might be a commonality in the middle. Therefore, whenever Lin Hao used the spiritual topography skill, the skill proficiency of illusion manipulation would also rise. Upon further reflection, Lin Hao realized that both of these skills required medium equipment. In this way, Lin Hao forging a piece of equipment would instead enable the proficiency of the 3 skills to increase, which would be a big saving grace. The only thing that was bad was that Lin Hao's energy value was not quite enough right now. Frequent forging of equipment would logically only consume Lin Hao's physical strength. However, Lin Hao still needed to use his mind control skills, so his energy consumption was exceptionally high. Despite this, Lin Hao was still excited to pull his training level to the extreme. That's right, Lin Hao had forged batches and batches of equipment, and now it had been treated as a training mission for him. After all, this was something that a national father had paid for, specifically to allow him to brush up on his proficiency. Wouldn't it be too unconscionable if he wasn't able to capitalize on this? Not to mention that these batches of equipment were shipped to the major armies, and Papa Nation was going to settle the payments for himself. You should know that Lin Hao had already spent most of his savings on buying that house, although he had sent a lot of equipment to the Jiangnan Provincial military region. But most of them were taken by Lin Hao to buy some rare materials. Now Lin Hao's hands are still a bit stretched, so he's looking forward to relying on this order mission to realize a wave of blood. Unbeknownst to Lin Hao, a steady stream of equipment from his side was being delivered to the major military regions, but the leadership of these military regions were almost scrambling for these batches of equipment. Lin Hao, this batch of equipment attributes obviously extraordinarily suitable for our military region. Who said that? Our military region has so many divine archers. This batch of equipment should be given to us. Damn you! What kind of tank equipment does an archer use? We have so many frontline fighters. If this batch of equipment isn't given to us, who else can it be given to? It was a pity that these flurry of disturbances couldn't reach Lin Hao in the end. Because right now, as long as anyone with a discerning eye could see, Lin Hao had already immersed himself wholeheartedly into the world of forging equipment. And only if Lin Hao worked hard on forging equipment would everyone be able to receive a steady stream of mass-produced army equipment. As a result, Lin Hao's daily schedule was now a full one. In the morning, he basically stayed in the experimental building, learning along with Baiuro. In the afternoon, Lin Hao dove headfirst into his own laboratory, until his energy value was used a little bit before calling it a day. As for the evening, Lin Hao simply carried the Scythe of Death that had just been sent back, as well as a group of dark guards into the duplicates to practice leveling. Managing his time in such a way directly made the group of dark guards all a bit, well, jaw-dropped. No way! Are all the newcomers nowadays already so ruthless? When I first just entered the army, it seems that I didn't even have this essence. Suddenly I feel like I'm not working hard enough. This is a bit too ruthless, isn't it? Lin Hao was completely unaware at the moment that his image amongst the Dark Guards group had shot up another level. All in all, Lin Hao was quite satisfied with his current state. Another week down the line, Lin Hao's proficiency was skyrocketing. The Spirit Topiary skill had even directly advanced 2 levels. Now Lin Hao's success rate for topography had also increased to 30%. The later it got, the harder it would be to increase the success rate. Lin Hao had already realized this, which was why he needed to keep practicing. As time passed, it was soon time for school to start. Lin Hao was worried that the batches and batches of materials being transported to the experimental building would be a bit eye-catching, so he just stopped his spirit topography training. At the moment, he was focusing most of his attention on his illusion manipulation skills. Even though Lin Hao had absolute control over the illusionary realm nowadays, the arrangement of the content and the forging of the medium equipment, and even the fusion ratio of the materials all had extremely strict conditions. Even Bai Yuro, who had been studying for 4 years, couldn't control it to perfection, let alone Lin Hao, a newcomer who had only just started. Compared to Bai Yuro, Lin Hao still had some advantages. After all, his success rate for forging equipment was 100%. Even if there was a small problem with the ratio, Lin Hao would still be able to forge the medium equipment very well. It was just the effect of the medium equipment that would be a question mark. In the lab, Bai Yuro's face took on a bit of caution. Today, let's talk about how to arrange the ratio of materials, which is also an important factor related to the solidity of the illusion realm. Nowadays, your coordination of material proportions is still a bit weak. This must rely on practicing more and reading more. Bai Yuro rambled on, and Lin Hao hurriedly took all these words to heart. Don't look at the fact that his illusion manipulation proficiency was already much higher than Bai Yuro's. In fact, when it came to the distribution of material ratios, Lin Hao still had to deliberate and re-deliberate. Moreover, material ratio distribution also belonged to a professional branch of forging masters. Those were the 2 courses of material structuring as well as equipment decomposition. According to the original learning process of a forge master, material structuring and equipment decomposition both belonged to the second half of the university's course of study. However, because Lin Hao had started out as a career branch and it was still the coldest career branch, therefore, the material structure and equipment decomposition courses were temporarily explained to him by Bai Yuro. Fortunately, Bai Yuro's experience was still sufficient, plus the 2 of them had bonded quite well during this period of time, so Bai Yuro was able to understand every single one of Lin Hao's explanations and could even think out of the box and innovate a little bit. Without having to be busy forging equipment every day, Lin Hao was able to spend most of his time learning these lessons. Naturally, he wasn't worried about starting out later than everyone else. Chapter 90. Card Bug. Super God Invincible Equipment. The enrollment at St. Demon University was a bit different from what Lin Hao had expected, but it wasn't too far off. Now that it was September, the weather in the imperial capital was exceptionally hot. As a matter of fact, the new students should be arranged for classes and tutors and so on. But the key lies in the Holy Devil University will start a month-long familiarization process when the new students enter the university. After all, the Holy Devil University covered a vast area, plus there were many attractions and various types of copies. If there are new students who are curious, go in and take a stroll. It may not be possible to say that it is 10 days of effort to pass. Therefore, the Holy Devil University simply directly opened up the January arrangement for new students after enrollment. It was also a way of letting these new students first skill up for life within the university. But this was convenient for Lin Hao. Originally, he was worried that he would have to enter a close course of study after the start of the school year. Who would have thought that there would be a month of free time after the start of the school year? Lin Hao had come to school early, and now that he had an extra month to study for nothing, he couldn't be happier. Having just heard the relevant news from Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming, Lin Hao revised his schedule the next day. Because he had already studied for half a month on Bai Yuro's side, Lin Hao was considered to have completely gotten into the branch of illusion forging. So accordingly, the study time would be reduced from the original 4 hours to 2 hours. Actually, Bai Yuro was quite reluctant to let Lin Hao shorten his practice time. The point was that she really didn't have much to teach now. To be precise, Lin Hao's learning process had already been able to catch up with by Euro's learning process. If there was something missing between the two, it was probably those 4 years of experience. Every day at 7 in the morning, Lin Hao would arrive at by Euro's lab on time. At 9 o'clock, he went back to his own lab in a smooth manner, burying his head in forging equipment, earning money while also being able to raise a wave of proficiency for himself. Only when his energy points were almost empty would Lin Hao follow a group of dark guards into the middle of a copy to practice. After all, after entering a copy, Lin Hao wasn't able to study full-time, so he simply rested inside the copy to recover his stamina. Arranging his time in this way, on the contrary, allowed him to live each day to the fullest. On this day, Lin Hao felt that his spirit topography proficiency had finally jumped up another level. At this moment, Lin Hao's success rate for spirit topography had already reached 40%. It was close to over half the success rate. As usual, Lin Hao took out the appropriate materials and threw them directly into his forging space. At the same time, his hand followed suit and placed it on the medium equipment in front of him. As a matter of fact, the medium equipment under him had also been handcrafted by Lin Hao himself. It was considered an extremely fine piece of equipment in every aspect of its attributes. God of the Hunt Helmet Diamond Grade. Wear level? Level 40. Attack plus 50,000. Defense plus 20,000. Attack speed plus 300%. Move speed plus 100%. Skills: Poison Barrier, Strike. Poison Barrier. After hitting an enemy, 20% probability of triggering a poisonous miasma effect that paralyzes the hit enemy unit and its 100-meter range, the enemy unit for 5 seconds. Blitz. 80% probability of triggering a blitz effect when attacking an enemy. This piece of fine equipment was the reference equipment that Lin Hao had carefully selected. If the equipment he had forged could inherit the corresponding skill phrases of the reference equipment, then there would be a large number of equipment suitable for archers that would be put on the battlefield. Although this piece of fine equipment was far inferior to Lin Hao's Death Scythe or even the 1000 Machine Ring, it couldn't be compared to the attributes of this piece of equipment. However, the attributes of this piece of equipment were so good that it exploded. The equipment that Lin Hao had shipped out earlier had obviously caught the eyes of the leaders of the major military regions. That was why they had sent the Death Scythe and the God of Hunter's Helmet to Lin Hao in such a hurry. Lin Hao quietly waited for the equipment to take shape within the forging space. Half an hour passed, and Lin Hao finally waited for the familiar beep. Equipment forged successfully. You cast the Spirit Topography skill on the God of Hunter's Helmet. This forging is successful. This forging has triggered a divine forging effect, increasing your attributes by 5 times. Seeing the relevant prompts, Lin Hao's eyes couldn't help but be stunned for a few moments. This was the first time he had triggered a divine forging effect since he had been top-stitching equipment. It was important to realize that Lin Hao had never once triggered it before this. Even he had subconsciously thought that the spirit topping skill was too strong, so there was nowhere to drill a loophole. Who would have thought that now it would actually allow him to find a bug? Perhaps the probability of Lin Hao's sacred forging effect triggering was just too low before. As a result, several large batches of equipment had been shipped out one after another, and Lin Hao had only succeeded in triggering it for the first time until now. After figuring this out, Lin Hao's heart and mind stirred. If he was really able to trigger the divine forging effect at the same time as the spiritual topography, wouldn't that mean that every batch of equipment Lin Hao forged in the future would be able to probabilistically obtain a piece of equipment that had a several-fold increase in attributes? Thinking of this, Lin Hao almost couldn't wait to look at the equipment he had just forged. With just the first glance, Lin Hao's eyes followed and shook. God of the Hunt Helmet King Grade. Wear level? Level 60. Attack plus 250,000. Defense plus 100,000. Attack speed plus 1500%. Move speed plus 500%. Skills: Poison Barrier. Strike. Poison Barrier. After hitting an enemy, 60% probability of triggering a poisonous miasma effect that paralyzes the hit enemy unit and its 100-meter range, the enemy unit for 5 seconds. Strike. Attacking an enemy with 100% probability of triggering the strike effect and 20% probability of triggering the must-die effect. Lin Hao let out a long sigh. I didn't expect that the Spirit Topiary skill would be so unbeatable when combined with the Sacred Forge effect. The point was that this attribute was a bit too amazing, right? Not only had the attack power directly doubled 5-fold, even the attack speed had reached an extremely shocking level. In addition to the doubling of these basic attributes, the skills of the equipment had also been strengthened. From this, it could be seen just how strong the increase of the Sacred Forging effect was. It was important to know that the Death God's Scythe's current attack was only 150,000 tons. And this was still a value that was only obtained after strengthening it 5 times. But the equipment he had just forged was different. This was a brand new piece of equipment, and it was only because of the combination of the spirit topiary and the sacred forging effect that he was able to obtain such a horrifying base attribute. Then Lin Hao's mind wandered a little further. If he kept using the legendary equipment as the base attribute of his new equipment, and occasionally triggered the sacred forging effect a few times, wouldn't he end up being able to get directly stuck in the battlefield? In the end, wouldn't he be able to directly get stuck in a bug and obtain a super god level invincible equipment? Chapter 91 Mass Production Program. Of course, Lin Hao could only think about it now. The energy consumed by spirit topography was simply too great. With Lin Hao's current energy points, it was completely insufficient to allow him to topograph a legendary level equipment. Currently, Lin Hao was already at his limit when he was able to topograph 3 diamond level equipment per day. As for equipment above the diamond level, Lin Hao hadn't been able to try it yet. With this piece of diamond level equipment as a base, Lin Hao could be said to be full of vigor, and even wanted to wait to verify his own vision. Thus next, Lin Hao continued to take a piece of diamond grade equipment to perform spiritual topography. As for the king level equipment he had just forged, Lin Hao didn't dare to take it out at all. With his current strength, not to mention king level equipment, even if it was obsidian level equipment, Lin Hao would have to weigh up whether or not he had enough spiritual energy and energy points. Lin Hao wouldn't easily put himself at risk until he was sure of everything. It was a pity that Lin Hao had been experimenting until the evening, but he hadn't been able to come across another holy forging effect equipment. Although it was a bit of a pity, Lin Hao also understood that there was no rush in this regard. After all, right now Lin Hao was just a novice. Simply relying on some visions in his head wasn't enough for him to be able to validate them. By the next day, Lin Hao realized that his spirit topography proficiency had followed him up quite a bit. Under his excitement, Lin Hao dropped the diamond grade equipment he had just forged into the forging space, this time in passing. With his other hand, he touched another diamond grade equipment. Unlike previous days, forging equipment usually required a wait of half an hour to an hour. If it was a higher grade equipment, waiting for a day, 2 days, or even 3 days would be normal. However, this time, only 10 minutes had passed before Lin Hao heard a familiar voice. You performed a skill spirit toppling on the god hunting glove. This spirit development was successful. Hearing the prompt, Lin Hao was still somewhat skeptical that something was wrong with his ears. It wasn't until he backed up and glanced at that panel prompt again that he truly understood that it was actually really a skill topper. Lin Hao was now dumbfounded. All this time, he had thought that he would only be able to choose reference equipment for random topology. Who would have thought that spirit topography also came with a designation? And it can also be able to designate skill tokens. You know that the reason why these equipments are constantly sent to him is not the words underneath each piece of equipment. Now Lin Hao had already forged several batches of equipment, only to be told that there was a lighter way to go. Lin Hao's entire being was in a bad way at the moment. However, Lin Hao quickly adjusted himself while flying to call Chen Chao. I need a batch of white plate equipment. No attributes, no professions, just white plates, the kind without words. Lin Hao's request was just too strange. However, Chen Chao had long gotten used to Lin Hao's various lists in the past plus the fact that white plate equipment was really a catch. After all, it wasn't like any forger was like Lin Hao, casually creating a piece of equipment that came with a word effect. In fact, the market occupied by white plate equipment was quite large. It didn't take long for a large batch of whiteboard equipment to be delivered to Lin Hao's lab. Lin Hao looked at these white plate equipment and realized that some of them even had pitifully low attributes. However, Lin Hao didn't take these equipment attributes to heart, and instead picked up a random piece and threw it directly into his forging space. Before throwing it in, Lin Hao didn't forget to look at his attributes. Killing God Face Scarf Gold level. Wear level 15. Attack plus 500. Defense plus 100. Attack speed plus 0.3%. Move speed plus 0.5%. The base attributes of this equipment are not considered good. In the end, it was only a level 15 equipment, and to be able to have this kind of attribute was barely good enough for others. Just for Lin Hao, this attribute was simply equivalent to nothing in his eyes. But it happened to be more convenient for him to verify his next idea. Lin Hao placed his hand once again on top of the diamond grade equipment at his heels. Compared to the gold grade equipment from the party, this diamond grade equipment was obviously much brighter. With different grades, the basic attributes naturally differed drastically. Not to mention that he was originally from the head of Lin Hao, and his skills were the highlight of it. You perform a skill spirit topography on the shield ring. This spirit development was successful. Seeing the relevant prompt, Lin Hao immediately raised his eyes to the piece of gold-ranked equipment from the party. Killing God Face Scarf Gold level. Wear level 15. Attack plus 500. Defense plus 100. Attack speed plus 0.3%. Move speed plus 0.5%. Skills. Shield. Thunderbolt. Shield. When hit by an enemy unit, it will autonomously deploy a shield with a life value of 30,000 for 10 seconds. The Thunderbolt. When the shield is removed, it can produce a 5-second lightning strike effect on enemy units within 100 m of the surrounding area. The moment he saw the attribute phrase, Lin Hao's eyes lit up. Sure enough, there was a shortcut to take, and this shortcut can smell a lot better than the next one. You have to know that it only takes 10 minutes for a diamond-level equipment to be thrown into the forging space to copy the skills of other equipment. Now a gold-level equipment to copy the skills of other equipment do not even need 3 minutes. If the army could give him a big supply of white plate equipment that had already been forged successfully, then as long as Lin Hao had the right reference equipment at hand, it would be entirely possible for him to realize mass copy production. It was much easier to realize that the topography of a piece of white plate equipment could be much easier to come by than forging while topographing the equipment. Having figured this out, Lin Hao immediately brought his own equipment that had just been successfully tested to Chen Chao. The moment he saw Lin Hao, Chen Chao was still a bit bewildered. Didn't this kid soak in the lab every day? Basically, he leaves early and returns late, and he doesn't see the head of the dragon, and he relies on his cell phone to contact him on weekdays. Why suddenly came to find himself? However, the moment he saw the equipment Lin Hao pulled out, Chen Chao immediately perked up. Is there something wrong? At this moment, Chen Chao had already gone through all the source channels of all the equipment inside his mind, and had even envisioned all sorts of possibilities. However, no matter how many scenarios he had envisioned, when it came to Lin Hao's face at this moment, everything was turning into nothing. I've just worked out a new method for mass-producing equipment. This method is more efficient and faster than the one I discovered earlier. It's just that he has obvious drawbacks as well, so I thought I'd come and ask which option is preferred on the army side. After saying that, Lin Hao spread out the two pieces of equipment and pushed them in front of Chen Chao. The equipment on the left is something I discovered when I was performing equipment topography, and I was able to continue triggering special effects during the process of topography, and the resulting increase in attributes is extraordinarily amazing. Hearing Lin Hao's words, Chen Chao immediately turned his gaze to the diamond-grade equipment on the left. Rather than trying to be mentally prepared, the moment he saw the attribute skill, Chen Chao still couldn't help but widen his eyes. Chapter 92: A God Born for Forging. For a moment, Chen Chao was beginning to wonder if there was something wrong with his eyes. Therefore, after briefly rubbing his eyes, Chen Chao realized that all the values hadn't changed at all. By this moment, Chen Chao had finally felt the shock from Lin Hao's forging strength head-on. If everything he knew about Lin Hao before was from the military and orders from the top, then now Chen Chao was completely and utterly shocked by Lin Hao's forging strength. Now, Chen Chao knew why Lin Hao was being paid so much attention and even valued by the people above him. Because Lin Hao's forging strength could no longer be considered a genius, it was clearly at the level of a pervert. It was even beyond the realm of normal people's understanding. Imagine a piece of equipment that hadn't been strengthened. How in the world did it reach 150,000 attacks? And this was still a king-level equipment. Lin Hao had long since gotten used to these looks of surprise from them. After waiting for Chen Chao to reply himself, Lin Hao nodded at the table. This equipment is a reference equipment for the total trademark, plus my own talent bonus that inspired the Divine Forge effect to have such amazing initial attributes. Chen Chao finally found his voice. Then how will this equipment's attributes change after it's strengthened? After all, the equipment that Lin Hao had taken out was only diamond grade, but the basic attributes were solidly topped over. Lin Hao mused for a bit before giving a rough answer. Actually, this piece of equipment is from my second topography, and it has a king-grade equipment on it. Lin Hao reintroduced the equipment that had first inspired the divine forging effect. Upon seeing this piece of king-grade equipment, Chen Chao's emotions weren't as shocked as they had been in the beginning, but his pupils still couldn't help but dilate a few points along with it. This was because the attributes of these two pieces of equipment were almost identical. If it wasn't for the fact that the two pieces of equipment were of different grades, I'm afraid that Chen Chao would have gotten himself easily confused. However, this was precisely able to corroborate what Lin Hao had said earlier. He was able to completely stamp over the attributes of the corresponding equipment, provided that he had enough proficiency and was able to succeed. Even if there was less than half the success rate now, but such a horrible attribute was placed in front of Chen Chao, he felt that the leaders of the major military regions would be happy to fight for it. After all, who didn't want their military region to be strengthened more? Moreover, the equipment Lin Hao had made this time was completely aimed at archers and the brittle professions with fewer bloodstains. If they could be utilized in large quantities on the battlefield, they would definitely be able to reduce a lot of casualties. Thinking of this, Chen Chao couldn't help but bring a bit of a positive color to his eyes as well. Wait for me to record it. These records would end up being reported back in their original form. As for why Lin Hao wasn't allowed to do the reporting, it wasn't because it was enough for perverts like Lin Hao to study forging properly on weekdays, and this kind of work with a pencil of course had a specialized person in charge. Lin Hao himself didn't think there was anything wrong with this, and soon began to give a detailed explanation of these two pieces of equipment. During this time, Chen Chao also asked quite a few questions. The basic attributes of these two pieces of equipment are already so strong. If they are strengthened, Lin Hao raised his eyes and said in a fixed manner, "If these two pieces of equipment are given to me to strengthen, I have a 60% certainty that they will be upgraded by at least one grade within 10 levels of strengthening." Chen Chao's hand that was taking notes followed by a heartbeat that was even heavier like a drum. 60% certainty? That meant Lin Hao had at least a 60% success rate. He hadn't been in contact with Lin Hao for a long time, but that didn't affect Chen Chao's judgment of Lin Hao as a person at all. Lin Hao wouldn't say something like that until he was absolutely certain. Therefore, Chen Chao had absolute trust in everything Lin Hao said. It was precisely because of this that Chen Chao felt too appalled. This youth in front of him was clearly a god specialized in forging. Lin Hao nodded. Not bad. After all, this was the first time Lin Hao had seen such strong basic equipment. If it could be given to him to strengthen, at the very least, he had a 60% chance of triggering the divine forging effect. In case he was able to trigger a huge increase. By then, it wasn't impossible for a king-level equipment to leap into a legend-level equipment. After all, no matter if it was the Scythe of Death or the Thousand Machine Ring, wasn't it all like this? Chen Chao hurriedly wrote down a line, then nodded heavily. I will truthfully report all of this information to them. As for what to do with these two pieces of equipment, I'm afraid I'll have to wait until their arrangements come down before I can make a decision. Lin Hao stated that he understood. In fact, the two people sitting opposite each other already knew it by heart. With such an enlightened presence as Lin Hao, as long as it wasn't a little cutie, these two pieces of equipment were definitely going to end up in Lin Hao's hands for reinforcement. Just imagine, in the entire forger world today, who else could have an extremely high forging success rate like Lin Hao, while also being able to trigger multiple blessing effects? Chen Chao shook his head. After finishing organizing the records in his hands, his gaze quickly went to the equipment on the right. It was different from the diamond grade equipment that Lin Hao had taken out. The grade of this piece of equipment was obviously much lower. Chen Chao even read all the attributes of this equipment in one glance. Killing God Face Scarf Gold Grade. Wear level 15. Attack plus 500. Defense plus 100. Attack speed plus 0.3%. Move speed plus 0.5%. Skills. Shield. Thunderbolt. Shield. When hit by an enemy unit, it will independently deploy a shield with a life value of 30,000 for 10 seconds. Thunderbolt. When the shield is lifted, it can produce a 5-second lightning effect on enemy units within a 100 m range. If one were to look at the grade alone, perhaps Chen Chao would still think it was no big deal. By the time he saw the attribute skills behind it, Chen Chao's mouth couldn't help but open wide. These skills. Chen Chao immediately looked at Lin Hao, his eyes filled with disbelief. Who could have imagined that a piece of gold-level equipment that was so ordinary would actually have such terrifying attribute skills? It felt like the tail of a phoenix had been forced onto a crow. On the contrary, Chen Chao scrutinized it several times and didn't find a single problem. This equipment? Lin Hao nodded. This equipment is the white plate equipment you provided over earlier, only it was utilized by me in a small way. Right now, the skill phrases on top of these whiteboard equipment happen to be the ones possessed inside the attribute skills of the reference equipment I selected earlier. Hearing Lin Hao's reply, Qian Chao always felt as if he had touched something, but couldn't recall it for a moment. Thus, he could only quietly wait for Lin Hao's next words. Chapter 93: The Anger of the Major Military Regions. Lin Hao didn't let Qian Chao down, and immediately explained. After a test on my side, the blank plate equipment you guys provided over, my side can only tread print the relevant attribute phrases. And it can also greatly shorten the typography time with these attribute phrases. I believe that for the army it will also have a considerable boost, right? After all, even if it was an army, it wasn't as if everyone had a diamond-grade equipment. Gold-grade equipment was instead the norm amongst the army. However, the attributes of the gold-level equipment that the current warriors were using were just a little too poor. That was why Lin Hao had raised the idea of scavenging those blank gold-level equipment and adding some strong attribute skills. And while it turned out that this could indeed shorten the time tremendously, there were also corresponding drawbacks. The equipment forged after this typography method will most likely produce a situation where the base attributes do not change much afterward reinforcement. That's why the elimination rate of this type of equipment is extremely high. After listening to Lin Hao's words, Qian Chao followed suit and nodded in satisfaction. You've made a good point. But this type of equipment happens to be more suitable for the warriors on the battlefield. They are at a time when they are lacking in equipment, and the equipment has durability along with wear and tear. Once the limit is exceeded, the equipment becomes a heavy burden for the warriors rather than an excellent aid. But if we can constantly provide this kind of high explosive equipment, it will definitely be able to produce exceptional results at the last minute. Lin Hao was exceptionally agreeable to this. That's what I was thinking too. It's just a pity that I don't have enough energy value right now. And this piece of equipment hasn't been tested yet. Lin Hao nodded at the golden equipment placed on the table. This time, without waiting for Lin Hao to speak, Qian Chao had already said first. Good point. I'll arrange for someone to go down to the copy to test it now. It wasn't that Qian Chao didn't trust Lin Hao, but every extremely strong piece of equipment that had just appeared would be dragged out to walk around the copy by them. Just by looking at the death god's scythe, one would be able to tell. Moreover, every new piece of equipment that appeared, making the appropriate retention records, that was something that should be done. Especially the data inspection, even if the sun was shining some, it couldn't be helped by the soldier brothers who were working now. Lin Hao nodded, sort of acquiescing to Qian Chao's idea. I still have quite a bit of equipment made on my side, Director Qian. Do you think it's a good idea to make a trip over to my side? Or should I bring it over and hand it over to you together next time? As soon as he heard that Lin Hao still had equipment, Qian Chao was almost unable to restrain himself from standing up, and it was even harder to hide his excitement in his tone. Go, go, go. Let's go to your place now. Will the stuff be kept in the lab or your dormitory? Lin Hao rubbed his nose. In fact, his one-room dormitory had gradually become his lab. But in terms of neatness and categorization of things, it had to be more comfortable in the lab. They were silently leading the way in front. The stuff is in the lab. Hearing the name of the laboratory, Qian Chao instantly transformed into a gorilla and ran towards the laboratory with a salivating face holding a large basket in front of him. It had to be said that an almost level 80 big brother could run as fast as he could. On the contrary, Lin Hao, who was following behind, almost couldn't keep up. In the end, Lin Hao put on his own hand-forged king-level equipment, and this was a great way to smooth out his heart. After catching up with Qian Chao's pace, Lin Hao directly led Qian Chao into his own lab, and at the same time spread out the results of his day in front of Qian Chao. Some of these equipments that Lin Hao had forged were all white plate equipments, while there were also some that had inherited all of the attributes of the reference equipments. In the middle of this pile of equipment, Qian Chao nearly looked straight in the eyes. So many. Lin Hao nodded. You're going to be conducting tests on your side anyway, so why don't you just directly take all of this equipment and test it? Hearing this, Qian Chao couldn't even help but gulp a bit, and in the end, he froze and curbed this horrible idea of his. Right now, it was only feared that some of the neighboring military districts were waiting for Lin Hao's equipment assistance. It would only be best to let the soldiers from these military districts carry Lin Hao's equipment for testing. So Qian Chao quickly agreed. Then I'll take all of this equipment with me. It just so happens that the northern military region is lacking a batch of equipment, so I'll have them take it and send it back to me after they've finished testing it. Lin Hao raised his head for a moment. You have to send it back after testing it? Qian Chao gave a hefty laugh. Don't you still have to give them reinforcements here? Hearing this, Lin Hao was left speechless. However, the purpose of his search for Qian Chao today had been completed in a round and beautiful way. Lin Hao didn't follow along on this test, but rather waited for feedback from Chen Chao's side. This was because Lin Hao's equipment for this wave had stronger restrictions on occupations. The equipment had only just been sent to the northern military region, and they immediately transferred a group of new recruits. After distributing the equipment to these new recruits, they threw the people into the appropriate copies. These new recruits were not as powerful as the veterans. However, this batch of equipment happened to need the feedback of these new recruits. Now it was just right. When the feedback data reached the hands of Yang Gang, the head of the northern military region, the other party's hands were trembling. With this data, letting this group of brats take a set of equipment and go into the copy to push horizontally is considered cheap. But thinking about it, Yang Bang really didn't dare to have any thoughts at all. Right now, the people from the other military regions were all watching intently. Therefore, Yang Bang quickly transmitted the corresponding feedback data to the group of their major military regions. Less than a second after the data was released, it directly ignited the anger of the entire military region. However, this anger wasn't directed at Lin Hao, but rather at an unexpected angle. Why wasn't such equipment sent to our military region for testing? What the hell do you mean, Chen Chao? I'll ask Chen Chao if you're looking down on our military region? This is great. Once this batch of data comes out, I don't believe Yang Bang he'll be willing to hand over the equipment. I'm already prepared to fly a plane to come and grab it. Old Yang, remember to prepare the equipment on your side. Seeing these replies, Yang Bang himself was dumbfounded. Not. These equipments were given to them to test. Then by rights it should be taken over by all of them in the military region. How come now it's blowing up a bunch of people who are coming to rob them instead? This is also too much of a bully, right? In fact, Chen Chao hadn't thought of it himself. He is just close to find a military region to test equipment. How now also out of these moths? 94 chapter equipment out of the question. In the end, the ownership of this batch of equipment naturally fell to Yang Bang's head. It was important to realize that the military exchange meeting was coming up soon. Calculating the time, the northern military region led by Yang Bang even needs to be all on board. With this batch of equipment provided by Lin Hao, the chances of winning would be a bit greater by then, wouldn't it? The main reason was that this batch of equipment provided by Lin Hao was just too good. It would be a pity to take it to a single copy, but now it was just right to keep it for the military exchange. Lin Hao was also a bit stunned after hearing the news. One should know that several military region leaders had been fighting for their heads earlier. How come it suddenly calmed down all of a sudden? Combined with Chen Chao's sinister smile, Lin Hao couldn't help but shiver. What exactly was the so-called military exchange meeting? Thinking about it, Lin Hao asked. There was nothing to hide on Chen Chao's side. There have always been military exchanges. It's just that they never invited us in past years. Generally speaking, military exchange meetings are geared towards a wide range of countries that have developed over the years. Countries like Rice, Sunset, Sakura, Thieves, and so on have formed their own schools, completely not giving our country a chance to join in, but because this year we broke through the heavenly level copy, and it was still a zero-sacrifice breakthrough, that's why there is a spot for this year's military exchange meeting. Lin Hao couldn't help but nod his head when he heard this. This year's military exchange is them coming to give us a hard time under the guise of an exchange? Lin Hao's words were extraordinarily surprising, yet they cut straight to the heart of the matter. That's right. That's precisely why the military exchange is extra important to us. There is no room for error. Lin Hao let out a light laugh. I didn't realize that they couldn't do anything else, but they had a knack for these twists and turns. So which countries are participating this time? Chen Chao mused before saying. The only countries participating this time should be the Thief country, the Sakura country, and the Sunless country. Lin Hao froze for a moment. What about Rice? Chen Chao sneered. They've done too many hypocritical things. How could they stand with a group of juniors to provoke us? As the saying goes, all important characters come out last, so I'm sure that people must have had a decision in their hearts for a long time. Moreover, there are a group of minions to open the way for him. No matter whether he wins or loses face in the end, he at least has a way back, right? But Chen Chao was more worried. I am afraid that this military exchange meeting will not be as calm as they expected. It's not like we haven't actually participated in similar events in past years. But the players from those countries are a little too damaged. That's why I think they're afraid that this time they'll bring quite a lot of ideas with them, and even make a direct, dirty move in this exchange. Chen Chao's words were not a false accusation, but this kind of thing was something that had actually happened. Lin Hao naturally believed in the front. Then just have a real fight with them. But there's surprisingly no Tianzhu kingdom in this military exchange? Hearing Lin Hao's words, Chen Chao let out another cold snort. How could there be no Tianzhu kingdom? People are the most loyal little brothers. In fact, he also sent out a corresponding invitation. It's just that our side doesn't even bother to take it into consideration. A bunch of clowns, not even comparable to those two tiny countries. Chen Chao and the others were naturally impatient to deal with them. Lin Hao, on the other hand, couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw this. Looks like I'll have to speed up my topography lately. Can I go over and take a look at the military exchange meeting at that time? Chen Chao immediately said. Naturally. Lin Hao thought of the upcoming military exchange meeting, and it was a fight. However, the demand on the military region side was so great that Lin Hao ended up having to focus on the little bit of time he had every morning. So he immediately sent a message to Bai Euro. Senior sister, there's something going on in the last couple of days, so I'd like to take 2 days off. Bai Euro had gotten along with Lin Hao for so many days and knew more or less about his nature. So when she saw the message he sent at the moment, she couldn't help but be concerned about his recent situation as well. Is it something very troublesome? Do you want me to help you? Lin Hao hurriedly replied. No need, a little something. Seeing Lin Hao say that, Bai Euro no longer forced herself. So for the rest of the day, Lin Hao began to devote himself to his lab. Especially once he had researched a new path, Lin Hao began to spare no effort in topologizing the relevant attribute phrases. The only time Lin Hao would use full attribute topography was for the few pieces of equipment he wound up with every day. Despite this, Lin Hao's proficiency followed suit and rose rapidly. This batch of equipment involved the next military exchange, so Lin Hao didn't dare to put it off at will. He was also much more cautious when selecting the equipment attribute phrases. From Chen Chao, Lin Hao knew that most of the troops sent out for this military exchange were level 40 to 50. Therefore, the suitability of the equipment Lin Hao had to take into account as well. Lin Hao's side began to forge equipment in earnest, and in fact the soldiers on the military region side weren't much better. Everyone knew that the military exchange was just around the corner, so they trained even more as if they were furious. Several batches of Lin Hao's equipment had already been delivered to the military region. A portion of the soldiers had already gotten their hands on the brand new equipment to start testing it out, and the excitement in everyone's eyes when they initially saw the equipment couldn't be covered up by any means. But as Lin Hao's equipment arrived one batch after another, the coverage became wider and wider. The soldiers finally realized something was wrong. This equipment Lin Hao had sent was just a little too abrasive, wasn't it? However, 100 things were wrong. Lin Hao had a few weary moments in his demeanor this day when he had just shipped out today's batch of equipment. However, when Chen Chao's phone call came over, Lin Hao's complexion abruptly followed. What did you say? There's something wrong with the equipment I sent over? Chen Chao nodded, panic filling his tone. Someone from the military region side just called. There's a problem with a piece of equipment. It seems to be an illusion. Can you see if there's a problem with the equipment you sent over today? As soon as he heard about the illusion, Lin Hao's heart stuttered, and then he began to take stock of his lab. The placement of things in his own lab was disorganized, but Lin Hao and the rest of them, the forgers, all had a number in their hearts. After an inventory, Lin Hao was still a bit helpless. There's indeed a piece of equipment missing. It should have been accidentally mixed in when it was conveyed over today. This illusion medium equipment was something Lin Hao had only forged 2 days ago. As for the effect, Lin Hao felt a little toothache in himself. But when he thought that this thing was in the military area, Lin Hao hurriedly got into the spirit again. Chapter 95. Military exchange opened. This piece of equipment wasn't difficult to activate, so I suppose it was opened when it was issued to the soldiers. Do you think it was turned off on my side in the past? Or should I teach you the method? Chen Chao was all a bit fired up. Whoever's equipment got the illusion is full of nasty stuff. If we don't remove the illusion, I'm afraid that the soldiers who entered the illusion will vomit their intestines. Lin Hao handed them the method to undo the illusions, and soon a storm stopped. But that just made Yang Bang and Chen Chao realize something. It was important to realize that most of the equipment Lin Hao had sent over was between level 40 and 50. After all, it had to be suitable for warriors as well. Instead, the piece of illusionary equipment Lin Hao had sent over was level 30. It was thought that Lin Hao had kept it for his own experimentation. A level 30 piece of equipment, even with its carelessness, had directly put down half the military region. This was a situation that had never happened before. And don't underestimate the ratio of half a military region either. It wasn't just the fighters who were hit at the time, even the instructors and others were all pulled in. This showed the strength of this piece of illusionary equipment of Lin Hao's. Thinking of the problems he was likely to face next, Yang Bang secretly poked and moved. It was already the next day when Lin Hao received the message from Yang Bang. In response to Yang Bang's request of wanting a batch of illusionary equipment, Lin Hao was a bit teary-eyed himself. But this kind of thing Lin Hao did was still a thief. Just forging illusionary equipment requires the use of materials that can be much more, which is more tedious than the simple spirit topography, can even be said to be more than 100 times more difficult. Therefore, this kind of illusion equipment naturally could not be mass-produced, and even less could be supplied to the hands of every warrior. However, it could not help that the radiation range of the illusionary equipment was large, and it was also considered to be a card for the family. Lin Hao was busy forging equipment every day, and his forging space hardly ever had a break. Fortunately, all the materials Lin Hao needed were provided by the national father's side, even if they were hard to find on weekdays. When it came to Lin Hao's place, there was a sufficient supply, so Lin Hao's proficiency increased extremely quickly. In just half a month's work, his strength had already risen by a large margin, and his success rate was approaching 100%. In the laboratory, Lin Hao couldn't help but sigh lightly as he looked at the array of materials at his heels. I didn't expect to improve so quickly this month. It seems that people's potentials are all pushed out as well. But a simple attribute word topo and a full attribute topo are still much worse exactly. This was something that Lin Hao had gradually figured out in his long hours of forging equipment. If it was just attribute phrase topography, even if the success rate was high, he would only be able to copy the relevant phrase effect onto another piece of white plate equipment. It was very difficult to trigger a divine forging effect or even other blessing effects. Whereas if Lin Hao chose the all-attribute topiary, then there was a high probability of triggering the sacred forging effect, ushering in a full increase in attributes. This was also one of the ways to explode into powerful equipment. It can even be considered the only way. It was just that full attribute topography was still a bit too troublesome in the end. With Lin Hao's current energy value, he would only be able to topograph 5 pieces of equipment per day, and that was based on his rising proficiency. Therefore, Lin Hao was only able to focus on the previous single attribute topography. It wasn't like single attribute topographies weren't capable of triggering the divine forging effect. It's just that the probability is extremely low. Even if Lin Hao sent out batch after batch of equipment these days, it would already be considered good if 1 or 2 of them could trigger the effect. With such a large base, Lin Hao felt that he should probably do some research on how to boost the effects of attribute phrases quickly and efficiently. After so many days in the lab, Lin Hao was able to say that he knew absolutely nothing about the outside world. Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming had both taken turns looking for Lin Hao as well. But every time, Lin Hao either said he wasn't available or was busy. Anyone else, after contacting him a few times, might have consciously retreated. But they couldn't help that Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming were curious. That night, once again learning that Lin Hao was busy, Gu Ziming couldn't help but send a message. "Senior Lin Hao, you're working a little too hard, aren't you? If I remember correctly, from the time you came to school until now, you've been soaking in the lab almost every day? The point is that, at this point in time, everyone should be asleep, right?" It was only Lin Hao, the desperate man, who was surprisingly still slaving away in the lab. Even Gu Ziming was a bit skeptical that the reason the lab was equipped with a restroom, couldn't it be that it was prepared just for people like Lin Hao? As a matter of fact, Gu Ziming's guess was really right. Lin Hao had been soaking in the lab these days, even his food and drink were in the lab. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a specially prepared lounge in the lab, I'm afraid Lin Hao would be bearded from his research these days. But the effect this brought was also first-rate. A month passed like water, and in the blink of an eye came the 4th of July. It was also the time when the freshmen started their classes precisely. At the same time, preparations for the military exchange for them were already underway. As early as half a month ago, Lin Hao was still buried in the lab. Teams from several countries had already entered the imperial capital one after another and had begun preparations. It was just that Lin Hao was so absorbed in his own research that he had no time to worry about any of this. Now that Lin Hao had a clue, he was naturally able to set his sights on outside matters. Qian Chao hadn't missed out on coming to Lin Hao's lab during this period of time, telling him about things in other countries. This time, the Sunless Kingdom is leading the team with a transcendent powerhouse, and his name is extraordinarily loud in the circle. And he's a thoroughly hostile party. Lin Hao nodded. Every country was different. Take the country of sunset. Their country is now divided into two forces, one being a rival party and the other being the conservative party. The hostile party, as the name suggests, is extraordinarily radical in its views on their country and some of its initiatives. The conservative party is relatively more keen to establish friendly relations with them. It's just that the two parties alternate interspersed. The Dragon Kingdom has never been in the habit of meddling in the internal affairs of other countries, and has only watched from the sidelines in this regard. At this moment, in a certain rest room, Jack, the leading officer of the Sunset Empire and the central head of this time, cleared his throat to a group of soldiers. "Hey, guys, I think you all realize what we're here for. For the rest of the day, I want you all to give it your all. Let these yellow-skinned monkeys completely understand who should really dominate this world." Chapter 96, Timelessness, Right Place, Right People. And the same situation was actually playing out inside the rest rooms of several other countries. Inside the thief country's lounge. Damn it. This time out was nothing short of an ordeal for me. Who says it isn't? I've seen a lot of things from our country here. These despicable Dragon Nation people. We should just defeat them. And at that time, all of Dragon Country will be able to return to our country's embrace. That's right, we should defeat them. In the Sakura Nation's lounge, a group of young Sakura were also whispering with their heads down. We've spent too much effort coming out this time. That's why this exchange can only succeed, not fail. Can everyone understand? As the words fell, the many little cherry blossoms nodded their heads. Yes, if we cannot, we will commit harakiri on our own. As the prologue of the military exchange tournament was drawn out a little bit, the location of this time's exchange meeting was also chosen by inviting signatures. The Northwestern Desert. This was the location of this exchange match. The Northwest was vast and covered a wide area, which was just right for such an intensive and large-scale activity. Moreover, some years ago, the Northwest's copies had already been advanced quite a bit by the country's warriors. Now that it was being used to arrange an exchange tournament, it was exceptionally suitable. Lin Hao wasn't half surprised after hearing the news. He even had a few moments of anticipation. It should be known that many years ago, the Dragon Kingdom had already opened a training tournament in the Northwest Desert. At that time, most of the countries participating in the training tournament were from Eastern Asia. In terms of experience in organizing tournaments, the Dragon Kingdom definitely had it. And it had a lot more than the countries participating in this tournament. After all, the other countries didn't have this much territory to use for the tournament. Unlike the usual training tournaments, most of the countries that came to participate in today's exchange tournament were countries with good economies and strengths, which could be said to have risen by a large margin. Usually, these countries wouldn't even bother to participate in the same match with us. But now that they were able to bring it up, they must have already made up their minds a long time ago. Now that the news that we've just broken through the heavenly grade replica has only spread, these countries are already coming in droves. There might even be other countries that will follow. This moment is just a warm-up. Lin Hao nodded and understood the exchange tournament more deeply under Chen Chao's introduction. Generally speaking, military exchange matches like ours will be divided into a particularly large number of programs, such as single-player programs, team programs, one-way skill programs, and so on. But each exchange match will definitely have no more than 3 themes. Like the last time we held a training tournament, it happened to be chosen in the Northwest Desert, and the themes at that time were the number of survivors, surprise attacks, and clear skies. Among them, the number of survivors represents the number that each country can withstand in a difficult environment, while the raids represent the inspection of each city's raid squad is. Chen Chao rambled on and explained. Lin Hao, however, was listening to the clouds. He has always paid less attention to these things, and in previous years were buried in preparation for the college entrance examination. Who would spare time to pay attention to these programs? It was important to realize that the college entrance exams in this country didn't examine the political aspects or even the diplomatic aspects. Most of it was actual theory and practical vocational knowledge. As if he could see Lin Hao's bewilderment, Chen Chao tried to make his explanation as concise as possible. This time is not quite the same as usual. First of all, the theme of this exchange tournament has been narrowed down to, well, 1, and that's the number of survivors. We've already divided the area amongst the Northwest Desert, and each country will put their respective fighters into the designated area. At the same time, the area will continue to shrink with the passage of time, during which we will put survival resources and various equipment supplies into this area. The one who survives to the end will win. Lin Hao now understood, so he blinked his eyes. So there's a limit to what each warrior can bring into the middle of the area, right? Otherwise, it would be too much of a detriment to the fairness of this exchange tournament. Chen Chao nodded. That's right. The equipment they bring with them cannot exceed their own rank requirements. And at the same time, each person is only able to bring items within 50 kilograms. This requirement was indeed considered harsh for the warriors who were about to participate in the exchange tournament. Not being able to bring equipment that exceeded one's own level requirements meant that the possibility of high-level equipment suppressing or even clearing the field was ruled out. At the very least, the equipment on everyone was at a reasonable stage. Of course, Lin Hao's forged equipment was completely capable of going out. On the other hand, each person was only able to carry up to 50 kilograms of items. In a sense, this was also considered a test of the warrior's abilities. 50 kilograms was indeed not a small amount for an ordinary person. One must know that unusual girls were afraid that they would only weigh 50 kilograms, and some were even less than 50 kilograms. This meant that every warrior who entered the battlefield area of the exchange tournament would have to carry at least one person's weight inside. But at a time like this, when everyone had awakened their professional talents in droves, 50 kilograms wasn't really too heavy. Even Lin Hao, who was a life profession, could carry 100 or so pounds of materials with ease nowadays. Not to mention these warriors who had been trained for years. Lin Hao knew this all too well, so at the moment he was just watching with his eyes and nose. The core point of this exchange tournament was still survival. And it was the one who survived to the end that would be able to end the tournament. But this was only the first way to play the exchange match. After all, the army exchange match wouldn't end so easily. After playing the single persons, then naturally there had to be a team match. It was just that Lin Hao didn't know much about the rules and regulations of matches in the army. This time, even with Chen Chao's explanation, he was still confused, and in the end he simply waited honestly to see the results. As for Chen Chao's side, he didn't force Lin Hao to understand every word, but it was just a small match anyway. The main event hadn't even come yet. It wasn't bad to see the drama of beating a vicious dog with a stick first. You guys should be confident in this competition, right? Lin Hao didn't understand the strength of the squads participating in this competition. Chen Chao, on the contrary, had a clear understanding. That's for sure. The ones participating in the exchange match this time are the regular elite special forces out of the Northwest military region. Although this troop is not as strong as the strongest dragon-slaying troop from earlier years, in our dragon country, its strength can also be ranked in the top 5. Letting just one person out, their strength is enough to occupy a party, and now with your equipment additions. Towards the end, Chen Chao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Timeless. Right place, right person. Little cutie. It's all impossible to lose, right? Chapter 97, the exchange match begins. Lin Hao hadn't really expected to be in this situation. However, he was quick to react. Looks like we have a good chance of winning this time. That's for sure. You are now unaware of the power of the equipment you forged. When the time comes for the exchange tournament to begin, we'll be able to see a thing or two through the surveillance. Since it was an exchange match, each player would wear the appropriate surveillance equipment when they entered the battlefield area, which was considered to monitor every move within the battlefield, as well as for the safety of the players. Lin Hao nodded. The equipment he had forged during this time was quite a lot, and it was more than enough to provide such a troop with the appropriate equipment. Without looking at the attributes, people from other countries would never be able to find any clues in the equipment. After all, from the looks of it, these equipments were just ordinary level 40 to level 50 equipments. At best, the grade was a bit higher, reaching a diamond level big time. The excess that is naturally not there. Instead, those single attribute equipment that Lin Hao had previously mass-produced were directly dropped into the companies of the major military regions. Like these special elite units, the equipment used was naturally of the top level. Now Lin Hao also wanted to see just how powerful his equipment could be when it came to these elites. It was only a matter of time before Chen Chao led Lin Hao to the monitoring room. The match is about to start. We can sit down and watch it. In the large surveillance room, Lin Hao could see all sorts of surveillance screens when he raised his eyes. In the surveillance room, there were also quite a few staff members as well as some official media reporters. The arrival of Lin Hao and Chen Chao didn't attract the attention of these people. After all, Chen Chao was carrying a pass token with him and was able to freely enter and exit any of the venues here. Coupled with the fact that the surveillance room was crowded, Lin Hao and the two of them had just entered and instantly arrived in the middle of the corner. Because there were quite a few participating countries, it wasn't possible to drop them all at once. so they directly chose to drop them one by one mode. The teams of two countries will go down together, and the country that wins at the end will accumulate 1 point. When the rounds are over, they will be ranked according to points. Lin Hao understood now. Taking another look at the images in the surveillance room, his gaze quickly landed on Thief Nation. With just one glance, Lin Hao was somewhat amused. Who could have thought that? The Land of Thieves would be the first in this outing. And the first match is now a single match. The competition is the survival time. Lin Hao watched as the players from the Dragon Country and the Thief Country were each placed in one of the entry zones. And then he turned his gaze to the rest of the monitoring room. This was the first time he had entered such an occasion. Now that the two of them were sitting in an inconspicuous place, it was conversely convenient for Lin Hao to observe the others present. Perhaps it was Lin Hao's sight that caught the attention of the bystanders. Just because a large portion of these staff members present didn't recognize Lin Hao didn't mean that everyone didn't recognize Lin Hao. Lin Hao's identity wasn't a secret among the senior staff. Many higher-ups were even wondering how to swindle Lin Hao over, or how to brush the other party's favor. After all, wasn't it the equipment Lin Hao had provided that had allowed Jiangnan province to conquer the heavenly tier replica nowadays? Everyone wanted to experience the feeling of being carried away by equipment if they could. Therefore, in just a short while, people came together. Looking at the middle-aged man in military uniform who appeared in front of him, Lin Hao's eyes still held a few moments of confusion. Hello. Without waiting for Lin Hao to ask, Chen Chao had already made a good introduction next to him. This one you should have seen before, but you were far away before, so you probably don't have much of an impression. He is Lu Ming, the head of the Northwest Military Region in charge of the Cheetah Army. The Cheetah Army is the second highest-ranked Iron Blood Army in the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Hao couldn't help but have a few moments of respect even after hearing this. Hello, General Lu. Lu Ming's arrival could be said to have directly torn a hole in the dark current of the scene. It was important to realize that there weren't many people who knew Lin Hao, but there were quite a few. The big guys were all in a bunch at this time. Quite a few of them had even entertained the idea of greeting Lin Hao. It was just not good to get in the way of other people being present and just go up there openly. Who had thought that it was such a minute's hesitation that actually let Lu Ming get the jump on him? At this moment, the senior leaders of the several major military regions sitting elsewhere couldn't help but whisper. Lu Ming went up fast enough. But I remember that the Cheetah Army in Lu Ming's hands are all already above level 70. And Lin Hao doesn't seem to be able to provide equipment above level 70, right? Regardless of whether they can provide it or not, isn't the level 40 equipment Lin Hao has recently refined quite good? But in the end, it's still a big level apart, and quite a few of the troops under our hands are level 60. The key is that the equipment that Lin Hao forged, the real attributes aren't even at that level. Other than that, I heard that the Eagle Army has already used Lin Hao's equipment. Really? Isn't the Eagle Army the #1 army for years? They're able to use such low-grade equipment. There was disbelief in the speaker's tone, but more than anything else, it was admiration for Lin Hao. It was important to realize that Lin Hao's strength was naturally unquestionable. There were so many people present, and even though they had a little bit in their hearts, none of them would really question Lin Hao's level. Who could guarantee that Lin Hao wouldn't grow up? He was only a level 30 forger now, and to be able to forge equipment at the level of 40 or 50 was already extraordinary. If they waited until Lin Hao had grown to level 70 or 80, everyone might not even be able to catch the heat if they ran up and cried and begged people to forge equipment again. So befriending Lin Hao in advance was something that didn't hurt anyone. With so many people present and refined, how could they possibly do something plausible? Lin Hao's side had finished communicating with Lu Ming, and the match over here had finally entered its normal flow. Several other countries didn't necessarily trust the Dragon Kingdom either. So in the end, we negotiated with the intention of having one referee from each country. This is also to maintain the fairness of the game. At the same time, players entering the battlefield will be strictly searched. Some illegal equipment and items are not allowed to be brought into the arena. Some players who clearly had level 60 strength ended up choosing to bring in level 60 equipment. This was an invisible suppression for those players who had carried level 40 equipment. Therefore, the search for equipment was instead extra careful. Chapter 98: The Invincible Dragon Kingdom. However, after Lin Hao had forged the equipment, as long as these judges didn't look at the specialized attributes, if they looked at the level alone, it wouldn't be a problem at all. Because the current Lin Hao was able to forge equipment that was really only level 40. Round after round of searches ended. The Thief Country and the Sakura Country had found out a few people who were trying to fish in troubled waters. The Sunless Kingdom, on the other hand, was at peace. As the host of this tournament, the Dragon Kingdom certainly didn't have any problems. Eliminating all the unsettling factors, this tournament also kicked off completely and thoroughly. As the participating teams this time, the players from the Northwest Military Region had naturally gone through rigorous training. And what made Lin Hao extremely surprised was the equipment that these players were holding in their hands was clearly the archer's set that he had previously topped out. It had to be said, this group of contestants were also considered to be fully prepared. It was just a bunch of warriors using the archer's set. How could this scene look weird? Inside the monitoring room, whispers began to come from the room. Most of them were discussions about the situation on the field this time. Is my eyes blurred? Why do I see a group of warriors using the God Hunt's suit? I saw it too. It can't be. Are these warriors' equipment so scribbly anymore? I have an ominous feeling. It shouldn't be that bad. How could the army make such a low-level mistake on this occasion? On the other side, there were also dark currents within the various countries' lounges. As the first thieving country to take the field this time around. Now when they saw Lin Hao's equipment on their side, there was even a bit of contempt in their eyes. I thought how powerful the Dragon Kingdom would be this time. And it just ended up driving such a bunch of warriors with archer sets onto the stage? Don't take this lightly. What if these scheming Dragon Kingdom people have some kind of plot? That said, inside the Sakura Nation's lounge, a group of players and instructors also looked at each other. Why do I feel like I can't understand Dragon Kingdom's operations more and more? Could it be that their fighters are more suited to using the God Hunter's equipment? Then why don't their warriors just go straight to being archers? It feels a little weird somewhere. Anyway, it's not the first one we're up against, so keep watching. In the Sunset Nation's lounge, a group of players and instructors had their eyes wide open. Are they crazy? Oh my god. I don't think this group of people even know what competitive spirit means. Honestly, they're totally messing around by sending such a group of fighters up here. I think there's a huge conspiracy behind this. The person in charge of this unit is a transcendent powerhouse of the Northwest Military Region. I don't think this person would make such a ridiculous decision. So, this time it should have been arranged by them intentionally. It's just that before this, we've never met is all. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom and the others have researched a new setup? The minds of several countries kept surging. On the contrary, Lin Hao's side and theirs were sitting steadily. Along with the referee's order, countless silhouettes were instantly dropped into the prescribed area. Here, they would compete for the final winner. As a matter of fact, Lin Hao hadn't let these fighters down. For each round of the competition, each country was able to send out a fixed number of 30 fighters. The Dragon Kingdom's warriors had just landed on the ground and instantly picked up their bows and arrows, pointing them directly at the sky, with the powerful equipment forged by Lin Hao. With just one strike, they would be able to kill the Thief Country players who were still floating in the sky. Of course, this exchange tournament had been organized for the purpose of friendly exchanges, although deaths and injuries were inevitable. However, every player who entered the battle area would be equipped with a specialized flag. This flag was inserted inside the neck collar. All that was needed was to destroy the flag on the opponent's body. Then that player would be directly out of the game. It just so happened that all of these Dragon Kingdom warriors entering the battlefield area had gone through a period of close training. Thus, for the god-hunting bow and arrow provided by Lin Hao, they didn't even carry a false sense of humor. Now it was almost an accurate shot, not to mention. They even almost directly gave the Thief Kingdom a full pack on the spot. Looking at the Thief Country, which had already lost half of its forces just after entering, Lin Hao and Qian Chao couldn't help but burst out laughing at the moment. To tell the truth, Lin Hao himself hadn't expected that these warriors would cooperate so seamlessly. It was important to know that the equipment Lin Hao provided wasn't just archer-type sets, but also defense-type sets. It was just that compared to the defense-type equipment, it was obvious that these warriors were more suited to the attack type. It was because the opening reveal had been seconded. Even if the remaining Thief Nation players were no longer tenacious, in the end, they were still directly surrounded by the Dragon Nation's warriors and succeeded. It even reached the achievement of 0 deaths. Such a record, in turn, almost exasperated the instructors and players on the Thief Country's side. If it wasn't for the fact that each country was equipped with a rest room, I'm afraid that the players from the Thief Country would be able to point at the Dragon Country and curse. Lin Hao even recalled it in his head. It seemed like there wasn't much that could be stolen by others this time, right? For the people of the Thief Country to say that the things of the Dragon Country were theirs from time to time, Lin Hao would occasionally give birth to a few moments of helplessness. It felt like being stuck with a kind of trash. On the other hand, the other party didn't hit people in pure disgust. With such a sky-scraping start, the second match soon followed. The truth was that none of the people present had thought that the match would end so quickly. The key was that the strategy on the Dragon countryside had indeed made the instructors from the other countries a bit unexpected. The second country to take the field, the Sunset Kingdom, even had a few moments of skepticism. These warriors with bows and arrows are a bit too strong, aren't they? I personally saw a warrior shoot a contestant who was still floating in the air. Oh, how can they be so strong? Impossible. How can a bow and arrow do that? That's a long range. The range of a bow and arrow would never reach it. Isn't the point that a group of warriors used bows and arrows to kill the contestants? It's too scary. I doubt anyone from the Dragon Kingdom would use magic attacks. So this is the new strategy they've worked out? Instructor Jack's eyes took on a bit of helplessness at this point. Listen to me, boys. Regardless of whether we win this time or not, I want everyone to give it their all. And the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom aren't invincible, are they? The fun part is that we now know their battlefield in advance. So in the next match, we have to make it a point to land ahead of them and not have the same situation happen again. Chapter 99. Just a harpy dog. Such a quick match was a situation that none of the players present had expected. They hadn't even been able to test the depth of the Dragon Country players' strength. And the game had ended so easily. Compared to the stagnant atmosphere in the rest rooms of the other countries, Lin Hao's side's monitoring room was filled with an atmosphere of stagnation. Lin Hao and his side's monitoring room had an exceptionally relaxed atmosphere. Qian Chao even had a smile hanging directly on his face. Not bad for you. Looks like this batch of equipment came at the right time. Prior to this, Qian Chao was still somewhat unconvinced about Lin Hao's batch of equipment. After all, what equipment could achieve attributes that strong? However, now after the actual battle, Qian Chao was completely convinced. The attributes of these equipments were just powerful enough. It was important to realize that this was only the first card in their hand. In the next match, they still have a lot of cards. The Thief Country that was just straight out of the game was also a bit bewildered. They hadn't even prepared for it yet, so how did they just get eliminated? Even less than 10 minutes after the start of the game, all of the players were hanging directly under the arrows of the Dragon Kingdom's players. To say it out loud was to be able to lose one's face to the universe, right? Inside the Thief Country's lounge, the person in charge was storming out. What the hell is going on? Why did you guys lose so quickly to those Dragon Kingdom players? I need you guys to give me an explanation. And as the targets of the reprimand, each and every one of these players didn't dare to raise their heads, and were only able to silently lower their heads. Although the Dragon Country players had already let loose on them, it didn't mean that they couldn't feel the power of that arrow. It was really too strong. With that explosive attribute, if they were to deviate an inch more, they wouldn't even doubt that that one bow and arrow might be able to pierce everyone's head on the spot. Because of this, the Thief Nation players who used to be very happy, at this moment, they were all just like frosted eggplants. At this moment, the second round of the match had already begun on the battlefield. As the second country to take the field, Sunset Kingdom, both their vigilance and their actual battle experience had obviously been pulled to the fullest. As a matter of fact, the Dragon Nation players didn't intend to follow the strategy of the first game either. As a result, the second match started off in a scorching state. Qian Chao, Yang Bang, and the others were directly looking at the various monitors with burning eyes. As a matter of fact, the heads of the other military districts and their leaders had also refused to miss the surveillance images. This was the first time that Lin Hao's forged equipment had been evaluated in combat. If this batch of equipment really worked, perhaps all of the major military regions would be able to raise their own order numbers even higher. After all, the good things in the major military regions that are to be coaxed into existence. And they are also very curious about how the Dragon Country players will play in the next game. Lu Ming, who was leading the team this time, was calm. Facing the many probing gazes, Lu Ming was now more wary of the heads of the other military regions. What if they wanted to snatch the order from their hands? That couldn't be possible. However, the second round of the competition continued to end faster than the crowd expected. With the addition of strong equipment, even if the Sunless Empire players were in any place, in the end, they still didn't stop surrounding the Dragon Country players in the circle. Seeing the last player being eliminated, the person in charge of this time, Jack's eyes went wide. How is it possible? Jack's voice was filled with disbelief, and he was even a bit skeptical that this match was not shady. To know that the players they brought were all carefully selected, but now they couldn't even last an hour in the hands of the Dragon Country players? This was simply a joke. When he thought that today's events would spread to the country, Jack couldn't help but shrink his neck. One must know that he was the leading instructor of this exchange tournament. Now that such a big Waterloo incident had occurred, as an instructor, Jack was definitely to blame. At this moment, Jack's head was aching with a dull pain, because the situation in front of him was too difficult to handle. Not only was it hard to handle, he was also worried that the media on Dragon Countryside would make a big deal out of it. Wouldn't he lose face in front of everyone at that time? Just by thinking about that kind of scene, Jack had already started to have sour teeth. As the saying goes, to die a friend but not a pauper, Jack could be said to be playing the spirit to the fullest. Therefore, just after the players of the Sunbelt Kingdom had been eliminated, the next second the Sunbelt Kingdom pushed the Sakura Kingdom directly up. If Sakura Nation was also able to lose at the hands of the Dragon Nation, then the defeat of the Sunless Nation this time would be justifiable. After all, there were only so many countries sent out this time. If they all lost at the hands of the Dragon Kingdom, it would be a shame for everyone at least. Having figured this out, Jack squeezed his eyes at the head of Sakura Country, Springfield Coyote. Springfield Coyote still wanted to ponder over the tactics of the Dragon Country player's side. Who would have thought that Jack would actually push them directly into the battlefield? This was not giving them any time to react. In fact, Jack really didn't think there was anything wrong with what he was doing. In his opinion, even if the Sakura Kingdom and the Thief Kingdom were no longer overbearing, they were actually just a lapdog behind them. In the face of the Dragon Kingdom's referee and a series of leaders, perhaps Jack would still be able to give the other side a few moments of respect. But if it was the heads of the Thief Country and Sakura Country, Jack's side really didn't have much to look at. Although they were both pawns in this exchange tournament, no one could deny that the Sunset Kingdom's strength was much stronger than theirs. Moreover, apart from Rice, the Sunset Kingdom could be considered the second largest country. At this moment, with the intimidation of the Sunset Kingdom, Haruta Kotaro really didn't dare to go against the other side's wishes. Therefore, the third round of matches soon began. It was still Dragon Country's player against Sakura Country's player. Seeing that the Dragon Kingdom players actually didn't even have the idea of switching, Springfield Xiaolu was instantly gibbering for a while. Are they despising us? We've specially sent the best troop elites in the country to participate in the exchange tournament. And as a result, they want to force a third game with us after playing 2 games? Are they crazy? Springfield Coyote couldn't understand Lin Hao's and their brain circuits in any way. But everyone didn't give him time to understand is all. With Jax urging in front of him, and the Dragon Kingdom crowd staring at him from behind, even if Springfield Coyote was speechless in his heart, he had to go along with the situation at the moment. Perhaps it was because there was the Thief Nation and the Sunset Nation in front as a demonstration. The next Cherry Blossom Country's survival time was greatly extended. Not only that, Sakura Nation's players were actually able to occasionally tie with Dragon Nation's players who had equipment in hand. Chapter 100 Completely Impossible Things. The Sunless Kingdom, Sakura Kingdom, and Goryo Kingdom were originally grasshoppers on a rope. At the moment, their heads were not even suspecting Sakura Nation's scheming at all. It is impossible for a small projectile land to really be able to come up with any excellent programs, right? In fact, the Sakura Nation players were all a bit jittery. The examples of Sunset and Sakura were right there in front of them. Now they could only hope that the match would be over, and it would be best if they, Sakura Nation, could defeat the Dragon Nation's players in one fell swoop. That way, Sakura Nation would be able to sit on the first place throne even more securely. Imagine the Dragon Kingdom, which had defeated both the Sunset Kingdom and the Goryo Kingdom, ending up losing at the hands of their Sakura Kingdom. Just how enjoyable would that be? Not only did the Sakura Country and their side think of this. At this moment, Jack, as well as the instructors of the Goryo Kingdom, had also thought of this through and through. It was really that the intentions of Haruta Koro's side had been shown a little too obviously. Compared to the people from Sakura Nation, everyone was still happier to see the Dragon Nation player win. Lin Hao pressed on. Never thought that he would one day be able to see a player from another country raise his hand in favor of someone from his own country. But even if he was curious in his heart, It couldn't be helped by Lin Hao's sensitive status at the moment. That was why Lin Hao had decided to work even harder to earn a wave of money, so that he would also be able to keep a resting place for him in the future. Unbeknownst to the Sakura Nation players at the moment, they couldn't be happier to see the broken temple with no one in front of them. It had been a full 5 hours since they were thrown into the battlefield. God knows how they spent those 5 hours. If it wasn't for the rules, I'm afraid everyone would have already committed harakiri. Haruta Kotaro, who was waiting outside the battlefield, actually wasn't much better at the moment. In the midst of the surveillance equipment, anyone with a discerning eye was able to see that something was wrong with Asawa's body. Therefore, in just a short period of time, Aze has already lost his face to the inside and outside. In his opinion, it was already extremely out of the ordinary for Sakura Nation's players to be able to take down theirs in 3 hours' time. As a result, now that they froze and wasted 5 hours, not to mention that they had also scared their own players directly, what a shame this was. Unfortunately, the cherry blossom countryside, how they are afraid in the eyes of Chen Chao and others. There is only left full of pleasure. Finally, I'm able to raise my eyebrows for once. Who would have thought that the wind and water would turn? And now it's finally come to our family. Who says it isn't? I've been sneered at by these people in the past few years, so I have to take a good look at them today. Quickly inform those players under your hand. Let them fight quickly. Don't play the cat and mouse game here. Someone had spoken, and Yang Bang was only able to nod. However, in a moment's time, the winner had already been decided, and the final result was of course a big win for the Dragon Country player. Lin Hao had witnessed the defeat of the Thief Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom, and was still feeling a bit overwhelmed at the moment. If this kind of event could come a few more times, wouldn't that mean Lin Hao could follow suit and make a few more bucks in the future? You had to know that in that fight with Sakura Nation just now, those players hadn't used their skill enhancement coupons much. It was thought that they had already developed the most compatible pattern between skill enhancement coupons and equipment. If you use skill enhancement coupons or high attribute equipment alone, you might only get a 1.5 times increase in attributes. But if you add the skill enhancement coupons, then said new in the increase is likely to reach a very high 60%. Of course, this kind of vision Lin Hao already only dared to think about it in his own head. After all, he hadn't gotten professional combat data yet, and now it was just a guess, so there was still a way to go if he wanted to turn it into reality. Round after round of challenges continued to go on, and Lin Hao's side was also watching in awe. It had to be said that even though there weren't that many countries participating in the exchange tournament, there was still quite a lot of variety, and just surviving a theme was enough for everyone to have fun. Lin Hao had also grown quite a bit of insight under this series of viewings. As time passed, the smiles on Lin Hao and the others' faces grew bigger and bigger. As for the faces of the heads of the several countries participating in the exchange tournament, they were growing more and more somber. Because up until now, everyone hadn't even won a single game. What kind of concept is that? It was equivalent to the troops sent out from the Dragon countryside, which had been able to crush them all. It was important to realize that long before they came to the Dragon Kingdom, they had already inquired about what kind of elite squad the Dragon Kingdom would be sending to compete with them. As far as they knew, the elite squad sent out by the Dragon Kingdom was not even the top in the country. It was even only able to rank 4th or even 5th. Who would have thought that after coming, such a small group of people would be able to kill them? If they were replaced by the top few elite squads of the Dragon Kingdom, would they still be able to have the ability to fight? To be honest, even Springfield Coyote, who was the most skillful at hypnotizing himself, was starting to lose his head a bit at the moment. Because up to now, the Dragon Country's players have not eliminated one, not to mention, even they just as cannot feel tired in general, froze their 3 countries of the players were all worn out. The stronger the strength of the Dragon Country team was, the darker the faces of the people on the side of the Sunless Empire became. By now, everyone wasn't considered completely and utterly convinced that perhaps the Dragon Kingdom really did have the strength to break through the heavenly grade copies. I really can't find any little excuse to explain the current situation. If they hadn't broken through the heavenly grade copies, how would a group of level 40 or 50 warriors be able to defeat our specially selected elites? This is something completely impossible. So what kind of windfall profit has the Dragon Kingdom gained from amongst the heaven tier copies to be able to undergo such a drastic change in a short period of time? Jack's expression was already a bit grumpy, but he forced the grumpiness in him down. At the very least, the exchange match was not over yet, and everyone still had to test the bottom card of the Dragon Country side. This was also the ultimate purpose of their participation in this exchange match. From the very beginning, Everyone was a shield sent out by the Mi Kingdom to confuse the Dragon Kingdom. The country's honor instead had to be leaned back a little further. But not anymore. The Dragon country players showed an inhuman strength. Then everyone's attention might have to be diverted from this aspect in a small way. Like paying some good attention to how exactly these army warriors have managed to raise their strength to such a piece of this. Or perhaps pry into what kind of goodies had been popped out within the heaven-level copies. Surprisingly, it was able to make a team transform in this way. On the other side of the Thief Country and Sakura Country, with only a wall separating them, the curses from the lounges on both sides were one after another. Chapter 101. Suspecting them of cheating. During the intermission, Yang Bang walked into the monitoring room with a big smile on his face. It seemed that the first half of the Dragon Nation players' match was very satisfying to him. It was a pity that Yang Bang's but had only been next to the chair for a short while when the Thief Country side started a whole mess. I suspect the Dragon Country players are cheating. Otherwise, how could the Dragon Country players have finished the rounds so quickly? The Thief Country's skepticism was instantly like throwing a stone into a calm lake, and it exploded on the spot. Really? What could a Dragon Nation player have cheated? Wasn't he always at the bottom of this program before? Nowadays, it's only just gone from the bottom to the bottom 5 in the beginning. At this moment, Yang Bang's heart was cursing. Seeing that today we'll be able to get off work early, the result was a Thief Country organized a moth. Now it is good. Everyone must follow a piece of overtime. After the break, the second half of the match soon followed. This time, no matter whether it is the Sunset Country, or Cherry Blossom Country and Goryo Country, all of them coincidentally chose to replace the candidates for the competition. This was because the intensity of each round of the competition was simply too great. If it continued, it would not only be extremely stressful for the contestants, but there was likewise the possibility that they would come unglued. Yang Bang and the others also took in the arrangements of these few countries. After the people glanced at each other, a hint of a playful smile appeared on their faces. I didn't expect them to start changing people so soon. In the end, it's still the copy mode we arranged this time that's sick enough. This round has directly caused them to kill each other. I heard that there's still a big killer weapon that hasn't been brought out this time. That's right, but this kind of thing still has to be stored in that master's hands to be safer. Lin Hao really didn't have much to say about that. Being able to throw a trouble out, the burden on his shoulders would instead be a lot easier. The other countries were replacing people one after another, and of course, the Dragon countryside wasn't willing to show any weakness. Coincidentally, the alternative army this time was the very same army led by Lu Ming. Since these people aren't convinced, then we'll just be able to make them realize who's really the boss. Every day, they serve as pawns for others, and they don't look at whether or not they've ever had them in their sights. If I were them, I would just rise up directly if I had some backbone. Lu Ming's words almost flew, causing the entire network's heat level to follow them up a notch. It was just that the center of the crowd's conversation was still the core theme of this time, survival. So people aren't even having filial piety, but they're trying to run up to Director Dai's face to get closer. Lin Hao had been following these people around for a long time, so long that they were even starting to disregard Lin Hao's identity as they dined and chatted on weekdays. Lin Hao was also too lazy to care about this. In the end, there would be someone in charge to deal with it in the end. Things were indeed as Lin Hao thought. As soon as Yang Bang heard those words just now, he immediately turned around and killed him. We can't fail this time. If we fail again, I'm afraid there won't be many pieces of equipment that can be passed down in the future. Lin Hao nodded, then shook his head. I said early on that I definitely wouldn't lose to those two in this one. Speaking of this, Lin Hao couldn't help but bring a bit of pride to his face as well. As for the Sunless Kingdom, when they saw that the Dragon Kingdom had followed suit with a midfield change, they were afraid that their teeth were going to be clenched at the moment. Fortunately, the next player they faced wasn't even a player between Dragon Country and any other country. Rather, these pawns were the first to start the era of infighting. No! I think this move should require some more consultation. That's right. The Dragon Country players shouldn't have participated in such an over-the-top exchange match. Who on earth came up with the content of this exchange match? Listening to the noises next door, Lin Hao slept exceptionally well this sleep in turn. On the other side, the belated news from the Celestial Kingdom had finally arrived. It wasn't quite the same as what Lin Hao and the others had envisioned earlier. At first, they had suspected that the Zhu Kingdom was holding something bad behind their backs. but they had no idea that they would be directly kicked over to the competition. However, for Lin Hao and the others, whether or not the Geranium Kingdom participated did not affect the outcome of this exchange match at all. At most, it would just delay the flow of the competition a little further. However, with the participation of the Celestial Kingdom, the players from the other countries had gradually tightened up. They began to constantly study the equipment that Lin Hao forged each time. However, no matter how much they studied, as long as the equipment Lin Hao had forged didn't pass through their hands, there was no way for these people to get the exact attribute data. Just more and more players out of the video the other countries sent out are not all the wine sacks, big capable people are abound. After one match after another, everyone had slowly figured out the flavor. That is, Lin Hao's side of the order has begun to move. And at this moment, the Sunset Kingdom. Jack looked fixedly at the technicians who were analyzing each of the Dragon Country players' matches frame by frame. It took him half a day to get a word of truth from the mouths of these technicians. According to the surveillance, the equipment these fighters are holding should have been specially made. However, these equipment hasn't gone through strengthening so far. If they were refined and strengthened earlier, they might even be able to grow something more useful. How could Lin Hao have thought that he would be able to gain support from the side? Nor did he realize that the equipment he had forged had been plainly viewed several times at this moment in the hands of the technicians shouted out by the Sunless Kingdom. During the time that Lin Hao had withdrawn, the number of people who had called him had only increased. Lin Hao also carried out the concept of first come, first served. One military region after another finished lining up their orders. While Lin Hao was reaping the rewards of happiness, he also felt a deep pressure. It was because the number of orders from these militaries was simply too large, completely too big to be imagined. It was only Lin Hao who dared to make this promise. Otherwise, if it was any other forger, he would be afraid that he would have already cooled off at this moment, right? As for the side of the Sunless Kingdom, after determining that the strength of the dragon players had increased greatly because of their equipment, they began to pay close attention to the equipment in the hands of the dragon players. However, looking around, they were about to see the equipment as a flower, and froze without calling out anything more broken. Jack couldn't help but sulk as the process came to a standstill. As for the Thief Country and Sakura Country, they were still screaming that the Dragon Country was cheating. None of them were able to separate their minds to study the powerful equipment of the Dragon Kingdom. Even though these equipments were all uniform bows and arrows, the power they exerted was enough to deter Jack and the others. Chapter 102 The loss was not unfair at all. However, facing such a large group of archers, Hank and the others were still prepared. Otherwise, would the heads of these countries have traveled so far to the Dragon Kingdom just to test the bottom of the Dragon Kingdom? As a result, now the bottom did not see out not to mention, but on the contrary, their own people to fold in half. I'm afraid no one would be able to accept that, right? Therefore, in the second half of the match, whether it was Sakura or Sunset, their strategies had changed drastically. The most obvious was in the equipment worn by the players. After entering the battlefield, players were not able to receive any supplies from the outside world, except for a certain amount of time for airdrops. After entering the battlefield, the limitations were too great, so these players began to use their brains on the equipment. Lin Hao was originally a forger, and his sensitivity to equipment was higher than the others. On the monitor screen, Lin Hao's eyes flickered as he looked at the helmets worn by the players from the Sunset Kingdom. Qian Chao hadn't noticed anything wrong yet, and was only a bit puzzled by the fact that these players were uniformly wearing helmets. Why are 1 and 2 wearing helmets? Just the basic attributes of your bow and arrow are enough to make these people eat a pot, right? Lin Hao shook his head. The helmets they're wearing should have special phrases attached to them, like chill freeze, bounce, or something like that. Otherwise, these helmets would be absolutely useless in front of a bow and arrow. After Lin Hao prompted him like that, Qian Chao followed suit in time. You mean, they've been ready for a long time, just waiting for the players on our side to make the first move? Lin Hao nodded. Qian Chao immediately gritted his teeth. It's true that these people just think about making stupid moves day in and day out. Luckily, Qian Chao's gaze once again went to the surveillance screen, only to see in the middle of the screen, a large number of players began to land. The Dragon Country's players, on the other hand, were very counterintuitive in not making a direct move against the Sunset Country's players. Without anticipating the opponent's tactics, the eyebrows of Jack and the others located in the lounge all jumped in unison. For some reason, they always felt a slight chill behind their backs. Felt like something had gotten out of their control. And it turned out that their premonition was correct. Unlike the rough stranglehold at the beginning, the Dragon Kingdom players landed as if they had already discussed this long ago and quickly dived into the desert. The geography of the desert was naturally unfamiliar to the Sunset Kingdom players. The players located in the coastal belt had even never come into contact with such a centralized hinterland. It was just that this gave the Dragon Kingdom players a great opportunity to counterattack. For example, at this moment, several of the Sunless Kingdom players had just met, and in the next instant there was a skyrocketing fire that burned up, attacking these several Sunless Kingdom players in a flash. It was only a blink of an eye. The Sunless Kingdom had already eliminated 8 people, and at this moment, in the rest room, Jack couldn't help but see the image and slammed the table heavily. Damn it! They actually changed their tactics. Everything we did earlier against the Dragon Kingdom players was all wrong. In fact, if Jack and the others hadn't been able to see the Dragon Country player from the very beginning, today's situation wouldn't have happened at all. One had to know that the time when the Dragon Country attacked the replica could be much later than the Sunburst Country or even the Sakura Country. This also allowed the Sunless Kingdom and a bunch of other Western countries to have an extremely long time to develop. But after the Dragon Country had conquered the second heavenly grade copy, it was obvious that these old Western countries had grown discontent. After all, the Dragon Kingdom's sudden comeback would undoubtedly change the pattern of the world at this time. That was why Mi Country was so impatient to release a bunch of their minions to test the strength of Dragon Country. It was a pity that they had already lost as early as when they stepped into the Dragon Kingdom's forbidden land. On top of the battlefield, one should not take any opponent lightly when facing any of them. These foreign players hadn't even put the Dragon Kingdom players in their eyes, so how could they possibly put up their 12th percentile and go all out? Not to mention the fact that the Dragon Kingdom already had various tactics. Now, with just a change in strategy, they were able to directly disrupt the players of the Sunless Kingdom. The match ended very quickly. The players from the Sunless Kingdom even walked out of the battlefield with a 0 record. Compared to the depressed atmosphere of the Sunbelt Kingdom, the Dragon Kingdom players were obviously much more relaxed and happy. Lin Hao also smiled and nodded. Worthy of being our country's elite battle team, even without the addition of equipment, they're still able to directly kill through these foreign players. Yang Bang had come to Lin Hao's side at some point. At this moment, when he heard Lin Hao's words, his face also gained a bit more pride and pride. That's right. These are all soldiers from our Northwest military region. All of them have gone through years and years of training and layers of tests before being transported to today's exchange match. The equipment you provided, Lin Hao, is indeed very strong, but even if we don't use the equipment you provided, the strength of these warriors themselves isn't that bad. On the contrary, because the first half of the battle at the beginning was too dismal. On the contrary, it caused these foreign players from the Sunless Kingdom to become anxious. When people were on fire, it was easy to make mistakes. That's why they gave up a column of attack equipment and switched to defense equipment instead. Unbeknownst to them, this happened to enter the trap of the Dragon Kingdom players. One must know that bows and arrows were physical attacks. However, 1/3 of the Dragon Kingdom players on the field this time were magicians. The remaining 2/3 were warriors, but that was just to confuse the public. This group of magicians was the main force of this output. Most of the equipment on the Sunless Kingdom players were physical defensive equipment, so how could they defend against spell-attacking magicians? Therefore, this match, Sunless Kingdom's loss wasn't really unfair at all. With another victory, Sunless Kingdom's face was a little hard to bear. But soon, it was the Thief Country's turn to take the field. Perhaps it was because they had already studied the situation of the Dragon Nation's players. The next Thief Country instead played steadily. A new batch of fighters entered the battlefield, and unlike the usual situation where the battle was over in one go, this time, the Thief Country actually held out for a long time. This time, the Thief Country actually held out for nearly 4 hours. Moreover, on the battlefield at this moment, there were still 14 players left from the Thief Country. In other words, in such a long period of time, the Dragon Country players had only resolved 6 opponents. Such low efficiency had never appeared in the previous matches. However, it greatly boosted the ambition of the Thief Country's side. As the leader of the team this time, the smile on Jin Jingxin's face was about to be suppressed. It seems like our country is still very hopeful this time. And we also sent our strongest opponents. I don't believe that we can't dry out those people from Dragon Country. Chapter 103 Chickens. As the battle circle narrowed a little bit, the number of clashes that erupted between the Dragon Nation players and the Thief Nation players also increased. When it came to the last time, the Dragon Country player relied on the staff in his hand in one move, directly turning the entire desert into a brilliant ocean. Amidst a sea of golden light, the number of Thief Country players eliminated grew, and in the end, there were surprisingly only 2 players left. According to the Dragon Country players' expectations, they should have been able to directly annihilate their opponent this time. However, in the face of the remaining 2 from the Thief Country, even Lin Hao off-screen couldn't help but frown. Chen Chao, who was sitting next to him, had already cursed out. They don't want to fight. Why did they run over here? They even brought such a piece of defense equipment with them. They just want to wait for the battle circle to narrow down to the end and win directly? It was no wonder Chen Chao was so angry. Lin Hao was also a bit incredulous at the first sight he saw. One had to realize that this was a multinational exchange tournament. Everyone is participating in the exchange tournament with a competitive mindset. As a result, you Thief Nation players just put a double resistance defense shield on yourselves in order to win. If you really follow this flow, wouldn't the Thief Nation players be able to win without a fight just by staying comfortably in their defense shields? When they thought of their opponent's intentions, most of the people present only felt sick to their stomachs. On the other hand, the people on the Thief Country side were exceptionally happy. Everyone came out for the exchange match. No matter what means are used, as long as they can win a game, when they go back then they can all have an explanation. And they won so hard. When the exchange tournament is over, it's going to be a big deal for sure. It was just a pity that the Dragon Country players' side pressed on with no fear. So far, there were still 12 players left in the battlefield. In other words, 12 of them were more than enough to beat up these 2. Even if the 2 players from the Thief Country put a double resistance shield on themselves. But that wouldn't stop the Dragon Kingdom players from trying to use them as targets. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom players were hitting harder and harder in order to attack the defense shield. The 2 players from the Thief Country who were located inside the defense shield had gradually turned from complacent to terrified, because their defense shield also had a time limit. If they really let the Dragon Country players break through their defense shield, those attacks would definitely end up falling on the 2 of them. It was important to know that the coverage area of the defense shield wasn't very large. Otherwise, the Thief Nation players who stayed wouldn't have been the only 2 left. Thus, the defense shield was both protection and constraint for them. The moment the defense shield broke open, it was possible that before the 2 of them could run away, they would first have to be seriously injured by the Dragon Kingdom players. Just thinking about that image, the 2 Thief Country players had chills running down their backs at the moment. Unsurprisingly, the strength of the Dragon Country players' side was far stronger than what the crowd remembered. Lin Hao just watched in fascination as the fancy attacks landed on top of that transparent defense shield. The seemingly impenetrable defense shield was then followed by cracks. And as the attacks became more and more frequent, the cracks broke open more and more widely. Only a click was heard. Amidst a cloud of dust, Lin Hao clearly heard 2 miserable screams. This was followed by endless images of attacks. On the other side, in the Thief Nation lounge, the anger on Kim Yung-shin's face was about to overflow. How dare they? This is our country's player. How dare they come straight down with a heavy hand? Nowadays, as long as anyone with a discerning eye was able to see, the Dragon Country players that didn't give the Thief Country players any leeway at all. Before the game, everyone is also to the point. Of course, it was only the Dragon Country player side that was on point. It wasn't as if the players from the other few countries didn't want to lay their hands on him. Rather, the Dragon Country players' side simply didn't give them a chance. In the second half of the match, although the Dragon players were not as good as in the first half where they didn't even give them a chance, they weren't much better either. At this moment, the Thief Country player's downfall was right in front of him. Whether it was the Sunset Kingdom or the Sakura Kingdom, they all secretly changed their decisions in their hearts. Even if they couldn't detect at which level the Dragon Kingdom's strength was. Well, at least don't let anything really go wrong with the people under your own hands. After all, cultivating these elite seedlings still required a lot of resources. Most of these resources were non-renewable, and a lot of them were brought out from various difficult copies and even heaven-level copies. Because of this, each talent was particularly valuable. As for Kim Yung-shin, they also received their own 2 injured players at the first opportunity. The moment he saw the 2 players, Kim Yung-shin was almost blinded. Didn't we say point blank? Is this your attitude toward the contestants? Yang Bang, on the other hand, had a bashful face. I think, Mr. Kim, it seems like you got something wrong on your side. When we first negotiated the rules, we did say point blank. But every player who enters the battlefield That is also signing the relevant informed regulations. There are a lot of uncontrollable factors in the battlefield. Besides, if it wasn't for your country's players seeking to win the match in this way, I'm sure this kind of unexpected situation wouldn't have happened, right? In the end, it was just people stealing from themselves. And now they want to turn the tables and put the blame back on them, the Dragon Kingdom. It was a pity that Yang Bang was not used to people. He said this euphemistically, but his attitude was not euphemistic at all. Under the scrutiny of Yang Bang's gaze, Jin Jingxin only felt the anger in his heart get even worse. The biased match had to continue. So Kim Yung-shin was only able to hand over the two thieves to the accompanying medical staff, winning two countries' players in a row, if the morale on this side was soaring. On the contrary, the players on the Sakura country's side rarely gave birth to a few moments of nervousness. Regardless of whether it was the Sunset Kingdom or the Thief Kingdom, there was naturally no need to question their strength. It was just that their loss was really a bit unexpected, and they couldn't find any breakthroughs. Time just went on grinding down bit by bit. Just like the Thief country, the Sakura country had also made a full deployment. It had even devised several sets of countermeasures against the Dragon Kingdom players. Therefore, this match was also extraordinarily long. The two sides fought back and forth, but not a single person on the Dragon player side was eliminated. On the contrary, the Sakura Nation players were getting fewer and fewer. Seeing that the Sakura country players had the momentum to fight back, the Dragon Kingdom player instead miraculously retreated. How could the Sakura Nation players who were already on top let the Dragon Nation players leave so easily? Without even thinking carefully at all, they directly chased after the direction of the Dragon Country players. There was a great sense of immortality. Chapter 104. Shutting the door and beating the dog. Inside the surveillance room, Lin Hao and Chen Chao raised their eyebrows in unison. Looks like this match will be able to end soon. Chen Chao also had a few more moments of idleness on his face. The Sakura Nation was actually a bit more difficult than they had expected. But they couldn't help that they didn't have any brains. When a normal person encountered the enemy's sudden retreat, they would definitely wonder if something had changed. However, Sakura Nation's players even dared to chase after them. Wasn't this rubbing their brains on the ground? The Sakura Nation players hadn't realized that something was wrong at this moment. To be precise, after the previous matches, most of the Sakura players had already gotten carried away, completely unable to think about the strategy they had formulated at the beginning. After all, from the moment they entered the battlefield with a strategy, all of their plans had been completely disrupted by these unconventional Dragon Kingdom players. Nowadays, everyone was more likely to just come with their hearts. Lin Hao watched the monitor screen without blinking. The Dragon Country players were gradually entering the hinterland of the desert under the encirclement of the Sakura Country players behind them. Seeing the terrain here, Lin Hao's eyes followed suit. This piece of terrain simply couldn't be more suitable for closing the door. Sure enough, the Dragon Country players had only just entered this area when the Sakura Country players behind them chased in without even thinking about it. Only the moment they stepped into this area, the scene around them changed instantly. At this moment, what the Sakura players were facing was no longer an endless desert. Instead, it was an ocean. Lin Hao hemmed and hawed and laughed twice. The images that these Sakura Nation players were seeing naturally wouldn't appear in the surveillance footage. After all, what was captured by the surveillance cameras was the original and real thing. But the Sakura Nation players were different. Surrounded by an ocean, all of the players began to frantically reach out and flop around. This scene was bizarre in every way. Not to mention that the people from the other two countries couldn't understand it. Even Springfield Coyote was confused at this moment. What's going on? Why are they standing still and flailing? Why is there another one breaststroking in the desert? In full view of everyone, there were also players who revealed a look of horror, and when they retreated, they even directly ed with their teammates. Magic attacks and physical attacks flew wildly here. Yet the ones who were out were all Sakura Nation's players. Chen Chao was watching with great interest. I didn't expect the illusion equipment you designed to be quite useful. It's simply bloodless, and it was also the only equipment that could win with less. Imagine this. A group of people are chasing you. You directly activated the illusion and dropped them in the middle of a mountain of insects. With this change in environment, a person would have to have their heart flutter 3 times, right? Not to mention these Sakura Nation players who were not prepared at all. As he watched, they flailed more and more. The corners of Lin Hao's lips curled into a smile. This piece of equipment wasn't originally taken out that quickly, but I couldn't help but ask for it from General Yang's side. Plus, it's the Cherry Blossom Nation that's playing, so I'm taking this piece of equipment out for them to play with. After hearing Lin Hao's words, Qian Chao still felt a bit amused, but didn't feel much surprise. After all, playing Sakura Nation was something that came with their bloodline. Every time they fought a Sakura Nation player, those fighters bombarded and grabbed up enough to make Yang Bang's head spin. However, Qian Chao still felt some interest in the fact that Lin Hao had directly transformed the fighters under Yang Bang's hands into a large number of archers. Now another illusion had come out like this. Even if Qian Chao wasn't a forger, he couldn't help but want to explore it at this point. Lin Hao didn't hide anything from him either, and immediately gave a concise account of the principles involved. So there's also a limit to the duration of this one illusion of yours, and the key point lies in the strength of the mental power of the person casting the illusion? Lin Hao nodded. If we count the time, I'm afraid this illusion realm is about to end. Lin Hao's words had only just fallen, only to see that the Sakura Nation players, who had been in an ugly state just moments ago, had all stopped moving. They all looked at the desert in front of them and were still a bit dazed. One had to know that earlier they could clearly remember being thrown into the boundless sea. The feeling of suffocation was on the verge of drowning the entire person. Instead, they were dragged back inside the desert. How could this make anyone not feel surprised? While their brains were still reacting, there was soon another movement on the Dragon Country player's side. This time, the crowd truly saw the staff held in the Dragon Kingdom player's hand. The moment the mace appeared, several people, Kim Yung-shin, followed and took a large step back. Even through the screen, they were able to feel the unusual nature of that staff. Could it be that the Sakura Nation player would be humiliated like that earlier, all because of the spell cast by the Dragon Nation player? Thinking of this, everyone's gazes immediately converged on the staff in the Dragon Country player's hand. This player didn't let the crowd down at all, and soon his staff was flooded with a burst of light. Looking at the Sakura Nation player's side, he saw that he had just gotten out of the illusion, only to see that the Sakura Nation players, who had just detached themselves from the illusion, immediately saw another change in front of their eyes. This time, the image they saw was completely different from the previous ocean, because this time they were facing an endless mountain of snakes. Densely packed snakes were constantly spitting out their letters and crawling towards them. If it wasn't for Lin Hao and the others not being able to see such images, I'm afraid that they would have had to jump up and down in fear at this point, right? And so it wasn't long before the crowd saw these Sakura Nation players begin to run frantically in the middle of the desert. At the same time, their mouths were constantly chanting, "Don't bite me! Snakes! So many snakes! Hurry up and get rid of them! Baka Yalu! Don't chase me!" These words reached everyone's ears one after another. Lin Hao's few people were happy just hearing one sentence. Jin Jingxin, on the other hand, was squeezing the long sword in his hand to death. Such a mess was made today. Cherry Blossom Country's face had been completely lost. It would have been better to just lose to the Dragon Kingdom player. After all, there were two other equally zero eggs beside them, the Sunless Kingdom and the Thief Fruit. As a result, now it was good. Not only did they lose face, they even lost the game. Just thinking about the face of accountability when they returned, Kim Yung-shin had a toothache. The Dragon Kingdom players had absolutely no thoughts of ending it there. Another illusion ended. Everyone thought that the Sakura Nation player would be released straight away. Who would have thought that the Dragon Kingdom player would once again raise the staff in his hand? This staff didn't look that glorious. However, after the crowd witnessed it once more, at this moment, they felt a bit of awe towards it for no reason. It wasn't the awe of playing along. Rather, it was the awe that came from the pressure of the bloodline. Chapter 105 Selling is impossible. One illusion after another. All of the foreign players present were a bit toothless. On the side of the Sakura Nation players, they froze, unable to survive, unable to die, who let the Dragon Nation players keep hanging in front of them. After Haruta Shaolang cursed for the nth time, the Dragon players' side seemed to have had enough, and finally ended the last game. When the two players came out of the desert, the Dragon Nation players' side was full of spring in their step. Cherry Blossom Country players, on the other hand, is gray, face black and dark. Froze do not dare to meet with their own family in charge of the eyes. The military exchange match of several countries was originally going to last for a week. But they couldn't resist the horizontal push from the Dragon Country players' side. Therefore, in 3 days' time, this exchange match simply came to an end, and as for the previous Tianju country, it was still frantically applying to join the exchange match. After that, they did not say a word, and even the players got on the airplane and directly turned around and went back. However, the Dragon Kingdom players have played a really good game this time. Even Jack, who had always been above the rest, had actually sighed in admiration at this moment. In these few days of competition, although the Sunset Kingdom's results weren't great, but at least there was Sakura Nation and Thief Nation at the back. Therefore the look on Jack's face wasn't that tight. In the competition among the 4 countries, at least the Sunset Kingdom took the 2nd place, right? Moreover, Jack was able to recognize the strength of the players from the Dragon Kingdom. Before leaving, Jack also did not forget to apply for a look at the equipment of the Dragon players. After all, so many people present were not cuties. The strength of the Dragon Country players was indeed strong. But on the first day, they relied on the equipment in their hands to win. This caused Jack to be extremely curious about the equipment in the hands of the Dragon Kingdom players. As for Jack's request, Yongbang didn't refuse, but instead casually beckoned a Dragon Country player over and took the God of Hunting bow and arrow in his hand. Here you go. Looking at the equipment handed to his hand, Jack was still a bit incredulous. Just give it to me? Yongbang inclined his head suspiciously. Or what? Didn't you apply to take a look at it? Jack had indeed applied for it, but he didn't expect Yongbang to actually hand over the equipment so easily. In his opinion, equipment that could affect the battlefield should be very careful on the side of the Dragon Kingdom players. How come the other side's attitude was so surprising now? So Jack couldn't help but remember the time when he approached the rice mission before he set off. The person in charge of the rice mission was much more arrogant than himself. Even Jack they wanted to buy the corresponding equipment from the hands of the rice country, not even the right to get on the hands to check it out. It was completely based on the feeling to buy. Now Yongbang is so generous, in turn, let Jack gave birth to a few unreal feeling. Just all the unreal and surprised, and then saw the properties of the equipment stuffed into their hands. Everything turned into shock. Jack's mouth couldn't even help but open wide. Oh, is this really equipment? This is simply a divine item. The moment he saw the attributes, Jack instantly understood. This time, their loss wasn't unfair at all, alright? They also didn't look at what kind of equipment the Dragon Kingdom players were equipped with. Just based on this God of Hunting bow and arrow in his hand, Jack felt that this time, they had come out a little too wrong. They had a God of Hunting bow and arrow in their hands. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom players had a team of 30 people. In other words, Dragon Kingdom had at least 30 similar pieces of equipment in their hands. How could this not make people feel shocked? Seeing this look of disbelief on Jack's face, Yongbang raised his head in triumph, completely forgetting that he had the same look when he saw the equipment in the first place. They used to look up to the new equipment used in the West. Now it was finally time to raise their eyebrows. Look, a bunch of bumpkins, they can't walk straight away when they see this equipment? If they took out the illusionary equipment, wouldn't these foreigners fall to their knees in shock on the spot? Of course, Yongbang was just thinking about it in his heart, and still wore an extremely peaceful attitude on his face. This is nothing more than the ordinary equipment that our army is equipped with. It is usually given to the archers to use. It's just that it was called upon this time. After saying this, Yongbang cast a you-know-what look at Jack. He didn't realize how much of a shock his words brought to Jack. Just these awesome equipments were actually still brought to the army's warriors to be used as ordinary equipments. So just how many surprises did the Dragon Kingdom have that they didn't know about? For a moment, Jack even wanted to ask Yongbang if he was willing to sell this equipment to him. After all, Jack's profession happened to be an archer. And it was still a level 80 archer. Although the relevant attributes of this bow and arrow were not as good as the equipment Jack was currently using. But the words of this bow and arrow were just too tempting. Mr. Jack, have you finished reading? My generals are still waiting for his equipment. Where Yongbang didn't know Jack's thoughts. So at this moment, he directly spoke out to interrupt Jack's fantasy. Selling was impossible. Their own army wasn't even enough to share it. You have to know that this batch of equipment was only obtained after Yongbang argued with the leaders of other military regions for several days. The generals of the Dragon Kingdom hadn't even been fully equipped yet. These people abroad still want it? No way. Jack naturally didn't know what Yongbang was thinking. So his face followed suit with a few moments of pity. However, he still knew some manners, and at this time he just nodded with shock. Thank you. I finished watching. The matches these days are really a bit surprising. I think we should change our views on Dragon Kingdom. Yongbang wanted these words from Jack. As the person in charge of this exchange match, Jack's position in the Sunless Kingdom was naturally unquestionable. So as long as Jack gave a word, the official media of the Sunset Kingdom would write about the relevant facts. The prerequisite was that someone was willing to show an attitude. Now that he had gotten through this joint of Jack, Yang Bang couldn't help but secretly rejoice for a while as well. After sending off this group of foreign players, Yang Bang quickly devoted himself to the relevant anti-black work. After all, there was also the Thief country and the Sakura country that came to participate in the exchange tournament this time. Yang Bang wasn't worried about the Sakura nation talking nonsense after the exchange tournament, but he was worried that the Thief country would talk nonsense after this exchange match. Over the years, the Thief Kingdom had done a lot to discredit the Dragon Kingdom, so the anti-black work had to be done properly. Lin Hao had wanted to say hello to Yang Bang, but who would have thought that he had only just gotten a head start when Yang Bang left in a hurry? This left Lin Hao still a bit puzzled. What's he doing leaving so quickly? Chapter 106. Isn't this a cold branch? Chen Chao, on the other hand, looked at Yang Bang's departing figure with a deep expression. Of course he's going to do the sweeping work. You don't think that the exchange match is officially over after the competition. The public opinion work that comes next is the real headache. Lin Hao instantly understood what Chen Chao meant. So in the next few hours, he rarely soaked in the lab, instead paying close attention to the international public opinion after the end of this exchange match. Sure enough, by the evening, the relevant topics of public opinion had already come up. Although this exchange match was not considered grand, it was still considered to be in the limelight. Many people were waiting for the results of this exchange match. However, after the tournament ended, there was a rare lack of news from the Thief Kingdom and the Juhai Kingdom. The Dharma Kingdom itself did not participate in this exchange match, and the latter proposed to join it on a temporary basis, but after hearing about the tragedy of the Sunset Kingdom and a few other countries, they froze and ran back in fear. Therefore, everyone could understand the silence of Tianzhu Kingdom. Even today, the official media of Tianzhu country is still reporting loudly that their players have boarded the airplane to the Dragon country to compete. As for the Thief country's side, they didn't know what was brewing, but they also rarely said a word. Instead, the official media of the Sunset Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom had publicized this exchange match. Sunless Kingdom. This exchange tournament is really surprising. We didn't expect the Dragon Kingdom's players to be so strong. Cherry Blossom Nation. Being able to participate in this exchange tournament really makes people feel happy. Even if we didn't get a good ranking, we will continue to cheer and work hard. The vocalizations of the two countries immediately drew the attention of many foreign netizens, especially the various posts released by the Sakura country. The following was a direct rendering of the Dragon country's players' awesomeness to the extreme. In particular, the group of players who entered the illusionary realm were even more aggrieved in the interviews that followed. We didn't even know what was happening, and we were directly pulled into a devil's world. It was simply horrible. The feeling of being drowned lasted for 10 minutes. Sizzling inside a volcano is really frightening. They even specially prepared a group of snakes. Too terrifying. This is simply a group of devilish opponents. The first ones to pay attention to the foreign public opinion were instead the domestic netizens. This was because the news of the exchange match had already begun to spread greatly online earlier. When it came to the official start of the exchange match, it wasn't broadcasted live because the Northwest Desert belonged to a classified area. However, after the exchange match ended, the official media still rushed to send out the video highlights of the match. But who would have thought that this group of netizens didn't even finish watching the video highlights? The focus had already fallen on those foreign media. This time, the topic of the exchange match was considered to be completely and utterly on fire, and even many uninformed netizens began to pay attention to the relevant videos. In particular, the battle video of the Dragon country player choosing to abuse the Sakura country player. It was even more frantically reposted by countless bloggers and marketing numbers. Such powerful equipment, and with abilities that were unimaginable to the crowd. It immediately aroused the curiosity of countless netizens. Secretary Wang, quickly go find out for me what this equipment actually is. How on earth did these magicians use the equipment? Why did they directly dry out a bunch of little cherry blossoms? It couldn't be a spiritual attack, could it? Spiritual attacks aren't so bad. The problem still lies in the equipment in the magician's hands, right? The point is that this equipment doesn't look like an ordinary staff either. So what the hell is this? I, a magician, am curious to know where this equipment is sold. Bro, are you kidding? This is the equipment used by the military's players. Just think about it and you know there's no place to buy it. The attention of a group of netizens quickly went from blood abuse little Sakura to the equipment held by the Dragon Kingdom players. The skill of illusion forging was indeed cold. But it wasn't to the point where it was lost, otherwise Bai Yuro wouldn't have been in the profession for so many years. Therefore, in a short period of time, these magical netizens had already stripped out the relevant professional introduction of the illusionary realm equipment. This time, the Mirage realm equipment was considered to be completely and utterly on fire. Bai Yuro, who only saw the relevant news the next day, was dumbfounded. Isn't this a cold branch? How did it catch fire all of a sudden? Bai Yuro had been studying illusion forging for 4 years. She had also released quite a few scientific papers during those 4 years. Plus, she was already relatively famous at St. Demon University. At this moment, the topic level of this branch of illusion forging had just exploded, and Bai Yuro's name was instantly brought up by everyone. As a result, after a night's time, Bai Yuro and her lab had made it onto the topic hot search list in unison. If at first, the majority of netizens were still concerned about the illusionary equipment Bai Yuro had researched, then when everyone noticed Bai Yuro's partially revealing video, the attention of these netizens shifted once again. I didn't realize that the one who researched illusionary equipment was still a girl. Just came over from the student forum of St. Demon University. This Sister Bai is still quite famous. Nonsense. If she wasn't famous, how could we possibly pay attention to her? Shouldn't the focus be on this Sister Bai, who is just too pretty? Such a beautiful sister. But her research is actually illusion forging? As a forger, I've known about this branch of illusion forging before, but I never thought that school Sister Bai would actually carry this branch forward. So it's this Sister Bai who provides equipment to the military? Other than that, in this aspect of illusion forging, Sister Bai is definitely one of the most powerful in the younger generation. Large amounts of news continued to pour in. Even Bai Yuro's personal account was affected. At first, when so many messages were pouring in, Bai Yuro wasn't in the situation. But as more and more news came in, Bai Yuro gradually freed up her hands to trace the source. After staring at these comments for a full morning, Bai Yuro finally figured out the trick. The feeling was that the Sakura Nation players had publicized the illusions they encountered during the match. The netizens who had never come into contact with this area were curious to learn about the illusion forging branch of the Forge Masters. In fact, these netizens weren't off base. There were quite a few branches of forges, and most of the famous ones were at the top of the list. Like the illusionary forging, material forging, these branches belong to the extremely cold. Chapter 107 Technical Breakthrough. Therefore, most of the netizens hadn't heard of it, and it also belonged to the normal phenomenon. After all, many forging masters didn't necessarily know. However, these netizens? There was one sentence that was still quite accurate. In the younger generation, Bai Yuro was indeed the leader in illusionary forging research. It was even the propeller of this branch of illusion forging. After all, not everyone was a pervert like Lin Hao. Not everyone was a pervert like Lin Hao, able to achieve a 100% success rate in forging. Every single one of Bai Yuro's scientific achievements over the past 4 years had been piled up by countless failures. She had stayed in the university's laboratories almost every day and every night, and even when it came time for her to graduate, Bai Yuro was still able to continue applying to stay in the university to further her education. It was just that she hadn't expected that before Bai Yuro had researched a piece that satisfied her. The illusionary forge branch had just inexplicably caught fire, and it was still brought to life by an unknown forger who had studied the illusionary forge branch. Even though so many netizens were suspecting that it was Bai Yuro who provided the equipment for the military region. But only Bai Yuro knew in her heart. She simply didn't have the ability to forge powerful equipment like that. This was because in the exchange match, the staff that the Dragon Country player had taken out was able to realize that one person could drag all dozen of people into the illusion. Such strong stability and control of the illusion realm was definitely not something that Bai Yuro could do now. To know that she had dragged Lin Hao into the illusion realm, she had needed to unload his mind beforehand. If it had been a player from the Cherry Blossom Country, not to mention a dozen or so, even if there was only one person, I'm afraid that Bai Yuro would have some trouble. Lin Hao was still very different from the Sakura Nation players. The Cherry Blossom Country players had undergone special training, and their mental strength was naturally, if not better than Lin Hao's, then not much worse. And they had a natural advantage in terms of level. Most of them were level 50 or 60 players. They were much higher than Lin Hao's 28 levels. Even Bai Yuro was only level 45 now. In terms of levels alone, Bai Yuro couldn't do it either. It was a pity that these contemporary netizens didn't even look at the facts. even when they learned that the staffs held by the Dragon Kingdom players were only level 40. Each and every one of them put this achievement on by Euro's head. In their opinion, if they were really a master forger, how could they possibly condescend to forge a staff that was only level 40? Come to think of it, it seemed that Bai Euro was the only one who had researched illusionary forging and whose level was extremely compatible. This was also the reason why Bai Euro's personal account would directly explode. She hadn't taken too much into account at school, and even if she contacted even fewer people on a regular basis, contact information leakage was an inevitable thing. That was why at this moment, Bai Euro was bombarded with such a round of messages. However, Bai Euro still gave a response in the first place. In yet another comment praising him, below Bai Euro silently replied, "Although the illusionary forge branch is cold, I'm not the only one studying it. The equipment used amongst the military is not provided by me, so please be sensible." After replying, Bai Euro directly closed her cell phone. The person who was usually too little to communicate with others was still a bit uncomfortable when faced with so many inquiries and compliments at the moment. Just compared to Bai Euro's side of discomfort, Lin Hao was far too relaxed. Perhaps it was because of his win over Little Cherry Blossom that Lin Hao had taken a rare day off. At this moment, he was sitting on the sofa of his own single dormitory. Seeing a large group of netizens running to inquire about Bai Euro, Lin Hao was still a bit thankful. It was fortunate that these crazy netizens didn't know that Lin Hao also studied this. It was also fortunate that Lin Hao didn't show too much strength on weekdays. Otherwise, the person being shelled right now would have changed to him. Just thinking about how Bai Euro had become his scapegoat, Lin Hao still silently apologized to the others. The domestic side was in a state of jubilation. The public opinion abroad was polarized. You should know that the image of the Dragon Kingdom in foreign countries is not considered a strong country. It was even once labeled as weak by foreign netizens. However, this time, the Dragon Kingdom actually came out on top in the Four Nations exchange competition. The first to feel disbelief were the people from the thief country. How is this possible? Our thief country is invincible. It must be because the Dragon Kingdom used some cunning tactics. Those equipments of the Dragon country's players look like they were researched by our country's forges. Otherwise, how could the range of an ordinary bow and arrow be so far? That's right, only bows and arrows researched by our country's forgers would be so powerful. Damn it! These Dragon Kingdom people are too cunning. They stole our equipment technology. What a humiliating match. In the face of these public opinions, Yang Bang, on the other hand, was well prepared. Therefore, a whole bunch of netizens quickly noticed these comments. However, facing these comments that had been prepared earlier, the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom were that calm and peaceful. Right. Everything is yours. Why don't you guys say that all the copies are yours? That's a great point. Reward you guys with a copy of the Vine Snake Note. A copy that's full of vine snakes and will be strangled as soon as you enter. Saying it so well, don't you guys want to die? It's true. Every time we fight, the people from the Thief Kingdom will look at us for something. This isn't the way to play the game, is it? If that's the case, then I can only reward the Thief Country with a little rice soldier. Laugh it up. I'm just waiting here for Thief Country to steal something. How on earth do these people say these things without changing their faces? Every time I go on the extranet, I'm able to see the lower limits of human shamelessness. But the public opinion on the extranet didn't last long in the end. Because most of these foreign netizens had also grown a brain, and even a huge portion of their attention was moved to the special equipment of the anti-punching Sakura Nation player. Jack, who had already returned home at this moment, was filled with emotions. He had seen the equipment used by the Dragon Kingdom players. It was just a pity that he hadn't seen the attributes of the illusionary equipment with his own eyes. But this didn't affect the Dragon Kingdom's illusionary equipment that everyone was concerned about at all. After all, the general environment at home and abroad was similar. Mirage forging was considered cold at home. Then put in the even less populated foreign countries, completely can be regarded as the ultimate cold. Even a continent can find out 5 forging masters who have learned the illusionary forging branch is not easy. But this does not affect the enthusiasm of foreign netizens for the branch of illusionary forging, especially after seeing the videos posted by Sakura Nation that were trumpeted. The hearts of foreign netizens were even more curious. Could it be that it was really possible that the Dragon Kingdom had mastered some breakthrough technology? Is that why they crushed the remaining 3 countries in this exchange match? Chapter 108. Brother's Photo. However, even if these foreign netizens were curious, the Dragon Nation side naturally wouldn't give any response. Not only that, the army side was even deliberately covering up Lin Hao's whereabouts. It was important to realize that Lin Hao hadn't really grown up yet. Now that the secret guards around Lin Hao hadn't even been removed, how could they draw the crowd's attention to him? So in the face of those public opinions on the internet, the Dragon Kingdom simply turned a blind eye, allowing the information to be mixed with the true and the false. In this way, Lin Hao was able to be safer. It was just that while Lin Hao's side was safe, Bayuro had some headaches, even though she had already responded above the network. But this did not affect the enthusiasm of the netizens at all. Even Lu Xiaoxia had sent her messages several times. Senior sister, be honest with me. Is it true that you didn't provide the equipment on the army side? Bayuro numbly knocked up the words. It really wasn't me who provided it. However, Lu Xiaoxia was even more puzzled. I've watched the battle video over and over again several times, as well as the interviews with those players from Sakura Nation. They specifically mentioned the inside of the illusion. The more I watch it, the more I think it's your handiwork. One had to know that those illusions of Bayuro's were one more perverted than the other. If the branch of illusion forging was indeed considered cold, but Bayuro, who was able to create such a perverted environment, could completely be described as the coldest of the cold. This was especially true for Lu Xiaoxia and the others who had already experienced those illusions of Bayuro. In fact, Bayuro herself was quite puzzled. She had watched the battle video over and over again countless times from yesterday until now. It had to be said that the person who had forged for illusionary equipment could indeed be called a furnace. The other party's forging skills were far above Bayuro's. Moreover, the ability to shape illusions was much stronger than Bayuro's. The most crucial thing was that the illusion shaped by the other party was actually especially similar to Bayuro's. Even Bayuro herself couldn't help but doubt herself when she heard the descriptions of those illusions. If it wasn't true that she hadn't approached the military side, I'm afraid that at this time, Bayuro would have to think that she had cooperated with the military side without knowing it, right? Take for example the Snake Mountain that the Sakura Nation contestants encountered, as well as the Stinky Illusionary Realm. Bayuro had never shown it to the public. The only person who knew the details of these illusions was still Lin Hao. Thinking of Lin Hao, Bayuro's heart followed suit and thumped, and then a few moments of nostalgia couldn't help but arise in her heart. Could it be that? But in the next second, Bayuro shook her head again. Lin Hao was only at level 30 at this moment. With his forger level, how could he forge a level 40 illusionary equipment? Not to mention it was still such a stable illusionary realm equipment. Besides, Lin Hao had only been studying after her for how long? If Lin Hao was able to catch up with his own learning progress over the past 4 years, then Bayuro could simply find a block of tofu and crash into it. However, Bayuro still had the intention to ask Lin Hao about his situation. Lin Hao, did you watch the recent exchange match? Lin Hao hadn't expected Bayuro's message to come so quickly, and he was still a bit weak at first, but he wasn't slow in replying. Seen it. I didn't expect this illusion forge branch to miraculously catch fire this time. Seeing Lin Hao's reply, Bayuro instantly dispelled the little doubt she had in her heart. With Lin Hao's current strength and level, how could he have forged such powerful equipment? If she really wanted to be suspicious, Bayuro instead felt that there were a few students in the forging academy who were in the same batch as her who were even more suspicious. So this short day's work, Bayuro and their small group of forging masters immediately followed the buzz. Can someone please come and say who actually provided the equipment to the military region this time? Although the Northwest Military Region has always cooperated with our school, we students shouldn't be enough to get resources from the military region side, right? I guess so, but the illusionary equipment that appeared on the field this time is just too strong, and he's only level 40. Which master would condescend to forge level 40 equipment? I also think that our school students are a bit more suspicious. Wang Dong, is it you? I remember that you seem to have leveled up to 60, right? How could it be me? The branch of Forge Master that I studied is not Illusion Forge at all. But Bayuro's side can obviously be ruled out. If it's not the two of you, then it's only old Han, right? It's not me either, I'm only level 56, and the illusionary equipment I forged isn't that perverted. At the very least, the environmental content isn't perverted to this extent. Ha 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 ha. Since it's not even you guys, it could only be the teachers from above? This message had only just been sent, and Lin Hao looked directly at it. Ever since he had been assigned to the forging department, this little group had never been this active. However, Lin Hao guessed that it should be because everyone was busy soaking up the labs. which was why they didn't have the time to run out and greet the water group. You should know that there was a big difference between life professions and combat professions. Such as Lu Xiaoxia and the others, they might still be able to spare time to chat and go out for a meal on weekdays. But like their life professions, most of their time had to be spent in the lab. Sometimes forging a piece of equipment might take 10 days and half a month. And this was still considered a shorter period of time. The higher the level, the stronger the attributes of the forged equipment, the more time it would naturally take. Like some of the transcendent masters amongst the forgers today, they often took half a year or even a year to forge a piece of equipment, and there was a probability of failure. At this moment, Lin Hao saw a rare chat in the group, when it also followed the silent peep screen up. It so happened that the group chat message at this moment brushed Lin Hao's body. Say, it seems like we've come in several senior brothers this term, right? Indeed, a few senior brothers have come in. Won't the senior brothers come over and shine? It's rare that we have time today. I want to see the senior brothers bursting into pictures.
Exploding photos is nothing. It is better to be able to...
Can you wipe your drool off? I'm not drooling on your head. Why do you care? Lin Hao didn't expect these seniors to be quite amusing, and was amused by them for a while. But he still had to go through the process that needed to be gone through. There were as many as 3 Forge Masters recruited by the Holy Devil University this year. Lin Hao happened to be one of them. These 3 students then formed a class. It was just that the class hadn't officially started yet, and Lin Hao didn't know what the other 2 students' names were or what they looked like. Chapter 109 Entrance Examination. At this moment, with all these older siblings calling out in front of him, Lin Hao soon saw the replies from these 2 students. Sun Hongwen. Hello seniors and sisters. My name is Sun Hongwen. I was just recruited in this year. Please take care of me. Wei Linger. Hello seniors and sisters. I'm Wei Linger. Please cover. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. Still, he quickly followed the formation of the 2 in front of him. Hello senior sisters. My name is Lin Hao. Please take care of me. The 3 people came out to speak together, directly injecting the group with a majestic momentum. The group of schoolmates and seniors who had a chat earlier came out in unison. I didn't expect the school to be so generous this year. Actually came 3 freshmen at once? I'm really crying. It seems like we don't even recruit a new student for 3 years. Right? Who says so? It's good to have new students. Doesn't it mean we can have more assistants? If you guys put it this way, freshmen, are you interested in studying in my lab? Go, 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 go. My younger siblings, I specialize in forging mechanics. Come on. Don't talk about forging mechanics. How do you want those people in the mechanical college to look at us? Looking at the noisy Lin Hao in the group, a few of them were also a little helpless. However, right at this moment, Bai Euro suddenly spoke out. You guys divide it up as you please. Lin Hao belongs to me. The moment Bai Euro's words came out, she directly dropped a big bomb in the calm lake. Holy, what the hell? Schoolgirl. This is a bit unethical. Isn't it? Directly robbing someone? How do I feel that Lin Hao, this junior high school student, is suitable for me in forge mechanics? What forging mechanics? Wouldn't it be better if he came to me? A group of people looked to be bickering again, and Bai Euro simply hammered it home. He has already been studying in my lab for almost 2 months now. The moment these words came out, the entire room was silent. In the group chat that had been chatting away just a moment ago, no one spoke all of a sudden. Even Wei Linger and Sun Hongwen, who had previously spoken in the group, were born with a few moments of misplaced surprise at this moment. It's not true, is it? Everyone is new here, and you ended up curling up like this? Surprisingly, you ran ahead to study in your senior sister's lab. What kind of face does this give the 2 of them? Those who also felt stupefied were the others in the group. It was only after a long time that someone couldn't help but reply. This is also a little too curly, right? Schoolmate. How can you rob someone and book them before school even starts? Wait a minute, it seems like what you're studying, schoolmate, is illusion forging, right? So that means that schoolmate Lin Hao is also studying illusion forging. Since schoolbrother Lin Hao also researched illusion forging, then isn't this cooperation with the military region made by schoolbrother Lin Hao? As soon as these words came out, Lin Hao's heart instantly thumped. Good lord. Someone here is jumping the prophet. Hurry up and knife him directly. Fortunately, the people in the group chat didn't take this to heart. After all, everyone was still flirting mostly. As for believing that Lin Hao, a freshman, was actually going to work with the military district, that was completely impossible, all right? Instead of believing Lin Hao, it would be better to suspect their mentor. Maybe it was their mentor who ran off incognito to work with the military? Lin Hao was instantly relieved when he saw that everyone was just mentioning it as well. The people in the group all had something to do on weekdays, so naturally they didn't have time to chat in the group every day. To be able to find the time to chat for a moment or two at this moment was already considered busy. Therefore, the group chat soon went cold. Just as Lin Hao exited the group chat, his cell phone suddenly received a private message from Bayuro. Has school brother finished being busy lately? The exchange tournament had ended, and Lin Hao was able to return to his usual schedule on his side. So he quickly typed in a reply. Already finished being busy? Is senior sister up to something? Lin Hao's message had only just been sent over when Bayuro directly called. I might not have time to stay in the lab these days. I'm worried that you'll be busy and go to the lab to find me running on empty. So I'm telling you in advance. Lin Hao heard Bayuro's gentle voice. For a moment, he was also a little embarrassed. Thank you, senior sister. It was true that Lin Hao had been rather busy lately. For one thing, he had to constantly provide equipment to the military region side, and he also had to fully concentrate on leveling up in the back. Naturally, he was only able to keep compressing Bayuro's side's study time. He was so busy that Lin Hao hadn't been to Bayuro's place for half a month. Now that Bayuro was willing to come over and remind him, Lin Hao was naturally grateful. However, Bayuro was more open-minded than Lin Hao had imagined. I'm afraid I'll have to deal with things for a while. So when I'm done, you can still come to the lab as usual then. Hearing that Bayuro had to deal with things, Lin Hao was still a bit curious. On weekdays, Bayuro stayed in the lab mostly. And what things did he need to deal with in a hurry? Lin Hao asked directly when he thought of this, and Bayuro had nothing to hide. It's just that the school recently arranged a task for me, and it's sort of a task that I have to complete to have an independent lab. This year, it just so happens to be my turn to arrange entrance exams for the schoolgirls underneath. Hearing Bayuro's words, Lin Hao instantly felt a chill on his back. An entrance exam? Although Lin Hao had gotten good grades in theory at first, and had gotten almost perfect scores in the practical exams behind him, but a student's fear of exams was innate, and the buff of the entrance exam had to be stacked 2 more layers up. Perhaps knowing Lin Hao's thoughts, Bayuro laughed softly on the other end of the phone. Don't worry, this entrance exam isn't for you freshmen. It's for the older students who have enrolled in the years underneath. Now Lin Hao let his heart go. That's good. So this year's exam is being ordered from senior sister's side? Bayuro didn't feel like there was anything to hide. That's right. Giving them test papers can be a real headache. Speaking of this, Bayuro's tone of voice took on a bit of helplessness. To be honest, the students who were able to enter St. Demon University were not bad at all. However, there was a gap between geniuses and geniuses. With Bayuro's eyes looking at the younger siblings underneath, there was only one Lin Hao who was barely able to get into her eyes after all these years. As for the others, Bayuro hadn't been able to find a single one with particularly good strength and talent. Seeing Bayuro say that, Lin Hao's mind moved. Then is there anything I can help you with on senior sister's side? Bayuro froze for a moment, and then her eyes lit up afterward. Do you know seal forging? There's also the equipment destruction skill. Chapter 110 Early Revision. Lin Hao froze for a moment, but he still said honestly, seal forging I haven't learned yet, but equipment destruction I do know. It was just that when he said the last sentence, Lin Hao still had a bit of emptiness in his tone. In fact, he really hadn't systematically touched equipment destruction. But Lin Hao couldn't help but reverse strengthen it. Lin Hao, who had a 100% forging success rate, only needed to perform the reverse reinforcement skill, so wouldn't the equipment destruction rate also be 100%? So round it up. Lin Hao is also considered to be an equipment destroyer, right? Lin Hao's answer was naturally expected by Bayuro. For these freshmen who had just enrolled in school, Bayuro really didn't hold out much hope. It was just that Bayuro rather valued Lin Hao and was happy to remind him at this moment. Your current mentor hasn't been assigned yet. And this year, you Forge Masters have purposely created a class. So I'm sure you'll all be learning systematically in the future. But I'd suggest that you can study a bit ahead of time. There's time anyway, isn't there? Lin Hao was naturally happy to do so. Wasn't the reason why he had chosen to come to the university instead of heading to the military region? Was it because the figurehead was able to learn a little more systematized knowledge? Bayuro was willing to teach Lin Hao, so of course she was happy to follow him around. Now there was less than a week before the school year started. At the end of the week, military training would begin. As for the official course, it was arranged after the military training. If it were in the past. Like Bayuro, they were enrolled in this group of old students because the number of forging masters was extremely small, and for 1 or 2 years they had not even been able to recruit students. So they weren't lined up in a class, but rather were individually assigned mentors to teach them. Because of the small number and dispersal, every year's new student military training, Bayuro's batch of students almost invariably avoided it. But when it came to Lin Hao's group of freshmen, it was different. From the campus card in Lin Hao's hand, it can be seen. This year, the Forge Master class had really been established. With a specific class, then military training naturally couldn't be escaped. Especially with the Northwest Military Region has a deep cooperation with the Holy Devil University, every year's military training that is able to ignite the existence of hot search in minutes. Lin Hao also learned from Lu Xiaoxia and the others that the military training would last for 20 days. So he simply greeted Qian Chao directly. The reason was that his body was weak and not suitable for military training. This way, Lin Hao was able to have another month to study and practice leveling. After the month was over, he would be able to formally enter the class and learn the systematic curriculum. Bayuro didn't refuse Lin Hao's help. Given that the two of them were going to be working on exam questions, Bayuro and Lin Hao met at the library early the next morning. St. Demon University covered a vast area, and there were as many as 5 libraries. The one Bayuro and Lin Hao went to was the northernmost library. There weren't many people here on weekdays, and the books stored in the library mostly contained the replicas of the books of forges and even mechanics and other professions of life. That is to say, after walking out of this library, it was basically impossible to find the same book. Lin Hao and Bayuro picked a corner seat. This side of the library had a quiet environment, and the surrounding area was covered with greenery and screens. It guaranteed privacy while also increasing the viewability. When Lin Hao came in, he couldn't help but marvel a little. It wasn't long before Lin Hao's mind was drawn to the 2 large stacks of books that Bayuro had picked out for him. These books. Bayuro raised her eyes and looked over, a calm smile still on her face. These books were specially picked out for you by me. They're all more suitable for your basic courses, but the books in the library over here aren't allowed to be taken out, so you'll only be able to read them through and absorb them in the library. Lin Hao nodded. Most of the books stored in the library over here were ancient books. Even if they were replica topography books, the degree of treasuring was by no means unimaginable to a very human being. Just looking at all the books Bayuro had gotten for himself, Lin Hao still had a bit of a headache. It seemed that he had recently been able to catch up on his studies again. Just because of Bayuro's heavy key, Lin Hao couldn't afford to slack off. Seeing that Lin Hao had already taken out his notebook and started absorbing and digesting, Bayuro secretly snickered in her heart. It was only on her face that she still had a calm demeanor. You should first understand the 2 skills of equipment destruction and seal forging. These 2 skills are the most commonly used by forge masters, and at the same time, they are also the skills we must master. Seal forging as well as equipment destruction are similar to illusion forging, belonging to a forge master's self-preservation skills, and is also one of the skills we can pull out when fighting in martial arts. Seal forging can erase the word effects and even attribute effects of an enemy unit's equipment to a certain extent. While the equipment destruction skill can directly destroy the enemy unit's equipment, this is considered an advanced skill of seal forging. After explaining, Bayuro still didn't forget to look at Lin Hao suspiciously. The equipment destruction skill was also an advanced skill of seal forging anyways. Usually, people learned seal forging before they learned equipment destruction. How come it was Lin Hao's turn to learn equipment destruction first, but instead he didn't know anything about seal forging? However, Bayuro didn't dwell on this point for too long. Since you already know the equipment destruction skill, then the seal forging skill shouldn't be too slow to learn. The 2 are inherently integrated. Moreover, the difficulty of the equipment destruction skill is a bit higher than seal forging, but I think you could learn unseal forging at the same time. Hearing another new term from Bayuro's mouth, Lin Hao immediately raised an eyebrow. Unsealing forge. This is the opposite skill of sealing forge? Bayuro nodded. That's right. These 2 skills can constrain each other, and it appears extraordinarily frequently amongst the martial battles between our forge master groups. So you can learn it along the way. Lin Hao had always rarely gone into battle. He spent most of his time forging equipment in his lab. Even when he was practicing, He had a large group of dark guards by his side to help him clear the surrounding beast swarms. These guards would even assign a portion of their manpower during the cleanup process, specifically for close protection. This was coupled with the fact that Lin Hao had the Death Scythe and the Thousand Chance Ring in his hands, two pieces of mirror-grabbing equipment. There was simply no time to tangle with others. However, this didn't affect Lin Hao's interest in fighting at all, and he kinda wanted to have a back-and-forth fight with someone else. Thinking about this, Lin Hao's face took on a bit of a positive color. Is this side all the reference books? Bayuro knocked on the table and casually spread out a test paper. That's right, the few skills I just mentioned to you are examined extremely frequently amongst the group of older students. Chapter 111. People comparing people, exasperating people. Since Bayuro had said so, then Lin Hao definitely had to go all out. For the rest of the day, Lin Hao spent almost all of his time reading books. All of these books that Bayuro had picked out had gone through a round of scrutiny. The knowledge points were extraordinarily condensed when they were sent to Lin Hao, so it took more time for Lin Hao to digest them. As for Bayuro, she was quietly flipping through the books in the library, while not forgetting to write and draw on the paper. These knowledge points were related to the content of the exam questions Bayuro would come up with a few days later. So Bayuzwa had to be cautious. And this and the university exams are different from the theory exams in high school. Every exam here is a combination of theory and practice. This means that after writing the exam paper, the students also have to take a practical exam. In this way, Bayuro would need to provide a batch of equipment that had been sealed out. And each piece of equipment needed to be strictly controlled, so as not to avoid a situation where the degree of sealing was too strong or too weak. Fortunately, the number of students who participated in the opening examination this time was not too many, and there were only about 10 of them in full count. Creating this batch of equipment wasn't that difficult, it was only the sealing stage in the middle that was difficult. However, this little matter was completely easy for Bayuro to handle. Otherwise, the school wouldn't have given Bayuro full authority over such an important opening exam. It was just that after Bayuro had finished the exam questions, her next step was to lock her sight onto Lin Hao. With so many books, there was certainly no way for Lin Hao to read them all at once. This was because the books that Bayuro had picked out didn't just have skills such as seal forging and equipment destruction, but also involved unsealing, attribute locking, and other courses that would be learned during college. Lin Hao was currently quite interested in seal forging and equipment destruction. Moreover, with the basic skill of equipment destruction, Lin Hao could learn seal forging with half the effort. He was even able to master the skill of unsealing. In this way, the progress between Lin Hao and Bayuro had instead strangely leveled out. By the time Lin Hao put down the laptop in his hand, Bayuro's voice followed leisurely. I'm sure you've studied all the relevant theoretical knowledge recently, right? How about you provide the equipment for this batch of candidates for the unsealing exam, just so you can practice. Lin Hao didn't expect Bayuro to give such an important matter to himself to practice, hand to hand, and for a moment, he was still a bit misplaced. Are you sure you're handing it over to me to practice? Bayuro blinked. Who else can I give it to if not you? You're the assistant I brought up with my own hands. And now that I can have the opportunity to let you seal the forge, then I definitely have to take advantage of it, don't I? Lin Hao nodded. It was naturally best to be able to have more than one opportunity to practice, and it would also save Lin Hao the time of going back to the lab to continue practicing. Besides, it's no use just learning the theory. Everything has to wait for practical results. So Lin Hao immediately followed Bayuro back to his lab. With Bayuro at his side to give him some pointers, Lin Hao quickly got the hang of seal forging. It was worth mentioning that the seal forging skill subsequently involved a branch. Therefore, before doing so, Lin Hao still had to find the corresponding scroll before he could learn it. However, a skill like seal forging was originally a basic skill that a forger should have. It wasn't difficult for Lin Hao to find it. By the time he was done absorbing the relevant skill scrolls, Lin Hao was truly up to speed. In just 2 days, Lin Hao had rushed out all the sealing equipment that Bayuro needed. These equipments would eventually be sent to the forging masters who were taking the current entrance exam, to be used as exam questions for the practical exam. And after seeing that Lin Hao was able to forge all of the equipment in such a quick time, not to mention, surprisingly, he was also able to control the sealing effects of each piece of equipment. If anything, the previous realization surprised her greatly. Then the latter perception was a real shock. To know that even if Bayuro, who had studied for many years, now wanted to handle the sealing effects of each piece of equipment in such a balanced manner in such a short period of time, it would have to take much more effort and energy. It was on the contrary that such a freshman like Lin Hao did it so simply and easily. How could this not shock Bai Yuro? On the contrary, Lin Hao still had a bland demeanor, and for a while Bai Yuro didn't even know what to say. She was only able to silently raise Lin Hao's ranking upwards again in her heart, even if today's Lin Hao was still a freshman. But the strength and talent he had displayed had far exceeded Bai Yuro's imagination. It even caused Bai Yuro to have an illusion. Perhaps the strength Lin Hao was displaying today wasn't all there was to it at all, and he was still hiding many unknown abilities. For example, in the area of equipment forging. At first, Lin Hao had said that his talent was to increase the success rate of equipment forging. But up until now, Bai Yuro had never seen Lin Hao's equipment forging fail. Therefore, Bai Yuro quickly had a thought. Your current equipment forging success rate shouldn't be 100%. 80% is still there, right? Lin Hao didn't expect Bai Yuro to notice this, but he didn't hide it either, and then nodded briskly. Not bad. Exactly 80%. It's just that I'm more lucky, and the probability of triggering a failure is lower on weekdays. Listening to Lin Hao's words, Bai Yuro's heart was so sour. For forgers like them, a forging success rate of 50% would already be pie in the sky. Who would have thought that Lin Hao's talent would be so amazing, directly increasing his success rate by 30%. There were times when it was really human to human. Not wanting to pursue this heart-blocking matter, Bai Yuro immediately said, since your forging success rate is so high, I think there's a branch of occupation that's extraordinarily suitable for you. It's just that you've already learned multiple career branches now, so I'm afraid it's a bit tough to learn others. At this point, Bai Yuro didn't know that Lin Hao possessed the ability to learn all of the career branches. Only a few moments of pity were brought to her eyes. The Forge Master's career branch is also divided into many subcategories. Each subcategory has a different learning direction, and the career branches that a Forge Master can absorb are naturally different. Take Bai Yuzhua for example. She had picked the Forger career branch of the Min Attack class, so the career branches she could access would only be the various career branches under the Min Attack class. Compared to the Min Attack class, there were also the Auxiliary class, the Strong Attack class, the Defense class, the Poison Doctor class, and the Main Occupation class, as well as many other major classes. According to Lin Hao's choices when he enrolled in school, at this time, Lin Hao was clearly studying the Min Attack class. Even Bai Yuro was able to be counted as half of Lin Hao's leader. Chapter 112. Simply a Jedi. This was why when Bai Yuro mentioned in the group that Lin Hao had become her assistant, everyone else instantly ran out of ideas. Lin Hao had already chosen the major category branch. Even if the others belonged to Lin Hao anymore, it would be impossible for him to turn to another major class occupation branch. However, what Bai Yuro didn't know was, the limitations of these major classes were simply equivalent to nothing in front of Lin Hao. One had to know that the dwarf forging that Lin Hao was learning belonged to the auxiliary branch of professions, but material forging belonged to the main profession branch of professions. The two themselves were already divergent. In the case of an ordinary forger, of course it was impossible to coexist. It was a pity that Lin Hao was hung up. Therefore, when he realized that there was a new career branch that was exceptionally suitable for him, Lin Hao couldn't help but bring a bit of curiosity to his eyes as well. What career branch is it? There were as many as a few hundred branches of the Forge Master profession. Lin Hao was currently in contact with only a handful of them. He didn't really have the time to study them one by one. Furthermore, forging masters were a living profession, and there were too many cold branches under the living profession. Sometimes if one didn't notice it, they might miss it for the rest of their lives. Bai Yuro smiled before leisurely saying, I don't know if you've ever heard of curing forge? Lin Hao froze for a moment. Curing forging? In his memories, Lin Hao had indeed paid attention to this career branch skill, but he hadn't run to specifically learn about it. It was still something that he had only hurriedly scanned through when he was flipping through the book earlier. It was just that, at that moment, Lin Hao's entire focus was on material forging. So where else would he have the energy to pay attention to an even colder career branch? Perhaps seeing the meaning in Lin Hao's eyes, Bai Yuro laughed a little. You don't want to think that this branch of occupation belongs to the cold, that one hanging around. The truth is that if this branch of occupation is utilized properly, he will become an extremely rare and super powerful skill. Lin Hao looked at Bai Yuro in confusion, waiting for her next explanation. Bai Yuro indeed didn't let Lin Hao down, and soon said in a soft voice, Curing Forge belongs to the auxiliary class branch of professions, and in a way it's completely divided from our Min Attack class. So you probably don't have the means to absorb and learn it again right now. However, Curing Forge works seamlessly with your talent. Because Curing Forge is supposed to be the ability that grants equipment secondary word attributes. Hearing Bai Yuro's words, Lin Hao finally understood why Bai Yuro had said that this skill had an excellent fit for him. And it was still an extremely powerful secondary skill. It was different from Dwarf Forge Giant God Blessing and these auxiliary skills. If he was able to use the Curing Forge skill well, Lin Hao would be able to constantly add attribute phrases to white plate equipment. This ability alone, I'm afraid, would attract countless people's admiration and side-eye, right? Nowadays, it's already extremely rare for everyone to have a single attribute phrase on their equipment. Not to mention adding words to attribute equipment. Curing Forge was able to cure the first attribute phrase and add a second attribute phrase at the same time. Such a strong skill, Lin Hao really didn't understand why no one was learning it. It was even so cold that it was even inferior to material forging. Thinking of this, Lin Hao simply asked directly as well. Since this skill is so strong, why would no one learn to absorb it? Bai Yuro let out a light laugh. Of course, it's because the learning conditions for this skill are extraordinarily harsh. First of all, it has extremely high requirements for our spiritual power, and secondly, it's generally very difficult to successfully learn the branch of Curing Forge after learning other branches of auxiliary class professions. There are also seniors in our school who have conducted relevant tests and research on this phenomenon. But so far, they have not been able to find a reason for it. That's why the Curing Forge branch of the profession has also gone cold. In the end, the skill scrolls of Curing Forging are too rare. I'm afraid that 10,000 forging masters won't even be able to come across one, which is also the reason why everyone is about to forget about this branch of the profession nowadays. Bai Yuro rambled on, while Lin Hao's heart grew more and more excited the more he listened. Other people couldn't learn Curing Forging. But that didn't mean he couldn't. As for skill scrolls being too rare, it wasn't a problem at all with Papa Nation. So as long as Papa Nation could send him the Curing Forge skill scrolls, coupled with Lin Hao's sufficient mental power, learning to absorb this skill would not be a problem at all. But what did all this have to do with Lin Hao's talent? Curing Forge's ability is indeed strong enough, but he doesn't seem to have much to do with my talent. Does he? Bai Yuro, however, said, holding her chin. If it's someone else, that's naturally fine. But one of our academy's tutors once published a relevant academic paper, and in his paper, there was a point that everyone overlooked. The success rate of Curing Forging is bound to the success rate of forging equipment with each other. That is to say, how much success rate you have in forging equipment, how much success rate you have in Curing Forging. So if you're able to absorb the Curing Forge branch of the profession, with your talent today, with this branch of the profession, it's simply a killer. Lin Hao didn't realize that there was such a layer in the middle. It was only at this moment that Lin Hao finally realized where the gap was between himself and Bai Yuro, these senior siblings. Whether it was practical exercises or theoretical frontiers, it was a field that Lin Hao had never explored before. So now Lin Hao's practical skills were not enough. In terms of academic theory, Lin Hao also had to pay more attention to the news within the circle. After all, not all information circulated in books nowadays. Take this moment for example. If he simply went through the books, what Lin Hao would see would only be curing the learning conditions of forging. As for deeper information, there was nothing written inside the books at all. I see. Curing Forging is tied to the success rate of equipment forging, and since I have an 80% forging success rate right now, the success rate of Curing Forging will definitely not be lower than 80% as well. In a way, this skill matches me seamlessly. Bai Yuro nodded. At the same time, a few moments of regret appeared on her face. That's right. It's just a pity that you've already chosen the Illusion Forge branch now. If you were thinking of going to learn Curing Forge, it would have been impossible long ago. Not to mention the fact that there was a major class in between. Even if Lin Hao had learned an auxiliary career branch skill, it would have taken quite a bit of effort to want to switch to learning the branch of Curing Forging. Chapter 113, Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Perhaps one would even have to face the result of failure. Therefore, forging masters who could master the Curing Forging branch skill were feared to be less than 3 in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Lin Hao's face then revealed a playful smile. Then what if I'm able to learn this branch skill? Bai Yuro froze for a moment. How is that possible? What you learned was clearly a min attack class skill, and now you're running to learn an auxiliary class skill, but there's a thick barrier in between. Even if these branch skills of ours are integrated with each other, they are only a very few vocational skills. Like the seal forging that we're trying to master now, although it belongs to the main occupation category, there are many open skills in this category, and it's also a basic skill that a forge master must master. But that's not a reason for us to be able to casually cross the type barrier to learn other major career branches. Bayuro's face was filled with disapproval. In the first moment she heard Lin Hao's words, Bayuro nearly had to crumple up all the reasoning and tell him, "You've learned a lot in my lab these days. Even if we all belong to the same forging division, everyone's main focus is different, so it's better to not turn your head to other major categories easily. If one messes up, one might have to explode and die." Bayuro's words were not alarmist talk. This information was basically built on the experiences of previous generations. Lin Hao smiled and nodded. "Senior sister, I actually have another talent." Bayuro froze and raised her eyes. "You have another talent?" Lin Hao knocked on the table. "Yeah, if there's only one talent that increases the success rate of forging, don't you think it's a bit too thin?" If it was back when they first met Lin Hao, perhaps Bayuro would have thought that this talent of Lin Hao's was too ribald. The success rate of forging equipment was certainly important, but it wasn't like it couldn't be improved through external forces. There were also quite a few people in the industry who were studying the relevant practical operations. However, after actually seeing Lin Hao's success rate in forging equipment, Bayuro felt that this talent was simply not too scary, a success rate of well over 50%. There hadn't been a single failure up until now. Once this data was released, I'm afraid Lin Hao would have to be borrowed for research in a minute. Now that she heard Lin Hao's words, Bayuro only felt that her heart was blocked, because if Lin Hao's talent was too shabby, then who else's talent could be around it? Lin Hao's serious demeanor made it impossible for Bayuro to say a word. What else could he say? Everyone was born with just one talent. It's fine that your talent is better than others. Now you're telling her that he has two talents? I'm afraid you're not kidding, right? Bayuro's heart continued to bellyache, and her smile was about to crack. "Then what's your second talent?" Lin Hao smiled as he pulled out a skill enhancement roll from his own bosom. Of course, this skill enhancement roll didn't come with any attribute phrases. It was merely a single attribute bonus. If he brought any more attribute phrases with him, Lin Hao was worried that it would stimulate him too hard. And once Lin Hao's secrets were all known by Bayuro, at that time, Bayuro would definitely not be able to sign an agreement. Before he could bring her unnecessary trouble, Lin Hao felt that it would be better to cover his tracks a little. Nowadays, he was only releasing information that he was willing to let others know. For example, he was also able to learn the branch of the profession of material forging. At first, when she saw the skill enhancement coupon that Lin Hao handed over, Bayuro was still a bit confused about what he meant. But the moment she saw the smile on Lin Hao's face, Bayuro was instantly blessed and blurted out, "You made this skill enhancement coupon?" Lin Hao nodded with a smile. "Not bad. My second talent is to be able to learn auxiliary class career branch skills." Hearing this, Bayuro couldn't help but suck in a breath now, a barrier that the next person had struggled to climb over. In Lin Hao's case, it was just an easy threshold to cross. He even had the leisure to learn other classes' career branches. Originally, Bayuro had thought that the first career branch skill Lin Hao had come into contact with was his own illusion forge. Now that I think about it, the feeling was that long before enrolling in school, Lin Hao had already been exposed to career branching skills. After figuring this out, Bayuro's gaze towards Lin Hao also took on a bit of sultriness amongst it. "Originally, I thought that you were a smart and clever junior apprentice brother with slightly average talent. Only now do I realize that you're pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger." Lin Hao rubbed his head in embarrassment. "There are so many geniuses at St. Demon University. This bit of strength of mine shouldn't count for much, right? If we're really talking about abilities, the current me is just a half-assed level. I'm afraid there's still a lot to learn in the future." Hearing Lin Hao's words, Bayuro, who had been with him for so long, was able to truly feel that Lin Hao's words were indeed spoken from the bottom of his heart. It was just that, at this moment, Bayuro was still a bit depressed. If she had known that Lin Hao's talent was so strong, then the study plan she had made definitely wouldn't have stopped there. Steeply, Bayuro raised her head. "Senior Lin Hao, do you want to absorb the profession scroll of curing forging?" Lin Hao froze for a moment before nodding numbly. "It would naturally be best if I could learn it. It's just..." Lin Hao had absorbed quite a few career branch skills over the past month or so. His energy value was clearly about to reach a critical value. The career branch skill of solidification forging was obviously different from other careers, so absorbing and fusing it would have to consume a large amount of energy value. Lin Hao didn't dare to try it easily now. What the doctor had said at the beginning was firmly in his mind. Once the threshold was exceeded, it would result in serious injuries or a violent death. Even if Lin Hao wanted to learn as much as possible, he wouldn't joke with his life. I'm sure the army people wouldn't watch Lin Hao do something so dangerous either. Bayuro raised her eyebrows as if she felt something. Is there something difficult about it? Lin Hao nodded. There are indeed difficulties. Recently, I've absorbed multiple skill scrolls, including the current sealed forge. If I were to learn Curing Forge again, not to mention the success rate, I'm afraid that my energy value wouldn't be able to hold up, and a collapse of my mental power would be a possibility. Bayuro hadn't really considered the issue of energy value. For forgers of Bayuro's level, most of them didn't learn other classes of vocational skills in large quantities. Oftentimes, they selected an occupational skill and began to plow deeper into their research. Naturally, there was no such thing as mental energy or energy value troubles. But Lin Hao was different. He was able to choose from a much wider range. So the problems he faced at the moment were much more severe. Bayuro scanned Lin Hao up and down. If that's the case, then you'll only be able to go to the school's copy to practice. Chapter 114. No one would believe me if I said I was a newbie, right? With a goal and direction, Lin Hao was instantly energized. Moreover, the more skills he mastered, the more advantages he would have for forging materials or forging equipment later on. Lin Hao had always had a vision in his head. This vision was still the inspiration that Spirit Topiary had provided him with earlier. Lin Hao was able to topographize whiteboard equipment with similar word attributes. Then when Lin Hao mastered the skill of curing forging, the two would be able to match up extremely well and directly realize mass production. Curing forging would allow Lin Hao to refresh the attributes of his equipment to the best degree. Spiritual topography, on the other hand, was able to constantly copy over the attribute phrases of reference equipment. In other words, the army only needed to provide equipment that met the requirements. Lin Hao would then be able to complete the last two important processes of the production line and realize batch production. In this way, the gap in the army's requirements would also be able to be greatly reduced. Even if it didn't shrink to nothing, at least it wouldn't be as stretched as it was now. Lin Hao's mind was calculating well. Bayuro, however, suddenly remembered something else. Wait a minute. I seem to remember telling you about material analysis before, but I didn't tell you about forging tools? Lin Hao turned his head with a puzzled expression. Seeing Lin Hao's bewildered look, Bayuro then couldn't help but slap her forehead. This is also my fault. Forging teleology and material analysis should actually be paired together to be studied together. These are elite courses in the later stages. Normally freshmen like you wouldn't be exposed to them, but you have good talent and your comprehension ability is a little better than the others, so there's no harm in learning them in advance now. Speaking of this, Bayuro began to ramble on. It's not enough for us to just understand forging materials on a regular basis. And I think you've also noticed, senior brother, that a forging master's time for forging equipment often varies, and that there are times when it takes as long as 10 days and half a month, or even a few years. But if we can make good use of the tools, the time it takes for the equipment to end up in the forging space will be greatly reduced. Lin Hao hadn't really considered this angle before. Now that he heard Bayuro's explanation, he was instantly mesmerized. The tools we use on a regular basis are dissolvers, centrifuges, and splitters. All of these machines are able to help us process forging materials to a great extent. Forging teleology belongs to the auxiliary category, similar to the material strengthening coupons you made earlier, both of which are meant to assist us in our daily lives and even in combat. But since there are barriers between the major classes, on weekdays we prepare these tools in advance. So most forgers just need to learn how to use them. But with your talent, it's not impossible to forge a batch of tools for your own use. It's just that you'll have to study through the principles involved, but right now you just need to understand the construction of these tools along with how to use them. Lin Hao nodded, and then he followed Bayuro into her material storage room. Previously, Lin Hao had never stepped into the material storage room. His sphere of activity was usually outside the lab, and like Bayuro's lounge with the materials room, Lin Hao was still very much in his element. However, with Bayuro's permission this time, Lin Hao didn't squirm. Bayuro's material storage room was a lot tidier than Lin Hao had imagined. He had to know that Lin Hao's lab in the first middle school was a mess. If it wasn't for Mr. Su helping him clean up, Lin Hao would have been left without a place to land sooner or later. On the contrary, Bayuro's lab was always cleaned up, and even the material storage room was divided into categories and planned the location of each type of material. It was particularly eye-catching at a glance. Bayuro quickly arrived at the corner of the room, and then used the necklace around her neck to open the large box in the corner. Lin Hao was able to clearly see that there were all sorts of forging tools stored in the box. These tools looked extraordinarily new, which should be due to the fact that they were more cherished on weekdays. As a matter of fact, forging tools could indeed be considered luxury goods within the circle of forging masters, not to mention that Bayuro had a full set here. After all, there were a lot of forging masters who chose not to branch out into auxiliary professions. Therefore, if these forging masters needed forging tools, they could only buy them from other forging masters at a high price. And these forging tools are also divided into upper, middle, and lower levels. The entire set of forging tools in Bayuro's hands was the upper middle class. Lin Hao had been here for nearly 2 months, and now it was the first time he'd seen it, so he could tell how rare it was for Bayuro to have a set of forging tools. Bayuro let Lin Hao help carry out the forging tools, and only then did she explain to him one by one the principles and methods of use. Lin Hao learned and got started quite quickly, and was able to skillfully operate them in a short while. Just because Bayuro was beside himself, Lin Hao quickly said, "Senior sister, I've almost gotten the hang of it. Let me go back and slowly get the rest. Stay here. I'm afraid I'll disturb you." Bayuro raised an eyebrow. Her lab was still more than enough to accommodate a dozen people. However, Bayuro still had to be busy dealing with the equipment in the middle of the practical exam. So naturally, she didn't have time to worry about Lin Hao. "Will you be able to handle it back there?" Lin Hao smiled. "I think I still have no problem." Bayuro turned her head to look at herself again, and a few moments of reluctance came out of the eyes of that entire batch of tools. "Then why don't you take these tools back and use them?" Lin Hao shook his head. Bayuro's batch of tools were indeed good. It could be small and cute. One could tell how much Bayuro treasured this batch of tools. Lin Hao was also worried about any accidents on the way he took them away, so he flatly refused. "No need. In the future I'm going to forge equipment independently as well, so I'll procure this batch of tools myself. Even if I can't procure them, don't forget that I can still forge them myself, senior sister." Hearing Lin Hao's words, Bayuro then nodded. However, out of concern for Lin Hao, Bayuro still allowed Lin Hao to practically maneuver it in front of her. "It's not good to just get started. How about this? How about you refine a material for performing seal forging for me first?" Lin Hao didn't hesitate for half a second and directly picked up the double pearl flower and the alchemy stone that were placed aside. Putting the two materials into the separator according to the ratio, Lin Hao skillfully maneuvered the machine to carry out the decomposition, purification, and fusion procedures. Seeing Lin Hao's skillful movements, Bayuro's eyes couldn't help but show a bit of surprise. With Lin Hao's proficiency, no one would believe that he was a novice, right? Chapter 115. Practicing the first test. If it wasn't for the fact that Bayuro was certain that Lin Hao had only come into contact with these forging tools today, I'm afraid she would have to wonder if Lin Hao was deliberately hiding his clumsiness in front of her. However, the fact that Lin Hao was able to be so skillful had in turn slightly stabilized Bayuro's heart. That way, she would be able to feel more at ease about handing over the equipment needed for the exam to Lin Hao to make, wouldn't she? Moreover, Lin Hao was able to skillfully use these forging tools, and in the time to come, her cooperation with Lin Hao would only become more harmonious. Coupled with Lin Hao's forging success rate, Bayuro felt happy just thinking about it. "No wonder you were able to get in with first place. It seems like your practical maneuvers are still good." Lin Hao rubbed his head. "I'm just more used to practical training. And refining materials is similar to using these tools, so naturally it's much faster to get the hang of it." However, Bayuro fiddled with the sealing materials that Lin Hao had just refined at this time. When she checked the properties, Bayuro couldn't help but have a few moments of surprise grow in her eyes. "The first refining has already reached 95%? I'm afraid that this efficiency of yours is higher than even 80 or 90% of the older students?" Lin Hao shook his head helplessly. "Maybe it's because of my extremely high forging success rate bonus." For a moment, Lin Hao couldn't find a good reason. Bayuro hung her head and thought for a moment before nodding along. "Perhaps it is indeed due to your extremely high forging success rate. It's just a pity that I'm not a researcher in this area, or else I'd be able to look into it in more detail down the line." Hearing Bayuro's words, Lin Hao was both terrified and scared, but at the same time, he was more than a little grateful. Worthy of being a student of the Holy Devil University. When they came across something like this that was hard to explain, their first reaction was to study a wave. Lin Hao didn't want to be studied as a guinea pig. Therefore, he was even more glad that Bai Yuro wasn't a talented person in this area of research. As for worrying about whether or not Bai Yuro would tell the truth about him, with Lin Hao's understanding of Bai Yuro, before obtaining his permission, Bai Yuro's lips were still very tight. And with the army's secret guards supervising in the dark, Lin Hao wasn't worried at all that he'd be snuck away. It seemed that handing himself over to the country's father was still quite beneficial. Lin Hao left Bai Yuro's laboratory in a happy mood. Turning his head, he went back to his own lab. Entering the lab, Lin Hao realized that he didn't have any forging tools at all. However, this little problem wasn't a big deal to Lin Hao. Making a batch of forging tools was something Lin Hao could still handle. Moreover, forging tools didn't cost skill scrolls. Therefore, Lin Hao immediately sent Chen Chao a long list. What was written on the list was all the materials for the forging tools. Chen Chao's side was even less ambiguous. Although he didn't understand what the contraptions on Lin Hao's list were, when he saw that most of these materials were extremely rare, Chen Chao still pulled all of them into Lin Hao's lab at the first opportunity. Lin Hao then started forging the other tools he needed. Forging tools might take 2 or 3 days for other people. But for Lin Hao, who had the divine blessing effect, the time was directly shortened greatly. In just half a day's work, Lin Hao had already followed Bai Yuro's set of equipment and given himself a full set. Moreover, the tools he had forged were of a higher grade than the set Bai Yuro had treasured. Forging tools wasn't difficult. What was difficult was that there were very few auxiliary class forgers. Most people chose the main occupation class. Only a small portion would choose other classes. This also made the price of forging tools higher and higher every year. Now that Lin Hao had directly given himself a set of top-tier tools, a few moments of satisfaction grew in Lin Hao's eyes. He even had the leisure to look at the attributes of the tool he had just forged. Separator. Grade, none. Quality. King grade. When purifying and separating, efficiency is increased by 300%. Success rate is increased by 90%. If dealing with materials above the king's grade, the data decreases accordingly. Lin Hao stroked his chin. It seemed that the batch of tools he had forged were still extremely good. The rest of the tools were all pretty much the same, whether it was efficiency or success rate. They had all been boosted under Lin Hao's forging. The most crucial thing was that Lin Hao's entire set of tools were all at the king level. It was important to realize that the set of equipment in Bai Yuro's hands was only diamond level. Just this was still being treasured by Bai Yuro. If Lin Hao's set of tools were to be sold, he was afraid that there would be a large number of forging masters who weren't short on money. With this batch of tools, Lin Hao immediately began to prepare the equipment for seal forging. There were still many categories under seal forging. However, the ones used for the test this time were simpler. Lin Hao only needed to use the materials to force a seal on the equipment. These candidates would then unseal it through various materials, and it would be considered passed. The equipment was naturally provided by the school. The grade wasn't that high, merely a level 20 platinum black gold necklace. The value of a level 20 black gold necklace was relatively cheap. But it couldn't help that the level of the black gold necklace was good. Don't look at Lin Hao's random outbursts of diamond grade legend grade equipment. In fact, a lot of people were only able to equip themselves with gold grade or even platinum grade equipment. And the level 20 black gold necklaces provided by the school were already extremely rare equipment. And these black gold necklaces were obviously sent to Bai Yuro's lab by the hands of a forger. Looking at the attributes of this batch of necklaces, they were all almost controlled in an interval with a very small float. It was obvious how strong the other party's strength in forging equipment was. Lin Hao secretly nodded his head in his heart. Even if Lin Hao had done it himself, it would have been a bit difficult to do so under the condition of not using spiritual topography. Therefore, Lin Hao quickly sank into the world of sealing equipment. If you want to seal these equipment, the first thing you need to do is to form a blocking boundary through the materials. The second thing you need to do is to break down the receiving structure on the outer layer of the equipment. And finally, you need to lock down the receiving structure of the equipment and then close the boundary completely. Lin Hao followed this step by step. At first, he was a bit cautious, but when he became skillful, his speed was blazing fast, especially when the seal forging proficiency started to rise. Lin Hao's hand movements were so fast that they were going to become a stump. The sealing materials had all been specially prepared beforehand. Nowadays, Lin Hao also only needed to pull these sealing materials so that they could become bridges of articulation for the seals. The final step was to reinforce the undertaking structure. Regardless of whether it was the first step or the second step, for the next person, it would probably have to take 2 or 3 hours. But for Lin Hao, this little matter was but a matter of minutes for him to be able to deal with it swiftly. Chapter 116. Sealing Success, Life Preservation Skill. There were more and more equipment sealed beside Lin Hao, and by the end of the day, the box at his hand had been filled. Looking at this batch of equipment, Lin Hao's eyes followed with a bit of interest. The next step was testing. This batch of equipment was definitely going to be delivered to the candidates in the end, in order to prevent them from unsealing the equipment in one go. Lin Hao had also purposely put the necklace on. It had to be said that seal forging was indeed a good branch of the profession, especially for forgers. Could be considered a life-saving skill. Imagine, when encountering an enemy whose strength was slightly better than his own, just with the help of sealing materials, he would be able to directly seal the enemy's equipment with a single key. This way will undoubtedly fight for their own survival space, and even be able to complete the limit of anti-killing. From a certain point of view, this skill is still very necessary to learn. It was no wonder that it would become one of the basic skills necessary for a forge master. It was important to realize that the self-preservation ability of living professions was inherently worse than the self-preservation ability of other combat professions. If you don't have the ability to fight back, won't you directly become a fish on the chopping block to be slaughtered? Just based on this point can make countless forging master willing to spend time. Will this skill light up? At least have a little self-protection ability, is not it? Regardless of whether it was strong or weak, as long as you learned it, it was a shield for yourself. Lin Hao looked at the equipment necklace that he couldn't catalyze, and now he finally understood why this skill was so hot, and had even directly become an exam question for the veterans of St. Demon University. Black Gold Necklace. Level, 20. Quality, Platinum. Strength plus 80. Speed plus 50. Attack plus 100. Defense plus 100. Enhancement, 0. Status, sealed. After settling this batch of equipment, Lin Hao wasn't in a hurry to go find by Euro to deliver. He still had to be busy practicing leveling right now. If he didn't level up, Lin Hao wouldn't be able to ensure that his energy value went up, so naturally, he wouldn't be able to learn the Curing Forge skill. Furthermore, Lin Hao hadn't even started forging the drawings he had opened 2 days ago. Even the army side was waiting for Lin Hao to send over a new batch of equipment. Therefore, Lin Hao didn't seem to be busy, but in reality, he had long been too busy to touch the ground. Even his schedule was filled to the brim with self-scheduling. For the rest of the day, Lin Hao simply took his own leveling squad directly into the school's replica. As Bai Euro had said, leveling elsewhere naturally wasn't as fast as the school copy. For one thing, the school's copy has gone through the school's various reviews and even risk screening, so safety is guaranteed to a certain extent. Secondly, the school occupies such a large area, and there are countless copies, so Lin Hao certainly doesn't have to travel far and wide to practice outside the school. Therefore, Lin Hao stayed in the middle of the duplicates peacefully during this period of time. Ever since he had reached level 30, Lin Hao realized that the experience value he needed to level up had multiplied. As a result, the squad surrounding him had basically all gone out to hunt wild monsters. Fortunately, several people had signed the relevant employment treaty at the beginning. In the end, all of the experience gained naturally ended up in Lin Hao's pocket. Lin Hao saw his own level go up a little bit, and it was only when he reached level 35 that Lin Hao stopped his upgrading pace a little bit. The consecutive days of practicing leveling had made Lin Hao a bit headstrong. The first time he returned to the lab, Lu Kong checked out the forging materials that Chen Chao had just sent over. Surprisingly, all of the blast charm forging materials that he had needed earlier had already been collected. Now Lin Hao was also able to find side things to do, so he once again immersed himself in his own forging space. Material after material was continuously thrown into the forging space. After being strengthened, they were taken out and compared again and again by Lin Hao. Finally, he picked out the most suitable strengthening materials before throwing them into the forging space together. This was followed by a day and a night of waiting. To be honest, after such a long delay before starting to forge the third piece of equipment, Lin Hao was quite curious in his heart. Especially with the example of the 1,000 opportunity ring in front of him, Lin Hao was naturally curious about how the attribute entries related to the sprinting talisman would change. A day and a night passed, and Lin Hao finally heard the sound of a successful forging. He immediately couldn't wait to take the sprinting talisman out. Even though he had prepared for it, Lin Hao was still a bit surprised the moment he saw the attributes of the sprinting talisman, compared to the previous attributes. This time, the sprinting talisman had obviously improved greatly, and it also directly triggered the divine blessing effect. Amulet of Sprinting Diamond Grade. Wear level 30. Attack plus 150,000. Defense plus 150,000. Attack speed plus 80%. Move speed plus 100%. Skills: Dash, Slow, True Wound, Sprinting. In addition to the basic attribute bonus, 100% attack speed bonus and 100% movement speed bonus can be gained under sprinting state, sprinting. In addition to the basic attribute bonus, 100% attack speed bonus and 100% movement speed bonus can be obtained. Slow. In slow state, it can weaken 100% attack speed and 100% movement speed of unlimited number of enemy target units. True Wound. Hitting an enemy unit will result in 100% true wound, ignoring the enemy's defense and having a 10% probability of breaking the defense. Lin Hao's Death Scythe and 1000 Chance Rings were perfect complements to each other. The Death Scythe was the main attacker, while the 1000 Chance Ring had 3 forms to choose from. Now there's a Hastening Talisman which not only increases his movement speed, but also has a true damage effect, and it's a group attack true damage effect. No one would dare to believe it, right? Not to mention that this was only the level after it was not strengthened. Once it was strengthened, I'm afraid that the relevant attribute entries would also skyrocket. Lin Hao continued to calm himself down, and at the same time began to think about whether or not to strengthen the 1000 Opportunity Ring and the Sprinting Talisman. He had now reached level 35. It was certain that he would be able to step up to level 40 in a short amount of time. Therefore, the levels of the Death God's Scythe, 1000 Chance Ring, and Sprinting Talisman should also follow suit. However, what he was worried about now was the materials for strengthening. Unlike the previous reinforcement of the God of Death Scythe, the reinforcement materials needed for the 1000 Machines Ring and the Sprinting Talisman were incredibly rare. However, Lin Hao still quickly found the target of this injustice. The moment Jiang Fan's side received Lin Hao's message, he practically hoofed it to Holy Devil University in a helicopter. The delay in between was completely negligible. Just after knocking on the door to Lin Hao's dorm room, Jiang Fan walked straight in with a big stab, his eyes still looking around. "Where's your equipment? Take it out and show it to me?" Chapter 117 Sealing Degree exactly the same. Lin Hao knew that Jiang Fan couldn't wait after just a quick glance. Therefore, he also just nudged towards the coffee table in his own living room. "You got here pretty fast. Normally, it would take 3 or 4 hours to fly from Jiangnan province to the imperial capital anyways. However, Lin Hao's message had only just been sent out an hour ago, and Jiang Fan had already come to the door. Jiang Fan was already so focused on the equipment that Lin Hao had just forged that he didn't have the heart to think about anything else. "Just happened to come to the imperial capital for a bit of business, and I didn't expect you to contact me so coincidentally." After saying that, Jiang Fan had already gotten on his hands and touched the 1000 Opportunities Ring. Seeing the attributes of the 1000 Opportunities Ring, Jiang Fan's heart was once again filled with admiration. But he had already seen it last time. Now he was even more curious about the other piece of equipment Lin Hao was talking about. So his gaze quickly went to the Sprinting Talisman next to it. Just after scanning the attributes, Jiang Fan couldn't help but exclaim in shock. "It's such a perverted phrase again. How in the world did you kid forge them?" Just the initial attributes were already so high. Jiang Fan simply didn't dare to imagine what horrifying level the final attributes would reach if these pieces of equipment could be strengthened. Thinking of this, Jiang Fan immediately raised his head. "You didn't tell anyone else about this news, did you?" Lin Hao immediately shook his head. "If I want to strengthen my equipment, naturally, I have to tell you first." After all, he was still waiting for Jiang Fan to provide the materials for strengthening here. Jiang Fan seemed to have thought of this scene as well, and couldn't help but let out a low laugh, but the laugh more or less brought a few points of pleasure. "It seems that the treaty I signed with you back then was really right. What kind of strengthening materials do you need? Make a list and give it to me directly. It just so happens that I'm in Kyoto right now, so maybe the materials will be able to be delivered to you by night." Lin Hao was immediately energized after hearing this. "The list has long been prepared. Do you want to take a look at it now?" After saying that, Lin Hao handed a small book to Jiang Fan. Looking at this not-so-thin little book, Jiang Fan showed some anger and laughed. "I knew that you, this kid is fine, is absolutely not contact me. Feelings are here waiting for me?" But Lin Hao had this kind of thing to think of himself first, still let Jiang Fan heart quite happy. You know that nowadays, in all the major military regions, who wouldn't want to borrow 2 pieces of equipment away from Lin Hao's hands? especially Lin Hao's hands of the Scythe of Death and the Thousand Machines ring, that was almost on the existence of the small book of goals in the hearts of all the people. With these two pieces of powerful equipment, wouldn't there be something to look forward to when attacking some copies? You should know that a single 1,000 chance ring would allow an elite team to come out of a heaven-level copy unharmed in one fell swoop. Now there was one more piece of equipment. As long as it's not a cutie, who wouldn't want to get on good terms with Lin Hao in a different way? Now that Lin Hao just wanted some strengthening materials, Zhang Fan was naturally able to afford to give them. It's just that you have some materials in here that are too rare, so I'm afraid I'll have to dispatch them elsewhere on my end. Lin Hao wasn't in a hurry to strengthen it for a while. The only reason he had contacted Zhang Fan was because he was thinking about the paper contract he had signed with him earlier. Moreover, the Death God's Scythe had not been reinforced twice until now. Considering that his level was about to reach level 40, it was time to let these pieces of equipment strengthen their level upwards. After sending off the reluctant Zhang Fan, Lin Hao then looked at the time, and then he took his sealed batch of equipment towards Bai Yuro's lab. At this moment, Bai Yuro was still diving into preparing for this exam. Seeing Lin Hao return so quickly, Bai Yuro's face followed suit with a few moments of surprise. It had only been a few days of work, and Lin Hao had actually finished sealing all of that batch of equipment. At a normal person's speed, being able to seal 1 or 2 pieces of equipment a day would already be considered good. After all, don't look at the sealing and forging program as simple. In fact, this involves more than a little bit of knowledge, and also have to cooperate with the practical operation and various environmental factors. In this way, the probability of failure is not unheard of. Not to mention the fact that Lin Hao was still a novice, and hadn't even been exposed to a systematic course on seal forging before. It was only these days that Bai Yuro drew him a range of knowledge points, and only then did Lin Hao come into contact with learning for a few days. According to Bai Yuro's original idea, if Lin Hao didn't have the means to seal so many pieces of equipment at once, she would just help out when the time came. Who would have thought that not only had Lin Hao accomplished it, but he had done it in such a quick time? Bai Yuro's mind was shaken at the moment. Just as she was thinking of checking it out properly, she directly paused in the next second. You have all this equipment. Bai Yuro is in the end the person responsible for this aspect of the examination. Therefore, her mastery of seal forging was naturally considered to be the best amongst the academy, and was even in existence that made countless younger siblings look up to her. However, when Bai Yuro saw the batch of equipment Lin Hao had sealed, she couldn't help but lose her composure. They're all sealed to the exact same degree? How did you do that? Even if Bai Yuro herself wanted to control the degree of sealing of this batch of equipment to a basic level, it would have to go through countless attempts. It was important to realize that the most difficult part of the seal forging exam wasn't lifting the seals, but how to perfectly seal the equipment. As it turned out, Lin Hao did it far better than even she, a veteran, could. This caused Bai Yuro to feel a few emotions in her heart. In the end, it's still you who's great. Lin Hao smiled. It's just that it took more effort, but I have to thank senior sister for finding me those books. After this practice, I feel a lot more skillful again. Bai Yuro shook her head helplessly. Where was the usefulness of those books she was looking for? Bai Yuro had only given Lin Hao a theoretical direction. The rest of the practical exercises had to be executed by Lin Hao himself. If Lin Hao wasn't talented enough on his own, coupled with extreme hard work, I'm afraid it would be absolutely impossible to reach such a level. Didn't you see that the group of veteran students who had enrolled in the first few years were now all extraordinarily bald for this entrance exam? Now they were instead being left behind by a freshman like Lin Hao. Thinking about it like that, Bai Yuro was also slightly more angry. After all, she wasn't the one who suffered the blow. With help from Lin Hao's side, Bai Yuro's progress naturally flew by. The exam questions that were originally scheduled to be completed in a week were all done by the 5th day. Thus, after the freshmen's military training ended, the Forge Academy quickly welcomed their first entrance exam. It was just that this entrance exam did not include new students. Rather, it's students who have enrolled in the last 6 years. The forges recruited by Holy Magic University were not fixed every year. There were no fixed colleges or specialties before. Therefore, these recruited forgers were also stuffed into various life profession colleges and even magic colleges. Chapter 118 buff points is full. Now everyone, all of them, would be assembled again, which in turn caused a few moments of missteps. But no matter what, there was naturally no way to run the Holy Devil University entrance exam. Even if it was the other colleges, I'm afraid that they were all already standing by at this moment. Therefore, in addition to the freshmen who just enrolled in the school, All of the older students are eager to be able to hang their heads on the beam and prick their thighs. It's a pity that the time for the entrance exam is right there. Even if everyone is not happy to face it, it's always a little bit closer. This day, the newly built building of the Forge Academy was finally fully open. It's a pity that this group of students from the Forging Academy didn't have much joy and even looked a bit sad. In the large academy building, the staircase classroom on the first floor was chosen for this exam. As this year's entrance exam, the invigilator was naturally arranged to be a tutor from the academy. Lin Hao had never seen a tutor from the Forging Academy before this, so he couldn't help but look up when he entered the classroom with his equipment. This instructor had a long, country face that was quite imposing when he wasn't speaking, and his brows furrowed slightly when he saw Lin Hao looking over. "You're also a student who came to take the exam this time. How come I haven't seen you before?" Hearing his mentor's words, Lin Hao was somewhat at a loss for a moment. In the end, it was Bai Yuro who was standing behind Lin Hao, who poked her head out and said in a breezy manner, "Teacher Feng, this isn't a student taking the exam. This is a new student who was just recruited this year." Hearing Bai Yuro's explanation, Feng Gang's face instantly revealed a few smiles. "So you're a new student who was just recruited up this year? I wonder which class you were assigned to?" Lin Hao froze for a moment before he silently replied, "I was assigned to the first class." As soon as the name of Class 1 was said, Feng Gang immediately came to a realization. "First class? You're Lin Hao." Lin Hao didn't expect the other party to be able to tell his identity in one breath, but he nodded without the slightest hesitation. "Not bad." Now Feng Gang looked at Lin Hao with even more satisfaction amongst his eyes. "So it's you. I've already heard of your name before you even enrolled." To be able to labor Director Zhao to personally go over and recruit a student who is also from our Forging Academy. That's the first time since the school was founded. Feng Gang's words had only just fallen. The group of students who had entered the exam early had already turned their eyes to Lin Hao. Each and every one of them had eyes full of curiosity and inquiry. It should be known that the conditions for students of the Forging Department to enter the Holy Devil University were already harsh, and the number of people who could enter every year was even more rare. Lin Hao was able to labor the director of the school's admissions office to personally go over to his high school, so it was clear that Lin Hao's strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Taking another look at the equipment Lin Hao was holding in his hands, a group of students suddenly had chills running down their backs. It was important to realize that this was a university, and even though Lin Hao was a freshman, it didn't mean that people would really underestimate him. After entering college, no matter how many years you've studied, your energy to learn is naturally no match for someone's freshman who just graduated from high school. Because of this, everyone felt even more that Lin Hao's competitiveness was a little too strong. The opponent was already strong enough and had just enrolled in school. Looking at the equipment he was holding in his hands, it was clear that the other party had already been working under an elder sister or even a mentor before he even entered the school. In this way, the buffs on Lin Hao's body were practically full. Lin Hao was somewhat helpless himself. Feng Gang's such undisguised appreciation was really too much for him to bear. The point was that the gazes of so many seniors and siblings had converged. Even if Lin Hao was a social cow at this moment, he could be seen as a social terrorist by so many people. Therefore, Lin Hao could only whisper, "Just happened to run into Director Zhao enrollment." Lin Hao verbalized his modesty, but Feng Gang would not think so. Considering that the exam was coming up soon, Feng Gang didn't exchange a few pleasantries with Lin Hao and Bai Yuro, and only told them to place their equipment and exam questions on the podium before going out. The door to the exam room quickly closed. Feng Gang also long ago lost his earlier amiable appearance, and instead scanned the classroom. He secretly counted the heads in his heart and confirmed that the number of people was correct before saying aloud, "I'm sure everyone knows that this entrance exam is very important. Since everyone is already here, let's hand out the exam questions first. The time for answering the question paper is 2 hours, and the paper must be handed in after 2 hours." At first, when everyone heard that there were only test papers, they couldn't help but bring a few moments of joy to their faces. Turned out that 2 hours had only come and gone. Feng Gang distributed all the equipment on hand without changing his face. "This time, we will not only take the theory test, but also the practical test at the same time. The practical part of the test is seal lifting as well as seal forging. Please complete the corresponding practical exercises within 48 hours. There is an information entry machine on the lock that comes with the equipment. After entering the information, only one person is allowed to answer the questions. Once the information of the second person appears, the test results will be directly nullified. Now you will send the equipment down for information entry. The 2 days given out caused a direct wail. But in the way of Phone Gang's usual might was really scary. Froze, not a single person dared to shout out loud at this time. Seeing them one by one complete the information entry, Phone Gang then nodded. Next you guys go back on your own and complete this practical exercise. Just remember when the test closes. Saying this, Phone Gang then pointed to the clock in the classroom that had already started counting down. Only then did all of them realize the urgency of this exam. Seeing that Phone Gang had already left, everyone finally wailed out loud. This time is a little too short. The key is only 2 days. And it turns out that I have to accomplish both lifting the seal and seal forging at the same time. Isn't this killing me? It's over. It's over. I don't think I'll be able to get the credits for this entrance exam. If I can't get it, doesn't that mean I'll have to fail both of these courses? Come on. I failed once last semester. If I fail again this semester, won't that mean I'll have to defer my graduation directly? Don't say that. I've already failed 4 times. Between the crowd wailing, but there were also people who looked down at their equipment. But the moment they finished looking at the equipment status, the people directly froze. This equipment doesn't seem right. One person spoke and everyone else looked at the equipment in their hands. There were a total of 2 pieces of equipment handed out this time. One was the white plate equipment that the school had prepared for them, and this one was for them to use for sealing and forging. The second was the already sealed equipment that Lin Hao had prepared for them earlier. Chapter 119. How come the equipment doesn't have attributes displayed? But now when they saw the second piece of equipment, everyone was a bit shocked. How come this equipment doesn't have an attribute display? It shouldn't be a mistake on the school side, right? It shouldn't be a mistake. This is an entrance exam. Then how to explain that it has no attribute display? At least it's still a platinum level equipment. But even the attack and defense attributes are not displayed, so it's not a piece of equipment that's worse than a white plate, right? Maybe this equipment is just damaged? How can a damaged equipment be used as a test question for us? Everyone had different opinions, but they couldn't come up with a result after half a day of discussion. Finally, someone couldn't help but say, could it be that after this equipment was sealed, it directly stopped displaying its attributes? Just after this was said, someone immediately retorted, how could that be? We could clearly still see the equipment attributes when we sealed it before. How is it that we can't see it on this one? Only just after his words fell, someone immediately spoke out. Do you guys still remember that there is a high-level skill within seal forging that can erase all the attributes of the equipment? If there's no way to remove the seal, then this equipment can only be reduced to a scrap. Hearing this person's words, everyone present followed suit and stared wide-eyed. If one thought about it like this, it seemed to make sense. Even if everyone practiced seal forging well on weekdays, no one had been able to achieve such a high level until now. Who would have thought that the exam equipment sent to them would have reached a high level? How else could they disarm it? After realizing this, the wails from everyone's mouths intensified. Does this even want us to live? We can't live anymore. I'm only at the middle level. How can I lift a high-level seal? So who prepared the equipment this time? I don't know. I just saw Senior Sister by Euro come over. Could it be that Senior Sister by Euro gave us the seals? Then it should be. Damn it. How come this year we've run into this demoness? Sister Bai. I've decided to stay in the library for the next 2 days. Is there anyone who wants to join me? Take me with you. Facing the equipment that obviously couldn't lift the seal, everyone was still more or less annoyed in their hearts. However, after the annoyance, it wasn't impossible to fight again for the sake of their credits. This kind of high-level skills we have little contact with on weekdays, but it doesn't mean that the books in the library don't tell the method of lifting the seal. When the time comes, according to the method told in the book, follow the gourd to try twice more, always able to try successfully, right? Having decided on this idea, everyone obviously became a lot more active. Therefore, a series of students walked towards the direction of the library in such a vast manner. At the same time, on the way, the crowd didn't forget to compare their equipment with the others. In the end, they were shocked to discover everyone's equipment sealing degree was exactly the same. It wasn't like they hadn't taken a practical test before. In addition to the explicit forging exam, the equipment provided by the school were all exactly the same. For a practical test of this type, like the unforging, it would be almost impossible to do it in a single bowl of water. After all, the practical exam questions also need to be personally handled by the tutor. But the tutor is not a machine. Naturally, there is no way to do all exactly the same. Therefore, this time is a very test of a person's character luck. Everyone had originally thought of having a bittersweet moment to see which unlucky person had the deepest seal. As a result, after discovering the truth, they instantly stopped laughing. It was because everyone's sealing degree was exactly the same. In other words, everyone was completely on the same starting line this time. With this aspect of stimulation, no one dared to give up on themselves after all. Fortunately, the Forge Academy's teaching building wasn't too far from the library, and this batch of students came at the same moment that Lin Hao had come 2 days before. Lin Hao had thought about reading a book in the library for a while, who thought that head on this batch of elder sisters walked in, which in turn let Lin Hao give birth to a few points of error to stare. Why didn't this group of older siblings unseal their equipment in the lab, but instead ran to the library? At the moment, Lin Hao was oblivious, because the exam questions that he had helped come up with had already caused a great deal of trouble for these senior sisters. However, thinking about avoiding suspicion, Lin Hao silently narrowed down his presence. Luckily, none of these older siblings had noticed Lin Hao either. After entering the library, they ran straight in the opposite direction from Lin Hao. Most of the books stored over there were skill books of the main profession type. Just by looking at their level of proficiency, Lin Hao knew that this library was one that they didn't come to often on weekdays. Come to think of it, which one of them wasn't the pride of the heavens who worked hard before entering St. Demon University? Even after entering the university, people might have slackened off, but they definitely wouldn't waste their days. At least the face-saving effort was still there. So for the rest of the time, Lin Hao sat quietly in his own corner seat. A few rows of bookshelves away, a group of students lowered their voices. "I'll read the books over here, you guys read the books over there. After we find a way to undo it, let's hurry up and give it a try." The crowd looked at each other, then nodded their heads. Although it was a practical exam, cases like theirs were not few, so the school also allowed it. There was no such thing as cheating or not cheating. After all, at the end of the day, their own equipment still had to be unsealed by them personally. You have to know that the information at the beginning could be Feng Gang watching them enter it in with his own eyes. Once the information was entered, with their strength it would be absolutely impossible for them to think of some crooked ideas. In other words, if they had the strength to break the information entry system, then why would everyone still be here checking the books to find a way? Wouldn't they just unseal the equipment in minutes? Therefore, the group of people divided up the work and cooperated, and for a while it was quite a good match. It wasn't long before someone raised the book in their hands. "You guys come and take a look. This side seems to explain in detail the method of lifting high-level skills." This person's words had only just fallen, and immediately, someone took the book in his hand. The other party's reputation amongst this group of students was clearly the highest as well. At this moment, everyone didn't have any significance for his action of grabbing the book. Only after reading it 3 times did Wang Chongheng nod heavily. A very complete approach indeed. Why don't I try it now? With Wang Chongheng's words, everyone was naturally eager to do so. Then hurry up and try it. In full view of everyone, Wang Chongheng quickly took out his equipment and then attached his hand on top of it. Chapter 120 directly broke the equipment. In fact, Wang Chongheng was quite a bit nervous in his heart. This was the first time he had attempted to unseal a high-level skill. Coupled with the fact that there were so many people watching, he was afraid that something would go wrong. Following the method taught in the book, combined with the theory and practical experience they had learned earlier, Wang Chongheng directly began to search for the sealing medium on the equipment. Normally, if one wanted to seal a piece of equipment, one would naturally rely on the sealing medium to be able to do so. The sealing medium also determines how far the sealing degree of a piece of equipment can reach. The first step is not particularly difficult, but it is not particularly easy either. Wang Chongheng searched around, and as a result, he lost a large portion of his energy and froze without finding the so-called sealing medium, which made him a bit unable to sit still. When the crowd saw Wang Chongheng's miserable face, they immediately came up and asked, "What's wrong? Can you find the sealing medium? Is something wrong?" They asked mixed questions, and Wang Chongheng's own heart was so messed up that he could only helplessly shake his head at the moment. "I didn't find it." When the crowd heard Wang Chongheng's words, they were still a bit incredulous for a moment. Some people couldn't help but take out the equipment in their hands, and then they began to follow the methods taught in the books, and little by little began to search. As a result, after a full 5 minutes had passed, this person also shook his head with a pale face. "Really can't find it." The others looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. If the sealing medium couldn't even be found, wouldn't it be that they couldn't even take the first step towards lifting the seal? Then why are they still here? And not only could the sealing medium not find them, they couldn't even read the structure of the second layer. Now everyone froze. This exam shouldn't be purposely made difficult for us, right? I don't think so. The entrance exam used to be a bit tricky at best, but it wouldn't be like this where we can't even find a hint of it. So after all, it's just that the school has made it more difficult. However, Wang Changheng shook his head. This is not increasing the difficulty. The person who came up with the question should have intentionally hidden the sealing medium. The sealing forge course we learned before just happened to have talked about hiding the sealing medium. It was just that the textbook talked about it. Doesn't mean people actually do it. Besides, that part of the textbook is only a tiny bit of the textbook. It's even so small that if people don't look at it carefully, they'll just miss it. And now it's made right into a test question. How can one not let one's heart grow depressed? It feels like putting a sizzling roast chicken in front of you, but sealing a layer of glass on the outside of the roast chicken so that you can only look at it but not eat it. The crowd's minds were spinning, but in the end, it was Wang Changheng who once again picked up the equipment in his hands. Since I'm not able to search it out, perhaps I can try to force it out with an external force. The sealing equipment was in a way a means of attack, but not yet a means of defense. It is important to realize that when applying a seal to equipment, the sealing medium is usually extremely stable with the rebuilt structure. It is this stability that makes it difficult to break the sealed equipment. If in the event of an external force, the sealing ring and the structure will fire at the same time. Wang Changheng's thought process was indeed somewhat different from the norm. So at this moment, his thoughts had just been spoken, and immediately drew a crowd of rejoicing. Great! Why didn't I think of this method before? Not bad for a schoolteacher. Then why don't a few of us give it a try first? Wang Changheng nodded and immediately started to attack the equipment with external force with a few good grades. Even though they were forgers, at least everyone had a few pieces of life-preserving equipment on them. No more attack equipment. Even if the attack power wasn't strong, as long as it could buy them a tiny bit of exploration time, it would be enough. Sure enough, Wang Changheng had only just applied the external force when he sensed a few movements in the next second. He then immediately followed the movements of the party and grabbed them. Time grew longer and longer, so long that the few people who were doing it at the same time next to him couldn't hold on and gave up, and Wang Changheng was still holding on with his teeth. Finally, his mental power blocked the sealing medium to a corner. At first, Wang Changheng only thought that the sealing medium was hidden. Only when it was truly practiced did Wang Changheng realize that the sealing medium was not only hidden, he was also able to roam around. This was also the reason why everyone, so many people, froze and couldn't even find a single sealing medium. However, Wang Changheng still had quite a few innovative ideas. This blocked the sealing medium so naturally, without the slightest hesitation, he destroyed it directly. With the first layer of sealing medium gone, Wang Changheng simply broke the dense web-like structure a little bit at a time. The moment he felt the equipment lifting the seal, Wang Changheng was finally relieved. However, when he opened his eyes, he steeply looked towards the black gold necklace he was clutching in his hand as if he had sensed something was wrong, only to see that the black gold beads inlaid on the necklace had cracked into two halves at some unknown time. Seeing this scene, Wang Changheng and the crowd present waiting for the result were all dumbfounded. Wang Changheng now couldn't care about anything else and immediately checked the attributes of the black gold necklace. Black gold necklace. Level 10. Quality: Platinum. Strength plus 20. Speed plus 5. Strength plus 10. Condition: broken. Seeing this scene, a few moments of disbelief followed in Wang Changheng's eyes. The others who had similarly seen the attributes also widened their eyes. How did this happen? Just lift a seal. Who would have thought that it would directly break the equipment? You know, equipment repair is the most tedious thing ever. If anything, it would take a day or two to unseal it. Then equipment repair would take at least 10 days and half a month. The point was that they didn't know if the school would just deduct their credits after the equipment broke. Now everyone's eyes fell on Wang Changheng. What have you done? How did you directly break your equipment? Wang Changheng's face also wore a few bitter smiles. Where did I do anything? I just broke the sealing medium and structure according to our previous experience of lifting the seal. Who would have thought that it would directly lead to the equipment breaking? And I also realized that the equipment sealing medium in our hands not only hides it, he also goes around amongst the equipment, making it impossible for us to find the head or tail. Even the structure is densely packed, like a spider's web. The person who constructed this structure really put too much effort into it. After the crowd heard these words from Wang Chongheng, they couldn't help but beat a retreat in their hearts. Who would dare to continue lifting the seal in this situation? Chapter 121 Dead End Road Ahead. The group of candidates couldn't come up with a countermeasure even after meditating. The most feasible method was now even more of a failure. So the guys can't help but feel a little frustrated. But the exam time was there. There are still people who don't want to give up until the last minute. A group of people tried various methods to find the sealing medium, but the result was that the other party was just like a loach, making it slippery for people to even touch it. In the past, even if the opening exam was difficult, it would not be so difficult that they did not even have a clue. Steeply encountering such difficult questions, the eyes of the crowd could not help but give birth to a few points of despair. How can anyone get credits for this? I don't think we'll get any credits this year. No, it's just too hard to lift the seal. I'd better finish the seal forging first. Isn't seal forging even more time-consuming? So what's the solution? Obviously lifting the seal takes more time. Rather than wasting time here, it's better to do what can be done first. You're right. I'll hurry up and finish the seal forging practical exam as well. A group of students had chosen to complete the more difficult seal forge. It was important to realize that compared to lifting a seal forging was nothing short of easy. By the time they had worked overtime to complete the seal forging practical tasks, there wasn't much time left to unseal the seals. So some students began to hit on those seniors who had their own personal labs. Even the Forge Master Academy that was only established this year. But before that, we were all forging masters together, and there were private exchanges. Not to mention that some of the forge masters with more excellent strength have been absorbed by the school long ago, equipped with separate laboratories. Just like Bai Yuro, for example, that was how her lab came to be. It was just obvious that Bai Yuzhua wouldn't tell them the answer. Maybe this exam question was something Bai Yuro had racked her brain to come up with to make things difficult for them. So going around in circles, everyone simply found someone else. Seal forging and unsealing were both basic skills anyway, and they didn't really fall into any schools or categories at all. So it would be enough for them to just find an even more powerful elder sister to act as an external aid. On this day, Wang Chongheng waited at the bottom of the experiment building with a group of students. Their campus cards didn't have development privileges, so naturally they couldn't enter the experimental building. However, soon after, a figure walked out from the middle of the experimental building. When she saw Wang Chongheng, the young girl's eyes followed suit and lit up. What kind of equipment is it? Show it to me? Wang Chongheng didn't hesitate for a single second, and immediately took an intact sealed black gold necklace from his companion's hand and handed it over. Looking at the sealed black gold necklace in her hand, Xiao Yuyan's eyes instantly revealed a few moments of surprise. Who sealed this equipment? It's quite powerful. The purity of the sealing medium is very high. It should have reached the highest level when it was refined. At the same time, he has concealed the sealing medium and has immobility. Awesome. Seeing Xiao Yuyan break down the situation of this equipment in her hand in one go, the eyes of the people present couldn't help but also develop a few moments of admiration. Wang Chongheng said cautiously, "Then does senior sister have a solution?" Xiao Yuyan said as she took her equipment and walked towards the lab building. "This equipment is sealed quite well, even if you guys find the sealing medium and powerfully destroy it. The second layer of its structure is firmly fixed with the sealing medium. Once the sealing medium is destroyed alone, then the second layer of the structure will definitely go into an unstable state, thus causing the entire equipment to break. In that case, it can't be considered a perfect unsealing, can it? Actually, this is also considered a small pit dug by the questioner. I didn't realize that Xiao Yuyan had already researched this piece of equipment in a moment's work." The group of students were instantly overjoyed. "Sister, save us. We only have 1 day left. If we don't manage to turn in our equipment by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, by then the credits for the entrance exam will definitely have to be cleared." Xiao Yuyan waved her hand with a smile. "I'll at most guide from the sidelines. No one else is allowed to meddle in the practical examination questions of the entrance exam. If I help you guys to lift the seal, maybe your scores will be gone on the spot. The exam questions this time are a bit interesting, but they aren't particularly difficult." Hearing Xiao Yuyan's words, everyone just felt their eyes going red. "Just this isn't difficult?" I'm afraid that only Bai Yuro and Xiao Yuyan, who came up with the questions, are able to say such things in the whole school. You have to know that, in order to take this exam, Everyone stayed up all night last night just to be able to finish the seal forging exam earlier. Otherwise, where would they have freed up their hands to tackle the seal today? Luckily, there is not no hope now, even if they need to personally practice, but at least there is Qiao Yuyan, such a strong foreign aid in It's just that the gazes of the people looking at Wang Chongheng still brought a few points of pity in the end. Although Wang Chongheng had lifted the seal on his equipment presented a broken state. When the time comes, whether this practical test will be cleared or deducted, it mainly depends on the teacher's side. But no matter what, Wang Chongheng will definitely not get full marks. In fact, Wang Chongheng hadn't thought about it that much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought his own classmates to seek Qiao Yuyan's help. Mainly, he was also curious as to what such a high-grade sealing equipment would have to do to remove the seal from him. Anyway, there was still time at the moment and his score was fixed there. Gotta be the one who gets it now, right? With Qiao Yuyan's side leading the way, the crowd soon entered his lab one after another. It was just that none of them dared to mess with the things in the lab. Everyone stood very obediently in front of the lab bench, waiting for Qiao Yuyan to give the word. Qiao Yuyan didn't let the crowd down, and immediately moved out a heavy wooden box from underneath the lab bench. She then placed the wooden box on the bench. If I'm not mistaken, the sealing medium should have been purposely refined by the other party. Therefore, to find the sealing medium of the first layer, one would have to go through a machine to be able to accomplish it. Relying on your manpower to search for it alone, even if you find 3 to 5 years of work, you won't necessarily be able to find it. A sealing medium that would change anywhere, anytime, and strong destruction will cause the entire piece of equipment to break. Without using the machine, there is simply a dead end ahead. Having received Qiao Yuyan's mention, the crowd only realized this moment. So that's how it is. Soon, Qiao Yuyan picked out a separator from amongst the pile of tools. Who's going to try it first? Chapter 122 was clearly a dead heat. Out of trust in Qiao Yuyan, a student soon stepped forward. Under Qiao Yuyan's instructions, the other person directly threw the equipment in his hand into the separator. As a forger, there were still many opportunities to come into contact with tools on a regular basis. It was just that most of the students present hadn't studied for a few years either, or their grades weren't very good after studying for a few years, so they had to be forced to repeat the year. Without a separate lab, they could only go to the public lab if they wanted to use the tools. But there were only 1 or 2 sets of tools in the public labs, and in most cases demand exceeded supply. This also made it so that they rarely touched the tools. So when this exam was taken, there was no thought of completing it with the help of tools. But with Qiao Yuyan's experience, the big guys now had a lot of anticipation in their hearts. As everyone knew, the time spent with the help of tools would be greatly shortened. In other words, there were so many people present, excluding Wang Chongheng who had already finished. The next dozen or so people with the assistance of tools, it is not impossible to grab the completion of this practical examination. Perhaps it was because the knives on their heads were gone all of a sudden, and smiles more or less hung on the faces of the crowd. This equipment is rather special. Its structure and the sealing medium are bound together, so if the seal is to be lifted, it's inevitable that both the sealing medium and the constructed structure will have to be destroyed at the same time. Otherwise, once only one of them is destroyed, the other will absolutely trigger a cascading reaction, thus causing the equipment to break. Qiao Yuyan rested her chin, methodically directing the student at her heels to use the separator. You should have seen the sealing medium by now, right? Underneath the machine, even if the sealing medium was no longer able to stealthily move forward, it was all visible at the moment. In the student's eyes carried full of excitement. See, so are we going to destroy it now? Qiao Yuyan hadn't manipulated the machine and naturally didn't know the specifics, but based on her level of understanding of this piece of equipment, the method Fong had proposed was absolutely fine. Thus very quickly, Qiao Yuyan nodded. Not bad. Seeing the sealing medium and structure, directly destroying it is enough. With Qiao Yuyan's affirmation, the student immediately pushed his spiritual power with confidence and began to destroy the sealing medium and structure. The two were destroyed together when they were destroyed. The crowd saw the black gold necklace placed amongst the machine follow suit with a flash of light. But in the next second, a clear clicking sound rang out once more. The moment the clicking sound sounded, Qiao Yuyan was still a bit unresponsive. However, the student who was controlling the machine immediately pulled out his black gold necklace from the separator. Seeing the bright crack in the center of the necklace, the student directly cried without tears. The equipment is broken. His words had only just fallen when Qiao Yuyan immediately said, How is that possible? After saying that, Xiao Yuyan immediately looked at the black gold necklace they were holding. After comparing the two, a terrifying conjecture rose in Xiao Yuyan's mind. If it's not a problem with the sealing medium, then it could only be a problem with the structure. This teacher of yours is making the questions a little too difficult, isn't he? It's enough that the sealing medium is on the strength. But now you even have to make a big deal out of the structure? Even Xiao Yuyan gave birth to a few moments of disbelief at this moment. Wang Chongheng and the others laughed bitterly and shook their heads. All of this equipment was sent by senior sister Bai. As soon as Bai Yuro's name was mentioned, the crowd in the room was in a state of raw disbelief. In the past, Bai Yuro would call out to them from time to time to experience her perverted illusions. Now that it was Bai Yuro's turn to give an exam, it was surprisingly still that perverted. Xiao Yuyan, however, was a bit incredulous. Bai Yuro came up with the exam questions? Does she have a grudge against you guys? An entrance exam, no matter what, wouldn't be this difficult, right? Furthermore, Bai Yuro's strength was still known to Xiao Yuyan. If Bai Yuro had forged an illusion that was absolutely impossible for anyone to crack, then how could the equipment she sealed be so slippery? Wang Chongheng and the others had seen the equipment that Bai Yuzhua had come to deliver with their own eyes, so they all had a preconceived notion that the equipment was all made from Bai Yuzhua's side. As for Lin Hao, who had followed along to deliver the equipment, he had been ignored by them early on. Even though Feng Gang had praised Lin Hao earlier, but Lin Hao was just a new student. A new student who was able to study with Bai Yuro was not bad at all. How could he come and give them exam questions? It was impossible to even think about it. On Xiao Yuyan's side, she had her chin up, her eyes gleaming as she looked at the equipment in front of her. If she didn't know that these equipments were made by Bai Yuro before, perhaps Xiao Yuyan would still be perfunctory. But now that she knew, then Xiao Yuyan would definitely have to go all out. The two of them were both relatively strong female forgers within the group of forgers. Therefore, there were usually more situations where they were compared. This was an excellent opportunity to suppress them, and Xiao Yuyan would definitely not let it go. Any of you guys give me your equipment to use. I'll do it myself. As soon as they heard Xiao Yuyan's words, the crowd couldn't help but give birth to a few moments of retreat. When the equipment was issued to them, the information had already been entered. If they handed the equipment over to Xiao Yuyan to operate now, wouldn't that mean that they were automatically giving up on this exam? So it was still impossible to gain credits, but there wasn't much time left for them nowadays. Without the equipment for the test in Xiao Yuyan's hands, it would be impossible to pass this exam by relying on their strength. So after a group of people stared wide-eyed, someone finally stood out. If I lose my credits for this semester, I'll lose them, senior sister. I'll give you my equipment to use. Seeing that they were so uptight, Xiao Yuyan nodded along. Which student didn't have a little heart when it came to exams? Especially when everyone was unsure if Xiao Yuyan could succeed in one go. Those who stayed until the end would ironically be able to know the correct way to lift the seal. But they were just as likely to face a lack of time. So now it was better to just hand over the equipment to Xiao Yuyan. At least they would be able to put up a fight. Xiao Yuyan took the equipment and directly started the first test. An hour later, Xiao Yuyan looked at the equipment in its broken state, a few moments of fire showing in her eyes. Who the hell developed this structure? It's a little too rogue, right? This structure can't be touched at all. After touching it, it's instantly able to destroy all the attributes of the entire equipment. But if they didn't destroy the structure, where could they lift the seal of the equipment? This was clearly a dead end. Although Xiao Yuyan muttered, she quickly asked for the second piece of equipment. Today, she was going to fight with this equipment. Chapter 123. Standing and talking doesn't hurt. Xiao Yuyan's side was ruthless. However, the other students were in agony. You have to know that this is their exam question. Now that they were able to get Xiao Yuyan to come over and test the questions, they had already gone out of their way. But Xiao Yuyan had already tested it no less than 8 times. There aren't many pieces of intact equipment left. If this situation continues, I'm afraid that everyone present will fail this class. So while Xiao Yuyan was conducting her tests, some students couldn't help but board the school's forums and spit out. I have every reason to suspect that this Forge Academy's entrance exam is being used to fix us. This is no longer the extent of screwing us. This is the extent of clearly not wanting us to get credits. It's too perverted. Who came up with this year's entrance exam questions? I'll definitely avoid this tutor next time I choose a class. You know, even senior sister Chow couldn't solve it. A half-assed level like me, then forget it. die laughing. I've given up since senior sister Chow failed 3 times. It's not that I don't want to get the 3 credits, but I just can't get them this time. Really cry to death. If I fail again, I'll have to take it again at the end of the semester. Stop it now. See you all at the end of the semester. See you at the end of the semester. See you at the end of the semester. A group of students were madly spitting here. Naturally, it also attracted the attention of some of the elder sisters of the Forge Academy. Most of these senior sisters had been enrolled for a long number of years. The longest was even as high as 15 years. Now that they saw this post, a few moments of curiosity arose. Just what kind of exam question gives you guys such a headache? Isn't it just the opening exam? It's not like we haven't taken it before. The difficulty of the opening exam is just that. Looks like Chow Yuyen will have to go back and study again this time. The replies from a group of seniors and sisters immediately provoked the resentment of this group of students. Senior, please don't stand and talk. The exam questions this time are really hard. Not to mention the fact that the difficulty of our entrance exam should be at the intermediate level. Yet the level of difficulty of the practical equipment sent over is at the high level. More than that, we were given the practical exercise topic of lifting seals, and it turns out that the first layer of the sealing medium comes with stealth and mobility. The structure of the second layer is still something that has never been seen before, and now I feel raw even thinking about it. Senior sister is so powerful. Why don't you come to the lab and help us figure it out? I really don't want to flunk. I don't want to fail either. But it's about to be my turn to get my equipment. I'm so heartbroken. Really cry to death. Seeing the replies from this group of schoolmates, these veteran schoolmates were instantly happy. There's such a thing? Since you guys are talking so metaphysically, why don't you send over a lab building number? We're in lab building 12, building 305. It just so happens that my lab building is also in building 12. Wait for me. Let me see how powerful this wave of unsealing equipment is. Remember to leave a piece of equipment for me to see. A group of seniors and sisters received the address and immediately came to the corresponding lab building with their asses in the air. Compared to this wave of younger siblings who hadn't been enrolled in school for a long time, the older siblings who had long since become veterans naturally had access to all the major experimental buildings. Therefore, they came to Chow Yuyen's lab without any obstacles. When those younger siblings saw them arrive, their eyes lit up. Chow Yuyen didn't realize that an entrance exam question could attract so many older siblings. There were even quite a few older siblings who had led her in her studies at the beginning. Therefore, under the gaze of these older siblings, Chow Yuyen was only able to get out of her way. Senior sister Lu, this equipment is a bit difficult. Why don't you take a look? Lu Tongtong nodded and then stood in front of the operating table. Compared to Chow Yuyen, Lu Tongtong and the rest of them, who had already been furthering their studies at St. Demon University for a full 10 years or so, were naturally quite a bit more powerful. The equipment had just entered their hands, and the relevant information was pretty much read by them. This equipment is indeed a bit interesting. Lu Tongtong smiled as she handed the equipment in her hand to the few men beside her who had come over with the same batch, with a bit of amusement in her eyes. With their current abilities, I'm afraid it's a bit of a stretch to lift this level of seal. The few seniors who came over with the same batch also took a closer look when they heard this. Before seeing the equipment, they always felt that it was this batch of students who had exaggerated the truth. The difficulty of the Holy Demon University's entrance exam was usually right there. Even if it was harder, it wouldn't exceed their level of study. Now that this suit was pulled out, it had clearly exceeded the syllabus. What was even more surprising to the crowd was, this piece of equipment is just an extremely ordinary platinum-level equipment. The materials used were even simpler. It's just iron and black gold beads, the simplest material forged. Then the upper limit was definitely there when it came to seal forging. But for such an ordinary piece of equipment, the ceiling was far beyond everyone's expectations. It should be known that the strength of this new batch of seniors and siblings who had lifted the seal had already reached the high level long ago. Not to mention the fact that they had seen more complicated situations than others during their years of experimentation and practice. But a slippery seal like the current one, it was the first time they had seen it, even for these senior students. A few moments of scrutiny crossed Lu Tongtong's eyes before she placed the equipment into the separator in front of her. There was nothing wrong with Chow Yuyen's thought process. What was wrong was the equipment in front of her. According to Lu Tongtong's analysis, this piece of equipment in her hand should have a special function in its structure. But exactly how it was still had to be tried. Because there weren't many pieces of intact sealing equipment left. Considering the margin of error, Lu Tongtong did not forcefully destroy the sealing medium and structure according to the original unsealing procedure. However, after some exploration, Lu Tongtong realized that the structure of the second layer was truly enough of a headache. Not only would it consume a particularly large amount of their spiritual energy, the key was that every time they reached the final moment, the structure of the second layer would produce new changes, thus evolving into a new layer. This was tantamount to them having to face another layer of new structure. All of the previous efforts had gone down the drain. Because of the massive spiritual energy deficit, Lu Tongtong's face went a few shades of white. Seeing this, the others were also busy picking up the intact sealing equipment around them and began to test it out. After testing until the evening, the crowd froze and failed to find a breakthrough, and even consumed a large wave of spiritual energy. Chapter 124. The wind on the roof is so strong. I'm so cold. The seniors who were laughing at this group of students earlier, at this moment, they even felt that their faces were raw and painful. It shouldn't be. According to the method of lifting the seal, all the procedures we've followed are correct. Why is it that every time we reach the final moment, the structure of the second layer evolves into a new layer? With the structure of the key second layer evolving, there's no way for us to destroy the sealing medium and the structure together at the same time. If there's no way to destroy the sealing medium and the structure, then how can we talk about lifting the seal? Is this really an entrance exam question? It doesn't feel like it. No, we still have to try again. I just don't believe it. With all the experiments and research we do on weekdays, would we not be able to hold such a small piece of equipment? That's right. I'll now construct down the structural form that I encountered earlier, and when the time comes for everyone to compare, we might be able to find a similarity or a breakthrough point. Then I'll analyze where the sealing medium shifted. Tomorrow, in the morning, we must attack this equipment. The crowd buried their heads in their hands. There were even already quite a few students who had started to open their dialogue boxes with Feng Gang one after another. Over the course of the night, Feng Gang received several messages related to, "It's windy on the roof. I'm cold." This almost caused Feng Gang to break out in a cold sweat. Not caring that it was still early in the morning, Feng Gang directly called out one after another. But the reply was surprisingly similar. "Mr. Feng, are you sure this entrance exam is reasonable? Even the older siblings who have read up to doctorate level can't solve the exam questions. Do you think we can handle it at this level?" "Teacher Feng, I'm going to fail again. My head is so dizzy right now. The exam question for lifting the seal this time is too difficult. I'm a bit unable to think straight. What should I do?" The unified replies made Feng Gang's head spin, favoring Feng Gang himself, who didn't understand what exactly this group of students going crazy in the middle of the night was for. However, he ended up looking for Wang Chongheng to understand the situation. When he knew that it was because the black gold necklace on this entrance exam was difficult for a large number of people, Feng Gang was a little bit in tears and laughter. Entrance exam questions are generally not too difficult. Which senior under the tutor are you guys looking for? This level was also a little too subpar, right? However, Feng Gang still held back the last sentence and did not say it. Wang Chongheng also did not hide anything from Feng Gang. He even directly sent Feng Gang the building number of the experimental building. As a mentor, Feng Gang naturally had the relevant permissions of the major experimental buildings. At 3 in the morning, Feng Gang climbed out of his cozy comforter and roared all the way to the laboratory. When he pushed open the door, Feng Gang's face changed when he looked at his favorite student, Lu Tongtong. Seeing her own mentor Lu Tongtong's eyes, which had simmered until they were a little red, then blinked afterward. "Tutor." Lu Tongtong did not know that this batch of students were so capable of causing trouble. She was just a little surprised by Feng Gang's arrival. Where did Feng Gang think that the student he had just questioned was actually his own favorite student? This time, an old face was about to have no place to put it. But Feng Gang's next moment was characterized by a few moments of puzzlement. Lu Tongtong was a doctoral student that he had brought up, and Feng Gang was still very clear about her strength. What kind of equipment is it? Surprisingly, even Lu Tongtong could not solve it. With curiosity in his heart, Feng Gang directly took the equipment in Lu Tongtong's hand. Just by sweeping a glance, Feng Gang's face changed a bit afterward. The exam question this time? That little girl by Euro's Seal Forge is already this powerful? Ginger was still old and hot in the end. With just a glance, Feng Gang had judged 90% of the information. The sealing medium comes with stealth and mobility. That's enough for you boys to eat a pot. As a result, the sealing medium is also firmly bound to the structure of the second layer. So if only one of them alone is destroyed, then the entire piece of equipment will break. Seeing Feng Gang speak out the result that they had come up with after several times of research, all the students followed and nodded their heads vigorously. That's right. We already have several pieces of broken equipment in our hands. Teacher, this question is really too difficult. Is this really an entrance exam question out for us? Feng Gang, however, ignored their complaining words and stroked his chin. The second level of the structure also set a trap for you guys. And the trap is set so obviously that it's like it's waiting for you guys to jump in. Once your mental powers try to attempt to disarm the construct, then the structure transforms into an entirely new form, and there is no overlap from form to form. Giving you guys just one day alone to lift the seal is indeed a bit of a strong measure. Even Feng Gang himself had a bit of a headache when faced with this kind of seal forging. After all, the seal forging was most predominantly on top of the first layer's sealing medium and the second layer's structure. Now the questioner had not only set a trap on top of the first layer of sealing medium and the second layer of structure, but had even bound the connecting parts of the two items. In other words, unless one was able to break both the sealing medium and the structure, there was absolutely no possibility of lifting the seal. The problem returned to the sealing medium with its invisibility and mobility and the structure with its extreme changeability. This was a deadly circle. The group of students looked at Feng Gang with a bit of resentment in their eyes. But teacher, you only gave us one day, and there are only less than 7 hours left until the end of the exam. Feng Gang couldn't help but cough lightly twice before leisurely saying, the exam questions this time are indeed a bit over the top. Therefore this exam is directly nullified. This entrance exam practical exercise topic is only the seal forging this one. But this equipment is still a bit interesting, your current strength, even if it's not enough, you can still study it properly. If there are students who have researched it, the credits will be directly increased by 10 points at that time. Upon hearing that credits could be increased by 10 points, all the students followed with wide eyes. One must know that the credits of the Holy Demon Academy were extremely precious. Oftentimes, they had worked hard for a semester of classes and only got 2 credits added. The annual entrance exams were 7 or 8 courses, and the final edition was only 3 credits. But where there is a class failed, these 3 credits may have to be discounted again. Now Feng Gang had even taken out a reward of 10 credits in one go. How could these students not have hope in their hearts? The credits of the Holy Devil University were able to be directly exchanged for prizes. And it was still a ratio of 1 to 10,000. Chapter 125. Su Qilan's Visitation. After all, not all students had mines at home. Forge master was another profession that was extremely money-crushing. On a normal day, people are able to buy some materials and easily spend 5 figures. At most, they get a few credits per semester. And that's counting on them working extra hard. As a life profession, each course is not only tedious and difficult to understand, but the hands-on program is also full of thieves. By the end of the semester, you'll be doing extremely well if you can get a full 2 credits out of the course. Most students receive only 1 credit. Worse, they may not even get a credit at the end of the semester because the course requirements are not met. This is why everyone works so hard. After all, credits can mean prizes in a sense, money, not to mention the fact that every year, the school awards are given out based on the number of credits in descending order. Only the top students receive large scholarships or grants. But the students of the Forge Academy are not the only ones who want to get money for their credits. After all, everyone is a forger, so they just need to work a little harder. The demand for students from other academies is still quite high. Otherwise, if they really relied on the credits to sustain themselves and their research, I'm afraid most of the students of the Forge Academy would have to starve to death. Feng Gang saw that the attention of the group of students shifted to the equipment, and his heart was secretly relieved. Before leaving, Feng Gang did not even forget to take away a piece of intact equipment to leave. In fact, when Feng talked about rewarding 10 credits, it was just his bright idea. After all, even as a tutor, he might not be able to immediately unseal this sealed equipment quickly. It was really because there were too many changes involved. If you are not careful, it is easy to step on the pit left by the questioner. Feng Gang was able to discern the design intent of this equipment, but was unable to disarm it, which gave him a few moments of curiosity. Was this equipment really crafted by Yu Ro? The little ninny still has this strength? Feng Gang was really a bit incredulous. Seeing that the time was almost 5 in the morning, Feng Gang still endured for a while. Waiting until 6 o'clock, Feng Gang then dialed the phone out. But the phone rings for a long time, the phone is not connected. Feng Gang also gave birth to a few points of urgency. Why is it still not answering the phone? At this moment, Bayuro didn't know what was happening at the school forum at all. Naturally, she didn't know how strong the batch of sealed equipment that Lin Hao had forged was. This was because after handing over all the exam questions to Feng Gang, Bayuro went into the special copy of the Sacred Demon University on her own. Her main research direction was still illusion forging. And constructing an illusion usually required a tremendous batch of materials for support. Otherwise, it was simply impossible to restore a large and changeable illusion like that. Ever since Lin Hao had followed Bayuro's studies, it had been difficult for her to free up her hands to enter a copy of the illusion realm. Now that she had a rare 2-day break, Bayuro wanted to go into the realm of illusions to search for the materials she needed. Out of a special hobby, most of the copies Bayuro entered were of the dark type. At this moment, she had already pierced through the 7 inches of a swamp python with the heavy equipment on her arm. Looking at the body of the python lying dead in the swamp, Bayuro expressionlessly approached, before dragging out the python's corpse with one hand. This was followed by pulling out a nail hammer from inside the small bag on her waist. The skin of the swamp python was particularly thick. It was impossible to cut through it by relying on a knife, so it was only possible to rely on a nail hammer to barely break it open. Hurry up and collect his snake gall while he's just dead. It's just a pity that there's just this one python in the neighborhood. There's still a big gap on my side. Easily pulling out the snake gall as big as a fist, Bayuro directly tossed it into the backpack behind herself. Afterwards, she simply wiped the slime on her hands on her pants leg and continued walking calmly in another direction. Bayuro's side couldn't receive the news. Lin Hao would be even less likely to pay attention to what was going on in the Forge Academy's forum. It was important to realize that he hadn't even been on the forums yet. As for the small group of Forge Masters from earlier, Lin Hao had simply set it directly to be undisturbed when he realized that the messages in the group would blink non-stop every day. Unless he wanted to get up, he generally wouldn't click on the small group to read the messages. Furthermore, he didn't have the heart to read group messages right now. The Hangzhou Hotel in the imperial capital. As a 5-star hotel, every suite here had more than 200 square feet of space. Lin Hao had directly booked a spa suite in the Hangzhou Hotel from the moment he received the news. Before he heard the knock on the door, Lin Hao had just changed his clothes. At the moment, he was only wearing a single pair of thin swim trunks and a random towel around his neck. He was about to test the temperature of the water when a knock on the door followed. Just push the door straight in. Hearing Lin Hao's voice, the person outside the door pushed open the door to the room without the slightest hesitation. Lin Hao. Looks like you kid is having a pretty good time these days, huh? Lin Hao turned back to the woman and his eyes couldn't help but light up when he saw her red dress. It was important to know that she never wore such bright colors on weekdays. Most of the time it was a strict and uniform black and white suit. Rarely wear a red dress, more appear to the woman's body exquisite. That proud career line is directly Lin Hao's line of sight to attract the past. Probably noticing Lin Hao's gaze, Su Qilan's eyes couldn't help but also develop a few moments of amusement. It seems like the two of us haven't seen each other for only a few months, right? Why the sudden look in your eyes? I don't seem to have changed that much, do I? Lin Hao laughed lightly, then he waved towards Su Qilan. That's not because you're so beautiful, teacher. As the saying goes, one day's absence is like 3 autumns, and after not seeing you for 2 months, teacher is quite a bit younger than before. Hearing Lin Hao praise her so bluntly, Su Qilan's face followed suit, and a few moments of embarrassment rose. Ever since Lin Hao had gone to college, Su Qilan kinda missed those days before. Taking this time off, Su Qilan thought of traveling to the imperial city and taking a look at Lin Hao. Lin Hao would have had free time as well. The two of them hit it off right away, so Lin Hao booked a hotel suite. Looking at the open-air hot springs in front of her, Su Qilan couldn't help but feel a few emotions in her eyes. It's true that it's still you youngsters who will enjoy it. If it weren't for the fact that the school gave me a vacation in the past 2 days, maybe I wouldn't have had the time to come out. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. If I remember correctly, it doesn't seem like it's a holiday right now, is it? Su Qilan smiled and skimmed Lin Hao. After working overtime after you for so long before, and leading a graduating class, the school didn't assign me a homeroom teacher after school started. Now it's kind of extra vacation time for me. Chapter 126. This equipment is too evil. Lin Hao didn't realize that there were all these twists and turns in between, so he immediately smiled and rubbed his head. But looking at Su Qilan, who had just come in, Lin Hao still couldn't help but say, "Teacher, why don't you go change your clothes first?" Su Qilan glanced at the hot spring in front of Lin Hao, then nodded with a smile. Good. It had to be said that the service attitude of a five-star hotel was still quite good. Su Qilan had just called to ask for a set of swimsuits, and in less than 2 minutes, the hotel housekeeper had already delivered the clothes she had asked for to her door. Looking at the swimsuit provided by the hotel housekeeper, Su Qilan's face blushed for a moment. It was just that Lin Hao was now relying on the hot spring to look at the night view of the city, so he didn't even notice the change in Su Qilan's complexion. Su Qilan lightly bit her lips, and only then did she go into the bathroom with a red face, holding her clothes. When the sound of footsteps came from behind him, Lin Hao also followed and turned his head. To his eyes was a pair of straight and fair thighs. The flesh on the thighs was extremely even. Lin Hao only had one thought left inside his head at this moment. White. Noticing Lin Hao's eyes, Su Qilan's face followed suit with a blush. What are you looking at? The girl's rant-like tone quickly brought Lin Hao back to his senses. His face still had a few moments of subdued calmness on it. Isn't this something I've never seen before? The playful smile on Lin Hao's face caused Su Qilan to become a bit annoyed. But in the end, she just stomped her foot lightly. All right, didn't we say we were going to soak in a hot spring? Lin Hao nudged his mouth towards the spot opposite him. Only then did Su Qilan react. As the bath towel leisurely fell to the ground, Lin Hao smelled a fragrant breeze coming in, and then a flash of bright red came into his eyes. When he raised his eyes, Su Qilan had already entered the water as a whole. But the sparkling water couldn't cover the scenery under the water at all. Lin Hao coughed lightly before pushing a drink over. Would you like a drink? This hotel is famous for its fruit tea, so you should definitely try it when you come. Looking at the light red-colored drink that Lin Hao pushed over, Su Qilan laughed as if she had found the initiative. So active. It's not possible that this fruit tea has something added to it, right? Hearing Su Qilan's words, Lin Hao immediately cried out in injustice. I wouldn't dare to do such a thing. But the flavor of this tea is quite good. Teacher, sure you don't want to try it? Su Qilan had only been joking, but now that she saw Lin Hao actively recommending it, she immediately took a small sip. The moment the drink entered her throat, Su Qilan's eyes followed suit. Sweet and sour, very good indeed. Lin Hao let out a light laugh. Teacher, it's good that you like it. The two of them just chatted while looking at the night view of the city. That batch of equipment that appeared at the recent exchange tournament, you provided it, right? Lin Hao smiled and nodded. That's right. He really didn't have anything to hide from Su Qilan. They were all people who had signed a confidentiality agreement anyway. Before coming to the imperial capital, Su Qilan actually had suspicions in her heart. Now that she had gotten confirmation from Lin Hao's mouth, she still couldn't help but be a little surprised. It's really you? Then your talent is a bit too intimidating, isn't it? It's only been a short time since I left the school, and Lin Hao's research has already gone to another level. Having been by Lin Hao's side earlier, Su Qilan was almost the first person to come into contact with the new equipment that Lin Hao had researched. In just less than 2 months, Lin Hao had already made another breakthrough in innovation. How could this not be surprising? Lin Hao's tone, however, carried a few emotions in it. I learned some new knowledge in school, and after some fusion, I just tested it out. Listening to Lin Hao's extremely relaxed words, Su Qilan was shedding a few tears for the students who were in the same class as him. However, Lin Hao's talent was still extremely well understood by Su Qilan, and today was only Lin Hao's starting point. During his college years, Lin Hao would still have time to shine. The two of them just laughed and chatted about life in school while talking about their respective hobbies. It wasn't until late at night that Lin Hao climbed up from the hot springs, and after a brief shower, he took his clothes back to school. Bayuro hadn't come out of her copy yet. Naturally, Lin Hao didn't have to rush to the lab. It would take a while for the materials on Jiang Fan's side to be gathered. Lin Hao wasn't in a hurry to strengthen his equipment for a while. Therefore, he was able to rest for the next 2 days. It was just that Lin Hao was able to rest. The other students of the Forging Academy hadn't closed their eyes for nearly 3 days. Regardless of whether they were old students or new students, almost no one didn't know that a sealed equipment that couldn't be broken had appeared on the entrance exam. For a while, many forging masters wanted to go over and take a look at the situation. As for the small group of forging masters, it was even more active. It's been 3 days? Does anyone have a clue? Do you think we'd keep quiet if we had a clue? The key is that there aren't many pieces of sealing equipment in good condition right now. So who dares to just practice? This brings us to our senior sister Qiao. What's with you using 7 or 8 pieces of equipment at once? If you can leave us 1 or 2 pieces, we can at least test them out. Who knows this equipment is so evil? How can we not crack it? Okay. It's pointless to talk about this now. Who exactly sealed this equipment? It's too perverted, right? I heard Mr. Fong say that it was made by Ms. Bai Euro. Schoolmate Bai Euro? Then forget I said it. Where's Ms. Bai? This equipment has been with us for so many days. Why hasn't she come out to respond? I've gone to her lab and dormitory to see. It seems that she's gone into the copy. Gosh, it's almost like we're in a hurry. What's so urgent? Tomorrow Shinzei is coming to our school to give a lecture. So why don't we ask him directly then? Damn, really? Why would I lie to you? His lab has already sent out an official notice that he'll be coming to St. Demon University tomorrow morning. Just want to take a look. It seems like Shinzei is really coming. He's a leader in the study of central mediumology. A small sealing medium wouldn't even be a problem in front of him, right? I think so. If you guys are going to say that, then I won't be able to sleep tonight. I'll be able to sleep too. Early the following morning, the conference hall of Holy Devil University cleared out early. The conference hall of St. Demon University was rarely used on weekdays. However, the person who could not help but come to the school to give a lecture this time was Shinzei, who was very famous amongst the group of forging masters. As the leader of the younger generation, every research paper and even data published by Shinzei would be wildly circulated by everyone. Before he had even graduated, he had already begun to study the relatively cold central medium science, and after he graduated, the medium structure he discovered directly helped to increase the success rate of forging. Chapter 127. What enmity, what grievance? Nowadays, quite a few forging masters would selectively utilize a handful of the medium structure he had researched when forging equipment, and use it to increase their success rate. And Shinzei was only 30 years old today. Among the group of relatively older forging masters, this age was already very bright. So he was going to hold a lecture at the Holy Devil University, and these students in turn were looking forward to it the most. As the meeting began, Shinzei leisurely walked to the speaking platform. I would like to thank St. Demon University for allowing me to stand here and explain to you my latest research on the medium structure. Shinzei's speech was exceptionally organized. The conference room was even more silent. 2 hours passed before Shinzei cleared his throat and took a sip from the cup of water placed in his hand. Today's lecture is here. Next is 15 minutes of free question time. May I ask the students present where there is still something they don't understand? Or perhaps there are some usual puzzles that can be brought here to discuss with us. Shinzei was indeed, as his name suggests, with an extraordinarily gentlemanly look. Because of his good family background, he carried a bit of bookishness in his demeanor. Before long, Wang Chongheng raised his hand high. Noticing the movement on this side, Shinzei immediately nodded his head with a smile and said, "This student, may I ask if you are confused about something?" In front of so many people, Wang Chongheng was still a little embarrassed, but he still quickly organized his words and said, "Dr. Shun, we recently came across a practical exam question involving the aspect of unsealing forged equipment. But the sealing medium inside the exam question is a bit tricky. I would like to ask about it." As soon as they heard Wang Chongheng talking about unsealing forging equipment, all the students present instantly reacted. It was important to realize that most of the people who could come to listen to this lecture were students of the Forging Academy, and only a small portion of them came because of Shinzei's fame and face value. But this did not affect everyone's perception of this equipment at all. Now that the eye came to the line, everyone looked at Shinzei's gaze. Among them also brought a few points of anticipation. Do not ask Shinzei can hand teach them to complete this equipment. Just ask him to give a specific idea. At that time, they will not be able to rely on experience and hand speed to take this equipment in one fell swoop, so as to go to find Mr. Fong to apply for the 10 points of credits. Just thinking about the 10 credits, all the students of the Forging Academy followed suit and sat upright. Seemingly noticing the change in the students' expressions on the stage, Shinzei's face also put on a few points of playfulness. There is such a thing? Then may I ask if the student has brought his equipment with him? Not expecting Shinzei to agree so readily, Wang Chongheng immediately froze. He only had a broken piece of equipment in his hand, and was simply not able to take it up for Shinzei to study. Fortunately, there were many students present who had the same idea. Soon there was a brand new sealing equipment delivered to Shinzei. The first moment many people saw the black gold necklace, they would have contemptuous thoughts. After all, it was only a platinum-grade low-level equipment. The level to wear it even only required level 10. Even the materials used for forging were extraordinarily simple. But Shinzei's face did not carry a slightest change of expression, and even had a few more points of seriousness. Scanning the attributes of the black gold necklace in his hand, Shinzei had already roughly figured out the situation. But it was precisely for this reason that Shinzei did not make a sound for a long time. The crowd watched Shinzei already frowned. One after another have closed their mouths. Did not dare to disturb Shinzei in the middle of the study. The 15 minutes of discussion time that Shinzei had said had long since passed. However, not a single person raised their voice to remind them, even though Shinzei's assistant had tried to approach in a low voice. However, Shinzei raised his hand to stop the other party at the first time he approached. After studying for 40 minutes in a row, Shinzei's eyes eventually brought on a few points of helplessness. I'm sorry. With my current ability, there is no way to crack the sealing medium and structure on this equipment in a short period of time. This equipment is very interesting. Both the sealing medium and the structure of the second layer are extremely special. Especially the sealing medium that is both stealthy and mobile at the same time. He coincides with my recent research. May I ask which teacher sealed and forged this equipment? From the moment Shinzei uttered his first sentence, all the students on the stage had already stared wide-eyed. At this moment, after listening to Shinzei's complete words, everyone could not help but bring a few moments of astonishment among their expressions. One must know that Shinzei's strength was definitely the sealing of the young generation of forgers. As a result, even he couldn't solve it? Then didn't everyone's 10 credits go down the drain? The stage was silent, and Shinzei thought that his voice was too small, so he hastily repeated it again. At the risk of asking, which teacher sealed and forged this equipment? This time the crowd finally came back to their senses, so they all spoke up. The exam questions were sent over by our teacher phone, but these equipments seem to have been sealed and forged by school sister Bai. Feng Gang naturally came to listen to this lecture. His seniority was quite a bit deeper than Shinzei. Logically speaking, there was certainly no need to come to listen to a junior's lecture. However, Shinzei's mentor happened to have a fellowship with Feng Gang. Plus, Feng Gang also had the intention to learn about Shinzei's recent research results. That was why they came to the lecture together. There were quite a few other mentors who thought like him. There were times when they, the Forge Masters, also needed to learn about the ideas and innovations of the younger generation, which might inspire their own research. Furthermore, even teachers had heard about the recent sealing equipment. Even if they hadn't personally seen it, now that they heard Shinzei's words, they all inevitably cast an appreciative glance towards Feng Gang. Looks like old Feng, you made a breakthrough in your research this time. Did you make this sealing equipment? Or did that student under your hand do it? I think it should be old Feng who made it, right? That student of his has only been enrolled for 4 years. Even if it was made by a student, it should have been personally instructed by old Feng. Listening to these voices of discussion, Feng Gang's face took on a few points of helplessness. It so happened that Shinzei's microphone had already been handed over. Feng Gang simply borrowed the microphone and said, "The entrance exam questions this time were not created by me, but were given to the student under my hand, by Euro, to take full responsibility. To put it mildly, this structure, even if it's me, it's difficult to crack in a short period of time." Feng Gang admitted so freely, which in turn caused an uproar on the stage. I go. This equipment was actually really handled by school sister Bai? I knew it. Only that pervert, sister Bai, would deliberately make things so difficult for us. Hurry up and stop talking. Just thinking about school sister White's illusions makes my legs tremble right now. So just how big of a grudge do we have that teacher Feng would push us onto school sister Bai? That pervert? Chapter 128 Sleeve Outsourcing Project. Bai Euro, who was sitting on the stage, looked at the crowd that was murmuring with a bewildered expression. She had only just come out from amongst the copies this morning. She happened to receive the notification of Shinzei's lecture before coming here on purpose. Because of the need to hurry back to the dormitory to change clothes, in the middle of the day, even more did not even have time to look at the cell phone. At this moment, when she heard them discussing the practical test questions, She thought that Feng Gang himself had arranged it for the students individually. It turned out to be actually himself. Ki Bai Yuro herself hadn't even figured out the situation yet. Now she also had to be stared at by the gazes of a bunch of schoolmates. Even if Bai Yuro's mental quality was as good as it was at the moment, she couldn't help but feel a little cold behind her back. Feng Gang had originally thought to wait for the lecture to end before contacting Bai Yuro, which thought that in a single turn of his head, he saw Bai Yuro's face, which made him directly overjoyed. Bai Yuro, come and tell everyone about it. Shunzei followed suit and turned his head at his words. The moment he saw Bai Yuro, Shunzei's eyes followed and lit up. There were very few girls within the forges, and even if there were girls, it was too rare to have such a beautiful one. No matter what, Bai Yuro's looks were already eye-catching enough. Now it was also known that she was the questioner who had designed the sealing equipment. How could Shunzei not be surprised? Ms. Bai Yuro, I wonder if you can explain it? Bai Yuro was still outside of her own state. The gazes of the other schoolmates were about to turn into substantial knives. So school sister Bai has returned. I thought she wouldn't come to Shunzei's lecture. Shunzei's lecture is a super high-level one in our Forge Master Circle, so Sister Bai will definitely come. It's just that I don't know when he's coming back. If I had known, I would have gone to ask. There's one thing to be said. Senior sister looks so gentle. How come the equipment she designs is more perverted than one another? I think so too. Now when I hear Senior White's name, I'm in two minds. Actually, I don't think there's any need for you guys to be so obsessed with this entrance exam, right? Sister Bai personally gave you the questions. That was never a treatment before. Do you want this treatment? I don't want it. With so many people watching, Bai Yuro finally took a step to Feng Gang's side and took the microphone he handed over. Externally, Bai Yuro's image had always been gentle with a touch of rigor. But at this time, Bai Yuro's face was somewhat helpless. Everyone who took the entrance exam, I'm sorry. This equipment did come out of my lab. But this equipment was not sealed and forged by me. As Bai Yuro's words fell, the murmurs on the stage grew louder all of a sudden. What's the situation? This equipment isn't even sealed and forged by School Sister White? Then who forged this equipment? Could it be that there's an even more perverted existence in our academy than Sister Bai? I don't think there should be any. Who knows? Didn't you hear Senior White say that the equipment was forged from his lab? So these equipments are actually outsourced by White School Sister? Good lord, you're playing a game with us here, aren't you? Mr. Feng had to come up with the entrance exam questions. So he outsourced them to Sister Bai, and Sister Bai Shui outsourced them to someone else? Dare I say that the only ones who ended up getting hurt were our batch of exam takers. It can now be concluded that this one who came up with the exam questions is definitely a forge master. Aren't you talking nonsense? So now who else in our academy hasn't come out and shown their face? I shouldn't be. Even the PhD students and the others have come out to work on their equipment. I really can't imagine what kind of god is this one who designed the exam questions. I can't imagine it either. I feel like my brain is going to waste away. Not to mention so many students present, even Feng Gang was a bit puzzled. But he had always thought that the person who came up with the exam questions was Bai Yuro. After all, most of the theory test questions were personally ordered by Bai Yuro. As a result, the practical test questions were even written by someone else. Shunzei, who was standing on the stage, did not expect that his curiosity would actually involve so many twists and turns. However, he still held great interest in this proposer. Even though today's stay had gone far beyond the time limit, it didn't affect Shunzei's schedule at all. This was because he was curious to know just how the sealing medium of this equipment operated. Maybe it would be a different kind of inspiration for his next research? Out of this consideration, Shunzei directly asked his assistant to postpone his next schedule. Bai Yuro on this side is still a bit distressed. Teacher Feng, why don't I call him over now? Feng Gang naturally wouldn't mind. One must know that this was someone who had come out of their Forge Academy, and no more than a student of their Holy Devil University. Just publicizing a handful of them would be enough to gain face, not to mention that the design of the equipment this time was enough to apply for a patent. There are enough papers for them to send out a dozen or so. With such valuable research, it was natural to call the rightful owner over to discuss it. Bai Yuro hadn't even expected things to get this big, but she still quickly called the phone to Lin Hao. Lin Hao was still huffing and puffing at this moment because he had stayed up all night yesterday. Lin Hao was still a bit confused when he received Bai Yuro's call. Senior sister? Bayuro glanced at the anxious phone gang beside her, as well as the patiently waiting Shinzei on the stage, before she lowered her voice and said, Lin Hao, you hurry to come to the school's conference room now. Lin Hao was a bit frazzled. The school's conference room? Bayuro nodded before speaking. It's the sealing equipment you crafted 2 days ago. There are some people here who want to discuss it with you. Although Bayuro's voice was purposely lowered, Feng Gang, who was standing beside him, did hear it clearly. Especially when he heard Lin Hao's name. Feng Gang couldn't help but lose his voice and shout, Lin Hao, these equipment were actually forged by Lin Hao? Didn't that just enter school this year? Feng Gang's words fell, and whispers came from amongst the surrounding students. Holy, really? So the equipment that overwhelmed a large number of us this time was actually made by this year's freshmen? Fake it. A bunch of us have at least studied for so many years, and we ended up being hung by a freshman? Wait a minute. Lin Hao does seem to be a freshman who just enrolled this year and is still in the first class. It's that genius first class? That's right, this year St. Demon University opened a single forging department and divided the forging academy below it. Lin Hao seems to be the genius class 1 student of the forging major, and there are 2 other schoolmates in the same class with him. I've heard about genius class 1 for a long time. I didn't realize that the freshmen in genius class 1 were so top? More than top. Can't you see that the entire Forge Academy has been taken down by a single freshman? I'm really crying. Chapter 129 The Red Eye is going to be a problem. The crowd was talking. Lin Hao had already been chatting away inside the small group of forgers he had joined. Not to mention the messages flying around in the group chat, there were even quite a few people who had specifically requested Lin Hao. Senior Lin Hao, did you really make the sealing equipment for this year's entrance exam? What is Senior Lin Hao doing right now? Can you come out and reply? Maybe schoolmate Lin Hao is on the road right now, so everyone should just stop idling him. Won't we know the result when he arrives at the conference room later? Holy, what's going on? I added Senior Lin Hao's friend, and I just found out that he actually went to the Hangzhou hotel last night. What? Aren't 9 out of 10 of us forgers poor? There's another one that's especially poor. As a result, you're now telling me that this elementary school student is rich as hell? Damn it! Am I the only one whose attention is focused on the fact that student Lin Hao's life is so much easier than ours? While we're still studying the sealing equipment he casually concocted, he's in a 5-star hotel, accompanied by a beautiful woman soaking in a hot spring. Stop it. I'm going to get red eye if I say it again. It's just that the Forgemaster Academy side of the post is still circulating all over the official forums of Holy Devil University after all. In particular, Lin Hao's identity as a new student was constantly mentioned by everyone. This caused students from other academies to learn more or less about what was going on the Forge Academy side. Only when everyone heard that a freshman forger had knocked over a large number of tutors and doctoral students, they were left with only one thought. I'm afraid this isn't a fake, right? Yet the truth was right in front of us. The lecture was not yet over. A group of students from other colleges immediately became interested. So the conference room, which was already not that big, was filled with many more students who came over to listen. It was just that these students were all from other colleges. Otherwise, relying solely on the Forging Academy's scattered dozens of people, they simply wouldn't be able to sit in the seats of this huge conference room. On the other side, the discussion about Lin Hao's identity intensified. Just who is this freshman elementary school student? Ed over a large number of people from the academy and ended up running out to pick up girls on his own? The key is that this chick has a pretty good body. Imagine, late at night in a 5-star hotel with a beautiful woman in a hot spring. No need to think about it to know that this junior high school student can't get up in the morning. So there's a reason why little brother didn't attend the lecture? I don't know if elementary school brother can make it before noon. Will you be able to get up at noon after emptying your clip the first day? Overdrive. Please drive with caution. Lin Hao didn't even know that he had become half of the school's celebrity. He was still pondering over this time. Bayuro had called him over in such a hurry. Couldn't be that something had happened to that batch of sealed equipment, could it? Thinking of this, Lin Hao recalled the situation when he forged his equipment again inside his head. After determining that everything in the process was fine, Lin Hao was a bit puzzled again. There was no problem with equipment forging, right? Then why did Ms. White call you over? And she also called him to the school's conference room. There was more than one conference room in the Holy Devil University, Even the auditorium and opera house were scattered in different parts of the school. But there was only one conference room in the Forge Academy. After all, there were fewer students in the Forging Academy. It was feared that there were less than 100 forging masters enrolled since the establishment of the school. To be able to recruit 1 or 2 soul seedlings each year would already be an extremely rare thing. These only seedlings also have to study in the school for 4 years before choosing to graduate or continue their education. And if they choose to pursue further education, they will face 5 years of graduate school and at least 10 years of doctoral work. That's why there are only so many students at the Forge Academy by the looks of it. It was because most of the students chose to continue their education. It was important to realize that Holy Devil University was already an extremely good place for research. After the 4 years of undergraduate career, every student was able to have access to private laboratories. Some students can even join their instructor's private lab. What's more, a group of top students such as Bayuro were able to have their own private labs. In St. Devil's University, the future direction of the students was actually not fixed. That is to say, every student has versatility after 4 years. But Lin Hao did recruit more students this term than the previous 5 years combined. Except for the 3 students in Lin Hao's first class. There are also 3 other classes dedicated to it. 15 people were enrolled in each class. Compared to other academies, it was considered small class teaching. Lin Hao had been studying with Bayuro since the beginning, so naturally, he hadn't dealt with anyone else. Thus, there wasn't even anyone to ventilate him now. It's all up to Bayuro to contact the outside world. Lin Hao's dormitory was close to the various buildings of the Forging Academy. In just 10 minutes, however, he entered the conference room. However, only after stepping in, Lin Hao felt the gazes of the crowd extremely locked onto him. This time, Lin Hao was a little uncertain. Couldn't be that he had gotten himself to the wrong place, could it? Thinking of this, Lin Hao retracted the leg he had just stepped out on again, before looking up at the door plate of the conference room. Just as Lin Hao was thinking about whether or not he should give Bayuro a call to confirm, a person in the middle of the group steeply waved and shouted towards him. "Lin Hao, over here!" It was only after hearing the familiar voice that Lin Hao finally saw Bayuro sitting in the center of the crowd. However, the gaze on his body didn't fade at all. Moreover, Lin Hao could sense that these gazes seemed to be mixed with a portion of anger and misgivings. At that moment, Bayuro had gotten up and was walking towards Lin Hao. "I didn't expect you to come quite fast, schoolmate. The sealing equipment you produced can make a bunch of people's heads spin." Bayuro succinctly told Lin Hao about the matter. After spending so much time together, Bayuro sort of understood Lin Hao's nature. This kid usually lived in deep seclusion, and generally would never intentionally try to understand the gossip inside the school forum. With Bayuro's explanation, Lin Hao also finally understood the ins and outs. Now that he saw so many people in the conference room, the apprehension in his heart dissipated a few points instead. After all, the occasion in front of him was even bigger. Could it be as big as the scene where he was facing a group of military leaders? Shinzei, who was sitting in the first row, followed suit and stood up. He hadn't really expected that Lin Hao's age would be even younger than he had expected. However, thinking of the other party's status as a freshman, Shinzei felt that there was nothing to be surprised about. But the introductory session that should be there still had to be there. "Hello, Mr. Lin Hao. I'm Shinzei." Chapter 130 Yangtze River Waves Pushing Forward. Lin Hao nodded. A large part of the reason Bayuro would call herself over today was because of this person in front of him. Moreover, Lin Hao had heard of Shinzei's name more than once. Earlier, when Lu Xiaoxiao was arguing with Go Ziming and the others, Lin Hao had heard an earful. The sealing medium that he had utilized this time was also inspired by Shinzei's research data after reading it. "Hello, Dr. Shin." Shinzei, however, didn't care about this bit of pleasantries at all, but asked in a straightforward manner. "Student Lin Hao, I'm very interested in the sealing medium that you've researched. I wonder if you can explain it to me and the other students?" "Of course, if you're willing to explain the new type of structure amongst the sealing equipment, I'd be happy to listen." Lin Hao let out a smile. "Of course, there's no problem." As the words fell, he strutted towards the speaker's podium. There had been countless speeches before in the first middle school. At this moment, facing a crowd of geniuses from St. Demon University, Lin Hao didn't have the slightest bit of stage fright. He was even able to open the microphone on the speaker's platform with ease. "Hello, everyone. I'm Lin Hao. The sealing equipment that has been causing you all so much distress lately has indeed come from me." With that said, Lin Hao picked up the sealing equipment that was placed on the speaker's podium. This equipment had been studied by Shinzei for a long time before, but he didn't dare to forcefully lift it, so the equipment was left on the speaking platform. The students afterward didn't purposely come forward to take the equipment back. Now the equipment had fallen into Lin Hao's hands. In full view of everyone, a white light flashed in Lin Hao's hand. The seal on top of the black gold necklace was lifted so easily. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened. What happened? This equipment turns out to be unlockable? Nice one. What if I suddenly feel a raw pain in my face? Come on. Don't tell me about you. My face hurts. So such a piece of equipment, in the hands of other students, can easily lift the seal, but we can only break the equipment after half a day of tinkering? Don't say it. I already feel stabbed in the heart. Just because of this hand, schoolmate Lin Hao must be the one who sealed these equipments. Is there any need to doubt that? We all had to rely on the separator if we wanted to lift the seal, and it turns out he doesn't want any aids at all. If you guys put it that way, it's a bit finicky. Wouldn't forcibly lifting the seal be a great loss of spiritual energy? I can testify that the loss of spiritual energy is not generally great. But now the school brother is still like a nobody. Doesn't that mean his spiritual power is extraordinarily amazing? The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the future. We're not even considered the front waves. We've already been slapped on the beach. Lin Hao ignored the murmurs from underneath, and instead picked up the marker on the speaker's platform with a flat, thick face. The crowd, who were still discussing, closed their mouths as soon as they saw his movements. Lin Hao borrowed the whiteboard behind him and started stating his thoughts on the spot. At first I did think about using an unusual nesting structure to accomplish this seal. But thinking about the level of the seniors, so I added a little more difficulty to this seal. Lin Hao's words had only just fallen, and a chorus of boos came directly from the stage. Is that all there is to it, or is it even a little bit difficult? It's not a billion points, is it? Lin Hao let out a light laugh before continuing. I believe that after researching for such a long time, everyone already knows almost all of the basic information about this sealing equipment. The sealing medium of this piece of equipment is indeed somewhat special. I have attached stealth and mobility to it, while at the same time binding the sealing medium to the structure of the second layer. On top of that, I also added a layer of formation structure between them. This is the formation restoration diagram with extremely varied forms. Applying it to the structural casting will instead produce unexpected effects. The first benefit is to be able to make the originally solid and immutable structure have thousands or even tens of thousands of variations. I believe this is something everyone has experienced long ago. As for this second benefit, by utilizing the formation structure, it is able to greatly reduce the loss of mental power when we seal the equipment. As we all know, the casting of structures is an extremely mind-consuming affair, and the amount of mental energy lost from each layer of mesh and chain-like builds is a not insignificant number. Therefore, I chose to structure it in a formation, allowing it to evolve on its own while greatly reducing the loss of our mental energy. As for the third benefit, the formation structure is able to perfectly support the special type of sealing medium, granting extreme stability. It also allows the sealing medium of this equipment to be perfectly hidden in various places of the structure to a certain extent. Lin Hao's series of explanations directly dried out all the students present. It was important to realize that quite a few of the students present had seen the posts on the official forums, thus running towards Lin Hao's name as a freshman. Therefore, these students weren't even students of the Forge Academy. Naturally, they couldn't understand the string of terms that Lin Hao was talking about. From start to finish, their brains turned into a mush. And as students of the Forge Academy, these people who had been yelling about Lin Hao being a junior disciple all of a sudden stopped talking. The main reason was that Lin Hao had learned more courses than they, the older students. Even applying it was simply not too skillful. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Hao had only enrolled in school this year, I'm afraid that so many people present would have to wonder if Lin Hao was the close disciple of any of the tutors. Therefore, after a short period of silence, a group of students from the Forging Academy really couldn't help themselves. If I remember correctly, formation isn't even a course in our academy, is it? That's the Magic Academy's curriculum. So he combined the Magic Academy's formations with our magic structure? No wonder that structure can't be undone no matter how much we try to undo it. So we still have to analyze the eye of the formation? I told you what he was doing, binding the sealing medium to the structure. Dare I say that people's formations are meant to hide the sealing medium. Now I feel like I can't even compare to someone else's freshman after reading for so many years. Come on, stop it. I'm already getting an inferiority complex. Except for these students who can't understand. There was also a portion such as by Yuro, Chao Yuyen, Shenzei, and others whose eyes began to glisten as they listened. The main thing was that Lin Hao had run through his thoughts like this. The more involved students were more or less able to keep up with him, not to mention that some of what was utilized weren't particularly difficult structures or sealing mediums. The materials he took were the easiest of the bunch. The hard part was the innovative principles used by Lin Hao. Chapter 131 Patent Application. It was supposed to be an entrance exam, and Lin Hao hadn't thought about making things difficult for everyone. Therefore, when he was explaining his thoughts on lifting the seal, he instead had a bit more leisure. In fact, once you understand the structure of this formation, you will be able to find the important points when it comes to lifting the seal. This formation structure is the foundation amongst the foundations of formation masters, and even though there are numerous types of variations, its core point always remains the same. Lin Hao pointed to the part right in the middle of the structure he had drawn. As long as when the sealing medium comes to this point of overlap, we'll then do a unified destruction of it. After hearing Lin Hao's words, the crowd instantly understood what he meant. Before I listened to School Brother's explanation, I thought how difficult this sealing structure was. After listening to School Brother's explanation, I think I was the one who sat on the fence. This is a little too simple, isn't it? Feeling that we went around analyzing the structure before just because it would have changed on its own. What's the point of analyzing it then? Who would have thought that the solution would be so simple? For that to be simple, I'll ask which of you has gone to understand the basic structure chart of a formation master? This. If you guys say that, it seems like a good reason. That's not a day and a half harder. The materials and structures utilized by Schoolmate are indeed the simplest, but the key is that he has innovated in ways that we would never have thought of. I can only say that Schoolmate is still too perverted. It seems like he's from Senior Sister by Yu Ro's lab? In that case, stop it now. I can already envision what kind of pervert will come out later, worthy of being the disciple brought out by Senior White. A group of students from the Forge Academy were that raw. On the other hand, Shenzei, who had heard Lin Hao's train of thought, was the first to applaud. The innovation of this structure is just too ingenious. I didn't realize we could accommodate the structure with the formation. This makes the future of magical structures to be diverse and versatile. Only after Shenzei's words fell, everyone else followed suit and applauded. There were mostly students present, but there were still quite a few doctoral supervisors present. Compared to students who only see the superficial side, these PhD students who have been in the research field for many years with their supervisors are able to understand. Lin Hao's research this time was already enough for him to take home an award. A freshman who had only just enrolled in school for less than 3 months, already able to be so innovative. His future path can naturally be glimpsed by the crowd. But no matter how ingenious Lin Hao's ideas were, everything had to be realized on top of the data and his thesis. Therefore, after this lecture was over, Feng Gang stayed behind with a few tutors from the Forge Academy. Even if Feng Gang and the others didn't know Lin Hao's identity, they had all risen in love with the talent at this moment. Feng Gang even spoke directly. Lin Hao, your research theory on seal forging this time is still quite good. Do you want to write a thesis and submit it? We can help you apply for a patent when the time comes. It was important to know that this special structure had a significant profit. Every invention of a new type of magical structure, once put into application, would definitely bring a value of no less than 7 figures. Even if Lin Hao hadn't even written a thesis at the moment. There wasn't even a complete demonstration, just half an hour of explaining with just his mouth. But Feng Gang and the others were still happy to believe him. Lin Hao had expected this in the face of such a situation, and at this moment, he was only able to say with a smile, "Teacher Feng, all I've used are the simplest materials. Therefore the cost is not that high. If that's the case, will it also be able to be entered for awards?" Lin Hao's words had only just fallen, and Shenzei, who was preparing to get up and leave the stage, was the first to turn back to the stage, with even more extreme solemnity in his eyes. "Student Lin Hao, I know I shouldn't have taken the liberty of listening to your conversation, but there's one thing I have to tell you. Even if all you've utilized are the simplest of materials, you're still perfectly capable of participating in this Forge Masters Innovation Award. The Innovation Award only has restrictions related to our age, so if your research is moved to the stage of the Innovation Award, I think it should be favored by the many judges. Speaking here, Shinzei couldn't help but blink his eyes. After all, it's the simplest material that everyone is curious about. How on earth did such a simple material turn into magic in your hands? In the face of this young man, Shinzei simply couldn't give birth to a trace of jealousy. He even felt that Lin Hao's future might be one level higher than his own. He had to know that he couldn't have taken out this new type of magic structure when he was Lin Hao's age. Even the sealing medium that Lin Hao had configured was extraordinarily stunning to Shinzei. In the face of the other party's encouragement, Lin Hao naturally treated him kindly. "Thank you, Dr. Shin." However, he still had to ask Fenggang and the others what the specifics were before making a decision. After all, he had never participated in the corresponding award selection. However, Fenggang and the others were all on the same page. Since a new structure was born, it was natural to set up a project and send out a paper in the first place. Moreover, Lin Hao was only a freshman. Just this gimmick alone was enough to garner tons of eyeballs when it was put out. Lin Hao didn't think about it so much. At first, he just felt that the original ultimate base structure was too simple and didn't fit well with the sealing medium he had refined. Plus, Lin Hao had purposely studied the corresponding formation diagrams earlier. So a layer of basic formations was directly attached among the structure. This way, the two complemented each other, and in turn, it was able to provide a hint of fun to the lifting of the sealed equipment. But he hadn't expected such a design to be difficult for a crowd. But with the opportunity all laid out in front of him, Lin Hao simply set about writing his thesis. As for the relevant experimental data, most of the sealing equipment that Lin Hao had produced weren't too far off from each other, so he had already memorized these experimental data long ago. However, out of caution, Lin Hao still simply recovered them. Only after ensuring that the data was correct did he submit the relevant papers and data. When writing the paper, Lin Hao had also considered whether it could be because of the aids he used. It was just the thought of these aids that he had produced. Lin Hao still silently made a note of the relevant rank. Just in case there was no way for someone to reach the standard he was at now when they followed the paper and conducted the same research in the future. As for whether or not someone would actually replicate everything from childhood to adulthood without a single detail and end up not being able to research it, Lin Hao hadn't even considered that. It was important to realize that the level of the forger also affected the entire research to a great extent. If the reproduction didn't come out, then it could only be attributed to the strength of the forger. Chapter 132 New Research Applicable Unit. After 2 full days of writing papers in his dormitory, Lin Hao finally went out on the 3rd day and arrived at Bayuro's lab. It was just that Bayuro's lab was more lively than usual. With a glance, Lin Hao found that Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming were both here. Bayuro usually kept to herself, and she rarely interacted with her fellow academy siblings or even older siblings. But she was on good terms with Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming. This was already very puzzling to Lin Hao. However, after familiarizing herself with Bayuro, she had also briefly told herself about the process of getting to know each other between the three. Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming, as students of the combat department, one was a main magician and the other a main warrior. No matter how one looked at it, they didn't fit in with Bayuro from the Forge Academy. However, when Bayuro entered the replica, Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming happened to run into Bayuro, who was paralyzed by poison, and after saving her, the three of them gradually got on better terms. As a forger, Bayuro's forging level was still extremely good. As a result, most of the equipment in Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming's hands came from Bayuro's hands. Similarly, as a reward, Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming had to be guinea pigs for Bayuro. After Lin Hao had enrolled in school, Bayuro's experiments were a godsend, so naturally Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming didn't need to use them. After realizing this, Lu Xiaoxiao was even more satisfied with her choice to introduce Lin Hao to Bayuro. Now that she'd heard from Bayuro that Lin Hao was expected to win this year's Innovation Award in the forging world, Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming were even more satisfied with their choice to introduce Lin Hao to Bayuro. Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming simply agreed to come directly to Bayuro's lab to squat on Lin Hao. Lin Hao had just scanned his fingerprints to enter the lab, and the next second Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming just jumped out, both with big smiles on their faces. "So it's our Innovation Award potential newcomer who's back? Did you go to send out papers in the past 2 days?" Seeing the smiles on both of their faces, Lin Hao's tense expression followed suit and stretched. As a freshman wanting to publish a paper, the procedures in between were still extremely tedious. First of all, Lin Hao had to find a tutor to help him submit his thesis. The person he chose was naturally Feng Gang, who was more familiar with him. As soon as Feng Gang received Lin Hao's thesis, the next second he was directly in the circle of tutors. He knew that everyone had approached Lin Hao before and asked him what he meant, but Lin Hao chose him, so what did that mean? Lin Hao had a vision. Plus, there was a new student who had invented a new type of structure, and the post had been a big hit on the forums. Later, Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming learned that this new student was Lin Hao. Naturally, they had to publicize things properly. With the two of them publicizing in their respective colleges, Lin Hao's name was now almost unknown. Lin Hao listened to the two of them flirting with each other, with a few moments of embarrassment on his face. Seniors and sisters, don't laugh at me. I've only just submitted my thesis. I don't even know if I'll get a prize or not. However, Lin Hao's words had only just fallen, when Bai Yuro, who was silent on the side, leisurely said, "Every year, the Innovation Award levels are all laid out there, but they're all about researching some sort of new type of theory or forging some new equipment. It's still the first one like you to take a researched forged structure over to compete. If a newly shaped structure can't even win an award, there's no need for this innovation contest to continue." The innovation competition was open to groups of young forging masters under the age of 25. Lin Hao had only just turned 18, so naturally he was able to participate in the innovation competition. At first glance, the crowd might think there was nothing wrong with it. However, if Lin Hao's new structure was placed in the same group and compared vertically, he would be able to realize that most of the people who had researched the new structure were in their 40s or 50s. For Lin Hao to be an 18-year-old, that was really unheard of. That was why everyone was so unanimous in determining that Lin Hao would definitely be able to take this year's Innovation Award. Although Lin Hao's little bit of research wasn't too big of a news item when placed within the circle of forgers. But once it was tied to his age, the news would be much bigger. Because Shinzei was not because of his youth that he became the leader of the younger generation in the circle. Now that Shinzei is over 30, he has long been unable to participate in such competitions as the Innovation Award. But before he was 25 years old, every Innovation Award has never fallen. With an experienced person like Shinzei as a guarantee, Lin Hao definitely couldn't run away from the Innovation Award this year. On the other side, Bai Yuro and the few of them were still laughing and talking. It was only then that Lin Hao realized why Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming were discussing the theories of the Forge Master Academy one after another. It was because Bai Yuro, the school bully, was there to guide them. Seeing that Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming had already treated Bai Yuro's lab as their own territory, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel a bit of amusement. Lu Xiaoxiao fiddled with the auxiliary tools in front of her and asked in a steep voice, "It seems like quite a few people from the military region have been out recently, saying that they're trying to clean up a bunch of heaven-level copies. I didn't realize that one day, we'd be able to use the adjective cleanup for heaven-level copies?" Hearing Lu Xiaoxiao's words, Lin Hao's brain followed suit and flashed an aura. Celestial-level replica? Before this, the army had to rely on the powerful equipment provided by Lin Hao if they wanted to attack the heaven-level copies, such as the Death Scythe and the Thousand Chance Ring and the like. But now that there was a new structure, Lin Hao felt that there might be a new way. After all, it would be difficult for one or two pieces of equipment to support so many heaven-level replica takedowns. Not to mention that there were so many generals entering the heaven-level copies that Lin Hao couldn't do anything at all to specialize in forging one piece of equipment for each of them. But what if the generals who went in could have a tool in their hands that sealed the equipment on enemy units? That way, even if Lin Hao didn't have the means to enter the copy, with such a tool, as long as Lin Hao had indicated a way to use it, the general's death and injury rates would definitely drop drastically as well. Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming were still discussing with great interest. This time, the military region has sent out a full 200 people, so they must be absolutely confident that they'll be able to take down these heaven-level copies? No matter what, if these heaven-ranked copies can be taken down, we can definitely go further. That's natural, that said. What do you think, senior? School brother. Lin Hao waved his hand, then directly stood up. I suddenly remembered a study that I didn't understand, so I'll go back first. Seeing Lin Hao leave the lab in such a flash, Lu Xiaoxiao was still a bit puzzled. Only coming out of the dormitory, this is shrinking back again? Chapter 133, The Divide is like a heavenly chasm. Lin Hao didn't go back to his dormitory, but instead drilled headfirst into his own lab. As a matter of fact, there were a lot of feasible ideas and programs in his mind right now. It was just that before implementing them, Lin Hao still had to make sure that his seal forge could actually work on the bosses in the heavenly tier replicas. Moreover, before he could implement this step, Lin Hao still had to research the relevant medium equipment for seal forging. However, with the experience of forging illusionary equipment, Lin Hao felt that this kind of medium equipment could still be created by example. It was just that greater data support was needed in the middle. From a shallow perspective, as long as the medium equipment could be forged successfully, then from now on all the bosses in the heavenly tier replicas wouldn't have any danger. With the strength of the national army, it would be a breeze to push through these heaven-level duplicates. But Lin Hao also thought about the depths. Without an equipment-enhanced copy boss, would it be possible to give it to a beast tamer for contracting? As everyone knew, even without the equipment boost, the basic attributes of a heaven-level copy boss were in an extremely terrifying range. And it needed to rely on the powerful equipment provided by Lin Hao to be able to attack it. But once they thought out of the box a bit and opened up the pattern, in the absence of equipment attribute additions, the heaven-level copy bosses were instead more suitable for the beast tamer contract environment. If this idea could be confirmed, then Lin Hao could not only cooperate with formation masters to forge sealed equipment. Similarly, he could also cooperate with the beast tamers and raise a powerful beast taming army for the country. Compared to letting these heaven-level copy bosses keep refreshing in the copies over and over again, Lin Hao could bring these bosses out and utilize them wisely. Bringing these bosses out and utilizing them wisely was a much better idea. It was just that Lin Hao's plan was in its infancy, but if he really wanted to implement it, he would still need the cooperation of several links in the middle. In addition to the medium equipment that Lin Hao needed to forge. The contract aura that the beast tamer would need to contract with the beast would also need to be provided by the forger. Lin Hao had never come into contact with this type of contract aura before, so he still needed to spend some time studying it. Furthermore, how to make the beast tamers and the army cooperate with each other was also an urgent aspect to be dealt with. It was important to realize that there were strict restrictions on the level and number of people who could enter a heaven-grade copy. Inside a squad of 15 people, at least one beast tamer had to be equipped. Then the remaining 14 people would need to go all out with their output to provide a good contractual environment for the beast tamer. Otherwise, if one move was not careful, even if the equipment was good, it was likely that they would face total annihilation. Given that he hadn't come up with viable equipment out yet, Lin Hao didn't leak the news out. Instead, he sidestepped from Bai Yuro's side and inquired about some specialized books on medium equipment. Bai Yuro was even less likely to think too much about it. Illusionary equipment also belonged to one of the medium equipment, so she thought that Lin Hao was trying to do some good research on illusionary equipment. In less than 10 minutes of work, Bai Yuro gave Lin Hao a long list of books. Most of these lists of books were in the library of St. Demon University, with only a few scattered in other university libraries. But this little matter wasn't even a problem for Lin Hao. With Chen Chao as his liaison, Lin Hao turned his head and handed the list to Chen Chao. At first glance at the list of so many books, Chen Chao was still a bit bewildered. What is it? Why did you suddenly think to collect so many books? Lin Hao silently typed a reply. Thought of a good study, looking for some books to read. Seeing Lin Hao's reply, Chen Chao didn't think too much about it. No problem. Looking at your list, are you looking to research medium equipment? I have a good student here, he's been researching medium equipment for about 10 years. If you need it, I can give you his contact information. Lin Hao didn't expect there to be any surprises, so he immediately nodded his head and agreed. Soon, Lin Hao's side added his contact information with the student that Chen Chao had recommended. This student was also a senior at the Forge Academy. His subject research happened to be medium equipment. If there was anyone in the school who was more familiar with the properties and even variations of medium equipment, I'm afraid there was no one else but him. It just so happened that the other party had also come to listen to the lecture some time ago. Having just added Lin Hao, Zhao Jinheng was also excited. Senior Lin Hao? I didn't think I'd be able to add your contact information. The new structure you researched last time was just amazing. I was thinking about whether or not it could be utilized inside medium equipment. Lin Hao was still a little surprised when he saw the words Zhao Jinheng sent over. It seemed that his research had indeed had some impact on these students inside the academy. Otherwise, Zhao Jinheng wouldn't have said such words. Still, Lin Hao replied seriously. Thank you, senior. The new structure was something I discovered by chance. If it's useful, I can send you the structure's frame. Zhao Jinheng directly jumped up in excitement this time. Really? That's also fantastic, right? By the way, Director Chen recommended you to come here. Is it because you're confused about medium equipment? I don't dare to promise anything else, but I'm still very strong in the direction of medium equipment. Schoolmate, you have any questions directly? No need to be embarrassed. The other party's spontaneous familiarity made Lin Hao a bit overwhelmed, but what the other party said was indeed right in Lin Hao's favor. I did want to come and ask Senior about medium equipment. If my side wants to create a medium equipment that can seal and forge enemy units, do I need to pay attention to anything? Seeing the words Lin Hao had sent over, Zhao Jinheng had a moment to wonder if there was something wrong with his eyes. He even checked these words that Lin Hao had sent over one by one. Only after making sure that Lin Hao hadn't typed 2 more words in the medium did Zhao Jinheng silently ask. So it's decided that you're trying to make medium equipment that can be used by people who aren't in the forge master profession? And also medium equipment that can seal the equipment of forged enemy units? Seemingly worried that he hadn't said it clearly enough to be understood, Zhao Jinheng hurriedly explained again. I'm not saying that this theory of yours, senior brother, is incorrect, but I'm afraid that if you want to create medium equipment that can be used by people who are not in the forging profession, I'm afraid that a large amount of data is needed to support it in the middle. This huge database can definitely not be researched in 3 to 5 years of effort. This was still Zhao Jinheng's conservative statement. One must know that today's occupations were not a little bit different, and there were even quite a few cold occupations and transcendent occupations. Want to forge a medium equipment that everyone can use is very different from forging the equipment used by a single profession. The gap between the two is as wide as the sky. Chapter 134. Hellish Difficulty. Even Zhao Jinheng, who had researched medium equipment for 10 years, didn't dare to make such a promise. By the subordinate equipment of the forge master profession. General equipment can be categorized into profession equipment, normal equipment, medium equipment, and special equipment. The majority of forges are professional equipment and ordinary equipment, and a very small number of forges can produce special equipment. For example, Lin Hao had forged the god of hunting bow and arrow, god of hunting gloves, and so on, which could be directly planned into the category of professional equipment. This category of equipment could only be specialized for the archer profession. The ordinary equipment is also widely understood as the all-professional attribute equipment. These attribute equipments do not have a career threshold and can be compatible with all careers. For example, headgear, runes, and so on, which are rarely seen in normal times. It may seem that ordinary equipment is no longer limited by profession, but in reality, the attributes of ordinary equipment will be slightly lower than the attributes of professional equipment. It can also be understood that most of the attributes of professional equipment are added to the professional bonus. Just like the warrior will be more inclined to add defense, while the magician is more inclined to add attack, the archer is inclined to add attack speed, and so on. Normal gear is a different story. His equipment attributes are comprehensive and balanced. This also makes the attributes of ordinary equipment tend not to have a focus, so each profession in the choice of equipment more inclined to choose professional equipment. Of course, there is a second situation among ordinary equipment. That is the word attribute. Once ordinary equipment is given a word attribute, the growth cap of this piece of ordinary equipment would also be greatly raised, and would instead become an indispensable growth equipment. Let's talk about special equipment again. Special equipment, as the name suggests, also means that the attributes are more special, such as Lin Hao's hand of the Death Scythe 1000 machine ring and so on. The attribute words of these equipments were far higher than the attribute words of equipments of the same level or even the same category. It had even crossed over into the divine grade equipment paradigm. Therefore, this class of equipment would be categorized as special equipment. As for the rest of the medium equipment, it is better understood. Most equipment takes up the user's equipment grid. For example, if a person has a sword in their hand, they can no longer hold a sword or even a gun and so on. But he can configure necklaces, shoes, gloves, and other side equipment. Both tools of the same category may not be in one hand. However, the emergence of media equipment can be a good solution to this problem. The forge master who initially proposed the theory of medium equipment was motivated by this very predicament to research medium equipment for one's use. In this way, the medium equipment can achieve the effect of not occupying the equipment grid, but at the same time can also have the effect of attribute words. However, the forging and research of medium equipment was far more difficult than the normal equipment and professional equipment that forged masters usually researched. Because the forging of medium equipment also needed to involve the medium traits and magic structure. Otherwise, once the medium equipment appeared unstable, just like the illusion equipment, there was the possibility of collapsing at any time. That was why Zhao Jinheng had been so excited when Lin Hao had proposed the new type of magic structure. The highlight of Lin Hao's new magic power structure wasn't the fusion with formations. Rather, it lay in the skillful balance between the sealing medium and the structure, which coexisted with each other while being extremely stable. It is important to realize that stability happens to be the first element that needs to be considered for medium equipment. As for the reason why Zhao Jinheng would pour cool water on Lin Hao so much, it was because even if Lin Hao held an extremely stable magic power structure, the medium equipment he wanted to forge would require a huge database to support it if it was to be given to someone outside of the forger profession. Data entry for all the major professions was a tedious and complicated project. And the medium's equipment has to be adjusted to the ratio between materials through trial and error. But once the ratio changes, the magic structure will also change, and the stability will also change. This is also known as a slight change that affects the whole body. Trying to study this direction, that's not hard anymore. Rather, it's hellishly difficult. Lin Hao brought a few moments of helplessness into his eyes, but he didn't retreat with empty words. After all, if the medium equipment he forged wanted to enter the army, the data of each profession would definitely have to be pushed in by constant trial and error. Otherwise, if the first step couldn't even be taken, what was that if not a paper exercise? Okay, I've understood. Then, can Senior explain to me the relevant properties and characteristics of medium equipment? Hearing Lin Hao's words, Zhao Jinheng had nothing to hide. It would be easy to say the nature of the medium's equipment and its characteristics. Just need to keep it stable and balanced, and after that it's up to the material ratios. But I'm afraid you'll need a double or even triple layer of magical structure if you want to apply the seal forging properties on top of the medium's equipment. For this kind of medium and high-level magic structure, I suggest you take a course in magic structure studies first. Lin Hao hadn't really considered this, but he still understood what Zhao Jinheng said. Wanting to construct a powerful and stable medium equipment that also had seal forging properties, a double-layer structure is definitely not going to run away. It is important to realize that the seal forge originally contained a one-layer structure, and medium equipment requires another layer of structure. The stability between the two layers of structure has to be synthesized and balanced. If it were anyone else, just thinking about it would have made their scalp numb. Lin Hao was a keen researcher of these things. With Zhao Jinheng's mention, Lin Hao quickly began to devote himself to a new round of study. Of course, while studying, Lin Hao didn't forget to contact a wave of people he knew from other professions. Lu Xiaoxiao, who was on better terms with him, and Gu Ziming, who were the seniors and siblings inside the small group, naturally had to inquire about the wave. Their career data was still a great reference for Lin Hao's research. But for the other occupations, Lin Hao couldn't really think of anyone to come for a while. But soon Lin Hao thought of his high school alumni, Sujia. If he remembered correctly, Sujia was a special profession among magicians. Her talent was even one of the best. That's why the data records on Sujia's side are also important. It was important to realize that talents and professions were also backwards compatible at some point. As long as Lin Hao was able to attack the relevant data on Sujia's body, then the profession of magician was definitely not a problem. Thinking of this, Lin Hao didn't care if Sujia was in class at this moment, and directly sent her a message. "Little beauty, is class over?" To Lin Hao's some surprise, Sujia's message was returned almost in seconds. "I didn't think that our freshman role model would have time to nag me too?" Inexplicably, Lin Hao could see a bit of sultriness amongst the other party's words. Chapter 135 Career branching out, going on a date. Still, Lin Hao quickly shook his head and hurriedly typed a reply. "Which is not. It's just that I was a bit busy a while ago." Sujia originally only wanted to flirt a bit as well, but now she directly went back to her words. "Our great talent Lin surely wouldn't contact me for no reason. Is there something going on?" Being told of the other party's intentions, Lin Hao wasn't the least bit embarrassed, and instead opened the door and said, "There's nothing beside the point. I just wanted to ask if you're free lately. I'd like to ask you for some advice on the magician profession, and recently forging equipment requires a certain amount of data support." Sujia was very forthcoming. "This one, huh? No problem. I haven't had many classes lately, so just tell me what you want to ask." Lin Hao didn't treat her politely when he saw this. "Is it convenient to ask about your talent?" Sujia froze. She wasn't said to be particularly famous in high school, but she definitely wasn't some unknown character either. Especially with Sujia's talent, anyone who had the heart to find out a little bit about it shouldn't not know a single bit of news, right? At this moment, when she saw the text Lin Hao had sent over, Sujia really did cry and laugh. "Great talent Lin. Didn't you inquire about me when you were in high school? My talent can increase the success rate of magic contract auras. It was Lin Hao's turn to be dumbfounded. He had immersed himself in his studies in high school. Where did he have the time to study things on the side? The reason why he knew Su Jia was that the other party was too famous. Now telling him that Su Jia was actually a magical beast tamer, it was almost like the chance of winning the lottery, right? Lin Hao was still worried about where to find a beast tamer to cooperate with his experiments. But he found one without any trouble. While happy, Lin Hao still hurriedly said, "So that's how it is, that's simply great. May I ask if there are any requirements for the level cap if you tamers want to contract a magical beast? Are there any other requirements for the conditions of the magical beasts?" That said, beast tamer is already a subordinate branch of the magician profession, right? Lin Hao's string of messages directly smashed Su Jia into a daze. It had to be said that through Lin Hao's words, Su Jia had completely realized that Lin Hao was really just focused on reading the holy books on weekdays and didn't pay any attention to the other things. Thinking that Lin Hao had a lot of problems, Su Jia finally sent a message over. "It's still very difficult for us beast tamers if we want to contract magical beasts. Most of the time we contract pets from the wild. And because beast tamers belong to the magic class branch, the requirement for magical creatures is naturally that they have to belong to the magic class creatures. If you want to contract a pet, the level of both cannot exceed level 15, otherwise the failure rate will be very high, and will even produce a situation where the magical creature devours the tamer. Beast tamer is indeed a subordinate profession branch of magician, but what I'm learning is the special profession branch of contract. This aspect of the branch situation is too much to tell you in a moment. If you have time one day, we can make an appointment to meet, and I'll organize it for you in detail then." Lin Hao saw the replies and immediately agreed. "No problem. See if you're free this afternoon?" Su Jia flipped through her class schedule while typing over. "Yes. Is it okay to meet at 3 o'clock in the afternoon at Hanglin Court in the Western District?" Most of the Magic Academy was in the West District, while Lin Hao's dormitory was located in the South District. The two weren't too far away. Therefore Lin Hao quickly agreed. Compared to a professional like Su Jia, Lin Hao was like a half-wit. Might as well let Su Jia explain it to him properly. Closing the chat page with Su Jia, Lin Hao immediately went back to researching the major branches of professions underneath the wizard system. Compared to the Forge Master, the magician system was completely capable of being called majestic. It was no wonder that the Holy Magic University would have shoved the Forge Master directly inside the Magic Academy in the first place. If you pick any branch of the profession underneath the magician, it will be able to be on par with the forger. In addition to beast tamers, there are also elementalists, alchemists, and even mechanics, array masters, and so on. And the large amount of equipment that these professions came into contact with needed to rely on the Forge Master to provide it. Except for the profession of mechanic, though. Mechanics are able to make their own tools and even equipment. This is why most of the forges choose to work with mechanics. The two families are sort of indistinguishable in a way. After roughly understanding these career branches, Lin Hao focused on the branching situation underneath the beast tamer. In this way, it was also considered to be a good idea. At 2:30 p.m., Lin Hao moved his muscles and walked towards the outside of the lab. He had an appointment with Su Jia to meet at 3 o'clock at Hanglin Court. Hanglin Yuan is considered an extremely famous cafeteria in the Western District. It was also the place where most couples in the school liked to date. But this last piece of information was unknown to Lin Hao. It was important to know that he had to rely on navigation to get to Hanglin Yuan, and since enrolling in school, he had even been stuck directly in the lab. Where was the situation to study these cafeterias of the school? It's enough to eat the Southside cafeteria every day. Take the tour bus straight to the West End. Lin Hao got off the bus with one foot and saw Su Jia waiting for him under the cafeteria sign with the next. Su Jia in a white dress was particularly eye-catching on this hot, sunny afternoon. Along the way, Lin Hao could feel many gazes on Su Jia, but Su Jia acted as if she didn't feel it, and just waved towards Lin Hao with a smile on her face. "Here." Lin Hao's footsteps quickened by a few points, while not forgetting to glance at the time. He had thought that he had arrived early enough, but he hadn't expected this Su student to come even earlier than he did. "Why did you come so early? Wouldn't it be logical for a girl to clean up before leaving the house, and then make the boys wait 10 minutes or so before arriving?" Lin Hao smiled and winked, incidentally helping to take the heavy load Su Jia was carrying in her hands. Su Jia, on the other hand, let out a light laugh. "It's not that exaggerated. The appointment with you is at 3 o'clock. Surely I have to come over a little earlier. Besides, my dormitory is originally in the West End, so it's still quite a short walk. Lin Hao weighed the bag in his hand and looked at Su Jia with a surprised expression. You're walking over here carrying something so heavy? Su Jia shook her head helplessly. This is an important tool to explain to you later. And the weight is nothing. After saying that, Su Jia didn't forget to delicately spit out her tongue. The two of them, Lin Hao and Su Jia, were in such an intimate stance that it fell into the eyes of the others, directly causing the indignation of countless boys. Chapter 136, How do you cultivate feelings in normal times? Lin Hao just pretended that he couldn't see the murderous eyes around him that were about to turn into substance. After weighing the bag in his hand, Lin Hao walked towards the cafeteria. Let's go. After being used to eating at the cafeteria in the Southern District, it was Lin Hao's first time in the Western District. It had to be said that this name of Honglin Yuan was really good, and it was also completely compatible with the decoration inside. The decoration of the entire cafeteria was very delicate, and as far as the eye could see, there were small bridges and flowing water, carved beams and painted walls, and even screens of various colors. Privacy is guaranteed while giving ultimate comfort. Perhaps it wasn't a weekend, and when Lin Hao and Su Jia came in, there weren't many people in the cafeteria yet. There were several ordering ports in the cafeteria. Lin Hao and Su Jia found a secluded spot and headed towards the nearest dessert counter. At the same time, he didn't forget to ask Su Jia about her preferences. I'm casual, not picky. Looking at the bright smile on Su Jia's face, Lin Hao didn't have anything to worry about, and immediately took out his campus card and swiped a couple of cute and adorable little desserts recommended by part-time students. At the same time, he didn't forget to take 2 drinks. It was only when he swiped his money that Lin Hao still felt the difference in prices between this cafeteria and the other cafeterias in the school. A small dessert was directly sold for $38. The point is that this little dessert isn't even half the size of his palm. It was just as well that Lin Hao wasn't even close at this moment. If it were any other student in the school, he wouldn't be able to afford to build it like this. On the way back, Lin Hao even made a wave of secret guesses. Could it be that it was because the prices here were so thievishly high that not many students were willing to come on weekdays? You have to know that not all the students of the Holy Devil University are from rich families. I'm afraid that only a very small portion of them can really afford the prices here. On the other side, Su Jia was also a bit surprised by Lin Hao's generosity. The wide array of small desserts in front of her eyes made Su Jia's mood all the better. On weekdays, she was indeed more enthusiastic about the desserts in this cafeteria. Plus, this time, Lin Hao was the one who had asked for it, so Su Jia really didn't have any psychological burden. But it was mainly because Lin Hao didn't look like he was poor in money. Casually picking up a small dessert, Su Jia then pushed the bag she had brought to Lin Hao. Didn't you ask me last time about the branch under Beast Tamer? We have a branch underneath Beast Tamer called Magic Contract. This branch of magical contracts is somewhat similar to mechanics, requiring us to make our own tools for the contracts during the week. For example, the contract ring in front of you right now, he is my homemade one. Hearing Su Jia's words, Lin Hao no longer hesitated and directly opened the bag in front of him. As a forger, he was able to scan through the relevant attributes with a single glance. Packed ring. Quality: platinum. Grade: none. Magic packed homemade equipment. User can increase the success rate of all types of packs by 5%. 15% success rate for partner packs. 10% success rate for master servant packs. Magic creature resistance reduced by 500. Recoil damage reduced by 500. Attribute bonus: 5% chance to make the target attribute contract without triggering the degradation effect. This was the first time Lin Hao had come into direct contact with these homemade tools of other professions. But in all fairness, the attributes of this piece of Su Jia's homemade contract ring could be fully described as good. After all, she had only been enrolled in school for a mere 2 months, and it was true that the attributes associated with the contract rings she had made herself were much more than those crafted by an unusual forger. If one knew that the same attribute effect was placed inside the forged equipment, I'm afraid that it would still have to trigger the words to appear. It was just a homemade tool. It was only at this moment that Lin Hao finally understood the difference between living professions and combat professions. Just rushing through these attributes. People are totally aiming to fight. Seeing that Lin Hao had finished looking at the tool's relevant attributes, Su Jia quickly began to explain. Magic contracts belong to the public profession branch. regardless of whether it's an elementalist or an alchemist and so on. As long as it belongs to a magician's subordinate profession, it's able to be learned. It's just that the conditions for learning will be more demanding, even up to 80%, 90% failure rate. Most magicians are not happy to learn the public career branch of magical pacts, and will instead be more inclined to choose to buy a pact aura forged by a forger. Lin Hao nodded. Not bad. Contract auras can largely increase the success rate of a contract, and even more so, they can cancel out the failure effect. Su Jia smiled. And magic contracts are further divided into master-servant contracts and partner contracts. The master-servant contract is to reach a master-servant relationship between the target and the contractee, and the contractee is able to have absolute control over the target of the contract, though the success rate is extremely low. Unless the contracted target volunteers, most magical creatures will strongly resist, and failure will result in great magical damage to the contractee, or worse, will directly devour the contractee. Lin Hao was aware of the master-servant contract. After all, didn't he rely on the master-servant contract when practicing on weekdays? Otherwise, how could all that leveling experience be taken by him alone? As for the second type of partner contract, this one is a bit easier. The partner contract is relatively more equal, and the contractee is unable to have absolute control over the target. Even in a life-and-death situation, the contracted magical creature is able to abandon the contractee and escape alone. However, a partner contract is more likely to strengthen the bond between the contractee and the magical creature. And if the bond is of a higher grade, then the connection between the two will be stronger. Naturally, the contracted magical creature won't really abandon its contractee in a pinch. Lin Hao was a bit puzzled even after hearing that. Then, if the contracted magical creatures aren't cultivated, wouldn't they be raising a big bomb for themselves at all times? After all, a magical creature that couldn't be trusted with a back. That was also a bit of a headache. The growth of the bond level between magical creatures and their contractors was difficult to hear. I'm afraid that when the bond level grows up, the contracted person can get a slap in the face from others wherever they go, right? Seeing Lin Hao speak his heart, Su Jia hurriedly nodded her head. That's right. I had a leopard my freshman year of high school, and the leopard turned out to be like a grandpa. On weekdays, you have to ask him 3 times to work. When it comes to the real crunch, you can't count on him, and he's got a big temper. So if anything doesn't go his way, he'll tear my house down in minutes. The most crucial thing is that he eats a lot. If it weren't for my family's money, who would be able to build it like this? Hearing the resentment in Su Jia's tone, Lin Hao still felt a bit amused. Then how do you usually cultivate a relationship with him? Chapter 137. Solving the source problem directly. As soon as this matter was mentioned, the grudge inside Su Jia's tone was on the verge of turning into substance. How else can I cultivate him? Just treat him like a grandpa. Give him whatever he wants. I don't dare tease his leopard's whiskers now. In case I mess up, he'll tear down my house. Lin Hao was quite amused as he listened to Su Jia's tirade. He had never come into contact with a beast tamer before this, so naturally, he didn't know that there would be such a situation between beast tamers and their pets. Moreover, listening to Su Jia's words, it seemed that situations like this were not uncommon and widely existed between most beast tamers and their pets. After talking about her own pet, Su Jia quickly cleared her throat. After all that, then let me tell you about a few of our beast tamer skills and some of the more uncommon contract types. Beast tamer skills are very complex and are also capable of having different skills based on different contracts. Apart from the partner contract and master-servant contract, some of the remaining less common contracts are temporary contracts, blood contracts, and soul contracts. After this explanation from Su Jia, Lin Hao more or less had a general understanding of these contract types. Su Jia sipped her drink and ate a small dessert while demonstrating the various types of contract skills. Even in order to be able to facilitate Lin Hao's understanding, Su Jia had specially brought along the echo stones that they used in class on weekdays. Echo stones were magic stones that could record images and sounds, and were usually made by alchemists. This kind of magic stone was expensive and could be used in a variety of environments. If it was in the real world, one could still use some technological equipment to record images. But if you enter the copy because of the magnetic field and other aspects of the influence, then the technology equipment is very likely to strike. This time, the magic stone would be able to come in handy. Lin Hao was initially surprised by Su Jia's ability to pull out several shadow return stones at once. Before devoting himself to the skill data recorded by Su Jia, the time soon reached 6 in the afternoon. Lin Hao glanced at the gradually popular restaurant and asked with a smile on his face. It just so happens that I haven't eaten the food from the cafeteria over here. Do you want to try it together, Mr. Su? My treat. Consider it as a thank you for your assistance all afternoon today. Su Jia's eyes lit up when she heard Lin Hao's treat. Of course, there's no problem. Actually, there's no need for you to be so polite. Just call me by my name. Lin Hao and the two of them packed up their things and then walked towards the ordering counter in front of them. After arriving at the ordering counter, Lin Hao realized that the meals in this restaurant really weren't generally expensive. The desserts from before were already a bit beyond his imagination, and now that he saw this meal that was nearly 3 figures, Lin Hao was really a bit bewildered. It turned out that the cafeteria at Holy Devil University wasn't all as affordable as the one he'd eaten in before. However, this did give Lin Hao a bit of curiosity in his heart. After all, this was the first time he had ever tasted such an expensive meal, so he had to try it out, right? After simply ordering 3 or 4 dishes, Lin Hao took the menu and walked towards their seats. Compared to other restaurants, this side of the restaurant still had one advantage. That was that there were part-time waiters. In other restaurants, Lin Hao would have to wait for a while after they ordered their food to bring it back to their seats by themselves. This side of the restaurant was different. All they needed to do was take their dining cards and wait until the meal was ready. Then a waiter would bring over the various dishes they had ordered. Soon, the small pink table in front of them was set with a series of dishes. Just by looking at the appearance of the dishes, Lin Hao felt that they were still extremely good, barely able to justify his price. Su Jia's face, on the other hand, revealed a few moments of pleasure. Then today, this is thanks to our great talent Lin's treat. The two of them finished the meal with a smile. Lin Hao sent Su Jia back to her dormitory again before turning his head and getting on the sightseeing bus back to the southern district. Just after returning to the lab, Lin Hao called Chen Chao again. This time, his requests were more clear and explicit than the list he had made earlier. Director Chen, I need a few magicians on my side. It's best if the subordinate career branches come as one. And I also need a batch of equipment. The list of equipment will be sent to you later. Also, a batch of homemade contract tools for beast tamers is also needed. Lin Hao finished his request simply and clearly. Chen Chao's side was a bit surprised. You're asking for people and tools from the Magic Academy? Planning on researching this direction? Lin Hao responded. That's right, this research is important. The equipment list has already been sent to your cell phone, so if it's possible, the faster this batch of materials and equipment arrives, the better. Lin Hao asked for time for the first time. Chen Chao naturally had to be cautious. Thus the two had only just hung up less than half an hour before Chen Chao called in once more. The things you asked for are ready. Why don't you see where to send this batch of people and the equipment materials? Lin Hao glanced at the lab in front of him, then shook his head again. My lab space might not be enough. May I ask if the school has a more suitable and wider place to experiment? Chen Chao understood Lin Hao's meaning at once. I'll go apply for a private training hall for you. There's more space there, and absolutely no one will affect you. In Lin Hao's case, of course, the green light was given all the way. Chen Chao hadn't forgotten that Lin Hao had said that this research was extraordinarily important. When he thought about the things that Lin Hao had researched earlier, Chen Chao couldn't help but have a few moments of anticipation. It was important to realize that the illusionary equipment Lin Hao had researched was already an extremely good existence in the eyes of everyone. Lin Hao had found them to be incredibly unusual. So now the research that was extraordinarily important in Lin Hao's eyes. What kind of results would come out in the end? It was exciting to think about. Lin Hao didn't have any side thoughts. He just felt that if he wanted to achieve the effect of sealing boss equipment, I'm afraid that it was still a bit insufficient. Since the beast tamer had created a contract tool that was able to stun or confuse to a certain extent, was Lin Hao able to borrow it directly? Then was Lin Hao able to directly draw on it? Ignore the equipment on the boss. Directly address the source problem. According to Lin Hao's original idea, after sealing the equipment on the boss, it would still need to be paired with an elite squad as well as a beast tamer in order to complete the contract. Then, if Lin Hao directly created the equipment to seal the boss and could directly add the words for the success rate of the contract, then it would be Lin Hao's turn to create the equipment to seal the boss. At that time, wouldn't the tamer's turn be even easier? Moreover, this scenario had an extremely high fault tolerance rate. Even if one seal didn't work, at least there was a second chance. But the former option wasn't necessarily the case. Chapter 138. Do it to the best of your ability. Merely sealing the equipment on the boss. Then the boss in the copy would still be aggressive, leaving the elite squad and beast tamer with a lower margin of error. But as long as Lin Hao did that much more work, the tolerance for error can be greatly increased. And Lin Hao's first step in researching a profession right now was that of a magician. As long as the major branches of professions under magicians were understood, Lin Hao would be able to break down the barriers of the professions in the course of his research and create a piece of medium equipment that was suitable for magicians to send out sealing attacks. That's right, it's medium gear. If you're going to do it, you're going to do it right. Having gotten the location of the training center, Lin Hao immediately headed towards it. The training hall wasn't too far from his lab, and he was able to get there in 8 minutes on foot. It was just compared to the lab where people came and went on weekdays. This one training hall was directly in the middle of the woods, and it all covered a full 2 acres of land. Because of the shade of the woods, the privacy of this place can be well guaranteed. And because it is a private training center, it is natural to verify the identity information before entering. However, Lin Hao's identity information had long been entered into the highest authority system. With the campus card in his hand, he quickly made his way unimpeded to the grounds outside the training center. The ratio of the indoor field to the outdoor field was maintained at 1:2. When Lin Hao came over, the magicians Chen Chao had found all turned their heads in unison as well. Seeing this, Chen Chao directly introduced them. The magicians you want, the few common branches under them are all here: elementalists, alchemists, beast tamers, mechanics, and formation masters. Each of these 5 common branches has been assigned to you at 4 different levels, adding up to a total of 20. Stacked over there are the equipment and pack tools you'll need, complete from low to high quality. It's just that the legendary equipment is a bit hard to get. Our academy has only found one so far. If you still need it on your side, I'll have the military district side expedite sending it over then. Lin Hao looked at this meticulous arrangement of Chen Chao and was so satisfied. If he hadn't turned himself over to the state, now just trying to get so many people and different levels of equipment and tools, one would only have to prepare for a long time in advance. Looking at the anticipation in Chen Chao's eyes, Lin Hao was still somewhat helpless. Director Chen, I'm just trying to study it this time. I'm not sure when I'll be able to bring out the results. And it's still unknown how the results of this research will turn out. Chen Chao, however, waved his hand indifferently. How can an experiment not fail? Just go ahead and try. Even if all these tools and equipment are consumed for you, I can still go and get you a batch. As the director of the Holy Devil University's teaching office, overseeing the teaching affairs of the school's major colleges, Chen Chao really did have the nerve to say these words. Lin Hao even suspected that when Chen Chao was chosen as his counterpart, he was afraid that it was all because the other party's identity was more convenient. Right? You know that since the principal and below were these directors, the president of the university is not on campus in most cases, and the affairs of the school naturally fall on the group of directors underneath. So compared to the principal as a counterpart, Chen Chao, the director of the academic affairs office, was obviously more suitable. Sighing once again that the country's dads were too considerate, Lin Hao also cast his gaze on the batch of equipment and materials in front of him. In fact, what Lin Hao didn't know was that ever since the last time Lin Hao had provided a large batch of topiary equipment and illusionary equipment to the army side, the teaching resources of St. Demon University had all followed the wave of great increases. After all of these research results of Lin Hao's had been pounded out only after he had arrived at St. Demon University. It was precisely because of the hotbed of St. Demon University that Lin Hao had been able to grow so quickly. So he would also be a bit more favored in terms of tilting resources in the second year. You should know that every year, Chen Chao is responsible for applying for the educational resources. If there wasn't an ancestor like Lin Hao staying in their school, how could Holy Devil University possibly share so many resources this year? Just because of this, Chen Chao was happy to hold Lin Hao up high. Lin Hao didn't exchange pleasantries with Chen Chao for long, and soon continued to devote himself to a new round of experimental research. These enlisted magicians soon demonstrated the skills associated with their professions little by little at Lin Hao's request. From level 20 to level 50, with 10 levels as a gradient, there were 4 people from each profession. This would make it easier for Lin Hao to observe the direction of their skills, as well as formulate a magic structure that was more suitable for the profession. Apart from these magicians, Lin Hao didn't forget to organize the experimental materials that Chen Chao had sent over. These experimental materials included and were not limited to a large number of contracted tools and pets to be contracted. given that Lin Hao was more interested in configuring out equipment that could directly seal heaven-level copy bosses. So Lin Hao didn't focus so much on the contract skills on the tamer side instead. Just studying the direction of these magician skills alone was enough for Lin Hao to study for a long time. Besides, all of these magician skills were energy-consuming. If it was just ordinary magic skills with these magicians' own energy, they might still be able to withstand a few rounds. However, in the case of prolonged skill casting, even if their energy ceiling was high, they would inevitably experience an energy deficit when releasing higher-level skills. So Lin Hao thought about it and decided that it was better to use the Spirit Treadmill skill to replicate the skill attributes of these magicians directly onto the equipment. This would also be a great way to save them time. However, skill attributes replicated on top of the equipment were different from actually casting the skill in the end. Until an elementalist reminded, "Why don't we try storing our skills in a container?" Lin Hao froze for a moment. Skills were stored into the relevant containers. In theory, this option is absolutely feasible. It's just that there are fewer tools to utilize in order to store the skills. Lin Hao thought for a moment and quickly found something inside the corner of his memory that fit this condition extremely well. Skill scroll. Skill scrolls fall under the category of material forging. It is similar to the previous skill enhancement ticket. Skill scrolls were able to copy a magician's magical skills, but without much requirement for the user. The skill scroll only had a restriction on the occupation of the copier. After all, he was only able to store magical skills. The conditions were much more relaxed for the user. It's not too difficult to forge. Moreover, Lin Hao still had the material forging proficiency there, so naturally the success rate didn't need to be said. As a forger, there were still quite a few basic materials needed on a regular basis. Plus, skill scrolls are considered a general direction for auxiliary class forgers to make money. Related materials are still extremely common. Chapter 139 Experiment begins. Randomized Master-Servant Contract. Lin Hao didn't take long to find a batch of materials for making skill scrolls. As long as one was an auxiliary class forger, it wasn't too difficult to make skill scrolls. What was difficult was whether or not the skill scroll could withstand higher-level skills, or skills that contained higher energy, as well as how much the magic skill loss rate of the skill scroll copy was. As long as these aspects of the attributes were not too low, the price of the skill scroll sold would definitely not be too low. In less than an hour's work, Lin Hao had produced a large batch of skill scrolls. With the proficiency in the skill of material forging underpinning it, almost all of the skill scrolls Lin Hao produced were of high-level quality. There were even a few high-level skill scrolls that had reached a zero attrition rate. In other words, a powerful magician would imbue his magic skill into a high-level skill scroll. Then the magical skills that the user was able to unleash were directly equivalent to this powerful magician striking out. But at this moment, there was no one else to compare it to, and Lin Hao was even less surprised. Such a large batch of skill scrolls were then directly stacked on the countertop by Lin Hao. Now one by one, you all line up and come over here and copy your skills in. Copying skills took a bit longer than releasing them. However, this time was also dependent on how high the grade of the skill scroll was. The skill scrolls that Lin Hao produced were extremely good in both grade and quality. As such, it didn't take long for 20 people to store all of their skills one after another. With this batch of scrolls of copied magic skills, Lin Hao immediately had the idea to test it out. Taking a look at the elementalist's clean attack skills, Lin Hao immediately shook his head. But when his eyes landed on top of the alchemist's messy skills, his heart followed suit again. What poison-making potion? The more normal ones were still truth crystals. The key Lin Hao he didn't want to experience at all. So Lin Hao could only honestly focus on the contract skills that the beast tamer had just copied. The contract skills that these beast tamers utilized were all different. Some were contract taming, some were contract enslavement, and some were contract assimilation. Generally speaking, contract domestication and contract enslavement were mostly used in master-slave contracts. Contract assimilation, on the other hand, was used in partner contracts. Lin Hao glanced at the small pets sent by Qian Chao that hadn't been contracted yet. The levels of these small pets weren't high, some of them were even only level 10. It was just because they were relatively common, plus the tamers didn't waste their contract space grids by using these lower-leveled small pets. Normally, as Su Jia explained earlier, a beast tamer was only able to contract magical creatures that were within the next 15 levels. For example, Su Jia had already reached level 32. Then the maximum upper limit of magical creatures she could contract was 47 levels, and the minimum lower limit was 17 levels. Within the range of level 17 to level 47, the contract space grids that Su Jia possessed were 3, and the contract space grids would continue to increase as Su Jia's level increased. Just as forging masters like Lin Hao and the others would obtain a forging drawing for every 10 level increase. As beast tamers, every time Su Jia's level increased by 10 levels, the corresponding contract space grid would also increase by 1. The contract space grid corresponded to the maximum number of magical creatures that a beast tamer could contract. A space grid could only correspond to 1 magical creature. Any more than that would only increase one's level. However, there was one exception. That was when Su Jia wanted to forcibly contract magical creatures that were below the minimum restriction level. These magical creatures actually did not occupy the contract space. Therefore, it was completely fine for the 32-level Su Jia to want to contract a 10th-level demonic creature. It was just that, by this time, the contractual relationship between the two would not be able to change to a partner contract. Instead, it would be randomized to a temporary contract or a mandatory master-servant contract. This was also why Chen Chao had sent so many teenage-level magical creatures. It was because the tamers present were of different levels. One couldn't send a bunch of high-level magical creatures to occupy these tamers' own scarce contract space grids. Could they? Lin Hao glanced at the scroll in his hand, and then directly released his skill at a mutant squirrel in front of him. Contract. The minimum level of the beast tamers standing in the training hall was level 20. Thus, contracting a level 10 mutant squirrel was still a breeze. Lin Hao only felt a stream of aura emerge from underneath the mutant squirrel's feet. This aura then landed at his feet, forming an intricate pattern. There was also a slight reddish tinge to the complex pattern. Lin Hao could feel that the moment the halo lit up, the mutant squirrel's emotions also flared up. The mutant squirrel, which had been staying quietly in the cage, suddenly began to frantically rush towards the door of the cage. Lin Hao didn't really understand this type of situation and was only able to raise his eyes to look at the beast tamers present. The highest-ranked level 50 tamer present hurriedly spoke out. It should be randomized to a master-servant contract. That's why this mutant squirrel's reaction was so intense. Lin Hao came to a sudden realization. When faced with a master-servant contract, the demonic creature's reaction would be even more intense than when faced with other contract methods. It was just that, under the mandatory level suppression, all of the mutant squirrel's resistance was just futile. Lin Hao, on the other hand, had utilized his spiritual topography skill to replicate the relevant structure of magic operation the moment the contract skill was cast. Starting at level 20, he gradually experimented until he reached level 50. Lin Hao had also gradually figured out the laws of these magic power operating structures. The contract skill is, in a way, a combination of spiritual power and energy. The two merge into one, forming a recurring magic operating structure, a structure that can tickle the spiritual energy of the demonic creature, thus allowing the two to establish a certain connection. This connection can be simply understood as a temporary contract that merely ties the hand of the tamer and the demonic creature together, but is able to break free at any time. Whereas the connection of the master-servant contract is tying the two of them together in death. As the tamer's level gets higher, the demonic creature's mental power becomes more susceptible. But similarly, because the tamer's rank is too high, the demonic creature's spiritual power will be affected by the tamer's spiritual power, thus creating irreversible damage. This is also the reason why a lower level limit was set for the tamer's contracted magical creature. Once the level of the magical creature is too low and exceeds the lower limit level, then the disparity in spiritual power between the two, after signing the contract, will inevitably bring irreversible damage to the magical creature, and even directly affect the magical creature's own attributes. In that case, it would be a waste of the tamer's separate one-contract space grid. Chapter 140. Waking up with a smile in your dreams. Lin Hao started the next step while recording. After recording the temporary contract and master-servant contract accordingly, Lin Hao quickly turned his attention to the third skill of the beast tamer. Contract assimilation. The skill contract assimilation signed a partner contract. There was also a similar skill called contract sharing. The two skills had tiny differences, so Lin Hao simply tested them together. Data after data was constantly being recorded by Lin Hao while the night grew thicker. In the brightly lit training hall grounds, Lin Hao didn't even notice the passage of time. Instead, the more he studied, the more mentally excited he felt. I didn't expect it to be compared to other contract methods. Partner contracts have surprisingly more room for growth. No wonder most beast tamers choose partner contracts. Once a beast tamer contracts to a high-level magical creature, it means that the levels and experience of the two can be shared, and it can also permanently affect the tamer's own attribute bar. Of course, when switched to a low-level magical creature, the tamer's spiritual power is also of great benefit to the magical creature. By the time the sky was slightly bright, Lin Hao had finally replicated all of the tamer magic power structures in a row. All of these replicated attributes were stored on top of the white plate equipment. This was also the reason why Lin Hao had earlier asked Chen Chao for a batch of equipment. Spiritual topography was able to replicate all of the attributes to a large extent. It just required mental power and energy. Lin Hao had been busy with topography all night, and now he was finally feeling a bit mentally overwhelmed. After dismissing the group, Lin Hao turned his head and huffed and puffed in the training hall's lounge. When he had replenished his spirit, immediately he started working on his next career skill again. This time, Lin Hao picked the Elementalist. Elementalists were able to mobilize various elemental spirits. These elemental spirits could either become their magical energy source or their companions. That was why the two career branches underneath Elementalist were called Absorption and Summoning. As the name suggests, Elementalists who majored in the attack system, a large amount of elemental spirits would be able to be absorbed by them for their own use, thus becoming open-air magical supplemental energy. This could undoubtedly provide elementalists with a constant supply of energy. One must know that, on the battlefield, an elementalist with endless supplemental energy was still extremely terrifying. Lu Xiaoxia happened to be an elementalist who followed the attack system. The other system was the summoning stream. Elementalists could only choose one or the other when choosing a career branch. If they chose the summoning stream, then a large number of elemental spirits would be constantly summoned out for the elementalist to use. The means of these elemental spirits were more versatile, and they were similar to beast tamers. The beast tamer relied on the contract to be able to make the magical creatures work for him, so that he could launch an attack against the enemy. Then the elementalist summoning stream could summon a large number of elemental spirits to launch an attack. It was just compared to taming beasts that were contracted magical creatures. Elemental spirits without a contract, their own defense ability as well as single combat ability was much worse. Most of the time, they relied on the elementalist's arrangement to launch attacks. In other words, the elementalist of the summoning stream held the position of a warlord. However, regardless of whether it was the summoning stream or the attacking stream, what the elementalist utilized was mostly mental power, and energy consumption was greatly reduced compared to the beast tamer. Compared to the previous tamer's magic power structure, it would be much easier for Lin Hao to topographize the attributes of an elementalist's skills. After a busy afternoon, Lin Hao's spirit treadmill skill directly received a large wave of upgrades. After finishing the beast tamer and elementalist skills, Lin Hao quickly set his sights on the mechanic, alchemist, and array master. Lin Hao was relatively familiar with the mechanic. Again, he had the previous two professions as a base. This time, Lin Hao only worked late into the night, and a large batch of blank equipment was engraved with the attributes of each profession by Lin Hao. And there were even a whole bunch of skill scrolls scattered around Lin Hao's feet. After using up this batch, Lin Hao immediately waved his hand and let them leave first. They would just come back when they were needed. At the moment, Lin Hao was like being inside a small mountain of equipment. If someone else saw so many attribute structures and magic structures, they would definitely have a headache. However, Lin Hao was exceptionally excited. Even though he had only rested for 5 hours during the day, he was still able to continue his research at this moment. Magic power structures and attribute structures, whether in the magic world or the forging world, were extremely difficult to overcome or even decipher. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a situation where someone who invented a new magic structure would be able to win an award in one fell swoop. Lin Hao was very patient. With his previous experience, now that he was analyzing these magical structures, he wasn't saying that he had a 10% certainty, but at the very least, a 90% certainty was still there. The remaining bit of the puzzle, Lin Hao didn't have to digest it all by himself. When he had applied for a patent for his magic structure and published his thesis, he had sought Feng Gang's help. As a senior forger hired by the Holy Magic University, Feng Gang's rank had reached 72. In the military region, he might not be outstanding. However, he was still more than qualified to be a tutor at St. Demon University. Therefore, Lin Hao directly organized his questions into a document and sent it to Feng Gang. Originally, he had thought that he wouldn't be able to wait for Feng Gang's reply until tomorrow. Who would have thought that even at this early hour, Feng Gang wasn't asleep. He had read the document Lin Hao had sent over seriously. He had also read through the document Lin Hao had sent over, and had given Lin Hao word-for-word annotations and answers. Seeing Feng Gang's annotations, which were not a bit longer than his own questions, Lin Hao's heart was touched for a few moments. "Thank you, Teacher Feng. I've taken note of what you said. Then may I ask how this situation is to be resolved when the magic structure and attribute structure deviate during construction?" It was rare for Feng Gang to see a student who was so diligent. With regard to the older students he had brought up, how could each and every one of them be studying the magic structure in the middle of the night like Lin Hao? Over the years, Feng Gang had been able to bring out Xiao Yuyan and Bai Yuro, and that was good enough. He had thought that there was no hope for the new students in this year's class. Who would have thought that the heavens would treat him well and send a big baby directly into his arms? Now he was afraid that he would wake up laughing even in his dreams. Therefore, at this moment, Feng Gang wasn't even as serious as he usually was. In the face of such a big baby as Lin Hao, he was simply as patient as he could be. If you're trying to build both a magic structure and an attribute structure at the same time, I'd advise you to die before it's too late. Building a structure is like us building a house. You've obviously only laid the foundation of a one-story structure, but you want to force a second story on top of it. Sooner or later this house will collapse. So when there is a deviation situation between the two, my suggestion is to recast the structural chain. Lin Hao had never considered this situation before this. But after seeing Feng Gang's reply, it was as if he had been enlightened. Chapter 141. The double layer structure couldn't carry the load. In the beginning, Lin Hao had also tried to directly make some modifications to the contract tools that the beast tamers had brought with them. For example, the most common contract ring amongst the contract tools. Under the original conditions of the contract, Lin Hao only needed to apply another layer of basic connecting structure on top of the contract ring. This would ensure that people of different professions would be able to use it, and also achieve the original contract effect. It was only after experimenting with it that Lin Hao realized that this path was somewhat unworkable. Even with the 100% forging success rate, what Lin Hao had forged was still a quadruple image. Thus, Lin Hao was only able to change the path again. According to Feng Gang's instructions, Lin Hao needed to add another layer of attribute structure on top of the magic structure. And this layer of attribute structure that could greatly encompass the effects of the contract ring was already enough. However, regardless of whether it was the magic power structure or the attribute structure, the deciphering of its structural chain required an enormous amount of effort. Feng Gang's previous exhortation wasn't just empty talk. There had been countless attempts to decipher the structural chains before this, yet up until now, there were only a handful of forges that had been able to do so. The few pieces of equipment that Lin Hao had forged this time looked quite decent. But as soon as he checked the properties, Lin Hao was instantly disappointed again. Spirit Contract Ring. Grade None. Grade Diamond. Spiritual contract skill can be performed, reducing the contract target's resistance by 85% during the contract process. Spiritual Contract Ring. Grade None. Grade Diamond. 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 Grade Diamond can perform spiritual contract skill. During the contract process, increase the user's spiritual power by 90%. Spiritual Contract Ring. Grade None. Grade Diamond. 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 Grade Diamond can perform spiritual contract skill. During the contract process, increase the contract target success rate by 15%. Spiritual Contract Ring. Grade None. Grade Diamond. 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 Grade Diamond can perform spiritual contract skill. During the contract process, reduce the contract target's basic attributes by 92%. A series of them had given Lin Hao a whole lot of heartburn. There was no way that a single double-layer structure could hold up to his theoretical ideas. The forged contract ring, even though the poem added a double-layer structure, the effect was still not as good as it should have been. It was important to realize that the difficulty of a heaven-level copy wasn't something that could be easily resisted anymore. When the time came, the contract ring would have to face the ultimate boss within the heaven-level replica. If there was too much deviation, then it would inevitably lead to the contract failing, and naturally, Lin Hao's previous idea would not exist. Thinking left and right, Lin Hao had a steep flash of insight. If a double-layer structure wasn't enough, then how about applying a few more layers of structure to the contract ring himself? With Lin Hao's new structure as a foundation, there was no need to worry about the structure becoming unstable. So Lin Hao would just have to build the foundation well, and then he could build as many layers as he wanted. Thinking of this, Lin Hao began to think along this direction. As of right now, the double-layered magic structure plus the basic attribute structure wasn't nearly enough. Even if these tools were released and had met some people's expectations, he never reached Lin Hao's ultimate expectations. Since this was the case, Lin Hao searched for ways to simply buff these tools. As for the first buff, Lin Hao instantly thought of his skill enhancement ticket. Skill enhancement tickets could have an amplified effect on contract skills to a certain extent, and it was natural to apply them. Even if Lin Hao had crafted medium equipment that could increase the success rate of a contract so far, it was only a mere 15% success rate. If this success rate was placed in the middle of a heaven-level copy, I'm afraid that it would still be greatly reduced. Therefore, the attribute structure of the skill enhancement coupon had to be imposed as well. With this as a base, the beast tamer who entered the duplicate would be able to have a few more points of success. But this was not enough. The strength of beast tamers was actually mostly on the low side, and they relied on the magical creatures they contracted to attack. Therefore, during the contracting process, it was also necessary to add another layer of insurance for the beast tamer. As for this insurance, Lin Hao directly locked onto the sealing forge. The original scenario that had been discarded by Lin Hao was once again restarted, only this time, Lin Hao was going to add the attribute structure of the seal forge on top of the contracted magic structure. In this way, this piece of equipment would be able to add multiple insurances to the beast tamer. Even if it didn't work once, there would at least be a second chance. Thinking of this, Lin Hao immediately began to study the new batch of equipment, and as for the medium equipment that he had forged earlier, it was directly kicked to the side. The training management place was extremely suitable for Lin Hao to exert himself. Lin Hao also quickly moved the aids he had forged earlier to the training hall. With the help of these auxiliary tools, it would be possible to greatly minimize the amount of time Lin Hao spent on structural components. Moreover, Lin Hao had a second thought. If the quality of the materials processed by the auxiliary tools could reach the legendary level, it might also be able to provide a significant boost to the medium equipment that was made. Of course, all of these assumptions Lin Hao had made were based on the fact that he hadn't triggered any blessing effects. It was important to realize that as long as he piled up a large enough amount, he would definitely be able to trigger a blessing effect. So this theory was definitely feasible. After working from late at night until the next morning, Lin Hao finally forged two brand new pieces of medium equipment. Spirit Staff. Grade None. Grade King Grade. Full Attribute Equipment. Sealing effect against demons increased by 50 times. Sealing effect against demons increased by 50 times. Sealing effect against demons increased by 50 times. Spirit Contract Ring. Grade None. Grade King Grade. Beast Tamers Exclusive Equipment. Success rate of all types of packs increased by 20%. Success rate of all types of packs increased by 20%. Partner contract success rate increased by 45%. Success rate of master servant packs increased by 30%. Increase the success rate of special contract by 25%. Magic creature resistance reduced by 2000. Backlash damage reduced by 40%. Skill. Magic Seal, attribute fixed, forced pact skill. Magic Seal, attribute fixed, forced pact. Magic Seal. Increase the sealing effect against magic creatures by 200% during the contract process. Attribute fixed. Increase the sealing effect against magic creatures by 200. Attribute fixing. After the contract is completed, there is a 25% chance that the contracted pet's attributes will remain unchanged. Forced contract. After performing the skill, it can increase the full attributes by 300%. And after the contract is completed, it will fall into a 3-month fatigue period. After reading the relevant introductions, Lin Hao also had a few more moments of satisfaction. At this point, the version of the equipment he had made was the one that best fit his original expectations. It was just that the process was a bit complicated. From the medium equipment that Lin Hao had equipped for all attribute professions at the beginning, it had become a separate medium equipment for beast tamers. However, the spirit staff that Lin Hao had attached was able to supplement this gap. After working for so many days, he finally had a physical object, and Lin Hao couldn't wait to find someone to test it out. So he directly called Qian Chao. Chapter 142. A good thing like pie in the sky. Once again, he received a call from Lin Hao. Qian Chao's spirit was also revitalized. Got it out so quickly? Lin Hao didn't deny it, just said softly, I still need to trouble Director Qian to find someone on your side to test it out. This time there's no need for anyone else, just a beast tamer. Hearing Lin Hao's request, Qian Chao couldn't help but also develop a bit of curiosity. Is there anything else besides this? Lin Hao thought for a moment and then spoke out. Then pair it with another magician, with a level of 50 or higher. As for the requirements, I need them to help me test the latest equipment. Hearing that it was to test the equipment, Qian Chao was excited. By now Qian Qian had sort of figured out the pattern. The equipment that came out of Lin Hao's hands was definitely not something mundane. And the attributes of the equipment he pulled out every time were extremely amazing. Then this time must not be any worse. Just a tamer and a wizard? Nothing. Lin Hao nodded before realizing that Qian Chao on the opposite side couldn't see it at all. That's right. I need them to go into the midst of a level 65 duplicate, find the duplicate level 65 boss, and test whether they can complete the contract with the equipment I'm holding. After hearing Lin Hao's request, Qian Chao was a bit staggered. Are you sure? 2 level 50 magicians, one of whom was also a beast tamer, going straight into the middle of a level 65 copy to find the ultimate boss to complete the contract? Muttering in his heart, Qian Chao still said at the first opportunity, all right, I'll immediately go find someone now. Regardless of whether he could find them or not, Qian Chao would end up tying the people onto the ship even if he had to use kidnapping. It was just that Lin Hao's request this time was still a bit difficult in the end. It was still very easy to find level 50 beast tamers and magicians. However, it was a bit difficult to find ones willing to enter a level 65 copy. That's why Qian Qian contacted the army side almost immediately. With the army side providing manpower, at the very least, it would be able to guarantee the safety of the beast tamers and magicians who entered the copy, in case something went wrong with Lin Hao's equipment. Of course, this was just a situation envisioned by his crow's mouth. To end up causing the loss of 2 level 50 experts, that wasn't something anyone could afford. Moreover, Qian Chao was most able to understand the gap between the ranks of beast tamers. For a level 50 beast tamer to want to contract a level 65 boss across levels, the probability was ridiculously low. Once unsuccessful, the final death rate might even be as high as 80%. But no matter what, Lin Hao had already brought out the equipment now, so there couldn't be no one to test it out. Could there? While waiting for a reply from his superiors, Qian Chao steeply thought of something. According to Lin Hao, the equipment he had forged this time could allow a level 50 tamer to cross-level contract a level 65 boss. Then once it was successful, the equipment that Lin Hao had forged would most likely become a precedent-setting existence. It was important to realize that before this, a low-level tamer who wanted to cross-level contract a demonic creature higher than his own level would definitely need to have a large number of magicians or warriors around to assist him. Otherwise, based on the pride of the demon itself, it would never be able to submit to humans so easily, even if the contract signed between the two was just the most equal partnership contract. And when a tamer contracts a magical creature, because of the influence of his own contracting tools, it will end up causing the magical creature to have some of its attributes damaged. The greater the number of participants in the battle, the greater the damage to the magical creature. Lin Hao only asked for 2 people this time, and one was still a beast tamer. Didn't that mean he had at least 80% certainty? As soon as he thought of this, Qian Chao became excited. Now he didn't care that his superior side hadn't replied back yet, and immediately turned on shaking up people, only to see him make a phone call. Old Feng, I remember that your son seems to be a level 50 beast tamer? I have a pie in the sky here. Do you want it?
那是，我怎么可能会坑你呢？
But don't I have a mismatch of attributes here? You hurry up and consider it. I still have to inform old Chun on my side. If his side agrees first, then it won't be on your side. You can agree now? Yes. You bring your son here and sign a non-disclosure agreement with me first. I'll tell you the exact requirements after you sign it. I can guarantee that it's definitely a great thing, and you might even be able to get a demon for nothing. After hanging up this side of the phone, Qian Chao hurriedly called the next one. Old Chin, I remember that your son seems to be a magic elementalist, right? Did he go for the attack stream or the summoning stream? I have a small favor I want him to do. I wonder if he'd be happy to do it? No problem. Then you guys come over first. Let's sign an agreement. Finding the right people less than half an hour's work. The two groups of people were brought to Lin Hao's attention by Chen Chao. Lin Hao had originally thought that it would take some time for Chen Chao to find the people. Who would have thought that it would come so quickly? After all, a level 65 copy was still somewhat dangerous for two level 50 magicians. Director Chen found it so quickly? But soon Lin Hao saw Feng Gang's face. Feng Gang was also a bit surprised to see Lin Hao at this time, but the next second he skimmed over to Chen Chao next to him. Is this the favor you asked me to do? Feng Gang was still a bit apprehensive in his heart before he came. Before coming over, they had all signed a series of confidentiality agreements with Chen Chao. The sound of it was frightening. After seeing Lin Hao, Feng Gang instead put his heart down. So it's because you want me to do a favor for student Xiao Lin. You should have said so earlier. Tell me, what is it that you want me to do? Old Chun on the other side was still a bit puzzled. You guys know each other? Seeing Old Chun with a puzzled look, Feng Gang hurriedly spoke out to introduce him. Lin Hao, a new student from our forging academy. Don't look at him as a freshman. He's the one who researched the magic structure a while ago, and I even helped him apply for a patent. This year's Innovation Award definitely belongs to him. If there was no complete certainty, Feng Gang would definitely not have said such words outside. But the coincidence was that Feng Gang had a few friends who were the judges of this year's Innovation Award. Feng Gang naturally couldn't do something like cheating, even if Lin Hao was a student he was extremely optimistic about. Most of all, it was because he believed in Lin Hao's strength. He couldn't even take the Innovation Award for researching a new magic structure. Then I'm afraid this year's Innovation Award isn't trying to go to heaven, right? His suspicions proved to be correct. Those few friends of the judges had specifically given him the slip. This year's Innovation Award is absolutely uncontested. With such a powerful young man in his own academy, Feng Gang of course wanted to pull him over as his own student. Chapter 143 Equipment Test. Lin Hao didn't even know about those little plans in Feng Gang's heart. He just slightly coyly greeted the unfamiliar mentor in front of him. It was true that Old Chen didn't recognize Lin Hao. Yet it didn't affect him at all that he had heard about the recent events of the freshman class of the Forge Academy. Now that there was Feng Gang's fanfare, Old Chen's perception of Lin Hao was not generally favorable. Knowing that they had all signed a confidentiality agreement, Lin Hao immediately led them into his training hall and then spread out the equipment he had just researched in front of a few people. Chen Chao knew that these people had called out to him, so he didn't bother to grab a spot with them, only to see Feng Gang and Old Chen standing at the two ends of the table on the left and right, each of them holding a piece of equipment in front of them. At the first sight of the equipment, the two were still a bit confused. It's not just. At the second glance down, the two men closed their voices. Feng Gang even stared directly. Holy! This can even be researched for you? A spiritual contract ring with 4 layers of structure attached? How long have you been building this? No, I just finished telling you about it last time. And you ended up building it in less than 2 days' work? Upon realizing this, Feng Gang's voice began to tremble. He even directly slapped his own son. See, this is a spirit contract ring, an equipment that belongs exclusively to you beast tamers. Feng Zhengping was also a little excited when he saw the equipment, especially the string of attributes. One had to know that even if Feng Zhengping had made his own contract tool, the final attributes wouldn't be as rich as Lin Hao's, and there was still a big difference between contract tools and medium equipment. Contract tools only had attributes. Medium equipment was able to add skill phrases, which meant that this spirit contract ring that Lin Hao had taken out was capable of releasing skills. The effects of the skills weren't bad. The two of them, Feng Gang and Feng Zhengping, screamed with excitement as they held the spiritual contract ring inside. Next to them, Old Chun brought his son to study the spirit staff that Lin Hao had taken out. The spirit staff was also considered a medium equipment. It was just that the skill effects were much more monotonous. Lin Hao had retained the effects of the skill enhancement roll while applying a spiritual topiary to the whiteboard equipment. This allowed the skills of the spirit staff to unfold to the extreme. And this piece of equipment could only be used on the spirit contract ring. It was clearly 2 pieces of medium equipment that ended up forming a binding effect. It was almost a rare thing to see in a forge master. It was important to realize that the words of attributes were the most difficult to control. Even a higher-level forger had no way of grasping that it could be two pieces of equipment that achieved a binding effect. Because during the forging process, it was very likely that all kinds of specific situations would occur, which would eventually have an impact on the outcome of the forging. Now such two pieces of equipment had appeared in their hands. Feng Gang was completely shocked. Even he was a bit skeptical as to whether or not Lin Hao had accomplished these pieces of equipment all by himself. Lin Hao, did you have any other tutors before you came to the university? It wasn't a strange thing that some students from better families would hire some private tutors specifically. With a private tutor's guidance, the student's growth would naturally be a bit faster. Feng Gang didn't know what Lin Hao's family was like, but he saw these scattered materials by Lin Hao's feet. He felt that Lin Hao probably didn't lack money. In that case, it didn't seem surprising to have a private tutor, did it? However, without waiting for Lin Hao to speak, Chen Chao had cleared his throat. There's no need to ask about these. All you guys need to know is that it's these two pieces of equipment that you're going to test today. After entering the replica, I hope that you two can focus on your own safety. At least it was his best friend's son, so of course Chen Chao had to be cautious. Feng Gang waved their big hands. It's rare that an opportunity is placed in front of him, so it's not unreasonable to let him give it a try. Old Zhao was even more okay with it. It's just right to let him go and test out this equipment. I'm sure he doesn't usually have the effort to touch this kind of equipment. Expanding his knowledge is also not bad. Their own father had spoken, of course Feng Zhengping and the two of them wouldn't say anything more. They could only honestly follow Lin Hao's instructions on their side to head to the level 65 copy. Lin Hao wanted to get the first-hand test results, so naturally he also followed their large group. During this time, Feng Gang also wanted to ask about the equipment properly. Lin Hao also picked what he could and roughly talked about it. After hearing the relevant attributes, Feng Gang couldn't help but sigh. I'm afraid that no one could even think of such a method before this, right? By binding two pieces of medium equipment to each other for use, one is able to save a layer of structure while also achieving a complementary effect. Saying that, Feng Gang himself still knew that such a feasibility would be extremely difficult. After all, not everyone was Lin Hao with a 100% forging success rate. Nor was everyone able to be like Lin Hao and be able to shorten the duration of the trial to a great extent. Otherwise, Lin Hao wouldn't have been able to achieve this in such a short period of time in any way. Hearing Feng Gang's exclamation, Chen Chao couldn't help but glance at Lin Hao in surprise. Chen Chao wasn't a forger, much less a beast tamer. But it didn't affect Chen Chao's understanding of these two professions at all. Because of this, he felt that the two pieces of equipment that Lin Hao had crafted were extraordinarily powerful. And having been in contact with Lin Hao for such a long time, if he didn't have a sure thing, Lin Hao would never pull out two pieces of equipment like this. Lin Hao only shook his head helplessly at this. It was a pity that even if he tried to minimize his presence, he couldn't stop Feng Gang and the two of them from casting their gazes at him frequently, and judging by the way they looked at him, they seemed to be quite interested in knowing who Lin Hao's mentor was, especially Feng Gang. He had his heart set on being Lin Hao's mentor. As a result, now that Lin Hao most likely already had a mentor, it felt like the sky had fallen, making Feng Gang unable to be happy. Seeing that Feng Zhengping and the two of them had already entered the copy, Chen Chao's side followed suit and pressed the indicator on his waist. The next second, the indicator lit up. Receiving the response from the other party, Chen Chao's psyche was slightly stabilized. Naturally, he would not let Feng Zhengping and the two of them just go in alone. At the very least, he would have to equip the two of them with army personnel to protect them. If nothing happened, naturally it would be best. But once a special situation arose, the army people would come out to assist. As for Lin Hao, who stayed outside the copy, he was still busy dealing with Feng Gang's inquiries. Little Lin, tell me honestly, do you have another teacher? Actually, you're only a freshman now, so it's not bad to have an off-campus teacher. But have you ever considered finding a mentor to take you on within the school as well? Like me. Chapter 144. Lin Hao has a mentor. Of course, this last sentence Feng Gang definitely wouldn't say it. It was just that the hints in his words were extremely strong. Hearing Feng Gang's words, Lin Hao was really stunned for a moment. To be honest, he did have the need to find a mentor right now. Now that Feng Gang had sent himself to his door, Lin Hao naturally couldn't refuse. But just at this time, Chen Chao steeply spoke out. Lin Hao has a tutor. As these words fell, Lin Hao and Feng Gang were all dumbfounded. Lin Hao was unaware of when he had gained a mentor out of nowhere. Feng Gang, on the other hand, was filled with heartbreak. Luckily, Feng Gang's eyes didn't sweep over at this moment. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to notice Lin Hao's heartbreak. Who is his mentor? From our college? Why don't I know? A student like Lin Hao who had good talent and had hands-on practical skills. If it was Feng Gang himself, then he would have definitely brought publicity everywhere, and how could he have hidden it until now? In fact, Lin Hao didn't know who his mentor was. After all, when he first entered St. Demon University, Qian Chao did mention to himself that he would be assigned a professional mentor. At that time, Lin Hao had thought that the professional tutor that the other party had arranged for him was a course teacher. After all, from the beginning of their term, small class teaching had been carried out. There was a big difference from the previous classes where students had specialized tutors. Yet now it was turned around to tell him that he actually had a mentor? Qian Chao called out that his face didn't change, and even had the presence of mind to give Lin Hao a wink. Of course he has a teacher, or else who do you think could teach a student with this kind of talent? Feng Gang was clearly a bit unforgiving at this moment. Then tell me instead, who is his mentor? Qian Chao threw him a look. You still don't know who the dean of the Forge Academy is since its establishment? That person just didn't return to the school for a while. Not died. Lin Hao was even set by that one long before he enrolled in school. If he knew that someone was stealing students from him now, he would be able to kill him back in minutes. The anger at that time was not something that Feng Gang alone could withstand. Hearing the name of the dean of the Forging Academy, Feng Gang instantly caved in. You said it was him earlier. How else could he have moved on for so long? Even every day he was calculating how to dig Lin Hao into his own name. If it was a student of that one. Feng Gang sort of completely understood how Lin Hao's strength could be so perverted. After all, if you looked at the entire Dragon Kingdom, you really couldn't find a forger that could be compared to that one. The level difference between him and that person alone was a full 10 levels. Don't underestimate this 10-level difference. If placed at a lower level, 10 levels might easily be able to be reached or even surpassed. Replaced with their group of transcendent powerhouses, the difference of 10 levels had pretty much set the strength between the two sides. The further back they went, the more difficult it became with each level. And that person was even the first character in the Dragon Kingdom to cross the 80-level threshold with a living profession like Forge Master. One must know that even Qian Chao is only level 78 today. With his talent ceiling, wanting to cross over to level 80 was naturally easier than a life profession like Forge Master. But he couldn't help but have fewer resources. Without resources, it would be extremely difficult for Qian Chao to move up a level. And then, on the contrary, the one he was talking about in his mouth. Not only had people crossed the 80-level threshold, their rank had even come directly to 82. If it wasn't for that person in front of him, I'm afraid that the current Forge Master would have long ago run into the life profession to make iron. Listening to the riddles the two of them were playing, Lin Hao was confused. That one, who was that one? I don't think I've seen this mentor until now. Previously, at Shenzei's lecture, Lin Hao had met quite a few other teachers from the Forging Academy. On the contrary, Lin Hao really hadn't seen the dean of the Forging Academy once, and hadn't even heard of the other party's name. With doubts in his heart, Lin Hao pressed the matter down, intending to find Bai Yuro to ask about it when he got back. After all, Bai Yuro had been in the school for much longer than he had, and was definitely more aware of the situation than Lin Hao himself. The level 65 copies were harder. Could even be fully considered a high-level copy. So Lin Hao and the others simply waited quietly in the car for Feng Zhangping and the others to come out. The wait was long. There were no communication contacts inside the replica. Lin Hao and the others couldn't sense the situation inside in real time either. However, before choosing this copy, Lin Hao had still roughly understood the situation of the level 65 ultimate boss within the copy. The ultimate boss inside this copy was the Blizzard Wolf. Most wolves lived in packs, but the Blizzard Wolf was different. It was a lone animal. The highest leveled one, the Blizzard Wolf, was the Wolf King of the pack, and was the ultimate boss of the replica. His strength was able to grow exponentially during the night, and he also had a certain level of intelligence. Wolves hold grudges, and once they don't succeed once, then trying to escape from amongst the copies will definitely be a problem. There was no way to even get out of the copy alive. Therefore, before Feng Zhangping and the two of them entered the copy, Lin Hao made the only request. Execute a master-servant contract on the Blizzard Wolf. The partner contract might not even be able to restrain a level 65 Wolf King. Then it would only be possible to go up in intensity. To be honest, the moment he heard that he had to perform a master-servant contract on the Wolf King, Feng Zhangping's heart trembled. but he couldn't help the fact that his own father was staring at him from behind. Feng Zhengping, of course, did not dare to say anything more, only able to silently follow the requirements to do. Moreover, he himself was quite afraid of the Wolf King's retaliation. In case the partner contract really couldn't be subdued, then it's better to beat a dead horse and go straight to the master-servant contract. It would naturally be best if it could succeed all at once. If they don't succeed at once, I'm afraid their retreat will be a problem. This was also the reason why several people would sign a series of confidentiality agreements and life and death agreements before entering the replica. Among the copies, the sky darkened a little bit, which was the most suitable environment for the Wolf King to survive. At night, the speed of the Blizzard Wolf would increase by 3 to 5 times. As the Wolf King, the speed would directly increase to 8 times. So if you wanted to contract a Wolf King, the difficulty could be said to have spiked exponentially. But contracting a Wolf King at night wasn't without a single benefit. The attributes of the Wolf King in the night state would receive a substantial increase. Therefore, once the contract was successful, even if the Wolf King experienced a drop in attributes, it would definitely be a bit higher than usual. So they were acting like a gambler now. When you win a bet and go back, you just applaud and celebrate. If you lose, your life will be on the line. At least this time it's 2 people traveling together. With someone accompanying him, Feng Zhengping was naturally less afraid. As he entered a forest, Feng Zhengping steeply looked in the southwest direction. There are wolves howling. Chapter 145 Success or Failure is at stake. As the two entered deeper and deeper, the howling of the wolves in the surroundings followed suit. Especially Feng Zhengping, at this moment is even more deadly, pinched tightly in the hand of the spiritual contract, does not dare to slacken. Success or failure is here. Now it's up to whether or not it's a level 65 Wolf King. By the light of the moon, Feng Zhengping and the 2 of them quickly felt their way to the vicinity of this Blizzard Wolf. Seeing the silver-colored hair on the head of the Blizzard Wolf, Feng Zhengping and the 2 of them were instantly energized. Surprisingly, it really is the Wolf King. Hurry up and do it. In but a second's work, Feng Zhengping's 2 men quickly raised their hands. If they didn't engage in a sneak attack at this time, when else would they wait? The Wolf King obviously did not notice that there would be a human approaching either, and thus was directly caught in the middle of the spirit contract ring in Feng Zhengping's hand. The spirit staff, on the other hand, provided Feng Zhengping with an attribute bonus in the first instance. The 2 sides combined their efforts, and the level 65 Wolf King originally wanted to charge towards the 2 of them, but at this time it abruptly stopped in its tracks, and surprisingly, there were more than a few moments of pain in its complexion. The implementation of the master-servant contract had a certain amount of mental impact on the demonic creature. The Wolf King started off with ferocity, especially when it realized that it was unable to get rid of the spiritual contract ring. It immediately showed its teeth towards Feng Zhengping. However, as time grew longer and longer, the Wolf King's movements began to become smaller and smaller. At the end of the day, his legs even directly bent down towards Feng Zhengping. Seeing the Wolf King kneeling in front of him, Feng Zhengping only felt that his life had instantly come to its peak. To know that he had been a beast tamer for so many years, he was only at level 50, but now the Wolf King at level 65 had been tamed by him so easily? Or was it a signed master-servant contract? This is the rhythm of being able to laugh out loud even in dreams. Not to mention the fact that it's actually happening now. Worried that joy would lead to sorrow, Feng Zhengping hurriedly finished the final finishing touches of the master-servant contract. Looking at the Wolf King who had already walked to his side, Feng Zhengping's heart was so happy. With this Wolf King joining him, his strength could also advance 1 level further. Lin Hao constantly looked at the time. Seeing his frequent actions of looking at the time, Feng Gang couldn't help but comfort him. It's not that fast for a beast tamer to want to contract a demonic creature. Most of them take more than half an hour, and the higher the level of the contracted magical creature, the longer it takes. Right now, they've also been in there for just 20 minutes, and counting the time spent looking for the Blast Wolf, it's not that long at all. Lin Hao, however, didn't think so, according to his design for the 2 pieces of equipment. Even if it's not possible to do a 1-second deed completion, the time taken could definitely be reduced drastically. Not to mention that this was only a level 65 Blizzard Wolf. If the time taken to contract the Blizzard Wolf was so long, I'm afraid that when it came to contracting a boss inside a heaven-level copy, it would only take longer. However, Feng Zhengping and the others didn't think about it so much. The first time the contract was successful, Feng Zhengping and the 2 of them quickly exited the copy. 22 minutes after they entered the copy, the figures of the two immediately appeared at the entrance of the replica. Feng Gang had only finished comforting Lin Hao 1 foot, but the next second he saw his own son. How could this not make him feel surprised? Even he had already guessed whether Feng Zhengping had fled out in a hurry because the contract had failed. However, looking at Feng Zhengping's two faces, it didn't seem like they were hastily escaping after failing. If they didn't run away, then there was only one reason left. The contract was successful. This thought was almost on the verge of making Feng Gang's heart jump out of his chest. 20 or so minutes. It's a direct contract? It's just not possible, is it? That was a level 65 Wolf King. And his own foolish son was only level 50. Even if he rushed to contract the Wolf King with a level gap of 15 levels, now he even succeeded in contracting it in such a short period of time. How do you look at it? It's all a bit fanciful. Feng Gang's eyes carried a bit of disbelief. Lin Hao, on the other hand, was the first to look at Feng Zhengping, who had come to the front of the car. Can you look at your Wolf King attributes? Lin Hao didn't ask Feng Zhengping if he had succeeded, but there was just a strong sense of confidence in his tone. Walking up to him, Feng just now thoroughly saw the smile on his own stupid eldest son's face. The corners of that mouth were about to grin to the back of his head. There was no way it could fail. Okay. Sure enough, the next second Feng Zhengping summoned his Wolf King. With the constraints of the master-servant contract, the Wolf King was just like a big, well-behaved dog at his feet. Lin Hao briefly scanned the relevant attributes and couldn't help but bring a bit of disappointment to his eyes. The four-dimensional attributes have actually been directly reduced by half. Feng Zhengping hadn't realized that something was wrong and instead rubbed the back of his head and laughed nervously. Even if it's only weakened by half in the night state, the Wolf King's attributes would have been raised tenfold compared to daytime. So the current Wolf King's attributes are also enhanced by a full 5 times compared to daytime. I think this is already very good. Lin Hao didn't say anything more, but in the next second, his eyes followed suit and fluctuated. Wait! His attribute weakening doesn't seem to be permanent. If Lin Hao hadn't taken another look, he might have missed this message. At the first glance Lin Hao took, the Wolf King's basic attributes were fixed, but when he took a second look, the Wolf King's basic attributes had begun to slowly recover. So as long as the Wolf King was given a certain amount of recovery time, his four-dimensional attributes would soon return to their peak state. Feng Zhengping had rushed out non-stop since he had contracted the Wolf King. Where else would he have the time to pay attention to these attributes or not? At this moment, when he heard that the damage was not permanent, he immediately also looked down at the Wolf King by his feet, only to see the Wolf King's big, clear eyes blinking. Its four-dimensional attributes were indeed slowly recovering as Lin Hao had said. This almost didn't make Feng Zhengping happy. Originally, only having a 5-fold increase in attributes was already enough to make him happy. As a result, he was now told that he could also recover up to 10 times the increase attribute. Isn't this just like pie in the sky? Sure enough, what my own old man said before still made sense. Thinking of this, Feng Zhengping hurriedly cast a grateful gaze towards Feng Gang again. Feng Gang even more proudly puffed out his chest. I told you, when has he ever lied to his own son? When Chen Chao said something as good as pie in the sky, isn't it coming true now? Lin Hao carefully checked the various attributes of the Blizzard Wolf again, and only sighed in relief after determining that the four-dimensional attributes could really be restored. It was only because of the forced signing of the master-servant contract, coupled with the fact that the equipment provided by Lin Hao's side was really disparate. The Wolf King inevitably suffered a mental loss. But the mental damage was not significant, just 10%. Chapter 146. Rounding up, no loss at all. The Blizzard Wolf was originally known for its speed, combined with their powerful attacks and the defense provided by their fur. It is completely capable of achieving the effect of surprise on the battlefield. On the contrary, the piece of spiritual power is slightly weak. Even if it was cut by 10%, according to what Feng Zhengping said earlier, the attributes of the Wolf King at night were 10 times higher than during the day. Then the Wolf King, after signing the contract, even if his spiritual power had been cut, his spiritual power attribute was now much higher than before during the daytime. When rounded down, it wasn't a loss at all. Feng Zhengping's side was still explaining to Lin Hao and the others about being in the middle of the copy. I didn't expect the contracting process to be so simple either. Since I've been a tamer, this has been the easiest and most efficient contracting process I've come across. We even went in a big circle when we first went in, and walked for 10 minutes at the very least before we heard the wolf howl. Later on, we circled around to the flank of this Wolf King, and only came with a sneak attack after we were sure it was the ultimate boss. Originally he wanted to attack us. Who would have thought that when the spirit contract ring came out, it would directly set him off? The latter contract process ended in less than 8 minutes. 8 minutes! Lin Hao listened to Feng Zhengping's words and silently wrote down the situation. At the same time, he didn't forget to record the Wolf King's relevant attributes. Blast Wolf King. Level 65. Status weak. Talents speed increase, will toughness, moon worship. Skills Wolf King suppression, berserk power, Wolf King field. Attack 4,000. Defense 3,000. Speed 500 plus 1,000%. Spirit 2,010%. Stamina 8,000. Recording these attributes down, Lin Hao had a rough idea in his heart. This was only for the 65-level Wolf King. An 8-minute contracting process wasn't exactly short. It seemed like he had to refine his equipment a bit more. However, most of the magical creatures that had reached level 60 or higher had natural skills. The number of this natural skill was not necessarily the same, but they were all extremely strong. As for Feng Zhengping's side of the attribute record, Lin Hao felt that it was completely unnecessary. Having contracted a level 65 Wolf King, there were only benefits and no disadvantages for Feng Zhengping. Moreover, the efficacy of the spirit contract ring was not fully triggered out this time. You should know that Lin Hao had purposely left a big trick up his sleeve. He had thought that he would be able to detect a wave when he contracted the Wolf King, but who would have thought that that big move with a 3-month weakness period wouldn't work at all? Thinking of this, Lin Hao was only able to cast a glance towards Chen Chao. Receiving Lin Hao's look, Chen Chao immediately began to ponder in his mind how to quickly recruit a group of beast tamers from the military side. The army's warriors were good to recruit. It's just that when they are replaced with professions like beast tamer formation masters, especially the high-level ones, it's still a bit difficult to mobilize them in a short period of time. But Lin Hao definitely had no intention of experimenting today. This would enable him to give Chen Chao some time to arrange it. It was also that today's time was too rushed. Otherwise Chen Chao would definitely have to wait for the army side to send someone over. A few people went back to the city. Lin Hao organized the data and information at hand, and immediately collapsed on the bed in the dormitory to catch up on his sleep. After 2 consecutive days of continuous rotation, Lin Hao's mental strength or physical strength really couldn't handle it. While Lin Hao was catching up on his sleep, Chen Chao's side also began to quickly look for a suitable candidate. After some searching, it was finally possible for him to pick a few that weren't too bad. According to Lin Hao's idea, since it was an experiment, it definitely had to be tested from a low level to a high level. Now that level 50 had been passed, it was time for level 60 to take its turn next. After level 60, it was time for level 70. It's just that 70-level beast tamers are really rare, and most of them are even out in the field along with the army's warriors. Therefore, it was still difficult for Chen Chao to contact them in a short period of time. When Lin Hao woke up, he wasn't too dismayed to learn this news. After all, it was harder to level up as a beast tamer. It was even quite a bit harder than their forge master. If they couldn't contact a level 70 beast tamer at a moment's notice, then it wasn't impossible to have a level 60 beast tamer take the top spot. It was just that before going down to the copy, Lin Hao still had to alter the equipment he was holding. It would be best to refine the time spent on the contracting process. With the skill spirit stepping seal, Lin Hao was practically stress-free when it came to altering it. In just a short while, the attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment changed once more. Spirit staff. Level none. Grade King. Full attribute equipment. Increase the sealing effect against demons by 90 times. Spirit contract ring. Level none. Grade King. Beast Tamers exclusive equipment. Success rate of all types of contracts increased by 20%. Partner contract success rate increased by 45%. Master-slave contract success rate increased by 30%. Success rate of special contracts increased by 25%. Magic creature resistance reduced by 2,000. Backlash damage reduced by 40%. Contract efficiency increased by 85%. Skill. Demon Seal. Attribute fixed. Forced Pact. Demon Seal. Increase the effect of sealing against demons by 200% during the contracting process. Attribute fixing. After the contract is completed, there is a 25% probability that the contracted pet's attributes will remain unchanged. Forced contract. After performing the skill, it can increase the full attributes by 300%, and after the contract is completed, it will fall into a 3-month fatigue period, as is only for the time spent on the contracting process. Lin Hao didn't change much in other areas. For one thing, it wasn't easy to refresh out and new attribute phrases. For two, it wasn't that easy to trigger the divine blessing effect, so Lin Hao simply didn't make any changes to anything else. But actually, the changes weren't small. The first is that the efficiency of the deed has been increased by at least half. The second was that when contracting, it was able to produce a stronger suppression effect on higher-level demons. This also laid the foundation for entering higher-level copies afterward. Now just want to test it out. When the test was successful, Lin Hao was definitely going to keep utilizing spiritual topography for mass production. How else was he supposed to realize his previous idea of a boss army? The current Wolf King's level was still a little too low. When the new tamer arrives, consider traveling to a higher-level copy. After all, heaven-level copies were as high as 80 levels. A level 65 Wolf King simply wasn't enough to look at in front of a sky-level copy boss. When the new batch of beast tamers arrived, Lin Hao was finally almost busy. However, just as they were rubbing their fists and preparing to enter inside the high-level copies, they learned that the copies had yet to be refreshed. As a result, the original 2-day delay could only continue to be pushed back a few days. Chapter 147. There are more than enough military districts in Jiangnan province. After a few waves of tests, Lin Hao looked at the data that came out of the tests and could never really stretch his brows. With my current strength, the forged medium equipment still needs to be constantly strengthened. The attribute phrases of the king-level medium equipment simply can't keep up with the higher-leveled copies. Maybe I could think about fortifying 2 pieces of each equipment? If that's not possible, then I'll just be able to get a hard liver. After conducting so many waves of experiments, Lin Hao hadn't triggered a single blessing effect until now. It was all starting to make him wonder if he had been a little too nonchalant lately, so now Lin Hao had 2 paths he could take. To be precise, he could merge these 2 paths into one at the same time. If he wanted to constantly improve the attributes of his equipment and do everything right, then he would have to constantly use his forging skills. As long as one of the blessing effects was triggered, the attributes on the equipment would definitely be able to receive a substantial increase. After all, Lin Hao would have to mass-produce these equipment to provide to the army when the time came. Once the attributes of the target equipment were too low, even if it was mass-produced, it would only be at an upper-middle level. Since it was going to be mass-produced, it would definitely have to be benchmarked to the uppermost level. By now Lin Hao wanted to form a powerful boss army. That was still far away. But Lin Hao wasn't discouraged is all. According to what Chen Chao and the others had said, the results of Lin Hao's current research were already amazing enough. At the very least, it could be equipped up inside the elite squads that went out. It was just that Lin Hao couldn't care less about that in his own heart, and the difficulty of the sky-level copies was almost exponentially more difficult than the copies they were facing now. After the heaven-level replicas, there were also god-level replicas. It was just that so far, no country had been able to truly conquer the god-level replicas. Even the next-door country, Mi, which relied on countless mercenaries as well as the military to pile up the number of heaven-level copies, had only just reached only a double palm. So Lin Hao was only able to set his sights on the sky-level copies now. Wouldn't it be much simpler to wait until he had eaten a heaven-level copy and then follow the same routine to attack a god-level copy? After all, I'm afraid that it would be hard to actually pick out a team of divine-level or higher beast tamers in the entire Dragon Kingdom right now. Lin Hao thought about these things and immediately relaxed his mind. The more he tensed his nerves at such a time, the more it would negatively affect his forging results. It was just that Lin Hao didn't expect it. Knowing that Lin Hao's side had researched a new piece of equipment, Zhang Fan and Li Chang had actually taken the first opportunity to come over on an airplane. When the two arrived at Lin Hao's lab, he was still working on the latest few pieces of data. Hearing the knock on the door, Lin Hao immediately pressed the button next to the operating table. "You're in the lab so early?" Zhang Fan still had surprise in his eyes. When they came, Chen Chao had specially instructed. Lin Hao had followed into a copy last night, so I'm afraid he didn't get up that early in the morning. Who would have thought that it was only 7 o'clock at this moment and Lin Hao was already up? Tested out the new equipment yesterday. But the data was a little less than ideal, so I planned to get up early today to work on it. Hearing Lin Hao's words, Zhang Fan and Li Chang couldn't help but both raise a few moments of curiosity. Recently, Chen Chao had been constantly borrowing people from the major military regions, and the ones he borrowed were still relatively rare magicians and beast tamers. and the magicians and beast tamers he wants are not of low grade. 50 levels was just the threshold for wanting someone. The top is not capped. The point was that all the major warlords were now busy attacking copies or exploring wild environments, so where could they spare the manpower to send the rarer people on their hands over to Holy Devil University? In the past, when Lin Hao had asked for manpower, most of them had been equipped with warriors. This was because there were a bit more fighters in the military region. Any warrior above level 50 was able to casually pick out 10 or so and place them beside Lin Hao as secret guards. But magicians were still different. For one thing, there are very few of them. Secondly, the profession of beast tamer was already slightly cold. The degree of coldness was even comparable to Lin Hao as a forger. Now all of a sudden, they were being asked to mobilize so many high-level beast tamers over. It was really a bit of a dilemma. Zhang Fan and Li Chang quickly stood on either side of Lin Hao, left and right. On his desktop at the moment lay the very same spirit staff and spirit contract ring that he had just retrieved. Seeing these two pieces of equipment, Zhang Fan and Li Chang could not help but reveal a few moments of amazement. Both of them were not low-leveled, plus they had a lot of combat experience, so they were naturally able to see at a glance the unusual features of the two pieces of equipment. These are two pieces of bound equipment? You forged them? Lin Hao nodded. He then placed the data he had just finished recording in front of the two. According to my data, these two pieces of equipment still have a lot of upside. It's just that, because of the lack of manpower, it's still a bit difficult to go into the middle of the replica to test the new data. The moment Zhang Fan heard this, his eyes, they lit up. He had just pulled in a batch of strengthening materials for Lin Hao some time ago. But soon Lin Hao's side was out of the picture. Originally, he thought that Lin Hao hadn't succeeded in strengthening, but he didn't realize that he was actually tinkering with this stuff. Now, viewing the attributes of these two pieces of equipment, Zhang Fan was able to understand what Lin Hao meant. This kid clearly felt that the copy wasn't much of a challenge. Directly let the tamer go in to harvest resources. There is such a good thing. Then definitely have to think more about their Jiangnan province military region. You have to know that this year their Jiangnan province military region, but by virtue of attacking the heaven-level copy, is barely not at the bottom of the list. But it was soon to be the annual settlement day. You can't be stuck in a position where you're not on top, can you? Other military districts should not have received the news by now. Why don't we just let them Jiangnan Provincial Military District borrow two pieces of equipment to go back and use them first? Simple. There are so many replicas near our Jiangnan Province military region. There's always one that meets your requirements, right? And isn't it just a few beast tamers and magicians? Our Jiangnan Province military region has plenty of them. That's because they don't care about the Imperial Capital military region. If you were researching in our Jiangnan Province military region, your research might have been wrapped up long ago. Lin Hao froze for a moment. He hadn't really thought about going across military regions to test the data. After all, he was in the Imperial Capital right now. There was no need to travel far and wide and choose a copy elsewhere. It was just that this place, the Imperial Capital, was still relatively hot after all, and most of the replica levels Lin Hao wanted to test were between level 65 and 75. The time it took to test such high-level copies wasn't really that long. The experimental data showed that the time for one test could basically be controlled within 20 minutes. Some can even be compressed within 10 minutes. But they couldn't help the fact that Lin Hao and the others were going to contract the boss of the copy. Chapter 147. There were more than enough military districts in the Jiangnan province. After a few waves of tests, Lin Hao could never really stretch his brows as he looked at the data from the tests. With my current strength, the forged medium equipment still needs to be constantly strengthened. The attribute phrases of the king-level medium equipment simply can't keep up with higher-leveled copies. Perhaps I could consider giving two pieces of each equipment a bit of strengthening? If that's not possible, then I'll just be able to harden my liver. After conducting so many waves of experiments, Lin Hao hadn't triggered a single blessing effect until now. This was all starting to make him wonder if he had been a little too nonchalant lately. Thus right now, Lin Hao had two paths he could take. To be precise, he could merge these two paths into one at the same time. If he wanted to constantly improve the attributes of his equipment and make it foolproof, then he had to constantly use his forging skills. As long as one of the blessing effects was triggered, the attributes on top of the equipment would definitely be able to receive a substantial boost. After all, Lin Hao would have to mass-produce these equipment to provide to the army at that time. Once the attributes of the target equipment were too low, even if it was mass-produced, it would only be at an upper-middle level. Since it was going to be mass-produced, it would definitely have to be benchmarked to the uppermost level. By now, Lin Hao wanted to form a powerful boss army. That was still a long way off. But Lin Hao wasn't discouraged either. According to what Chen Chao and the others had said, the results of Lin Hao's current research were already amazing enough. At the very least, it could be equipped up inside the elite squads that went out. It was just that Lin Hao couldn't care about the little bit in his heart, and the difficulty of the heaven-level copies was almost exponentially more difficult than the copies they were facing now. After the heaven-level replicas, there were also god-level replicas that existed. It was just that so far, no country had been able to truly conquer a god-level copy. Even the next-door country, Mi, had relied on countless mercenaries as well as the military to pile up the number of heaven-level copies, and had only just reached only a double palm count. Therefore, Lin Hao was only able to target the heaven-level copies now. After he had eaten the heavenly-level copies, wouldn't it be much simpler to follow the same routine and attack the divine-level copies? After all, I'm afraid that it would be very difficult for the entire Dragon Kingdom to actually pick out a team of beast tamers that were above god level. Lin Hao thought about these things and immediately relaxed his mind. The more he tensed his nerves at such a time, the more it would negatively affect his forging results. It was just that Lin Hao didn't expect it. Learning that Lin Hao had researched a new piece of equipment, Zhang Fan and Li Chang even took the first time to come over on the airplane. When the two arrived at Lin Hao's lab, he was still studying the latest few pieces of data. Hearing the knock on the door, Lin Hao immediately pressed the button next to the operating table. "You're in the lab so early?" Zhang Fan still had surprise in his eyes. When they arrived, Chen Chao had specifically instructed them. Lin Hao had followed into a copy last night, so I'm afraid he didn't get up that early in the morning. Who would have thought that it was only 7 o'clock at this moment and Lin Hao was already up? I tested out the new equipment yesterday, but the stats were a little less than ideal, so I planned to get up earlier today to study it. Hearing Lin Hao's words, Zhang Fan and Li Chang couldn't help but both raise a few moments of curiosity. Recently, Chen Chao had been borrowing people from all the major military regions, and the ones he borrowed were still relatively rare magicians and beast tamers. And the level of the magicians and beast tamers he wanted was not low. 50 levels was just the threshold for people. There was no ceiling. The key was that all the major warlords were busy attacking copies or exploring wild environments right now, so where could they spare the manpower to send the rarer people on their hands over to Holy Magic University? In the past, when Lin Hao had asked for manpower, most of them had been equipped with warriors. This was because there were more warriors in the military region. Any warrior above level 50 was able to casually pick out a dozen or so and place them at Lin Hao's side as secret guards. But magicians were still different. For one thing, there were very few of them. Secondly, the profession of beast tamer was already slightly cold. The degree of coldness was even comparable to Lin Hao as a forger. Now, they had to mobilize so many high-level beast tamers at once. It was a bit of a dilemma. Zhang Fan and Li Chang quickly stood on either side of Lin Hao, left and right. On his desktop at the moment were the spirit staff and spirit contract ring that he had just retrieved. Seeing these two pieces of equipment, Zhang Fan and Li Chang couldn't help but show a few moments of amazement. Both of them were not low-leveled, plus they were experienced in combat, so they were naturally able to see the unusual nature of the two pieces of equipment at a glance. "These are two pieces of bound equipment? You forged them?" Lin Hao nodded. He then placed the data he had just finished recording in front of the two. "According to my data, these two pieces of equipment still have a lot of room to rise. It's just that, because of the lack of manpower, it's still a bit difficult to go into the middle of the replica to test the new data right now." As soon as Zhang Fan heard this, his eyes, they lit up. He had just pulled in a batch of strengthening materials for Lin Hao some time ago, but soon after, Lin Hao's side had gone silent. Originally, he had thought that Lin Hao hadn't succeeded in strengthening, but he hadn't realized that he was actually tinkering with this stuff. Now that he was viewing the attributes of these two pieces of equipment, Zhang Fan was able to understand what Lin Hao meant. This kid obviously felt that the copy wasn't much of a challenge anymore. He's just letting the beast tamer go in and harvest the resources. If this is a good thing, then they should definitely think about their Jiangnan province military region. You have to know that this year, their Jiangnan province military region barely made it to the bottom of the list by virtue of having conquered the heavenly tier copies. But immediately is the annual settlement day. We can't be stuck in a position where we're not at the top, right? The other military regions shouldn't have received news by now, so why don't they just let their Jiangnan province military region borrow two pieces of equipment to go back and use first? Simple. There are so many copies near our Jiangnan province military region. there's always one that meets your requirements, right? And isn't it just a few beast tamers and magicians? Our Jiangnan province military region is full of them. That's because they don't care about this side of the imperial capital military region. If you were researching in our Jiangnan province's warp region, this research of yours might have been wrapped up a long time ago. Lin Hao froze for a moment. He hadn't really thought about going across military districts to test the data. After all, he was in the imperial capital right now. There was no need to travel far and wide and choose a copy from somewhere else. It was just that the imperial capital was still a hot place after all, and most of the replica levels Lin Hao wanted to test were between level 65 and 75. The time to test such high-level copies wasn't really that long. Experimental data showed that a test time could basically be controlled within 20 minutes. Some could even be compressed to less than 10 minutes. But they couldn't help the fact that Lin Hao and the people they were contracting were the bosses of the copies. Chapter 148. Abducting someone under your nose? Even if people's copy bosses could be constantly refreshed. But they can't afford to be gathered by Lin Hao, and there's also a time interval for the refreshing of the copies. That is to say, it only took them 20 minutes to test, but waiting for the second refresh took 2 whole days. This was still testing according to the intensity of a level 65 copy. If it was a level 70 or higher copy, the time interval between the second refreshment would all take at least 5 days. The high-level copies near the imperial capital were indeed more completely developed. But the number of people entering the high-level copies of the imperial capital was also extraordinarily high. There are too many uncertainties. For the sake of an experiment such as his own, having the military region block off all the high-level copies near the imperial capital for his sole use was a bit too much of a hassle. Coupled with the lack of manpower, that was why Lin Hao's experiment progress was constantly being slowed down. But it would be different if he went to the Jiangnan province military region to develop a new copy. For one thing, there were still quite a few high-level copies to be developed in Jiangnan province. The benefits of being at the bottom of the list for years on end can be realized at this time. The military region didn't have the powerful equipment to develop new copies, and the only time they had conquered a heavenly level copy, they still relied on the 1,000 chance rings and skill enhancement coupons in Lin Hao's hands. And there was a big difference between already developed high-level copies and undeveloped high-level copies. High-level copies that have been developed are, in a way, 25–35% less difficult. Undeveloped high-level copies will float upwards in difficulty a bit. For example, Lin Hao wanted to challenge a high-level 65 copy. In the Jiangnan province military region, according to the difficulty of undeveloped high-level copies, the range available for him to pick from could be downgraded to 60-level grade copies. The expanded range of picks meant that Lin Hao's data tests could be carried out at the same time. All that was needed was manpower to equip him. The progress of the experiment can definitely be greatly accelerated. Realizing this, Lin Hao was immediately moved. The two of them, Li Chang and Zhang Fan, glanced at each other before revealing big smiles towards Lin Hao. This was a great opportunity for them to dig someone back in. Definitely can't let this opportunity slip away from their eyes. Thinking of this, Li Chang immediately played the affection card. Little Lin, you are a great genius who went out from our Jiangnan province military region. We were heartbroken when we sent you out of Jiangnan province. And in a few months it'll be time for the annual review again, and last time, thanks to your equipment, we barely managed to climb up from the bottom. If your equipment can be experimented with in our Jiangnan province this time, the ranking of this year's annual review will definitely be able to move up by a large margin. Zhang Fan also hurriedly said from the side. The main thing is to look at these military districts in the entire Dragon Kingdom. There isn't a single military region that has a lower level of copy development than our Jiangnan province. Your equipment should have to go into the replica test frequently, right? Then choosing our Jiangnan province military region is definitely the optimal solution. Besides, this time you don't have to go to the airport to take a plane. We flew the plane here directly. It'll only take 3 hours to get there and back. When do you want to go back to Holy Devil University for classes? We'll directly send a special airplane to send you back. It's only an hour and a half away anyway. It's not that far, don't you think so? It had to be said that the two of them did have the strength to convince Lin Hao. At the end of the day, Lin Hao still nodded. Then I need a batch of on my side. Before Lin Hao could finish his words, Zhang Fan had already pulled out his own cell phone while not forgetting to say, I know, you want a group of magicians and beast tamers, right? The strength of our Jiangnan province is indeed at the bottom of the list every year. But don't forget that there are tens of thousands of magicians that go out from our Jiangnan province every year. Even the headquarters of the Wizard Association is located in our Jiangnan province. Such a small problem is slightly difficult for the imperial capital military region, but for a large wizard province like ours, it's not a problem at all. Lin Hao hadn't really thought about it. However, once he thought about the fact that Su Jia seemed to have come out of their Jiangnan province, and Su Jia and her family are quite connected, according to common sense. For two people like Lin Hao and Lin Anan, one had awakened to a living profession and the other had awakened to a combat profession. The professions that the two had awakened were completely the opposite of each other. But the Su family was different. From top to bottom, it could almost be considered a large family of magicians. For that matter, it was still mentioned by chance between the two when they were chatting with Suja the other day. Then what Zhang Fan said seemed to be fine. Okay, then I'll pack up now and get on the plane with you guys? After saying that, Lin Hao felt something was wrong again. Do you guys have some official business to attend to in the imperial capital this time? If you guys are going to be busy right now, I can also wait until you guys are done before returning to the Jiangnan province military region together. Zhang Fan and Li Chang had originally made this trip for Lin Hao. If they were able to abduct Lin Hao back at this moment, how could they possibly let him stay in the imperial capital for one more minute? Therefore, as soon as Lin Hao's words had fallen, Zhang Fan and Li Chang pulled Lin Hao along with them on the left and the right to start packing up his things. I see that all these tools of yours are pretty high grade. Do you want to collect them together? That's right. The storage space we brought with us is very sufficient. So don't be afraid that you won't be able to put them away. If it weren't for the fact that you can't take this lab with you, we could have packed the lab piece by piece and brought it back. Lin Hao smiled and only picked out some materials that he used while he was still handy as well as those that he needed more right now. After all, he was following Zhang Fan back together, even if he really lacked any materials. With Zhang Fan's ability and theirs, they would definitely be able to search them out for him in a short period of time. Of course, that wasn't to say that the imperial military region didn't have this ability. It was just that when he first arrived, Lin Hao would still occasionally have some concerns when he called up Chen Chao. By the time Chen Chao's side came to Lin Hao had already gotten on a plane back to the military region of Jiangnan province. Before taking off, Lin Hao didn't forget to send a message to Chen Chao, seeing that the person was cut off in front of him. Chen Chao was so sorry. Didn't they say they were just coming over to take a look? And it's only been less than 10 minutes and they've abducted the person? This is too despicable. The thought that it was still Self who had shown Zhang Fan and the others the way. Chen Chao all but narrowly escaped huffing and puffing in anger. It was a pity that Chen Chao's side's anger Li Chang and Zhang Fan could not feel it at all. 1.5 hours later, Lin Hao had just gotten off the plane when he saw a clear line of elementalists and beast tamers standing in front of him. As per Lin Hao's side, Li Chang had mobilized almost all of the elementalists and beast tamers within the army. Chapter 149 Simultaneous Tests. This time we'll be able to see the difference between the local military district and some large military districts. In the military region of Jiangnan province, Li Chang had the absolute right to speak. In addition, his side is pulling over Lin Hao, which is the hope of their end-of-the-year KPI over fulfillment. How could the other leaders of the military region oppose it? If they weren't worried about too much fanfare, I'm afraid that everyone would have run over to greet them. The imperial capital military region has various forces that need to be coordinated, and because it is located in the center of the region, the burden on the body is naturally heavier, including and not limited to the security of the entire military region and field cleanup. In addition, they also have to free up their hands to carry out a variety of activities. If there were a few more outside helpers, there really wouldn't be much manpower left in the imperial capital military region for Lin Hao to carry out his experiments. Plus, Lin Hao's side was demanding. It was understandable that he wouldn't be able to find anyone for a while. Lin Hao hadn't really thought about it that much, but he was just looking at the elementalists and beast tamers that had been paired up in front of him and was a bit surprised. It was important to realize that a few days ago, Lin Hao had only 8 people in his hands to rotate through a few teams to test, plus the limitations of the copy refresh time. 8 people was already the limit of what could be drafted over from the imperial capital military region side. But in the Jiangnan military region, Li Chang actually brought him 30 people at once, and all of them were above level 50. It was only at this moment that Lin Hao truly realized that Jiangnan province was worthy of being a great province for magicians. Wizards, especially elementalists who were the main attackers, were often absorbed by the military region to go out on support missions in the duplicates because of their long hands and natural elemental spirit body supply. This is the case for most of the elementalists in the imperial capital military region. However, in the Jiangnan province military region, there were not even a few copies developed. Naturally, this batch of elementalists were left idle, plus a group of beast tamers who couldn't contract magical creatures because they had no rank. This combination was a perfect match for Lin Hao's experiment. The thought of them being able to whore out a wave of ultimate bosses inside the duplicates for nothing, while still being able to overcomplete this year's duplicate quests. The corners of Li Cheng's mouth were about to grin to the sky. These people have all signed the relevant agreements. You can use them without worry. In addition, we've already prepared the copy map of Jiangnan province. Can you see which place we're going to test next? Lin Hao looked at the copy map that Zhang Fan had brought over and immediately began to study it in detail. There were still quite a few duplicates around Jiangnan province. It was just that the undeveloped high-level copies would need to travel to places farther away. It was also that technology had developed over the years, and the speed of marching could be greatly accelerated. Thus Lin Hao quickly circled around 10 or so undeveloped copies. Just these copies. Send them all in. But I'd suggest placing a squad around each of them for a bit of protection. Li Cheng nodded. It wasn't like a level 50 magician was a cabbage in the ground. He still knew about maintenance. The warriors absolutely had to be fully equipped for them. Otherwise, losing any of them would be quite heartbreaking for them. According to the manpower provided by Li Cheng's side, Lin Hao quickly planned out the trial copies corresponding to these magicians. In fact, these magicians had been born with a few moments of uneasiness when they met Lin Hao. One had to realize that they were about to travel to an unexplored copy. Previously, unexplored copies were explored by warriors who went in first to explore a wave. Only after determining the environmental factors inside would they arrange for the magicians to go in and fight in coordination. As a result, this time they directly let their magicians take the lead, even if there was an elementalist assisting on the side. But they can't afford to be brittle. If they were touched by the boss inside, I'm afraid they'd be cold in minutes. Looking at Lin Hao's young appearance, everyone's hearts couldn't help but droop. However, all of their worries finally dissipated when they saw the equipment handed out in their hands. Lin Hao had topped out quite a bit of test equipment some time ago. For one thing, it was to see if he could have an outbreak of luck for a while and directly trigger the blessing effect. Secondly, he was also thinking of printing out a few more sets of test equipment so that he could be prepared for emergencies. Who would have thought that it would come in handy now? The crowd looked at the equipment in their own hands, the wrongness in their eyes almost unable to hide it. At this moment, Lin Hao had already begun to talk to them in detail about the attributes of the test equipment in their hands and the previous batches of test data. After reading the data, the crowd couldn't help themselves. This is definitely the spirit contract ring with the strongest attributes I've ever seen. More than that, these two pieces of equipment are clearly bound equipment. No wonder we were told to work in pairs. So there was an arrangement here. Geez, a level 65 copy, directly pushed across in 8 minutes? A level 50 beast tamer contracting a level 65 wolf king even took only 6 minutes? This is too unbelievable, isn't it? The crowd's perceptions were constantly being refreshed. Many people's mouths could have been stuffed with an egg. The eyes that looked at Lin Hao also grew more and more in awe. It was true that you couldn't tell the difference between people. This young man who looked so young. The equipment he had researched was so strong. Right now, everyone's hearts weren't even a little bit scared. The rest is full of anticipation and excitement. Undeveloped copy. 65 level ultimate boss. The 6-minute short contract. No matter which one. All of them were enough to get people's adrenaline pumping. After Lin Hao briefly talked about all of this, he let them study it on their own. After making sure that everyone had finished their research, only then did Lin Hao wave his hand and let Zhang Fan lead the group to their respective corresponding copies. This was the first time that so many people had entered the major replicas at the same time to test. And the highest leveled replica that they had entered had already reached level 75. Such a high-level copy was only 5 levels away from becoming a heavenly copy. And it is still a high-level copy that has not been developed. One could imagine the difficulty of it. That was why every team of testers that entered the replica ended up bringing real-time contact devices and video recorders with them. Inside the main control room, Lin Hao and Zhang Fan were sitting upright, looking at the screen that was scattered into a dozen grids in front of them. Inside each grid corresponded to a replica, compared to the first test. Lin Hao had made adjustments later on. By letting the testers bring real-time contact devices and video recorders, Lin Hao could notice details that they hadn't discovered, even if he wasn't able to enter the replica. Thus, he could adjust the equipment accordingly in the subsequent research. The commotion in the military region of Jiangnan province had been suppressed by Li Chengyi. Even the thing that they brought Lin Hao back from the imperial capital also froze and did not let out a little wind. But this can't be stopped by someone running to complain. At this time, in the imperial capital military region, inside a simply decorated office, Chen Chao's face was aggravated. "General, you are unaware that..." Chapter 150. A heavenly tier copy of the back garden. Inside the office, Chen Chao spoke with that aggrieved and heartbroken look. "They just took the person away right in front of me. And Lin Hao, he's still testing the data of his new equipment. The new equipment he researched this time is awesome, and it's still about the beast tamer aspect. Once the results of the equipment he researched come out, then we'll be able to keep contracting bosses from amongst the high-level copies to become pets." Upon hearing the last sentence, the man who had been reading the documents with his head down immediately raised his head. He was Sun Haiping, the chief leader of the imperial capital military region. Previously, he had been busy approaching the northwest military region about the exchange tournament, and after he had returned, he had gone to the southern copy without stopping. He had only just returned to the office when Chen Chao approached him again. Sun Haiping had always known about Lin Hao's affairs, and was indeed very concerned. It was important to realize that right now, the whole country was looking at Lin Hao as if he was the apple of his eye. So if Lin Hao wanted something, he would basically draft it from their military region. Under Lin Hao's name, the imperial capital military region could even give the green light all the way. Any test data? Chen Chao had long been prepared, and immediately busied himself by handing over all the previous data backups. These are the results of the tests during this period of time. From the first test, it was able to verify that Lin Hao's research was extremely feasible. Thus later on, he began to continuously improve the attributes of his equipment. As of today, Lin Hao's 2 pieces of bound equipment can already accomplish 10 minutes of speed brushing a level 70 copy or less. As Chen Chao explained, Sun Haiping soon saw the last data result as well. A level 50 beast tamer is able to directly cross the level gap of 15 and sign an ancestral master-servant contract with a level 65 copy boss? This combat power is a bit too strong. For a moment, Sun Haiping couldn't even believe his eyes, but he still quickly asked, "How are the attributes of those bosses? How much attrition has occurred?" After all, it was a forced master-servant contract, so it was within Sun Haiping's expectations that the boss's attributes had dropped. But it was precisely this part that caused Chen Chao the most heartache. The attributes of those wolf kings are quite good so far. Not only have their attributes not suffered any loss, instead, because it was a forced contract at nighttime, their own basic attributes are 10 times better than during the day. The only slight loss lies in the aspect of spiritual power. Hearing this, Sun Haiping hurriedly flipped the document in his hand to the section of instructions. On top of the document were detailed records of the exact attribute values of several wolf kings. If one were to say that the one who was most familiar with the imperial capital replica, it would definitely be none other than Sun Haiping, the person in charge. This level 65 wolf king copy, Sun Haiping had also led a squad in to develop it earlier. The blizzard wolves inside were extremely difficult to deal with, not to mention the wolf king inside the blizzard wolf. As the ultimate copy existed, the base value of the wolf king at night would be 10 times higher than during the day. However, the data in his hand now showed that under the effect of Lin Hao's contract ring, the wolf king that came out from amongst the duplicates would indeed lose half of its base value. But this attrition would continue to recover over time. Didn't that mean that the attrition was directly zero? As for that little bit of spiritual energy, Sun Haiping didn't give it a second thought. The blizzard wolf didn't rely on mental energy to live at all. So now there was only one last question left. That batch of equipment in Lin Hao's hands has very good attributes. Then is he able to realize mass production? Chen Chao was exasperated at the mention of this. We've long since thought about getting a batch of equipment out in bulk, but the several nearby legions simply couldn't spare the people to accompany us to test the data. Although the current equipment values are already very good, Lin Hao said that the data is still far from his expectations. So we still have to continue testing. After hearing these words, Sun Haiping's eyebrows followed suit. There's such a thing? Such equipment can only be counted as failing to meet expectations in his eyes. So what exactly can meet expectations? Could it be that? A frightening conjecture steeply surfaced in Sun Haiping's heart. He wants to attack a heavenly level copy? Not to mention Sun Haiping. Qian Chao, who was standing in front of him, gave a start. It shouldn't be so bad, right? That is after all a heaven-level copy. But in the end, Qian Chao was a little less confident in himself. Lin Hao was able to do a 10-minute speed push on a level 70 copy or less. So what if it was a level 70 or higher copy? It was important to realize that a level 70 copy was 75 levels up. With Lin Hao's current equipment attributes, a level 75 copy would take a bit longer at best, but it definitely wouldn't be able to stop a beast tamer with the equipment Lin Hao had provided. After passing level 75, that only left sky-level copies. So Lin Hao's goal was most likely to be a heaven-ranked copy. Thinking of this, Sun Haiping and Qian Chao coincidentally glanced at each other, and both of them had nothing but shocking waves in their eyes. As we all know, when that one heaven-grade copy in Jiangnan province was captured, it had already attracted countless countries to watch and discuss. It could even be completely counted as the world's attention. If Lin Hao had researched a contractual equipment that could take down the ultimate boss inside a heaven-level copy in one fell swoop, at that time, just by virtue of a group of beast tamers, they would be able to make all of the magical creatures inside the heavenly grade copies become resource supplies for the rear. Before this, no one would have ever dared to think such a thing. But it was Lin Hao who was new to this. To be precise, Lin Hao had the strength. After all, level 75 was easy enough for him now. Would an 80-level heavenly copy still be able to stop him? Sun Haiping pondered for a moment. The several legions below our military region can't spare any manpower? Speaking of this, Qian Chao had a belly full of resentment. Although Qian Chao was not from the military, he was at least on the college side of the system. And with Sun Haiping's permission, he naturally had the right to draft manpower. However, he couldn't help that the following legions were either on missions or on duplicates every day. How could they spare the manpower to do the test for him? To be more precise, when those legions heard that they were being deployed to do tests, they immediately refused. After all, they didn't know Lin Hao's background, so they naturally didn't understand how much of an impact this test would have on them. Just imagine, as long as Lin Hao finalized the final version of the equipment. With Lin Hao's batch of equipment under his belt, combined with his ability to mass produce. In the future, wouldn't the heaven-ranked copies just become everyone's backyard? Chapter 151. Reunion in one punch. Those beast tamers would be able to take their equipment and go into the sky-level replicas to grab a couple of magical beast contracts when they had spare time. The army's beast tamers were even able to directly form an army of magical beasts. And all of them were legions of magical beasts that were heaven-level copy bosses. That scene made my blood boil just thinking about it. If it wasn't for the fact that Qian Chao wasn't a beast tamer, he would have signed up in minutes. Sun Haiping naturally thought of this as well, and he even thought of it more than Qian Chao. If the mass production on Lin Hao's side could keep up, maybe by then the scarcity should be in beast tamers' contract space grids. A level 70 beast tamer was able to have 7 contract space grids. But how could these powerful beast tamers have more than one pack space grid to spare? Most beast tamers could only spare 1 or 2 contract grids. Virtually all of their contract grids would be occupied by some other magical creature. After all, people cultivated to level 70 because they relied on these demons to come up. Therefore, if you want to form an army of magical beasts, the beast tamer side does have to properly screen a wave. Level 50 was a good level watershed. The contract grids owned by tamers at this time hadn't been completely filled, and there was even a large portion of tamers who only had 1 or 2 contracted magical beasts. Therefore, when they grew to level 70, the number of copy bosses they could contract would increase. From this aspect, Sun Haiping would be able to tell that Lin Hao had put some thought into selecting his beast tamers. Therefore, Sun Haiping could understand the purpose of Qian Chao's visit this time. You want me to send another batch of manpower to Lin Hao's heels? Qian Chao hurriedly nodded his head. That's right. Let's not talk about the fact that the military region side of Jiangnan province has already intervened in this experiment. Let's just say that Lin Hao's experimental results, now that the initial version of the data has just been released, there's no chance that it could even attract quite a few military districts. While there are fewer people at this moment, why don't we follow Jiangnan province and work together as a piece? Sun Haiping frowned now. He actually knew Li Chang from the Jiangnan provincial military region, and the two of them also had the friendship of fellow students. Earlier, when Lin Hao came to the imperial capital military region, Li Chang had greeted him and asked him to take good care of him. In fact, even without Li Cheng's words, Sun Haiping wouldn't have let anything really happen to Lin Hao in his territory. Now that Li Chang had taken Lin Hao away from his territory, Sun Haiping naturally felt some dissatisfaction in his heart, but he was calculating the words that Chen Chao had said. Cooperating with the Jiangnan Provincial Military Region is indeed a good suggestion. But the Jiangnan Province Military Region already has quite a few magicians, and beast tamers are even more numerous. It doesn't seem like there's any way for us to squeeze in even if we send beast tamers over there now, right? A military region had its own rules. Lin Hao's side's willingness was there. Of course, Sun Haiping didn't want to force people. After all, a forced melon was not sweet. But Chen Chao didn't think so. General, it's true that there's no way for us to compare the number of magicians with the other Jiangnan Province military region. But there is one thing. The Jiangnan Province military region is definitely no match for us. Sun Haiping immediately looked over. You say, the Jiangnan Province military region is located inland, but our imperial capital military region is near the sea. If we can start with the navy, I believe Lin Hao's attention can definitely be drawn back to us. You should know that the ratio of marine copies to land copies has reached 7-3, merely capturing only the land-sky level replicas. I'm sure it wouldn't be able to reach Lin Hao's goal expectations. Then let's give him the right to fully open up the development and experimentation rights of the oceanic copies. What do you think on your side? Sun Haiping thought about it. The advantages of the Jiangnan Provincial Military Region were obvious. There were numerous unexplored high-level copies over there, and a large number of magicians and beast tamers waiting for Lin Hao to conduct batch after batch of tests. Perhaps the Imperial Capital Military Region should go in and get a foot in the door as well. True about how unexplored the copies are. There are a lot of undeveloped copies of the ocean in the Imperial Capital's region. It's just that they don't have the magicians in place for a while is all. But that's okay. Can't we just get it from Jiangnan Province? When the time comes, the Imperial Capital Military Region will provide the marine replicas, and the Jiangnan Province Military Region will provide the magicians and beast tamers. Won't the two military districts be working together? After figuring this out, Sun Haiping's eyes brought a few points of appreciation when he looked at Chen Chao. You are right. I'll contact Li Cheng now. As for the ocean copy side, I'll communicate properly. Compared to the land copies, the ocean copies were completely considered a blue ocean. After all, on the map they were on, the ratio of ocean to land had reached 7-3. Even if everyone was actively exploring land territories outward. But the area of the ocean is just too big. Therefore, the Dragon Kingdom has also been gradually moving towards the ocean over the years. It was just that there were too few magicians who could adapt to the habits of the ocean. And the magical creatures in the ocean were really huge in size. A random octopus monster was a dozen stories tall. How would an ordinary person dare to enter so rashly? So one way or another, ordinary people didn't dare to come close, and it was simply taken over directly by the Navy on the military side. The advantage of being taken over by their military region was the ability to mobilize and enter at will, and not having to worry about leaking a bit of information. Lin Hao had spent a full 5 days in the military region of Jiangnan Province. 5 days later, he returned to Holy Devil University in a helicopter arranged by Zhang Fan. Following him back, there were also large batches and batches of data. Now the first phase of research and development has been able to come to an end. During the time he had spent in the Jiangnan Province military region, Lin Hao had indeed gotten his hands on quite a bit of valid research data. There were even some data that were extremely important to his next improvements. Next, it was time for Lin Hao to consider how he should improve the attributes of the equipment he had in his hands by a step. After all, there was still a huge gap between an 80-leveled Heaven tier copy and a 75-leveled copy. Moreover, the Heaven level copy is even more recognized as a high-difficulty copy in the world. Don't look at the fact that Lin Hao was now able to achieve a 15-minute speed push of a 75-level copy. In fact, this point of equipment attributes to get to the 80 level of the Sky level copy to go, that is simply not enough to see. The 80-level Heaven level copy not only has extremely strict requirements for the number of people entering, but also restricts the level of entering the copy. If it was an unusual warrior, entering the copy would only be able to be a level 70 to level 80 squad. If it was a magician, then the level would have to drop to a level 65 to 75 squad. However, the bosses of the Sky level copies were basically level 80 lords. This was also the reason why every time a squad entered the duplicate, they would all be wiped out or even suffer heavy deaths and injuries. Above the level, it had been ruthlessly suppressed by the ultimate bosses, even if there were more than others in number. But the basic attributes of the others' bosses were there. A single punch will be able to make you die on the spot. Chapter 152.0 had a handful, but this limitation wasn't too much of a problem for Lin Hao. Beast tamers already had a natural advantage when entering a copy. If Lin Hao wanted to attack a level 65 copy, then the minimum level of the taming ring he made could be level 50. Previously, when Lin Hao had attacked a level 75 copy, the highest leveled beast tamer was only level 70. Therefore, for a level 80 copy, it was more than enough to arrange for a level 70 beast tamer to enter. The only problem now was whether a level 70 beast tamer could still be found. Beast tamers that could reach such a high level of 70 definitely had no more than a few spare contract space grids in their hands. After 1 or 2 trials, the next one would have to be arranged to top it. This is like a disposable item that has to be replaced with the next one when it runs out. It's not like level 70 beast tamers were cabbages in the ground, allowing Lin Hao to glean a whole bunch of them at the drop of a hat. Even if Jiangnan province had a lot of magicians, it couldn't afford Lin Hao to consume so much. Therefore, after much thought, Lin Hao still set his sights on the imperial capital military region. Qian Chao didn't expect Lin Hao to come back on his own, just after arrangements were made on their side. But before Qian Chao could discuss the plan for the copy with Lin Hao had already entered the lab and buried himself in his work. Nowadays, if he wanted the equipment in his hand to have its attributes increased, there was only one way left. Dead liver. As long as Lin Hao forged enough times, he could definitely accomplish the triggering of the blessing effect. By then, with the skill of spirit topiary, Lin Hao would be able to realize the mass production of equipment. It was just that it was still a bit too difficult for the bestowal effect to set off exactly. Lin Hao's current sacred forge hadn't triggered once in a long time, not even when he was forging the sprinting talisman. As for the dwarf blessing effect and the giant god blessing effect, that's even more so. These two career branches Lin Hao had rarely trained in since absorbing them. Naturally, proficiency had never risen. So to trigger these two blessing effects, it was not likely to be more difficult than triggering the sacred forge effect. Lin Hao over here began to bury his head in forging equipment. His forging proficiency gradually rose as well. Lin Hao had long since lost count of how many times he had forged these pieces of equipment. Now forging up simply does not bring a little stop. Even close his eyes, he knows what kind of operation to complete the forging. Moreover, Lin Hao realized that after his spirit topiary proficiency had risen, it was also extremely beneficial to his own energy ceiling. Staying in his own lab like this for a full week, Lin Hao froze without a single stop. Spirit staff. Level. None. Grade King. Full attribute equipment. Increase the ceiling effect against demons by 90 times. Spirit contract ring. Level. None. Grade King. Beast tamers exclusive equipment. Success rate of all types of contracts increased by 30%. Spirit staff. Level. None. Grade King. Full attribute equipment. Increase the ceiling effect against demons by 90 times. Spirit contract ring. Level. None. Grade King. Beast tamers exclusive equipment. Success rate of all types of contracts increased by 30%. Spirit staff. Level. None. Grade King. Full attribute equipment. Increase the ceiling effect against demons by 90 times. Spirit contract ring. Level. None. Grade King. Beast tamers exclusive equipment. Success rate of all types of contracts increased by 30%. Spirit staff. Level. None. Grade. Legendary. Full attribute equipment. Trigger sacred forging effect. Increase the ceiling effect on demons by 200 times. Spirit contract ring. Level. None. Grade King. Beast tamers exclusive equipment. Trigger sacred forging effect. Success rate of all types of contracts increased by 150%. Triggers dwarf blessing effect. Partner contract success rate increased by 80%. Success rate of master-servant contract increased by 55%. Success rate of special contracts increased by 40%. Magic creature resistance reduced by 40,000. Backlash damage reduced by 100%. Trigger Mega God's Blessing effect. Skill. Sealing of demons. Attribute fixation. Forced contract. Demon Seal. Increase the sealing effect against demons by 400% during the contracting process. Attribute Fixing. 80% probability that the contracted pet's attributes will remain unchanged after the contract is completed. Forced Contract. After performing the skill, it can increase the full attributes by 600%. And after the contract is completed, it will fall into a 15-day exhaustion period. When he saw the last tip, Lin Hao's spirit was also finally lifted. After waiting for so long, it was finally time for him to wait for the blessing effect. Had thought he was going to have to come a few more times. Who would have thought that he would be so lucky this time, that all the blessing effects would actually be arranged for him at once. This almost didn't give Lin Hao a happy look, especially after he saw the relevant attributes of the spirit contract ring. Lin Hao finally let out a long breath. With all the blessing effects, the spirit contract ring's current attributes were frighteningly strong. In particular, the contract success rate had directly increased from the original 10s to 150. This was simply a flying leap. Even the effect of the spirit staff had been raised to a full 200 times, more than double what it was before. With these two pieces of equipment attributes underpinning them, then Lin Hao wouldn't be burdened at all by casting Spirit Topiary next. Soon, Lin Hao began to frantically cast his topiary skill. He was striving to build all of this batch of equipment today. Ding! You cast the Spirit Topiary skill. Successfully saved the operating model of the Spirit Contract Ring. Spiritual Contract Ring printed successfully. Ding! You cast the Spirit Topiary skill. Successfully saved the operating model of the Spirit Staff. Spirit Contract Ring topping successful. Ding! You cast the Spirit Topiary skill. Successfully saved the operating model of the Spirit Contract Ring. Spiritual Contract Ring printed successfully. Ding! You cast the Spirit Topiary skill. Successfully saved the operating model of the Spirit Staff. Spirit Contract Ring topping successful. This time Lin Hao was busy until late at night. It wasn't until he looked at these contracted equipment placed in piles by his feet that Lin Hao finally let out a long breath. It was because Lin Hao had been constantly consuming materials over the past few days. Chen Chao's side had to contact delivery vehicles to pull the corresponding forging materials into the lab almost every day. This caused the materials room of St. Demon University to almost not take a break as a result. What the hell? Which tutor is so obsessed with research these days? We're running out of supplies in the materials room. The car tires have run thin quite a bit over the course of a week. Chapter 153. I'm sorry about the senior sisters. At first, Lin Hao didn't know about the tirade on this side of the materials room. It wasn't until Lin Hao happened to open up the small group chat of forging masters that by Euro had pulled himself into that, he realized that the topic of everyone's chat was actually the recent lack of material supply. I don't know what's going on, but the supply of sparkling stones has gone all wrong lately. Really? I haven't noticed it yet. Of course it's true. I went to the materials room 2 days ago to request a batch of fluorescent grasses, but it turns out that there weren't even any fluorescent grasses left. Which tutor is actually doing crazy research? Just now I went to ask the materials room, and they said that the material supply has definitely not been able to be raised during this recent period. What about our research? We'll just have to put our research on the back burner. No, I'm still waiting to finish my thesis this month. Damn. Suddenly I remembered that I haven't finished my thesis either. If I can't supply it even this month, won't this year's scientific research problem just cool off? Okay. I'm a forge master who's looking for ways to find materials inside the duplicates. Take me one, why don't we just go as a group? How could Lin Hao have imagined that these people would actually be outrageous to such an extent? That said, recently Lin Hao's consumption of materials had indeed been that much of a shock. But it was definitely only a drop. After all, he'd have to rely on a large amount of hard liver to be able to forge a piece of equipment with decent attributes. So during this period of time, he could only say that he had worked hard for this group of senior brothers and sisters. Because Lin Hao still had to continue mass production, the consumption of materials would definitely not be less. But these days of hard work weren't without any benefits at all. At the very least, Lin Hao's spirit topography proficiency was starting to skyrocket upwards. If this trend continued, as long as Lin Hao was able to forge all of this batch of bound equipment, I guess by that time the proficiency of spirit topography could also jump straight up to full level, right? Lin Hao's side was still busy with mass production. It was hard to get out 2 pieces of equipment with extremely satisfying attributes. Then surely everyone must be matched with a set. Furthermore, the experimental data of this batch of equipment has to be tested countless times, so we can't just prepare this set of equipment for others to use as beast tamers, right? Lin Hao's side was working overtime to get into his mass production routine. On the other side, Qian Chao was somewhat helpless. He quite wanted to talk to Lin Hao about the copy. As a result, Lin Hao hadn't even shown his face these days, and in turn, Qian Chao couldn't even find a chance. As for the imperial capital military region at the moment, having just finished a meeting, Sun Haiping still had a light smile on his face. At the meeting just now, they had unanimously approved the proposal to allow Lin Hao to enter the Navy's jurisdictional replica for testing. Then the next step would be to go to the head of the Imperial Capital Sea region to discuss this time. Returning to the office, Sun Haiping directly made a phone call. The phone was still picked up quite quickly on the other end. "It's me, old Sunday. Are you free to come over this afternoon?" The man who answered the phone was a little taken aback, but he nodded quickly. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a middle-aged man wearing a naval combat uniform leisurely came towards Sun Haiping's office. Along the way, a number of generals saluted him, and the other man smiled in return, until the middle-aged man pushed open the door to Sun Haiping's office. It was only just closed, and he directly took a big stab towards the seat opposite the desk. "What's going on? Calling me over in such a hurry? You don't think there's some kind of trouble you want to ask me for help, do you?" As soon as he heard the other party's words, Sun Haiping immediately glared at the other party, a few smiles inevitably rising on his face. "Then you've guessed wrong. What I'm looking for you this time is definitely not something troublesome." Wang Jiangwo froze for a moment and gave Sun Haiping a skeptical look. "Why do I always feel like there's a pit in your words?" Sun Haiping snorted. "I can tell you, today this is definitely a good thing. If you don't want it, don't blame me for handing it over to the other or come on." Upon hearing this, Wang Jiangwo immediately smiled curtly. "That's not so bad. Just tell me first, what's so good about it?" Sun Haiping was once in a while arrogant in front of his best friend. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Hao's test was really too urgent, I'm afraid that he would have to take Joe some more. In his heart, he thought of letting Wang Jiangwo off the hook, and said that things were much more favorable. There are 2 pieces of equipment developed in a research lab at St. Demon University, and these 2 pieces of equipment want to be sent to your Navy side for testing. But the Navy has to provide copies. As for manpower mobilization, if you have someone who can mobilize it over, naturally it's the best. If there's no one, then it's all as if I didn't say anything about it. Hearing that the equipment was to be tested, and that it was also to be tested in a replica under the jurisdiction of their Navy, Wang Jiangwo was instantly energized. "Really? Our copies can be tested too?" Sun Haiping looked at the other party. "People aren't afraid that the copies are hard. They're afraid that the copies aren't strong. As far as I know, the existing land copies, below level 75 and above level 65, they've already experimented with. And the pass rate is still 100%. No damage." Such data slammed down, directly giving Wang Jiangwo a dizzy spell. Instantly felt that a huge pie fell from the sky. "This is a great thing. Can they really pick our Navy copy? Tell me more about it." Hearing the urgency in Wang Jiangwo's tone, Sun Haiping was a little amused, but along with the amusement, there were a few more points of heartache. The Navy was responsible for garrisoning the coastline. Compared to their army, the Navy's job is even 100 times more difficult and dangerous. That's not to say the Army's job isn't dangerous enough. Rather, the Navy has to face not only the majestic and boundless sea, but also the even bigger magical creatures in the middle of the sea. These demons are more cunning than those on land, and once the danger occurs, the other side can easily sink to the bottom of the sea. This also makes the Navy's copy advancement work extremely difficult to complete. Wang had to apply upwards for manpower almost once a year since he had been stationed in the Imperial Capital Sea area. However, 3 out of 10 times would be considered good if the application was successful. After all, the coastline of the Dragon Kingdom is long, and after preserving the coastline of this place, can the coastlines of other places be left alone? Not to mention the fact that the Imperial Capital Sea region had the even more powerful Imperial Capital military region fighting behind it. Therefore, the workload of the sea area is oftentimes exponentially higher than other places. It was precisely knowing Wang's hard work as well as not being easy. That's why Sun Haiping felt extraordinarily good when Qian Chao proposed this program earlier. At this moment, explaining it would be even more unburdened. Chapter 154, Leader's Visit. The equipment researched by the Holy Magic University's laboratory has a great impact on attacking high-level copies. But their side of the experiment requires a group of beast tamers, as well as elementalists paired 2 by 2. You know the situation on the military region side, you came out from us at first, no matter if it's beast tamers or elementalists, the manpower we can pull out is too little. But this batch of his equipment can be produced in large quantities, so naturally, data refinement can be done in large quantities. The only slight shortcoming is the manpower problem. Speaking of this matter, Wang Jiangwo's eyes were on the verge of starting to shine greatly. The manpower problem is not a problem at all. The talents we've approved over the years are all magicians. In a place like the Sea District, the average warrior's waiting area was that much larger. Not so with a wizard. Whether it was a beast tamer or an elementalist, their attack range was a bit more distant than that of a warrior. So in this part of the coastline, most of the generals equipped were magicians. This was also why Wang was so happy. What his own best friend's words didn't mean was, not only could this lab send them a batch of equipment to improve the attack level of their own family's hands, but it could also help them attack the coastline's copy at the same time. Such a pie-in-the-sky good thing. Cutie. Only then would they refuse it, right? At this moment, Wang Jiangwo's attitude is called a 360-degree turn, and even the sitting posture are deliberately adjusted correctly. Drinking tea or not? I'll make you a cup of tea to sip right now. You know, I'm the best at making tea. Seeing Wang Jiangwo being so attentive, Sun Haiping was more than satisfied. Ha 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 ha. It's just that I thought that all of your conditions in the sea area are in line with each other. Plus you do have problems during the weekdays, so that's why I'm extraordinarily recommending you. It just so happens that today's meeting was discussing this very thing, and now that the meeting proposal has been passed, now since you're okay with it too, let's sign the non-disclosure agreement for us. As soon as he heard that he wanted to sign the confidentiality agreement, Wang Jiangwo that simply did not bring a blink of an eye. This kind of powerful equipment, if it is not kept secret, in case it is stolen by any grandmother's legs. He's afraid he'll have to sulk all night and not be able to sleep, so looking at the agreement spread out in front of him, Wang Jiangwo brush signed fast. With his own eyes, he watched the agreement has been signed all completed. Sun Haiping then got up and said, "Let's go. Since the agreement has been signed, I'll take you to see the situation of someone's laboratory." Wang also knew that Sun Haiping was afraid that he still had misgivings, so he planned to take himself to see the properties of the equipment. It was important to realize that testing equipment was also a dangerous job. In case the attribute data of the equipment is not correct, wouldn't it be up to face that huge copy with just 1 or 2 magicians by then? That's why it's still necessary to look at the equipment attributes. In fact, Sun Haiping really didn't think so. Everything was just Wang's brainchild. Wasn't the reason why he was so excited to take Wang Jiangwo to Holy Devil University to look at the equipment because he was curious after looking at Lin Hao's batch of research data during this period of time? It was important to realize that up until now, Sun Haiping hadn't seen what the equipment looked like. Now that such a big study is about to pass under his own hand, at least he has to confirm it, right? Before he left, Sun Haiping directly sent a message to Chen Chao. Chen Chao was currently pulling Lin Hao to talk about the Sea region copies, when a message came in abruptly, and his voice that was halfway through his speech came to a screeching halt. "What's wrong?" Lin Hao looked at Chen Chao in confusion. Chen Chao, on the other hand, smiled bitterly. "Just in time. People have already come over. This is really speaking of the devil. It's good for you guys to familiarize yourselves with it, so if you want to test your equipment at that time, you can just bring people into their sea area copies. The difficulty of the sea zone copies is slightly higher than that of the land copies. And the bosses inside the replicas are also a bit more difficult." Lin Hao nodded. Previously, he really hadn't gotten to know the creatures within the sea region replica. After all, his province of Jiangnan was landlocked. But now that he had the opportunity, then he definitely had to make good contact. Just in case the equipment he researched had a good effect on the major copies of the sea region as well. Then compared to land copy bosses, sea zone copy bosses will be more cost-effective. Everyone knows that the sea copy bosses and even the demons among the copies are as big as a small building. If the tamer can complete the contract on the sea area copy boss, in the future just flinging their own magical creatures into the enemy's face like that scene would be exciting to think about, wouldn't it? However, Lin Hao's first choice was definitely still that of a heaven-level copy boss. It was just that he definitely had to practice with the other copy bosses before entering the sky-level copy. Nowadays, the land copies were all pretty much strolled through by Lin Hao. During the week that he was in the military region of Jiangnan province, Lin Hao had brought dozens of teams of people to directly swamp the high-level copies near the military region. It didn't matter if they were cleared or not cleared, they just went straight in and did the right thing. Because of this, when Lin Hao left, both Li Chang and Zhang Fan's mouths were on the verge of being suppressed. Even now, they were frequently asking Lin Hao when they could go back and do some more tests. It was important to realize that the week that Lin Hao had gone over, their KPI index for the year had skyrocketed. Large batches of copy resources were just provided to the Jiangnan Provincial Military Region in a steady stream. At the very least, in the next 2 years, the Jiangnan Province Military Region's affluence was comparable to that of several military regions that ranked in the top 5. Therefore, Li Chang and Zhang Fan had no shortage of meetings to discuss how to bring Lin Hao to their side of the military region. At least he was a talent from their military region. They also carry a natural emotional advantage in a way, don't they? In the past, where did the Jiangnan Provincial Military Region dare to compete with other military regions? Just one Imperial Military Region and the Northwest Military Region are able to Jiangnan Province Military Region pressured not dare to speak. After all, the other 2 military regions were the top 5 in existence. But it's different now. Even if the strength of the 2 military regions was high, wouldn't Lin Hao still have to rely on them in Jiangnan Province to provide the elementalists and beast tamers he needed for this research? Just because of this, it was enough to make Li Chang and Zhang Fan happy for a while. It was just a pity that Lin Hao was destined to be unaware of what was going on in their hearts. This was because the heads of the Imperial Capital Military Region as well as the Imperial Capital Sea Region had now arrived at his laboratory. Looking at his rather messy lab, Lin Hao still had some embarrassment on his face. Peeling a few stools out of the corner, Lin Hao only smiled. I didn't expect the 2 leaders to come over. It's really bad hospitality. Chapter 155, Fearful Afterlife. Looking at Lin Hao who was standing in front of him. For a moment, Wang Jiangwo felt like he wasn't seeing things. He even looked at Sun Haiping with a misplaced look on his face. This is the inventor of this equipment and the owner of the lab? A freshman? Seeing Wang Jiangwo's incredulous face, Sun Haiping couldn't help but smile and patted his shoulder. Of course. But I think you might be a little more familiar with his other title. Wang Jiangwo asked dully. What title? God of Death. Sun Haiping said with a smirk. He's the first person to clear a Heaven-tier copy without casualties. The last time the Jiangnan Provincial Military Region's Heaven-level copy was cleared, it was with the equipment he provided. Speaking of this matter, Sun Haiping thought of the equipment Lin Hao had researched this time. The equipment that Comrade Xiao Lin researched was very good, and it was precisely because we saw the relevant data that we wanted to push forward the cooperation between your lab and the Sea Region side. Lin Hao nodded. Before the 2 of them came over, Qian Chao happened to be discussing this matter with him. To be honest, Qian Chao had wanted to discuss the matter of going to the Sea Region to test copies with Lin Hao for a long time. It was just that Lin Hao had gone to the military region of Jiangnan Province to do tests some time ago, and when he came back, he dove headfirst into the lab and simply didn't give Qian Chao the chance to open his mouth. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been like today, when Sun Haiping and Wang Jiangwo just came to Lin Hao's front without a hint of precaution. It felt as if Lin Hao hadn't been consulted and had been directly informed. Lin Hao was also aware of Qian Chao's embarrassment at this moment, but he didn't take it to heart. For one thing, behind him stood Papa Nation, who would harm him, but the State Father wouldn't even harm him, right? Secondly, Lin Hao only wanted to focus on experimental research right now. As long as there was a good program, then Lin Hao was naturally willing to adopt it. Therefore, even if Sun Haiping and Wang Jiangwo came suddenly, Lin Hao wasn't half upset. It just so happens that I've been doing research on a new batch of equipment recently, and since the 2 leaders are here, then it's just the right time to give me some guidance. Hearing Lin Hao's words, both Sun Haiping and Wang Jiangwo couldn't help but have their eyes light up. Is it that the final equipment has been finalized? The 2 old foxes didn't even need to guess to know what Lin Hao meant by this. It had long been known that Lin Hao had long ago made a batch of equipment and put it into use in the Jiangnan Provincial Military Region. Although the Jiangnan Provincial Military Region had deliberately suppressed the news. But as long as Sun Haiping here is willing to, more or less, still be able to hear the words. First of all, Lin Hao's batch of equipment tests naturally resulted in a 0 failure rate. Secondly, that batch of equipment tests had already reached the level of passing level 75 undeveloped copies. At this level, it could only be considered an unsatisfactory work in Lin Hao's mouth. So now that Lin Hao had recognized the work, what kind of horrible level of attributes would it reach? Lin Hao's laboratory wasn't really small, but because of the mass production in the past 2 days, plus the constant stream of materials piling up in the lab, Such a large laboratory seemed a bit crowded. After searching amongst the piles of equipment for a moment, Lin Hao casually threw out a semi-finished product from earlier. But it just so happened that this semi-finished product landed at the feet of Sun Haiping and the two of them. Out of curiosity, the two asked Lin Hao's opinion before looking at the attributes of the semi-finished product. But when they finished reading the relevant attributes, both of their eyes were filled with shock. This equipment is already very strong. Are you even going to eliminate it? Wang Jiangwo's eyes were filled with disbelief. One had to know that most of the equipment grades of the group of generals under his hand were only platinum diamond grade. But a piece of equipment that Lin Hao casually threw out was actually already king grade. It was this kind of equipment that hadn't even caught Lin Hao's eye. So what terrifying level of equipment would Lin Hao bring out next? They didn't dare to imagine. After rummaging around for a while, Lin Hao finally found the two pieces of reference equipment that he had forged at the very beginning. In fact, it wasn't like those new equipment that had gone through the spirit trademarks couldn't be taken out. It was just that compared to those, Lin Hao felt that the attributes of these two pieces of reference equipment were the ones that were more porcelain. The other new equipment would occasionally trigger a blessing effect once or twice, but their attributes weren't as good as the equipment that had triggered 3 blessing effects in a row to begin with. He placed a few pieces of equipment in front of a few people before Lin Hao pulled a stool and sat down in front of them. These are the 2 pieces of equipment. Hearing Lin Hao's voice, Wang Jiangwo and Sun Haiping then took their eyes off the half-finished products in their hands and landed on top of the 2 newly placed pieces of equipment on the table. To be honest, it was also the first time Chen Chao had seen the new equipment Lin Hao had taken out. Thus, at this moment, his eyes couldn't help but be drawn over. The first time you saw equipment, you definitely had to go and take a close look at the attributes. The equipment that Lin Hao had forged were all similar in appearance. However, the actual differences in attributes could only be carefully analyzed after sweeping through the spiritual power. Having just finished looking at the attributes associated with the spiritual staff, when Wang went to look at the attributes of the spiritual contract ring again, a pupil dilated along with him. Are these the attributes of the equipment you forged? Lin Hao gave Wang Jiangwo a puzzled look before nodding. That's right. The surprise in Wang Jiangwo's eyes was about to overflow. Lin Hao's age at this moment really had a great sense of contrast with the strength he was displaying. One had to know that he was only 18 or 19 now, and he was still a freshman who had just enrolled in school. But the research results he had produced were already comparable to many of the industry's greats. Even their military region's resident forger wasn't necessarily at Lin Hao's level. At this moment, Wang Jiangwo wanted to sigh and say that the future generations were fearful. The attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment are just so good that they explode. However, the copies in the C region are extremely difficult and have an extremely large number of undeveloped copies. So I'm afraid it's difficult to complete the attribute test in a short period of time with just these 2 pieces of equipment alone. Lin Hao pointed to the pile of equipment behind him. I forged a bunch of ones with similar attributes during this time, so as long as the C region side can provide the appropriate manpower, then there's no big problem on my side. Wang Jiangwo only reacted at this moment. The large pile of equipment behind Lin Hao was surprisingly not a failed product. Rather, it was a finished product that had been mass-produced. Now the mouths of several people were so wide open that they couldn't even close their mouths. Are these really all the finished products you produced? All of them? For a moment, Wang Jiangwo felt that he was not entering a laboratory, but rather an equipment den. Even he had a strong thought. Can these equipment be sold? Chapter 156 Departure. Conquest of the Ocean Replica. Wang Jiangwo thought this in his heart, and naturally asked so. Lin Hao didn't react at first before saying, "The leader is trying to purchase this batch of my equipment?" Wang Jiangwo nodded. Their Navy's equipment gap was still quite large, even larger than the Army's gap. It was just that there was no equipment suitable for the Navy at all on weekdays, and now that it was hard for him to stumble upon it, he naturally refused to let go of such a big fat sheep as Lin Hao. Lin Hao glanced at the initial equipment at his feet, and there was a slight hesitation in his expression. But these equipments are just the first-generation products I've researched. I don't think their attributes are quite yet. Before Lin Hao could finish his words, Wang Jiangwo had already raised his hand to stop them. I think the attributes of this batch of your equipment are very good, and it's already completely sufficient to bring it to fit the magicians under the Navy's hand. Different classes had different equipment. Lin Hao's batch of equipment had no corresponding level restrictions. In other words, as long as he equipped the Navy under his own hands with such a batch of first-generation equipment. By then, their strength would also be able to greatly increase. After all, who didn't know that equipment with higher attributes was more expensive? It was true that life on the Navy's side was a bit difficult. But when it came to the Navy's operating funds, the Imperial Military Region as well as the Northwest Military Region might not even be able to compare to others. Sun Haiping also said with a smile at this moment. You don't save money for him. Their Navy captures a deep-sea pine lion and takes it out to auction for no less than 8 figures. It's definitely more than enough to purchase your equipment. When Lin Hao heard this, his heart was slightly relieved. After all, he didn't know much about the Navy, and the internal operations regarding the Navy were even more of a secret. Unless it was someone of Sun Haiping's rank who could know a little about it. Lin Hao only knew that the Navy under Wang Jiangwo's hand was relatively tough, but he didn't know the value of someone capturing an undersea demon. Of course, there's no problem. It just so happens that I need to dispose of this batch of equipment. If you don't mind on your side, General Wang, just send someone to pull them away directly. Hearing Lin Hao's words, Wang Jiangwo let out a sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed that no one knew about this news ahead of time yet, and the other navies wouldn't come over to make a mad scramble with themselves. It was important to realize that the situation of the navies in each jurisdiction was pretty much the same. The advantages on one side were also present on others. If he really let someone scoop up Lin Hao, Wang would have to cry his eyes out. I see that the second-generation equipment you've forged is pretty tough as well. I wonder when you plan to put it into use? For Wang Jiangwo, this was the real big deal. Purchasing the equipment that Lin Hao had eliminated from his hands was just incidental. It was a consensus that the magic items in the sea were extremely valuable. With the powerful equipment provided by Lin Hao, they would be able to capture more undersea resources, thus fueling the strength of the Navy. Therefore, Wang was also extremely in dire need of a batch of equipment that could capture unexplored copies at this moment. Lin Hao glanced down at the equipment before saying with an apologetic face, I'm afraid that the second batch of equipment I've researched isn't up to the expected standard. As soon as these words fell, Sun Haiping and Wang Jiangwo were all dumbfounded. An equipment with this kind of attributes can't even reach the standard? I see that the second batch of equipment is already very strong. Lin Hao smiled and shook his head, then took out a piece of equipment. I'm going to strengthen all the equipment in this batch. The effects after being strengthened will be doubled once again. Hearing Lin Hao's words, both Sun Haiping and Wang Jiangwo couldn't help but suck in a breath at the moment. In their opinion, the second batch of equipment was already capable of adapting to all unpassed copies below the heaven-level copies. Even the heaven-level replicas had the backbone to be cleared. As a result, Lin Hao was going to continue with his enhancement research and be able to double the effect on top of what he had now. They couldn't even imagine what kind of terrifying values the equipment would reach after doubling its effects. But Sun Haiping and Wang Jiangwo weren't cuties either. Instead of rushing Lin Hao to rush the equipment out now, it would be better to wait a little longer. Maybe the third batch of enhanced equipment to come out would have an even more amazing effect. It was just that before the third batch of reinforced equipment came out, Lin Hao still needed to record the data. After all, he had only finished forging the second batch of equipment. The relevant data would still have to be confirmed through precise experiments. So his gaze went to Wang Jiangwo. General Wang, I wonder if this batch of equipment can be sent to the Navy for duplicate experiments? I need to record the relevant experimental data. This will make it easier for me to carry out the third batch of reinforcement forging. Of course, Wang wouldn't have a problem with that. Even he couldn't wait for Lin Hao to send this batch of equipment to their Navy for testing. You know that wasn't that what he and Sun Haiping had come over for today? Of course, there's no problem. If you want to test it, we can leave today. Lin Hao's eyes twitched before he nodded. Being able to finish the test a little sooner would allow a new batch of equipment to be strengthened and forged a little sooner. So without chatting for a few moments, the three of them started packing up this small batch of equipment in the lab. Before packing up, Wang Jiangwo and the others hadn't felt Lin Hao's frightening presence. After packing up, Wang Jiangwo couldn't help but smack his own lips. In such a short period of time, the amount of equipment that Lin Hao had forged was just a little too much. The efficiency of other forgers couldn't reach Lin Hao's level at all. On the contrary, Lin Hao was still only a youth of less than 20. After counting all the equipment, Lin Hao and the others moved from the Imperial Capital Military Region all the way to the Sea Region resident within the Imperial Capital's jurisdiction. The Sea Region resident was on a small island, and the few people in the middle had to get on a ship to get there. The afternoon sun was quite a bit bigger, bringing the salty sea breeze towards the naval station. Lin Hao seldom saw such a vast sea scene, and for a while also gave birth to a little bit of leap. He grew up for the first time on a ship to go out to sea. And it was still a Navy warship. Even if what they were crossing was only a very small sea trench, it was enough to make Lin Hao feel new. As a matter of fact, having entered the ocean range, there was a high likelihood that there would be all sorts of replicas over here. But it wasn't as if Wang Jiangwo's and their stationing over the years hadn't yielded any results from their efforts at all. Nowadays, the area from the Imperial Capital Military Region to the naval garrison had long since been cleared by them. That was why Lin Hao was able to see such a calm picture. In many of the areas that hadn't been cleared, shocking waves were interspersed with ferocious undersea demons. The slightest mishap would directly engulf a person in their stomach. The Imperial Capital Military District wasn't too far from the naval garrison. Therefore, after half an hour, Lin Hao and the others were getting closer to the coastline of the naval garrison. Chapter 157. Sea Devils That Can Eat. As the few people looked at the coastline in front of them, Wang Jiangwo didn't forget to briefly explain the situation of the ocean copy to Lin Hao. As everyone knows, there are far more ocean copies than land copies. It's just that because the oceans are so wide, we simply can't do anything to completely conquer these copies. There are even more heaven-level copies amongst the ocean copies than there are land copies, and there are quite a few god-level copies in here as well. It's worth mentioning that most of the ocean copies don't have a level restriction to enter, and some of the ocean copies here are purely the real world, with only a small portion being a fusion of reality and copies. Currently, the range we've conquered is only the area of 200 nautical miles around the naval garrison. Any farther than that and there would be some unknown dangers. Lin Hao nodded. All of what Wang had said was only half understood by Lin Hao before he came here. This was because they had left late. After disembarking from the ship, Lin Hao realized that a red sunset was already hanging over the coastline. Such a calm and beautiful sight. It had never been encountered before in their previous lives. Lin Hao couldn't help but look dumbfounded as well. Wang Jiangwo smiled and patted Lin Hao's shoulder. Nice to look at, isn't it? We used some thought when we picked the naval garrison. Just thinking that we could pick a nice place to look at when the time comes. Although the conditions are a bit difficult, we have to have fun in the midst of the pain. Hearing Wang Jiangwo's words, Lin Hao felt a bit of admiration. When he was on the boat before, Lin Hao didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Now that he got off the ship and watched a number of generals in naval combat uniforms walking towards the ships behind them, Lin Hao realized in a daze. Was that a cargo ship we just rode on? Wang, on the other hand, waved his hand. What cargo ship? It's just a weekday supply ship. We're stationed on this side of the island for a long time, so the Imperial Capital Military Region has established a direct route with our side, specifically for running ships. If it was a battleship, it wouldn't have taken this long-distance route. You know, whenever an ocean area is involved, the level of danger is instantly magnified by more than 10 times. There's no way for us to know what's under the sea. Before the Great Change, our exploration of the ocean was less than 10%. And after the drastic change, the mystery of the ocean has skyrocketed. It also took our generals years of exploration to find so many safe routes. After all, everyone usually stays on the islands, and they can't always eat the demons in the ocean, can they? Lin Hao's knowledge of naval garrisons went up another echelon. But when he heard Wang Jiangwo say that he ate magic creatures in the ocean, he still inevitably developed a few moments of curiosity. Demonic creatures in the ocean can be eaten? Seeing him ask such a question, Wang Jiangwo directly laughed out loud. Of course it can be eaten. Our warriors patrol inside the nearby copies every day. Most of the usual supplies also come from the seafood produced inside the replicas. The taste of these seafood can be much more delicious than farmed ones. When we have dinner later, I'll have them arrange a table for you. Lin Hao really didn't know that the demons in the sea were able to eat. Now that he heard Wang Jiangwo say this, his mouth was even more frantically secreting saliva. Seafood? I just don't know what kind of seafood it is. Chen Chao, who was following Lin Hao, was also a bit curious. Like Lin Hao, Chen Chao had heard for the first time that the magical creatures of the ocean could be eaten. The magical creatures in the ocean can really be eaten? Why do I remember that some years ago, your navy seemed to... Chen Chao's words were only halfway spoken when he received Wang Jiangwo's block of eyes that wanted to kill, so Chen Chao immediately coughed lightly twice. Sun Haiping, who was following at the side, laughed 2 times without any good reason. Don't say he remembers. Even I remember. The Navy side ate everything in the first 2 years. Who would have thought that they caught up a huge moray eel? That moray eel had poison all over its body. And at that time, it almost didn't put down all of their regiment. Being poked through his old self. Wang Jiangwo's face was also a bit unsettled. How many years ago was that? We've tried it all out over the past 2 years. What can and can't be eaten. And this is entertaining Mr. Shaolin. How could I possibly serve up something poisonous? Lin Hao really didn't know there was such a thing. Now that he saw Sun Haiping chatting with Wang Jiangwo, a few moments of amusement arose in his heart. After strolling around the coastline, Lin Hao and the others soon waited for the battleship to leave the sea. It was now in the evening. The Navy happened to have a few groups of warships that would be going out to inspect the sea. For one thing, it was to detect if any new copies of reality had appeared in the vicinity, so as not to accidentally drive a battleship one day and mistakenly enter a copy. Secondly, it was also to add some new dishes to today's dinner. It was important to realize that freighters from the land didn't come every day. That is, Lin Hao and the others caught up with the freighter that came over once a month today. At this time of year, there were a lot of fresh dishes in the supplies sent over by the freighters. So the Navy had already defaulted to having a big meal tonight. It was even more imperative to go out and hunt some undersea demons to add to the meal. When Lin Hao and the others boarded the battleship, there were still a dozen ships waiting behind them. A few people stood on the deck, and Wang Jiangwo nodded at the area in front of them. Ocean replica, divided into 3 areas in total. The piece we are in now belongs to the shallow sea area. The environment here is absolutely safe. The testing station over there will be closely observing the undersea creatures in the shallow sea zone. Lin Hao looked in the direction Wang Jiangwo was pointing. Only then did he react to the fact that the building he had been thinking of as a lighthouse was actually the testing station Wang Jiangwo was talking about. But thinking about it, it was true. A troop was on this isolated island. If it wasn't able to ensure its own safety, then after nightfall, the demons inside the ocean might directly devour the entire island. Wang Jiangwo nudged towards the front. Now we're going to the offshore area. The near sea area is a bit more dangerous than the shallow sea area, but our generals often head to the near sea area to copy. It's not early at this moment. When the sun completely sets, the danger level of the ocean is able to double 20 times. If we want to test our equipment, choosing the offshore area is the safest. Moreover, the copies in the offshore area are more disorganized, where level 10 copies to level 70 copies vary, and there is no level restriction or number restriction for entry. In general, regardless of whether it was a level 10 copy or a level 70 copy, there were strict restrictions on the level and number of people entering. Chapter 158, Entering the Giant Demon Eel Copy. Taking Lin Hao's current level 35 as an example, the level of replicas that he could enter was just below level 50 and above level 20. And the limitations on the number of people in these copies were extremely strict. Each time a squad that followed Lin Hao into the duplicates to brush up on their levels, there would never be more than 15 people. There were even some replicas that required that the number of people in the squad be limited to 5. But in the ocean copy, this kind of restriction is obviously much looser. The dangers of the ocean have increased exponentially, but at the same time it has also relaxed certain restrictions for those who challenge the replica. In a sense, exploring a copy of the ocean is as much about opportunity as it is about danger. Lin Hao couldn't help but ask again. Then what's the other area? Wang raised an eyebrow towards the distant ocean. Naturally, it's a deep sea area. Most of the copies in the deep sea region are reality copies, and although there's no level restriction on going in either, we rarely dabble in the deep sea region in general. Lin Hao was a bit curious after hearing this. If the copies in the deep sea region are all realistic copies, aren't you afraid that the bosses inside will run out? Wang was a bit surprised by Lin Hao's acumen, but still answered seriously. The copies in the deep sea area have no level restrictions for those who enter, but for these bosses as well as magical creatures, they have extremely strong level restrictions. When I was young, I had seen it once from a distance, and there were clear divisions among the copies in the deep sea area, and there were even more types of magical creatures than in the near sea area. And these magical creatures are usually divided into areas individually. One area corresponds to one type of demon. Normally, these magical creatures can't get out of the copy. Lin Hao nodded at this. I didn't realize that an ocean copy would be so different from a land copy. Most of the land replicas were virtual replicas, merely constructing a connection point in the middle of real space. Moreover, the types of magical creatures in the land copies were extremely diverse. You can see different kinds of demons such as tongue snake horned bull in a level 50 copy. Ocean copies because of the vast area. Directly one kind of magic creature occupies a piece of area exclusively, and if you want to sweep which kind of magic creature, it's enough to travel directly to that area. In a way, it was still extremely beneficial to Lin Hao and his group for this experiment. This was because Lin Hao had already cleared a level 75 land copy previously. However, it was still the first time Lin Hao had seen an ocean copy. Plus, the difficulty level of an ocean copy was already slightly higher than a land copy of the same level. Therefore, after thinking about it for a while, Wang Jiangwo's few people still chose the level 70 giant demon eel copy. Lin Hao could feel the speed of the battleship under their feet gradually becoming slower. At the same time, Wang Jiangwo then began to walk towards the deck with the beast tamers and elementalists that had already been selected a long time ago. Next to the deck lay a ship that was relatively smaller in size than the battleship under their feet. It didn't take long for the group to pilot the ship into the midst of the replica ahead of them. Lin Hao, on the other hand, was sitting in the monitoring room paying close attention to the movements of Wang Jiangwo and the others. It was clear that the ocean was calm at the moment. But the perspective of Wang Jiangwo and the others who had entered the copy was very different. The moment they entered the replica, the calm sea instantly became cloudy. Lin Hao couldn't help but frown as well. Sun Haiping, who was standing behind Lin Hao, couldn't help but frown. How is this a bit unlike the giant demon eel replica? Lin Hao turned his head in surprise. He had never come into contact with undersea demons before, so naturally, he didn't know much about these demonic copies. Sun Haiping was different. Having a close friend like Wang Jiangwo, plus the fact that their imperial military region was supposed to go on missions from time to time. The Navy side had a heavy task, and Wang Jiangwo would also occasionally bring his team over to help assist. Having seen more, he was naturally able to see a few differences. Now noticing Lin Hao's surprised look, Sun Haiping hurriedly explained, "The giant demon eel replica should be extraordinarily calm when entering, and wait until after the center area before a giant underwater shadow appears. This is a characteristic of the replica. But look now, they just entered the replica and ran into dark clouds. How do I look at it? I don't think it's like a giant demon eel replica." A few moments of doubt also rose in Lin Hao's heart, but he could only muster up the energy to continue paying attention to the images within the monitor. He only saw that the sky on Wang Jiangwo's side was dark and heavy. The waves were even surging dramatically and rushing towards the ship. Just by looking at the viewpoint, one could feel the magnitude of the surging waves on Wang Jiangwo's side. Lin Hao was now somewhat worried for Wang Jiangwo and the others. In the middle of such a copy, if the ship couldn't hold up, how would they get out of the copy then? As if he could see Lin Hao's concern, Sun Haiping patted his shoulder as if in relief. "Don't worry. Their ships have long since been upgraded to the highest level, and every ship we're traveling on has been precision forged by mechanics and forgers, and the reinforcement level has even been ordered to the fullest. And there is a special rule in the ocean copy. Don't look at the rough waves right now, but in reality, the demons in the replica will only target the participants, not the ships underneath them." This was the first time Lin Hao had heard such a rare rule. The demons of the ocean wouldn't even attack ships? However, in this way, Wang Jiangwo's safety on their return journey could be greatly guaranteed. It seemed that the special features of the ocean copy still had to be explored continuously by everyone. After all, several countries that depend on the sea are now beginning to study it closely. It's just that the ocean copy is just too large, plus there are quite a few copies of reality in it. Therefore, there are only a few countries that have the strength to research and excavate it. The battleship factor alone was enough to stop a lot of countries that were foolish enough to do so. At this moment, Lin Hao also finally felt the power of a strong country. Facing such a great and huge ocean, only countries with strong national power really have the strength to dig and explore.